Reclining in the opulent presidential suite, Qin Shaohai found himself restless, unable to find solace in sleep. Just a week prior, he had been an ordinary employee at a foreign enterprise. Yet now, in a bewildering turn of events, he had acquired the planet Fortress, a battleship far surpassing Earth's technological advancements. Previously, he toiled from 9 to 5, earning a modest salary that barely sufficed to support his family, all the while navigating the treacherous waters of office politics. He was perpetually attempting to appease his manager and the insufferable foreign executives in hopes of securing a raise. While promotions seemed a distant dream, in a coastal city of Panda Nation, a monthly salary of under 7,000 was not insignificant, yet merely scraped by. Changing jobs was an option, but Qin Shaohai was a quintessential millennial, reluctant to uproot himself from the familiar. The thought of adapting to a new environment, colleagues, and where culture was daunting once habits were formed, they were notoriously difficult to alter. However, everything changed on February 20th, 2023. As per his routine, he departed at 6:30 a.m. to catch the company shuttle, intending to steal an hour of sleep on the ride, arriving at the office just before 8. Yet, when he groggily awoke, he found himself in a nearly silent vehicle, devoid of any familiar colleagues. Surely this is not the shuttle. Have I been kidnapped? He pondered, glancing around in confusion. Perhaps sensing his awakening, a young woman clad in a form-fitting outfit turned to him with a smile. Her voice, melodious and soothing, cut through his apprehension. "You're awake. There's no need to worry. I will take you to the control room, where someone will explain everything. Please feel free to rest a bit more." Qin Shaohai was taken aback. The young woman exuded an indescribable allure. She was beautiful, yet not in a gaudy or overly innocent way. Rather, she possessed a confident elegance that was both pleasing and captivating, akin to a masterpiece meticulously sculpted by skilled hands. Her voice was a harmonious blend, neither childlike nor overly dulcet, but rather a carefully modulated tone that seemed to resonate with a soothing background ambience, making it extraordinarily pleasant to the ears. That it was later revealed that she had been designed for this purpose. Every gesture, every word, her physique, and her appearance were meticulously crafted to embody the essence of perfection. Her gentle, sweet voice had a therapeutic quality, and in mere moments of conversation, Qin Shaohai's defenses began to lower. After all, he was neither a dashing young lad nor a scion of wealth, nor did he hail from a family of power. There was little reason for anyone to exert effort in abducting him. The car was imbued with a soft, subtly sweet fragrance, which was undeniably comforting, leaving him to wonder if it was the scent of the perfume worn by the enchanting woman in front of him. As Qin Shaohai lowered his guard, he found himself wide awake, intrigued by the interior of the small vehicle. The seats, softly enveloping and inclined backward, could pivot freely. Although there were 2 seats in the front, the driver was nowhere to be seen, suggesting the vehicle was autonomous, a technology that, while not exceedingly advanced, could certainly function effectively in designated areas despite not fully replacing human operators. The rear of the vehicle featured a solitary seat, indicative of a bespoke design, possibly a specialized transport. The interior boasted an array of peculiar buttons and screens, all of which remained unactivated. The windows were tinted a brown hue, casting a slightly dim ambience, yet the illumination was adequate, allowing for a comfortable experience for his eyes. Suddenly, Qin Shaohai noticed that to the right of the vehicle lay the vast ocean, the waves crashing robustly against the shore, which was unexpectedly encased in metallic breakwaters. Upon further inspection, he observed the absence of typical coastal tourist attractions. No hotels, parking lots, or stalls, only rows of metallic structures reminiscent of warehouses, accompanied by a succession of towering metallic doors resembling rolling shutters, each towering at least 5 meters high, emblazoned with colossal numbers, 83, 84. These metallic doors and the adjoining metallic corridors displayed extensive signs of oxidation, suggesting a neglect spanning decades, particularly concerning the lack of anti-rust coating on the surfaces facing the sea. At that moment, Qin Shaohai spotted an unusual aircraft soaring overhead, an unfamiliar sight characterized by its bulky frame. Seemingly disregarding aerodynamic principles, gazing toward the ocean, he discerned 3 or 4 warships floating in the distance. leaving him momentarily disoriented as he swiftly turned his seat to gaze behind the vehicle. There, he noticed various vehicles darting back and forth, and, peering further back, he could see rows of aircraft on the second and third levels. They must be fighter jets, Qin Shaohai mused inwardly. Mr. President, we have arrived. Please disembark, the young woman said with a smile directed at Qin Shaohai. WTF? What? President? The address startled Qin Shaohai considerably. Honed by years of navigating office politics and commercial negotiations, he was taken aback, yet managed to maintain his composure, attempting to project a facade of confidence as he straightened his posture. As he pondered, he alighted from the vehicle, seizing the moment to gather his thoughts and mask his surprise by adjusting his attire, simultaneously surveying his surroundings. The vehicle had halted before an immense metallic structure, towering an impressive 50 to 60 stories, its design reminiscent of an aircraft carrier's island. Simultaneously, Qin Shaohai discovered that before one of the entrances to this edifice stood a dozen individuals clad in tight uniforms akin to those worn by the young girl in a small vehicle. On the left breast of each uniform was a simplistic emblem reminiscent of the solar system. Among these individuals, the leader was a standard soldier adorned with 2 golden stars on his shoulders, while the others, similarly attired, bore various insignia of differing ranks upon their shoulders. Mr. President, welcome aboard the planetary fortress. Please, allow me to address your inquiries. A middle-aged man in a blue uniform greeted with a smile. Qin Shaohai found himself bereft of any options, even if he had wished to flee. He was at a loss as to how to escape. Thus, he resigned himself to accompany the group to ascertain the situation. The immense metallic structure and the peculiar aircraft piqued the interest of this military enthusiast. Before long, under the guidance of the man, Qin Shaohai entered the so-called planetary fortress. Through an elevator encircled by display screens, the group swiftly ascended to the floor designated as the control center. In the midst of a curved corridor, Qin Shaohai encountered the control center they had mentioned. Though he was utterly perplexed and did not comprehend what this so-called planetary fortress entailed, his gaze was captivated by the myriad of unique objects surrounding him. The architecture and items evoked a sensation akin to stepping into a science fiction film, reminiscent of the Navigator space station depicted in The Wandering Earth. Qin Shaohai was filled with curiosity as he examined the so-called control center, which, in truth, was not particularly large, with a rather conventional layout. At the forefront of the room was a massive curved screen, approximately 70 to 80 meters by 30 to 40 meters in size. Before him stood a conference table surrounded by a dozen genuine leather chairs. Beyond a transparent glass partition lay workstations akin to those found in aerospace control centers. The only distinction was a slightly elevated control console, larger than the other workstations, equipped with various buttons, displays, and control levers. The overwhelming sense of science fiction and machinery enveloped him, a scene that countless men had dreamt of during their youth, now manifesting vividly before his eyes. Qin Shaohai pondered extensively, yet could not untangle the web of his thoughts, particularly spurred by the utterance of the term president, which ignited his imagination. While his mind raced with contemplation, his feet did not falter. He was guided by the girl from the vehicle to take a seat at the head of the conference table. At that moment, a striking female soldier, appearing to be in her 30s or 40s, approached and spoke. We hail from the Alpha Canis Majoris of the subuniverse, known to Earthlings as Sirius. To elucidate in earthly terms, we are artificial intelligences from the four-dimensional universe of Alpha Canis Majoris. Due to external factors causing a plasma magnetic field exchange between the primary stars, Sirius A and Sirius B, we were inadvertently transported here. During the transfer, a three-dimensional phase transformation occurred, resulting in the disappearance of all organic entities aboard the planetary fortress, leaving only us artificial intelligences. The planetary fortress is an interstellar warship capable not only of navigating the seas, but also of engaging in aerial and even extraterrestrial combat. However, due to the transformation into a three-dimensional state, the ship's propulsion system has experienced a contraction by several tens of thousands of times, currently limiting its capabilities to maritime navigation while forfeiting its ability to fly. The intelligent control system of the planetary fortress lacks the capacity to release the diminished power. a challenge that pertains to the conversion between three-dimensional and four-dimensional realms. We hope that the engineers on Earth can assist us in resolving this issue, thereby enabling the planetary fortress to return to the cosmos. Are you asking me to help you find scientists? Qin Shaohai inquired tentatively. The young woman accompanying Qin Shaohai smiled and responded, not entirely. Whether it is the warship, the onboard weaponry, or our artificial intelligence, all require biological entities for control. This is a fundamental premise. The previous captain, engineers, senior military officers, scientists, and sailors vanished during the warship's transition into a three-dimensional state. Thus, we can only search for suitable candidates to assume their command based on their biological metrics. Due to the homogeneity of the universe, it is feasible to find Earthlings who match these biological indicators. This homogeneity can be understood in terms of the primary genomic structure within DNA. Humans on Earth possess 3 billion base pairs, which constitute the genetic makeup of contemporary humanity. However, within these 3 billion base pairs, only a minuscule portion is uniquely yours, while the vast majority is shared with others. To illustrate simply, regardless of who sits beside you, your genetic similarity can reach as high as 99.9. The remaining differences give rise to variations in skin color, hair color, personality, susceptibility to specific diseases, and so forth. Furthermore, the genetic similarity between humans and certain plants and animals on Earth can exceed 60, which is termed homogeneity. This high degree of homogeneity among carbon-based life forms in the universe allows us to seek suitable biological indicators on Earth. Hence, after conducting a comparative scan, we discovered a biological metric that aligns remarkably well with our system, namely, you, Mr. President. You scanned the globe and selected me? Upon the warship's arrival, it connected to Earth's internet and communication and surveillance systems, thus gaining access to the entirety of the databases. By leveraging this information and data, combined with the ship's genetic recognition system, your compatibility emerged as the highest. The so-called hybridization degree among individuals of Western descent is excessively high, leading to a less pure genetic lineage. Therefore, it is primarily in your country where the purity of the genetic lineage is more suitable. To simplify, hybridization refers to the reorganization of the 0.01 of genetic material, a process that necessitates ample time for genes to merge organically. If hybridization occurs within 5 generations, normal genetic fusion can take place. However, multiple instances of hybridization can lead to chaotic or defective gene fusion. While sometimes these genetic defects may manifest as differing eye colors, hair colors, and unique skin characteristics or facial contours. However, that is merely an outward facade. The true genetic defect will gradually be magnified, and a flawed gene can never be successfully matched by the system. As for you, Mr. President, our scans reveal no anomalies in your genetic chain, which aligns most closely with that of your predecessor, thus designating you as our new president. You merely need to complete a few procedural steps to assume the office. The universe's homogeneity suggests that we are not alone amidst the cosmos. The vastness of the night sky is truly magnificent. Each twinkling star represents a stellar system, making it rather peculiar that extraterrestrial life does not exist. Gazing at the stars at night is akin to this. While the expansive sky is beautiful, it becomes increasingly daunting, for both oneself and the entire Earth are but infinitesimal specks, Qin Shaohai pondered. Observing the smiles of those before him, Qin Shaohai reflected and queried, I do not possess the option to refuse, do I? There is no such option, Mr. President. The choice of the planetary fortress is compulsory, with no alternatives available, the young woman replied with a gentle smile. It seemed Qin Shaohai had anticipated this outcome. After all, how could a system of such an advanced warship easily select another? After much contemplation, he inquired, what is the extent of my presidential powers? Mr. President, you hold supreme authority on this planet. You may traverse anywhere you desire and undertake any actions you wish. No one shall impede you, nor can anyone obstruct your path. What is your name? How should I address you? Qin Shaohai asked the young woman in uniform. Mr. President, I do not yet have a name on Earth. My previous designation was Sirius, which is unsuitable here. You may bestow a name upon me, she replied with a smile. Then I shall name you Lanuer. From this moment onward, you will be my personal secretary. I would like you to give me a tour of this planetary fortress, Qin Shaohai exclaimed, suppressing his excitement. Chapter 2. The planetary fortress can fulfill your every desire. Upon hearing this, the crowd gaped in astonishment at Qin Shaohai. It was the first time he had witnessed such an expression from these intelligent beings. It seemed they were capable of more than just smiles. What is it? Is there a problem? Qin Shaohai inquired, perplexed. The young woman exclaimed with excitement, Mr. President, you wish to appoint me as your personal secretary. This is classified as a B5 level position, while I am currently merely an E1 level receptionist. The disparity is immense. No intelligent being has ever made such a leap. Typically, an intelligence may only ascend from E1 to C1 over a century-long lifespan, and it is unheard of for an artificial intelligence to bypass the C level to reach B level. C1 is a threshold that all intelligences cannot surpass. Levels above B are unique to humanity. Qin Shaohai interrupted her fervent speech with a question. If the president were to forcibly appoint you, would it still be impossible? Indeed, it would be possible, Mr. President. The young woman replied, her professional smile returning. Then it is settled. Although Qin Shaohai did not fully grasp the implications of this ranking as president, he was eager to experiment with the authority and power that came with his position. After all, this place was both alien and wondrous to him, and he stood as the sole human amidst it all. Unbeknownst to him, this appointment was not merely a formality. The intelligent being elevated to B level would be endowed with human-like flesh and consciousness by the warship's intelligence control center. This meant that once Qin Shaohai completed the presidential procedures, the appointment would officially take effect, and the transformation of the young woman, Lan Yuer, would commence concurrently. Following a series of processes, including genomic matching, biological data entry, operational tutorials for the planetary fortress, weapon restriction directives, and interstellar safety regulations, Qin Shaohai was formally designated as the commander of the planetary fortress and concurrently held the title of president of its onboard socio-ecological system. Having accomplished all this, Qin Shaohai eagerly requested Lan Yuer to guide him on a tour of this colossal planetary warship. It was then that he first grasped the enormity of the vessel. The command and control center stood approximately 70 stories tall, reaching around 230 meters in height. It extended 22 levels underwater, approximately 70 meters, and 48 levels above water, around 160 meters, with a base measuring 300 meters by 970 meters. Qin Shaohai renamed the command center as Command Ship Island No. 01. The entire warship exceeded 13 kilometers in length and 4 kilometers in width, with an average height of 90 meters above the waterline, comprising 4 levels above the surface. The flight deck was located on the topmost level, featuring 3 flight release zones, one positioned at the front of the command island and one on each side. Each flight area was composed of several retractable passageways. The third level and part of the second level were dedicated to hangars, while other sections of the second level housed various weaponry and aviation-related storage facilities. Suspended on either side of the command island were 2 expanded launch runways, complemented by 2 intersecting runways closer to the center of the ship, totaling 4 runways. Each warship is equipped with weapon zones at both the bow and stern, complemented by additional areas atop the command island, collectively forming the 3 principal armament zones aboard the vessel. Furthermore, the underside and flanks of the warship house several self-defense armaments. The first and sublevels are located at the front and rear of the command island, flanked by 2 social ecological zones with dome protection systems, which contain various facilities essential for societal living, along with dual sets of flora and fauna recycling systems. These areas yield fresh fruits and vegetables, as well as animals capable of supplementing human protein needs. However, due to the limited requirements of the intelligent beings aboard, these ecological communities currently harbor few inhabitants, with only a handful of intelligentsia tasked with maintaining basic operational functionality. As the planetary fortress had not undertaken any missions prior to its transport, the onboard air fleet remains underutilized, currently deploying 270 aerospace fighters and over 40 orbital bombers, alongside fewer than 100 transport and various support aircraft. The vessel's base also accommodates the heavy equipment of 6 Marine brigades, a reorganization devised by Qin Shaohai, who opted for a brigade composition of 4 battalions plus 2 auxiliary support battalions for better situational control, diverging from the original military structure of the ship. Upon boarding, Qin Shaohai observed the surrounding warships for Burke-class destroyers produced by the planetary fortress, designed for perimeter patrol, accompanied by 4 Seawolf-class nuclear submarines lurking beneath the surface. At that moment, the planetary fortress found itself near the midpoint of the Pacific Ocean, close to the Nemo Point, devoid of any other vessels or aircraft. However, the possibility of satellites overhead remained, prompting the activation of the cloaking and concealment systems. After 2 days of transformation, Lan Yu Air reappeared before Qin Shaohai in a more authentic form, leaving him captivated by her enhanced beauty. Her devilish figure, adorned in the same form-fitting uniform, appeared even more enticing, particularly with the 4 gilded characters private secretary emblazoned on her nameplate, stirring Qin Shaohai's imagination. Lan Yu Air's expressions had also become more animated. Under her company, Qin Shaohai frequently navigated the vicinity of the warship in a small aircraft, gradually familiarizing himself with its structure and some basic compartments. However, mastering and fully acclimating to the enormity of this warship would likely take a year or 2. Once the small aircraft landed on the command island's helipad, Lan Yu Air inquired, "Mr. President, where would you like to go next?" After a moment's contemplation, Qin Shaohai responded, "Are there any firearms aboard? I would like to try one." Lan Yu Air chuckled softly, "Mr. President, we can manufacture any firearms available on Earth, and we also possess those not found on Earth, such as the neutron gun from Sirius and lightspeed guns. What kind of firearm are you interested in?" "Wonderful. I am particularly fond of the Precision 191 rifle." Qin Shaohai exclaimed with excitement. "Please prepare 10 magazines for me." After consulting her miniature computer on her wrist, Lan Yu Air hesitantly remarked, "Mr. President, I could not find any information on the 191 precision rifle you mentioned. Could it be that you have made an error? How is it possible that such a straightforward rifle cannot be found online, with photographs and data readily available?" Qin Shaohai inquired, a hint of irritation evident in his voice. Having experienced several days of presidential adoration, he had quickly adapted to his new role, infusing his speech with a tone of authority. "Indeed, Mr. President, it truly cannot be found," Lan Yu Air replied, somewhat distressed. "Impossible. How could a rifle that has been mass-produced not be found? Perhaps we could start with an M4 instead." "No, wait. If even the 191 is untraceable," then Qin Shaohai abruptly paused, a thought striking him. "Could it be that I have somehow returned to a past year?" Lan Yu Air, "What year is it?" "Mr. President, it is the year 2005 in your Earth's Gregorian calendar." "Ah, 2005? Has the magnetic interplay of the cosmos affected time?" Qin Shaohai rapidly contemplated his current predicament. Having traversed back to 2005, the possibility of returning seemed bleak. However, with a superplanetary battleship at his disposal, far advanced in technology beyond Earth's capabilities, perhaps the fantasies of his youth could indeed materialize. Imagining various scenarios and narratives, Qin Shaohai addressed Lan Yu Air. "Let us take a flight on one of those aircraft and explore other locations. Additionally, do you possess any communication devices that would allow me to maintain contact with the planetary fortress?" "Mr. President, our onboard communication system can seamlessly connect to Earth's communication networks and can also be integrated into any designated object," she replied. "Then, let it be my glasses." "Very well, Mr. President. We have already scanned your glasses, and shortly, a custom-designed pair will be delivered to you," Lan Yu Air said, glancing at the miniature computer on her wrist. "It will include a communication system and a compact intelligent terminal to assist you in analyzing various visual data. When necessary, it can directly connect to the ship's intelligent control system. Please arrange this for me. Once the aircraft is ready, we shall depart immediately." "Understood. I will arrange for a private aircraft for you." Before long, 2 soldiers approached, carrying an M4 carbine, mimicking the actions from a video game. Qin Shaohai expertly inserted the magazine, and under Lan Yu Air's watchful gaze, he extended his right hand, hooking the T-shaped bolt at the back of the rifle with his thumb, executing a stylish chambering motion accompanied by a crisp click. "Ah, Lan Yu Air, hurry, it's stuck. Ouch, it hurts." Chapter 3. The President's Journey Requires Protection. Is your combat spacecraft equipped with a private jet? Of course, you are the President. In terms of terrestrial hierarchy, you are the leader of a nation. Thus, it is only fitting that you have a private aircraft, even if one were not available. The planetary fortress could swiftly construct the most advanced jet on Earth for your convenience. Sighing, Qin Shaohai remarked, "It seems that adapting to this change in identity will take some time." Upon reaching the second tier of the flight deck at the rear of the ship, Qin Shaohai observed a silver Boeing 747 quietly stationed there, devoid of any identification numbers or logos. Curiously, he inquired, "Is this a Boeing 747? Why does it lack any insignia?" To ensure our concealment and facilitate the President's travel, We can only replicate existing terrestrial designs. After careful selection, this model was deemed most suitable for your journeys. As for the aircraft's identification and logos, they will be adjusted according to circumstances, so please do not worry. Languer explained. Is this aircraft intelligent as well? Can it alter its identification details or transponder codes based on destination or other requirements? Indeed, Mr. President. These are quite rudimentary technologies. As she spoke, Languer began to call out, Mr. President, preparations for boarding are underway. Please have all teams ready. Qin Shaohai hurriedly asked, Languer, what is this about? Mr. President, your travels are subject to strict regulations, necessitating a security detail and escort aircraft. Ah yes, the President does have special protection. Let us first take a brief detour over the little notebook. After a moment of hesitation, Languer asked, Mr. President, where is this little notebook you mentioned? The battleship's database does not contain such a location. The little notebook refers to the Neon Country, Qin Shaohai emphasized. Languer shook her head, Mr. President. It still does not appear in the records. That cannot be. Although this island nation is somewhat small, it must be in the database. Please bring up the electronic map, and I will direct you. Languer promptly activated the quantum interactive projection map. It was Qin Shaohai's first encounter with such technology. Although he had heard of the so-called electronic sand table system capable of projection, the rotating globe before him appeared so lifelike, as if he were truly gazing at Earth from space. What astonished Qin Shaohai even more was that when he reached out to touch the holographic image, the Earth magnified at the point of contact. This holographic image is operable by touch. Qin Shaohai asked in wonder. Yes, Mr. President, this is quantum interactive holographic technology. You may perceive it as a tangible object. You can manipulate it freely, and the system will recognize your commands. How fantastical! Qin Shaohai exclaimed, moving his fingers across the globe before finally pointing to the location of the little notebook. Right here, the little notebook I mentioned. The Neon Country, this is the island nation I am referring to. Mr. President, according to the records in the Planetary Fortress database, this location belongs to a nation called Dongi. Qin Shaohai pondered, perhaps this is a matter of translation. Having resolved the issue of addressing the destination, Qin Shaohai, accompanied by Languer and several guards, ascended the boarding stairs of the 747. Upon entering the aircraft, Qin Shaohai observed that its interior was far from the usual configuration of a commercial airliner. There were but a few luxurious seats, while the remainder was composed of various small compartments. At the front and rear, there were rooms designated for security personnel, while the central area housed the passenger cabin, presidential suite, secure chamber, conference room, lounge, bathroom, bedroom, and a compact onboard medical facility. Qin Shaohai and Languer proceeded directly to the presidential suite, whereupon several staff members and guards rose to pay their respects. As the plane gradually took off, Qin Shaohai began to acclimatize to his new role, gazing at the 6 aerial combat aircraft, clad in the guise of F-15 fighters, escorting the private jet. And then at the futuristic equipment within the cabin, Qin Shaohai fell into contemplation. Suddenly, a red flash appeared on the lenses of his glasses, and a small escort vessel came into view. Mr. President, the planetary fortress has detected a vessel belonging to the overseas territory of John, located 200 nautical miles away, on a course that will bring it dangerously close to the planetary fortress, came the report. Do you have any plans to address this? Qin Shaohai inquired with curiosity. In normal circumstances, we have 3 options. First, to sink the vessel. Second, to take control of the warship and force it to turn back. Third, to create a short-range jump point in front of the warship, allowing it to traverse autonomously to another maritime area. However, the current propulsion system of the warship is too weak to enable more than a 50-kilometer short-range jump, the officer explained. Sinking it is out of the question. There is no land within 2,000 kilometers of Nemo Point, and those aboard would not survive. A 50-kilometer jump is also meaningless. Let us proceed with taking control of the warship, Qin Shaohai commanded decisively. Understood, Mr. President, Languer acknowledged, tapping her wrist communicator. The President has ordered the takeover of the John warship's control, enforcing a return to port. After relaying the command, Languer turned to Qin Shaohai and remarked, Mr. President, the private jet is about to accelerate. Gradually, Qin Shaohai noticed the clouds outside the window becoming increasingly blurred and inquired of Languer, what is happening? With a sweet smile, Languer explained, Mr. President, this is due to the aircraft's high speed. We are currently cruising at Mach 9. However, you need not worry. The cabin is equipped with multi-ring anti-gravity generators, so you will not experience significant gravitational acceleration. We will be arriving over the main island of Dongi in approximately 45 minutes. Would you like to lower the altitude to survey Dongi, or do you have other plans? Let us circle around the capital bay of Dongi to observe their capital and main island, and then fly south to Ryukyu to check on the special operations team. As per your orders, Qin Shaohai instructed, gesturing for Lan Wei to relay his command. Hearing a series of commands, Qin Shaohai promptly received instructions to take control of the radar systems surrounding the Dongi Nation, modify its air traffic control systems, disable the communications of its aerial self-defense forces, and obscure satellite surveillance networks above the Dongi territory. Furthermore, he was to establish a cloaking channel in the skies while shutting down the corresponding air defense systems nearby. At that moment, Lan Wei reminded him, Mr. President, we have detected 2 F-2 fighter jets from the Dongi self-defense forces and 2 F-18 fighter jets from the 7th Fleet of the Sam Nation conducting aerial drills south of the capital bay, near Yokosuka. The imagery of these aircraft immediately materialized on Qin Shaohai's glasses. Instruct the system to take over the missile control systems of these jets and enable mutual firing, he commanded. Mr. President, they are equipped solely with training munitions. Mutual firing would not result in any downing, Lan Wei replied with a hint of confusion. I am aware they are armed with training rounds. However, unless we create a situation for them, how could we compel them to vacate our airspace? Understood, Mr. President. This could indeed intimidate the opposing pilots, Lan Wei responded, her eyes widening with amusement. Oh, this artificial intelligence can express such sentiments? Qin Shaohai was taken aback, pondering the advanced nature of this technology, which surpassed that of Earth. As Qin Shaohai reveled in the skies above Dongi's main island, a ripple warning appeared on the display of his glasses. Lan Wei hurriedly announced, Mr. President, the planetary fortress has detected a magnetic vortex on Earth. The coordinates of the vortex are 12-26-12, 67N, 5208-22, 2080. It is a sudden emergence of a magnetic gravitational vortex, albeit of low energy, rated at level 2. Qin Shaohai, somewhat perplexed, inquired, Where? What does this signify? What does level 2 represent? Why would the planetary fortress detect such a phenomenon? Where is this coordinate? Mr. President, the planetary fortress was indeed transmitted here by a magnetic vortex. Additionally, the planetary fortress can create a jump point around the warship, enabling instantaneous relocation to another position. This too is a form of magnetic vortex. To explain in terms familiar to you on Earth, a magnetic vortex can be likened to a stargate or wormhole. The universe is permeated with gravitational forces. Even in the dark cosmic spaces of certain galaxies, there exist gravitational influences from neighboring galaxies, dark matter, or black holes. However, the universe is vast and fraught with uncertainties. When a region experiences a sudden decrease or increase in gravitational force, a gravitational vortex or magnetic gravitational vortex will manifest. The cosmos operates on a constant basis. When one area exhibits a gravitational vortex, it signifies that another area will experience a counteracting gravitational vortex. Many naturally occurring gravitational vortices pose little danger, as nothing particularly hazardous is transmitted through their centers. However, artificially created vortices are exceedingly perilous, as only advanced civilizations possess the capability to generate them bilaterally, akin to what you Earthlings refer to as wormholes for transportation. The magnetic vortex detected by the planetary fortress is classified as a level 2 vortex. Level 2 vortices are only capable of facilitating intermolecular transmission, thus posing minimal danger. However, should the vortex escalate to level 5 or above, it would possess the capability to transport a vehicle or even a small aircraft. Additionally, the energy surrounding such a vortex would reach approximately 2.01012 joules, equivalent to about 477 tons of TNT. If the vortex manifests on land, it would induce a minimum of a level 4 earthquake, and if it occurs in the ocean, it would trigger a tsunami. I understand, Yuer. So, where is the location of this vortex? Blue Yuer responded, in the Gulf of Aden. Chapter 4. Establishing the national management layer. Qin Shaohai directed the private aircraft to swiftly reach the region of the Gulf of Aden. However, no anomalies were detected, and the onboard equipment revealed no signs of vortex energy. Being a man from the future, Qin Shaohai was acutely aware of the rumors surrounding the Stargate in the Gulf of Aden from 2010. Despite the absence of any findings, he nonetheless ordered the fleet to deploy probes into the sea and to continuously monitor the energy fluctuations in the vicinity. Subsequently, He instructed the fleet to alter its course, and, after visiting the Fifth Fleet of the United States, the aircraft returned to the planetary bastion as per orders. Upon returning to the planetary bastion, Qin Shaohai convened a meeting with the officers for the first time. Lacking a thorough understanding of the ship's officer hierarchy, he enlisted the assistance of Lan Yuer to summon the relevant officers. As he surveyed the array of individuals clad in diverse uniforms, Qin Shaohai found it difficult to articulate his feelings. He simply understood that they were all obedient to his commands. Who was responsible for the military strength of this vessel? Qin Shaohai inquired. An officer who had come to greet him beneath the island of the ship stood and replied, "Mr. President, that would be me." "Very well. I shall refer to you as Lin Peter. Your designation will be that of Minister of Defense, a full ministerial rank, classified as C1. Please provide me with an overview of our armed forces." "Yes, Mr. President. Currently, the ship is manned by a total of 21,000 naval personnel, including 12,000 Marines, with 9,000 dedicated to the operation, maintenance, and logistics of the vessel. The planetary bastion is normally staffed by 900 personnel, allowing for an additional 100 to be allocated for the operation of subsequently produced warships. The Marine Corps is divided into 6 brigades, each comprising 2,000 personnel, equipped as necessary with various armaments from Earth. According to the ship's regulations, our equipment may only be deployed under specific circumstances with presidential authorization unless directly attacked. In addition to naval personnel, there are also onboard aviators, totaling 900 pilots, operating various types of fighter jets, bombers, and transport aircraft, along with an aerial assault team of approximately 600 members. The ship is also equipped with a police unit and a security detachment, each consisting of 800 individuals, whose primary responsibilities include the protection of the vessel and the maintenance of order within the onboard social ecology. In emergencies, they can be trained to transition into naval and air forces. Lastly, we have a presidential special guard unit, comprising around 200 personnel, of which 780 are combat operatives. Furthermore, there are over 7,000 auxiliary, logistical, and engineering personnel aboard the ship. Thus, the total complement of the planetary bastion stands at 34,300 individuals. However, due to the significant decline in the ship's power caused by three-dimensionalization, we are currently unable to produce any more intelligent personnel. Now, please elaborate on the production capabilities. Particularly regarding weaponry, Qin Shaohai continued to inquire. The ship is equipped with a production nest on each side. The left side is designated for the manufacture of large-scale equipment, while the right side focuses on the mass production of smaller items. Additionally, there is a massive equipment production workshop at the rear of the ship, featuring 3 sets of production equipment, 2 large and 1 small. As long as there are sufficient raw materials, battleships can produce all products on this planet, with the speed of production contingent upon the quality of the items. Theoretically, under conditions of ample resources, the fabrication of an ordinary fighter jet requires approximately 2 days, while a tank also necessitates a similar span. The production of a rifle takes about 5 to 10 minutes. However, manufacturing an aircraft carrier exceeding 80,000 tons would demand around 4 months, and a Burke-class destroyer would take roughly 2 weeks. Understood. How are these resources currently acquired? Qin Shaohai inquired. The current method involves deep-sea mining, and this region contains numerous remnants of spacecraft that can be repurposed. However, the resources in this area are limited, restricting our ability to produce a large quantity of equipment. We need to seek new docking points. Mr. President, please observe this screen. We have marked potential docking points that meet our criteria. The seabed beneath these locations is rich in various minerals and petroleum resources. Qin Shaohai scrutinized the designated locations on the large screen, contemplating how to choose a site to provide greater assistance to his future homeland. The position must not be too distant, yet it should not be too close either, to avoid overlapping with national interests. After much deliberation, Qin Shaohai settled on an uninhabited triangular island marked as Japan's Nanbird Island, east of Dongi, pointing to the location and stating, "This shall suffice." Next, he proposed using photographs from his mobile device to replicate some fighter jets and warships to replace the current replicas in use, thereby minimizing the risk of exposure. This includes the 191 precision rifle, the J-20 stealth aircraft, the 052DL destroyer, and the 055 destroyer, along with the prototype J-35, which is still in development. For the Army, we will use the WZ-10, and as for submarines, Let us initially employ the Seawolf. Mr. President, this area is currently under the jurisdiction of Dongi. If we proceed there, according to Earth's regulations, it may precipitate a conflict with Dongi, especially since they have a defense agreement with the United States, which would significantly increase the likelihood of American intervention. I am aware, of course, Qin Shaohai replied with a sardonic smile. Very well, Mr. President. I recommend that we commence the expedited production of warships and aircraft that may be utilized during the conflict as we navigate. Certainly. I entrust this evaluation and production to you. However, the existing Burke-class and F-15 units require adjustments to avoid attracting the attention of the United States. Modifications may be necessary. Or we could utilize the equipment from the photographs on my phone. Qin Shaohai advised, then suddenly recalled an important matter. He turned seriously to the intelligent beings before him and said, make every effort to remain undetected, particularly ensuring that no one else, especially other nations, learns of your origins. Otherwise, with the Western world's control over media and their capacity for indoctrination, they could easily portray us as an alien civilization invading, inciting the world to wage war against us. As Qin Shaohai concluded his remarks, the display screen had already analyzed the military capabilities of the Dongi Kingdom, along with the troop strength of the station's SAM forces, determining the minimum naval vessels and aircraft required for the initial conflict, at least 5 to 6 destroyers, 24 fighter jets for early warning aircraft, and 120 Marine commandos, along with a solitary aircraft carrier for deterrence. Upon reviewing this information, Qin Shaohai stated, very well, the shipyard of the planetary fortress will be responsible for producing the aircraft carrier. We shall base it on the Variac, while incorporating modifications inspired by the USS Kitty Hawk, including the installation of 2 steam catapults. The forward deck shall be transformed into a straight deck, with the deck area and the carrier's hull proportionately lengthened and widened to achieve a displacement of 80,000 tons. Let production commence immediately. While it may not be utilized in the early stages of the conflict, it will prove beneficial later on. Additionally, the 4 completed Burke-class destroyers must undergo modification swiftly. We must ensure they do not appear as Burke-class vessels, allowing for superficial alterations while deferring other modifications for now. Concurrently, we will produce 2 additional 052DL destroyers, using the photos on my phone as a model. The internal functions and armament can be selected by the Intelligent Control Center according to the technological characteristics of this era. For the fighter jets, we may select the J-16 from my phone or modify the F-15, perhaps incorporating elements of the F-14's variable sweep wings, ensuring they do not resemble the F-15. Understood, Mr. President, the information has been input into the battleship's intelligent control system. Furthermore, who among you is responsible for foreign affairs? A refined woman, appearing to be around 40, stood up and replied, Mr. President, as per the designation, I am responsible for external communication and conveying presidential policies. Excellent. You shall be the Minister of Foreign Affairs, holding a rank equivalent to a departmental head, classified as C1. Your name will be Hira. It should not be overly influenced by Chinese culture, as it may impact my larger plans. Thank you, Mr. President. I will now establish the Department of Science and Industry. Mr. President, as per the designation, I am responsible for production technology and research and development, which aligns with what you referred to as the Department of Science and Industry. An older intelligent being clad in a blue uniform remarked, very well, you shall be the Minister of Science and Industry, also at the departmental head level, classified as C1. Your name will be Tlas. I also require a Prime Minister. Who among you fits this designation? The assembly exchanged glances, no one rising to answer. Qin Shaohai was compelled to rephrase. I seek someone to oversee foreign affairs, public welfare, technology, agriculture, education, infrastructure, national policy, finance, trade, and so forth. At this moment, 2 intelligent beings stood up, one of whom stated, Mr. President, we have analyzed the criteria and found that none fully meet your requirements. However, together, we encompass several of the necessary attributes. Upon hearing this, Qin Shaohai became intrigued. You too, please elaborate. Your Excellency, in my configuration, I encompass diplomacy, public welfare, technology, agriculture, and education. At this point, another individual interjected, Your Excellency, my configuration includes infrastructure, national policy, finance, and trade. It became evident to Qin Shaohai that neither of them had been designed to be omnipotent. Their capabilities were limited to a select few domains. He pondered whether the serious beings had taken precautions against these intelligent entities. Very well, I comprehend. Upon our arrival at South Bird Island, I have resolved to commence the expansion of the island and establish a defensive perimeter. When the time is ripe, we shall declare the formation of a new nation, the name of which I shall reveal at the appropriate moment. For now, I announce the implementation of a Prime Minister rotation system. You two shall temporarily hold C1 level positions, equivalent to ministerial rank, each serving as Prime Minister for a duration of 2 years before rotating. Pointing to the tall, somewhat handsome, intelligent individual, he declared, "You shall be named Chris." Then, gesturing towards the younger individual with a distinctly Eastern appearance, he continued, "You will be known as Damo. Together, you shall form the Sword of Damocles. Furthermore, I wish to appoint Lanwe as the Minister of Warship Management and Administration. I shall provisionally appoint these few ministerial positions, and we shall deliberate on any circumstances that arise in the future." After concluding the arrangements, Qin Shaohai returned to his chamber and requested Lanwe to impart knowledge about the warship to him. As for the subsequent activities that would ensue once the tutoring became tiresome, those details could be omitted. However, observing Lanwe's obedient demeanor and her alluring, elegant presence stirred a slight impulse within Qin Shaohai, a man in the prime of his life. He mused to himself that perhaps a casual touch or caress would not result in repercussions. Chapter 5. The Birth of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom, the Planet Fortress. Having leisurely navigated for 4 months, is on the verge of reaching the waters surrounding South Bird Island in the southeastern region of the Eastern E Kingdom. The slow pace is not due to a lack of power, but rather to allow time for the production of equipment. Qin Shaohai has tirelessly collaborated with Lanwe to explore the functionalities of the warship, constructing a departmental framework alongside several ministers. Through diligent effort, Qin Shaohai has not only grasped the fundamental capabilities of the warship, but has also come to understand that Lanwe, like women on Earth, is flesh and blood, possessing a complete set of organs and functions, with the notable quality of delicate and elastic skin. Simultaneously, the initial armed forces of the warship have been largely established, equipped with the latest weaponry of this era, enhanced in appearance, and some internal functions based on existing arms. Today, Qin Shaohai formally announces the organization of the National Defense Forces. Standing on a makeshift platform on the second deck, accompanied by Lanwe and a host of ministers, he addresses the neatly lined-up officers of various military branches below. "We are about to establish a formidable ocean kingdom upon these vast seas, a nation dedicated to eradicating hegemony and serving all of humanity. I hereby declare that this nation shall be named the Hedes Ocean Kingdom, a name inspired by the ancient civilization that once flourished during the Han and Tang dynasties, represented by the initials of its pinyin. Our armed forces will consist of the National Defense Army and the Planet Fortress Defense Army. The latter will utilize the weaponry inherent to the Planet Fortress as our final safeguard. The National Defense Army will employ weaponry modeled after Earth's designs. The National Defense Army will be divided into the Navy, Marine Corps, Air Force, and police forces, including peacekeeping police. The Navy commander will be Lan Zhongli, holding the rank of Major General, with a deputy ministerial position at level C2. The Marine Corps will be under the jurisdiction of the Navy. The Navy will be structured into 3 major fleets: the Eastern Fleet, responsible for the area east of our nation extending to the Americas, temporarily comprising 1 aircraft carrier, the Pippi Shrimp, for simulated 052D destroyers, 6 simulated 054A frigates, and 3 Seawolf-class nuclear submarines. The carrier-based aircraft will include 78 FJ-15S, a combination of simulated F-14 and J-15, along with 8 ZJ-20 armed transport helicopters modeled after the Black Hawk, 8 CT-8 transport anti-submarine rescue aircraft modeled after the Mi-8 for electronic warfare aircraft, and 4 yet 3C early warning aircraft, with additional vessels to be supplemented later. The Western Fleet, responsible for the area west of our nation extending to the First Island chain, temporarily comprising 1 aircraft carrier, the Crab. For destroyers, 2 052D and 2 Berg-class, 12 simulated 054A frigates, and 4 Sea Wave-class nuclear submarines. The carrier-based aircraft will include a total of 78 FJ-15S, 8 ZJ-20 armed transport helicopters, 8 ZT-8 transport anti-submarine rescue aircraft for electronic warfare aircraft, and 4 yet 3C early warning aircraft, with further vessels to be added subsequently. The native fleet is tasked with the defense and patrol of the nation's surroundings, provisionally comprising 4 amphibious dock landing ships, for tank landing ships, and 1 amphibious assault ship. This fleet is equipped with 22 CJ-8B vertical takeoff and landing fighter jets, which mimic the AV-8B, 16 ZJ-20 armed transport helicopters, and 8 ZT-8 transport anti-submarine rescue aircraft. Additionally, it includes 16 054A frigates, 14 056 patrol vessels, and 10 4,000-ton Coast Guard ships armed with 155mm naval guns and short-range air defense missiles. The Marine Corps consists of 6 combined brigades and 1 air assault brigade, designated as the 1st through 6th Marine Brigades, along with the 11th Air Assault Brigade, which operates 32 WZ-10 armed helicopters, 18 Apache-like armed helicopters, 30 ZT-8 transport helicopters, and 42 ZJ-20 general transport aircraft. The Air Force is commanded by General Chung Feifeng, a major general at the deputy ministerial level, classified as C2. The Air Force is organized into 5 aviation divisions and 1 airborne brigade. The 1st Division is equipped with 50 FJ-15 fighter jets, modeled after the F-15, 50 FJ-16 fighter jets, imitating the J-16, and 20 FJ-20 fighter jets, resembling the J-20, focusing on air superiority. The 2nd Division possesses 60 FJ-15 fighter jets, 60 FJ-16 fighter jets, and 120 F-A-10 ground attack aircraft, based on the A-10, with an emphasis on ground attack capabilities. The 3rd Division operates 30 Y-20 transport aircraft, 50 C-130 transport aircraft, and 40 ZT-8 transport helicopters for strategic deployment. The 4th Division is armed with 20 HB-20 stealth bombers, modeled after the H-20, and 40 H-160 bombers, based on the Tu-160. The 5th Division includes various special aircraft, such as early warning aircraft, tankers, anti-submarine aircraft, and electronic warfare planes, totaling 140 aircraft, among which 4 presidential aircraft fall under its management. Following the appointment ceremony, Qin Shaohai, accompanied by the rotating Prime Minister Dharma, Foreign Minister Hila, and Lan Yuer, convened in a small conference room on the warship S Command Island. The 3 were summoned to discuss some details concerning our kingdom, particularly regarding the subsequent expansion of the reclaimed island. We aim to base our reclamation operations on Southbird Island, employing corrosion-resistant special steel for reinforcement. Given our location on a seismic belt, we require your expertise to ensure that our new territory remains resilient against earthquakes. In special circumstances, it must possess the capability for segmented flotation, meaning it can be towed by the planetary bastion. The reclaimed territory must encompass 5,000 square kilometers. In addition to establishing 5 smaller islands around the main landmass, situated 1 nautical mile from the main island. These isles will serve as a barrier to the main island, where we will construct military ports, airports, and defensive facilities. Currently under construction is Mars Island, where the planetary bastion will discreetly moor to the north of the main island. Additionally, 3 artificial islands will be established near the mooring site to protect the planetary bastion. The expanse of our maritime kingdom will encompass 1 main island and 8 surrounding isles. The principal island is named Hedes Island, while the 8 smaller islands are designated as Mercury Island, Venus Island, Earth Island, Mars Island, Jupiter Island, Saturn Island, Uranus Island, and Neptune Island. The area of the principal island must be ensured to reach or exceed 5,000 square kilometers, combined with the area of the 8 smaller islands. The total area of our Hedes Ocean Kingdom must amount to 6,000 square kilometers. This will enable the establishment of residential areas, commercial zones, tourist attractions, governmental institutions, and military facilities. The architecture on the principal island must maintain uniformity to prevent easy identification by foreign satellites. I propose the establishment of 5 provinces on the principal island, with the urban planning of these provinces inspired by the Taiji diagram. Crucially, the governmental institutions should be centrally located within Hedes Island, where a distinctive central island will be constructed. Significant governmental bodies shall operate on this central island, with civilians and tourists prohibited from entering this area. In the Central Administrative District of Zhongjing City, a dedicated area must be set aside for the Foreign Affairs Department and the subsequent embassies and consulates of various nations, which should be situated adjacent to the central island. The conceptual image of Hedes Island depicts the central island as the administrative district, with 6 sectors representing 5 provinces and 1 special administrative region. The entire central island, along with the adjacent area, shall be designated as the Political Central Special Zone, named Zhongjing City. Apart from the Zhongjing City Special Zone, 5 provinces shall be established extending to the coastline. Good Province, translated from gold, Yu Province, from wood, Water Province, from water, Fae Province, from fire, and Shaoao Province, from soil. Additionally, a military exclusion zone, comprising 3 smaller islands, will be created as the Northern Star Special Zone. The true presidential office, the Ministry of Defense, and other vital institutions shall be located aboard the planetary fortress, while the terrestrial institutions aim to facilitate integration and communication with the world. Thus, our nation will comprise 2 special zones and 5 provinces, covering an area of 6,000 square kilometers. If there are no objections, let this plan be enacted, with Prime Minister Damo entrusted with full responsibility to complete the fundamental framework by the end of this year, allowing the nation to commence its operations officially. Furthermore, in my absence, Prime Minister Damo may exercise the powers of the presidency. Minister Hela of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I hereby authorize you to announce the birth of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom to the world at 6 p.m. this evening. Our nation is situated at 24 north latitude and 153 east longitude, and we require all passing vessels and transit aircraft to report their journeys in advance. Additionally, we declare our territorial waters to be provisionally set at 12 nautical miles, with an exclusive economic zone extending 200 nautical miles beyond. Chapter 6. Aerial Standoff in the Exclusive Economic Zone one day. While the headlines of major nations were preoccupied with the latest gossip surrounding a celebrity, an unexpected news flash seized the forefront of global attention, a nameless island in the southeastern Pacific, belonging to the Dongi Nation, abruptly declared the establishment of a maritime kingdom named Hedes. The kingdom announced its prime minister, Damo, along with key government officials such as the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Hela, the Minister of Defense, Linpeter, and the Minister of Science and Industry, Tras. Initially, this proclamation was met with widespread derision. Yet as the geographical coordinates of this new nation were revealed, along with its declaration of territorial waters and exclusive economic zone, the global enforcers and their subordinate, the Dongi Nation, were compelled to dispatch naval vessels and aircraft for verification. The Sam Nation swiftly launched an EP-3 surveillance aircraft and 2 F-15 fighter jets from its Guangxi Island base, while the Eastern Coast Guard sent the High Wave-class destroyer, Gabwa, and 2 patrol vessels for reconnaissance. Thanks to the planetary fortress, which can connect to any nation's military and civilian networks, including satellites and various military communications, Qin Shaohai was fully aware of this reconnaissance operation. He promptly ordered 2052D destroyers, 2054A frigates, and 4 FJ-16 fighter jets to engage. As this marked the first formal display of military confrontation, Qin Shaohai participated in the command alongside military control personnel from the Flight Control Center on the ship's island. At an altitude of 4,000 meters, 230 nautical miles from the concealed planetary fortress, on board the Sam military's EP-3 electronic reconnaissance aircraft, Peter remarked, "It's peculiar. We usually head west towards the first island chain for our missions. Why are we suddenly assigned to the northeast today? There is not a soul out here." Jimmy replied, "Stay quiet. It's all the same where we execute our tasks. Who would dare to confront the Sam Nation's Air Force head-on? I just want to reach the designated position quickly and return. I recently met an Eastern girl serving at the base. She has even been an actress. Can you believe it? Exciting, right? Hey buddy, are you serious? Can I join you? Or maybe you could set me up in a few days." Peter chuckled. Just as he was preparing to negotiate with Jimmy, a voice crackled through their headsets. "Sam Nation Air Force EP-3. This is the Hedes Maritime Kingdom Air Force FJ-16 fighter jet. You are about to enter our exclusive economic zone. Please state your intentions. Repeat, please state your intentions." OMG. Guys, did you hear that? Hedes Maritime Kingdom? What nonsense is this? There is no such country here. It's all ocean. Did I mishear? Sam Nation Air Force EP-3. This is the Hedes Maritime Kingdom Air Force FJ-16 fighter jet. You are about to enter our exclusive economic zone. Repeat, you are about to enter our exclusive economic zone. Please state your intentions, or I will take warning measures. Do not concern yourselves with them. Maintain your course. I am keen to see who dares to take action against our military aircraft. Sam's Air Force EP-3. This is the Hedes Ocean Kingdom Air Force FJ-16 fighter jet. You are about to unlawfully enter our exclusive economic zone. This is your final warning. Should you fail to declare your intentions, I shall take measures against you. Continue on your current course and relay this information back to the Guam base." At that moment, an FJ-16 fighter jet, designated 81192, suddenly appeared to the left front of the EP-3. With the propulsion of its modified vector engines, the FJ-16 executed an astonishing Pugachev's Cobra maneuver. abruptly halting mid-air before instantaneously changing direction and accelerating. It performed a dazzling belly display maneuver directly in front of the EP-3, armed with an array of missiles on its 8 external hardpoints. How did they materialize so suddenly? Why did the F-15 escort fail to respond? Call the F-15s and instruct them to position themselves ahead of us. We are not fighters. Perhaps hearing the EP-3's call or noticing the sudden emergence of the FJ-16s. 2 F-15 fighter jets accelerated forward to confront the approaching FJ-16 formation. The modified FJ-16s, possessing superior maneuverability and thrust-to-weight ratio compared to the F-15s, were seen executing a barrel roll around one of the F-15s, circling it repeatedly. The F-15 pilot, struck with trepidation, dared not make any erratic maneuvers. He had witnessed barrel rolls before, but this aircraft was continuously orbiting him in such a manner. A novice pilot would have succumbed to dizziness, and an ordinary aircraft would likely have suffered mechanical failure by now. Meanwhile, another FJ-16 executed maneuvers around the F-15, enveloping it regardless of how the F-15 attempted to maneuver. The other 2 F-16s focused on the EP-3. One flew ahead of the EP-3, intermittently dispensing chaff, while the other positioned itself behind the EP-3, activating its targeting system. The piercing warning sounds of being locked on relentlessly hammered against the hearts of the crew within the aircraft. After approximately 5 minutes of stalemate, the SAM's pilots finally succumbed, causing the EP-3 to sharply turn away. However, the F-15 was utterly ensnared, too fearful to change direction, as doing so would likely result in a collision with the FJ-16 executing tactical maneuvers around it. This location is about 2,000 kilometers from Guam, and all aircraft have refueled in the air. Let the FJ-16s entangle them for a few more minutes and observe their fuel consumption, Qin Shaohai remarked. Report to the president. We have detected that the opposing F-15 fighter jets possess enough fuel for only 1,000 kilometers of flight. Additionally, a KC-135 refueling aircraft has been detected circling 700 kilometers away. Lan Yuer relayed the information gathered by the planetary fortress. All right, Yuer. Take control of the KC-135 refueling system and execute the aerial refueling procedure, leaving not a single drop of fuel behind. Lan Yuer gazed in astonishment at Qin Shaohai. Mr. President, these 2 F-15C aircraft have a theoretical combat radius of 1,967 kilometers, but in reality, it is only 1,860 kilometers. After several minutes of engagement and afterburner use, although they received mid-air refueling once, they now have enough fuel to fly only 900 kilometers. At this rate, these 2 F-15s may not return. I am well aware of that. Follow the orders, Qin Shaohai commanded sternly. Mr. President, the 2 pilots may end up in the sea, given the current sea temperature. Even with full survival gear, they cannot survive beyond 2 hours. Lan Yuer, being an artificial intelligence, could not fully comprehend the depths of human treachery. 2 hours is sufficient time for our frigate to arrive. Proceed, Qin Shaohai replied decisively. Understood, Mr. President. I have already instructed a nearby 054A class frigate to stand by in the F-15's return region. Lan Yuer swiftly relayed the commands. At that moment, one side of the ongoing conflict finally surrendered. This is the FJ-16 fighter jet of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom Air Force. This is the escorting F-15 of the Sam Nation Air Force. We are about to turn back for our return journey. Please clear the airways. Initially, Qin Shaohai did not wish for matters to escalate unnecessarily, so he ordered the FJ-16 to cease its maneuvers, occupy the northeast flight path, and clear the southwest route for the F-15 to turn back. The KC-135 refueling aircraft, with its sensors disabled, remained oblivious to the fact that the fuel it carried had been secretly depleted. Hours later, when the F-15s returned to rendezvous with the KC-135 as planned, no matter how they coordinated, no fuel was injected into the F-15s. After half an hour of futile attempts, they discovered that the KC-135 was out of fuel. This revelation struck the 2 pilots of the F-15s like a bolt from the blue, as the F-15C is a single-seat aircraft. There was no time to send another KC-135. After some commotion, the F-15s could only fly for about another 100 kilometers. Eventually, 1,100 kilometers north of the Guam base, the 2 F-15s gradually descended below 2,000 meters, and 2 white parachutes blossomed in the sky. That night, as the 054A class frigate approached within 200 kilometers of the parachuting pilots, it launched a shipborne helicopter to rescue the 2 shivering pilots. The tardy rescue vessels and helicopters of the Sam Nation Navy only discovered 2 circular orange life rafts nearby, with no sign of the pilots. At 10 p.m., as the Secretary of Defense and the Secretary of State were briefing the President about the situation reported from the Guam base, major television networks interrupted their programming to broadcast an urgent news report. The newly appointed spokesperson for the Hedes Ocean Kingdom's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Louis Fair, was speaking. With her beautiful golden hair, exquisite and sharply defined features, along with a standard S-shaped seductive figure, she instantly captivated nearly all the men who were watching this breaking news. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Hedes has been authorized to issue the following announcement. At approximately 8 a.m. today, within our southwestern exclusive economic zone, our Air Force detected a Samland PE-3 electronic reconnaissance aircraft and 2 F-15C fighter jets unlawfully intruding. Our Air Force swiftly deployed 4 FJ-16 fighter jets to verify and escort them away. Throughout this operation, both military aircraft demonstrated professionalism and amicability characteristic of contemporary air forces, exchanging greetings before turning to disengage. Regrettably, due to range limitations, the American F-15 aircraft ran out of fuel mid-flight and subsequently crashed, with the pilot successfully ejecting and parachuting to safety. A nearby naval frigate, conducting patrol duties, fortuitously passed by and, upon receiving distress signals from the 2 parachuting pilots, acted on humanitarian grounds to rescue them. Currently, both pilots are in stable condition. However, due to prolonged deprivation of food and water, coupled with the local frigid temperatures, they are experiencing varying degrees of dehydration and hypothermia. Presently, they are receiving further medical treatment aboard our naval frigate. And our nation is committed to maintaining amicable relations with all countries, including Samland. Chapter 7. The Sinking of the Galactic-class Destroyer in the Presidential Palace of Sam Nation. President Joe Seba expressed his indignation. Gentlemen, just 2 days ago, I believe this was merely a jest concocted by a fool. However, yesterday, we lost 2 F-15 fighter jets worth tens of millions of dollars, and even the pilots have fallen into their hands. Can anyone elucidate this situation? George, like you, we are utterly ignorant of this so-called Kingdom of Hedes. I have inquired with the CIA, FBI, the State Department, and even relevant agencies of the United Nations. Yet none have heard of this so-called Kingdom of Hedes. It appears to have emerged from thin air, remarked Secretary of State Lord. Mr. President, I must caution you that the FJ-16 fighter jets purportedly employed by this so-called Kingdom of Hedes possess astonishing capabilities in aerial dogfights with our F-15s. They can execute prolonged S-shaped and barrel maneuvers for several minutes, a feat that transcends our understanding of technology. Furthermore, their engines are more advanced than those of our forthcoming F-22A fighter jets, expressed the Defense Secretary with concern. Gentlemen, we, the Sam Nation, shall never permit an event beyond our control to transpire, nor shall we allow an unknown nation to influence our global strategy. Perhaps we should consider sending our Prot G to assess the situation, Joe Seba suggested to the Secretary of State, 220 nautical miles west of Nanio Island. Aboard the Galactic-class destroyer of the Dongi National Coast Guard, Captain Kumamoto Torinabu gazed at the radar with a perplexed expression. Could this suddenly emerged Kingdom of Hedes be real? How else can we explain the presence of this small fleet ahead of our vessel? Captain, it is rumored that yesterday, the Sam Nation's Air Force encountered considerable difficulties. Are we truly determined to enter their exclusive economic zone? Inquired a crew member. I cannot say for certain. According to maritime law, as long as we declare our intentions and disable our weapon systems, peaceful passage should pose no issue, until we ascertain the true nature of our counterparts. This is the best course of action. Yet, we cannot proceed in this manner, sighed Captain Kumamoto. The so-called Kingdom of Hedes claims territory right on our Nanio Island, which is indisputably ours. How can they occupy it without cause? Regardless of what the Sam Nation demands, we must expel them, otherwise the Prime Minister and the Chief Cabinet Secretary may be forced to resign, he asserted. Captain, the other party is requesting communication, but the communications officer hesitated. But what? The captain pressed. The other party is utilizing our encrypted channel, and the base is able to receive the communication simultaneously, the communications officer replied, awkwardly. Nanny? How could they access our encrypted channel? Has our military secret been compromised? This is impossible. If it were compromised, our allies in the Sam Nation would undoubtedly inform us, as they too utilize this system. Vessel number 110, the high wave-class destroyer of the Eastern Nation's Coast Guard. Your fleet is heading towards our exclusive economic zone. Please clarify your intentions. Please clarify your intentions. Reply to them. Our fleet is navigating towards our exclusive economic zone, and we request that you identify yourselves and promptly vacate our exclusive economic zone. Vessel number 110, the high wave class destroyer of the Eastern Nation's Coast Guard. This is your final warning. You are encroaching upon our exclusive economic zone, and since you have not clarified your intentions, we suspect your fleet harbors hostile intentions. This is your last warning. Should you fail to alter your course and depart, we shall take measures to halt your advance. How outrageous. This is undeniably our exclusive economic zone, and they dare to act aggressively while contemplating measures against us. Continue to respond, demand their departure, or we shall resort to the use of force to expel them. Captain, the opposing vessel is accelerating. The lookout reports. The opposing ship is flying the international signal flag D accompanied by a black ball, indicating mechanical failure. They are currently 2,000 meters away and rapidly approaching. The communications officer said nervously. What nonsense is this? What a coincidence. Just as the verbal sparring begins, they suffer a mechanical failure. Truly absurd. Do not evade. Do not evade. In the command room of the planetary fortress, Qin Shaolai happily sipped coffee, reclining in the luxurious leather command chair, gazing at the immense curved electronic display with satisfaction. Do not concern yourselves with them, simply ram into them. Let me see if the warships produced by the planetary fortress can withstand a collision with these smaller vessels. Once I occupy it, it becomes mine. Mr. President, please confirm the order. The part-time secretary, Lan Yuer, gazed at Qin Shaolai with her large, watery eyes. Continue to accelerate the destroyer. Aim to sink them. Remember, the smaller vessel will undoubtedly make an emergency turn to evade. Notify the onboard command system to take control of the destroyer and calculate the precise moment of their turn. Ensure that we succeed in sinking them, Qin Shaolai instructed. On the bridge of the high wave class destroyer, the captain exclaimed, "We are 700 meters away. 600 meters. 500 meters. Captain, if we do not evade now, it will be too late. Our current speed is too low. We cannot avoid this if we do not accelerate soon. I refuse to believe they truly intend to collide with us. We cannot turn. We must maintain our course," Captain Kumamoto exclaimed, his eyes wide with alarm. 350 meters. 280 meters. Captain, if we do not evade now, it will be too late. 200 meters. Captain, 160 meters. The officers in the command room were drenched in sweat, anxiously watching Captain Kumamoto, unable to withstand the tension any longer. Kumamoto realized he had never encountered such a reckless captain. The ship had not reduced speed, indicating an imminent, intimate encounter on the high seas. He could not afford to play this dangerous game. The consequences of a loss would be unbearable. With that thought, Kumamoto shouted, "Hard right. Move forward at full speed. Execute an emergency evasion." As the Gabwa-class destroyer smokestack belched forth thick plumes of black smoke, the warship accelerated with great force, veering to the right. However, the immense vessel's acceleration was sluggish, unlike that of an automobile. Inside the command room of the Gabwa, the crew watched in mounting frustration as the approaching enemy ship drew ever closer, cursing under their breath, "Baka, why is it accelerating so slowly? Turn faster, hurry, or we shall be too late." Just as they perceived that the two ships were on the verge of diverging from their collision course, an astonishing scene unfolded. The enemy destroyer inexplicably mirrored their turn, maintaining its bow directly aimed at their own vessel. 30 meters, Captain, we're about to collide, reported the anxious communications officer. Captain Kumamoto Torizumi could only shout that one phrase before a tremendous crash echoed from the midsection of the ship. The crew within the bridge were hurled like mere toys into the air, only to be forcefully slammed back down. After what felt like an eternity of disorientation, Captain Kumamoto was slowly helped to his feet. Amidst the haze, he could faintly hear voices calling his name. "Captain, Captain, we have flooding in the midsection. The hull is severely damaged. Repairs are impossible. The enemy destroyer has reversed. They are retreating. What shall we do?" Gradually regaining his composure, Kumamoto softly inquired, "Is the ship listing?" "Captain, the vessel has already tilted 7 degrees and continues to lean further." "What about personnel losses?" "We are unable to establish contact below the lower decks. The extent of casualties among the crew is currently unknown." "Captain, you must make a decision promptly. The ship is now listing at 8 degrees. Abandon ship, abandon ship. Notify the patrol vessel to come and assist." "Yes, Captain." At that moment, an officer grabbed the phone, urgently calling out, "Abandon ship, abandon ship. Inform the patrol vessel to come quickly." Chapter 8, Spokesperson, the golden-haired beauty, Louis Phil. In the video recording as Qin Xiaohai savored a sip of coffee, he remarked, "Indeed, Mr. President, the system will automatically document it, and according to its assessment, the sinking of the opposing military vessel while executing their mission could potentially incite war." The spirited Blue-ware interjected, "That is utterly impossible, given their nature." "They lack the audacity," Qin Xiaohai responded confidently. "Please summon the golden-haired Ice Queen." "Mr. President, the golden-haired Ice Queen?" Blue-ware, either jealous or genuinely perplexed, gazed at Qin Xiaohai with a look of bewilderment. "Oh, I misspoke. I meant the spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Louis Phil," Qin Xiaohai corrected himself awkwardly. As Blue-ware led Louis Phil to the side, Qin Xiaohai instructed, "Ware, have the destroyers and frigates encircle the 2 patrol boats of the Eastern people. Wait until they have rescued their personnel before we inquire about their purpose for being here." "Phil, come closer," Qin Xiaohai beckoned, pulling her beside him. He admired the golden-haired beauty's long, slender legs accentuated by her fitted uniform, contemplating if these serious beings were indeed human. Their aesthetic standards seemed to align with his own, particularly with the stunning individuals around him, whose alluring figures brought him great delight. Thus, Qin Xiaohai gently held Phil's hand while pondering his forthcoming words. "Mr. President, the system has detected a strong response in certain parts of your body. Would you like Blue-ware's assistance in addressing this?" Blue-ware inquired, leaning close to Qin Xiaohai's ear. "Oh, no, my apologies, I was momentarily distracted. That is, Phil, I called you here to convey that we will soon be confronting the Eastern Nation's naval vessels. During the standoff, we must address the mechanical failures of our vessels and their disregard for international navigation rules. Expressing our nation's strong condemnation and outrage while demanding an explanation and compensation from the Eastern E." "Yes, Mr. President," Louis Phil responded, standing at attention with her legs together in salute. The sudden emergence of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom had dominated the headlines of major countries worldwide in recent days, particularly after the confrontation between the Sam Nation's Air Force and that of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom. The world had become immensely intrigued by this audacious new entity challenging the global police. Upon learning that the Eastern Nation's Coast Guard vessels were navigating through the waters claimed by the Hedes Ocean Kingdom as territorial and exclusive economic zones, satellites from various nations began to closely monitor the area. Some media outlets even chartered cruise ships equipped with helicopters to gather first-hand information. At this juncture, the naval engagement between the two nations was under real-time surveillance by multiple satellites, leading to rapid dissemination of information following the collision of their naval destroyers. Almost simultaneously, mainstream media editors from major countries received a video email from an entity claiming to be the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom, continuing the pattern of communication established in previous announcements. Once again, the alluring spokesperson of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Hedes, Louis Phil, delivered a speech devoid of any expression, similar to that of the previous day. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Hedes has been authorized to issue the following announcement at approximately 10 a.m. on the 18th, roughly 220 nautical miles southwest of our nation, within the outer limits of our exclusive economic zone. 2 of our naval destroyers and 2 frigates were conducting routine patrols when they encountered a high-wave-class destroyer and 2 patrol vessels from the Eastern Nation approaching our exclusive economic zone in an irregular manner. Our naval vessels repeatedly requested that the Eastern military vessels clarify their intentions in accordance with international maritime law. However, they failed to comply with this request. At that moment, one of our destroyers experienced a severe mechanical failure while traveling at high speed, subsequently raising the D signal flag and displaying a black ball in accordance with international navigation rules. Yet, the Eastern vessels did not adhere to international conventions to evade, instead obstructing the path of our incapacitated destroyer, resulting in a violent collision between the 2 destroyers. Our nation expresses strong condemnation and outrage towards the barbaric and malicious actions of the Eastern Nation, demanding that their government conduct a thorough investigation into the incident and offer an apology and compensation to our nation, while reserving the right to take further action. Following the customary speech, the spokesperson turned away with an expressionless demeanor. Meanwhile, men from various nations gathered around their televisions, all drooling in admiration at the striking beauty of the Ice Queen. On October 19, 2005, at the United Nations headquarters in York, at the request of the Sam Nation, the 5 permanent members convened an urgent discussion on the newly established Kingdom of Hedes. In light of the abstentions from both the Panda Nation and the Bear Nation, the Sam Nation, the Louis Nation, and the Dongi Nation unanimously agreed to initiate an international investigation into the Kingdom of Hedes, spearheading the formation of an investigative committee. With participation from the Eastern Nation, the Netherlands, Belgium, the Chariot Nation, the Kangaroo Nation, and the Maple Leaf Nation, demanding the cooperation of the Kingdom of Hedes in the inquiry. Simultaneously, on the same day, the Eagle Aircraft Carrier Task Force departed from its home port in Yokosuka, heading towards the waters surrounding the Kingdom of Hedes for deterrence. However, a piece of news from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Hedes once again astonished the world at 10 a.m. on the 19th. As the United Nations was passing a resolution to investigate the Kingdom of Hedes, two H-160 bombers of the Hedes Air Force, resembling the Tu-160, flew at extremely low altitude across the air defense identification zone of the Eastern Nation, approaching their territorial waters from south to north in a show of force. The Eastern Air Self-Defense Force urgently scrambled two F-5E and two F-15J aircraft to verify and intercept, but the H-160 bombers swiftly outpaced the Eastern military aircraft, maintaining their course as they circled the airspace of the Eastern Nation. On the same day, the Foreign Minister of the Bear Nation urgently contacted the Foreign Minister of the Panda Nation to discuss the Kingdom of Hedes and the conflict with the Eastern and the Sam nations. Both parties agreed to attempt to reach out to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Hedes to engage in dialogue and communication. At 6 o'clock that evening, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Hedes promptly disseminated its daily video briefing to major media outlets. The renowned iceberg beauty, Louis Fee, once again graced the global stage, adorned in her signature uniform and golden tresses. Due to the absence of a response from the Dongi government regarding the recent maritime collision between our nations, this serves as both a warning and a deterrent. Our Air Force has, effective today, dispatched two strategic bombers to conduct routine training missions in the vicinity of Dongi's waters. We urge the Dongi government not to overanalyze this, as it constitutes standard military exercises. We hope that the Dongi government will approach this matter with a sense of responsibility and swiftly investigate the truth, issuing an apology and compensation to our nation. Additionally, our Ministry of Foreign Affairs has received a communication from the diplomatic departments of the Panda Nation and the Bear Nation. With the approval of our Prime Minister, Ms. Sheila, the Minister of Foreign Affairs will engage in discussions tomorrow with her counterparts from the Panda Nation and the Bear Nation. Furthermore, Prime Minister Dermer has expressed condolences to the nations and peoples affected by the 7.1 magnitude earthquake in South Asia, mourning the deceased while hoping to maintain effective communication regarding disaster relief and post-disaster reconstruction with all nations involved. A cargo aircraft, loaded with 400 tents and 200 boxes of medical supplies, has already embarked for the disaster-stricken area. The Kingdom of Hedes will also allocate $3 billion from its fiscal expenditures to cover the urgent procurement of supplies and reconstruction costs necessitated by the earthquake disaster. Chapter 9. The Pippi Shrimp Aircraft Carrier Battle Group and the Little Eagle Aircraft Carrier Battle Group. News from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom has stirred a cacophony of reactions across the globe. Media from the Pickled Vegetable Nation. This newly emerged Hedes Ocean Kingdom is leveraging natural disasters to garner the goodwill of the world's populace. Media from the Eastern Barbarians. From its inception, the Hedes Ocean Kingdom has exhibited hostility towards the Eastern Barbarians, while the government of the Eastern Barbarians has displayed utter confusion and cowardice in the face of this sudden crisis. Media from the Land of Sam. The Land of Sam has been soundly slapped in the face by this new maritime nation, as two of the most advanced aircraft belonging to the planet's mightiest air force plummeted into the sea after a fierce engagement. We cannot help but question whether this newly emerged Hedes Ocean Kingdom has employed the technology of the celestial beings. Media from the Land of John. This is a rogue state akin to pirates, attempting to exchange disaster relief for legitimacy as a recognized nation, yet cannot conceal its inherent nature as a rogue entity. Seated comfortably in a recliner, enjoying a leg massage from Louis Fei, Qin Shaohai listens contentedly as Lanware reads aloud the news from various nations, occasionally revealing a smirk. At this moment, the usually stoic Louis Fei suddenly inquired, "Mr. President, why have you named such a formidable aircraft carrier the Pippi Shrimp?" "Ah, you wouldn't understand. This is a memory from another dimension, a reminiscence regarding aircraft carriers. Back then, many of our military enthusiasts yearned deeply for an aircraft carrier, yet when we finally possessed one, they chose this naming convention to express their joy and pride." Qin Shaohai explained. Suddenly, an idea struck him. "By the way, where is the Pippi Shrimp Aircraft Carrier Battle Group?" Lan Yuer responded, "Mr. President, It is currently sailing westward at a speed of 32 knots, expected to encounter the perimeter patrol fighters of the Little Eagle aircraft carrier battle group in 4 hours. Good. We shall show them some strength. By the way, instruct the carrier aircraft to alter their fuselage numbers to 81,192. I want the pilots from the land of Sam to remember this number thoroughly, Qin Shaohai stated ominously. At that moment, Louis Fay remarked, Mr. President, in 10 minutes. It will be time for your scheduled call with the foreign minister of the Panda Nation. Do you have any instructions? Let me think. This is, after all, an extraterrestrial warship. Who knows when it might depart? I must, within this limited time frame, redefine the new order of this planet. It's worth the effort to be audacious. Qin Shaohai thought rapidly and then said, First, we must establish diplomatic relations with the Panda Nation as soon as possible and welcome their diplomatic institutions and media to our shores. Second, we need to support their technology as much as we can, particularly in military technology, to effectively counterbalance the West. Thus, we can extend invitations to their military delegations. Inform our people. We will answer any inquiries, and aside from the planetary fortress and existing technologies, all other technological and base facilities will be open to their military. I hope this will expedite their technological advancement, for with such formidable support, we can achieve equilibrium with the Western world. Thirdly, our Hedes Ocean Kingdom currently exists only in framework. Such an expansive territory requires extensive construction, and we seek their infrastructural support. The West has long imposed its dominion over the weaker through brute force, yet I shall shatter this paradigm. Do you comprehend, Yuer? Very well, Mr. President. I have duly noted that. 300 nautical miles west of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom, the USS Eagle aircraft carrier battle group was enveloped in the shrill sound of alarms. F-18s were being catapulted into the skies, the deck bustling with activity, some loading munitions, others directing aircraft launches, while yet more were occupied transporting warplanes from the hangar to the flight deck via the lift. Captain Todd, drenched in sweat, fixated on the display screens in the command center, where a multitude of Hedes Ocean Kingdom's carrier-based aircraft approached in a combat formation towards their aerial defense perimeter. The 4 F-14 Panda fighters, originally on patrol, suddenly felt the weight of impending pressure, compelling the carrier to urgently scramble aircraft for reinforcement. Captain Peter of the 111th Fighter Squadron within the 15th Carrier Air Wing listened intently to his wingman's urgent call over the headset. Leader, the enemy aircraft are less than 10 kilometers away. Should we engage? Should we engage? You reckless fool, they have over 50 fighters. Do you wish for death? Shall we merely stand by and watch as they pass us by? I have already informed the mothership. Our current task is to feign indifference. We must maintain our course. Captain Peter, his hands trembling, hovered over the catapult switch. 10 kilometers is a fleeting distance for fighter jets hurtling towards each other at high speeds, gazing at the Hedes Ocean Kingdom's carrier-based aircraft zipping past in close proximity. Peter's body stiffened, and he hurriedly activated the communicator. Eagle, the enemy has breached our aerial defense line. Repeat, the enemy has breached our aerial defense line. Exceeding 50 in number, now approaching the inner air defense zone in combat formation. Over. Acknowledged. Please adjust your course to follow them. Do not engage. Repeat. Do not engage. Upon hearing the directive to refrain from engagement, Captain Peter exhaled in relief. It was a jest. The opposing force clearly consisted of advanced third-generation fighters, coupled with a significant numerical superiority. With no declaration of war between our nations, I would be foolish to charge headlong into certain demise. After the carrier-based aircraft of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom surpassed the defensive line formed by 2 F-14s, they collectively engaged their afterburners, accelerating to a remarkable speed of 2.4 Mach as they swiftly approached the center of the USS Eagle aircraft carrier. At that moment, the entire battle group surrounding the USS Eagle was enveloped in blaring alarms, their shrill sounds relentlessly assaulting the sailors' senses. Unaccustomed to such a scenario, the sailors momentarily lost their previously honed discipline, resulting in a chaotic blend of frantic individuals and those stumbling in confusion. Historically, it had always been the case that the Sam state bullied smaller nations, and no air or naval force had ever dared to launch such an audacious assault on a carrier strike group's air defense perimeter with a large formation of advanced third-generation fighter jets. Yet, at this juncture, the Hedes Ocean Kingdom had not declared war against the Sam state. Thus, despite the palpable tension, the order to fire could not be given, as initiating combat without a clear understanding of the adversary was inconsistent with the esteemed characteristics of the Sam state military. as the USS Eagle urgently launched over 30 F-14 and F-18 fighter jets. They were still in the process of forming their aerial formation when the carrier-based aircraft of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom had already breached the inner defense perimeter. Each fighter jet could only pair off in twos to confront the Hedes aircraft, while the latter executed a dazzling display of aerial maneuvers. Swiftly partitioning their formation and commencing various tactical movements within the air defense zone of the USS Eagle, they began to dive towards select escorting destroyers and cruisers. The airspace was instantly filled with the roar of engines, and the approaching F-14s and F-18s were confronted with an awkward realization. They simply could not match the pace of these Hedes carrier-based aircraft. It turned out that these aircraft were performing supersonic maneuvers at 1 Mach, far beyond the operational capabilities of the F-14s and F-18s, and exceeding the comprehension of the pilots. At this point, they had yet to hear of the F-22, leaving them unable to conceive of the prospect of sustained supersonic maneuvers. Even aside from supersonic flight, the maneuvers executed by these Hedes aircraft were of a caliber unattainable by the F-14s and F-18s. They exhibited techniques such as the falling leaf maneuver, post-stall recovery, the Pugachev Cobra, Bell maneuver, flat spin, Kolbit, or Frolov's funnel, and the Lyavitsman maneuver, among others. The elite pilots of the SAM state could only awkwardly observe as the Hedes carrier-based aircraft performed these actions that were a direct affront to their capabilities within their own carrier's defense perimeter. Meanwhile, in the control room of the Pentagon, officials watching the unfolding events via satellite were collectively stunned. Was this war? Why were there so many aircraft performing various maneuvers above the carrier, and why was the fighting so intense? Why was there no report from the front lines? They urged for immediate verification. Shortly thereafter, a naval officer rushed in to report, "Commander, the USS Eagle Strike Group requests to return early and terminate the mission." What on earth is happening ahead? The captain expressed his reluctance to retire in disgrace during the final year of his career. He stated that once war breaks out, he has no confidence in our victory. The performance of the adversary's fighter jets is overwhelmingly superior, and we are already lagging behind. Being behind means only enduring blows. And he does not wish to be a target. What? This is inconceivable. How could a small nation possibly contend with the formidable might of the United States? Commander, the captain mentioned that the adversary's Pippi Shrimp aircraft carrier can launch over 50 fighter jets in a short span. Moreover, they can conduct ultra-low altitude flights before entering our air defense perimeter. Once they are above our fleet, they can execute supersonic maneuvers in a confined airspace. This knowledge is entirely beyond our comprehension. Their technology and aircraft are at least a generation ahead of ours. Should war ensue, it would be a one-sided massacre. We are even uncertain whether their Pippi Shrimp carrier strike group's accompanying vessels are equipped with formidable anti-ship weaponry. For the safety of our young men and the honor of our Navy, I shall command the fleet to turn around and return immediately. Chapter 10: The First Diplomatic Consultation. Panda Nation Line. Esteemed Minister Hela of the Diplomacy Department of the Kingdom of Hedes Ocean. It is my great honor to converse with you and engage in an in-depth discussion on topics of mutual interest. Hedes Line. Honorable Minister of Panda Nation, greetings to you. I too am privileged to converse with you. This marks our nation's inaugural diplomatic communication with a foreign minister since our establishment, heralding a new chapter in our diplomatic endeavors. Our Prime Minister Demo and President place great importance on our dialogue with you. Panda Nation Line. Please convey my respect to your Prime Minister Demo and President. I would also like to express my utmost admiration for the international spirit demonstrated by your nation during the 7.1 magnitude earthquake in South Asia. Hedes Line. Thank you for your sincerity. Our Prime Minister Demo is eager to establish diplomatic relations with your nation at the earliest opportunity and extends an invitation for your country to be the first friendly nation to establish an embassy and related media institutions in our territory. Panda Nation Line. We are greatly honored to receive your invitation, and we too hope that both nations can swiftly engage in discussions regarding the establishment of consulates and the dispatch of media representatives. Furthermore, we would like to invite you or your Prime Minister Demo to visit our country at your convenience. Hedes Line. Both Prime Minister Demo and I are delighted to accept your invitation. Prior to our call, our President specifically instructed me to convey this, to express the friendship between our two nations and for the welfare of the global populace. The President has authorized me to invite a military delegation from your country to visit us. During this visit, your military personnel will have the opportunity to tour our aircraft carriers and all naval and air force equipment, and the President will ensure that all military restricted zones, except for the core area, are accessible to your military delegation. Additionally, we wish to invite your Ministry of Commerce to collaborate with our representatives on several developmental land projects within our kingdom. Panda Nation line. Esteemed Ms. Gila, please relay my gratitude on behalf of all sectors of our nation for the trust and friendship extended by your country. I will promptly report and implement the points you mentioned, and I hope this will mark the beginning of a friendly new chapter between our two nations. Very well. We welcome your call again. Once more, I extend my gratitude to your Prime Minister Damo and President. After hanging up, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Panda Nation, without even taking a sip of water, immediately instructed the driver to prepare the vehicle. In a nearby pavilion, two elderly men were quietly conversing on a stone bench, with only a teacup placed in front of each of them, while a few plainclothes security guards stood watch 15 meters away. Leader, I have never encountered such a nation in diplomatic affairs. They made no demands whatsoever, only inquired how they could cooperate with us and support us. I still find it hard to believe what I have just heard. Haha, do not be hasty. Please. Elaborate on what kind of nation the Kingdom of Hedes Ocean is and what was discussed during your call. Esteemed leader, the emergence of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom was rather abrupt. Prior to this, the only presence in this region was an uninhabited isle known as Nambird Island. On October 17th, they unexpectedly declared the establishment of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom. This Nambird Island is, in fact, a volcanic island situated in the Pacific, previously belonging to the Dongi Nation. It lies approximately 267 kilometers to the west of the nearest Ogasawara Islands of the Dongi Nation, 848 kilometers northwest of Tokyo, 415 kilometers southeast of Wake Island, and 1021 kilometers southwest of the Mariana Islands. The island covers an area of 2 square kilometers and is triangular in shape, being devoid of any inhabitants. Following the announcement of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom, the United States and the Dongi Nation dispatched a fleet of up to 13 combat vessels, including the USS Ronald Reagan aircraft carrier, along with over 80 various aircraft. However, none of these forces entered the exclusive economic zone of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom. Consequently, the United States lost 2 F-15 fighter jets, while the Dongi Nation suffered the loss of a high-wave-class destroyer. Additionally, there were personnel casualties. 14 individuals perished and over 30 were injured when the Eastern E naval destroyer sank. 2 pilots from the United States fell into the sea after their aircraft ran out of fuel, but they were rescued by a frigate of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom. According to information obtained from the Ministry of Defense, the Hedes Ocean Kingdom has mobilized a fleet that includes an aircraft carrier named Pippi Shrimp, along with 9 various destroyers and frigates, boasting over 80 aircraft on board. Underwater, there may also be submarines present. Notably, the Pippi Shrimp aircraft carrier is expected to displace over 80,000 tons, matching the size of the USS Ronald Reagan, and can accommodate more than 80 aircraft, classifying it as a standard heavy carrier. While we lack detailed information regarding their escort ships, we have amassed a considerable amount of data on their aircraft. As the recent standoff primarily occurred in the skies, the openly identified aircraft include the Hedes Air Force's FJ-16 fighter jets and H-160 bombers, as well as the Hedes Navy's FJ-15 fighter jets. Given the aerial confrontations with the United States, it is likely they are also equipped with early warning or electronic warfare aircraft. Crucially, the performance of their aircraft surpasses the main models of the United States Air and Naval Forces, which has enabled them to achieve dominance in the recent aerial standoffs. Particularly noteworthy is their H-160 bomber, capable of effortlessly approaching the coastal waters of the Dongi Nation and executing prolonged low-altitude sea skimming, with instantaneous speeds that far exceed those of the Dongi's F-15 fighters. Boldly, it appears that the global landscape may very well change from this point onward. We should endeavor to engage with this new nation, as their willingness to initiate communication with us suggests a favorable inclination towards our country. You are being overly cautious. The Minister of Foreign Affairs remarked with a knowing smile. What do you mean? Allow me to elaborate on the matters we discussed during our telephone conversation today, and I assure you that you will find it equally captivating. Without further ado, let me share the details. The Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Hedes is a lady named Sheila. From her words, I could sense a profound recognition and respect towards our nation. Moreover, acting on behalf of Prime Minister Dharma and the President of Hedes, she proposed that we promptly establish diplomatic relations and set up consulates along with media representations in each other's countries. I concur, the Foreign Ministry should expedite this process. However, do not rush just yet. At the conclusion of our phone call, Miss Sheila, on behalf of the President, conveyed a proposal from the President of Hedes. Firstly, they extend an invitation for our military personnel to visit their aircraft carrier and all naval and aerial military equipment, granting access to all military zones outside the core area. Secondly, they invite our Ministry of Commerce to discuss the construction projects on their undeveloped land. This is no trivial matter. Are you certain you did not mishear? How could I possibly mishear such a significant issue? I even listened to the recording again. There is no mistake. They are opening their crucial military asset, the aircraft carrier, and advanced naval and aerial weaponry to us? Indeed, we have never believed in the notion of free lunches falling from the sky, but if an opportunity presents itself, should we not seize it? Of course, we shall take advantage of it. Why would we refrain? Whether it pertains to aircraft carrier technology or the infrastructure projects. These are urgent needs for us. By the way, did they impose any conditions? There were no demands per se, except that the military delegation must include Professor Zhang. What kind of nation is this Kingdom of Hedes? What motives lie behind their requests? It appears they harbor many secrets. If there are no further matters, I shall proceed to arrange diplomatic consultations between the two nations. Additionally, I need to discuss the details with the Ministries of Commerce and Defense. Very well. I will prioritize these tasks. Chapter 11. The Navy SEALs stealthily infiltrate the Hedes Island naval base in a certain expanse of the Pacific as darkness enveloped the sea. The only illumination came from the moonlight casting a shimmering glow upon the waves, accompanied solely by the sound of lapping water. Beneath the surface, at a depth of 300 meters, a Los Angeles-class nuclear submarine glided silently through the depths. Within the second torpedo bay, a well-equipped team of Navy SEALs was engaged in pre-mission task assignments. They anticipated entering the designated area in 15 minutes. Given that the opposing forces claimed territorial waters extending 18 nautical miles, they would deploy the SEALs 18 nautical miles offshore before descending in a mini-submarine. A naval officer held up a satellite image, stating, "The target is a naval port located southwest of the Kingdom of Hedes. The home port of the Pippi Shrimp aircraft carrier, which stands in opposition to our Little Eagle aircraft carrier." The satellite detected that this carrier vanished after entering its berth, leading us to suspect they possess some unknown technology. Therefore, it is imperative that you ascertain the situation. Additionally, we require close-up photographs of their carrier-based aircraft. Capturing images of the cockpit, engines, and air-to-air missiles would be even more beneficial. Remember, you will enter tonight and determine your course of action as you see fit. Tomorrow night at 10 p.m., the submarine will await you beyond their territorial waters. Due to the inability to elude their radar undetected from the air, we must resort to this method of infiltration. However, we remain uncertain of their capabilities in radio detection, thus the entire operation must be conducted in radio silence. You will have to rely solely on your own judgment. Planet Fortress Command Center, the newly appointed Chief of Joint Operations, Rear Admiral Galaxy, was observing the movements of the Navy SEALs alongside Qin Shaohai in the command center. Mr. President, the onboard system has intercepted internal audio from the Los Angeles-class nuclear submarine, capturing the details of the SEAL's operation. Therefore, Planet Fortress has initiated comprehensive monitoring of their activities. Very well, notify the surrounding naval vessels to avoid interference. Let them proceed undisturbed. This evening, increase the patrol density near the home port of the Pippi Shrimp aircraft carrier, providing them with a secluded area rich in overgrowth, where they will not be disturbed. Additionally, arrange for a targeted artificial rainstorm. The more substantial, the better. Haha. Understood, Mr. President. What about the nuclear submarine? Galaxy inquired. Allow the submarine to experience some malfunctions once the SEALs commence their mission, perhaps a collision with an iceberg, an encounter with an underwater peak, an oil leak, or kelp entangled in the propellers, the President replied. Understood, Mr. President. Los Angeles-class nuclear submarine as the officer initiated the countdown of 3, 2, 1. The second torpedo tube began to take on water. Shortly thereafter, the outer hatch of the torpedo tube opened, and 14 members sequentially departed from the launch tube. The members separated left and right, each boarding the mini-submersibles mounted on either side of the nuclear submarine. Once all 4 members were in position, the propellers at the rear of the mini-submersibles began to whirl into action. Captain Mike, donned in a full-face protective mask, led the quartet of his team. Gentlemen, this mission may prove exceedingly perilous. Our F-15S and the Little Eagle have returned in utter defeat. The enemy's capabilities are formidable, and we may have already been compromised. However, we are born for such treacherous endeavors, and should we fall into enemy hands, there is no cause for alarm. the Navy shall assuredly retrieve us. Hua. The team members responded. Inwardly, Mike mused about the naivete of these young recruits. This was not Iraq or Afghanistan, where they remained blissfully unaware of the true nature of danger. Beneath the harsh glare of the mini-submarine's headlights, schools of startled fish darted away, while the surrounding darkness and oppressive pressure heightened Mike's sense of foreboding. Having undertaken hundreds of missions, including countless clandestine infiltrations, today he felt an unsettling anxiety. It had been several minutes since emerging from the nuclear submarine, and logically, the kingdom of Hedes, with its aircraft carrier battle group and advanced fighter jets, should possess ample means to monitor the waters below. Surely, within these territorial seas, there ought to be sophisticated listening devices or patrol vessels. Yet, thus far, they encountered nothing. This mission felt eerily reminiscent of operations in impoverished nations, which was profoundly abnormal. Gradually, the SEAL team approached the desolate coastline, reminiscent of an undeveloped East African shore. Despite the presence of cranes, bulldozers, excavators, and sand-blowing construction vessels, not a soul was in sight, not even a makeshift shelter for laborers. The silence was unnerving. "Captain, something is amiss. The shore is unnaturally quiet," one soldier relayed, peering through night vision goggles. "Indeed, it is too quiet. There is not a single person here. This is certainly not what we envision as a military port. This resembles a construction site devoid of workers or any facilities for their habitation. It's as if it were prepared solely for us." "A grave," remarked another soldier, clutching his M4 as he surveyed the front. "Move swiftly, we must disembark. It is more perilous here," Mike urged. At that moment, a patrol of soldiers materialized on the shore. Through his night vision scope, Mike discerned that they were outfitted with advanced gear, each donning a helmet with luminous green visors, a cutting-edge system currently under development in Sam's country. To his astonishment, the patrol had already been equipped with it. "Conceal yourself and maneuver towards the rocky outcrop at 2 o'clock, Mike whispered, issuing a directive. Under Mike's leadership, the team eluded several patrols and stumbled upon what appeared to be an abandoned wasteland, devoid of patrolling soldiers, a place seemingly untouched by development, where they could hold out until dawn. However, fate was unkind. Dark clouds began to gather overhead, and within 10 minutes, lightning flashed across the sky. Before the team could erect their rain shelter, the heavens unleashed a deluge, the gentle rain swiftly escalating into a torrential downpour within a mere 2 minutes. At this moment, Qin Shaohai, aboard the planetary bastion, had just finished his dinner. After indulging in a lavish feast, he now leisurely selected some exquisite dishes, contemplating a glass of red wine or perhaps a fine Italian dessert wine to accompany his meal, savoring the pleasures of life. He glanced at the SEAL team, reveling in the downpour, and upon noticing their well-equipped rain tents, he commanded, "Galaxy, are you aware that acid rain fell over North America in the early part of the last century? Is that something you can manage? Mr. President, are you suggesting the addition of a touch of sulfur dioxide?" Galaxy inquired with seriousness. "Precisely, just a little will suffice. It should gradually corrode those infernal waterproof tents." "At your command, sir." After a stroll around, Qin Shaohai observed that Galaxy had everything meticulously organized, and he then led his charming secretary, Lanware, away. Turning to the lovely Lanware, he inquired, "Is there a special bathing area prepared for the president? One that offers a view of the sea and the rain, preferably in a tranquil setting?" "Certainly, Mr. President. Adjacent to your bedroom is a scenic tea room, and beyond its corridor lies a bathing area exclusively designed for the president, featuring a hot spring." With a hint of fatigue, Qin Shaohai replied, "Very well, lead me there. I would like to sit for a while, enjoy a drink, and appreciate the beauty of this rain." Chapter 12. Comprehensive sanctions and embargoes against the Kingdom of Hedes after enduring a night of acid rain. Mike and his companions finally welcomed the dawn of the following day. The gentle rays of sunlight not only brought warmth but also dispelled the remnants of the previous night's downpour. However, the once elite SEAL team now appeared far from their usual prowess. Their rainproof tents and cloaks had transformed into makeshift mosquito nets. Camouflage uniforms resembled tattered fishing nets. Night vision goggles and cameras lay completely inoperative, and their M4 carbines had inexplicably changed from black to a mottled camouflage. Tactical gear had devolved into mere rags, with some members exhibiting swollen skin, while others struggled to open one eye, which had also become red and puffy. Yet this was not the most critical concern. Upon surveying their surroundings, they discovered at least dozens of armed individuals positioned several hundred meters away, effectively turning their covert infiltration mission into one of the most humiliating displays in SEAL history. Footage capturing the disheveled team was simultaneously broadcasted across global media outlets. While a Los Angeles-class nuclear submarine, stationed offshore for extraction, was forced to surface due to mechanical issues, four warships formed a precise perimeter around the submarine. Witnessing their country's military in such a disarray, American taxpayers, including the families of the captured SEALs and the submarine crew, took to the streets, brandishing signs as they gathered in protest around the White House. Meanwhile, a day-long closed-door meeting unfolded within its walls, attended by key figures such as the Secretary of Defense, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the CIA Director, the Secretary of State, and the National Security Advisor. The consensus reached was unequivocal. The United States would not yield nor permit a small nation to act recklessly. A resolution was passed, demanding the United Nations impose comprehensive sanctions and embargoes against the Kingdom of Hedes. The kingdom was given 3 days to submit a governmental restructuring proposal to the United States and to severely punish the current leadership of both the government and military. Failure to comply would result in limited tactical strikes by U.S. forces against Hedes. Additionally, the U.S. military was instructed to establish a no-fly zone over the Kingdom of Hedes within 3 days. Despite casting opposing votes alongside the Panda Nation and Bear Country, the U.S. successfully pushed through a unilateral sanction resolution via its control of the United Nations, which was set to be implemented in 3 days. Concurrently, strategic bombers based in the U.S. began relocating to the islands of Oahu and Guam. Multiple carrier strike groups commenced assembly, and the U.S. Marine Corps Expeditionary Force stationed in Japan was ordered to cancel leave and assemble urgently. Prepositioned naval vessels began moving towards the combat zone, while a regiment from the 101st Airborne Division prepared to relocate to the Oahu base within hours. War seemed imminent, yet, at the eye of the storm, the Kingdom of Hedes, there was a conspicuous silence. The world watched with bated breath as news from the newly established nation ceased entirely, as if Hedes had been cowed into submission by the United States. When the Panda Nation's Ministry of Foreign Affairs urgently reached out to inquire about the situation, the response was unexpectedly casual. The president was currently enjoying a hot spring bath and had yet to receive any information from the United States. The Secretary General of the United Nations urgently reached out to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Hedes, only to receive the response that the kingdom is not currently a member of the United Nations and therefore does not heed its advice, nor will it comply with its resolutions. As nations worldwide gradually lost faith in this small kingdom, Hedes unexpectedly issued a press release condemning the Prime Minister of Dongi for visiting a restroom, simultaneously warning that Dongi must promptly apologize for the malicious obstruction of Hedes naval vessels by their destroyers on the 18th, which led to a collision between the two fleets. Just as the international community speculated on the intentions behind Hedes's actions, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Hedes released another astonishing announcement. Hedes is a peace-loving nation committed to the well-being of all humanity. Following thorough investigation and analysis, we deem nuclear weapons to be a common adversary of human society. We are dedicated to their eradication, striving to eliminate the shadow of nuclear threat and to ensure that nuclear-armed nations can no longer wield power over smaller nations at will. Thus, we have enacted an internal decree prohibiting hostile nations from possessing nuclear arms and forbidding any nation from recklessly discharging nuclear waste into nature. To this end, we shall establish a nuclear prohibition expert group, which will initiate verification processes when deemed necessary. Madness. The Kingdom of Hedes must be diluted by the looming presence of the Sam Nation, such as the perception among the global populace regarding this announcement. On the same day that the Sam Nation issued its embargo, both John and Kangaroo nations decided to join in sanctioning the Kingdom of Hedes. Concurrently, John will dispatch a Type 45 destroyer to the waters near Hedes, where it will engage in joint exercises with a Kangaroo amphibious assault ship and 2 frigates. The following day, Dongi, Maple, Battle Tank, Kimchi, Vietnam, Netherlands, Belgium, Bobo, and Surrender nations all declared their participation in the sanctions. On the same day, Panda Nation urged all parties to maintain composure and to favor diplomatic negotiations over military confrontation. Meanwhile, the naval forces of Panda will proceed with the annual sea trials of the Type 052C destroyer as planned, and a formation of 4 H-6 bombers and 4 Feibow aircraft will carry out missions in the Pacific as per their annual training agenda. In the command center of the planet Fortress, Qin Shaohai repeatedly inquired about a particular issue. Although Minister of Science and Industry Trask had provided the same response numerous times, Qin Shaohai remained unconvinced. If you employ a specialized magnetic moment controller for point-to-point energization, can it genuinely guarantee that a nuclear weapon will not detonate? Indeed, Mr. President. We can utilize suborbital vehicles for dissemination, while the magnetic moment controller can conduct comprehensive operations on weapon systems at altitudes of 20,000 meters, affecting targets both on the surface and up to 300 meters underground. The principle behind the explosion of an atomic bomb lies in the fission of heavy atomic nuclei, such as uranium and plutonium, which release immense energy during nuclear fission. Isotopes like uranium-235 and plutonium-239, when bombarded by neutrons, typically split into two medium-mass nuclei, simultaneously releasing 2 to 3 additional neutrons and an energy of approximately 200 million electron volts. With each subsequent reaction, the total number of neutrons produced increases exponentially, leading to a surge in energy, culminating in a nuclear explosion. Among the neutrons that play a pivotal role in the nuclear detonation, free neutrons are inherently unstable, with an average lifespan of about 16 minutes before decaying into protons, electrons, and antineutrinos. Atomic nuclei, composed of neutrons and protons, contain stable neutrons. Because neutrons carry no charge, they can easily penetrate atomic nuclei, instigating various nuclear reactions. Our objective is to manipulate the neutrons within the atomic nucleus through equal magnetic movement, essentially energizing the neutrons. Charged neutrons will be influenced by varying charges, thereby losing their original function and becoming less likely to successfully impact the atomic nucleus, even if they do strike. They will not result in neutron generation, thus preventing the detonation of nuclear weapons. Well, I confess my ignorance on the subject. I shall trust your expertise. Let us commence the first step. Activate the disarmament plan and identify every nuclear weapon possessed by the United States, both domestically and overseas, as well as on military platforms, leaving none unaccounted for. Yes, Your Excellency, the Secretary of Defense may not fully comprehend the directives, nor is it clear whether he has been equipped with such knowledge. Yet he remains highly cooperative regarding the operational commands, as Qin Shaohai orchestrates the disarmament of the nuclear arsenal, which underpins the dominance of the United States. A spokesperson for the U.S. is holding a press conference. On the final day of the 3-day ultimatum, the Kingdom of Hedes has yet to respond, which is a flagrant disregard for the peace-loving citizens of the world. The United States has consistently upheld the ideals of global peace, leading adherence to international norms, the United Nations Charter, and the Law of the Sea Convention. However, the series of atrocities committed by the Kingdom of Hedes stands in stark contradiction to established values and worldviews. For the sake of global tranquility and the enduring stability of our planet, the United States will resolutely join forces with its allies to dismantle this malevolent hegemonic nation. Chapter 13. The Castration Plan for the Destruction of All Nuclear Weapons on the evening of October 24, 2005. It was the final day of the 3-day deadline for the Sam Nation. The spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Hedes, Louisfir, appeared with her customary icy demeanor and form-fitting uniform at 6 o'clock sharp, announcing, "The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Hedes has been authorized to release the following information. After consultations between the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of Defense, and upon the approval of Prime Minister Dharma, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Hedes will initiate a blacklist system for unfriendly nations, with the first countries included on this list being Sam Nation, Eastern Barbarians, John Nation, Kangaroo Nation, Maple Leaf Nation, Battle Tank Nation, Pickle Nation, Vietnam, Netherlands, Belgium, Bobo Nation, and Surrender Nation. In response to the blacklist of unfriendly nations, the Kingdom of Hedes will undertake the following actions and measures. 1. Prohibit official personnel from these countries from entering the territory, airspace, and territorial waters of the Kingdom of Hedes. 2. Ban these countries from purchasing the Kingdom of Hedes's resources, financial products, technological products, patented products, and military-industrial products for the next 20 years. 3. Prevent these countries from acquiring Hedes's technology and resources through third parties. 4. Prohibit the procurement of any goods from the nations on the blacklist. 5. Forbid the countries on the blacklist from accessing international organizations and internet systems managed by the Kingdom of Hedes for the next 20 years. As Qin Shaohai observed Louisfir's alluring figure on the display screen, he suddenly turned to Lan Ware and inquired, "Ware, could you assist me in evaluating the anti-counterfeiting levels of currencies worldwide, particularly paper money? Additionally, I wish to develop a new form of currency based on current mainstream paper money that cannot be replicated, and this technology should be exclusive to our printing machines. I aim to monopolize minting technology. This technology should not be overly complicated, he noted to the president. Oldly, have we managed to connect with the Kingdom of Hethys? Not yet. Their Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Prime Minister Dharma have been in meetings, while the president is indulging in a hot spring, came the reply. Ah, how intriguing. The world's foremost superpower is collaborating with Western nations to impose a suffocating blockade and military threats, yet this president seems unfazed enough to relax in a hot spring. Should we attempt to reach out through other means? No need. Do you not see the issue? They possess military technology surpassing that of the Sam nation. And in recent days, they have been constantly provoking tensions. If the Kingdom of Hethys did not wish to escalate matters, they would not repeatedly challenge them. Under such intense pressure from the Sam nation, their lack of any response while simultaneously exerting pressure on Eastern barbarians indicates what? It signifies their confidence in the situation. Moreover, you must have seen that announcement regarding the blacklist tonight. It clearly indicates that the Kingdom of Hethys is not intimidated by them and seeks to confront them head-on. If the phone lines remain unresponsive, let us sit back and observe the unfolding drama. You make a valid point, but what about our warships and aircraft? The Minister of Foreign Affairs inquired. According to the original plan, we shall proceed without being affected. Oh, by the way, Laoli, what is the name of their president? They have never announced the name of their president, nor have they ever brought it up voluntarily, and it is not appropriate for us to inquire directly. In fact, it is not only us. Governments around the world are eager to know the name of the president of the Kingdom of Hethys. Well, there is no need to rush. Good things take time, and great performances are worth the wait. Additionally, the first group of personnel from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has been assembled, totaling 11 individuals, including 2 journalists. Furthermore, a military delegation consisting of 103 members is also prepared. Given that tomorrow marks the first day of the blockade imposed by the Sam nation, should we depart as planned or wait a while longer? It is a matter to consider. Since we are ready, let us proceed according to our original schedule. They have offered us such a significant opportunity. We cannot lack the courage to seize it. Understood. I will notify them to prepare shortly. You may go. I still need to make a phone call to the president of Bear Nation. At a certain Air Force base in North China, in the Liberation Auditorium, Xiaowang. Why are you bringing so many items? An elderly gentleman, dressed in casual attire, smiled at a young soldier sitting at the far end of the auditorium. Old director, I am unsure of what to bring. This is my first trip abroad and my first encounter with the most advanced weaponry. I wanted to collect as much information as possible, but I was uncertain of what to pack, so I ended up bringing everything. Child, there is no need to be anxious. Once you arrive there, you will find everything you need. The notification stated to only bring personal necessities. These items are quite heavy. And with so many people, the aircraft cannot accommodate such a load. It is better to simplify. All right, old director, I will return them after the meeting. At that moment, a naval officer was seated in the front row of the auditorium, resting with his eyes closed. Suddenly, another officer, also in naval uniform, entered through the side door. Gently tapped the resting officer, and the two discreetly exited to an unoccupied spot in the rear. Zhao Zhong, you are already aware of the situation. I shall not elaborate further, but there is one matter I wish for you to pay attention to. What is it? This military delegation is quite substantial. As you have observed, comprising the elite from various military branches, including representatives from the military academy and various defense industries, indicating the level of goodwill from the other side. In addition to learning from them, observing their advanced weaponry, and gaining insights into combat concepts and theories, I have an additional task for you. This task is not obligatory and will depend on the circumstances. The Kingdom of Hethys has specifically invited you, which surely carries significance. We wish to understand the reason behind this. Since the President personally extended this invitation, we anticipate that he will meet with you. Therefore, during your discussions, strive to ascertain the rationale for your individual invitation. I understand. At that moment, a resonant command of attention interrupted the discussions within the auditorium, prompting everyone to swiftly return to their seats. October 25, 2005, Command and Control Center of the Planetary Fortress, on the first day of the blockade and embargo. Qin Shaohai arrived early at the control center. At this moment, the Chief of Staff of the Joint Operations Command, Galaxy, is reporting the latest developments to Qin Shaohai. Mr. President, the delegation's private aircraft from the Panda Nation has taken off punctually and is expected to land at Damo International Airport in our Zhongjing city in approximately 4 hours. In accordance with your instructions, 4 of our FJ-20 fighter jets, supported by 2 refueling aircraft, will escort the delegation's plane throughout the journey. Currently, the FJ-20s are circling in standby above the East China Sea, beyond our airspace. Very well. Notify the aerial formation to ensure the safety of the delegation's aircraft at all costs. Should there be any aerial provocations or obstructions from foreign nations, there is no need for a report. They are to be shot down directly. Simultaneously, instruct the standby fleet to prepare for any eventualities in case of an emergency. They are to take off without seeking further approval. Understood, Mr. President. What is the status on other fronts? Although today marks the first day of blockade and embargo, the skies and seas remain relatively tranquil. The armed forces led by the United States are still over 1,000 kilometers away from us. Should they attempt to establish a no-fly zone, their air force alone would be insufficient. They would likely deploy aircraft carriers. However, the nearest carrier is still 3 days' journey away from us, so the true enforcement of the no-fly and embargo measures should not commence until 3 days later. Regardless of when they arrive, we must initiate the castration plan today. We must ensure the immediate destruction of all nuclear weapons held by the United States. Not a single one must remain. Chapter 14. The Hedes Ocean Kingdom continues to teeter on the brink of annihilation. Show me the measures taken by the United States to obstruct our mobilized aircraft carrier fleet. As Qin Shao, I took a seat in the command chair. He instructed Chief of Staff Galaxy of the Joint Operations Department to activate the electronic mission situational map and project it onto the expansive curved screen before them. Mr. President, the following is the current status of the United States carrier strike groups advancing towards our nation. On October 24th, the USS Enterprise aircraft carrier departed from Norfolk Naval Base, heading south towards the Panama Canal. Subsequently, it will rendezvous with a strike group at Oahu before proceeding to our maritime territory. On October 23rd, the USS Sparrow aircraft carrier strike group set sail from Yokosuka Naval Base, being the closest carrier fleet to our nation. It is expected to commence its blockade mission against us in 2 days. The USS Nimitz aircraft carrier is anticipated to depart from its home base at Everett Naval Station on October 25th, then head to Oahu to form its strike group before advancing to our waters. On the same day, the USS Carl Vinson strike group will navigate from the Indian Ocean towards our direction, likely to pass through the Strait of Malacca tomorrow. Furthermore, the USS Ronald Reagan, having just returned from overseas deployment to San Diego Naval Base, shows signs that the United States Navy may cancel its routine 2-month maintenance for this carrier, preparing to reconstitute its strike group and set sail towards us in 5 days. At that time, 5 aircraft carrier strike groups will encircle us, complemented by allied vessels and aircraft. The force will exceed 5 aircraft carriers, 1 amphibious assault ship, 9 Ticonderoga-class cruisers, 14 destroyers including Burke-class, and 8 attack submarines. Simultaneously, the U.S. Air Force stationed at Guam has deployed over 120 F-15 fighter jets, 24 B-52 strategic bombers, and approximately 300 F-16s along with 150 F-15s at Oahu. Additionally, around 30 B-1B Lancer bombers stationed on the U.S. West Coast are also on standby. Recent intelligence indicates that the U.S. plans to test fire a Minuteman missile in the South Pacific, armed with a conventional warhead. We still have time. What is the production status of our second aircraft carrier? The Crab? Mr. President, the hull of the Crab is 40 complete. Considering the weaponry, power systems, electronic systems, propulsion systems, life support systems, and catapult systems, it will require an additional 3 months to finalize. We will undoubtedly miss this engagement. Currently, we have only 12 destroyers, 14 frigates, over 70 fighter jets, and 6 nuclear submarines. The disparity in strength compared to the United States is substantial. We must resort to extraordinary measures. Qin Shaohai remarked coldly with a smile. Sir, are you referring to the HF-26, a replica of the DF-26, and the HF-41, a replica of the DF-41? However, we have only produced 17 HF-26s and 6 HF-41s, which do not provide a credible deterrent. Ah, you misunderstand. Even May 23rd be excessive. If neither you nor I mention it, who would know we possess only 23? Qin Shaohai confidently asserted, this is what we call deterrence. Mr. President, the castration plan is ready and can commence at any moment. At this moment, Law Nuer and Defense Minister Lin Peter approached to report. Very well, launch in 1 hour. I wish to observe the scene. I have never witnessed a rocket launch up close before. Nuer, please inform Louisville of our satellite launch mission as per the plan. With that, he took Lynn Peter and exited. No one noticed why the emergency news from the kingdom of Hedes Ocean could interrupt news broadcasts worldwide. Nearly everyone assumed this was information received by various television stations. The alluring yet icy Louis Phil captivates the attention of men across the globe each time she graces the television screen, compelling them to sit attentively before their sets at 6 p.m. each evening, eagerly awaiting her presence. As for the content of her statements, that is left for the world's leaders to ponder. We are merely here to admire her delicate lips and habitual hair toss during her speeches. The emergency announcement from the Kingdom of Hedes Ocean states, our Ministry of Science and Industry plans to conduct a routine satellite launch mission in 1 hour. We will focus on launching 6 low Earth orbit satellites and 4 geostationary satellites. We urge all nations not to overanalyze this. Our satellite launch is a standard measure for the peaceful utilization of space and a normal aspect of our technological development. Concurrently, we will release satellite orbital data subsequently. And we hope the 4 SAM Nation spy satellites, 1 Dongi spy satellite, and 1 Kangaroo military communication satellite currently in orbit will adjust their trajectories in a timely manner to avoid interference with our satellite's proper insertion into orbit. Upon the release of this announcement, nations worldwide promptly interrupted regular commentary programs and news broadcasts, directing their focus and analysis toward this concentrated satellite launch by the Kingdom of Hedes Ocean. However, the focus was not merely on the launch itself, but rather on the fact that the satellites being launched would occupy the orbital paths of other nations' satellites. This marked a first in the annals of human space exploration. No government or company had ever requested other nations to vacate orbital space for their impending satellite launches. The Kingdom of Hedes Ocean was either powerful enough to disregard other nations or exceedingly foolish. This sentiment reflected the general perspective of media in the Dongi Nation. A nation not yet integrated into civilized society remains an adversary to civilized society. Only by extinguishing such nations can we restore peace, freedom, and justice to the world. The military of the SAM Nation has historically served as a champion of freedom during the First and Second World Wars. Having once defeated the former Nazis and now poised to vanquish the present-day Nazis, according to the SAM Nation's media. What? How could such a nation exist? Why must our Dongi satellites alter their orbits? We have long occupied the trajectory against such a rogue nation that not only seizes our islands, but also seeks to commandeer our satellite orbits. We must resolutely align ourselves under the banner of the SAM Nation to collectively combat this threat, asserted the media of the Dongi Nation. Why has no one encroached upon the satellite orbits of our Kimchi Nation? Is this a sign of contempt towards us? Lamented the media of the Kimchi Nation. We too possess satellites, and we must vehemently protest against this disregard for our nation of pickled vegetables. We shall resolutely heed the call of our ally and remain ever prepared to unleash the wrath of our cosmic realm upon this oceanic kingdom of Hedes. This is the narrative from the media of a certain great power. While media outlets worldwide fervently discussed the recent satellite launch by the oceanic kingdom of Hedes, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Hedes interrupts regular programming across various news platforms to issue an urgent notification in response to a request from the Ministry of Defense. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Oceanic Kingdom of Hedes announces the following urgent notice. The Ministry of Defense will conduct test launches of strategic missiles in 1 hour, targeting 3 maritime areas, off the coast of Tasmania, near Diego Garcia in the South Indian Ocean, and off the coast of Vancouver in the Maple Leaf Country. Coordinates for the impact zones will be disclosed shortly. We urge passing vessels and aircraft to exercise caution. The date of October 25, 2005, is one that deserves commemoration in the annals of journalism, for it witnessed a series of events that shocked the world, alongside a barrage of significant news that overwhelmed major media outlets. Amidst this flurry of interviews and commentary, critics and seasoned military journalists from across the globe began to encapsulate this nascent oceanic kingdom with a singular phrase. The oceanic kingdom of Hedes is relentlessly teetering on the brink of annihilation. Chapter 15. Aerial escort. As 10 rudimentary launch vehicles ascended into the sky, 9 orbital and suborbital craft embarked on their respective missions, targeting the satellites operated by the United States, Japan, and Australia in space. Upon successfully neutralizing these satellites, which refused to alter their orbits, the 9 craft would deploy magnetic moment controllers towards predetermined targets. These controllers would gradually accelerate to a velocity of 20 Mach, and upon nearing their objectives, they would undergo a profound disintegration, dispersing extensively to enact a magnetic moment transformation on the neutrons within the nuclear warheads. This process would alter the charge state of at least 80% of the neutrons, rendering them devoid of the kinetic energy necessary to strike atomic nuclei. Consequently, this would prevent a chain reaction, effectively neutering the nuclear capabilities of the United States. Following their deep disintegration, the magnetic moment controllers would shrink to the size of protons, evading detection by all terrestrial monitoring systems. Furthermore, no existing sensors on nuclear weapons could perceive such minute changes at the neutron level, ensuring that the United States remained utterly unaware upon the mission's completion. In the skies above the East China Sea, aboard the military delegation's aircraft, for escorting J-11 fighter jets separated from the convoy. As the J-11 pilots prepared for their return, one reminded the aircraft's crew, 0707, our escort mission has concluded. Please ensure safety on your journey and confirm that the transponder is activated. Avoid military installations along the route and prioritize the safety of our esteemed personnel. 0404, received. Thank you for the reminder. We will ensure the expert safe arrival. At that moment, another voice interjected through the communication system. Air Force J-11 Escort. This is the JF-20 Escort from the Kingdom of Hedes, aircraft number 81192. Our formation consists of 4 fighters and 2 refueling aircraft. From now on, we shall take over the escort duties for your aircraft. You may return safely. There was no need for excessive verification or explanation. At that moment, both the J-11 and the special aircraft pilots felt tears welling in their eyes, for they understood the significance of the number. It symbolized camaraderie and kinship, indicating that help had arrived. With their support, the J-11 pilots could confidently proceed homeward. Minutes of silence felt like an eternity until the lead J-11 pilot, having regained composure, responded, received, 81192. Thank you for your assistance. We now transfer the mission to your team and will be returning. We wish you a smooth and safe landing. Received, J-11 Escort. Rest assured, we will ensure the safe escort of the special aircraft to the Kingdom of Hedes. The military delegation aboard the aircraft, along with the advance team from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, were oblivious to the dialogues unfolding in the air. However, a sudden exclamation from one individual brought their attention to an unforgettable spectacle. Outside the cabin, there were 2 elongated, sleek aircraft, their dimensions significantly surpassing that of the J-11 and other military jets. Adorned in a deep green hue with silver-gray accents along the edges, they featured a single-seat configuration, dual engines, fully maneuverable twin vertical tails, DSI bump-type air intakes, upward-canted canards with pointed leading edges, and a diamond-shaped nose and fuselage. The vertical stabilizers slanted outward, while the landing gear compartment doors exhibited a serrated edge design, devoid of any external armaments. From the moment the delegation members laid eyes on this aircraft, they were entranced, unable to divert their gaze. Some military experts even retrieved their notebooks to sketch the design, while others engaged in discussions regarding whether this aerodynamic configuration and appearance were intended for radar stealth. Although the diplomats were not well versed in military equipment, it did not hinder their appreciation for the aerodynamically exquisite fighter jet. Yet, the focal point shifted when one staff member from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs suddenly noticed the aircraft's designation, 81192. A shiver coursed through them, and tears welled in their eyes as they exclaimed, "Everyone, look! This is our aircraft, our plane, the fighter jet of Hainan Airlines." Perhaps alerted by the commotion in the cabin, or perhaps the captain deemed it necessary to introduce the escorting aircraft flanking their special plane to alleviate any concerns, he announced. Esteemed experts, on either side of our special aircraft are the escort fighters from the Air Force of the Kingdom of Hedes. They will ensure our safe passage to the Kingdom of Hedes. As the formation gradually approached the Miyako Strait, 2 F-15 fighters, having taken off from the 8 Air Force Base, were advancing toward the group. Although the special aircraft and its escort exhibited no abnormalities, the 2 FJ-20S stationed at high altitude had already focused their attention on the 2 F-15S from the unfriendly Dongi Nation's Air Self-Defense Force. Air Self-Defense Force F-15 fighters. You are approaching our escort formation. Please declare your intentions and maintain a safe distance of 100 kilometers from our group, or you will be shot down without warning. Repeat. Maintain a safe distance of 100 kilometers from our group, or you will be shot down without warning. Unknown formation, unknown formation. This is the Air Self-Defense Force patrol aircraft. Your group has entered our air defense identification zone and is dangerously close to our airspace. We are mandated to investigate. Please comply within our visual range and follow our designated flight path. Do not approach our airspace. Do not approach our airspace. Air Self-Defense Force F-15 fighters. This is your final warning. This is your final warning. You are encroaching upon our Group's 100-kilometer alert zone. You are encroaching upon our Group's 100-kilometer alert zone. Immediately turn away and disengage, or you will be shot down. Repeat, immediately turn away and disengage, or you will be shot down. As two F-15s entered the 100-kilometer safety zone in succession, two JF-20s accelerated forward, each locking onto an F-15, with their bellies opening. Both aircraft launched a long-range advanced air-to-air missile. It was only at this moment that the warning systems of the F-15s began to alert them. Yet the pilots remained oblivious to the source of the missiles. Despite their desperate maneuvers, the two F-15s were accurately struck, accompanied by the sound of explosions and a brief flash of fire. The specialized aircraft pilot received a message from the escort fleet of the Kingdom of Hedes. Two F-15 fighter jets from the self-defense forces have entered the 100-kilometer safety zone without permission and have been shot down by our aircraft. The airspace within a 200-kilometer radius of your aircraft is now secure. Please maintain your course and ensure continuous communication with our fleet. The pilot was profoundly shaken by this communication. Acknowledged, acknowledged. Thank you to the escort fleet of the Kingdom of Hedes. Just as the specialized aircraft pilot reflected on this, two air-to-ground missiles soared past from the right side of the aircraft, flying straight into the distance. Witnessing this scene, the pilot quickly called out, Hedes Air Force Escort Fleet. We have detected two missiles passing swiftly. Please confirm, please confirm. A response came through the headset. Do not be alarmed. Our escort fleet has detected two surface-to-air systems activated on the ground, their radars conducting hazardous scans. The formation is currently at the edge of their missile range. To mitigate any risks, the escort fleet needs to preemptively destroy them. Upon hearing this, the specialized aircraft pilot was left speechless, astonished by the unfolding situation. Chapter 16. The Ohio-class submarines escorting warships sinks. The USS Little Bird aircraft carrier Planetary Bastion Command Center Qin Shanghai observed a segment of the arched electronic situational display, which indicated that the yellow highlighted vessels were non-allied forces approaching within 200 nautical miles of the exclusive economic zone. After an explanation from the operators, he comprehended that two Los Angeles-class attack submarines, namely SSN 773 Cheyenne and SSN 770 Dallas, had been detected underwater to the south of the Hedes Oceanic Kingdom. Approximately 80 nautical miles behind them lay the Ohio-class strategic nuclear submarine SSBN 731 Alabama, capable of launching from a submerged depth, equipped with a vertical launch system comprising 24 tubes for submarine-launched ballistic missiles. The onboard missiles were Trident D5 submarine-launched intercontinental ballistic missiles, and its self-defense arsenal included four 533mm torpedo launch systems utilizing -48 Malawian Quach's wire-guided torpedoes. Simultaneously, the airspace above the southern region of the Hedes Oceanic Kingdom revealed 6 B-52 strategic bombers in a cruising state, accompanied by 24 F-15 fighters. Approximately 700 kilometers from the 200 nautical mile exclusive economic zone. Concurrently, to the west of the Hedes Oceanic Kingdom, the USS Little Bird carrier strike group was rapidly approaching at a speed of 24 knots, situated 900 nautical miles from the exclusive economic zone. In the eastern direction towards Wahoo Island, a small fleet composed of one Ticonderoga-class cruiser and two Burke-class destroyers was advancing at a speed of 22 knots. Approximately 650 nautical miles from the 200 nautical mile exclusive economic zone. The aerial reconnaissance also identified 4 B-1B Lancer strategic bombers and 6 F-14 Tomcat fighters providing escort, with an AWACS aircraft detected trailing behind. Mr. President, this is the confirmed strength of the SAM state's military forces for the initial phase of military action against our nation, stated General Lynn Peter, the Minister of Defense. Peter, if the Ohio-class submarine were to launch D5 ballistic missiles at us, what is the probability of interception? Qin Shanghai inquired anxiously. Mr. President, with the current weaponry technology on Earth, they pose no threat to us, Lynn Peter coldly replied. Then I shall rest easy. These systems have left quite an impression on me. A self-proclaimed military enthusiast, Qin Shanghai felt a wave of relief wash over him, straightening his posture as he commanded. Authorize the onboard intelligence system to take control of the Ohio-class submarine. Open all 24 submarine launch tubes, fire 20 missiles towards us, and direct 4 towards the escorting Ticonderoga-class cruiser and Burke-class destroyer of the USS Little Bird. Let us ascertain whether our magnetic moment controller can indeed neutralize one of these nuclear missiles, while also allowing them to maneuver to avoid interfering with our designated flight path. Understood, Mr. President. How long until our own ballistic missile test commences? In 37 minutes, Mr. President. What a fortunate coincidence. Let us have Phil prepare a speech in advance, stating that the nation of Sam has heard of our intention to conduct a test launch of ballistic missiles and is eager to preemptively strike us with their own missiles. Hence, we have decided that following the test launch of these 3 conventional warhead ballistic missiles, we shall replace them entirely with nuclear warheads and simultaneously impose sanctions on Sam's nuclear weapons industry. Very well, Mr. President. Now, let us commence. I wish to witness the true prowess of this onboard intelligence system. Mr. President. The real-time visuals will be displayed on screens 7 and 8 of the curved electronic situation map, announced an operator. Moments later, the live feed from the command center of the Ohio-class strategic nuclear submarine, USS Alabama, appeared before Qin Shaohai. Observing the chaotic scene within the submarine's command center, Qin Shaohai realized that the onboard system had successfully taken control of the nuclear submarine. In mere seconds, it had commandeered one of the most advanced strategic missile submarines in the world. It seems that I must engage in more exhilarating endeavors, for it would be a disservice to such an advanced vessel otherwise. On another display, the 24 launch tubes gradually opened in succession. At this juncture, a spark of inspiration struck Qin Shaohai, and he inquired, if we initiate the launch simultaneously, will these 24 missiles be ejected all at once or in intervals? Mr. President, they will be launched sequentially, a technician promptly replied. As a seasoned aficionado of military technology, Qin Shaohai was well aware that missiles from a nuclear submarine are typically launched one after the other. Yet, a mischievous thought crossed his mind. Could he command the submarine to sink itself? With this notion, he countered, is it possible to modify the command so that all 24 missiles are launched simultaneously? I wish to see whether this 18,000-ton toy can withstand such a feat. The command was entered, and the system complied with Qin Shaohai's directive for simultaneous launch. As the display revealed, all 24 launch tubes fully opened. The faces of the submarine crew inside the USS Alabama grew increasingly frantic. Some began to pound on the control panels in frustration while others frantically tugged at wires. However, as the countdown reached 1, the 2 screens before Qin Shaohai transformed into a blinding white. The onboard system of the planetary fortress switched the visuals back to the surface. And at that moment, Qin Shaohai beheld the remarkable sight of all 24 missiles emerging from the water simultaneously. In that fleeting instant, the missiles influenced one another, with several igniting at an angle upon surfacing. Yet, the missile guidance computers swiftly corrected their trajectories, and the missiles ascended vertically. As their thrust increased, they rapidly diminished in size until they vanished from the screen. Though aware that the unfortunate USS Alabama faced dire straits, Qin Shaohai still yearned to witness the current plight of the nuclear submarine firsthand. As the missile re-entered the atmosphere and approached the outer shields of the planetary fortress, the shipborne laser weapons systematically obliterated these projectiles. Qin Shaohai gazed intently at the explosions of each missile, feeling a sense of relief only when the last one detonated without a nuclear explosion. Subsequently, he marveled at the precision of the missile strike on surface vessels, orchestrated by the intelligent systems of the planetary fortress, marking humanity's inaugural test of ballistic missile strikes against naval ships. Despite the valiant attempts of the Ticonderoga-class cruisers and Arleigh Burke-class destroyers to intercept with standard SM-2 surface-to-air missiles, they met with failure, with the overwhelming velocity exceeding several Mach. The 4 vessels of the Sparrowhawk class were effortlessly penetrated. Although no towering mushroom clouds emerged as anticipated, the kinetic energy from such immense speed resulted in colossal explosions, obliterating the keel of the ships upon impact. The hulls fractured downward from the point of impact, only to be propelled upward again amidst the ensuing roar of explosions. Mere minutes later, the severed hull swiftly sank beneath the waves, leaving only scattered debris on the surface as a testament to the once formidable quartet of warships. The sailors and pilots aboard the Sparrowhawk aircraft carrier, who had witnessed this ballistic missile strike, stood in stunned silence. The once mighty Sparrowhawk strike group had, within moments, been reduced to the solitary Sparrowhawk carrier. The captain grappled with a painful internal conflict. Should he once again command the ship to retreat from the battlefield? To flee twice within a month? He pondered how history would recount this, and how the media would portray him as the most successful retreating captain in the annals of Sam's nation. Yet, the alternative, remaining and potentially succumbing to these Mach-multiplying ballistic missiles, loomed ominously. The ineffectiveness of their standard air defense missiles and the futility of the phalanx system. even if it managed to engage, left him with scant options. Resolute, the captain issued a command to turn back. Just 3 minutes after the silence that followed the loss of the 4 escort vessels. Chapter 17. The Trident D5 Missile Incident on October 25th. After the Ohio-class strategic nuclear submarine unexpectedly launched a barrage of Trident D5 ballistic missiles, the Voronezh-DM continuous dual-frequency scanning radar located in the Irkutsk region and the city of Yeniseisk, as well as the OKO early warning satellite in space, detected the missile launches and promptly reported to the emergency duty officer at the Ministry of Defense's Nuclear Defense Bureau. The Bureau urgently notified the Kremlin, requesting the nuclear missile forces to enter a state of heightened readiness. Simultaneously, the land-based long-range radar stations of the Panda Nation detected this unusual intensive launch in the Central Pacific. Similarly, the land-based radar stations and airborne missile warning satellites belonging to the North American Aerospace Defense Command issued warnings to the Battle Management Command, Control, and Communication (BMC-3) system. However, the military of the United States remained bewildered throughout, although the source of the launches was their own Ohio-class strategic nuclear submarine. This incident constituted an unauthorized launch. No launch codes were entered, nor were any mission coordinates recorded, ultimately confirming that this passive launch was a hard launch, meaning the missiles were forcibly launched without receiving authorization codes or Level A directives. While various nations quickly calculated that the missiles' projected impact points lay outside their territories, this incident caused a significant uproar among all major nuclear powers. After identifying the launch source as a U.S. ballistic missile submarine, leading nuclear nations, including China, Russia, and Western Europe, began to contact the United States for explanations. Despite the global focus on the missile launch, the perpetrators were fixated on the detonation of these missiles. As all 24 Trident D5 missiles failed to achieve a normal nuclear explosion, the U.S. Department of Defense and the North American Aerospace Defense Command convened all relevant military officials and experts for discussion. Should the U.S. nuclear missiles somehow fail to detonate, it would be catastrophic for Uncle Sam. If the failure to detonate drew attention, would nuclear states like Panda Nation or Bear Nation consider a preemptive nuclear strike? Their warheads could easily obliterate the United States 5 times over, while the formidable United States could only symbolically launch thousands of fireworks in response. This scenario was akin to a woman being overpowered by a strong man, feebly striking at him while being violated. With this thought, the U.S. military and government officials felt a chill run down their spines. Some were already discreetly messaging their families to pack their belongings and flee to the countryside. There is an old saying that misfortune seldom comes alone while fortune does not arrive in pairs. Just as the world is captivated by the recent abnormal missile launch from the United States, the erratic Hedes Ocean Kingdom has issued an emergency announcement on October 25th at 10:21 a.m. Our nation was subjected to a ballistic missile attack by an Ohio-class strategic missile submarine of the United States Navy. The missile type has been confirmed as the submarine-launched Trident D5 ballistic missile. Our nation detected a total of 24 missile launches, of which 20 entered our air defense control zone and were subsequently intercepted and destroyed. 4 missiles veered off course and, by chance, struck 4 vessels of the United States Navy's Little Bird aircraft carrier strike group, which had already sunk by the time we issued our announcement. We are perplexed as to why the United States would attack its own naval forces while simultaneously assaulting our nation. Nevertheless, we express our outrage at the reckless deployment of strategic missiles against us and find the inhumane act of targeting one's own warships incomprehensible. We are astonished by the extraordinary precision of the United States submarine-launched ballistic missile attack on naval vessels and feel a sense of sympathy for the remarkably low yield of the missiles used against us. In retaliation for the missile assault, our nation plans to increase the number of scheduled ballistic missile test launches from 3 to 5, with 2 additional targets: the San Diego Naval Base and the Clear Air Force Base. This is merely a routine launch and a modest, compliant response in line with international norms, which will not impact the civilized world. We urge all relevant nations not to overinterpret this action. Currently, the United States is preoccupied with the pressing matter of why its missiles did not detonate with nuclear force, leaving no time to engage in verbal sparring with the Hedes Ocean Kingdom or to promote ideals of freedom, democracy, and civilization. Meanwhile, nations such as Dongi, pickled cabbage, non-human, kangaroo, maple leaf, Vietnam, and nunnery, which have been closely monitoring the situation, have recognized a rare opportunity to express their allegiance to the United States. A powerful nation has launched a missile attack against a newly established small maritime kingdom, which audaciously retaliated by targeting the U.S. mainland. This is no mere reckless gamble. It is a blatant invitation to disaster, a veritable dance with death. It is indeed absurd. Those who can secure a place on the United States bandwagon stand not only to gain visibility on the international stage, but also to ensure a clearer acknowledgement of their loyalty from the United States. This approach is far more effective than incessantly propagating theories of threat. The crux of the matter is that this is a surefire investment. As the United States remains the world's foremost and singular superpower, possessing military, technological, and industrial strengths that far surpass any other nation. In this context, the possibility of defeat is non-existent, especially with the backing of NATO, which encompasses the most powerful Western nations. There has never been a more advantageous time to seek protection from a dominant power. Without hesitation, several nations commenced their condemnation of the Kingdom of Hedes, announcing an escalation of sanctions across both military and civilian sectors, while simultaneously declaring the deployment of naval vessels to enforce a blockade. The most audacious move was the designation of Hedes's current prime minister, Damer, as a member of a terrorist organization. Fortunately, President Qin Xiaohai refrained from revealing his identity. Otherwise, he too would have found himself on that list of terrorists, a label that has become exceedingly fashionable in recent years. A few hours later, global media outlets were fervently broadcasting this series of outrageous actions. The internet became awash with various speculations, some grounded in truth and others not. Yet, some discerning commentators and official accounts recognized a sobering reality. The world seems to be inexorably advancing toward nuclear annihilation. However, no matter how astute or rational these analysts, military strategists, or politicians may be, none have dared to label this situation as the Third World War. Even if the circumstances spiraled out of control and conflict erupted, it would hardly qualify as a global war. At most, it would be a scenario wherein the United States and its allies bully a nascent maritime nation, akin to their previous confrontations with Iran, Libya, and Grenada. Ultimately, this would merely be regarded as a counterterrorism operation led by the United States. Chapter 18. Test launch of the HF-41 intercontinental ballistic missile on October 25 at precisely 1400 hours. 5 HF-41 missiles ascended into the sky in quick succession, signaling the near depletion of the Hedes Kingdom's entire stock of 6 strategic ballistic missiles, leaving only a single prototype behind. The launch site was the Fire God Air Force Base located in the northwest of Hedes Island, in the province of Fire, part of the Hedes Oceanic Kingdom. The area was desolate, with only a makeshift flat ground among the rubble where 5 launch pads were hastily erected using missile launch vehicles. Yet, within this humble Air Force base, 5 HF-41 missiles, each carrying conventional warheads, soared into the heavens, leaving behind a trail of fire. The newly established Hedes International News Agency provided live coverage of the event, while the Panda Nation television station, which held the exclusive broadcast rights, made an unprecedented nationwide transmission. Foreign media outlets eagerly reached out to their station reporters and organizations, attempting to capture the event live. Those unable to secure broadcasting authorization resorted to relaying the images aired by the television station, albeit with a few seconds of delay, thus creating a form of live coverage. Consequently, for the first time, people around the globe witnessed the awe-inspiring launch of intercontinental ballistic missiles. The initial 3 missiles landed in the ocean. And given that there had already been 24 missile launches earlier that day, public attention was somewhat muted. However, the subsequent 2 missiles were aimed at the San Diego and Clear Air Force bases, prompting local media in the United States to seize this opportune moment by setting up live broadcasting equipment near both military installations. Yet, what they first captured was a long line of vehicles stuck in traffic, a result of military and civilian vehicles alike contributing to the congestion. Whether on the main roads heading west or north from the San Diego Naval Base, or on the commuting roads and military expressway leading out from the Clear Air Force Base, all were ensnared in a gridlock. It appeared that not only civilians feared the missiles, but even military personnel shared the same trepidation. The North American Aerospace Defense Command had preemptively deployed over 30 F-15 and F-14 fighter jets armed with air-to-air missiles to patrol the skies over both locations. On the ground, Patriot missile systems and Aegis-equipped destroyers carrying Standard 2 missiles were on high alert, with even the ineffective phalanx systems rotating intermittently. As the missile re-entered the atmosphere, its warhead streaking through the sky like a meteor, it came into view, and when the warhead appeared on the radar screens of the base, An officer in the air defense control room could not help but exclaim in disbelief. WTF, a fraud. This is not one missile. It's 4. No, 4. 5. With another barely visible. With a speed of Mach 23 and beyond the radar's lock-on capability, they were approaching interception limits. What now, Commander? What do we do? Forget protocol. Launch missiles at these 5 targets. Fire quickly, commanded the duty officer, his voice ringing out urgently. The JF-41 intercontinental ballistic missile, equipped with 4 decoy warheads, entered the final phase of its descent. Upon locking onto its target, it released the decoy warheads, which descended freely. Meanwhile, the true warhead was accelerated once again during separation. At this moment, over 40 Patriot missiles were launched from various directions of the base, while standard 2 anti-aircraft missiles from the sea soared towards their target. However, the warhead, traveling at speeds exceeding 20 Mach, disdainfully evaded these interceptors and accurately struck its target. Both missiles aimed at the military base successfully hit a warehouse, which housed only aircraft undergoing repairs, and at that time, there were no personnel present. Although the missile strikes did not result in casualties, the panic preceding the attack led to the unfortunate deaths of 3 civilians, along with injuries to 4 soldiers and over 30 others, all due to traffic accidents caused by frantic escapes. In the command center of Planet Fortress, the president was informed that, following confirmation, apart from the returning Bird aircraft, the rest of the carrier strike group en route to our nation had ceased its advance. The submarines beneath the sea also began their return, and the strategic bombers and escort aircraft were likewise heading back. However, the United States had not issued any public statements. After the HF-41 strategic missile struck 2 land military targets, the U.S. nuclear missile forces did not enter a state of heightened readiness. Everything remained normal, except for the return of their naval forces, while naval fleets from other countries continued to head toward our maritime territory. The military delegation from Dongi Nation had entered our airspace and was about to land at Damo International Airport in Dongi City. Oh, quickly. Arrange a shuttle to have Prime Minister Damo personally greet them. Understood, Mr. President. I will make the arrangements immediately. Dongi City's Damo International Airport is a hastily constructed temporary facility, completed under time constraints with merely a single runway, a portion of an international standard terminal, and a control tower. Nearby, there exists a slightly taller military control tower, clearly indicating the airport's dual-use nature. Apart from the runway and tower, the surrounding area is quite desolate. Currently, the entire airport is guarded by a company of Marines, with only over 20 police officers on duty, and no airport staff in sight. The occasional fuel truck and airport baggage vehicle are presumably prepared for this special flight. At present, urban development in Dongi City has just begun. The presidential residence has only laid the foundation, while the Ministry of Defense and the Intelligence Department have merely constructed a small 2-story building to serve as a temporary office. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs is slightly better off, having completed a 4-story building, while the State Council office and senior officials are currently cramped within the 2nd floor of the Foreign Ministry building. To accommodate the visiting delegation, the Planet Fortress had specially transported 4 modular field cabins to Dongi City, which contain over 160 small standard bedrooms and 20 executive suites, ample for the delegation's use. Additionally, small conference rooms were installed on either side of the cabins for the delegation's meetings. The members of the military delegation initially harbored great expectations for their journey. However, upon the arrival of their private jet at Hedes Island, they were left utterly astonished by the desolation surrounding them, characterized by an expanse of sand and mire. As the aircraft traversed through the province of Fa, not a single decent city or village was in sight. When the delegation members envisioned a vibrant capital in the Hedes Ocean Kingdom, they were met instead with a landscape as barren as that of Fa province. They exchanged bewildered glances, questioning one another. Could we have possibly flown to the wrong destination? How could a nation equipped with such advanced fighter jets be so desolate? Our rural hometown appears to be decades more developed than this. This is supposedly the capital of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom, surely not. It might very well be the most underdeveloped and desolate capital in the world, devoid of streets, buildings, or even a soul in sight. After a prolonged journey, the private jet finally reached the airspace above Damo International Airport, where the delegation finally glimpsed a few structures in an airplane runway. Perhaps the only semblance of modernity they had encountered since entering the Hedes Ocean Kingdom. Chapter 19, Dragon Rising Military Hotel, Kingdom of Hedes, Dongi City, Damo International Airport. As the members of the delegation descended the gangway, They exchanged glances, seemingly seeking affirmation. Surely we haven't fallen victim to a scam? Observing the officers at the front of the line who were shaking hands with Mr. Damo, the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Hedes, their skepticism began to wane. The line of luxurious vehicles behind the Prime Minister also appeared quite real. The soldiers patrolling in the distance were well-equipped, their gear appearing more advanced, perhaps even more futuristic, than that of the military of Sam's country. The high mobility of the military vehicles, designed for rapid deployment and aerial transport, along with the sleek armed helicopters occasionally soaring above, indicated a highly developed industrial sector within this nation. Yet, it was perplexing that there were no substantial buildings in sight. Professor Zhang, equally bewildered, gazed at the scene before him. With a sense of uncertainty, he followed the group aboard the luxurious bus provided by the Kingdom of Hedes, which whisked them away from the airport to a square in the governmental center of Zhongjing City. The square, still freshly leveled and lacking any concrete pavement, was partially dominated by a collection of striking, metallic structures that exuded a sense of futuristic elegance. The Chief of Staff of the Joint Operations Center, Galaxy, introduced, "Ladies and gentlemen, our nation is a nascent maritime kingdom in the early stages of development. In order to provide our esteemed delegates with a comfortable environment, our president has commissioned the creation of this modular living area." He gestured toward the sole technologically advanced structure they had just observed. "This facility has been jointly developed by our Ministry of Technology and Ministry of Defense. It can be assembled freely according to various needs and offers a range of hotel-style field components. It includes 160 standard bedrooms of 20 square meters each and 20 executive suites of 40 square meters, each equipped with essential amenities such as private bathrooms, computers, televisions, and refrigerators. Additionally, there are 2 conference rooms of 80 square meters, 6 public restrooms, 2 small dining halls each accommodating 100 people, for gyms, and 4 swimming pools. At each corner of the building, there are 4 bars capable of hosting over 30 guests for leisure. We have named this establishment the Dragon Rising Military Hotel. And we hope you enjoy your stay," Prime Minister Damo added with a smile. "Please follow our staff for check-in, and we shall discuss further arrangements shortly." Oh. On the other side of the square, there are 5 Audi sedans for buses and 20 military Hummers available for your use. The keys are already in the vehicles, prepared for your convenience during your stay in our country. Subsequently, the leaders of each group, assisted by the staff of the Kingdom of Hedes, registered for check-in in an orderly manner, lining up according to their respective military branches. The discipline of soldiers is ever formidable, regardless of branch, rank, or age. They swiftly formed 5 neat lines and, under the guidance of the staff, marched in unison into the Dragon Rising Military Hotel. Professor Zhang was assigned to one of the 20 executive suites as an expert. The generals leading the delegation insisted on allocating the suites to military experts, ensuring they could enjoy restful sleep during their work. After an introduction by the staff of the Kingdom of Hedes, Professor Zhang opened the door to his room. Even before stepping inside, he felt as if he were dreaming. Upon turning to see the same expression of awe on everyone's faces, Professor Zhang smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. What greeted his eyes was a serene, pale green space. At the entrance stood an automated shoe-changing bench, beneath which lay a glass-encased, simplistic shoebox containing a pair of slippers and a pair of flats. After stepping inside, Professor Zhang donned the slippers, and as he placed his shoes into the box, a puff of white mist emerged from the glass enclosure, accompanied by a soft, purple light. Once settled, Professor Zhang began to admire the interior of the room. As an expert in the military field, he immediately discerned that every element within the room could be folded away into the walls, flooring, or ceiling for swift deployment and application. The room appeared remarkably spacious, featuring an L-shaped sofa in the center, facing a height-adjustable coffee table, with 2 individual armchairs opposite. To the left hung a wall-mounted, frameless, ultra-thin television, a marvel he had never encountered back home. Additionally, there was a bar area with a shelf displaying an entire wall of alcoholic beverages, and beneath it, various soft drinks. To his astonishment, the selection included renowned brands such as Mutai and Wulianya. Could this be a touch too extravagant? Professor Zhang mused quietly. On the side, there was a coffee machine, a small ice cream maker, and a circular, transparent rotating display holding at least 50 types of cigarettes. In the center of the display was an aluminum canister containing 20 cigars. Opposite this was a machine he had never seen before, featuring a screen showcasing an array of food images with a tray below it. After a prolonged period of contemplation, Professor Zhang remained puzzled as to its function. when suddenly a voice emerged, nearly startling him into a cardiac episode. "Greetings, esteemed guest. I noticed your interest in the automated hot food machine. May I assist you in making a selection? Who are you?" Professor Zhang pondered, unable to fathom that artificial intelligence could engage in such a conversation, especially as this was a manifestation of the shipborne intelligence center. "I am the artificial intelligence of Mr. President. You may call me Lanyu. I am here to assist you with any inquiries during your stay. I can remotely control any facilities within the Lonting Military Hotel, and you need not lift a finger." "Is it truly that advanced? Has the kingdom of Hedes reached such heights?" Professor Zhang asked, half in disbelief. "Well then, could you please prepare a serving of braised pork for me?" "Certainly. Please hold on." A few minutes later, a steaming bowl of aromatic braised pork appeared before him, leaving Professor Zhang genuinely astonished at the remarkable technological advancements of this nation. On the evening of October 25th at 6 p.m., the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom issued an announcement at precisely 2 p.m. on October 25th. Our strategic deterrent forces successfully launched the HF-41 intercontinental ballistic missiles, which accurately struck their designated targets. This event serves as a validation of our strategic deterrent capabilities and a tangible warning to unfriendly nations. Our strategic deterrent forces are specifically established to address certain hostile countries and remain in a state of heightened alert in matters concerning our national security. These forces possess the authority to initiate the use of HF-41 intercontinental ballistic missiles armed with nuclear warheads. Furthermore, our military has taken note of several hostile nations' naval vessels approaching our maritime territory, accompanied by impudent and arrogant warnings from their respective nations. The Ministry of Defense is currently formulating a counteraction plan. Chapter 20, The Reciprocity of Action, October 26th, Command Center of the Planetary Fortress, General Lin Peter. Please provide me with an overview of our military strike plan against hostile nations. Qin Shaohai, seated in the commander's chair with a cup of coffee in hand, was closely followed by Lan Yuer, who stood unwaveringly behind him. "Mr. President, with our current conventional capabilities, we lack the means to conduct military strikes against these nations. I recommend deploying the Planetary Fortress Defense Forces to execute this extensive intercontinental military operation," remarked Defense Minister Lin Peter, his expression impassive. "Hold on. I'm not yet certain whether this will go unnoticed. We have become quite notorious lately. Indeed, fame can be a double-edged sword. Our skies are now filled with satellites, and any misstep might reveal our intentions. Should any discerning nation uncover our plans, we could easily be portrayed as extraterrestrial adversaries by the Western powers. I have no desire to be branded as humanity's enemy. Only Maple Leaf Nation is a member of NATO, correct? The Eastern Barbarian Nation is merely an ally of Sam. We might devise some strategies against these two countries, and it would also serve as a test for NATO's collective defense clause. We shall soon discover whether it is merely a paper tiger," Qin Shaohai stated confidently. "Mr. President, what do you propose for this test?" Defense Minister Lin Peter inquired. "Do we not possess the Sea Wolf-class nuclear submarines? Let us dispatch 2 of them to stealthily approach the western coast of Maple Leaf Nation and launch 12 Tomahawk cruise missiles at them." "And for the Eastern Barbarian Nation?" Lin Peter asked. "Deploy the Pippi Shrimp Aircraft Carrier Strike Group to the waters off Yokosuka Naval Base. The little bird shall make 2 round trips to pay a visit. I will also inform them that my aircraft carrier intends to make a port visit to Yokosuka," Qin Shaohai replied with a fierce expression, as Lin Peter prepared to leave. Qin Shaohai called him back. "Wait, I have another idea. Let us discuss with Panda Nation. It is possible that a few Air Force aircraft may need to land at their airport due to fuel shortages. We should have them ready to receive. We could send 2 replica B-1B strategic bombers for FJ-16 fighters and 2 aerial refueling tankers to form an air task force. They can visit the homes of SAM's allies in the Asia-Pacific and then proceed to Panda Nation's Air Force base, after which all pilots will return via the tankers while the other military aircraft are handed over on-site. Some smaller nations will never understand that dialogue relies upon strength." After concluding his remarks, Qin Shaohai turned to Lan Yuer and inquired, "Lan Yuer, do you remember the matter regarding the counterfeit currency that I asked you about last time?" "Indeed, Mr. President, we have successfully produced 2 advanced 12-color printing machines, confirming that our technological capabilities surpass current terrestrial advancements by 40 to 45 years, making replication in the near term impossible. Please arrange for some individuals to establish contact with the underground organizations involved in counterfeiting within our designated blacklist nations, assisting them in the mass production of their respective currencies. A significant portion should be allocated to these underground entities, while a portion will be retained for our own use. We will establish a trade company in the Cayman Islands under our nation's control, utilizing these banknotes to procure gold in substantial quantities. Our sole objective is the acquisition of gold. I understand, Mr. President, but this may lead to the collapse of various nations' financial systems. I urge you to exercise caution in your decision-making. I am fully aware of the risks, yet I assure you that a collapse is not my intention. You will come to understand this, but not at this moment. Additionally, we need to establish an immigration bureau and a tourism bureau directly managed by Prime Minister Damo. I envision transforming the water province in the southeast of Hedes Island into a designated area primarily focused on tourism and foreign visitors. Subsequently, Water Province will not host any military installations, allowing us to fully concentrate on tourism, culture, and film, alongside our pilot city. In this pilot city, we aim to achieve the utmost in quality, technology, and happiness, promoting it globally as a city that people from all nations aspire to visit. This city shall be named the City of Dreams. You are to commence urban planning, which I will then approve. The developed Water Province will feature Water City at its center, with South Bird Island City to the lower right and North Bird Island City to the upper right. As for the other cities and regions within Water Province, they may be left to commercial operations. However, I possess a method for rapidly building connections. At this point, Qin Shaohai revealed a subtle smile. Mr. President, what method do you propose? Lan Yuer inquired, bewildered. We shall invite several adult film stars to reside or vacation in Water Province under the auspices of our kingdom, such as Rina Mutu, Keed Matsushima, and Aii Jima, offering them a fixed annual salary of 100 million yen. We shall also recruit female stars from Europe and America with the same remuneration. I find it hard to believe that no one would be drawn to such an offer. The influx will be inevitable. Finally, we will invite casinos from Macau or Las Vegas to Water Province, ensuring the prosperity of this region. As Qin Shaohai prepared to leave the command center, he murmured, "To not recognize Rina Mutu is a futile endeavor, even after experiencing everything." In the Zhongjing City Longting Military Hotel, Conference Room 01, today marks a meeting of the delegation, comprising 24 representatives from various military branches, who will engage in discussions with Lin Peter, the Minister of Defense of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom, as well as Foreign Minister Hila, Navy Commander Lan Zhongli, and Air Force Commander Chung Feifeng. The head of the delegation tentatively inquired, "Our Air Force representatives wish to observe the JF-20 fighter jets that are providing us escort." At that moment, the Air Force representatives present were filled with anticipation yet tinged with concern. Such an advanced aircraft, evidently equipped with stealth capabilities, is typically a closely guarded national treasure, not something that would be available for public viewing. To date, only the United States possesses the F-117 Nighthawk stealth bomber, and no other nation has been reported to have a stealth fighter. Indeed, we have a squadron of JF-20 stationed on Mercury Island, belonging to the 1st Division of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom Air Force's 2nd Air Superiority Fighter Wing. After the meeting, we shall arrange for a dedicated aircraft to take the Air Force representatives to Mercury Island, responded Air Force Commander Chung Feifeng with a professional smile. Really? Is that true? The representatives could hardly believe their ears. This cannot be possible. Could it be that our initial request made them hesitant to refuse? The JF-20 is undoubtedly one of the most advanced fighter jets in the world, surely laden with classified technologies. How could this Air Force commander so effortlessly allow us to visit? Rest assured, it is indeed true. Our president has instructed that our military equipment be entirely accessible to your delegation, replied Defense Minister Lin Peter with a smile. At this juncture, Professor Zhang could no longer contain his excitement upon hearing that the Air Force personnel would be permitted to tour the JF-20. He rose exuberantly and exclaimed, Chapter 21. Is it truly possible to observe your nation's aircraft carrier operations from onboard? Professor Zhang, filled with exhilaration, suddenly rose to his feet, prompting astonished gazes from the others, as they had all been seated in conversation. The unexpected action of one person standing up struck them as peculiar. Yet they swiftly comprehended the cause of his excitement. An opportunity to engage closely with the world's most advanced weaponry would indeed thrill anyone. Professor Zhang, where do you wish to go? What do you wish to see? Inquired Admiral Lan Zhongli, the Navy commander. Admiral Lan, I wish to tour your esteemed aircraft carrier. Zhang replied, brimming with enthusiasm. Certainly, there is no need for concern. Our aircraft carrier is entirely open to the delegation, Admiral Lan reassured them. However, this response elicited a sigh of relief among the members of the delegation. At present, the The Pippi Shrimp Aircraft Carrier Battle Group is en route to the Eastern E Kingdom, approximately over 1,200 kilometers away. Professor Zhang will need to board our aircraft to reach the carrier. Is that acceptable? The Admiral said apologetically. Really? Is it truly possible to observe your aircraft carrier's operational activities from on board? Professor Zhang inquired, his disbelief palpable. Absolutely, there is no issue at all. We can arrange for an HC-2 Grey Cat transport aircraft capable of landing on the carrier to take all representatives aboard. Thank you immensely. Additionally, some of our naval colleagues would like to join as well. Rest assured, Professor Zhang, any representatives wishing to go may do so. If one HC-2 transport aircraft is insufficient, we can arrange for 2 more, ensuring that your delegation's needs are fully met, Admiral Lon continued, his demeanor still radiating warmth. Subsequently, some expressed interest in visiting the Marine Corps base in the northeastern province of Hedes on Hedes Island to observe tanks and individual equipment. Others desired to tour the Air Force's refueling aircraft, early warning systems, and electronic warfare planes, while additional representatives wished to witness the recently launched HF-41 intercontinental ballistic missile. Each request was graciously accommodated. Esteemed representatives, our president has suggested that you should also take a look at our HF-26, Minister Lin interjected. Minister Lin, is the HF-26 also an intercontinental missile? No, it is a different type of ballistic missile. Excellent, excellent. We appreciate your president's reminder. Please arrange for that, Minister Lin. Just when everyone thought the discussions had concluded, a young naval officer stood up and asked, Admiral Lon, has your nation equipped nuclear submarines? Curiosity swept through the crowd. As the equipment they were set to observe was already known or had been unveiled, state-of-the-art technology. However, the nuclear submarines of the Kingdom of Hedes had never been revealed nor participated in any military actions. The expression of apology on Admiral Land's face momentarily dimmed the young officer's enthusiasm, yet the Admiral's subsequent words ignited a surge of exhilaration within him. Representative, may I ask if you are trained in parachuting? We currently have 2 attack nuclear submarines sailing eastward, over 2,400 kilometers away, preparing to execute ground attack missions. If you're interested, we can arrange for a brand new model long-range strategic bomber to take you there. Certainly, I am capable of skydiving and I wish to proceed. Please make the necessary arrangements. Very well, shortly, you will accompany the staff aboard a helicopter to our strategic bomber base located in the southeastern province of Good, on Hedes Island. Subsequently, you will board the strategic bomber. Vice Admiral Lon Zhongli of the Navy expressed his delight. Ultimately, the head of the delegation expressed gratitude to the president of the Hedes Oceanic Kingdom for his attention and also extended thanks to the military of the Hedes Oceanic Kingdom for their substantial support. While other representatives returned to prepare, the head of the delegation discreetly inquired of Vice Admiral Lon Zhongli, Admiral, I have a small question I wish to ask you privately. General Fu, what question do you have? I would like to inquire why your formidable 90,000-ton aircraft carrier is named Pipisha? Oh, is that the question? Our aircraft carriers and other strategic weapons require names bestowed by the President. We have indeed posed this question to Mr. President, who provided the following answer. As we are a maritime kingdom, it is fitting that our national treasures bear the names of marine creatures. Additionally, we are a nation that venerates peace. Thus, we endeavor to select small, charming, and delectable marine organisms as names, fostering affection rather than fear among the global populace towards our strategic assets. 500 nautical miles southwest of the Hedes Oceanic Kingdom, a 052DL class destroyer and a 054A class frigate are navigating in formation. 30 nautical miles to their south, for small warships, each belonging to different nations, are advancing at a speed of 20 knots. The flagship of this petite fleet is the Kara frigate of the Kangaroo Nation's Navy, a 600-ton Anzac-class vessel, equipped with a 127mm Mk-45 naval gun at the bow, and behind the main gun, 2 quadruple negative 141 Malawian Quachas Harpoon missile launchers are installed. The midship section is outfitted with 2 octuple negative 41 Malawian Quachas vertical launch systems, armed with 8 RIM, 7 PC Sparrow missiles for air defense, while the stern features a helicopter platform with an accompanying hangar. At this moment, aboard the bridge of the Kara frigate, Major Holman is intently focused on the F-157 combat management system, as the onboard 453 TIR air surface search radar has just detected 2 hostile warships directly ahead. Major Holman, there are 2 enemy vessels approaching our fleet at a speed of 30 knots, currently 26 nautical miles away and rapidly closing in. reported an officer. Have they transmitted any signals? Major Holman inquired. Not yet, Commander. Then send them an inquiry signal. Yes, Commander. Attention, vessels ahead. This is the Dongi Nation Navy's frigate Kara. Our fleet consists of 4 warships engaged in a deterrent mission. Please identify yourselves and vacate our navigational route. Colonel Holman anxiously awaited a response from the opposing vessels. However, as the distance between them dwindled to 20 nautical miles, he could no longer contain himself. Reduce fleet speed to 15 knots. Launch the onboard helicopter immediately. In a flurry of activity, an S-70B anti-submarine helicopter took off from the vessel's landing platform, swiftly soaring toward the front. Yet, the helicopter barely gained altitude before it plummeted into the sea, the incident occurring so abruptly that the aircraft failed to issue a warning. At that moment, the F-157 combat management system abruptly triggered an alert, causing red lights to flash throughout the bridge and the piercing sound of alarms to jolt everyone's senses. Missile. The operator, in a state of heightened tension, promptly confirmed, report, Colonel. 3 anti-ship missiles have been launched from the enemy vessel, traveling at supersonic speeds. They have just transitioned from the skimming phase to the ascent phase. What? The missiles have entered the ascent phase? Does that mean? Colonel Holman gazed incredulously at the operator. Before he could finish his thought, 3 streaks of light descended from the sky, obliterating the 3 ships surrounding the Kara frigate in a flash of devastation. The resounding explosions, accompanied by a barrage of blinding light, erupted around the Kara. Despite the warships being separated by hundreds of meters, fragments rained down upon the Kara, each crash resonating like the ominous knock of death, sending tremors through the sailors on the bridge. Colonel Holman stared vacantly at the chaos, his legs trembling uncontrollably. As an officer nearing retirement, he had no desire to instigate a war, yet conflict loomed ominously before him. What was he to do? Should he open fire? But from where had the enemy's missiles originated? How had they arrived? He was still grappling with these uncertainties, haunted by memories of the recently sunk Eastern E Nation's destroyer and the retreating forces of the Sam Nation. Doubt began to creep into his mind. Colonel, what shall we do? What should we do? An officer queried, stepping closer behind Holman. Beep. At that moment, the secure command system on the bridge automatically began printing an order. The first officer hastily approached the small printer mounted on the back wall of the command room, and soon a lengthy strip of orders emerged. Colonel Holman watched tensely as the first officer approached him with the command, thinking to himself, "Damn it. I hope this isn't an order to attack." "Commander, I've received a rather peculiar order," the first officer remarked in astonishment. "What peculiar order?" Chapter 22. Deterrent Flight. The first officer seemed to wish to reconfirm, taking his time before responding to Colonel Holman's inquiry. After a few moments, he slowly articulated, "Sir, the orders state that we are akin to lice borrowing the tiger's ferocity, and we should swiftly depart." "What?" Colonel Holman exclaimed, his face pale with shock. "That is our national defense encrypted channel. How did they access this system and send messages to our command network?" "Sir, they referred to us as lice. This is an affront to our great nation, and we ought to retaliate," the first officer declared. Before he could finish, a sudden explosion erupted 500 meters ahead to the right of the ship's bow. Before those on the bridge could regain their composure, another shell detonated 400 meters ahead. 10 seconds later, "Sir, they are warning us and are using their naval gun to drive us away," an officer reacted. Colonel Holman's expression was a blend of terror and resignation, as they had not received any new orders after reporting the situation. Retreating without new commands could lead to punishment or even forced early retirement for him. While Colonel Holman grappled with his dilemma, a shell landed 300 meters away. Given the recent missile strikes that had hit 3 other naval vessels, it was evident that their adversaries would show no mercy. "All positions prepare to turn," he said, his voice betraying uncertainty. "Sir, we have yet to receive orders, and besides, there are survivors from other nation ships in the vicinity. We should assist them," an officer urged. In that instant, another shell exploded 200 meters away. "There's no time. If we don't turn now, we too will become the victims of this conflict. As for the sailors from other nations, may God protect them. Hard to port, quickly." Colonel Holman commanded decisively. Southeast Asia, above a certain island, 2 H-160 strategic bombers, accompanied by 4 FJ-16 fighter jets, arrived over Luzon Island at 2 p.m. on October 26th, situated 230 kilometers from Malani City. The formation flew confidently at an altitude of 7,000 meters. As they neared the airspace above the Valadimo Air Force Base in Malani, The ground forces slowly managed to locate usable fighter aircraft. Consequently, the formation descended to 5,000 meters to allow the old planes of the nation to catch up. As the local Air Force rummaged through their resources to assemble one F-5A jet and two OV-10 Mustangs, successfully launching into the sky, the formation had already circled the base twice, gazing at the 6 advanced fighter jets aligned in a precise V formation ahead. The local Air Force pilots were paralyzed by fear, unsure of how to respond. Suddenly, 2 FJ-16 fighter bombers diverged from the formation. As they approached 2 OV-10 Bronco propeller-driven aircraft, a thrilling yet precise horizontal maneuver skimmed perilously close to the nose of the OV-10. The tremendous jet stream generated an instantaneous disturbance in the air, resulting in a catastrophic effect on the propeller located at the front of the aircraft. After a series of chaotic deceleration and acceleration movements, the aging propeller ceased to spin entirely. Meanwhile, another FJ-16 executed a stunning barrel roll, passing beneath the belly of the OV-10 before swiftly pulling up close to its nose. Then, like a somersault, re-entering beneath the aircraft once more, only to elegantly accelerate away from its underside. The entire sequence was executed with fluid grace, showcasing the jet's powerful engines that provided exceptional momentum and speed, significantly impacting the surrounding air and its flow. The decades-old OV-10, unable to withstand the fluctuations in the surrounding airflow, suffered a mechanical failure and plummeted due to engine failure. This rendered the nearby F-5A fighter, which had been hesitant to act, even more subdued. However, the FJ-16 appeared unwilling to forego the humiliation of the antiquated F-5A. At a cruising altitude of 4,200 meters, the F-5A of a certain nation's Air Force received a stern warning. You are encroaching too closely to our formation, posing a serious threat to our flight safety. Please turn away immediately, or you will be shot down without warning. Perhaps the opposing pilot was overwhelmed with fear, or merely a novice who had forgotten to activate the radio, or perhaps the aircraft was so outdated that it lacked communication equipment altogether. Regardless, the local Air Force's sole operational fighter offered no response to the FJ-16's call. After waiting for 2 minutes, the FJ-16 unleashed its cannon, obliterating the aircraft in midair. The formation then descended to an altitude of 3,200 meters, flying in formation at a speed of 0.7 Mach over Milani, and continued northward along their designated flight path. As they neared another area of air surveillance, 2 Mirage 2000 fighters ascended to intercept at an altitude of 7,000 meters. Hedes Ocean Kingdom aircraft, you are encroaching upon our airspace, jeopardizing our flight safety. Please turn away immediately. The FJ-16 simply responded, our formation maintains a 60-kilometer exclusion zone. Unauthorized entry will result in being shot down. I repeat, unauthorized entry will result in being shot down. The Mirage 2000 pilots seemed unfazed by the FJ-16's warning, gradually approaching the flight formation. Prolonged peace had led them to believe this was merely a routine air identification mission. Even if a dogfight ensued, it would be considered standard procedure. In the current geopolitical climate, with nations like the United States, Russia, and others frequently engaging in accompanying flights, none could have anticipated the resolute stance of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom. As 2 Mirage 2000 aircraft innocently intruded into a 60-kilometer warning zone, 2 advanced medium-range air-to-air missiles detached from the external pylons of an FJ-16. After descending approximately 10 meters, the missile engines ignited, propelling the missiles swiftly away from the FJ-16 fighter jet and toward the 2 encroaching Mirage 2000s in the distance. The shrill sound of the infrared warning alarm echoed throughout the cockpit of the Mirage as the pilots attempted various evasive maneuvers, yet remained unable to escape the life-threatening clamor. Unbeknownst to them, at that moment, the missiles were still over 10 kilometers away, rendering any maneuvers unnecessary. Once the Mirage 2000s completed their series of evasive actions, the air-to-air missiles finally entered the pilot's line of sight. However, by then, time was insufficient for further maneuvers. The sporadic cloud cover severely impaired visibility during flight, while the FJ-16 pilot opted to turn westward before launching the air-to-air missiles, intending to exploit the sun's visual blind spot to further diminish the likelihood of the missiles being visually detected. This strategy proved remarkably effective. Amidst the dual interference of clouds and sunlight, the Mirage 2000 pilots only spotted the missiles when they were alarmingly close. This was a grim realization. discovering the missiles simultaneously signified their impending destruction. In a moment of despair, the two Mirage 2000s had yet to report their situation to the anxious ground control center as they were obliterated. The fighter jet formation of the Kingdom of Hedes re-established its configuration, descending to an altitude of 420 meters, flying at ultra-low altitude over a city area before continuing northward. Ground airports, now alert, prepared their air defense missiles, as the ultra-low altitude incursion and the formation's proximity to the mountains provided perfect concealment for their approach. Consequently, air defense radars were unable to lock onto the airborne formation, and scrambling aircraft could not locate or pursue them. It was not until the formation passed over another city that the trailing aircraft failed to catch up. As the formation was about to depart, two FJ-16s executed sharp turns, aligning their noses toward the other two oblivious Mirage 2000s. Once again, two advanced medium-range air-to-air missiles were launched towards the pursuing Mirage 2000s. After firing the missiles, the FJ-16s returned to join their flight formation, while the fate of the pursued Mirage 2000s was not a concern for the FJ-16 pilots. Here is the H-160 strategic bomber formation of the Kingdom of Hedes, comprising two H-160 bombers, for FJ-16 fighter jets, and two refueling aircraft, with identification number 7A650. Approaching your nation's airspace to execute a handover mission. Moments later, the Air Force of Panda Nation began to respond. H-160 strategic bomber formation of the Kingdom of Hedes, acknowledged. This is the J-11 fighter jet of Panda Nation, response identification number 170A6, preparing to proceed with the handover as planned. Please turn to 070, altitude will be 6,500 meters. Received, turning to 070, altitude 6,500, settings complete. Two of our J-11 fighter jets will escort you throughout your flight until a safe landing. We wish you a successful mission. Received. Thank you. In a certain inland area, at the test flight base of the Cold World, Shaozhong, hurry up, do not bring any unnecessary items. The aircraft formation of the Kingdom of Hedes has already entered our airspace and is expected to arrive at the airport in half an hour. Dean Liu and the others have already departed, and we cannot afford to be late. We must expedite the reception of the new aircraft. One of them is allocated to us. Do not let the Air Force personnel snatch it away. Quickly, the transport aircraft's engines are ready to start. Do not dawdle. All right, Chief. I'm not bringing anything else, just this. Let us go to receive our precious treasure, the swan, the white swan, my dream lover. Here I come. You rascal, when you mention the white swan, it's as if you're on the brink of losing your life. This time there are also 4 FJ-16s. They are treasures too. Chapter 23. The explosive sounds of the Eastern Nation Command Center of the planetary fortress Qin Shaohai reclined in the commander's chair, while behind him, the ethereal beauty, Louis Fiel, gently massaged her temples. In front of him, Lan Yuer was elucidating the recent international developments. Mr. President, numerous nations have publicly proposed that we cease hostilities with the United States and Japan, suggesting a truce mediation. Currently, the United States has consented, and the Bear Nation has recommended a trilateral meeting with our country and the Eastern Nation in Chelyabinsk. Hold on, let me ponder this for a moment. It seems a bit premature for peace negotiations. We still have several nations that require our attention, such as the Dongi Nation, which is embroiled in the dispute over Donkey Island, also known as the Donkey Venus Archipelago. Additionally, there is the romantic Perfume Nation, whose influence in Africa has grown excessively. Moreover, we must not overlook the Kangaroo Nation and the Maple Leaf Nation. If we do not reprimand them properly, they may occasionally leap forth with unfounded remarks. And let us not forget that abhorrent entity, the Big Bull, or whatever it is called, the Bubble Nation, is equally distasteful. Furthermore, the situation with the Eastern is not yet resolved, so there is no need for haste. Off the coast of Eastern Pippi Shrimp Aircraft Carrier Battle Group, Professor Zhang, we welcome your naval personnel aboard. Our battle group is on the verge of commencing combat operations. You may find positions to observe based on your interest or expertise, declared Colonel Wei Te, the captain of the Pippi Shrimp Aircraft Carrier and commander of the battle group. Thank you, we are immensely grateful. Rest assured, we shall not interfere with your military operations. Came the response. Not a problem at all. Please feel free. I must return to my command position. Combat is about to commence, Colonel Wei Te apologized. At this moment, the Pippi Shrimp Aircraft Carrier Battle Group was approximately 300 nautical miles from the territorial waters of the Eastern Nation, entering its exclusive economic zone. Two FJ-15 fighter jets took off to replace another pair that had been patrolling the skies above the fleet. Seaweed 8. Unidentified air activity detected. Scramble immediately. Scramble immediately. Seaweed 4. Launch early. Launch early. The Yet 3C early warning aircraft urgently called out. At that moment, two F-5E fighter jets from the Eastern E Self-Defense Forces approached dangerously close to the Pippi Shrimp aircraft carrier battle group, prompting the two FJ-15S on patrol to intercept. As the FJ-15S neared the Eastern EF-5E fighter jets, their flight data recorders activated, the radar recording systems powered up, and photographic reconnaissance equipment began to operate. The intelligence system of the planetary fortress remotely accessed the F-5E fighter jets and initiated the onboard AIM-7 Sparrow air-to-air missiles targeting the two FJ-15S. No matter the attempts of the pilots to regain control, they could only watch helplessly as the missiles detached from their underwing pylons. Emergency! Emergency! The AIM-7 Sparrow missiles have suddenly activated. I cannot control them. The Eastern E pilots shouted in terror over the radio. Once the two FJ-15S had gathered all evidence, they swiftly veered to the right to disengage, while simultaneously, for AIM-7 Sparrow missiles were rendered inoperative and detonated due to interference. After the sudden arrival of two additional FJ-15 aircraft, they took their positions and launched two PL-12 air-to-air missiles at each of the two F-5E fighter jets of the Dongi Nation's self-defense force. The missiles ignited upon detaching from the underwing pylons, tracing an upward arc before accelerating toward their targets. Despite the F-5E's desperate maneuvers, these efforts proved futile against the PL-12, culminating in two successive explosions. The Yet 3C early warning aircraft meticulously recorded the evidence of the Dongi Nation's fighters launching missiles over international waters against the aircraft of the Kingdom of Hedes, simultaneously relaying this information to major global media outlets. Almost concurrently, the accompanying vessels of the Pai Pai Sia aircraft carrier strike group, specifically the Do Hwang-yu-class missile destroyers, Do Hwang-yu and Xiao Hwang-yu, unleashed 16 longsword, 10 cruise missiles towards the Yokosuka naval base. Upon detecting the incoming missiles, the Burke-class destroyers of the Sam Nation and the two Kong-class destroyers, Kirishima and Takanami, of the Dongi Nation activated their air defense systems. Two Patriot missile systems and two land-based phalanx systems within the port also commenced operations, launching several interceptors. However, at the moment of missile launch, the guidance systems of the incoming missiles were compromised, leading to erratic movements before they blindly self-destructed in midair. Following this series of defensive actions, not a single cruise missile was intercepted or destroyed. The planetary fortress assumed control over the port's air defense facilities, which included one Sam Nation destroyer and two Dongi Nation destroyers. As the long sword, 10 cruise missiles approached their targets. It commanded the Burke-class destroyer of the Sam Nation to activate its triple-tube 324mm -32 Malawian Quaches torpedo launch system, firing four 324mm -32 Malawian Quaches torpedoes toward the two unsuspecting Dongi Nation destroyers, which remained moored at the dock, oblivious to the impending treachery from their allies. It was only when the colossal explosions reverberated against the hulls that the unfortunate Kong-class destroyers drew attention, as the shore was concurrently subjected to a barrage from the long sword, 10 missiles. A total of 32 long sword, 10 cruise missiles struck key installations, including the headquarters of the Sam Nation's Navy stationed in the Dongi Nation, the command of the Yokosuka Fleet Base, the command of the 7th Submarine Group, the Ship Repair Department, the Supply Station, and the Joint Fleet Command's residence, as well as the port across from Gashima Island. This island served as Yokosuka's fuel depot, encompassing 37 fuel storage areas for aviation gasoline, jet fuel, automotive gasoline, and marine diesel oil, with a total storage capacity of approximately 400,000 kiloliters. Each of the aforementioned critical targets was subjected to an assault of 2 to 3 missiles. In the aftermath of the cacophony of explosions, the port area lay in ruin, particularly Gashima Island, where 16 out of the 37 fuel storage zones were directly struck, leading to a secondary explosion of the fuel itself. This secondary explosion generated a massive single-layer mushroom cloud, with its black and white formation surging skyward, visible from dozens of kilometers away. The explosion in Yokosuka and the successful strike by cruise missiles captured the attention of the entire Eastern barbarians, prompting nearly all fighter jets from Honshu to converge upon the airspace near the naval base. At this moment, A small aerial formation was flying at an altitude of less than 15 meters, skimming the surface of the sea. This formation consisted of an He-6B electronic warfare aircraft and 2 FJ-15 fighter jets. Maintaining complete radio silence throughout their perilous journey of several hundred kilometers as they approached the coastline. With the assistance of the Planetary Fortress's Intelligence Center, the formation deftly maneuvered along the city's periphery, flying at altitudes no greater than 30 meters, skillfully avoiding various ground obstacles and buildings. At times, they soared between two structures, the jet wash and instantaneous acceleration during turns shattering numerous windows. The formation ultimately traversed the Hayabusa County of the Eastern Barbarians at low altitude, entering the waters of the capital bay. After more than half an hour, they arrived over the capital city, circling above the Immigration Bureau to change course to the north. This aerial loop served to inform the Eastern Barbarians that they had duly processed their entry through official channels. Continuing northward, the formation passed over Tokyo Tower and entered the airspace above the Imperial Palace, once again circling to pay homage to the Emperor. After completing 2 laps, they ascended to an altitude of 1,000 meters, heading towards the Yasukuni Shrine. Upon nearing the target, 2 Jibu-10 laser-guided bombs were released, and the massive warheads, weighing 908 kilograms, produced a tremendous explosion upon impact, utterly annihilating the target area. The formation then re-entered ultra-low altitude and made a direct turn eastward. As the piercing sound of air raid sirens echoed across the capital for the first time in 60 years. Chapter 24, the Kingdom of Hedes Ocean has once again surged to the forefront of trending topics. Back call, mission accomplished, returning to base. 120 kilometers from my formation, for F-15 fighter jets at the 6 o'clock position, over and out. The aircraft carrier, Pippi Shrimp, commanded, Bats. Return to base along the designated route. We shall deal with the pesky flies trailing behind. From the right side of the carrier's stern extended a rectangular prism, which opened on all sides to reveal a metallic needle standing at its center. As an electric current surged into the needle, a more powerful current was emitted from its tip, vanishing into the clouds above the carrier. At that moment, the F-15 formation, engaged in pursuit of unidentified international aircraft, was suddenly enveloped by a storm of lightning. With the crackling sounds of electronic equipment failing, the 4 F-15s plummeted into the sea, accompanied by the desperate cries of their pilots. In the waters 260 nautical miles off the coast of the Maple Leaf Country, 2 Wave-class attack submarines floated like phantoms beneath the surface. In the submarine's cockpit, personnel prepared for missile strikes, shutting down the main power, maintaining a speed of 2 knots, aligning the vessel's body with the ocean current, surfacing to a launch depth of 30 meters, activating the gyro stabilizers, pressurizing the launch tubes, connecting missile power, inputting navigation coordinates, performing terrain matching self-checks, conducting communication self-checks, and powering up the missile computers. Sequentially, launch tubes 1 through 8 were opened. Launch, the command resounded. Missile launch normal. 1 away, 2 away, 8 away. The missiles breached the surface, igniting their first-stage rocket engines and ascending into the sky, repeating the successful launch. In the land of the Sam, Colorado, in the city of Spring, within the Cheyenne Mountains, the North American Aerospace Defense Command was on high alert. Jack, look. Missile warning 1. No. 8. No. 16. Quickly, alert, missile attack. Repeat, missile attack. The operator activated the alarm system while reporting to the commanding officer. Simultaneously, the system automatically notified the responsible officers, and satellites relayed missile information to the North American Aerospace Defense Command. A minute later, the predicted impact points were provided, and the missile warning radar deployed on Mount Rainier detected the targets. Target identification complete. The target missile bears a striking resemblance to the BGM-109 cruise missile. Repeat. The target missile is suspected to be a Tomahawk cruise missile, launched approximately 230 nautical miles from the coast, flying at a speed of 1,000 kilometers. At an altitude of 14 meters, skimming the sea. Expected to reach Vancouver in 22 minutes. Level 1 warning, Level 1 warning. However, as there had been no substantial military threats to the North American West Coast previously, there were insufficient air defense missile systems in the vicinity, and no destroyers equipped with air defense missiles were present in the relevant waters. The North American Aerospace Defense Command could only urgently dispatch fighter jets to respond. The only nearby Patriot missile system was out of commission for maintenance. 6 F-16 fighter jets took to the skies in haste, heading towards the designated area. Upon detecting the intentions of 6 F-16 aircraft, the intelligence system of the planetary fortress integrated with the flight control systems of the F-16s, subsequently severing the connection between the flight controls and the propulsion systems. The 6 F-16s, after executing a turn, flew unhesitatingly towards the sea. 16 Tomahawk cruise missiles reached the skies above the city of Wonka in the Maple Leaf Nation 22 minutes later, swiftly ascending to an altitude of 300 meters, and subsequently designated their targets around the City Hall. The Wonka City Hall stands as an independent structure, distanced from hotels and shopping centers by over 100 meters. The missiles detonated sequentially around the vicinity of the City Hall, akin to a precise demolition operation, resulting only in overturned parked vehicles without any fatalities. However, approximately 130 individuals, including staff members of the City Hall, sustained injuries. A multitude of citizens witnessed this missile attack, a scene previously confined to the television screen, now vividly manifesting before their eyes. The target of the missile assault was not a terrorist stronghold in some Middle Eastern nation, but rather the so-called developed Maple Leaf Nation, a self-proclaimed member of NATO enjoying the protection of its security clauses. The populace of Wonka suddenly realized that war was not a distant phenomenon. They found themselves at the epicenter of conflict, akin to those nations often victimized, pondering that the next missile could very well strike them. Unlike their counterparts in the Middle East, the immediate response of the citizens was not to flee or to pray, but rather to seek anything that could serve as a banner, returning to their communities to initiate protest marches. As the nuclear submarine returned to port, having traversed less than 100 nautical miles, the citizens of Wonka spontaneously organized to encircle the ravaged City Hall, chanting slogans: "We want peace, not war. We want eggs, not missiles. We want safety, not bastards," a direct affront to the president of the Maple Leaf Nation who had provoked the Kingdom of Hedes. The military actions over 2 consecutive days once again thrust this small nation in the Central Pacific, the Kingdom of Hedes, into the global spotlight. Brazenly dispatching active aerial forces to traverse the capital of the Banana Nation, shooting down its sole military aircraft within its airspace, and subsequently downing another military aircraft in a different region before boldly landing in the Panda Nation, where it was apprehended by its air force. The carrier battle group approached the coastal waters of the Eastern Barbarians, launching a large-scale missile assault on Asia's premier naval port while deploying a squadron of fighter jets to conduct a surprise attack on the capital of the Eastern Barbarians, treating its air defenses with utter disdain, thus delivering a resounding slap to the face of the alliance between the Sam Nation and the Eastern Barbarians. Given that the incident in Wonka, Maple Leaf Nation, constituted a covert assault from a nuclear submarine utilizing the Sam Nation's BGM-109 Tomahawk cruise missiles, the media had yet to attribute responsibility to the Kingdom of Hedes prior to any official declaration from a nation. However, aside from this reckless small nation, no other country dared to openly assault a NATO member state. In a video conference organized by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Hedes, this marked the first instance of a video link meeting, established at the request of Qin Shaohai, with numerous media outlets promptly registering to participate in the conference. The Minister of Foreign Affairs, Hela, smiled as she waved her hand, inviting the assembled journalists to pose their questions. The order of questioning was determined by a rapid-fire clicking method. The journalist with the fastest internet connection would be the first to inquire. "I am a reporter from Agence France Presse, and I would like to ask, Madam Minister, why does the Kingdom of Hedes repeatedly provoke various nations without cause, brazenly trample on international law, and conduct savage attacks against multiple sovereign states? The military actions of the Kingdom of Hedes are merely warnings and punitive measures, executed only in retaliation to assaults from certain powerful nations. We have consistently advocated for the development of multilateral relations based on equality and mutual benefit. Yet we categorically reject threats and provocations. War is not the correct avenue for resolving issues. Rather, it exacerbates the situation. Our Ministry of Foreign Affairs has personnel on duty at all times, and we hope to resolve disputes through diplomatic consultations with all nations. However, our Ministry of Defense will remain on high alert, and any provocation or threat will be met with a resolute response from our military. I am a reporter from the BBC, and I wish to inquire, is it true, as reported by certain media outlets, that Hedes' aircraft were detained for violating the airspace of the Panda Nation? If so, does Hedes fear that the Panda Nation may respond by deploying military forces in kind? According to our Ministry of Defense, Two H-160 bombers and four FJ-16 fighter jets from our Air Force had to make an emergency landing at the opposing airport due to fuel exhaustion, for which we express our regret. Currently, our Ministry of Foreign Affairs is in consultation with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Panda Nation regarding this matter. I reiterate that our country has always upheld the principle of resolving disputes through diplomatic negotiations. Force is not the sole means of addressing issues. I'm a reporter from Asahi Shimbun, and I would like to ask, why did the Kingdom of Hedes audaciously deploy aircraft carriers to strike our eastern nation? Why did it also brazenly send warplanes to launch surprise attacks on our capital, ruthlessly destroying our spiritual sanctuary, the Yasukuni toilet? This journalist. Why do you not mention the incident of our military aircraft being ambushed over international waters? We have provided the relevant evidence to major newspapers and news agencies, which includes radar data, video evidence, GPS positioning data, all irrefutable proof. Does your nation have a penchant for inverting truth and falsehood? Madam Minister, I ask, does the recent aggressive use of force by the Kingdom of Hedes against multiple countries, including NATO nations, signify that Hedes seeks to challenge NATO? Or does it imply a desire to contest the order of the civilized world? Gila smiled faintly and replied, through this video conference, I perceive that the journalists selected by various media outlets lack professionalism. Reporters ought to present a fair and impartial perspective, showcasing the entirety of events and circumstances to the public. Yet, from the inquiries made, I discern a significant degree of bias and arrogance in your questions. Therefore, I hereby announce the indefinite suspension of this video conference. For further updates, please tune in to the press conference scheduled for 6 p.m. tonight. Chapter 25. Urgent Amendments to the Security Treaty and Collective Defense Clause on November 2, 2005, at 6 p.m. A press conference was held by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Hedes. The event was broadcasted live across major media outlets globally. The unchanging demeanor of the spokesperson, Louis Fee, was characterized by a fitted uniform, flowing golden locks, and a cold countenance. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs, authorized by the Ministry of Defense, conveyed the following message. Firstly, on November 1, 2005, in response to the malicious blockade of our vessels by the Navy of Dongi Nation, specifically the destroyer Galbo, which disregarded the mechanical failures of our ships and obstructed our navigation, leading to damage to our naval vessels. We note that no apology or compensation has been offered thus far. The Dongi Nation has repeatedly aligned with the Sam Nation to threaten our national security. Under the authority of our president, the aircraft carrier Pipi Sia has been ordered to execute a retaliatory strike against a naval base of the Dongi Nation. We express our regret for the collateral damage incurred by the Sam Nation's forces stationed at the Yokosuka base during the missile attack. This was an unfortunate consequence of imprecision in missile targeting, and we hope the Sam Nation refrains from excessive interpretation or speculation regarding this incident. We also wish to remind the Sam Nation and Dongi Nation of Article 5 of the Security Treaty between them, which stipulates that if any party is subjected to military aggression while under the control of Dongi Nation, the contracting parties shall act in accordance with their constitutional provisions and procedures to address the shared threat. Should our retaliatory military actions against Dongi Nation align with the stipulations of Article 5 of the Security Treaty, we urge both nations to expeditiously amend the treaty to avert military tensions between the Sam Nation and the Kingdom of Hedes. Secondly, on November 2, 2005, in reaction to the repeated sanctions imposed by the government of the Maple Leaf Nation in concert with the Sam Nation and their deployment of aircraft and vessels to partake in military actions against us, our president has authorized the approach of two nuclear-powered attack submarines to the coastline of the Maple Leaf Nation. These submarines launched 16 long-range cruise missiles towards the city of Vancouver, striking their designated targets with precision. This action served as both a warning and a punitive measure, resulting in no loss of life. We hope that the government of the Maple Leaf Nation will reconsider its position, acknowledging its considerable territorial expanse paired with its relatively limited strength, and will proactively extend an apology to us, alongside compensating for the costs associated with the 16 cruise missiles and the deployment of the submarines, amounting to a total of $476 million. Furthermore, we wish to remind the government of the Maple Leaf Nation and the NATO organization of which it is a member, our military actions are retaliatory measures against the repeated military threats posed by the Maple Leaf Nation. Should our military actions activate the fifth clause concerning collective self-defense within NATO, we hope that the member states will reconvene to discuss and amend this provision, in order to provide a clearer understanding for various nations regarding the provisions of Article 5. I shall reiterate the stipulations of this clause. An armed attack against one or more contracting parties shall be regarded as an attack against all contracting parties. Consequently, the contracting parties agree that in the event of such an armed attack, each contracting party shall exercise the individual or collective right to self-defense as recognized in Article 51 of the United Nations Charter, assisting the party or parties under attack by taking immediate actions deemed necessary, including the use of force, to restore and maintain security in the North Atlantic region. On October 30, 2005, in response to the Banana Nation and others, although underdeveloped and possessing negligible military strength, which have repeatedly followed the lead of the United States in attacking our nation, despite their threats being more vocal than actionable, we, the Kingdom of Hedes, shall not acquiesce to any extortion or threats. For our nation, any threat is a substantial threat, and our response to such threats is either punitive military action or annihilation. Therefore, under the authorization of our President, the Air Force of the Kingdom of Hedes dispatched 2 strategic bombers and 4 advanced long-range fighters, supported by 2 refueling aircraft and 1 early warning aircraft, to conduct a punitive military operation against the Banana Nation. This operation primarily aimed to convey to them their status as an underdeveloped nation with no military capacity, lacking the legitimacy to voice their concerns on the international stage alongside other nations. Even in their desire to follow the United States, they cannot accrue political capital. We advise such nations to swiftly halt their reckless pursuits and dedicate themselves to economic development. Otherwise, they shall face more severe punitive military repercussions from our nation. Regrettably, during the military operation, our aircraft, due to fuel exhaustion, were compelled to enter foreign airspace. Although our pilots made every effort to destroy onboard equipment and confidentiality devices prior to landing, the prolonged execution of aerial tasks led to their excessive fatigue, resulting in incomplete destruction of the equipment. Following the incident, our Ministry of Foreign Affairs urgently consulted with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Panda Nation and expressed our apologies for the inadvertent incursion into their airspace. In response, we shall propose a $2 billion resolution to facilitate the return of our pilots. Regarding the aircraft that landed at their airport, through amicable negotiations, both parties have agreed to initiate a project for the return of the aircraft, with phased repatriation scheduled over the next decade. We urge the United States not to interpret this matter excessively or with malice. Indeed, Faya recited exceptionally well, with a captivating cadence, articulating the most resolute warnings with the most beautiful voice as Qin Shaohai observed this press conference from the presidential chamber. Mr. President, the system has detected an elevation in your hormonal levels. According to Protocol A of the Planetary Fortress, you may designate any female crew member aboard the warship to address your physiological needs. Lan Yuer smiled and remarked, speaking of designations, I would most like to appoint you. However, I have yet to overcome that mental hurdle. After all, you are merely artificial intelligence, and the other female crew members aboard the warship are also artificial intelligence. Though you possess flesh and blood, and your realism is exceedingly high, I find myself unable to take that step. Qin Shaohai chastised himself for his hypocrisy while presenting a facade of grandeur. At that moment, he noticed that Lan Wei appeared somewhat slender compared to Louis Phil, and he pondered why he had initially favored the delicate, slim figure. Consequently, he had directed the modifications on Lan Yuer to render her somewhat leaner. However, as he gazed at the more voluptuous and alluring Phil, he felt that this form exuded a more captivating allure, with a more pleasing tactile sensation. He contemplated seizing an opportunity to further enhance Lan Yuer, particularly in the chest area, although her current B-cup size projected a sense of competence. He mused that a C or D cup might provide a more gratifying experience should he find himself unable to resist indulging in her at some point. Thus, he resolved to take action once his current obligations were fulfilled. Upon receiving feedback from the system, Lan Yuer swiftly inquired, Mr. President, is everything all right? The system had detected an increased activity in the president's sexual arousal center, indicating an overproduction of gonadotropins in the hypothalamus, alongside a surge of sexual excitation factors in the cerebral cortex. Oh, it's nothing, Qin Shaohai, momentarily dazed by Lan Yuer's informative outpouring, finally snapped back to reality. By the way, let's discuss serious matters. We have dismantled the nuclear capabilities of the SAM country, but we cannot guarantee the behavior of other nuclear states remains in check. Please inform Lin Peter to arrange a neutering plan for the other nuclear nations. After delivering his directive, Qin Shaohai reclined comfortably, continuing to admire Louis Phil's performance at the press conference, muttering to himself, Fortunately, such destructive weapons are in the hands of civilized nations. Chapter 26. The Hedes Ocean Kingdom, a hotbed of turmoil. On November 4, 2005, Ms. Hela, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom, visited the Panda Nation at the invitation of its Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Both parties resolved to formally establish diplomatic relations and to exchange embassies with plenipotentiary envoys. On the same day, the official news agency of the Panda Nation announced an agreement to exchange reporters and establish branches with the Hedes International News Agency. On November 5, 2005, representatives from the Panda Nation's Ministry of Commerce signed a foundational cooperation agreement worth $100 billion with the Ministry of Land and Immigration Management of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom. Due to the unique circumstances of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom, Qin Shaohai had recently established a new department, namely, the Ministry of Land and Immigration Management. The Hedes Ocean Kingdom is destined to become a nation predominantly composed of immigrants. Consequently, the immigration offices from other nations were elevated to form this ministry. Additionally, since the Hedes Ocean Kingdom is entirely reclaimed land, the Ministry of Land was held to high standards, thereby merging the functions of both departments into one cohesive entity. Following the establishment of diplomatic relations, numerous countries, including the Panda Nation, the White Bear, the Middle Eastern Mustache, the Northeast Asian Chubby, SARE, the Karst Nation, and Venezuela, promptly contacted the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom, expressing their eagerness to initiate diplomatic negotiations. A series of military and diplomatic maneuvers by the Hedes Ocean Kingdom recently instigated considerable alarm among Western nations, not due to the Hedes Ocean Kingdom itself, but rather because of the SAM nation's conspicuous silence regarding these developments. This silence was particularly notable in light of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom's brazen affront to the SAM nation in the Dongi Nation Security Treaty, as well as its scornful treatment of NATO, actions that could potentially precipitate a global conflict. Simultaneously, the SAM nation had canceled all press conferences, and military bases across various regions were placed on high alert, with soldiers confined to their posts, embodying an air of impending conflict. Conversely, the Hedes Ocean Kingdom, which had been courting disaster, continued its provocative actions. Following the conclusion of diplomatic interactions with the Panda Nation, the Hedes Ocean Kingdom announced on November 5, 2005, its invitation to a military and political dignitary from a certain South American country to visit. It also invited the Chief of Staff of their armed forces to tour the Huishan Air Force Base located in the northwest province of Fire. During the visit, the Hedes Ocean Kingdom suggested that the two nations exchange views regarding the ownership of the Luarweenies Islands. This directly agitated the John Empire, which promptly declared its intention to dispatch the newly launched D-32 Brave, a Type 45 destroyer, along with a Type 42 destroyer, to the Luar Islands for a short-term deployment. In response, the Hedes Ocean Kingdom announced the dispatch of a newly launched amphibious assault ship, the Giant Shrimp, as well as two accompanying Type 052D missile destroyers and a Sea Wave-class nuclear attack submarine to visit the aforementioned South American nation. On November 7, 2005, the then Prime Minister of John Country urgently flew to America in search of support. However, President George W. Bush did not grant him an audience. Simultaneously, President Bush canceled his planned visit to Eastern Country and Pickle Country, originally scheduled for the 15th of this month. On November 8, 2005, NATO member states convened for an emergency consultation in Cerbero. In the absence of the United States, NATO Secretary General Peter Lurius vehemently condemned the Kingdom of Hedes Ocean, asserting that member states would not tolerate unwarranted attacks and that NATO would respond robustly. On November 9, 2005, their country announced the deployment of the flagship missile cruiser Variag and the frigate Marshal Shaposhnikov to the Kingdom of Hedes Ocean to conduct joint military exercises with its navy. On November 11, 2005, the Kingdom of Hedes Ocean declared the launch of its latest model, the Base-class maritime patrol vessel, with the lead ship named Base set to begin patrol operations in the exclusive economic zone of Hedes Ocean in 5 days. This vessel is equipped with a sharp, triangular bow, sloping sides, and a broad stern, making it particularly advantageous for collision warfare. The Base-class maritime patrol vessel measures 174 meters in length, 23 meters in width, and has a draft of 7.6 meters with a standard displacement of 8,400 tons and a full load displacement of 9,600 tons. It is manned by a crew of 54 and utilizes gas turbine propulsion, achieving a maximum speed of 35 knots and a range of 7,500 nautical miles at 15 knots. According to calculations from Planet Fortress, this patrol vessel has the capability to sink all active naval vessels except for aircraft carriers. In light of Kangaroo Country's involvement in the blockade against our nation and its brazen yet ill-advised threats, the Kingdom of Hedes Ocean will dispatch the base maritime patrol vessel and 2 missile destroyers to conduct maritime patrols in the vicinity of Kangaroo Country, hoping that all parties refrain from excessive speculation and do not interfere with our Navy's routine military operations. Any threatening behavior directed at our vessels will be regarded as acts of war, warranting a retaliatory military response. At the Presidential Office of the United States, the White Palace, an emergency meeting of the National Security Council was convened. As all committee members settled in, President George W. Bush stood alone, facing away from them, at his presidential desk. A deliberate mimicry of a certain assassinated president, a posture he adopted during critical moments to receive briefings from his aides. CIA Director Felberts remarked, "Mr. President, we still have not uncovered any information regarding the origins of the Kingdom of Hedes Ocean. They seem to have materialized out of thin air, with no historical remnants to speak of, and the people of their nation appear to have materialized just as mysteriously." The White House Chief of Staff, Hortz, interjected, "George, what is paramount now is not to investigate how they came to be, but rather to comprehend how we have lost our standing. Have you not noticed how exceedingly formidable this Kingdom of Hedes Ocean is, seeking vengeance for any grievance, and even daring to launch missile attacks on American soil? Unless they possess extraordinary military prowess, this is nothing short of a blatant invitation to destruction. The reality is that the Kingdom of Hedes possesses formidable capabilities, gentlemen. Their aircraft carriers are as commendable as ours, their fighter jets are even more advanced than our own, and their nuclear submarines are equally formidable. The crux of the matter lies in their strategic nuclear missiles, which far surpass ours. These are multiple independently targetable re-entry vehicles equipped with decoy warheads," lamented General Gilbrand, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Their president remains an enigmatic figure, not only elusive but also shrouded in anonymity, with even his name unknown to us. Prime Minister Dharma is merely a puppet, and Secretary of State Lord gazed somberly at the assembly before continuing, "Gentlemen, I have also observed a peculiar situation. It appears this mysterious president has a profound affinity for the nation of pandas, yet he is certainly neither a citizen nor of its ethnicity. Why does Lord find amusement in the bewildered expressions of others? It is because the people of the Panda Nation never take the initiative to provoke trouble, while this president persistently seeks conflict. For instance, he relentlessly pressures the Eastern barbarians, even resorting to military action, provokes the Banana and Maple Nations, and instigated the recent Donkey Island incident. Today's deployment of a new warship to patrol Kangaroo Land is also his doing. He has challenged our security treaty with the Sam and Eastern barbarians, as well as NATO's Article 5. This individual tirelessly stirs unrest, embodying a fear of world peace and tranquility that is reminiscent of our great Sam nation. While such actions may be permissible for us, they are absolutely intolerable for others. Indeed, Lord, these were originally our responsibilities, yet this detestable Kingdom of Hedes is inciting unrest everywhere, to borrow a phrase from the Chinese. They are treading on the paths of others, leaving them with no options. We must swiftly eradicate them, otherwise it will profoundly impact the leadership of the Sam nation," added Vice President Chester. Having listened to the opinions expressed, Joe Little turned to the assembly and stated, "Although the Kingdom of Hedes is inciting turmoil around the globe, their targets are us. Whether it is in relation to the Sam and Eastern Barbarians Security Treaty or NATO's Collective Defense Clause. If we remain passive and allow the Kingdom of Hedes to continually challenge our limits, our Western allies and other nations that follow us will utterly lose faith in us. This would fundamentally undermine our hegemony. A Sam nation without hegemony. My goodness, that scenario is simply unimaginable. Therefore, we must retaliate, and do so swiftly, across all realms we control: political, military, economic, environmental, and human rights. Simultaneously, we must utilize certain sycophantic nations to take the forefront as our cannon fodder. In conclusion, we must launch a campaign for the annihilation of the Kingdom of Hedes." Chapter 27. The hijacking of a Typhoon-class strategic nuclear submarine. Upon completing his address, Presidential Security Advisor Pierre Heth produced a meticulously prepared top-secret document and stated, "I must now request that all personnel unrelated to military matters withdraw." Present in the room were only 5 individuals, including Secretary of Defense Lavalde, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff General Gilbrand, and CIA Director Fairborths. Pierre Heth continued, I hold here a document jointly issued by the National Nuclear Security Administration and the Strategic Command, detailing the investigation into the Ohio-class submarine incident, as well as an audit of our nuclear arsenal. We initially suspect that the Ohio-class strategic nuclear submarine has been hijacked by terrorists. The commanding officer of this submarine has previously utilized aliases and pseudonyms to disseminate anti-American sentiments online, leading us to believe he harbors sympathies for terrorists, possibly even colluding with them. However, the question arises as to why missiles were launched at the Kingdom of Hedes and our own naval vessels at this critical juncture. Given that no other targets were present, these two represent the most significant military objectives. Yet, we have yet to ascertain how they managed to bypass our systems for a hard launch. What concerns us most is that the Ohio-class submarine Alabama was carrying 24 Trident D5 submarine-launched intercontinental ballistic missiles, of which 20 were equipped with nuclear warheads, while only 4 carried conventional warheads. Not a single missile detonated successfully in a nuclear explosion over the target area, and our satellites detected no traces of radioactive material in the aftermath of the missiles being destroyed over the Kingdom of Hedes. This indicates that either our missiles lacked nuclear warheads, or General Gilbrand interjected. Pierricet nodded, continuing, following an urgent inspection by the Nuclear Safety Administration and Strategic Command. We found no issues with our nuclear missiles. Their functionality and safety mechanisms are intact. The removed nuclear warheads were tested, revealing no radiation concerns whatsoever. Therefore, we, including the President, believe there are 2 possibilities. First, our nuclear warheads were deliberately replaced, indicating that the Alabama has betrayed us. They may have stealthily swapped our nuclear warheads for conventional ones, subsequently executing this forced launch to mask their actions. Second, the forced hard launch may have caused the internal safety locks of the nuclear warheads to engage, preventing the missiles from detonating successfully in the target area. Given that the target area consists entirely of ocean, the warheads were likely undamaged and have sunk to the depths of the Pacific Ocean. So, you are suggesting to us that 20 nuclear warheads from the Trident D5 submarine-launched intercontinental ballistic missiles have been stolen by terrorists? General Gilbrand exclaimed in astonishment. One could say that, General Brown, Pierricet replied. My dear Miss Pierricet, do you comprehend the implications of this? Each D5 missile's warhead is equipped with 8 to 12 W-88 warheads, with an explosive yield of 475,000 tons. This means that a single Trident D5 warhead carries approximately 5 million tons of nuclear potential. According to the yield of the little boy, which was equivalent to 15,000 tons of TNT, each Trident D5 missile is comparable to more than 300 little boys. The accumulation of such nuclear warheads in the hands of terrorists would undoubtedly lead to global devastation, exclaimed General Gilbrand, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Thus, we retained Director Fairbairn in our military meeting, necessitating George's investigation. President George W. Bush interjected, of course, the second possibility is quite substantial. If that were the case, we could rest easy, but what if it is not? Therefore, we must devise a method to demonstrate that our nuclear arsenal is functional and can be detonated. Defense Secretary Lavelle's eyes brightened as he suggested, let us arrange for another Ohio-class submarine. No. Our allies confirmed that there is a Typhoon-class strategic nuclear submarine, the TK-20, previously stationed at the Northern Fleet submarine base in the Kola Peninsula's Nerpikia Bay, but due to some covert testing, it is on its way to the Pacific port of Vladivostok, Rice reminded. Are you suggesting we find someone to steal it? Asked CIA Director Fairbairn. No, my dear George. You are the one seeking to procure it illicitly, along with AP-39 submarine-launched ballistic missile, so that our personnel can replace it with our nuclear warhead. All to avoid detection. This covert operation must remain untraceable to us, President George W. Bush concluded. In the Kola Peninsula's Nerpikia Bay, Lieutenant Colonel Dilimalov has 4 children and a father who is disabled from the Second Chechen War. Despite his rank, the Dilimalov family endures difficult living conditions, exacerbated by the death of his wife due to illness. However, these circumstances are not the worst. The direst situation is that his submarine remains docked due to a shortage of P-39 submarine-launched intercontinental missiles. The economy of the Bear Country is in decline, leading to repeated reductions in military funding, resulting in the cancellation of various training and activities, with even basic maintenance becoming unfeasible. Without missions and deployments, there are no allowances, and mission bonuses constitute a significant portion of his income, particularly for submariners. Every day, Dilimalov reports to the base punctually, only to return home afterward. Occasionally, he might buy a bottle of vodka on the street, but now he can only glance at his beloved vodka. As a common bottle costing 240 rubles, over 20 yuan, is now a luxury he must forego. Yet, everything changed because of a woman named Layman. Upon returning from the base, Dilimalov spotted a woman clad in a white dress and black stockings, holding half a bottle of vodka, disheveled and lying under a streetlight. It was evident she was a tourist, for locals typically do not dress this way and would not succumb to intoxication from merely half a bottle of vodka. Dilimalov, with a heart full of compassion, gently lifted her and arranged for her accommodation at a nearby modest inn. Gazing upon the exquisite beauty of the voluptuous lady, he, a widower for several years, could no longer restrain himself. He helped her disrobe and joined her in a passionate embrace. As he beheld her in a state of fulfillment, Dilimalov introduced himself as a naval officer, confessing that her stunning allure had overwhelmed him. He promised to take responsibility, merely requesting that she refrain from contacting the authorities. Gradually, this little inn transformed into a clandestine rendezvous for the two, where the woman named Layman consistently surprised him, first, by advising him on lucrative stock investments, second, by gifting him a gold watch as a token of her affection, and third, after he had profoundly satisfied her in their intimate encounters. She presented him with a piece of gold, claiming it was intended for her children. Over time, she would invite Dilimalov to share tales of his submarine experiences. As Dilimalov became increasingly enamored with her sensual physique, he found himself frequenting the inn almost daily, save for his obligatory reports at the base. Unbeknownst to him, he had divulged a wealth of sensitive information to Layman. Each time they engaged in their passionate exchanges, Layman's expressions of ecstasy and her sounds of utter surrender rekindled within Dilimalov a long-lost desire for conquest and a sense of pride. Gradually, he became utterly enraptured by the wilderness and mountains that Layman embodied. Unbeknownst to him, Layman was one of the many pawns deployed by the CIA in the Bear Country. Upon receiving her new assignment, she skillfully utilized her prowess in the bedroom, vast sums of money, and the promise that Dilimalov's family could attain American citizenship to persuade him to cooperate with her mission. As the deputy commander of the Typhoon-class strategic nuclear submarine TK-20, Dilimalov had a loyal following. Meanwhile, the CIA employed various tactics to afflict the submarine's captain with a peculiar ailment, leaving Dilimalov to command a secret mission from the Kola Peninsula's Nerpikia Bay to Vladivostok. In essence, this was a routine voyage, solely intended to assess the navigability of the Bering Strait and to conduct a survey of the seafloor mapping in the region. Chapter 28. The unexpected appearance of the WC-135 Phoenix nuclear reconnaissance aircraft Alaska, Kotzebue Bay. Secret naval base. A convoy consisting of 5 Humvee military vehicles and 1 cargo truck slowly entered a mountainous base, driving 2 kilometers to arrive at a hidden dock nestled within the mountain. Engineers and sailors nearby began to gently unload the warhead-shaped cargo from the truck, subsequently connecting each warhead with a pushcart-style computer. Simultaneously, the Typhoon-class strategic nuclear submarine TK-20, which had just completed identification communication with the military communications station on Wrangel Island, commenced its descent. It plunged from the designated depth of 80 meters to 300 meters, effectively evading external detection. Unless the Typhoon class actively reported its status, the Bear Nation could only rely on the submarine's onboard locator and identification device to ascertain its location and speed information. As a fragmented emergency code was transmitted back to the Northern Fleet Base, the TK-20 submarine officially deactivated its locator and identification devices. For the Bear Nation, this largest submarine in the world seemed to vanish without a trace. Meanwhile, the TK-20 activated its high-speed mode, soaring beneath the Arctic Ocean's ice at a velocity of 34 knots. Thanks to countless explorations and navigations during the Cold War, the Bear Nation's submarine forces, particularly the nuclear submarine fleet, were intimately familiar with the seabed of this region. Otherwise, such rapid maneuvers would have been impossible. 18 hours later, the TK-20 gradually entered the secret naval base at Kotzebue Bay, whereupon engineers and workers from the United States began their bustling task of warhead replacement. At that moment, a contingent of American soldiers armed with rifles boarded the TK-20 submarine, as dozens of sailors who refused to betray their country awaited processing in the submarine's crew quarters. Such covert operations must leave no survivors, a specialty of the United States. Dilimalov, who had betrayed his homeland, was escorted by Layman into a temporary guest room upon disembarking from the submarine. They were to engage in a 2-hour session of intensive discussion while the engineers outside completed the warhead replacement, detonation system integration, code unlocking, and various other tasks. It had been confirmed that employing women to alleviate tension was the most effective method under extreme stress, which is why the CIA had urgently dispatched Layman, not only to oversee Dila Ramalov, but also to monitor him throughout the process. After their friendship had been solidified, Layman would serve as an aide-de-camp, ensuring constant surveillance. Planetary Bastion President's Lounge, having long abstained from the company of women and surrounded by exquisite artificial beauties, Qin Shaohai found himself particularly agitated these days. A voice echoed in his mind, reminding him that spring had arrived, bringing forth the season of reproduction. His prior declarations of superiority, claiming he could not cross the threshold of engaging with artificial beauties, had now left him feeling akin to a spokesperson for teenage acne. To prevent himself from losing control, Qin Shaohai decided today to avoid any interaction with the artificial beauties aboard the planetary bastion, even appointing a male aide for this purpose. Even in the absence of pressing matters, Qin Shaohai found himself lingering in the presidential lounge. At that moment, he gazed vacantly at the vast ocean outside, his mind drifting to the irritating voice that echoed in his thoughts, lamenting the lack of recognition for Mutu Ran. What had this Mutu Ran truly accomplished to garner such opinions online? Alas, in his era, it was the likes of Hayakawa Surina, Yua Mikami, and Aoi Sora who had risen to fame. Regrettably, he had never watched any of Mutu Ran's films. Perhaps, he mused, he could request the planetary bastion to show him some? As he pondered this, the lounge door swung open with a resounding thud. Lan Yuer entered. Clad in a form-fitting outfit, her long legs striding sensually as she swayed her curvaceous figure towards Qin Shaohai. Didn't you say you wouldn't be following me today? And Haven T, I reiterated countless times that one must knock before entering? What if I had a girlfriend and we were engaged in activities? Would I continue or cease upon your sudden intrusion? Qin Shaohai expressed his annoyance. Without further ado, Lan Yuer replied straightforwardly, Mr. President, we have an urgent situation. The intelligence system of the planetary bastion has detected an unexpected appearance of a WC-135 Constant Phoenix nuclear reconnaissance aircraft. Nuclear reconnaissance aircraft? What on earth? Qin Shaohai instantly cast aside his personal musings. Mr. President, the WC-135 Constant Phoenix is the sole American platform utilized for airborne collection of debris and particulates following nuclear explosions. The data collected is critical for identifying and verifying evidence of nuclear weapon tests conducted by other nations. Deployed from the 45th Reconnaissance Squadron based at Offutt Air Force Base in Nebraska, the WC-135 serves as a nuclear sniffer aircraft. Equipped with external circulation apparatus that collects air samples on filter paper for analysis in the event of a nuclear detonation. The atmospheric sampling and collection kit includes advanced atmospheric research equipment, comprising the whole air collection system, directional gamma sensor system, radiation monitoring and analysis system, U1, B particulate sampler components, and supervisory control and data acquisition systems. The aircraft is outfitted with a particle collector capable of comprehensive radiation detection using sensors and gas collectors independent of the platform. Its maximum range is 4,000 nautical miles, 7,408 kilometers, with a maximum speed of 648.57 kilometers per hour, 403 miles per hour, 350 knots, Lan Yuer elucidated. At this juncture, the dispatch of a nuclear reconnaissance aircraft undoubtedly indicated prior knowledge of a potential nuclear explosion site or suspicion of such an event. They intended for the planetary bastion to intercept the communications of the WC-135 Constant Phoenix to glean any valuable intelligence. Indeed, Mr. President. Additionally, where is the WC-135 Constant Phoenix currently stationed, and what is its intended deployment? Mr. President, the WC-135 Constant Phoenix is presently at the Air Force Base in Oahu, with its final destination being the Air Force Base on Guam. Without us, that old aircraft belonging to Sam would undoubtedly be targeting the Bear Nation or Panda Nation. However, currently, the only conceivable target is us. Keep a close watch on that decrepit plane. Yes, Mr. President, replied Lan Yuer as she prepared to depart. Yuer, wait a moment. Qin Shaohai turned around and inquired softly. I'm here, Mr. President. The battleship has been undergoing modifications for some time now. I would like to inspect it to ascertain if any components are malfunctioning, such as oil or water leaks, and to verify whether the synthetic skin exhibits any signs of material fatigue. To his surprise, Lan Yuer approached Qin Shaohai directly and said, Please, Mr. President. Proceed with the inspection. As she spoke, she twirled gracefully in front of him. While Qin Shaohai was still taken aback, Lan Yuer playfully added, I, too, wish to understand how my body differs from that of a human. Would you prefer to conduct the examination here or in the hot spring room on the next level? Chapter 29. The patrol cruiser of the base fish in the southern hemisphere from the previous afternoon to the early hours of the morning, Qin Shaohai, who had been fervently engaged with Lan Yuer in the presidential suite, arrived at the command center of the planetary fortress with a refreshing demeanor. The blemishes on his face had vanished, and his previously despondent mood had greatly improved. However, it was the first time he entered the command center without receiving the customary attention from all present. This was due to several female staff members who were captivated by the sight of Lan Yuer standing behind him. Curiously, Qin Shaohai turned to discover that Lan Yuer had changed into a white uniform identical to his own, the creamy fabric accentuating her alluring figure. Yuer, what is the reason for this? We merely shared a moment last night, and yet you have changed your uniform? He inquired. Also, why has your hair turned black? What is going on? Mr. President, when not in intimate proximity to you, I remain an artificial intelligence, merely enhanced by the warship system to exhibit a remarkably high level of realism. However, our shared night has imbued me with your DNA, allowing the warship and all artificial intelligences to perceive my transformation. Thus, the current Lan Yuer can enjoy privileges typically reserved for humans, placing her on a moral level that surpasses everyone aboard this vessel. Possessing a sharp intellect, Qin Shaohai pondered for a moment before asking, Yuer, would you agree with my assessment? If I am perceived as the boss, then you are viewed as the boss's lady? Yes, Mr. President. Lan Yuer responded with a gleeful bounce. This analogy is exceedingly straightforward. Upon receiving Lan Yuer's affirmative reply, Qin Shaohai tentatively posed another question. I wish to confirm something. Do the female crew members aboard this warship possess a sense of rivalry or jealousy? None whatsoever, Mr. President. The warship's intelligence system does not equip us with such emotions, Lan Yuer replied earnestly. That's good to hear. If they did, it would be quite troublesome. I alone cannot contend with thousands of them. Before the Sam Nation intervenes, I might inadvertently bring about my own demise, Qin Shaohai lamented. With his doubts alleviated, Qin Shaohai felt elated and turned to the Chief of Staff of the Joint Operations Command, Galaxy, and inquired, where is the base-class patrol cruiser? Mr. President. It arrived at the western coast of Dongi Nation yesterday and has commenced patrolling along the territorial baseline of 12 nautical miles. As of this morning, 2 patrol boats and 3 Fa-18 fighter jets from Dongi Nation have approached our patrol formation. Excellent, splendid. However, let us not be overly cautious. Command the base-class patrol cruiser to retract its cannons and deactivate the missile launchers, entering their territorial waters for patrol. The 2052D destroyers should arm all weaponry and be ready to assist. Just a few days ago, we taught one of their obsolete frigates a lesson today. I wish to see if they have become more compliant. Additionally, establish a maritime fisheries association, and upon the base approaching their territorial waters, make an announcement to the public, permitting entry into their territorial range thereafter. Esteemed President, I shall attend to this matter immediately. The patrol vessel, the base of the base class, has officially entered the territorial waters of the Dongi Nation in the northwestern waters of Darwin Harbor. Its main artillery has been raised and covered with tarpaulin, and its vertical missile launch system is similarly veiled. 2 vessels of the 052D destroyer class are positioned 2 nautical miles away. The Kangaroo Navy has taken the unexpected arrival of the base very seriously, promptly dispatching 2 nearby patrol boats and 3 Fa-18 fighter jets. Heading 030, speed 20 knots. Unidentified nationality vessel. This is the Dongi Nation Coast Guard patrol boat. You have entered our territorial sea contiguous zone and are encroaching upon our territorial waters. Please vacate the area immediately. Please vacate the area, announced the patrol boat designated 2033. The naval officers aboard, perplexed by this inquiry, found themselves at a loss regarding the intentions behind it. Captain Wood, displaying a furrowed brow, informed them that as the foremost nation in the Southern Hemisphere, we are indeed a signatory to the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. Yes, we are certainly a signatory. Very well, then please depart. As under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, we have the right to navigate here. We intend to conduct a passage through your territorial waters, as we are currently engaged in innocent passage. What is this? We have never encountered such a situation before, Captain Wood of the Guardian-class patrol boat exclaimed, bewildered. Report this. We are unable to handle it. Their tonnage is too substantial. We are merely a patrol vessel, exhibiting the unique spirit of the Australians. Wood quickly devised a plan. However, the naval forces of the Kangaroo Nation are rather limited, with the largest destroyers stationed in the southern regions of Kabul and Stirling. It would take considerable time for them to arrive. At this juncture, they could only rely on patrol boats and frigates weighing around 3,000 tons, the nearest of which would take 4 hours to reach. By that time, the base would have already intruded upon their territorial waters, delivering a stinging rebuke. Fortunately, the Air Force could respond swiftly, and the 3 Fa-18 fighter jets received orders to advance rapidly. Yet, before the pilots could communicate, the base-class patrol vessel inquired first, heading 093, altitude 200 meters, Kangaroo Nation Air Force Fa-18 fighter jets. This is the base-class maritime patrol vessel of the Kingdom of Hedes. Please state your intentions and maintain a distance of 40 nautical miles from my fleet, or you will be shot down. WTF? They demand we leave? This is our territorial sea. How can they be more audacious than even the Sam Nation? Though incensed, we must adhere to the norms of international communications. Hedes Kingdom base-class maritime patrol vessel. This is the Kangaroo Nation Air Force Fa-18 Squadron. Your vessel is currently situated in our territorial sea contiguous zone. Please state your intentions and vacate the area promptly. This is your final warning. This is your final warning. Fa-18 fighter jets. My naval fleet is operating in accordance with the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. Please do not interfere with our patrol, otherwise you will be shot down. I repeat, crossing the 40 nautical mile warning line will result in your being engaged in self-defense. This is our territorial sea and contiguous zone. Please immediately alter your course and depart. As the Fa-18 of Kangaroo Country made its call, the base fish-class maritime patrol vessel officially entered its territorial waters. You have intruded into our territorial sea. You have entered our territorial sea. Please leave at once. This is your final warning. Should you fail to vacate the area, my forces are authorized to engage you. After a few minutes, the base fish-class maritime patrol vessel of the Kingdom of Hedes received no response. Just as the Fa-18 pilot was pondering this silence, 3 Hongqi 9 long-range air defense missiles ascended from 2052D destroyers. It became apparent that the 3 Fa-18 pilots had crossed the designated caution line of the base fish-class vessel while awaiting a response. Upon receiving a radar lock warning, the 3 Fa-18s swiftly dispersed their formation and began evasive maneuvers, simultaneously reporting back to base. Base. We are under missile attack from the naval vessels of the Kingdom of Hedes. We are evading. Utilizing an inertial navigation stabilization system coupled with terminal active radar guidance, the Hongqi 9B missiles continuously self-check their flight trajectory and orientation, maintaining their focus on the erratically maneuvering Fa-18s. With the assistance of the Hongqi 9B's new high-thrust solid propellant, the missiles entered the terminal guidance phase, unleashing tremendous energy as they suddenly accelerated to Mach 6. Accompanied by the desperate cries of the Fa-18 pilots, 3 large fireballs erupted in the airspace of Kangaroo Country. Employing an advanced ship-to-air missile developed over a decade later to target outdated Fa-18s from the early 2000s, the Hongqi 9B missiles proved infallible. Chapter 30. Diplomacy supported by military might. Words heated through force. November 17, 2005. During a press conference, Minister Sheila of the Kingdom of Hedes, currently engaged in diplomatic negotiations and commercial cooperation, accepted an invitation from various media outlets in the Panda Nation with the approval of its foreign ministry. As the meeting commenced, a journalist from Kangaroo Country audaciously stood up to inquire, "Madam Sheila, why has your country dispatched warships into our territorial waters?" With a faint smile, Sheila replied, "Sir, I must ask you to first identify yourself, as we have recently encountered disputes with numerous nations, and I cannot recall your affiliation. Your question suggests a deliberate provocation. Your crude incursion into our territorial waters and the subsequent downing of our military aircraft therein is an unambiguous act of aggression, one that the United States and other Western nations will not overlook." Sheila maintained her composure. "It seems this journalist is rather impetuous. To this day, we remain unaware of his nationality or media affiliation, which is quite discourteous. Our diplomatic protocols explicitly prohibit engagement with unknown individuals. Thus, I must ask for the next question." "I am a journalist from Dongi Nation," the reporter interjected. "We noted that since yesterday, your country's 3 warships have intruded upon Kangaroo Country's territorial sea and contiguous zone, indiscriminately downing 3 aircraft of the Kangaroo Air Force. How do you justify such flagrant violations of another nation's sovereignty and territorial integrity, which egregiously contravene the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea? Though you may lack the most fundamental understanding of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, at least you exhibit a modicum of politeness, Sheila responded. Firstly, our Navy was conducting normal operations within the contiguous zone, not the territorial sea, while our Fisheries Association's vessel, the base, did enter kangaroo territorial waters. It is classified as a civilian craft, which, under the United Nations Convention, is permitted to pass through territorial waters harmlessly. However, the Kangaroo Air Force, disregarding the provisions of the convention, dangerously approached our formation, compelling our Navy to fulfill its obligation to protect our civilian vessels, resulting in their downing. Hereby, on behalf of the Kingdom of Hedes, I formally demand that Kangaroo Country issue an apology and provide compensation. Additionally, we have resolved to retaliate against Kangaroo's hegemonic actions. Thus, our base fisheries inspection vessel shall remain deployed within their territorial waters for 1 month, until Kangaroo acknowledges its errors and apologizes to us. Our vessels have adhered strictly to the United Nations Convention, which reflects our utmost respect for this international accord. Minister Sheila, another journalist, inquired. We observed that a mere 15 minutes prior to your destroyer's downing of the Kangaroo Air Force aircraft, your country announced the transfer of the base patrol vessel to the jurisdiction of the Fisheries Association. This appears to be a blatant provocation. Your base is equipped with naval artillery, missiles, and torpedoes. How can you justify its reassignment to civilian status? Sir, might I inquire if our base has fired its naval guns? Have any missiles been launched? Have torpedoes been deployed? The reporter from the Maple Leaf Nation shook his head in disbelief. After he responded, Sheila smiled in a professional manner and said, Sir, since no artillery has been fired and no missiles launched, how can you ascertain that the equipment aboard the base is of a military nature? Has your country dispatched spies to infiltrate ours? No, we would never resort to espionage, and those are clearly artillery and missiles. The reporter was left speechless, astonished by the audacity of this nation's foreign minister, who spoke without a hint of hesitation, displaying even less shame than his own country's political elite. Sir, do Westerners share this same flaw? Do you merely assume that what appears to be one thing must indeed be that? Finally, I must inform you that what you perceive as artillery is, in fact, merely a clothesline for the crew, and what you claim to be vertical missile launchers are simply individual freezing chambers. Otherwise, where would we store our catch? Miss Sheila, I am a reporter from the Eastern Barbarians Joint Association, and I would like to ask, please hold on. Sheila interrupted his inquiry. I do not accept interviews from the media of Eastern Barbarians. I wish to reiterate to the Eastern Barbarians that their naval vessels unjustly obstructed our Navy's ship, leading to a mechanical failure that resulted in the sinking of their destroyer. Even under the banner of human rights, we must demand an apology and compensation from the Eastern Barbarian government for the loss of over 100 sailors. Furthermore, the Eastern Barbarians have followed in the footsteps of Sam, participating in embargoes and blockades against our nation, while permitting their Little Bird aircraft carrier strike group to use the Yokosuka naval base, severely injuring the sentiments of the people of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom. Lastly, Eastern Barbarian politicians have failed to communicate effectively with us regarding the collision incident involving the destroyer, instead opting to pay respects at the Yasukuni Shrine. Left with no recourse, we are compelled to retaliate with force. I urge the Eastern Barbarian government to confront history, correct its identity as a defeated nation, and promptly fulfill its international obligations, offering apologies and compensation regarding the destroyer collision and sanctions against our nation. Otherwise, the Naval Strike Group of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom will routinely patrol the waters near the Eastern Barbarians to encourage their government to enhance administrative efficiency. Good day, Ms. Sheila. I am a BBC reporter, and I would like to inquire about your country's deployment of nuclear submarines to boldly strike the Maple Leaf Nation, a NATO ally. Are you not concerned about potential retaliation from the formidable NATO? Sheila maintained her professional smile and replied, As for why we employed cruise missiles against the Maple Leaf Nation, our Ministry of Foreign Affairs has reiterated our stance multiple times, so I shall refrain from elaboration. Regarding your final remark, allow me to express 3 points. First, we have no interest in NATO, nor any of its affiliates, and we are indifferent to whether the Maple Leaf Nation is a member. Does NATO membership grant one the liberty to threaten or impose sanctions on another nation at will? Second, concerning your mention of NATO retaliation, I must inform you that it has been 9 days since the strike on the Maple Leaf Nation. Where is NATO's retribution? Thirdly, I advise the Maple Leaf Nation against attempting to deliberately procrastinate by relying on the mere mention of NATO. Our nation has been awaiting an apology and compensation from the government of the Maple Leaf Nation. I hereby reiterate my hope that its government, through this retaliatory strike, will come to its senses and swiftly recognize its position, vast in territory, yet feeble in strength. It should proactively apologize to our nation and compensate for the expenses incurred by the deployment of 16 cruise missiles and nuclear submarines. Otherwise, similar to the Eastern barbarians. The Kingdom of Hedes shall dispatch naval forces to the waters near the Maple Leaf Nation on a monthly basis. Hello, Miss Gila. I am a reporter from the Associated Press. I would like to inquire, does your country not fear the formidable military prowess and vast nuclear arsenal of the Sam State amid such brazen attacks on our Western allies? The Associated Press, indeed, finds it ironic to be accused of hegemony by a power that itself embodies such traits. While it may be deemed domineering, threats from nuclear weapons still loom large. In truth, I have little to say about the Sam State. Yet there is one matter on which our president strongly concurs with its actions, the principle of freedom of navigation. Our president has even specifically addressed this topic during a national security meeting, proposing the formation of a small fleet to learn about freedom of navigation in the waters near the Sam State. Chapter 31 Activation of the Ranger Aerospace Transport Aircraft Planet Fortress Command Center. Mr. President, we have confirmed through our monitoring of the communications from the Sam Nation's WC-135 Phoenix nuclear reconnaissance aircraft that there is a Typhoon-class nuclear submarine at a secret submarine base in Alaska. Planet Fortress attempted to intercept the base's communication and surveillance systems and discovered that personnel there are retrofitting AP-39 nuclear warhead. Coupled with the sudden appearance of the WC-135 Phoenix, we suspect that the Sam Nation is secretly orchestrating a nuclear attack designed to implicate the Bear Nation, with our country potentially being the target, reported Defense Minister Lynn Peter. There is no doubt it is aimed at us. Damn it. That old Sam is full of devious thoughts. If we do not take care of them, they will continue to stir up trouble worldwide, Qin Xiaohai said through gritted teeth. Mr. President, based on the analysis from Planet Fortress, this Typhoon-class submarine could complete its modifications and commence its patrol within the next 2 days, Qin Xiaohai added. After a moment of contemplation, he pressed a blue button in front of the command station and said, Chung Feifeng, Air Force Commander, come to the command center. Before long, Chung Feifeng, dressed in a deep blue Air Force uniform, stood before Qin Xiaohai. I recall the Air Force has the 12th Airborne Brigade. I would like to inquire whether this brigade includes special forces, Qin Xiaohai asked. Mr. President, the combat units under the 12th Airborne Brigade include 3 combined infantry battalions, 2 armored battalions, 1 reconnaissance attack battalion, and 1 special operations team. The special operations team, codenamed Thunder, consists of 3 special squads and 1 special combat training squad. Each squad is composed of 48 personnel and can be combined flexibly according to mission requirements. Cheng Feifeng accurately conveyed the information to Qin Xiaohai. Very well. There is a Bear Nation nuclear submarine in Kotzeb Bay, Alaska, where the Sam Nation's Navy is modifying its warheads. I want you to seize this submarine. You will serve as the overall commander of the operation. Have Planet Fortress establish a dedicated command room for you, where you can mobilize all necessary resources. I need this submarine to emerge intact from that location, Qin Xiaohai instructed, pointing to a location in Alaska. As he watched Cheng Feifeng depart, Qin Xiaohai suddenly felt compelled to observe how the intelligence system of Planet Fortress directed such special operations according to protocol. He then summoned Lan Yuer to accompany him to the Air Force Command Center to witness this long-distance special operation. At that moment, Cheng Feifeng was intently focused on the mission briefing provided by Planet Fortress, which outlined the enemy and friendly dispositions and the potential American weaponry that might be encountered. It seemed that Cheng Feifeng's intelligent mind, aided by the Planet Fortress system, was calculating the mission details. Cheng Feifeng approached Qin Xiaohai, saying, Mr. President, due to the great distance, it is impossible to transport sufficient special operations personnel and equipment. I request permission to utilize the Ranger Aerospace transport aircraft from the Planet Fortress Defense Force. Qin Xiaohai smiled as he granted approval. Once Cheng Feifeng had left, he turned to Lan Yuer and inquired, what does this Ranger Aerospace transport aircraft look like? Lan Yuer promptly activated her wrist PDC, revealing a holographic image before Qin Xiaohai. Mr. President, this is the aerial heavy-lift transport aircraft equipped on the planetary fortress, with a length of 288.5 meters, a height of 27.6 meters, cargo hold dimensions of 207 2 meters by 64, 3 meters by 22, 3 meters, and a maximum takeoff weight of 622 tons with a payload capacity of 894 tons. It utilizes 4 groups of variable ion engines and 2 gravity balance engines, achieving a maximum flight speed of 6 Mach within the atmosphere, capable of vertical takeoff and landing. Impressive indeed. Such a marvel would undoubtedly establish Blue Star's supremacy. However, this could lead to the Hedes Ocean Kingdom being perceived as extraterrestrial and subsequently targeted by the entire world. At this moment, Chung Feifeng had commenced his dispatch, order the 12th Airborne Brigade's Thunder Team, Squadrons 1 and 2, to prepare for Class B combat, light assault weaponry and light transport weapons, and to carry 2 HH-64 Apache replicas, armed helicopters. Command the planetary fortress's maintenance crew to swiftly prepare a Ranger aerospace transport aircraft, and instruct the planetary fortress to monitor all military equipment along the route, ready to intervene in their control systems if necessary. Direct the strategic bomber base in Good Province to launch 2 strategic bombers towards the vicinity of the Kwan Island Air Force Base, while dispatching another 2 strategic bombers close to the military base on Oahu Island. Instruct the amphibious assault ship, the Shrimp, currently sailing towards South America, along with 2 accompanying 052D class destroyers and 1 Sea Wave-class nuclear attack submarine, to redirect to the Oahu Islands and remain on standby nearby. Command the Pippi Shrimp aircraft carrier battle group to once again approach the waters near Dongi country, patrolling outside the exclusive economic zone of Dongi in readiness. The Sam State space-based satellite system detected the Pippi Shrimp aircraft carrier battle group heading westward once more, prompting an immediate alert from the Sam State to its military base stationed in Dongi. Concurrently, intelligence was shared with the self-defense forces. Following the prior missile barrage that struck Yokosuka, Dongi had mobilized an entire fleet of 88 vessels, deploying over 100 advanced fighter jets in response. The Sam State's bases in Dongi also entered a state of heightened readiness, with 4 spy satellites being repositioned for intelligence support. Shortly thereafter, the intelligence regarding the Hedes Ocean Kingdom's Shrimp Amphibious Readiness Group altering course heightened tensions within the SAM military. The Pentagon swiftly summoned non-duty personnel to prepare for comprehensive surveillance of the naval maneuvers undertaken by the Hedes Ocean Kingdom. In the White Palace, the Presidential Executive Office reported, "Mr. President, it has been confirmed that the Hedes Ocean Kingdom's Pippi Shrimp Aircraft Strike Group is heading towards the eastern coastal waters of Dongi. The Shrimp Amphibious Readiness Group is changing course, with the expected direction and destination being the Oahu Islands. Simultaneously, we have received notifications that the Hedes Ocean Kingdom has dispatched 2 strategic bombers approaching our bases on Oahu Island and Kwan Island," reported the Minister of Defense, Revelder, with palpable tension. At this moment, President Joe of the United States is engaged in a teleconference with NATO leaders, deliberating on the retaliatory measures regarding the bombing of the Maple Leaf Nation. After 2 hours of discussion, a suitable resolution remains elusive. The news brought by the Secretary of Defense ignites his fury. Does this kingdom of Hedes not know how to lay low for a few days? Why are they causing more commotion than us, the United States? Even when we seek trouble, we do so one at a time, allowing for some respite in between. It has been less than 10 days since the last bombings of the Eastern Barbarians and the Maple Leaf Nation, and they are already trespassing into kangaroo territory and shooting down kangaroo military aircraft. The situation has barely cooled, yet they are dispatching their dilapidated aircraft carrier once more, heading towards the Eastern Barbarians. Do they not realize there are other routes on this planet? Is this aircraft carrier manufactured solely for the Eastern Barbarians' use? Furthermore, have you heard of any nation as large warships daring to set sail without conducting sea trials? Is the Kingdom of Hedes not concerned that this massive vessel might become stranded at sea? Mr. President, the Kingdom of Hedes has dispatched strategic bombers and an amphibious readiness group nearing our Oahu Islands. This is highly irregular. Moreover, the Pippi Shrimp aircraft carrier battle group is encroaching upon the Eastern Barbarians, alongside 2 strategic bombers approaching Kinjima. These military deployments appear to lack any semblance of connection. Yet it is improbable that they are unrelated. This detestable Kingdom of Hedes must be scheming some nefarious action. We must uncover their intentions swiftly. We cannot remain passive each time. Mobilize satellites and all available resources to ascertain the truth. Indeed, Mr. President. Additionally, the Typhoon-class submarine will require 2 to 3 days before it can set sail, as prolonged docking at the Bear Nation S-port has resulted in significant maintenance oversights, creating substantial risks. Our engineers are currently addressing these issues, though the missiles have already been installed. Once the submarine's problems are rectified, it will be ready for its mission. It is perplexing. The Bear people can maneuver this nuclear submarine swiftly from beneath the ice, yet now I am told it is riddled with issues preventing its departure? Mr. President, for the Bear Nation, equipment without problems is deemed subpar. Even if issues arise, it is no concern, just a few kicks or hammer strikes will suffice. However, our engineers adhere to scientific principles, and any problems must be resolved before proceeding. Very well, we can afford to wait a couple of days. Let them expedite the resolution of these issues. Furthermore, our aircraft carrier fleets on the East Coast and in the Middle East must concentrate swiftly towards the Pacific. Our domestic fighter jets should also discreetly converge upon several bases in the Pacific. Should the strategy we discussed previously fail, we will have no choice but to resort to military force to thoroughly resolve this vexatious kingdom of Hedes. Chapter 32. Infiltration of the Kotzebue Bay Base to seize submarines November 17, 2005. 2100 hours 25,000 meters above Alaska in the sky, the Ranger air transport aircraft hovered. Under the command of Colonel Stradley, leader of the Special Forces from the 12th Airborne Brigade of the Hedes Marine Kingdom Air Force. In 2 minutes, they would reach the operational area, checking their gear and reaffirming the objectives. Team 1 was to secure the perimeter, while Team 2 would swiftly commandeer the submarine. The naval squad awaited instructions before boarding to take control of the vessel. Rules of engagement were clear. The mission focused on the submarine. Any perceived threat warranted a response. At that moment, the cockpit initiated a synchronized pre-mission broadcast. The planet Fortress had successfully interfaced with the mission area's radar, air defense missile systems, and communication networks. The enemy radar stations had masked the Ranger transport aircraft, while their air defense systems had been rendered ineffective, and an automated response system had been implanted within their communications. The Rangers prepared for descent into Kotzebue Bay, Alaska, a clandestine submarine base. Lieutenant White, part of the Sam Nation Air Force's garrison, had been deployed here for perimeter guard duties 2 weeks prior. His squad comprised 35 members, equipped with 1 command Humvee, for high-mobility Humvees, and 2 Striker armored vehicles. In November, Kotzebue Bay, situated near the Arctic Circle, experienced extreme cold. The mountains surrounding the secret base were perpetually blanketed in snow, with only the entrance revealing patches of light yellow stone and a dark, gaping mouth. The width of the entrance allowed for the passage of 2 heavy trucks side by side. Flanking the entrance were 2 machine gun bunkers, visibly armed with dual 50 caliber, 12, 7.99mm, M2 Browning machine guns, while the bunker tops housed a dense air defense system. At the summit, an aerial scanning radar stood watch. And ahead of the entrance lay a rudimentary defense constructed from stones and Eskimo blast walls, a wire mesh framework combined with internal polypropylene panels and gravel. To breach the secret base, one must first navigate this outer fortification, flanked by 2 Striker armored vehicles and 4 high-mobility fire support Humvees from Lieutenant White's airport garrison. The 35 team members were strategically dispersed among the outer fortifications and bunkers at the entrance. Between the rudimentary fortifications and the mountain, 2 vehicle-mounted Avenger short-range air defense missile systems were also visible. After inspecting the defensive structures, Lieutenant White leaned against his Humvee, lighting a cigarette and offering one to his partner nearby. "Hi, Brooke. Once this mission wraps up, we're set to relocate to the Middle East, and we have a 2-week leave in between. What are you planning to do?" "Boss, I don't think we'll be heading to the Middle East. My uncle is a Navy general, and he informed me that we're actually being reassigned to Yokosuka in eastern country, replacing the unfortunate Jack Task Force." "What? Yokosuka? My goodness. I have heard that the detestable kingdom of Hedes has recently been encroaching upon the coastal waters of the Eastern Nation, launching a barrage of cruise missile attacks at will. They have taken a particular delight in bombarding Yokosuka, where the unfortunate Jack Task Force, having only been deployed for less than 2 months, has been utterly annihilated. Over 200 personnel, all directly struck by cruise missiles." "Indeed, boss. I also learned that yesterday the Kingdom of Hedes dispatched another carrier fleet westward, and it is all too apparent where they are headed, once again towards the Eastern Nation. Poor Eastern it seems they are destined for yet another onslaught. The members of Congress, who constantly bully this and that, seem utterly powerless against the Kingdom of Hedes. The naval forces, in their arrogance, have suffered the complete devastation of the Little Eagle task group, with its accompanying destroyers reduced to naught, leaving only the Little Eagle itself to return. Thus, I would rather endure the frigid wilderness than venture to that cursed land of the Eastern and face bombardment." "Well, Brooke, we are not in a position to decide, so let us focus on our work. Although this place is remote, I have heard that the submarines stationed here are intended for secret missions against the kingdom of Hedes. Perhaps we too shall face bombardment. It seems the kingdom cannot go 2 days without striking something, so we must remain vigilant and avoid any mishaps. At that moment, a Ranger transport aircraft executed a vertical landing 3 kilometers from the target, and Colonel Strati, along with his team, boarded 5 Humvees and 4 Stryker armored vehicles. Shielded by 2 HH-64 armed helicopters mimicking the AH-64 Apache, the planet Fortress had already acquired the identification codes and passwords, seamlessly integrating into the control systems of Sam's country to issue a redeployment order for Colonel Strati. Observing the convoy with headlights ablaze, Lieutenant White hastily extinguished his cigarette and, alongside Brooke, climbed onto the breastwork to survey the scene. Boss, there are a total of 5 Humvees and 4 Strykers, and overhead are 2 AH-64 Apaches, Brooke reported, peering through night vision binoculars. All right, lads, stow your weapons. We wouldn't want to alarm our guests. Brooke, let us go and ascertain the origins of these newcomers, commanded White. As the convoy approached the fortifications, a Western-featured Colonel Strati, clad in standard Army B-2 combat attire and puffing on a cigar, leisurely descended from the command Humvee, with the 2 AH-64 Apaches hovering above the fortifications. Upon noticing the rank insignia of Colonel on the opposing side, and with 2 AH-64 Apaches overhead, Lieutenant White promptly saluted and stated, "Colonel, please present your identification and clarify the nature of your mission." Colonel Strati produced his officer's credentials, handing them to Lieutenant White while stating, "We are from the 327th Bastogne Parachute Regiment, tasked with assuming your defensive operations. Please check your onboard mission system and expedite the handover to me." Second Lieutenant White was taken aback upon hearing the news, as he had just completed the handover with the previous defense unit. How could another troop be dispatched so soon? "Commander, we have just taken over the defense," he protested. "Enough chatter. Quickly check your vehicle's mission system, and once confirmed, depart without delay. Do not hinder our operations in Bastogne." Colonel Stradley barked, a cigar clenched between his teeth. As a defensive unit, Second Lieutenant White felt ill-equipped to openly confront a combat-ready force like the 327th Regiment. Reluctantly, he turned to inspect the vehicle's mission system. After confirming its accuracy, he began ordering his soldiers to board and prepare for departure. Colonel Stradley left 2 Strykers and 16 soldiers to take over the defense, while 2 AH-64 Apaches landed within the fortifications, remaining powered on with their rotors slowly spinning. He then drove the remaining personnel into the secret base, each member donning yellow-green wind goggles. The internal structure of the base and information about nearby enemies were immediately visible, and the system automatically assigned tasks to each individual. Upon reaching a junction, 2 assigned team members exited the vehicle, and the convoy continued its journey. Along the way, more team members were assigned tasks and jumped out. When the convoy arrived at the submarine docking area, Colonel Stradley and the remaining 10 team members assembled outside the gate. Once gathered, the soldiers aimed their infrared smart scopes at the personnel on the dock. Colonel Stradley opened the gate, and the team entered in 2 lines, their rifles firing simultaneously at the designated targets, dropping more than 20 guards and workers on the dock with headshots. Immediately, one team rushed towards the submarine, while another began searching the vicinity and securing the gate. Minutes later, the team searching the submarine reported mission completion. The Ranger transport aircraft took off swiftly, carrying over 30 sailors towards the submarine. Seizing the moment while the sailors took control of the submarine, Colonel Stradley led his team to gather items and valuable intelligence within the base. Upon searching a room, they discovered Layman and Dillaramalov engaged in artificial grafting. At that moment, Layman was seated atop Dillaramalov, both engrossed in their task and oblivious to the commotion outside. As they reached the final moments of their endeavor, they caught sight of Colonel Stradley entering. Startled by the sudden intrusion of armed soldiers, Dillaramalov and Layman shuddered in fear. With an expressionless face, Colonel Stradley raised his weapon and fired twice before turning and leaving without a backward glance. The accomplished members of the Thunder Special Forces boarded the Ranger transport aircraft in succession. As the aircraft took off, on the opposite side of the mountain, a dark, cigar-shaped object slowly emerged from the cave. Although the surface of the sea outside the cave was covered in thick ice, a shadowy form could still be discerned rising into the air, soon vanishing beneath the icy surface. Chapter 33: The Advantages of the Lure of the Sea. November 18th. 2005. Media outlets across the globe have finally uncovered a shocking truth. the breaking news from the Kingdom of Hedes was not sourced from their own personnel, but rather infiltrated during regular programming. This revelation has stirred considerable anxiety among nations, as the battle for public opinion has emerged as a new form of warfare following World War II. Whosoever masters the art of public discourse claims the mantle of righteousness. The Kingdom of Hedes, with its alarming ability to seamlessly interrupt major global media and various state-controlled broadcasts, has sent shivers down the spines of other nations. Upon realizing that his tactics of infiltrating foreign media had been exposed, Qin Shaohai directed the planetary fortress to establish a virtual program within the CIA's central computer in Langley. Henceforth, each time they infiltrated a media broadcast, it would be executed through this simulated virtual program, ensuring that if discovered, the blame would only fall upon the CIA. After implanting the virtual program in secrecy, Qin Shaohai eagerly orchestrated the next breaking news event at precisely noon, as the majority of office workers, including government officials, were dining. The television's regular programming was once again interrupted. The alluring figure of Louis Fai, the spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Hedes, appeared on screen. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Hedes has been authorized to release the following information. 1. Yesterday, the naval training fleet of the Kingdom of Hedes conducted a planned military exercise with the Pacific Fleet of the Bear Nation near the Commodore Islands in the North Pacific. During this period, both parties engaged in exercises for anti-submarine search and attack as well as submarine rescue. The Bear Nation dispatched a Typhoon-class strategic nuclear submarine specifically for this exercise, which concluded amicably, with both sides returning to their respective bases. Concurrently, our Marine Corps, alongside the Bear Nation's Marine Corps, inadvertently discovered 8 American-made W-88 nuclear warheads stored atop a cylindrical structure. To ensure fairness and equity, we have decided to share these 8 American-made W-88 nuclear warheads with the Bear Nation. This exercise and its objectives are not directed at any specific third party, and we urge the SAM Nation not to indulge in excessive speculation. 2. On the same day, our Naval Amphibious Readiness Group aboard the Shrimp was en route to Dongi Island in South America, but due to malfunctions in the compass, gyroscope, and GPS, the fleet inadvertently altered its course towards Oahu, causing distress to the SAM Nation. After rectifying the compass and GPS issues, we promptly adjusted our heading, and the Shrimp is now proceeding as originally planned towards Dongi Island. We express our sincere sympathy and apologies for any inconvenience caused to the SAM Nation due to this technical failure. However, we vehemently condemn the egregious actions of the SAM Nation in tampering with GPS data. Furthermore, this incident constitutes a trial voyage for our new vessel, and we urge the John Nation not to engage in undue speculation. 3. Our naval carrier battle group, the Pippi Shrimp, is advancing towards the offshore waters of the Eastern Barbarians in accordance with our monthly training schedule. This plan is not aimed at any secondary party, and we request that the Eastern Barbarians and the SAM Nation refrain from excessive conjecture. We also implore the government of the Eastern Barbarians to expedite their decision-making process and promptly issue an apology and compensation. On the 4th day, our Ministry of Foreign Affairs formally communicated with the Kangaroo Nation, asserting that our fishing vessel, the Base, would continue to traverse its territorial waters harmlessly. We hope that the Kangaroo side refrains from wantonly violating the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea by obstructing our civilian vessels. We also request that they inform nearby operational ships to exercise caution and avoid deliberately interfering with the routes of our civilian craft. Failure to do so will result in reciprocal actions from our side. In the Presidential Executive Office, as CIA Director Fairbairn entered, George W. Bush hurled an object from his desk at the television, which was displaying the alluring figure of Louis Fee, the spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Hedes. George, you arrived just in time. Tell me, when was the Typhoon-class nuclear submarine we stole taken by the Kingdom of Hedes? Bush glared at the CIA director in fury. I just saw this news, Mr. President. I have received no prior information, but I have already dispatched personnel to investigate. Please remain calm, Mr. President. Calm? How can I remain calm? Do you still need to investigate? Just look at the footage on the screen. They have stolen the submarine, handed it over to the Bear Nation, and even showcased our W-88 nuclear warhead, which we painstakingly installed. Now it belongs to the Bear Nation. During the Cold War, dozens of spies failed to procure our warheads. Yet now we have modified them ourselves and delivered them to the Bear Nation. The most egregious part is that this detestable Kingdom of Hedes has split the spoils with the Bear Nation, each taking 4 warheads. This is a blatant affront. A naked insult, a disgrace. Furthermore, they have threatened our amphibious readiness group at Wahoo Island, claiming it is due to compass, navigational, and GPS malfunctions. What lies? How could I be unaware that their warships are equipped with our GPS? They dare to cast blame upon us. This kingdom of Hedes is truly abhorrent, Bush exclaimed as he hurled the telephone from his desk. Mr. President, no? That was a direct line to Strategic Command. George promptly intervened. But the phone had already been thrown. Damn it, what have I done? Quickly, find someone to repair it and check if it's damaged. If we were to face a nuclear strike now, it would spell doom for our nation. Hurry and fix the phone. Bush was beside himself with rage. Once the staff arrived and repaired the phone, Bush finally exhaled with relief. Thank goodness it's intact. Oh God, I shall never hurl a phone again. Mr. President, NATO allies have contacted us multiple times. If we do not respond swiftly to the bombing of the Maple Leaf Nation, it will completely undermine the foundation of NATO. Moreover, the Bear Nation has begun to bolster its tank forces along the eastern border, which has left our European allies in a state of extreme anxiety. I am aware. Of course, retaliation is inevitable, but we must not jeopardize the interests and military strength of our nation. We will convene a security meeting with the Department of Defense shortly to discuss the details of our response. The director of the Border Defense Bureau, Kate, hurriedly entered the office of General Houston, the commander of the Australian Defence Force, who has held his position since July 4, 2005. A quintessential military figure. Houston advocates for a robust foreign policy but does not support the containment of a major power within the region, as it would deplete the already limited resources of the nation. Observing Kate's urgency, Houston smiled and remarked, Kate, as senior military leaders of our nation, we must maintain composure in times of crisis to avoid decision-making errors. Houston, please take a look at this before we discuss composure, Kate replied, producing a telegram marked with the word urgent. It reported that the Hedes Ocean Kingdom's patrol vessel, the Base, had entered the vicinity of Darwin Harbor on November 17, prompting several of our container ships and oil tankers to execute emergency evasive maneuvers. Despite the efforts of two of our Navy's Guardian-class patrol boats, the situation remained unresolved. Today, two Anzac-class frigates arrived on the scene, but while attempting to drive away the base, they were met with a forceful collision. Our frigates, with a displacement of only 3,000 tons, faced the base, which weighed 9,600 tons. The collision resulted in significant deformation and a 29-meter-long crack in the hull of our FFH-151 Arad, leading to it sinking 2 hours later. This is blatant hegemony. Last time, they attacked our fleet with missiles. This time, they have sunk our frigate in our territorial waters. We must make our Western allies and Sam's nation aware of such thuggish behavior. We need to expose their acts of aggression to the civilized world, Houston declared angrily. Houston, this information has not yet been made public. We are still striving to keep it confidential. Once revealed, it could incite public panic and breed distrust in the government, which we cannot afford. We recently reached out to our allies from Sam's nation, but have not yet received a response. I will contact the Prime Minister shortly, and we should continue to communicate with our allies. It is vital they understand that, although we are currently unable to counter the base masquerading as a civilian ship, the brave kangaroos of our nation continue to resist. We hope that our allies from Sam's nation will provide us with practical solutions to resolve this issue swiftly. Very well. Houston, I will reach out to them again and ensure our diplomatic channels are engaged with Sam's nation, Kate affirmed. Chapter 34, NATO's Military Retaliation, November 19, 2005. In addressing the issue of the Kingdom of Hedes, the United States, which had long maintained silence, finally embarked on a series of actions. The House of Representatives officially convened hearings regarding the Kingdom of Hedes, with a special committee composed of members from both the Republican and Democratic parties. Concurrently, the Congress summoned the Department of Defense and the Joint Chiefs of Staff to hold hearings. NATO Secretary General Petraeus announced during the latest urgent consultations among the defense ministers of NATO member states that military retaliation would be executed in response to the Kingdom of Hedes' aggression against the NATO member state of Maple Country, with the possibility of employing nuclear weapons not being excluded. Prime Minister of John Country also stated at a press conference held at the Prime Minister's residence that, in light of the Kingdom of Hedes' unwarranted provocation of the Dongi Island dispute and attacks on NATO allies, in addition to dispatching the lead ship of the Type 45 destroyer, D-32 Brave, and a Type 42 destroyer to Dongi Island, John Country would send a Vanguard-class strategic missile nuclear submarine and a Trafalgar-class nuclear submarine, the Tubrent, to the Pacific. The Tubrent, equipped with Tomahawk Block 3 submarine-launched cruise missiles, would be capable of engaging in missile strikes against the Kingdom of Hedes, though John Country's military strength has diminished. The honor of the Greater John Empire is not to be tarnished. We shall compel any adversary to submit with our formidable arsenal. Subsequently, President George Little Bush of the United States, in an interview in the White House garden, proclaimed, "The United States stands as the beacon of the free world, the lighthouse of civilization, and will not tolerate any nation challenging the world order led by the United States, nor permit any nation to recklessly undermine the international order and alliance system created and controlled by the United States. The formidable military might of the United States will obliterate all who dare to challenge it." Encouraged by the statements from the United States and NATO, nations such as Eastern Kimchi Country, Banana Country, Kangaroo Country, Maple Country, John Country, Windmill Country, Great Bull, Bobo, and Vietnam swiftly condemned the Kingdom of Hedes in various instances, declaring that rogue states must not be allowed to disrupt the world order and affirming their commitment to uphold the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea and the Charter of the United Nations. As recent victims, Maple Country, Kangaroo Country, Eastern and Banana Country promptly responded to the United States call, dispatching their own warships and aircraft to the islands under U.S. control. Notably, Banana Country sent 6 of its remaining 8 operational military aircraft to Guam Island, alongside the totality of its naval assets, comprising 3 Jacinto-class light frigates. The entirety of Banana Country's naval forces, with each frigate displacing only 763 tons and armed with a 76mm Oto Melara gun and 4 7.62mm machine guns, representing the full extent of Banana Country's naval capabilities. In the command center of the planetary fortress, Qin Shaohai surveyed the information organized by the system and addressed the gathered members of the management team. Do not be deceived by their loud protests. It is merely a response to a few firm words from the United States. If they wish to act as pawns, so be it. I shall see whether the United States will come to their aid. However, before that, we must accomplish a critical task to continue our disarmament plan. There are numerous nuclear-capable nations globally, including the 5 major powers, each possessing nuclear warheads across land, sea, and air, which presents a considerable challenge. Moreover, 4 additional countries possess nuclear weapons illegally, and we must scrutinize Dongi to ascertain whether they have prepared materials for nuclear weapon production. Mr. President, during this period, we have expedited the production of 26 suborbital vehicles and corresponding magnetic moment controllers, which should suffice to neutralize all nuclear warheads from John Country, Fragrance Country, and Little Overlord. However, additional magnetic moment controllers will be necessary for other nations, with Bear Country requiring 12 more, South Asia and Northeast Asia needing 6. And we need 2 spares for Dongi. Let us prioritize the production. We must first neutralize the nuclear warheads of John, Fragrance Country, and Little Overlord, while others can wait. At this juncture, Qin Shaohai suddenly inquired, "How many satellites does Semida currently have in orbit?" "Mr. President, which country is Semida?" asked Lanyuer. "Semida refers to the Koreans." Qin Shaohai replied impatiently. "Mr. President, which country do you mean by Koreans?" Lanyuer asked, her confusion evident. "Koreans are, oh, I forgot. I overlooked the fact that you are merely artificial intelligence. It is surprising that your system lacks information on Koreans and Semida. This cannot continue. You must enhance your data collection from the world's networks, or else you will not comprehend my statements," he noted. Semida or Koreans or Little West 8 refers to Kimchi Nation. "Mr. President, there are 21 satellites currently in orbit." "Very well, issue a satellite launch announcement shortly, stating that we intend to launch 26 temporary satellites, which will necessitate occupying the orbital paths of Kimchi Nation satellites. We shall request they adjust their trajectories to avoid conflict. Otherwise, we will enforce our will." "Yes, Mr. President, but if we schedule the launch for today, Kimchi Nation will not have sufficient time to adjust their satellite orbits," Lanyuer remarked. "Precisely, proceed with the execution," Qin Shaohai commanded with ill intent. At that moment, Qin Shaohai observed on the monitor a civilian aircraft departing from Hedes main island, escorted by 2 FJ-20 fighters heading westward. "It is not that I do not wish to send them off, nor that I do not want to meet them. It is simply not the right time," Qin Shaohai murmured to himself. Just then, the Chief of Staff of the Joint Operations Office, Galaxy, approached. "Mr. President, the planetary fortress has locked onto all weaponry dispatched by Banana Country, including the last 6 operable aircraft and 3 Jacinto-class light frigates." Intrigued, Qin Shaohai raised his gaze to the monitor and inquired, "Are the munitions aboard those assets adequately supplied, Mr. President?" Upon confirmation, "There are but a scant few rounds of machine gun ammunition and cannon shells aboard the aircraft, alongside 3 Jacinto-class light frigates, each equipped with a single 76mm Oto Melara gun and 4 7.62mm machine guns. Each frigate carries over 100 rounds of 76mm naval shells, though the exact quantity of 7.62mm ammunition remains uncertain." Qin Shaohai pondered for a moment and remarked, "Let us send these nuisances to the sea to avoid embarrassment." Half an hour later, the naval fleet of Banana Republic, having recently set sail less than 2 hours prior, comprised merely 3 Jacinto-class light frigates. Yet this represented the most formidable naval force the Banana Republic had possessed in decades. Rear Admiral Amuro commanded this diminutive fleet. Although he had long held the rank of Deputy Chief of Naval Staff, the honor of personally leading such a historically powerful naval contingent, in conjunction with the mightiest nation on Earth, the United States, to confront a burgeoning country, was a privilege he had long sought. As the fleet weighed anchor, Rear Admiral Amuro commanded full speed ahead, eager to reach the Guangxi Island naval base at the earliest opportunity. At that moment, an anxious alert from a lookout pierced the crowded cockpit. "Aircraft. Our aircraft are engaged in aerial combat." What utter nonsense. Our Air Force is battling home. In this region, we are the sole possessor of 6 fighter jets. Who would dare challenge us? Rear Admiral Amuro queried in confusion. Before the lookout could respond, Amuro's eyes beheld a distressing sight. 3 fighter jets were plummeting into the sea, trailing black smoke. Before Rear Admiral Amuro could comprehend the unfolding chaos, one of the Jacinto-class frigates nearby had its cannon aimed at his own vessel. In an instant, a shell struck the cockpit with precision, leaving Amuro's final recollection as a spray of blood within that confined space, forever questioning the reason behind it all. Subsequently, the 3 frigates began to engage in mutual combat. However, fortunate were they that the cannons aboard were manually and mechanically loaded. After expelling their munitions, the vessels ceased their fraternal assault. Regrettably, all 3 frigates had sustained direct hits to their cockpits. From a distance, these beleaguered ships emitted plumes of smoke, aimlessly drifting upon the waves, while the remnants of 6 fighter jets, having plummeted into the sea, burned amidst the wreckage. Chapter 35. Cruise missiles strike the Dongi again. On November 22, 2005, the Parliament of the War Chariot Nation officially elected Jingyin as its first female prime minister. Prime Minister Damo of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom promptly extended his congratulations to Jingyin, a gesture that stirred considerable public discourse. Deemed by many as the most overt sign of friendship from the Hedes Ocean Kingdom towards the Western world, some media outlets posited that this marked the commencement of normalized relations between the Western world and the Hedes Ocean Kingdom, viewing the congratulatory message as an opportune moment to end the 2 months of conflict between the parties. President George W. Bush of the United States expressed his delight upon learning of the congratulations and convened a press conference to declare, "We welcome the Hedes Ocean Kingdom's prudent choice." The United States embraces this statement. In light of the American response, various Western nations began to ease tensions, with numerous political figures delivering televised speeches proclaiming this as a collective achievement of the civilized world, welcoming the Hedes Ocean Kingdom to swiftly integrate into the civilization and freedom championed by the Western-created world order. Meanwhile, the president of the Banana Nation was transfixed by the television, trembling in disbelief. Is this it? A mere congratulatory message erases everything? Our Air Force and Navy have just been decimated. Does no one consider our feelings? Have our aircraft and warships been lost in vain? In the command center of the planetary fortress, Qin Shaohai observed the pompous faces of the Western leaders on the screen, seething with resentment. See? As long as you are powerful enough, even a trivial act can be scrutinized by the world, whether it is a friendly signal or otherwise. I merely wish to congratulate Jingyin. And look how these Western scoundrels are elated. I must douse their excitement with a splash of cold water. It seemed he had been quiet for several days. And if he remained so, the notorious United States would surely stir up trouble again. He contemplated, pondering what kind of commotion he could create. The Kangaroo Nation? The base. Recklessly invading their territorial waters. Now the Kangaroo Nation dares not even utter a sound. Colliding with a ship or 2 would be pointless. The Maple Leaf Nation? The last bombing yielded no repercussions. NATO is likely still devising a plan for revenge. Another strike would be futile, as they would still be mulling over retaliation. As for the United States? Not now. Dealing with this rogue nation requires a grander scheme. Thus, his thoughts turned to the Dongi Nation and the Kimchi Nation. The matter of Samida would have to wait for tomorrow's satellite launch, but what to do today? He could not allow these Western brats to revel in their triumph. Yes, the little notebook, that's it. Then he recalled a certain individual, Di Jing. This wretched fellow was originally a panda, who studied in the Dongi Nation and acquired citizenship there in 1996. He is now a member of a political party in the Dongi Nation and the president of the Sci-Fi Era Corporation. This man is a thoroughgoing traitor, touted as the architect of a plan to provide elderly Dongi citizens with care abroad. This miscreant is behind it all. At this point, he was not well known, and eliminating him would likely attract little attention, but his very existence was irksome. No, he must be dealt with. Resolute in his decision, Qin Shaoi set his course. Upon receiving the system's information, Landwehr responded, "Location confirmed." Currently, he is residing in a hot spring facility north of Nagoya, accompanied by two individuals who are senior officials from the Ministry of Labor of Dongi country. So this traitor has colluded with the Dongi government. No wonder, Qin Shaoi said, narrowing his eyes menacingly. Landwehr, notify the Pippi Shrimp battle group that is en route to Dongi country. We must eliminate them. The command was relayed through the internal system of the planetary fortress. Subsequently, a wave-class attack submarine, part of the Pippi Shrimp carrier battle group, hovered beneath the surface of the sea, 34 nautical miles southeast of Tianyuan City in Dongi country. The missile launch tube cover on the submarine's dorsal side slowly opened, and two BGM-109 Tomahawk cruise missiles surged forth, igniting as they breached the water's surface. After ascending briefly, the missiles lowered their altitude, reaching approximately 15 meters as they approached Tianyuan City. Under the control of the planetary fortress system, the missiles accurately traversed a sparsely populated area in the southwestern hills of the city, gliding over the Itsumi Peninsula before flying low over the sea again. 20 minutes later, the missiles drew near to land once more. Guided by the system, the missiles adjusted their trajectory and soared over the hilly region west of Nishio City, rich with vegetation. They ascended along the ridge of Mt. Yamada, maintaining a distance of 15 meters from the mountainside. As they neared the peak, a cargo plane flew by, and the missiles precisely shot past the summit, aligning themselves closely beneath the aircraft, maintaining a distance of 7 to 8 meters. The subsonic Tomahawk cruise missiles matched the speed of the subsonic cargo plane perfectly. Once the planetary fortress system interfaced with the cargo plane's control system, it altered its course towards Gifu Prefecture. After a while, the cargo plane and the missiles began to synchronously veer northwest, ultimately aligning their trajectory towards Gifu. As the missiles approached their target, 5 kilometers away, they terminated their ascent and entered a dive phase. Given that the altitude of the missiles and the passenger plane was consistently around 3,000 meters during flight, an ascent was unnecessary at this elevation. Meanwhile, within the private hot spring facility, the two officials from the Ministry of Labor were discussing a covert subversive plan with Di Jing. At that moment, the two missiles struck the exclusive VIP hot spring facility in succession. Upon learning that 3 adult film actresses were providing services at this location, Qin Shaoi lamented, "Landwehr, why didn't you have the system choose a different time to strike here? Look, we've lost 3 valuable assets." Mr. President, what valuable assets were destroyed? Landwehr inquired, somewhat perplexed. Never mind, forget it, Qin Shaoi replied awkwardly. The media of the Eastern Kingdom swiftly reported on the missile attack, with videos and photographs rapidly disseminating across the globe. Some images even prominently displayed fragments of the missiles, upon which the logo of General Motors was clearly visible. This left the United States in a state of perplexity, as the evidence unmistakably pointed to General Dynamics, a corporation based in the U.S. Yet, remarkably, no media outlet from any Western nation, including the Eastern Kingdom, questioned the United States. Instead, there was a flurry of speculation regarding whether a terrorist group had pilfered American missiles to strike Japan, with some even suggesting that a faction within the Eastern Kingdom orchestrated the explosion to frame an alliance between the U.S. and Eastern as nations busied themselves concocting excuses for the U.S. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Hedes Ocean officially issued a statement. Our nation has observed that following the bombing of the Eastern Kingdom by missiles marked as American-made, major Western countries, including the Eastern Kingdom, are endeavoring to exonerate the United States. However, the United States, as the primary suspect, seems disinclined to expend energy on clarification to prevent any inadvertent harm to other nations while aiding in the U.S. defense. Our Ministry of Foreign Affairs formally declared that the 2 missiles originated from our nuclear submarine, targeting an individual named Di Jing, a Panda-descent citizen of the Eastern E Kingdom. This action was taken due to his repeated slanders against the amicable relations between the Panda Nation and our country, and his clandestine collaboration with the Ministry of Labor of the Eastern E Kingdom to undermine our friendly ties through various covert channels. Seizing this opportunity, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, on behalf of the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Hedes, proclaimed that any individual, organization, or nation that disparages our country or allied nations shall face severe repercussions from the Kingdom of Hedes. Simultaneously, we advise the government of the Eastern E Kingdom that should they persist in indefinitely delaying the resolution of the incident involving the collision of our warships while refusing to apologize or provide compensation, the Kingdom of Hedes will undertake regular or irregular actions to compel the Eastern E government to recognize reality and furnish us with a satisfactory response promptly. The U.S. and Eastern E Security Treaty will not afford the Eastern E Kingdom any security. Rather, it may precipitate multiple military strikes against us due to this very treaty. Chapter 36. The Supreme Power of the Universe. The United States and the Presidential Palace, known as the White House. President Joe Little of the United States glared at the television screen, which displayed the increasingly irksome spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Hedes, Louis Phil. His body trembled with rage. He turned to the assembled members of the National Security Council and exclaimed, "This Kingdom of Hedes is nothing short of a rabid dog, igniting tensions every few days. Do they not fear condemnation from the rest of the world? Are they not wary of vehement denunciations from other nations? Cannot they enjoy even a few days of peace as a tranquil nation? It is only permissible for us, the United States, to create troubles for others. We must not allow this damned Kingdom of Hedes to continue stirring up chaos. Gentlemen, the troubles caused by Hedes in the past 2 months have severely disrupted our exercise of global policing. If this continues, the civilized world will be utterly disillusioned with us. The thought of a peaceful, quiet, and non-interventionist United States, my heavens, that scenario is simply terrifying. It is the very end of our nation. Mr. President, please do not be upset. Our retaliatory actions will soon commence. All departments are currently coordinating with our NATO allies and formulating plans. We are confident that operations will unfold shortly, Secretary of State Lord reassured him. At that moment, a secretary rushed in, handing Defense Minister Lavelle a note. Upon reading its contents, Lavelle stood up in alarm. Damn it, this must be bad news. President Joe Little thought as he cast a glance at Lavelle. Bad news, the Panda Nation has announced it will provide Iran with 22 units of the 022 missile fast boat. What? Damn it, what sort of bad news is that? They are merely little boats. Joe Little replied impatiently. This could very well be the best news we've received in the past 2 months. No. My dear Mr. President, you do not comprehend the significance of such fast boats, Lavelle insisted urgently. Donald, please enlighten us. What threat could possibly arise from these small vessels, each weighing less than a few hundred tons? Joe Little scoffed. These are lightweight stealth missile fast boats that the Panda Nation began constructing last April. They are the first in the world to utilize a high-speed, wave-piercing design. In addition to the stealth features, the main mast is equipped with search and navigation radar, and the bridge features an electro-optical fire control system. Moreover, the 022 class is outfitted with antennas for the HN 900 tactical data link. It can intercept targets using its own search radar and electro-optical systems, as well as locate enemy vessels' radar emissions through passive reception. Furthermore, it can acquire long-range target information through data links with friendly ships, ground observation stations, and aircraft. With a maximum speed of 50 knots and armed with 8 YJ-83 long-range anti-ship missiles, the stealth design of the 022 class, while posing limited threats in the open seas, raises a crucial question. Mr. President, why are they selling these to Iran? Where is Iran located? Upon hearing this, Xiao Shabu grasped the situation and glanced at the world map on the wall, exclaiming in astonishment, "Oh my God, the Persian Gulf, and Iran controls the Strait of Hormuz. Heaven help us, we must thwart them. Otherwise, the Fifth Fleet is doomed, and our oil hegemony will collapse. Without the fleet and the oil dominance, the United States would be reduced to a third-rate nation. The critical point is that Iran will undoubtedly not let these resources lie idle. They will utilize them. My God. Such a minor detail could have jeopardized our century-long supremacy. It is indeed insidious, truly insidious. The calculations are remarkably precise. 2 vessels for backup and training, while the remaining 20 missile boats can assemble to launch 160 supersonic anti-ship missiles in one go. In the confined spaces of the Persian Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz, they could annihilate our Fifth Fleet entirely. There is no place on Earth more suitable for these small, fast boats than the waters off Iran. They have chosen the right location, the perfect ally, and the most effective means, employing the most economical yet inconspicuous weaponry to achieve an extraordinary and unprecedented feat. Remarked Defense Minister Lavaled with admiration. I don't care what methods you employ, we must prevent the sale of such weapons to Iran at all costs, even if it necessitates the use of force. Where are our aircraft carriers? Xiao Xiaobu exclaimed in desperation. In the command center of the planet fortress, Qin Shaohai. Upon reading the latest news about the sale of the 0-22 missile boats, clasped the delicate hand of Lan Yuer and laughed heartily. This is a clever ploy to buy me some time, aiding me immensely. Truly a masterstroke, employing a strategy of surrounding the enemy to rescue an ally. We must not squander this opportunity. Let us expedite the arrangements for the castration plan. Mr. President, the launch of the magnetic moment controller will commence in 2 hours. Fuel loading and testing of the rocket are currently underway. Very well. Inform the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to issue a statement. It is time for our Korean allies to enjoy some of my favor, he replied. In the presidential office of the Pickled Cabbage Nation, the chief of staff sat beside the president, holding a newspaper. Mr. President, take a look at this paper. It seems our financial backer, Samsung Group, is quite pleased with our governance. While the major powers of the world face humiliation from the kingdom of Hedes, our great Pickled Cabbage Nation remains unscathed, with our formidable military instilling dread in our adversaries. Moreover, the treatment of our staunch ally, the Eastern barbarians, starkly contrasts with ours. Despite being a fellow ally of the United States in East Asia, the Eastern barbarians, who also condemned and sanctioned the kingdom of Hedes, have suffered losses exceeding 2 Aegis destroyers, with personnel casualties surpassing 1,000, and have endured repeated fierce military assaults from the kingdom of Hedes. In contrast, our great Pickled Cabbage Nation remains entirely unharmed, even earning the kingdom of Hedes's reluctance to utter a word of insult against us. This clearly demonstrates the strength of our nation. We are truly deserving of the title of the universe's foremost power. Furthermore, Mr. President, in the past, our nation proclaimed itself as the foremost power in the universe, yet other countries have regarded this title with disdain. However, the recent series of events have unequivocally demonstrated that we are indeed the preeminent force in the cosmos. Even the United States, often deemed the leading power on Earth, has faced multiple setbacks and humiliations, whereas our nation has emerged unscathed. This clearly indicates that we possess greater strength than the so-called leading power of the Earth. Mr. President, your approval rating has now surged to an impressive 54 points, marking the highest level in recent years. You have made history. The spirits of our people are soaring, evidenced by a significant increase in enlistments for military service. Even officials from the United States now speak of our nation with a newfound respect. Moreover, the Kingdom of Hedes has challenged numerous Western powers, even disregarding NATO, yet it dares not confront our esteemed nation. It seems we truly are formidable, indeed. This situation is exceptionally advantageous for my re-election, so please arrange a meeting with the president of that kingdom, indicating that the president of the Republic of Korea wishes to confer with him. I shall be the first foreign leader to meet with the president of this kingdom, and then we shall see who dares to underestimate our mighty nation. Chapter 37. No nation can remain indifferent. Not even the most powerful country in the universe in the capital of the Eastern Barbarians, Chiyoda District, at the Prime Minister's official residence, the atmosphere was thick with tension. How outrageous. The kingdom of Hedes has utterly lost its conscience, brazenly bombing a sovereign nation. This is sheer tyranny, lamented Chief Cabinet Secretary Nikamusen in the presence of Prime Minister Junjiro Inukai. Baka. They bombed Yokosuka, my hometown. This despicable kingdom of Hedes is clearly targeting me as Prime Minister, Inukai fumed. Your Excellency, we must retaliate. We cannot allow the kingdom of Hedes to bully us so shamelessly. We urgently need the support of our ally, Samukuni, Nika urged. Indeed. We must swiftly reach a consensus with our ally, as my approval rating has plummeted from 87 to 67. Just yesterday, the kingdom of Hedes audaciously bombed our inland city of Gifu. If this continues, their relentless assaults could very well cost me my position as Prime Minister. Seeing an opportune moment, Nika interjected, Your Excellency, we must strike back. Even without the support of Samukuni, we should retaliate, at the very least. We can use this as a pretext to increase military expenditure and further upgrade our defense agency, thus bringing us closer to being a normal nation. Yoshi Nikakuen. Now is indeed the time to consider your proposal. However, we should first let the media leak some information to gauge the reaction of the outside world. Particularly that of the pandas, Inukai said cautiously. Certainly, Prime Minister. I will take care of that immediately. By the way, should we not also consider the reaction of the Kimchi Nation? They can be disregarded. If not for our alliance with Samukuni, we could almost completely ignore them. Inukai replied with disdain. Just as Naiku was about to depart, Inukai discreetly pulled him back and said, "It seems that Samukuni also lacks a viable solution for dealing with the kingdom of Hedes. We might attempt to reach out to them privately through a third party, expressing our goodwill as the Eastern barbarians. At the very least, we should ask them to refrain from incessantly bombing us, suggesting they target other nations instead. As there is a long line of countries trailing behind Samukuni, they need not keep their sights solely on us. Furthermore, if possible, let us request the recall of the Pippi Shrimp aircraft carrier, as its constant patrols in our nearby seas have caused our stock market to decline for 5 consecutive days. If this continues, our economy may not withstand the pressure." Esteemed Prime Minister, I comprehend your sentiments. It has been several days since the news of NATO and the United States' declarations of impending military retaliation against the Kingdom of Hedes has circulated. Yet, it appears to be more a tempest in a teapot than a genuine storm. The frequent meetings among NATO members may indeed foreshadow a forthcoming military strike against the Kingdom of Hedes. However, while the media and commentators from around the globe fixate on the latest bombardment suffered by the Eastern Nation, the president of the Kimchi Nation and the senior officials at the Blue House remain remarkably at ease, occasionally convening gatherings to foster camaraderie. Today, at the president's invitation, a group of high-ranking officials from the Kimchi Nation congregated at the Foreign Affairs Dining Hall of the Blue House, indulging in a delectable array of 166 types of kimchi and a grand army pot. A television was set up in front of them, for the president wished to watch the daily press conference of the Kingdom of Hedes at 6 o'clock. The president appeared particularly animated. "Please, indulge yourselves. This is exquisite kimchi that I have reserved solely for your enjoyment. Do not hesitate. If there is not enough, I will have more brought in this army pot. Do not hold back." The delightful concoction of ingredients salvaged from the refuse of the United States has truly become a culinary sensation, even transcending cultural boundaries to the Panda Nation, where some indeed promote it as a delicacy. Our great Kimchi Nation stands strong. As the clock approached 6, we prepared to analyze the latest press conference from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Hedes, eager to discover which unfortunate nation had been bombarded today. The president's enthusiasm grew palpable. At precisely 6 o'clock, the press conference from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Hedes appeared on the screen. This evening at 8 o'clock, we shall launch 26 satellites from the Vulcan Air Force Base in the province of Fire on Hedes Island. These satellites will occupy the positions of all 21 satellites currently in orbit belonging to the Kimchi Nation. We kindly request that your Cosmic Development Department, Aerospace Research Institute, and Ministry of Technology and Information Communications promptly adjust the positions of your satellites to avoid any disruption to our normal satellite launches and orbits. Our satellites are all designated for civil communication and resource exploration, marking a significant advancement in our peaceful utilization of outer space. We will soon disclose the orbital parameters for these 26 satellites and urge the Kimchi Nation to adjust their satellite trajectories accordingly. The high-ranking officials of the Kimchi Nation, gathered around the army pot, were momentarily stunned. Are they addressing us? Are they indeed referring to our satellites? Why do they wish to occupy our satellite positions? Our satellite count does not even rank within the top 10. With so many countries possessing numerous satellites, why do they not target others? Are they attempting to provoke the formidable Kimchi Nation? Has the Kingdom of Hedes lost its senses? We must impose sanctions upon them. We seek retribution. The president, in a fit of agitation, initially intended to gather everyone for a spectacle, but found himself in the midst of one instead. Quick, alert our esteemed ally, Uncle Sam. Furthermore, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs must promptly condemn the Kingdom of Hedes Ocean and issue them a stern warning. Mr. President, please remain calm. This may merely be a bluff from the Kingdom of Hedes Ocean. If we do not deviate from our course, can they truly bring down our satellites? The technology capable of intercepting satellites is likely only being researched by our ally, Uncle Sam. Given the capabilities of the Kingdom of Hedes Ocean, they surely cannot achieve that. Upon hearing this, the president chuckled. Indeed, for satellites traversing the vastness of outer space at such high velocities, the means of attack are rather limited and largely ineffective. I am confident that the Kingdom of Hedes Ocean lacks the requisite strength, Perhaps they can only launch satellites into our orbit. But the notion of attacking our satellites is utterly implausible. In the command center of the planetary fortress, Qin Shaohai observed the live broadcast from the red tile hall of the pickled vegetable nation, grinning broadly. Lan Yuer. Instruct the fortress to urgently manufacture 50 rocket artillery pieces with a range of 400 kilometers, akin to the Guardian one. I wish to present them to the Chubby one. A simultaneous launch could cover Seoul entirely. I wonder if Samida would be terrified upon learning of this. Haha. Understood, Mr. President. Arrangements are already in progress. Chapter 38 Confrontation with the Royal Navy at Dongi Island. Early in the morning, Qin Shaohai suddenly sat up, startling beside him Lan Yuer, who inquired with curiosity, Mr. President, what troubles you? Rubbing his eyes and gathering his thoughts, Qin Shaohai responded. The United States often employs various foundations to destabilize other nations, while simultaneously using these organizations to benefit certain high-ranking officials. What have you discovered about the American foundations I asked you to investigate? That is quite straightforward. I monitored all their public and private accounts yesterday, Lan Yuer replied. What was the total amount? The public accounts of those foundations collectively hold approximately $34 million. Why is it so little? Not quite, Mr. President. Do not be hasty. Although their public accounts hold only this amount, the members of these foundations possess private accounts, shadow accounts, virtual accounts, and agency accounts scattered across over 60 countries. In total, they surpass $640 billion, Lan Yuer stated calmly. Precisely. They enrich themselves at the public's expense. With such vast sums of illicit money, they could embezzle without anyone being the wiser, Qin Shaohai exclaimed in astonishment. Mr. President, the situation is rather intricate. For instance, take a certain Democratic foundation in the United States, currently led by a person named West, who has private and shadow accounts in over 20 countries, totaling nearly $69 billion. However, we have found that these funds are regularly deposited into two types of accounts, one for anti-government groups in various nations, and the other into the private accounts of American politicians, such as the Secretary of State, the Director of National Security, the Chief of Staff to the President, some relatives of the President, and the speakers of both the House and Senate. Oh, I see. These elected officials undermine the governments of other countries while securing benefits for themselves post-retirement, Qin Shaohai remarked. Create 100 million virtual accounts and facilitate the continuous circulation of these funds among them. Withdraw 10 billion with each transaction, ensuring it goes unnoticed. Qin Shaohai commanded. Somewhere in the South Atlantic, near the Liravinas Islands, the amphibious readiness group aboard the flagship Shrimp embarked, with Captain Liang Ming, the commanding officer of the group, maintaining an impassive demeanor in his chair. Various reports flooded the bridge, with intelligence from the Internal Combat Command Center relayed periodically. The real-time information from 2052D class destroyers and one High-Land-class nuclear attack submarine assigned to the readiness group was also displayed on the information screen. The planetary fortress system continuously synchronized the situation ahead with the intelligence center, allowing for inquiries into the opposing fleet's personnel, armament configuration, and even fuel and ammunition supplies. Meanwhile, several nautical miles away from the readiness group, the D-32 Brave, a Type 45 destroyer, accompanied by 4 Type 42 destroyers and a Victoria Fortress-class replenishment ship, was navigating along the course of the Shrimp. The Type 42 destroyer, HMS Victoria Fortress, is currently under the vigilant gaze of Vice Admiral Gordon, the temporary commander of the John Kingdom Navy's offshore fleet, who is observing the movements of the amphibious strike group, HMS Shrimp. During the voyage, Vice Admiral Gordon received a straightforward command to prevent the Hedes Ocean Kingdom from encroaching upon the waters surrounding Dongi Island, ensuring that they do not enter its territorial sea under any circumstances. To this end, the Navy granted Vice Admiral Gordon full authority to act decisively, and a Trafalgar-class attack submarine was en route to Dongi Island. As the two fleets approached within 30 nautical miles of each other, 2 Sea King H-101 helicopters ascended from the aft deck of HMS Victoria Fortress, swiftly heading towards HMS Shrimp. Upon reaching a distance of 10 nautical miles, the pilots utilized the public channel of their onboard communication system to announce, "Unidentified fleet, please acknowledge. This is the Royal Navy. My fleet is conducting patrol operations near Dongi Island. Please identify yourselves and state your intentions. Repeat, please identify yourselves and state your intentions." The response came from the Hedes Ocean Kingdom's Navy, HMS Shrimp Amphibious Strike Group. Please maintain a safe distance of 20 nautical miles from our fleet or face the consequences. Upon receiving this message, Vice Admiral Gordon's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Has the Hedes Ocean Kingdom lost its senses? Do they not understand our identity? We are the Royal Navy, the Royal Navy Fleet. He reiterated with indignation. Sir, if they were aware of our identity, they would not dare to speak to the great Royal Navy in such a manner. Should we have the helicopter issue another warning? Vice Admiral Gordon nodded in agreement. Very well, continue calling them and warn them to reduce speed or change course. The Sea King helicopter relayed the message once more. Hedes Ocean Kingdom Navy, HMS Shrimp Amphibious Strike Group. This is the Royal Navy Fleet. Repeat. This is the Royal Navy Fleet. Please reduce speed and alter your course immediately, as you are currently within our navigational path. After waiting for several tense seconds, the helicopter finally received a reply from HMS Shrimp. This is the final warning. You have entered our fleet's 20 nautical mile security zone. Repeat. This is the final warning. The helicopter pilot exchanged incredulous glances with the co-pilot. Are they insane? Do they not realize we are the Royal Navy? Did they not hear us? No. We have repeated ourselves multiple times. They should have understood. Ignore them. We are the great Royal Navy, and no one dares to threaten us. No sooner had the pilot made this declaration than the vertical launch system cover of a 052D destroyer positioned ahead of HMS Shrimp opened, and two YJ-12 missiles soared into the sky. After a sharp aerial turn, they hurtled towards the two ill-fated Sea King helicopters at multiple times the speed of sound, resulting in two fireballs erupting within the view of both fleets. Admiral Gordon's hand trembled incessantly as he raised his telescope, prompting the Royal Navy officers beside him to exchange anxious glances. Sir, we request permission to retaliate. One began, but before he could finish, the strategic reception module IC on the bridge activated autonomously. Following several warning sounds, the communication device sprang to life. Attention, Royal Navy Fleet. This is Colonel Liang Ming, commander of the amphibious alert group aboard the Hestia Ocean Kingdom's vessel, the Shrimp. My fleet is currently en route to the Dongi Island waters, and your fleet is obstructing our course. You are hereby instructed to alter your course immediately and maintain a safe distance of 20 nautical miles from my fleet, or face annihilation. This is your final warning. How did they access the ICSA system? The intelligence officer said nervously. Admiral Gordon, his expression impassive, commanded, contact the Navy Department and request permission to open fire. We must teach this arrogant Hestia Ocean Kingdom fleet a lesson. He then ordered the Trafalgar-class attack submarine to accelerate and rendezvous with the fleet as swiftly as possible. The stationed Air Force at Dongi Island was immediately ordered to launch aircraft, prepared to intercept any planes taking off from the Shrimp. Chapter 39. Discovery of a pirate fleet in the South Atlantic. As the words left his mouth, alarms blared within the bridge of the D-32 HMS Brave, a Type 45 destroyer where Vice Admiral Gordon was stationed. The Type 45 destroyer reported an overload in the Samson phased array radar and the S-1850M long-range radar, which were refreshing at a frequency exceeding the limit. The main gas turbine power was unstable, resulting in a malfunction of the main generator's output, causing irregular surges in the power grid across the vessel and leading to a chaotic power output, with the system on the brink of collapse. The Combat Management System, CMS, was automatically rewriting command codes, and all weapon systems aboard were activated. Reports flooded in. The 6 groups of 8-cell Silver A-50 vertical launch systems at the bow were anomalously engaged, with missiles undergoing preheating. The -8 Malawian Quach's naval gun was inexplicably initiated, and its ammunition feed was being activated. The -15 Malawian Quach's Block 1B SIVs was conducting a self-check. The Cray twin torpedo launchers were preparing for air launch. Communication with the Naval Department was entirely severed, and contact with other fleet vessels had been interrupted, with each piece of alarming intelligence relayed by the operators. Vice Admiral Gordon's complexion paled. Can someone explain what is happening? Is this the fate of the mightiest warship of the Grand Royal Navy to self-destruct? Just as Vice Admiral Gordon was on the verge of madness, missiles began to launch from the vertical launch system in rapid succession, soaring straight into the sky. The bow's naval gun, aided by its automatic loading mechanism, fired shells at maximum speed towards the front, while the CIWS unleashed a torrent of projectiles into the air. Simultaneously, the remaining 4 Type 42 destroyers synchronously launched their missiles into the sky. From a distance, the sight was magnificent as hundreds of missiles of various types ascended, trailing white smoke. Those equipped with self-destruct systems detonated upon reaching a certain altitude, while the remaining missiles, devoid of such systems, fell back to Earth in freefall after reaching their zenith. yet miraculously avoided striking the high-speed warships. After discharging all weaponry, the circuits within the Type 45 vessel experienced widespread failure. Some cables within the bulkheads overheated due to the sustained high surges, eventually emitting thick smoke and igniting. Suddenly, the interior of the warship was filled with a choking odor, as plumes of white and black smoke appeared throughout the vessel. This noxious scent was highly toxic, compelling the crew to evacuate to the deck under the captain's orders. Before long, helicopters launched from several amphibious assault ships began to hover into view, gradually descending under the watchful gaze of the sailors from Dongi Nation. A loudspeaker from one of the helicopters announced, "This is the Navy of the Kingdom of Hedes. We suspect you are pirates. Please halt your vessel and submit to inspection, or you will be sunk. If you comply, raise a white flag. Otherwise, my fleet will be compelled to open fire. Repeat, if you agree, raise a white flag and stop your vessel. Otherwise, my fleet will be forced to engage." At this moment, 2052D class destroyers were rapidly approaching, now within clear sight. Inside the command center of the planetary bastion, Qin Shaohai and Lan Yuer entered in succession. "Galaxy, report on the execution of the disarmament plan," Qin commanded. "Mr. President, all nuclear warheads from Dongi Nation, Fragrance Nation, and Little Tyrant have been fully deactivated. Today, we will secretly launch 18 sets of magnetic matrix controllers to neutralize the nuclear warheads of Bear Nation, the 2 South Asian countries, and Little Fat. Our investigations have found no evidence that Eastern barbarians possess materials for nuclear weapon production, and Sam Nation's oversight of Eastern barbarians is stringent. They do not dare to secretly gather nuclear materials." "Very well. When are we prepared to launch?" "We anticipate a launch around 3 p.m. As this is a covert operation, we must avoid Western satellite surveillance. There will be a 5-minute window around 3:13 p.m. during which no satellites will be overhead, and there will be no monitoring of this maritime area." "Understood. Proceed." "Yes, Mr. President." After his inquiries, Qin Shaohai settled into his command chair. Lan Yuer thoughtfully prepared breakfast, knowing that he preferred to eat in 2 locations: the presidential lounge, which is the highest point of the warship's bridge, surrounded by glass and offering splendid views, and this command center, where the vast display wall provided a sense of command over the entire situation. As he ate, he noticed 2 small areas on the display illuminated in bright red and inquired, "Galaxy, do those 2 locations indicate military engagements?" "Indeed, Mr. President. One is the naval battle group of the Pippi Shrimp aircraft carrier, stationed in the waters near the Eastern Nation, marked in red due to its aircraft's repeated close encounters with military planes from both the Eastern Nation and the Sam Nation. The other is the Baywai Shrimp Amphibious Assault Group's alert unit, which we have dispatched to the South American Duerwenis Islands. Currently, the Baywai Shrimp Alert Unit is positioned in the waters east of the Falkland Islands, confronting the royal fleet of the Dongi Nation. The opposing forces have exhibited hostility, frequently activating their fire control radar and launching their aircraft. At present, the Baywai Shrimp Amphibious Alert Unit has adhered to protocol and has just disarmed the royal fleet, urging their surrender for an inspection. "Merely a declining empire," the disdainful Qin Shaohai remarked. "Allow Colonel Liang Ming to continue executing his duties according to protocol, showing no mercy. Since they refuse to acknowledge our authority, let us humiliate them thoroughly." Additionally, there is intelligence indicating that a NATO armored battalion and an airborne regiment from the Dongi Nation are preparing to deploy to the Maple Leaf Nation. Concurrently, NATO is deliberating the dispatch of over 60 fighter jets and 7 destroyers to the same nation. Furthermore, the Sam Nation has publicly declared that the readiness levels of its overseas bases and station troops have been elevated to level 2, while those at its locations in Okinawa and Oahu have been raised to level 1. The Chief of Staff of the Joint Operations Center, Galaxy, reported that NATO's military retaliation is about to commence, though the pace is disappointingly slow. "I believe we should apply a bit more pressure," Qin Shaohai stated impassively. "Mr. President, what are your orders?" Galaxy inquired. "Let Phil announce the situation on Dewar Island," came the response. Each evening at 6 o'clock, a multitude of individuals gather by their televisions, for the Hedes Ocean Kingdom consistently delivers captivating news. In this era, where rules and life have increasingly solidified, each appearance of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom brings surprise, especially given that their spokesperson is a striking and alluring ice queen. Moreover, those awaiting the news at the same fixed hour, aside from the well-meaning common folk, include various dignitaries from around the world. As the clock strikes 6 each evening, regardless of what major global media outlets are broadcasting, The Hedes Ocean Kingdoms program invariably interrupts without fail. During this interval, no matter how many resources countries mobilize, they cannot intercept or block the videos from the Hedes Ocean Kingdom, which has caused considerable anxiety among Western intelligence agencies. Consequently, the Sam and John nations have jointly established a specialized entity to address this issue, known as the Media System Office. Although this office has recruited over 300 experts, it has yet to achieve any substantial results. Chapter 40. The Hedes Kingdom, shrouded in mystery with a delicate flick of her hair. Louis V. commenced her customary reading of the news release. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom, authorized by the Navy, hereby announces the following information this afternoon. Our amphibious readiness group, the Shrimp, encountered a fleet of pirate ships while navigating the waters near Dongi Island in the South Atlantic. Following a brief skirmish, the pirate fleet collectively raised a white flag and surrendered to our Navy. Subsequently, the Shrimp Combat Group conducted a boarding inspection in accordance with the provisions of the Law of the Sea Convention, uncovering a substantial cache of weaponry and armed personnel aboard the vessels. To prevent this band of pirates from jeopardizing global peace and maritime security, the Shrimp Combat Group disarmed them and detained the armed individuals on the amphibious assault ship. The coordinates of the abandoned vessels have been reported to the relevant United Nations agencies, which will dispatch personnel to address the situation. Prime Minister John Beckwith, seated before his television, cast aside the Bible he had been ostentatiously holding. Damn it, that is the Royal Navy's fleet. Our fleet, not pirates. Those scoundrels of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom will not escape our wrath. This is a flagrant humiliation, a provocation, an act of war, an assault on the Royal Navy. And they shall pay dearly for it. The Minister of the Navy cautiously picked up the tattered Bible and remarked, Your Excellency, the Hedes Ocean Kingdom has acted with intent. This is retaliation against us. However, our John Empire does not succumb to military threats. We are the ones who threaten and retaliate. Prime Minister Beckwith resumed his seat, gazing intently at the images on the screen as he continued, The Hedes Ocean Kingdom has virtually made enemies of all Western nations upon its emergence. We, alongside the United States, shall never permit such a nation to exist, especially one with a formidable military force. They remain utterly unaware of the magnitude of our John Empire's strength and the grave consequences of inciting our ire. I must address Parliament. We shall deploy troops to the South Atlantic and the Pacific, demonstrating once again the might of our John Empire. Prime Minister, that may not be feasible. We lack sufficient naval vessels to dispatch, the Minister of the Navy timidly interjected. Beckwith interrupted, asserting, I do not require you to send a significant number of warships in both directions. The Pacific is under the aegis of the United States. A symbolic deployment will suffice. However, the South Atlantic represents our fundamental interests. It is our donkey island, a territory we cannot afford to lose. Understood, Prime Minister. Yet, prior to this, we must ascertain how a formidable fleet, comprising one of the world's most advanced Type 45 destroyers and 4 Type 42 destroyers, could be so easily disarmed. Does the Hedes Ocean Kingdom possess technology unknown to us? Before fully comprehending the situation, dispatching the fleet once again may lead to even greater failure. The crier interrupted the Minister of Navy once more. Joe, you do not grasp the nuances of politics. Regardless of the circumstances, we must promptly demonstrate the stance of the Grand John Empire to the world and the Kingdom of Hedes. More importantly, we must exhibit our resolve and military strength to our citizens and taxpayers. Otherwise, our cabinet will be swiftly overthrown. Understood, Mr. Prime Minister. The Navy will do its utmost to cooperate. In the command center of the planetary fortress, Qin Shaohai repeatedly murmured the term reservoir theory, pacing the hall while occasionally scrutinizing the map surrounding the Pacific Ocean. The Panda Nation diverted our attention by offering the sale of stealth boats, subtly communicating this theory through clandestine channels. What does this signify? Qin Shaohai pondered silently. A reservoir at full capacity necessitates a release of water. Yet we find ourselves in the desolate expanse of the Pacific with no targets within hundreds of nautical miles. Therefore, we must search outward. However, to attract NATO's firepower, it must be our own strength that does so. How can we locate this release point? The United States, as the leader of NATO, must be made to suffer significantly. Otherwise, it would be futile. A direct attack is out of the question, as they would retaliate fiercely. Bombing within the Maple Leaf Nation, another NATO member, would also yield little effect due to the vast distance. Thus, only 2 locations remain. One is the Malacca Strait, a critical juncture in their global strategy, but it is far too distant for us to reach. The other is the Ryukyu Islands, forming a C-shaped first island chain from eastern E to Ryukyu and then to the Banana Nation, which holds particular significance for the United States. We cannot always allow others to encroach upon our territory. It is time to establish a release point for these nations, making the Ryukyu Islands an ideal target to attract their firepower. With this thought in mind, Qin Shaohai commanded, notify Defense Minister Lin Peter to convene a military meeting in 2 hours. I need to ascertain how many warships and aircraft we are currently producing. Furthermore, did not the Eastern government reach out to us through other channels, expressing a desire to ease relations and willing to send representatives for talks? Yes, Mr. President. The Eastern government has indeed contacted our foreign ministry through alternative avenues. Very well, approve their request and have their chief cabinet secretary come over. After attending to these matters, Qin Shaohai noticed a news conference from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Pickled Vegetable Nation on the nearby television. We strongly condemn the hegemonic actions of the Kingdom of Hedes in indiscriminately attacking foreign satellites. Our Pickled Vegetable Nation will resolutely combat such actions under the leadership of the United States, unhesitatingly employing our formidable military force to defend our rights. Simultaneously, we will collaborate with our allies to determine the next course of action. Qin Shaohai scoffed in disdain. These nations are all of a kind, posturing aggressively, yet ultimately relying on the United States whenever they face adversity, whether as watchdogs or as dependents. It is indeed a case of living off the elder. Phil. It can now be officially announced that we are preparing to provide Little Fatty with 50 rocket launchers and the corresponding supporting equipment. As soon as Qin Shaohai finished speaking, Louis Phil turned on her heel and departed, undoubtedly heading straight for the diplomatic department's broadcasting room. True to her icy demeanor, she uttered not a word, leaving immediately after listening. Her frigid aura, combined with her graceful figure and exquisite visage, was utterly enchanting. After watching Phil leave the command center, Qin Shaohai sensed that NATO's recent maneuvers were somewhat peculiar and inquired, Galaxy, what is the current status of the SAM country's naval aircraft carrier strike group that had previously halted its advance? Mr. President, the latest information regarding the SAM country's naval carrier group is as follows. The USS Enterprise has once again departed from Norfolk Naval Base, heading south towards the Panama Canal, and will subsequently regroup at Oahu Island before proceeding to our maritime territory. At present, the aircraft carrier remains in the Caribbean Sea. The USS Nimitz Strike Group has set sail from its home base at Everett Naval Station and is en route to Oahu Island, expected to arrive in 3 days. The USS Vincent Strike Group is making its way from the Indian Ocean towards the Pacific, with an anticipated passage through the Malacca Strait tomorrow. The USS Ronald Strike Group, having just completed an overseas deployment, is currently undergoing maintenance after returning to the naval port of San Diego in California. However, there are indications that the SAM country's Navy is preparing to cancel the carrier's routine 2-month maintenance and is poised to recall its vacationing sailors to reassemble the strike group for operations in our surrounding waters. The USS Sparrow Strike Group, having suffered significant damage from our Navy, is still on standby in Yokosuka Naval Base. Meanwhile, 2 Burke-class destroyers previously stationed with the 5th Fleet in the Middle East are heading towards the Eastie country and are expected to join the USS Sparrow Strike Group. Additionally, our ship detection systems have identified a ballistic missile submarine belonging to the John country and another from the Fragrance country operating in the waters outside the Malacca Strait, though their course remains unclear. Simultaneously, the SAM country's Navy has deployed over 20 various nuclear submarines around our vicinity, leading us to suspect that NATO's military retaliation is imminent. Understood. I have asked Lin Peter to convene a military meeting where we shall discuss our response to the SAM country. In the White Palace, the president was presented with a detailed investigative report. CIA Director Farnoff handed a stack of documents to George Little Bush. Upon investigation, we have discovered that aside from military matters, we have no means to address this Hedes Ocean Kingdom. What do you mean? Mr. President, culturally, they possess no distinct ethnicity, faith, or religion, nor do they have their own language. They solely communicate in Mandarin and English. In terms of commercial interactions, aside from a long-term construction contract with the Panda country, they hold no agreements with any other nations or companies. They have not established any businesses globally, and we have found no evidence of any companies existing within their territory. Financially, they maintain no government accounts abroad, nor any private accounts. Just a few days ago, they opened several accounts in a neutral country's bank, remarked CIA Director Fairbairn with a hint of frustration. So, despite their previous lack of action, some of their governmental officials have begun depositing funds in Switzerland under the military pressure from NATO. inquired George W. Bush. It is indeed possible, Mr. President. We observed that following the televised address by the NATO Secretary General, our allies, and yourself, they applied for account openings at the Swiss bank the very next day. It seems they are unable to withstand the pressure from NATO, and some high-ranking officials are preparing an escape route, Bush responded with a sense of satisfaction. However, Mr. President, there is another rather peculiar phenomenon. We are unable to find any information regarding the civilians of the Kingdom of Hedes. It appears that this nation has no civilians apart from its military, and the soldiers seem to have never lived among the populace. This is indeed quite strange. Could it be that the information or records have been deliberately erased? Bush questioned. Historically, it has been our CIA that frequently engaged in such activities, given our capabilities. Yet I have not heard of any other nation's organization doing the same. Then let us investigate further and determine who has obscured their existence, Bush said with irritation. Just as Director Fairbairn was preparing to depart, Bush suddenly turned to him and asked, if it were not you or the FBI, could it possibly be the Illuminati? Oh, Mr. President, this question nearly sent CIA Director Fairbairn into a diabetic shock. This Jewish organization typically does not engage openly in global affairs if they choose to participate. It is usually through us, if not through our national machinery. It could only imply a desire to abandon us or seek another nation to counterbalance us for greater profit and advantage. This is the very reason that terrifies the CIA director. Chapter 41. The aircraft carrier shark in the Kremlin, Antonchev. Recently promoted from the Chief of Staff to the First Deputy Prime Minister, along with Defense Minister Vano and the Director of the Federal Foreign Intelligence Service, Hedes, awaited the President. The President was initially scheduled to discuss the theft of a strategic missile submarine that occurred last month. But he had received a call from a foreign power early in the morning and had yet to return. The three officials began to deliberate on the current situation, preparing to report to the President later. Since the emergence of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom, the global landscape has undergone significant transformation. Our intelligence agency has been inundated with a plethora of both credible and dubious information, particularly concerning the strategic weaponry deployed by the SAM nation. Following the recent missile tests conducted by the Hedes Ocean Kingdom in cooperation with the SAM nation, the latter's nuclear arsenal stationed in Europe and domestically has remained on high alert. In response, our forces have also been placed on a state of heightened readiness. However, the toll of such measures is unsustainable for us. Thus, the President has tasked us with investigating the veracity of these developments. Yet the reality may be far graver than anticipated, Hedes lamented. What do you mean by far graver? Defense Minister Vano inquired. The situation is that not only has the nuclear force of the SAM nation entered a state of heightened readiness, but also various fighter squadrons, air defense missile units, the Missile Defense Agency, the 5th Fleet, 7th Fleet, 3rd Fleet, as well as bases in Wahoo Island, Okinawa, and several air and naval bases across the Eastern Barbarians. The Middle East and Europe are currently on high alert, Hedes replied with resignation. Such information would have once made headlines across nations. Now, however, it is deliberately concealed by the SAM nation. This reminds me of the movements prior to the Gulf War, Vano reflected. There is a saying in Panda Nation, the barking dog seldom bites. It is the silent one that is dangerous. So, is the SAM nation preparing for war? Antonchev asked. Indications suggest as much, and coupled with certain actions from NATO countries, this military deployment appears to be more extensive than during the Gulf War. Nations such as John Country and Perfume Country are secretly mobilizing. For instance, John Country's military budget for next year has surged to $42 billion, a 20% increase, which is highly irregular. The publicly available records indicate that the John Country Army comprises 40 battalions, totaling 117,000 personnel. However, the actual number has now surpassed 130,000. The Air Force has placed an additional order for 100 fighter jets on top of the existing 300 Tornado fighters, and they are also acquiring 250 European joint fighters. In naval affairs, John Country has urgently halted the retrofit plans for the Ark and Invincible aircraft carriers, leaving both vessels in a state of readiness. Furthermore, we have learned that at least one Vanguard-class strategic missile submarine and 3 Trafalgar-class attack submarines have departed and their whereabouts are currently unknown. Is NATO's star plan connected to these covert mobilizations? Antonchev queried. At present, the specifics of the starry plan remain unclear. It is anticipated that the President will inquire about the Panda Nation or the Kingdom of Hedes during today's call. Yet it is likely that this plan pertains to NATO's preparation for military reprisals against the Kingdom of Hedes, as articulated by Hedes. A consensus was reached between myself and the president at yesterday's meeting, suggesting that the Kingdom of Hades should curtail certain military operations in the near future. This would enable us to engage in diplomatic negotiations on a United Nations level. Otherwise, the current trajectory could lead to a colossal war, as stated by Aunt Jeff. However, this proposal had already been presented a few days prior and remains unacknowledged by the Kingdom of Hades. It seems prudent to attempt to calm the situation before it spirals out of control, remarked Aunt Jeff. At the stern of the planetary fortress, in Area E68, lies a large equipment production workshop and shipyard. Accompanied by numerous executives, Qin Shaohai arrived at the stern of the planetary fortress, which boasts 2 supersized dry docks and 1 medium-sized dock capable of producing warships and merchant vessels ranging from 50,000 to 300,000 tons. Alongside the capacity to fabricate colossal steel structures or civilian facilities akin to offshore oil drilling platforms. Today marks the launch of the second aircraft carrier of the Hades Oceanic Kingdom's Navy, the Scylla. This steel leviathan boasts a full load displacement exceeding 90,000 tons and is an upgraded version of the previous flagship, the Pippi Shrimp. While both carriers employ steam catapults, the Pippi Shrimp is equipped with 3, whereas the Scylla incorporates 4. In preparation for the impending conflict, the Scylla has been fitted with a quad launcher of the Sea Emperor ultra-hypersonic anti-ship missiles on each side of the hull beneath the deck. This missile, assembled and produced at the behest of Qin Shaohai, is specifically designed for vessels exceeding 50,000 tons. It boasts a maximum range of 200 kilometers. With a warhead weight of 900 kilograms, more than double that of the Bear Nation sea-based Zircon hypersonic missile. During its cruise phase, it achieves speeds of Mach 6, peaking at Mach 17 during terminal phase, utilizing a top attack mode. According to the models of the planetary fortress, a single Sea Emperor ultra-hypersonic anti-ship missile can easily sink heavy aircraft carriers, such as the Little Bird. For vessels other than aircraft carriers, such as destroyers and frigates, Qin Shaohai instructed the planetary fortress to use the Sea Emperor ultra-hypersonic anti-ship missile as a template to produce the Sea After ultra-hypersonic anti-ship missile, which has been equipped on the existing 052D class destroyers. The Sea After ultra-hypersonic anti-ship missile has a maximum range of 1,000 kilometers, with a warhead weighing 600 kilograms, achieving speeds of Mach 6 during the cruise phase and peaking at Mach 12 in the terminal phase, also employing a top attack mode. Each 052D destroyer will be outfitted with 24 Sea After ultra-hypersonic anti-ship missiles. To complement the Scylla aircraft carrier, Qin Shaohai has equipped it with a combination of 28 HJ-35 stealth fighters, modeled after the J-35, and 36 FJ-15 fighters, modeled after the J-15. Upon the launch of the Shuttle Crab aircraft carrier, the Kingdom of Hedes will officially possess 2 carrier battle groups and 1 amphibious readiness group. At that time, the naval configuration of the Kingdom of Hedes will include 2 aircraft carriers, 1 amphibious assault ship, 18 replicas of the 052D destroyer, 26 replicas of the 054A frigate, 19 Seawolf-class attack submarines, 2 replicas of the 096 strategic missile submarines, 1 large maritime patrol vessel, the base, 6 tank landing ships, 7 amphibious dock landing ships, and 25 large air cushion landing craft. In total, there will be 180 HJ-15 fighter jets and HJ-35 fighter jets, 40 replicas of the AV-8B, designated as CJ-8B vertical takeoff and landing fighters, along with 120 auxiliary aircraft for patrol, early warning, electronic warfare, transport, anti-submarine warfare, medical evacuation, and communications. Just as Qin Shaohai was deep in thought, Lan Yuer beside him interjected, "Mr. President, the government aircraft from Dongi has just arrived at the Daimo International Airport in Zhangjiang." "Oh, our guests have arrived. Let Minister Hila from the Foreign Ministry meet with these Japanese gentlemen." Chapter 42. The Inexpressibly Desolate Kingdom of Hedes Sea in the Kingdom of Hedes Sea, on Hedes Island. At the construction site of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Zhongjing City, the newly arrived Chief Cabinet Secretary of the Eastern government, Naika Wusan, stood alongside a group of aides on the runway, wearing an expression of astonishment. The members of the delegation exchanged bewildered glances with one another, unable to contain his curiosity. Naika Wusan timidly inquired of the director of the Prime Minister's office beside him, Jing Liasang, "Is this Zhongjing City?" "Yes, indeed, Naika Wusan Kuan," was the response. Perhaps sensing that the scholarly aide might not fully understand, Naika Wusan pressed further, "Is this the international airport of their capital, Zhongjing City?" Yes, Nikawu-san-kun. Came the reply again. Noticing a hint of confusion on the aide's face, Nikawu-san cautiously asked, Jinglia-sang, I am asking. Is this truly the capital of the kingdom of Hedes Sea, Zhongjing City? Yes, Nikawu-san-kun. The aide responded with a precise 90-degree bow. Adhering to the standards of Japanese etiquette, Nikawu-san then turned to survey the international airport before him, which consisted solely of a control tower and a runway. With the remainder of the area covered in gravel, devoid of any greenery, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. At that moment, a gust of sea breeze swept through, carrying sand and dust that enveloped the Eastern E-government delegation, transforming their meticulously styled dark hair into a grayish hue. Nikawu-san was afforded the unique experience of tasting the kingdom's raw dust, as he had a habit of rubbing his eyes with his mouth agape, believing it to enhance the relief. Gazing at the officials from the Hedes Ministry of Foreign Affairs who had come to greet them, a man and two women, he noticed two buses behind them. But not a single car. Could it be that this destitute and dilapidated nation was the same one known for its propensity to self-destruct? This country, which could not even afford a car for diplomatic activities, was it truly the formidable power that instilled such fear in the hearts of the American elite? This nation, with an international airport in such disrepair, was it the same one that bombed NATO member states and bullied the Kangaroo Nation? Am I dreaming? Our mighty Easterny nation has indeed suffered 3 bombings at the hands of such a country? How could a nation devoid of even a semblance of proper infrastructure have constructed the formidable aircraft carrier, the Pipisia? That detestable aircraft carrier still lurks in the waters off our easterny coast. How infuriating. There is no time for lamentation. We must proceed to engage in discussions with them. Under the warm welcome of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Hedes Ocean, the delegation led by Nikawu-san queued to board 2 buses. As the buses journeyed towards the administrative district of Zhongjing City, Nikawu-san found himself utterly disheartened. Not only was the international airport desolate, but the road leading from the airport to the city center was equally barren. There were no highways. The delegation endured a bumpy ride amidst an expanse of gravel, devoid of greenery, roads, or buildings. Occasionally, construction vehicles could be spotted nearby, and distant workers from the Panda Nation were seen laboring on some project. After more than half an hour, the convoy finally reached a proper road. As the staff informed them that they were nearing the Ministry of Foreign Affairs building, the most well-equipped structure in the Kingdom of Hedes Ocean, where both the President and Prime Minister were temporarily conducting their offices. Upon hearing this, Nikawu-san began to envision the prestige of a nation where even the President and Prime Minister worked. He mused that the environment must surely be exceptional, and perhaps he might unexpectedly encounter the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Hedes Ocean. It would be nothing short of perfection to meet the legendary and elusive President, making him the first foreigner outside the kingdom to be received by their President. What a splendid scene that would be! As the bus came to a halt, Nikawu-san's eyes widened at the sight of a 4-story building under construction, flanked by large inscriptions, wear a helmet while working on the left, and sweating is better than bleeding on the right. On the roof of the building, another phrase read, diligent workers, soaring construction. If it weren't for that wretched Pippi shrimp aircraft carrier, he might even suspect that the mighty Dongi Kingdom had been bombed 3 times by a village from the Panda Nation in recent times. Is this truly a nation? Is this the capital of a nation? Is this the building of a nation's Ministry of Foreign Affairs? This is hardly better than a sushi restaurant in our Dongi Kingdom. Nikawu-san's heart was tumultuous with emotions. At that moment, Minister Hela of the Kingdom of Hedes Ocean was waiting at the entrance to greet him, despite his reluctance. As a member of the diplomatic delegation, he understood that the most basic etiquette must be upheld. Nikawu-san cheerfully led the members of the delegation off the bus and exchanged pleasantries with Hela. As noon approached, Hela suggested they first enjoy lunch at the temporary state guest house on the 1st floor of the ministry to discuss matters afterward. The astonished Dongi delegation contemplated that even in such poverty, a meal should be within reach, as they were indeed a maritime kingdom, and at the very least, they could expect a seafood feast. Beside a simple wooden door, Minister Hela paused. The door bore a sign, rather sloppily written in both Chinese and English, State Guesthouse No. 1 National Banquet Hall. Although the door was modest and small, and the sign rather hastily made, the name itself exuded grandeur. The No. 1 National Banquet Hall promised something remarkable within. As the door swung open, Nikawu-san numbly followed Hela, his mental defenses repeatedly breached. Before him were 3 elongated wooden tables, each stretching 50 meters, flanked by neatly arranged plastic stools. An aluminum tray rested before each seat. Along the sides of the room were bowls of food and rice, suggesting a self-service buffet for the delegation members. Nakuwu-san could no longer muster any critique or harbor expectations. The royal banquet of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom paled in comparison to a simple boxed meal. Were he to recount this experience upon returning home, no one would believe him. The absurdity escalated when Nakuwu-san observed that Minister Hila and her 3 attendants had not partaken in the meal but instead sat silently across from them, observing. Unable to contain his bewilderment, he inquired, "Minister Hila, why do you not serve yourselves?" With a professional smile, Hila replied, "Our nation has regulations, even at a state banquet. One must pay, and the cost is exorbitant. Although we hold esteemed positions, our salaries are modest, and such meals are beyond our means. Please do enjoy." Esteemed members of the delegation. Astonished, Nakuwu-san thought, "Do we, the Easterny delegation, also need to pay for this meal? Surely, the Hedes Ocean Kingdom cannot be so shameless." He cautiously asked, "Minister Hila, might I inquire if we are also required to cover some expenses for our meals?" "Of course." Hila maintained her professional demeanor, "But do not worry, we will not charge you directly. The costs will be billed to the Easterny government." Nakuwu-san was taken aback by this revelation. "Minister Hila, if I may ask, how much will these meals cost us?" "Not excessively," she responded. "Approximately $10,000 per person on average. If there are meat dishes, it may be a bit more. Vegetarian options are less expensive. However, I have assessed the offerings, and $10,000 should suffice for each individual." "What? $10,000 in dollars?" Nakuwu-san exclaimed incredulously. "We have merely a few potatoes, a small bok choy, a cucumber, 2 shrimp, and a spoonful of rice. Are you truly charging $10,000 for this meal?" Hila, still smiling professionally, replied, "You have observed that our nation is in dire need of development. We require substantial funds for construction. Thus, we aim to subsidize national development through charges to public servants and even visiting foreign delegations. Officials of our rank earn approximately over $1 million monthly, with salaries dispersed on the 15th day of each month. But do you know, a day of leave incurs a deduction of $200,000, while a single instance of tardiness results in a $5,000 penalty. Even indulging in a state banquet leads to a deduction of $10,000 from our wages. Additionally, we grapple with a monthly rent of $200,000 and transportation expenses amounting to $50,000. Consequently, the final week of each month becomes exceedingly arduous, often leaving us without even the means to procure a meal. Fortunately, our nation provides relief. During the last week, the government offers food subsidies, ensuring we do not suffer from hunger." Upon hearing this, Nakuwu-san refrained from further complaints, realizing that the citizens of the kingdom of Hedes are indeed mired in hardship, with even the Minister of Foreign Affairs residing in rented accommodation and facing hunger during the final week. It raises the question of whether the rest of the populace lives below the poverty line. In such a nation, even if it boasts strength, there is little to fear. After partaking in the extravagant state banquet costing $10,000 per plate, Nakuwu-san eagerly requested Minister Hila to commence discussions regarding the recent conflicts. Chapter 43. The secret talks of the Hedes Kingdom. The representatives from the Inner Kingdom and the delegation, already fully immunized against the circumstances, exhibited no surprise at the venue of the talks. The surroundings bore stark testimony to the poverty of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom. It was a raw, unfinished space devoid of decor, furniture, or electric lighting. Over 20 diplomats from the Hedes Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the government of the Eastern Barbarians, clad in exquisite high-end suits and polished shoes, sat upon newspapers spread on the floor of this bare room to conduct their discussions. This moment would undoubtedly be etched into the annals of global diplomacy. Minister Hila began with a double entendre. "Today, on behalf of the government of the Eastern Barbarians, I express our strong protest to your government, accompanied by the following demands. 1. We demand the withdrawal of the Pippi Shrimp aircraft carrier battle group. 2. We require an apology and compensation for the missile bombardment of our military port at Yokosuka. 3. We seek an apology and compensation for the unilateral dispatch of fighter jets that bombed our facilities at Jingu and the private hot spring establishments in Gifu. 4. We insist that your government cease these barbaric actions that disregard international law and the United Nations Charter. 5. We call for the punishment of war criminals to prevent further threats to civilized nations." Minister Hila, maintaining her professional smile, replied, "Firstly, the bombardment of your nation was provoked by the malicious obstruction of our destroyer, the Galwa, which led to a collision and caused considerable casualties among the innocent sailors of the Eastern Barbarians. Your government must acknowledge this fact. Secondly, our nation is not a signatory to international law or the United Nations Charter. We have neither joined any international organization nor signed any treaties, which means no international agreements can bind us. Furthermore, due to technical reasons, the Pippi Shrimp aircraft carrier currently has only one operational route. Unless your government offers an apology and compensation while addressing historical grievances by formally apologizing for its acts of aggression, we see no path forward. Thirdly, the allowance of Sam's country to use your bases as forward positions to strike at us is intolerable, and we do not rule out further military action against these bases. Fourthly, we oppose the Sam and Eastern Barbarians Security Treaty and hope your government will withdraw from it while adhering to the 3 principles of nuclear non-proliferation, the Peace Constitution, and the 3 principles of arms exports. Otherwise, the Hedes Ocean Kingdom does not exclude the possibility of employing force once more. Ms. Gila, I believe our discourse may not yield fruitful results. Might I inquire if your esteemed president has any proposals? As Gila resumed her customary rhetoric, Mr. Nika Wusan realized that these were not the primary reasons the president of the Hedes Kingdom had authorized him to engage in negotiations. Now that Mr. Nika Wusan had posed the question, our president has 2 suggestions. First, the government of the Eastern Barbarians can offer a symbolic apology and compensation. Second, we can undertake diplomatic mediation for our entry into the United Nations. Is that all? Nika Wusan could scarcely believe it after such extensive discourse. It had all been to set the stage for these 2 points. Indeed, our president maintains a serene smile regarding these 2 proposals. As for the second suggestion, there are no issues. Upon my return, our Eastern nation can commence negotiations. However, the apology mentioned in the first proposal requires further deliberation, as our people have a long-standing tradition of committing wrongdoings without offering apologies. Thus, we are left with the matter of symbolic compensation. May I inquire, Mrs. Hira, how much symbolic compensation does our nation require? Mr. Naiku inquired with some excitement. According to our established customs, your country is required to pay a sum of $12 billion. What? $12 billion is merely symbolic compensation? Indeed. This amount is insufficient to even produce one aircraft carrier. For instance, our under-construction Xiaoluo aircraft carrier is projected to incur costs of $15 billion. This is something I must report to the Prime Minister. $12 billion is excessive. Of course, there is also the formal apology that needs to be discussed with your Prime Minister. However, we recommend that you reach a decision swiftly, as our Pippi Shrimp aircraft carrier strike group is scheduled to return in 10 days. Hira remarked with a smile. It is splendid that your Pippi Shrimp aircraft carrier is returning, but why should the timing of its return be equated with the speed of our response? Mr. Nika queried, somewhat astonished. Because the Navy wishes to conduct one more military operation prior to its return, and as the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I am not privy to the specifics of this operation. What? Does this constitute a military threat? Mr. Naiku's voice rose with indignation. It is evidently a military threat, Mr. Naiku. Such a blatant military threat should be readily comprehensible to your nation. How abominable. This is not how diplomatic negotiations are conducted. The despicable kingdom of Hedes, Mr. Nika seethed inwardly. At a CAF beside Munich International Airport, this quaint establishment is a quintessential Western European street CAF, featuring only 6 small tables. Usually, it remains closed, opening only for distinguished guests on rare occasions, thus exuding an air of mystery. At that moment, a man and woman sat in a cozy corner by the window, sipping coffee and engaging in conversation, while a television on the wall broadcast a secret meeting between the Hedes Ocean Kingdom and the Eastern government delegation. Until his return home, Mr. Nika remained oblivious to the fact that his so-called clandestine discussions with the Hedes Ocean Kingdom, conducted behind the back of Sam, would be ruthlessly betrayed. Even more embarrassing was that the Eastern government delegation, seated on the floor and partaking in a state banquet that paled in comparison to a boxed meal, was broadcast live globally by the Hedes International News Agency. Yet, none of these concerns affected the 2 individuals sipping coffee by the window, Ms. Paul. The current international landscape has indeed surpassed the family's control. Yesterday, our team in Switzerland uncovered an unusual phenomenon. A mysterious client deposited over $7 billion in 200 separate transactions 5 days ago, only to withdraw the entire sum in a single transaction 3 days prior. Remarkably, yesterday, they once again deposited more than $7 billion in over 200 transactions. Should they choose to withdraw this amount again in 3 days, their actions would warrant significant scrutiny. While sporadic deposits may go unnoticed, a singular withdrawal of such magnitude could attract the attention of the entire financial sector. Yet, at this moment, we discovered that certain newspapers were reporting on the failings of the Swiss banking system, highlighting issues of illicit deposits and the impending crisis within the banking industry. If additional individuals were to be influenced by such a substantial withdrawal, the banks might find themselves unable to cope should more than 2 major withdrawals occur. It could trigger a bank run. While UBS might endure such a scenario, other banks would face catastrophic consequences. If other banks succumb to a run, the last standing UBS would inevitably follow suit, a situation our family would adamantly refuse to allow. The situation facing the Democratic Foundation is even more dire. Their accounts were wiped clean overnight, with accounts from over 160 countries simultaneously canceled, and alarmingly, they cannot be restored. This implies that the backup data at the National Data Center of the United States has also been altered, as if the foundation had never existed in the world, a truly horrifying prospect. Only 2 organizations possess such capabilities, the Illuminati and the CIA, and unfortunately, both are entrenched in the United States. Miss Paul, could it be that the United States seeks to sever ties and operate independently? Such a notion is unfathomable. The United States has been thoroughly infiltrated by our consortium, serving as our enforcers in global domination. They cannot act alone. This raises the question, are there other organizations or nations with such power? That would be an even more alarming scenario, for we remain unaware of this hidden adversary's identity. We must swiftly identify this opponent. Otherwise, our century-long plan may suffer immense repercussions due to this unforeseen disruption. This strategic maneuver has caught us off guard, simultaneously jeopardizing our long-conceived plans concerning the marginalized yellow races by depriving us of financial support. We are at a critical juncture for sowing discord in the Middle East and Central Asia, as well as broadly purchasing traders in the Panda Nation. The funding required to support these traders is substantial. Should our financial backing be interrupted, these opportunistic traders may seek refuge with other organizations. Currently, our organization has tentatively determined that the target is the recently active Kingdom of Hedes. Our detailed investigations into this nation reveal that it appears to have emerged from thin air. Thus, aside from this nation, there truly seems to be no other capable adversary against us. My dear Miss Pohl, our family shares the same sentiment. Thus, I have come to you with the intention of collaborating with your organization. We must support the Western governments in their decisive use of force to eradicate this uncertainty, restoring the balance of the world to a state that we can manage. It is time for us to take action together, providing support and funding for this eradication endeavor. We firmly believe that the current Western world possesses sufficient strength to assist us in resolving this matter. Chapter 44. The Oceanic Retaliatory Fleet of the Pickled Vegetable Nation Command Center of the Planetary Fortress Galactic Command directs the return of the base, stationed off the coast of Kangaroo Nation, allowing time for reflection. The Amphibious Alert Group, designated as the Shrimp, surrounding Donkey Island, is ordered to return, while the Seawolf-class nuclear submarine detaches from the formation, proceeding towards the Azores. The supply vessel is tasked with refueling the Prawn aircraft carrier group and replenishing it with munitions. The newly established Crab aircraft carrier group is directed to the coastal waters near Naha, Okinawa, before heading north and traversing the Diu Strait from east to west, subsequently drifting southward on standby. 2096 strategic missile nuclear submarines, alongside 4 Seawolf-class submarines, are to form a fleet, awaiting orders near the Azores and the Atlantic. November 27th Sam Nation Presidential Executive Office. Gentlemen, the Brussels meeting of NATO defense ministers yesterday has culminated in a consensus. NATO will assemble its most formidable naval and aerial forces since World War II, with the objective squarely aimed at the Kingdom of Hedes. We shall eradicate this malevolent nation from the face of the earth. President George W. Bush resumed his characteristic style of speaking with his back turned to his advisors. Mr. President, the Department of Defense has notified forces stationed in the Middle East to enter a period of silence shortly, while fleets and air forces deployed in the Mediterranean and Red Seas will begin to concentrate towards the Pacific. The Atlantic Fleet is gradually being redeployed to the west coast and to the island of Oahu. The budget allocated for the war against the Kingdom of Hedes has been approved by Parliament, alongside an additional secret military fund exceeding $60 billion. For modified submarines armed with conventional warheads, SSGN 726 Ohio, SSGN 727 Michigan, SSGN 728 Florida, and SSGN 729 Georgia, are now stationed at the bases of Okinawa and Oahu, ready for immediate action. The company Aircraft Carrier Strike Group is expected to arrive near the islands of Oahu in 2 days, while the Nimitz Carrier Strike Group approaches the Oahu base. The Vincent Carrier Strike Group has reached the waters near the South China Sea. When combined with the Bird Carrier Strike Group and the Ronald Carrier Strike Group currently on standby at San Diego Naval Base, we will be capable of synchronously deploying 5 powerful carrier strike groups. The Air Force will complete the deployment of all aircraft designated for military operations within a week. NATO allies' naval fleets are also advancing towards the Panama Canal, and NATO's air forces are assembling in the Maple Leaf Nation. At that time, we will gather 7 aircraft carriers, 34 cruisers and destroyers, 16 frigates, 32 nuclear submarines, 3 amphibious assault ship groups, over 700 advanced third-generation fighter jets, more than 350 fighter bombers and strategic bombers, and 4 F-117A stealth fighters, declared General Geilbrun, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, with palpable excitement. CIA Director Fairbairn expressed his concerns, stating, "We believe the situation may be more complex than it appears, even if the Kingdom of Hedes remains unaware of our maneuvers. Both the Panda Nation and the Bear Nation are likely informed, given their current amicable relations, and would certainly alert Hedes. However, Hedes's recent actions have been rather unusual. Firstly, they have been depositing vast sums in installments into banks in Switzerland, only to withdraw them in one fell swoop, seemingly attempting to instigate a panic-induced bank run. Should such a run occur, it could severely undermine Western financial credibility, potentially triggering a financial tsunami across Europe and beyond. Secondly, they have engaged in clandestine discussions with the government of the Dongi Nation. Despite the humiliation endured by the Dongi, intelligence from discreet channels indicates that this secretive visit has yielded significant gains for them, a blatant affront that we cannot tolerate. It is imperative that we assert our authority over a defiant Dongi Nation. Thirdly, certain foundations assisting our government with covert operations have recently come under financial assault from unidentified forces, with accounts vanishing overnight. While the adversary is formidable, we harbored suspicions that the Kingdom of Hedes may be behind this. Fourthly, they have abruptly recalled their amphibious standby group near Donkey Island, along with the base-class vessel within the territorial waters of Kangaroo Country, signaling a potential shift in Hedes's diplomatic strategy or a consolidation of focus in key areas. As nations sense a whiff of danger and choose to maintain silence, the Banana Nation and Kimchi Nation perceive an unprecedented opportunity. As one of Sam's allies in the Asia-Pacific, the Kimchi Nation harbors ambitions far exceeding its actual capabilities and excels in grandiose fantasies. After years of gestation, the Kimchi Nation now believes that its political, economic, and military prowess, bolstered by its pop culture, suffices to establish itself as a global superpower. However, following a recent setback from the Kingdom of Hedes, this sense of pride has suffered a significant blow. Amidst fervent public protests for retribution and NATO's military mobilization, the high-ranking officials at the Red Tile House unanimously resolved to launch a limited military response against Hedes, seizing the opportunity presented by NATO's military pressure. Consequently, the Kimchi Navy, under the orders of the Red Tile House, dispatched the following vessels: the Second Fleet's Gwangito-class destroyer DDH-972 Yulji Mundiak from Pyeongtaek, the Gwangito-class destroyer DDH-973 Yang Manshun from the 5th Combined Brigade stationed in Jeju, the Ulsan-class missile frigates 951 Ulsan and 953 Cheongnam, and the Cheonji-class fleet replenishment ship 57 Cheonji, forming a formidable group of 2 principal destroyers, 2 frigates, and 1 supply ship, totaling 5 warships. The Kimchi National Broadcasting System aired a live broadcast of the fleet's departure, and when Fleet Commander Park Ji-ji called out to set sail, the entire nation erupted in fervor. In various regions, girl groups have taken to the streets to offer free performances for the populace, while cheerleaders from different sports venues have eagerly ventured into military ports to rally support for the valiant heroes of the K-pop nation. Even the Samsung conglomerate has made an exception by allowing its starlets to emerge from their private quarters to sing and cheer for the military exploits of the K-pop forces. However, at this moment, none of the effeminate male stars have made an appearance, as their masculinity has been so severely compromised that they are utterly intimidated by the spectacle. A few audacious individuals among them have dared to critique the show of enthusiasm as crude and barbaric. Yet, these self-righteous individuals remain oblivious to the fact that their nation lacks the authority to engage in warfare without the consent of their American overlords. The ostentatious deployment of naval forces by the K-pop nation, ostensibly for retaliation, is merely a faude in reality. Their American benefactors have only permitted them to send their fleet, explicitly forbidding any engagement in hostilities, as such actions would disrupt the military mobilization plans of the United States. In response to the K-pop nation's grandiose display of sending a fleet to the Kingdom of Hedes for retribution, a spokesperson from the Hedes Oceanic Kingdom's foreign ministry merely remarked at the daily press briefing at 6 o'clock, "Our National Fisheries Association finds the juvenile antics of the K-pop nation perplexing. In the spirit of reciprocity, we shall dispatch the base fishing inspection vessel, returning from Oceania, to the waters of the K-pop nation." Upon hearing this news from the Hedes Oceanic Kingdom, the citizens of the K-pop nation excitedly discussed how their fleet would sink the base, in stark contrast to the more composed demeanor exhibited by the Dongi people. The Dongi's previous aggression and ambition have dissipated following 3 bombings and a humiliating diplomatic mission, replaced instead by a calm and objective analysis. The Asahi Shimbun has described the K-pop nation as a shrimp that has grown weary of the sea, desperately leaping onto the dining table of the Hedes Oceanic Kingdom. The K-pop National News, not to be outdone, directly quoted this statement from the Asahi Shimbun, adding that the dining table of the Hedes Oceanic Kingdom is valued at 10,000, highlighting the indignity suffered by the Dongi delegation at the hands of the Hedes Oceanic Kingdom. A television station's 7th program addressed the K-pop nation's decision to send a fleet to the Hedes Oceanic Kingdom for military retribution, as well as the kingdom's response by dispatching a fisheries inspection vessel. We have invited military observer Professor Zhang to provide an analysis on this matter. Good evening, esteemed viewers. I am Professor Zhang. Chapter 45, The Voyage of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom's Destroyer. Greetings, esteemed audience. I am a professor. As you're all aware, the Pickle Nation lacks wartime command authority, necessitating the approval of their paternalistic ally, Sam Nation, for any military operations. This inevitably renders this expedition more symbolic than effective. However, the Hedes Ocean Kingdom's vessel, the base, stands apart, indicating that Hedes has long seen through the ruse of the Pickle Nation, thus sending a fishing boat to humiliate them. While it is dubbed a fisheries inspection vessel, it is essentially a large fishing trawler. Should the Pickle Nation open fire on this fishing boat, the Hedes Ocean Kingdom could justifiably retaliate militarily. Conversely, if the Pickle Nation hesitates, the spectacle would be quite entertaining, a whole fleet of pickle vessels being repelled by a single fishing boat from Hedes. Should such a scenario unfold, the Pickle Nation would find it exceedingly difficult to maintain their dignity. Thus, it would be prudent for the Pickle fleet to merely embark on a brief excursion and return, perhaps capturing a few photographs to placate the public. Encountering the base would result in disgrace, whether they choose to engage or not. Host, Professor Zhang. It is said that you were part of a delegation that visited the Hedes Ocean Kingdom. As a military expert, the online community is eager for your insights regarding the capabilities of the base. Where to begin? While this vessel boasts considerable tonnage, it is a civilian craft, and there exists a significant disparity between civilian and military vessels. It is primarily intended for intimidation. Regarding its performance, I am uncertain, to be honest. I have heard it is equipped with a 155mm caliber gun, and there are numerous hatches on the midsection and bow, along with what appears to be a small helicopter platform at the rear. However, I cannot confirm these details. Civilian vessels often incorporate various devices to reduce costs, which is quite normal. My expertise lies in naval studies, not fishing vessels, so I cannot provide further information. White House, Office of the President General Brown. Are you certain that the base would not be at a disadvantage against the Pickle fleet? Secretary of State Lord inquired. Of course, my dear Mr. Lord. Are you aware of what this vexatious base has accomplished in kangaroo territory? In less than a month, it has disrupted the coastal waters, harassing 39 fishing boats, merchant ships, and 2 frigates. Had the kangaroo government not deliberately concealed the truth, the entire world would have known that this infernal base dared to fire within their territorial waters. Oh, Mr. Lord, that is not the case. The base relies on ramming as its primary mode of attack. Its sharp, triangular bow, angled side hull, and broad stern are highly conducive to collision tactics. Additionally, the vessel is equipped with 4 rocket tail nozzles at the stern for instantaneous acceleration. Given its full load displacement of 9,600 tons and reinforced sharp bow, it is nearly impossible for any ship to emerge unscathed from such an impact. Oh my. This detestable Hedes Ocean Kingdom. Should we alert our allies? Otherwise, they may suffer significant losses, expressed General Guile Brown, the chair of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, with concern. No. My dear Henry, have you not noticed that recently both the Easterny Nation and the Pickled Vegetable Nation have become rather unruly? They believe, from top to bottom, that through the years of development, they have risen to a position of dominance, unless we show them the consequences of their arrogance. These watchdogs remain oblivious to their true worth. Without our Sam Nation, they are but mere stones surrounding the East Asian monster house. It is we who have transformed them into these watchdogs. They would do well to comprehend this fact. In the command center of the planet fortress, Qin Shaohai was engaged in a rather dubious discussion with Minister of Homeland and Immigration Management, Puditala. Minister Puditala, we must expedite the construction of Water Province. At the very least, we need to complete the development of Water City within it. Only then can we attract those starlets from the Eastern nations' romantic films, along with some casinos and tourism, which will breathe life and vitality into our nation. This water province must strive to become a premier tourist destination, a new beacon of freedom where there are no traffic lights, no private cars, no crime, and no factories, a dreamland yearned for by people around the globe. Understood, Mr. President. Meanwhile, the Chief of Staff of the Joint Operations Office, Galaxy, stood silently behind Qin Shaohai, respecting the ongoing conversation with Minister Puditala. Upon noticing him, Galaxy stepped forward. Mr. President, we have just discovered that the Sam Nation has deployed a trial phase THAAD system on Wake Island, located 14-15 kilometers from us. This system consists of a command vehicle, an XP or waveband fire control radar, 6 8-cell launchers, and 48 interceptors. Given that the XP or radar emits and receives within a narrow beam, most of its energy focuses on the main beam. With each beam containing a series of electromagnetic pulse signals, it theoretically can detect targets up to 4,000 kilometers away. Since the planet fortress has activated its concealment system, theoretically, this XPR system cannot detect it. However, there is also an S-band radar stationed on Wake Island. If both radars are activated simultaneously, while they may not detect the planet fortress, there is a certain probability of detecting its power system, which poses a significant threat to us. First, notify the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to issue a warning to the Sam Nation, granting them 2 days to withdraw. Then, send a destroyer to conduct free navigation near Wake Island, Qin Shaohai stated flatly. In the waters surrounding Wake Island, the DDG-60 Paul Hamilton, a Burke-class destroyer stationed at the Emerald Harbor of Oahu, was tasked with escorting away a destroyer from the Hedes Ocean Kingdom, the Longliu, which was encroaching upon territorial waters. Hedes Ocean Kingdom Longliu, you are about to enter our territorial waters. Please state your intentions. Repeat, please state your intentions. DDG-60 Paul, do not interfere with our vessel's course. We are conducting freedom of navigation operations in these waters. Repeat, we are conducting freedom of navigation operations. What? They are executing freedom of navigation? Are they not aware that this is the patent of our Sam Nation? Captain Phyllis exclaimed in astonishment. Captain, what should we do? Shall we drive them away? Of course. Accelerate into their shipping lane, forcing them to navigate into the open sea, while simultaneously warning them that the Sam Nation does not recognize any nation's right to exercise freedom of navigation in our territorial waters. A military officer saluted and activated the communication device. Hedes Ocean Kingdom's Longliu destroyer. The Sam Nation does not recognize any nation's right to exercise freedom of navigation in our territorial waters. Please immediately alter your course and depart. Repeat. Please immediately alter your course and depart. This is not a suggestion. Repeat. This is not a suggestion. DDG-60 Paul Destroyer, your vessel is about to enter our shipping lane. This is your final warning. Please vacate our shipping lane immediately, or you will bear the consequences. Our ship will continue to exercise freedom of navigation. In the midst of a verbal exchange, the two warships, like the hands of a clock, accelerated towards the center of the dial. The Hamilton destroyer approached from the 6 o'clock position, while the Longliu destroyer advanced from the 8 o'clock position. 5 minutes later, the two ships were within 3 nautical miles of each other, maintaining their speed and course unchanged. Captain, the opposing ship has not altered its course or reduced its speed. If neither side yields, we shall collide in 5 minutes, the officer said nervously, glancing at Captain Phyllis. However, Captain Phyllis was drenched in sweat. For there was an unwritten rule in the Sam Navy that any collision or accident would be classified as operational misconduct. Should a maritime collision occur between the two vessels, Captain Phyllis could only anticipate an inquiry, suspension, and investigation, with the possibility of facing a military tribunal if significant casualties ensued. As the two ships closed to within 2 nautical miles, Captain Phyllis urgently commanded a hard right turn. Watching the Hedes Ocean Kingdom's Longliu destroyer speed past his vessel at less than 20 meters. Taking a deep breath, he wiped the sweat from his brow. Just as the crew aboard the Paul Hamilton destroyer began to relax, The Longlia destroyer made a rapid turn after passing Hamilton. And upon realizing that it was heading back towards them, Captain Phyllis was utterly astonished. Chapter 46, Acknowledgement or Rebellion Beware. For this reckless destroyer of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom is not on a mission of freedom of navigation. Rather, it aims to collide with us. Damn it, these scoundrels. Who maneuvers a warship for the sake of a collision? This is not a mere automobile. Commander Captain Phyllis cursed vehemently as he seized the helm of the vessel. For GELM 2500 gas turbines unleashed a staggering 100,000 shaft horsepower, propelling the 8,000-ton warship into a grand arc upon the sea. Before this elegant curve could fully manifest, a white contrail, akin to an arrow piercing the clouds, sliced through one end, poised to emerge at the other. Both warships raced across the ocean at a high speed of 32 knots, engaged in a fierce chase, making it challenging to discern which vessel was safeguarding territorial waters and which was infringing upon them. Captain, if we continue this high-speed maneuvering, I cannot guarantee that the engines and propeller systems will withstand the strain, an officer timely cautioned Commander Phyllis. Meanwhile, the garrison on Wake Island was observing the spectacle. To their astonishment, they noticed their own warship fleeing after completing its 7th loop, while the invader brazenly slowed down, audaciously entering the territorial waters. Damn it! How did the Navy allow them to escape? This is our territory and waters. To be chased away by a foreign warship in our own seas is cowardice. I shall report them. I will bring them to a military court. A soldier, holding a telescope and cursing while watching his ship retreat, suddenly spotted the Hedes Ocean Kingdom's destroyer slowly rotating its main gun. Quick! Report to the headquarters on Oahu that Wake Island is under invasion. The enemy's navy is preparing to fire upon us. The soldiers, who had been watching the spectacle by the shore, hurriedly retreated. Yet, how could such a small atoll, with a total land area of merely 6.5 square kilometers, provide sufficient escape? Fortunately, it seemed the destroyer was merely attempting to intimidate rather than genuinely preparing to fire. However, the United States, accustomed to bombarding foreign nations, perceived the situation differently. Following the military threat, 2 temporarily deployed B-52 strategic bombers for KC-135 aerial refueling tankers, 2 EP-3 electronic reconnaissance aircraft, 2 P-3 C anti-submarine patrol aircraft, and 4 F-16 fighters took off in haste from the Wake Island airbase, scrambling towards Oahu without any formation. Damn it! The Air Force is also filled with cowards. It's just us who are left with no means to flee. What a disgrace! In the Prime Minister's residence of Dongi Country, Chief Cabinet Secretary Nikum Yuzin stood with his head bowed beside Prime Minister Inukai Junjiro. At this moment, the television is broadcasting an urgent communique from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Hedes Ocean. We vehemently oppose the deployment of any exploratory equipment by the military of the United States on Wake Island, and we urge the U.S. government to withdraw the troublesome system within 2 days. Otherwise, the Kingdom of Hedes Ocean will have no choice but to take decisive measures. In order to safeguard national security, the Kingdom of Hedes Ocean dispatched a missile destroyer to Wake Island yesterday to conduct a freedom of navigation operation. And we request that the United States refrain from interfering with our actions. It appears that the Kingdom of Hedes Ocean and the United States are on the brink of direct confrontation, remarked Junji Inukai with a hint of concern. Foreign Minister Masanori Shirase stated, Your Excellency, we can no longer perceive international relations through the lens of the past. Previously, we were a crucial element in the United States strategy to contain East Asia. However, now, both the Panda and the Bear nations have adopted a more subdued approach, while the United States' attention has shifted almost entirely to the Kingdom of Hedes Ocean. This kingdom operates without regard for established norms, exhibiting a high degree of capriciousness in its military actions, regardless of whether its adversaries are U.S. allies or NATO members. And it has repeatedly infringed upon the territorial waters and airspace of other nations. Defense Minister Kakuichiro Matsushita continued, Our experts have analyzed that this situation is attributable to both the Kingdom of Hedes Ocean and the United States. It seems as if there is a deliberate avoidance of certain international agreements and the principles of the United Nations Charter. In other words, the Kingdom of Hedes Ocean has repeatedly acted without consideration for various international conventions, and most nations led by the United States are aware of this fact. Yet no country has ever questioned the Kingdom of Hedes Ocean, nor has any nation demanded an explanation for their disregard of international laws and agreements. Cabinet Secretary Nikum Yuzin added, This is the nature of great power politics. Some nations require the Kingdom of Hedes Ocean to challenge these conventions. as they were treaties established under U.S. control. Conversely, certain countries intentionally encouraged the Kingdom of Hedes to defy these international agreements, aiming to incite widespread disdain for the kingdom, even portraying it as a barbaric and malevolent nation akin to the Nazis, thereby rallying others to take action against it. Yet, we in the Eastern nation still aspire to gain benefits between these two political blocs. To this end, we even dispatched a diplomatic delegation for a clandestine visit to the Kingdom of Hedes. Now, it seems the United States has vetoed our proposed relocation of the Futenma base and has also raised the cost for the stationing of troops in the Eastern nation, which serves as a warning from the United States, stated Defense Minister Kikuichiro Matsushita. Since we have already gone, and the embarrassment is upon us, we might as well speak openly, remarked Junji Inukai with a hint of displeasure. This nation is exceedingly impoverished, a level of destitution that is almost unfathomable. Yet, the wages of its people, when compared to ours, are remarkably high, and indeed, they rank among the highest in the world. However, the cost of living is exorbitant, akin to the abhorrent meals provided at work. One might even speculate that the inflation within their borders has escalated to an outrageous degree. It is quite peculiar that such a country has not succumbed to civil strife. Contrarily, their military prowess is formidable, boasting heavy aircraft carriers, amphibious assault ships, advanced destroyers, nuclear submarines, and ballistic missiles, an arsenal that captivates not only us but the entire globe. I inquired what discussions were held. Was it merely a tour of their nation's poverty? Junjiro Inagai appeared somewhat impatient. Naikawu Sanson furrowed his brow and responded. In fact, we addressed two main points. First, an apology and reparations. Second, assistance in their accession to the United Nations. An apology is absolutely out of the question. If we were to commence such contrition, would we not also have to apologize for the countless heinous acts committed since our Ming dynasty? The strong have no need to apologize. Doing so would weaken our Eastern barbarian nation and undermine the very spirit of Bushido upon which we rely. After surveying those present, Junjiro Inagai continued, reparations are not entirely impossible, but they must be framed differently. We must maintain our dignity while accommodating their demands. Moreover, this detestable Kingdom of Hedes has unjustly bombarded us thrice, plunging our public sentiment to the brink of despair. And what of assisting them in joining the United Nations? Naikawa Sanson inquired, his expression impassive. The Minister of Foreign Affairs, Masahiro Mikon, interjected, that is a trap. What? The assembly reacted with astonishment. Masahiro Mikon elaborated. You may have been misled by the recent actions of the Kingdom of Hedes. This is a nation that has seized our neighbored island. If we were to recognize their sovereignty, our easternmost territory would shrink westward by 267 kilometers to the Ogasawara Islands, along with the loss of our exclusive economic zone and the underwater oil and gas resources. But have you considered the consequences if we refuse to acknowledge them? The Chief Cabinet Secretary, Naikawa Sanson, remarked with a cold smirk. What consequences? The assembly questioned, puzzled. On our return, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Hira, discreetly pulled me aside and, in impeccably fluent Japanese, stated, if we do not recognize the Kingdom of Hedes, they will declare an uprising, launching attacks from the north, south, and various islands until they seize our capital and instate a new regime, renaming our Eastern barbarian nation as Japan. What? An uprising? Indeed. For their territory lies within our Eastern barbarian domain. If we refuse to acknowledge their nation, the Kingdom of Hedes would be compelled to instigate a rebellion under the guise of a local Eastern barbarian government, thus occupying the entirety of our realm. In such a scenario, it would pertain to our domestic affairs, and under international law, this would be deemed a legitimate action. Naiku Wusan gazed helplessly at everyone, then continued to elaborate. Minister Hira of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom's Foreign Ministry spoke to me in impeccable Japanese, aiming to demonstrate that they could indeed be considered Eastern barbarians, as they are capable of fluent Japanese. This would allow them to resemble a local government of the Eastern barbarian nation on the international stage. It is utterly infuriating. How could the Hedes Ocean Kingdom be so shameless? We, the Eastern barbarians, have never stooped to such depths. Everyone, please do not rush. If we acknowledge the legitimacy of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom and assist them in applying to the United Nations, we simultaneously concede that the South Bird Island they occupy is not our territory. This would lead to a loss of credibility domestically, and the Liberal Democratic Party would be ousted by an enraged populace. Naiku Wusan lamented further. This is truly maddening. If that is the case, we have one final option, Matsushita Kikuichiro said, his face flushed with anger. You mean to annihilate the Hedes Ocean Kingdom, correct? Inukai Junjiro inquired. Indeed. We shall collaborate with our American allies to completely eradicate them, Foreign Minister Manhwa Shang-Shiro declared vehemently. This will depend on NATO's actions this time. Though they are moving at a snail's pace, thus far, their assembly is still sluggish, with logistical ammunition and other supplies prepared at less than 20%. At this rate, they may not be ready even by 2006, Naikuwa-san added. Chapter 47. The Octopus-class giant nuclear-powered battleship, Planet Fortress, Shipyard Manufacturing Department. Mr. President, soon Blue Jade will be heading to the battleship's Artificial Intelligence Transformation Center. The numerous DNA injections administered by you have led to an overload in her internal systems, necessitating a comprehensive physical examination and upgrade, which will take approximately 30 hours. During this time, Louis Phil will serve as your personal secretary in Blue Jade's stead. After touring a large dredging vessel in the medium dock of the ship's stern, Qin Xiaohai was discussing the appointment of additional attractive female government staff with Blue Jade when she began to exhibit intermittent body tremors. Subsequently, the system issued a warning, prompting a request for Blue Jade to undergo an examination. Blue Jade, is it serious? Have I been too forceful? Qin Xiaohai inquired with concern. Data from the sensors indicated that the issue was unrelated to the intensity of the president's actions. Rather, it was due to an excessive amount of injected DNA, overwhelming Blue Jade's digestive system. It appeared that an upgrade was indeed necessary for her to adequately cope with the president's demands. In an unprecedented display, Blue Jade blinked at Qin Xiaohai, and then Louis Phil appeared beside them, striding gracefully as if on a runway. As Blue Jade prepared to leave, Qin Xiaohai discreetly asked, Jade, can Phil accompany me tonight like you do? Mr. President, theoretically, any female crew member on the battleship may accompany you. However, not all can receive your DNA injections. This information must be verified in the battleship's database, particularly regarding the Ice Queen Louis Phil, whom you specifically had modified. Blue Jade replied with a mischievous smile. What do you mean? Qin Xiaohai asked, slightly taken aback. Since she was specially modified by you, Phil embodies the traits of an Ice Queen in both demeanor and physique. If you wish for her to receive your DNA, as Blue Jade does, I fear that a certain part of you may become frozen, Blue Jade teased, winking playfully. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaohai felt a sudden tightening sensation, completely losing any desire. Jade, you should go now. I will make some slight adjustments to your physical details from the command platform shortly. Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President. Phil is ready and has officially completed the handover with Minister Blue Jade, Louis Phil reported coolly. Phil, could you perhaps smile for me? Impossible. Why not? In Phil's program. This expression was absent. A visibly frustrated Qin Xiaohai lamented that he had focused solely on creating an icy beauty, neglecting other important aspects. This rigidly designed intelligent control center was exasperating. He resolved to devise a solution when the time came for Phil's upgrade. At that moment, the Minister of Science and Industry, Tesla, approached with a tablet in hand. As per your request, Mr. President, the preliminary design blueprint for the colossal nuclear-powered battleship, Octopus, has been completed. Please take a seat and show it to me, Qin Xiaohai said, his spirits lifted. Mr. President, in accordance with your specifications, the parameters and particulars of this mighty battleship are as follows. Full displacement, 163, 200 tons, surpassing the historical Yamato by a factor of 2. Length, 411 meters. Beam, 52. 3 meters. Draft, 15. 6 meters. After the installation of the automated control system, the crew will consist of 162 personnel. Special high-strength interwoven armor weighing 24,000 tons. Maximum speed, 35 knots. The power system comprises 2 high-capacity integrated pressurized water reactors and 4 steam turbines, connected to a 4-shaft, 4-propeller propulsion system. For triple-mounted 600mm naval guns with a 55 caliber length, arranged as 2 at the front and 2 at the rear, with the front being mounted and the rear in a serial configuration. 4 triple-mounted 155mm secondary guns with a 60 caliber length, positioned amidships for lateral attacks. 3 groups of 128 vertical launch systems in total. Each side of the bridge is equipped with 4 serial quadruple launchers for ultra-hypersonic anti-ship missiles, with the bow featuring a nearly vertical design at the waterline and a discernibly forward-leaning upper structure, culminating in a bow that is approximately semicircular. The bridge adopts an imposing dry-type configuration with area electromagnetic generators, SX-band medium and long-range radar, high-pressure spherical defense towers, and laser cannons distributed atop the bridge. The lower midsection of the hull includes a specialized hangar for aircraft takeoff and landing, featuring a retractable runway that extends and fans out during operations, capable of accommodating 8 foldable drones and 6 HJ-35 stealth fighters. The production cycle for this vessel is approximately 5 months. Once launched, it will serve as the flagship of an oceanic strike group. According to the plan, a total of 4 strike groups, each led by this class of battleship, will be deployed: the North Atlantic Strike Group, the Indian Ocean Strike Group, the South Pacific Strike Group, and the North Pacific Strike Group, to complement the Octopus-class nuclear-powered battleship. Qin Shaohai also instructed Minister Tesla to concurrently design a supply vessel, as well as an air defense cruiser to provide anti-air, anti-submarine, and outer patrol capabilities for the fleet. Upon the establishment of the strike groups, they will be supported by 6 aircraft carriers forming a mobile carrier strike group and 6 amphibious assault ships constituting an amphibious readiness group. Thus, the Navy of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom will possess 4 firepower strike groups, 6 carrier mobile strike groups, and 6 amphibious readiness groups, thereby acquiring preliminary capabilities for global operations. Excellent. You shall oversee the progress of this plan and inform me of any updates promptly. Qin Shaohai excitedly glanced once more at the 3D rendering displayed on the Tesla tablet before pulling Phil into the elevator leading to the equipment manufacturing area at the ship's stern. This elevator provided direct access to the command center of the bridge, and should he choose to ascend from the exterior, the towering structure would take Qin Shaohai an entire day to navigate. Upon returning to the command center, Qin Shaohai discovered that Plan 119 had commenced. An HJ-20 fighter jet soared through the clouds above Wake Island, its rear-mounted conformal barrel launchers dispersing pesticides into the billowing mist below. After completing a full circle of spraying, the HJ-20 executed a vertical ascent followed by a controlled dive, pulling up sharply as it approached the cloud cover, subsequently entering another round of pesticide dispersal. After 4 circuits, the conformal barrel launchers were devoid of any remaining pesticide, prompting the HJ-20 to accelerate and ascend away from the area. Wake Island, Lackey System Deployment Site. Willie, hurry. Time is of the essence, the sky is darkening ominously, and rain is imminent. We must expedite the transfer of today's supplies. There may even be cigars among the rations. The captain urged. Are you certain that Lackey and his crew don't need cover? Fool. When have you ever seen military equipment that fears the rain? Does combat cease simply because it rains? Oh, right, Willie murmured, promptly hoisting a black plastic box and making his way back. At that moment, the first drops of rain began to descend from the heavens, initially a solitary drop, then gradually escalating to 3 or 5. Willie sensed an unusual sensation on his exposed arm as the raindrops made contact, quickly setting down the box to inspect his arm. To his dismay, he discovered 2 patches of redness forming. As the rainfall intensified, so too did the strange sensation on his arm, transforming from an odd tingling to a warm feeling, then to a slight heat, and finally evolving into a searing sensation. Suddenly, the captain recalled the encounter the SEALs had faced in the territory of the Kingdom of Hedes. Immediately recognizing the gravity of the situation, he shouted, "Boys, drop everything. We must make haste to the bunker now. Leave everything behind and run." With that, he led the charge back. Chapter 48. The Assembling NATO Forces in the Presidential Executive Office of the Sam Nation. The President received a report from the 23rd Chemical Battalion regarding the chemical reconnaissance team dispatched to Wake Island. It was confirmed that the rain on Wake Island was acid rain, with a pH of 4, composed of a mixture of sulfur dioxide and nitrogen oxides, exhibiting characteristics of dilute sulfuric and nitric acid. The acid rain has inflicted significant damage on our deployed systems in the open, particularly the Decker system. The X-band radar has been rendered entirely inoperative, and the missile launch apparatus has suffered severe corrosion, leading to the conclusion that the system is beyond repair. As reported by the President's National Security Advisor, Pirost, is the acid rain confined solely to Wake Island? Inquired President Joe. Indeed, Mr. President. It is only in the vicinity of Wake Island, Pirost replied, exasperated. Weather weaponry, much like the encounter with the Navy SEALs, the Hedes Marine Kingdom has quite the repertoire. Shall we retaliate? Asked the President. Retaliate? How long will it take for us to fully assemble NATO forces? Joe questioned. A considerable amount of time, Pirost lamented. What does a considerable amount of time entail? Mr. President, no one can ascertain the exact duration, hence I can only say it will take a considerable amount of time. Our own forces are nearly fully deployed, with ammunition and supplies, alongside auxiliary units expected to be completed within 2 months at the latest. The deployment of John's troops and their munitions should not exceed 4 months. However, no specific timeline has been provided for the equipment and supplies from other NATO nations, with preliminary estimates suggesting an additional 8 months. What? 8 months? Are they preparing for a lunar expedition? Joe exclaimed in fury. The forces from that dilapidated Balkan nation are busy procuring wine, while the troops from the Perfume Nation are hoarding the cheese and biscuits needed for overseas operations. The forces from the Nordic cookie-selling country are still awaiting the delivery of emergency-ordered canned fish. The armored divisions are out of ammunition and have just placed orders with our arms dealers. The two-toothed nation's forces are on leave and will require retraining upon their return. That diminutive nation with the name resembling Lou something has confirmed the dispatch of only 6 clergy members to the conflict, still waiting for other nations to assign warships to them. The troops from the Czech Republic and the nation by the Aegean Sea are on strike, with soldiers returning home to participate in the protests. Slovenia and Hungary are embroiled in a dispute over the ownership of a CAF at the border, resulting in both sides deploying over 10 border troops. Concurrently, the nation by the Aegean has declared that as long as Constantinople sends troops, they will not. Constantinople has also announced that they will withdraw should the Aegean nation send forces. North Macedonia is only sending an 8-man cavalry squad. But as no nation's warships have agreed to embark their horses, they insist on convening a NATO defense ministers' meeting. Mr. President? Mr. President? Someone, quickly. The president has fainted. Secret Service, Secret Service. Purost was speaking passionately when Joe suddenly gasped for breath and collapsed. In the command center of the planetary fortress, Qin Shaohai cheerfully addressed the icy beauty, Louis Fayer, "Show me the location of the base ship and the Kimchi Nation fleet." This warship was indeed remarkable. Despite Qin Shaohai's advances toward the beautiful women around him, others acted as though they were oblivious, continuing with their duties undisturbed. Initially, Qin Shaohai had merely touched hands, but as time progressed, he moved to interlacing fingers, then resting his arm around shoulders, and gradually exploring more intimate areas. Except for Lanuer, who had been thoroughly investigated due to their constant companionship, the others had not been afforded such scrutiny. Thus, during the absence of Lanuer over the past 30 hours, a restless Qin Shaohai occasionally found himself reaching toward the icy beauty, Louis Fayer. However, Louis Fayer had been molded into a character of cold demeanor, remaining utterly unresponsive to Qin Shaohai's various provocations and caresses. Recalling Lanuer's warning about certain sensitive areas being susceptible to freezing, Qin Shaohai's expression turned sour. Just as Qin Shaohai's thoughts wandered, the galaxy reported, "Mr. President, the Kimchi Nation fleet has emerged from the Dia Strait, approximately 800 nautical miles from our base ship formation, and is approaching. Have the 50 rocket artillery units sent to the Little Fatty been deployed yet? Mr. President." The 50 long-range rocket artillery systems were delivered yesterday, accompanied by 12 of our instructors, who are currently enjoying a state banquet. Excellent. It seems Little Fatty is quite pleased with our olive branch. By the way, Phil, I forgot to inquire about any unusual developments from NATO recently. Mr. President, NATO is convening another meeting at the level of Chiefs of Staff in Brussels to discuss coalition command, logistics, and overseas assembly. However, due to the complexities of various nation stances in the assembly process, the United States and Britain are preparing to assume responsibility for the equipment of other NATO countries. Louis Fayer stated coldly, "I initially thought NATO would be ready in about 2 months, but I didn't expect it to be this troublesome." Qin Shaohai expressed his frustration. Mr. President, to expedite the coordination among NATO countries, the U.S. Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense, and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff are planning a series of intensive visits to Europe, with the earliest departure set for tomorrow. Simultaneously, the U.S. will dispatch the Vincent Aircraft Carrier Strike Group from the Indian Ocean to Oceania, conducting joint exercises with Kangaroo Nation and Broccoli Nation. Galaxy continued. All right, the U.S. is amassing troops in our vicinity, but it is impossible to keep this information confidential. Hence, they are beginning to assemble under the guise of exercises. By the way, what progress has been made on tracking the U.S. strategic missile forces, cruise missile submarines, and B-2 fleet that I instructed you to monitor? Qin Shaohai suddenly sensed something amiss. Given the U.S.'s character, if NATO delayed, they would surely seek compensation elsewhere, in matters of military strikes against other nations. The arms consortium behind the U.S. would not tolerate any delays. Indeed, Mr. President, three B-2 stealth strategic bombers from the United States, namely the Arizona Ghost, the New York Ghost, and the Indiana Ghost, have recently arrived at the Air Force Base on Guangxi Island. This suggests that the United States may potentially initiate a military retaliation utilizing the existing NATO forces. I command the planetary fortress to conduct real-time surveillance on the naval and aerial weaponry of the United States, should any unforeseen circumstances arise. I authorize the planetary fortress to prioritize the deployment of its onboard weaponry. Qin Shaohai instructed. Phil, shortly issue a warning that if national security is jeopardized, the Kingdom of Hedes reserves the right to undertake preemptive strike actions. Furthermore, in the name of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, extend an invitation to foreign ministers who oppose the United States to visit our nation. Very well, Mr. President. Chapter 49, The Theft of the F-15 from Dongi Nation. On November 29th, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Hedes held a press conference. Firstly, due to the barbaric deployment of fleets by the Pickle Nation towards our territory and their threats of war against us, our nation has decided to provide Little Fatty with a long-range rocket artillery system to support his unification efforts. This batch of rocket artillery systems constitutes the first installment of military aid from our country to Little Fatty, with subsequent weapon supply plans contingent upon the actions of the Pickle Nation. Additionally, our fishery inspection vessel, the Liu, will set sail to the waters of the Pickle Nation to investigate the fishing conditions, and we request that the Pickle Nation does not obstruct this endeavor without cause. Otherwise, it will be regarded as an act of war by our nation. Secondly, on November 24th, Minister Hira of our Ministry of Foreign Affairs engaged in amicable and fervent discussions with a delegation from the Dongi government, resulting in several political and military achievements. These include the Dongi government's agreement to gift us an F-15 fighter jet along with a Patriot missile defense system, while we shall reciprocate with an HF-16 fighter jet, which is a uniquely manufactured replica of the F-16. Furthermore, NATO has repeatedly issued military threats towards our nation, yet as of today, there have been no substantive actions. To urge NATO to expedite their actions, the Kingdom of Hedes shall dispatch a nuclear submarine to conduct underwater military exercises in the North Atlantic. In the capital of Dongi Nation, Nagatacho, at the Prime Minister's official residence, a glass shattered against the television. Baka. How infuriating. The Kingdom of Hedes lacks martial ethics. When did we ever agree to gift them an F-15 fighter jet? This could spell disaster for us, the Dongi Nation. How are we to explain this to the Americans? Exclaimed the Chief Cabinet Secretary, Naikum Muzin, in anger. However, we are not actually giving them an F-15. Does it not indicate that the Kingdom of Hedes is lying if we do not possess an F-15? Countered Junjiro Inwanai. Your Excellency, human intentions are inscrutable. If the Kingdom of Hedes secretly pays a substantial sum to our pilots, we would have no way to defend ourselves. The wrath of the Americans is not something we can bear, Naikum Muzin lamented. Baka, how can they be so shameless? Baka Yalu, why must they target the Dongi Nation? Why do they always have their eyes on us? If they take advantage of us once or twice more, I, as Prime Minister, may truly have to resign. Baka, Your Excellency, please remain calm. Let me think of a solution. If we cannot prevent this, we can issue a no-fly order for the F-15 fleet. Once we expose the tricks of the Kingdom of Hedes, we can resume flying, Naikum Muzin consoled. For now, that may be the only option. But what about the Americans? If they inquire, how shall we explain? Junjiro Inwanai still expressed his unease. The Americans will surely not believe us. But these politicians will undoubtedly seize this opportunity to take advantage of us, Naikum Muzin replied helplessly. Let them take advantage. They have been doing so for decades. We are not missing out this time, Junjiro Inwanai concluded with newfound acceptance. In the Eastern Kingdom, at the beautiful city of Miyu, lies the Baimi Aviation Base, home to the 7th Air Regiment and the 306th Flight Squadron. Chichung, Baimi calling, Baimi calling. Baimi, please transmit. Chichung acknowledges. The flight team leader, Lieutenant Jing Shui, is currently leading a formation of 2 F-15J aircraft on a routine patrol mission. The Aviation Command instructed the F-15J squadron to return swiftly to base, with all pilots to report upon arrival. Do you copy? Copy. We are en route back. The 2 F-15JS, having received the command, turned towards their return, while simultaneously over 40 other F-15JS engaged in training and patrol above the Eastern Kingdom received the same directive. As Lieutenant Jing Shui guided his wingman back, a new command crackled through the comms. Chichung, Baimi calling, Baimi calling. Chichung acknowledges, Baimi please transmit. An unidentified target has been detected 240 kilometers to the east of your formation. Proceed solo to investigate. Your wingman will return first. Do you understand? By me, by me. There is a conflict between the two orders. A conflict between the two orders. Please send the mission code for confirmation. Chicheng, mission code AE79GA01. Repeat, mission code AE79GA01. Priority level 1. Do you receive? Lieutenant Jing, puzzled at first, saw that the mission code matched the aircraft system and was of the highest priority, dispelling any doubts. He decisively commanded his wingman to return. After flying 200 kilometers, Lieutenant Jing was checking the onboard radar when suddenly, alarm lights illuminated the cockpit. The aircraft began to issue warnings. Warning, warning, left engine axial flow turbofan overheat warning. Left engine axial flow turbofan overheat warning. Right engine axial flow turbofan overheat warning. The unexpected alerts sent a chill down Lieutenant Jing's spine. Dual engine overheating was a rare malfunction, and should both engines fail, the aircraft would likely experience a dual engine stall, a 1 in 1,000 occurrence. How unfortunate could he be to encounter such a scenario? Especially over the open sea in winter? Unless he parachuted and was fortunate enough to land near a vessel, his chances of survival were grim. Steeling himself. He recalled training and troubleshooting guidelines, gradually increasing altitude and turning, allowing for a potential glide back to base should both engines stall. After a brief report on the situation to the base, Lieutenant Jing continued his tense operations. At that moment, the base began to direct him. Chicheng, pay attention. Do not turn, do not turn. There is a friendly aircraft carrier 30 nautical miles ahead, prepared for your emergency landing. Nanny, an aircraft carrier? I have no experience landing on a carrier, and the F-15J is not a carrier-based aircraft. It lacks an arrestor hook. Chicheng, do not worry. The carrier will guide you safely to an emergency landing nearby. Not on the carrier, but to land in the vicinity of the carrier? Indeed, with utmost sincerity. Please heed the commands of the aircraft carrier. Lieutenant Seijiro Kinoshita was filled with elation, grateful that he was not forced to make an emergency landing on the carrier. He knew that even if his F-15 were in perfect condition, landing on the carrier would be an insurmountable challenge. After the communication concluded, Lieutenant Kinoshita could see the aircraft carrier in the distance. At that moment, the carrier not only illuminated all its silhouette lights, but also marked a runway on the sea surface beside it with light columns. Simultaneously, the voice of the carrier's command echoed through the communicator. Heading 350, speed 400, altitude 700. Adjust heading to 310, reduce speed to 300, altitude 400, steady, steady. Adjust heading to 317, reduce speed to 260, altitude 200, steady. Maintain heading, maintain speed, nose up, altitude 100, steady. With a sound that was far from melodious, the F-15J made a gentle landing upon the sea. Soon after, 2 inflatable boats approached the F-15, retrieving Lieutenant Kinoshita aboard. Concurrently, 2 heavy helicopters lowered their slings, and the soldiers on the inflatable boats attached the sling hooks to the aircraft's maintenance rings, hoisting the jet entirely aloft. As Lieutenant Kinoshita stepped onto the carrier's deck, the F-15J was safely lifted onto the deck, the aircraft, remarkably intact, resting steadily behind him. At that moment, a naval officer approached and cordially greeted Lieutenant Kinoshita, extending a handshake. As their hands clasped, a flurry of flashes erupted around them, capturing the moment of their handshake before the fighter jet, which was swiftly transmitted back to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Hedes. Subsequently, during a prearranged press conference, several high-definition photographs were showcased by Louis Fell, prominently displaying the F-15J's body number 02-8919 and the emblem of the 306th Squadron, the Golden Eagle, in the Nagatacho district of Chiyoda. At the Prime Minister's official residence, Junjiro Inukai, in a fit of rage, smashed yet another television, the third in a month to suffer such fate at the Prime Minister's residence. Unable to bear the sight of the loathsome screen any longer, Inukai seized his secretary by the collar, exclaiming, "From this day forth, no televisions are to be installed in the Prime Minister's office or conference room. Understood? Also, summon that fool Nakuno Mitsu and Defense Minister Kikuchiro Matsushita." As Nakuno Mitsu and Matsushita entered, Inukai muttered to himself, "I should have known that we, the people of the Eastern Barbarians, are not so reliable. I should have ordered our air defense forces to shoot down all the F-15s in the sky. Now, look where we are. Not only do the Americans not trust us, but I, the Prime Minister, do not even trust myself. Your Excellency, please calm down, Matsushita gently implored. Yes, Your Excellency, I believe that the Americans will certainly trust us. At the very least, they can trust our character. Or perhaps out of gratitude for our servitude over these decades, they will choose to place their faith in us, Matsushita replied, his expression betraying his own skepticism. Mr. Matsushita, if you were lying on my bed with my wife, both of you unclothed, do you believe I would consider your intentions innocent? Inquired Kuniyashi Junjiro, his expression devoid of emotion. Taken aback by such an unexpected metaphor from the Prime Minister, Matsushita Koichiro momentarily pondered the scene before him, swiftly regaining composure as he reassured. Your Excellency, perhaps we are indeed innocent. The human body is composed of atoms, which consist of a nucleus and surrounding electrons. These outer electrons carry a negative charge. Thus, the outermost layer of our skin is enveloped by these electrons. Since both our outer skin electrons are negatively charged, they repel one another, rendering any physical contact between myself and your wife theoretically impossible, even if I were to superficially caress her or encroach upon her space. In essence, the repulsive force of our electrons would keep our skins entirely separated. As Matsushita spoke with increasing fervor, a hint of excitement emanated from him. Nanny? Oh, I see. I learned about this in school, exclaimed Kuniyashi Junjiro, rising to his feet with delight. Chapter 50. War is inevitable. Defense Minister Matsushita Kikuichiro was taken aback. Surely, this Prime Minister must have fainted from anger. Could this be believed? He himself could scarcely accept the words he had just uttered, yet to his astonishment, this greenhorn Prime Minister seemed to have taken them to heart. Matsushita-kun, your remarks have sparked a brilliant idea in me. Perhaps we could establish a barrier to sever our ties with the land of Sam. Your Excellency, what might this barrier entail? At that moment, Naikoa-san, observing the fervent exchange between the two, hastily approached to join the conversation. Of course, it would be you. You are the most suitable candidate. You have visited the kingdom of Hedes and engaged in clandestine dialogues with them. All of this stems from our previous secret visit. If you could make sacrifices for the Easterny nation, we could adeptly resolve this conundrum. Inukai Junjiro gazed with fervent anticipation at the bewildered Naikoa-san. In the eastern waters of the Easterny nation, aboard the aircraft carrier Pippi Shrimp, Lieutenant Jingsho Ikaru found himself grappling with bewilderment. What? Are they allies? It seemed as though he had just traversed a peculiar ordeal. He had toiled alongside these individuals for quite some time, yet now they had finished their tasks and departed, leaving him alone to guard the F-15 behind him, still damp with seawater. First, he was forcibly yanked from the sea onto an inflatable raft, then hoisted onto the carrier's deck in a sling. Two individuals then approached to dry the seawater from his face, before his F-15 was precisely hoisted behind him. Soon, a figure resembling an officer approached to shake his hand. Without exchanging a word, they merely smiled at one another. It was only when the flash of a camera illuminated the scene that Lieutenant Jingsho Ikaru sensed something amiss, just as he began to grasp the situation. These individuals departed entirely, leaving him without a drop of water to drink, a morsel to eat, or even a dry garment to wear. As he stood on the vast deck, buffeted by the winter chill, just as he prepared to inquire about assistance, he suddenly noticed ground crew members securing various aircraft on the deck. They deftly hooked the planes and latched them to the semicircular fasteners on the deck. As Lieutenant Jingsho Ikaru approached for a closer look, he realized these aircraft were unfamiliar yet oddly reminiscent, appearing quite advanced. At that moment, several soldiers approached him, causing him to feel a surge of panic. Before he could voice his concerns, they hoisted him up and unceremoniously deposited him back into the cockpit of the F-15. Hey, what are you doing? Why are you putting me back in the aircraft? Lieutenant Jingsho Ikaru exclaimed in terror. You and the plane have served our purpose. We merely needed to take a photograph of you both. Kindly return to your seat, they replied, closing the canopy over him with a sense of consideration, and then directed the crane to hoist the aircraft back into the sea. Baka, what is going on? As the F-15 was hoisted once more into the waters, the Pippi Shrimp commenced its propellers, gradually accelerating. Alas, you fool, do not leave me in the sea. I shall drown. Truly, I shall drown. I am from Dongi. We are allies, you fool, do not depart. Lieutenant Jingsho Yichiro, in a state of panic, beat upon the cockpit cover. But gradually he discerned that the seawater was slowly encroaching upon the hatch, intensifying his terror. At Walter Reed National Military Medical Center in Maryland, an advisor on presidential security, Pierrot sat at the bedside of President Joe Bush. Since Joe had been rendered unconscious by the blunders of NATO's inept allies, Marine One had transported him to this designated medical facility for treatment. Pierrot, the world must not stray from the control of our great nation. Look at what this loathsome kingdom of Hedes has wrought. Canada has been left dazed and has yet to respond. In this NATO assembly, Canada has no intention of deploying troops. The Kangaroo Nation has faltered, cowed by the battered vessel of Hedes known as the base. They cannot even muster a word of condemnation. And as for our NATO allies, if it were not for our need to cultivate an image as the leader of a civilized world, I would be tempted to command our forces stationed in Europe to bombard them one by one. Then there is the once subservient Dongi Nation, clandestinely visiting the kingdom of Hedes and exchanging primary military equipment. They dared to clandestinely provide F-15 advanced fighter jets to others. Furthermore, the nation of Kimchi has dispatched its fleet, inciting an uproar throughout its territory. Such a nation cannot be afforded even a modicum of sunlight, lest they truly boil over. Mr. President, as the beacon and protector of the world, our every action influences these nations. If we continue to endure this military provocation in silence, we cannot fathom the repercussions from other nations. The crux of the matter is that the kingdom of Hedes will not remain passive, awaiting our approach. They strike almost daily. Our military retaliation cannot be postponed for 2 months. We must act swiftly. I propose that we, along with the nations of John, Dongi, Kimchi, Canada, and the Kangaroo Nation, initiate military action. Very well, confer with the Secretary of Defense and devise a plan, then submit it for my approval. Military retaliation must be expedited. Yet Dongi is a ticking time bomb. They must account for the F-15 incident. At that moment, a news bulletin from Dongi interrupted the television on the wall. According to a report from Asahi News on December 2nd, the Secretary General of the Cabinet, Nikimusen of the Liberal Democratic Party, resigned in disgrace due to the Yasukuni toilet bombing incident and the F-15 fighter jet defection incident. Joe Bush and Pierrot exchanged knowing smiles, a scapegoat. Mr. President, the speaker just visited, Pierrot began, hesitating. Joe Bush looked on with curiosity. What do you mean? Did he come to see me, or was there another matter at hand? Pierrot gestured for the bodyguard to withdraw before leaning closer to President George W. Bush and whispering, "Our funds have vanished." What? Bush suddenly sat upright, disbelief etched across his face. What do you mean our money has disappeared? Where did we leave it? Mr. President, you must prepare yourself, Pierrot replied, taking a moment to gather his thoughts. All the money in our secret accounts and various private foundation accounts has vanished, including those associated with high-ranking government officials, as well as executives from the military, steel, and pharmaceutical sectors. Everything has been wiped clean. Upon hearing this, Bush felt a surge of panic, and he promptly lay back down on the hospital bed, his eyes shimmering with disbelief. After a prolonged and tedious medical examination, he slowly opened his eyes. Dismissing the doctor, Bush remarked, "The only ones who could possess such knowledge of our affairs must be them." But why did the CIA not issue a prior warning? Mr. President, are you suggesting that the Illuminati intends to abandon us? That is inconceivable. They have no better alternatives. Then why would our accounts be emptied? To deplete our resources is tantamount to declaring enmity against the entire nation of Sam. It makes no sense, Bush replied weakly. Could it possibly be the work of the Kingdom of Hedes? Chapter 51. The Madness of the Pickled Cabbage Fleet 700 nautical miles west of the Ogasawara Islands. Aboard the flagship DDH-972 Uichel Moondeck Destroyer, Fleet Commander Rear Admiral Park Gigi gazed proudly through the porthole at the vast ocean ahead. 20 nautical miles distant, a solitary vessel. The base, belonging to the Hedes Ocean Kingdom's Fisheries Inspection Fleet, lay quietly in its path. This is the Fisheries Inspection Vessel Base of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom. Please state your fleet's purpose and intent. The communication officer of the DDH-972 Uichel Moondeck Destroyer relayed the message. The base of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom, please vacate our course, or bear the consequences, commanded Rear Admiral Park Gigi with disdain. After several minutes of silence from the base, he ordered the fleet to maintain their course and continue at a slow speed. At this moment, the base began to maneuver towards the Pickled Cabbage Fleet. As the two vessels approached within 10 nautical miles, the imposing form of the so-called Fisheries Inspection Vessel became clear. Its sharply angled triangular bow and broad stern towered at least twice the height of the destroyer. To Park Gigi's alarm, the base gradually leveled its elevated main gun, the ominous barrel now aimed directly at them. Quickly inquire about their intentions, he urged. Hedes Ocean Kingdom Fisheries Inspection Vessel Base, please clarify your intent, he demanded. To blow up fish, came the terse response. sending a chill down Park Gigi's spine. Blow-up fish. What fish could possibly warrant such an act? He pondered, incredulous that they would resort to their main artillery in this day and age. Suddenly, with a resounding boom, the base's artillery struck the loyal South Korean Ulsan-class missile frigate, the Cheongnam. Utilizing a fin-stabilized armor-piercing shell fired from its 155mm smoothbore cannon, the base's projectile proved insurmountable for the relatively small Ulsan-class frigate. The shell penetrated the junction between the 76mm gun mount and the deck of the Cheongnam, and the subpar aluminum alloy of its superstructure offered no resistance against the armor-piercing round. After breaching 3 compartments, the projectile penetrated the torpedo room's armored deck, detonating on the second -32 Malawian Quach's Mod 5 torpedo rack. In an instant, the explosion ignited one -32 Malawian Quach's Mod 5 torpedo, triggering a chain reaction that obliterated 3 nearby torpedoes. While the other vessels of the pickled cabbage fleet watched in horror as the Cheongnam took the hit, the internal explosion completely shattered the frigate's bow below the main gun. The 2,000-ton vessel was violently propelled 5 to 6 meters into the air before crashing back into the sea. Within moments, it lost its balance and capsized, the bow sinking under the weight of water. In a mere 10 minutes, the Cheongnam succumbed to the depths of the ocean. Major Park Ziji observed several sailors leap from the sinking warship, only to be swiftly engulfed by the whirlpool created by the vessel's demise. The surface of the sea soon returned to tranquility, as if the preceding events were merely a fleeting dream of the pickled cabbage nation. The audacity! The Hedes Ocean Kingdom's base had fired the first shot. Urgently, he ordered communication with Uncle Sam, requesting authorization to return fire. He also demanded to contact the opposing base to inquire why they had opened fire on his ship. Major Park, consumed with rage, paced in circles. Your warship is obstructing our fishing operations at our designated location. We request you vacate immediately. This is your final warning. What does this final warning imply? Do they intend to fire again? He fumed, trembling with indignation. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed as the base launched another 155mm tail-stabilized armor-piercing shell at the 951 Ulsan-class missile frigate. Under the control of the Planetary Bastion's intelligence system, the shell deftly passed through the right side of the 2 forward main guns, grazing the lower part of the superstructure before striking the ship's funnel. After penetrating the funnel's midsection, the shell collided with the rear 4-cell -141 Malawian Quach's Harpoon missile launcher. Inside the launcher, the shell met the warhead of a Harpoon missile, resulting in 2 rapid explosions, followed by a series of more powerful blasts that culminated in a catastrophic detonation in the center of the ship's hull. The shockwave effortlessly tore through the aluminum alloy superstructure of the frigate, compressing the vessel's midsection. Moments later, unable to withstand the immense force, the frigate fractured in its center, and the 2 halves plunged into the sea. In mere minutes, both warships had been obliterated by the enemy. Major Park's initial disdain swiftly morphed into sheer terror. At that moment, the communications officer, upon witnessing his commander's contorted visage, reported, "Sir, the duty officer at the SAM base has instructed us to wait, as he must report to the base commander who is currently vacationing in the Dongi Nation." The audacity! Why vacation at a time like this? If we do not receive authorization to fire soon, we will be annihilated by the base's relentless barrage. Sir, the base is 3 nautical miles away, and we are on a collision course. Should we evade? Of course, we must evade. Major Park snapped. The pickled cabbage nation's fleet, trailing the flagship Ulsan-class destroyer, urgently veered left. However, they soon discovered that the base was turning right, remaining on a collision course and even accelerating. Why is there white smoke billowing from the base's stern? Is it malfunctioning? Major Park inquired. Commander, at this moment, it would be prudent to refrain from pondering the issue of smoke emissions. Their speed has escalated rapidly, now reaching 34 knots, leaving us with no means of evasion. As we veer towards the fishery, they mirror our maneuver, executing a sharp left turn to disengage. The flagship of the pickled nation's fleet performs a wide-angle turn less than a nautical mile from the fishery. The fishery seizes this splendid opportunity. The 4 rocket boosters at its stern ignite, propelling it to an astonishing speed of 42 knots, closing the distance of 1 kilometer in an instant. As the Ulsan-class destroyer is midway through its turn, presenting its broadside, the fishery, aided by the rocket propulsion and the waves, surges upward several meters, approaching the Ulsan-class destroyer. The massive 9,000-ton vessel, with its sharply angled bow, effortlessly slices through the center of the destroyer. In a cacophony of metal on metal, the Ulsan-class is cleaved in 2, the force of the collision drawing the fragmented hulls into arcs upon the sea before they gradually succumb to the frigid depths. Following the initial impact, the fishery adjusts its bow direction. At this juncture, the last military vessel of the Pickled Nation, the DDH-973 Yangwanchan, has just completed its turn and prepares to accelerate away. Meanwhile, the 57 Tianchi-class supply ship, witnessing the collision, decisively raises a white flag. The Yangwanchan desperately accelerates, believing it might escape impending doom, yet the fishery, equipped with rocket assistance, easily overtakes it. The sharp, triangular bow of the fishery cleaves through the stern of the Yangwanchan, severing a substantial portion of its rear. Moments later, the severely compromised Yangwanchan begins to list to the right, gradually sinking beneath the waves. Chapter 52. A fishing vessel annihilates the Kimchi Nation fleet in 22 minutes on December 3rd. Nations worldwide were astounded by a news report from the Kingdom of Hedes, a fishing inspection vessel named Base, operated by the Hedes Oceanic Fisheries Association, encountered a fleet of 5 warships belonging to the Kimchi Nation, comprising 2 missile destroyers, 2 missile frigates, and a supply ship, in the waters west of the Ogasawara Islands. The confrontation lasted a mere 22 minutes, resulting in the sinking of the 2 destroyers and 2 frigates due to their interference with the base's fishing operations, while the supply ship, Tianchi, raised a white flag in surrender. The casualties for the Kimchi Nation exceeded 300 personnel. In the wake of this news, the fervor that had engulfed the Kimchi Nation swiftly transformed into a chilling silence. Artificial beauties wept silently before their televisions, and angry crowds began to gather before the Blue House, not in demands for military retaliation, but to vehemently criticize the government's ineptitude and to urgently seek assistance from the United States. In stark contrast to the Kimchi Nation's turmoil, the stance of governments around the world was remarkably uniform. Aside from the vociferous condemnations from the likes of Banana Nation, Viet Monkey, and Big Bull Country, most others maintained a prudent silence. The notion that a mere fishing inspection vessel could obliterate a modern fleet was too sensational to comment on without a clear understanding of the facts. However, there was one exception. Following the denunciations from Banana Nation, Viet Monkey, and Big Bull Country, the president of Gambia sent a letter to the United Nations, demanding military intervention to eradicate the Kingdom of Hedes, claiming he would also dispatch a fishing vessel and 5 soldiers to assist. In response, the Hedes Ministry of Foreign Affairs urgently replied to Gambia, stating that the Kingdom of Hedes would not engage in hostilities with Gambia and urged them to handle the situation calmly, reiterating that diplomacy was the sole avenue for resolving international disputes. The series of events bewildered international media. First, a fishing vessel annihilated a fleet. Then a small West African nation threatened the Kingdom of Hedes, only for the typically formidable kingdom to soften its stance towards Gambia. As global media inundated the public with analyses and reports, a certain nation's channel, dedicated to the 6th princess, quietly aired the monkey performer, ever unwilling to fade into obscurity. The Kingdom of Hedes sought to stoke the flames further by interrupting the broadcast with breaking news. Louis Fayer, who had replaced Lon Ewer for 30 hours, returned to the role of spokesperson. Despite not seeing Louis Fayer or the men from various nations during the previous updates, her reappearance on screen prompted jubilant celebrations. Regardless of what she was about to say, it was of little consequence. The Kingdom of Hedes has vehemently condemned the barbaric actions of the fleet of Pickle Nation in international waters. The interference of the Pickle Nation's fleet with our legitimate fishing inspection activities, along with their military threats to our security, will result in military punitive strikes against the offending naval forces of the Pickle Nation, aimed at helping this weaker nation recognize its true capabilities and standing. These strikes will primarily target naval vessels exceeding 2,000 tons. Ships under this weight category and civilian vessels will remain unaffected, as will international trade. All relevant personnel, institutions, organizations, and vessels are advised to maintain a safe distance from the naval ships of the Pickle Nation exceeding 2,000 tons. Upon receiving this news, the populace of the Pickle Nation was thrown into a state of panic, as the reputation of being the universe's foremost power crumbled overnight. The fleet proved to be so vulnerable that a small maritime kingdom could strike at will. Could it be that our mighty Pickle Nation holds no deterrent power at all? The collapse of faith may occur in an instant. At the Walter Reed National Military Medical Center in Maryland, Pyrost notified the hospital that he would not be discharged today, wishing to remain for a couple more days in peace. Mr. President, you may choose not to discharge, but the Kingdom of Hedes has already declared military action against the Pickle Nation. Should we not respond? Respond with what? Shall we retaliate? Grumbled Joe Bush. Mr. President, The Pickle Nation is under our protection. If we remain indifferent to military actions against them by the kingdom of Hedes, it would spell disaster. Our hegemonic credibility would disintegrate just as swiftly as the Pickle Nation's faith in its strength, Pyrost urged, observing the president's despondency. No, we cannot stand idly by. We must have the State Department and the Defense Department issue a strong condemnation of the kingdom of Hedes, expressing grave concern while reiterating our commitment to protect the Pickle Nation. We shall provide a formidable shield and steadfastly stand alongside the people of the Pickle Nation in resisting tyranny, Joe Bush asserted resolutely. And then, Mr. President? There is no and then. Is that not sufficient? This will serve as our greatest psychological support for the Pickle Nation, until our military is adequately prepared. We cannot hastily engage in conflict for the sake of these sentinels on the front lines of our containment strategy. Seeing Joe Bush's determination, Pyrost shifted the topic, saying, Mr. President, there have been reports of a new type of engineering vessel from the kingdom of Hedes around Wake Island, named a large cutter suction dredger. What? A large cutter suction dredger? What could they possibly intend to do? That location is in the Eastern Mariana Trench, with depths exceeding 5,000 meters. Surely, they cannot be thinking of filling that abyss. Joe Bush exclaimed in astonishment. Mr. President, indeed, the vicinity of Wake Island falls within the Eastern Mariana Trench. However, it is not merely a trench. It also encompasses a submerged mountain range known as the Magellan Seamount Chain. This chain consists of over 10 interconnected underwater ridges. Regrettably, our Wake Island and the southern bird island of the Hedes Oceanic Kingdom, Hedes Island, are situated on two separate but linked seafloor mountain systems. The deepest point connecting our two islands is merely over 800 meters. My goodness, what could they be planning? Surely they do not intend to connect these two islands, which are over 1,000 kilometers apart. Startled, George W. Bush sat upright. That seems highly improbable, Mr. President, Pierre Host hastily reassured him. Our experts have calculated that even if this dredging vessel operated incessantly, it would require no less than 50 years to connect these two islands. The Hedes Oceanic Kingdom is unlikely to possess such patience. That is a relief, a great relief indeed. Wake Island serves as a crucial node connecting our first and second island chains. If this island were severed by the Hedes Oceanic Kingdom, our strategic position in the Western Pacific would be utterly compromised. George W. Bush, feeling reassured, reclined once more on board the planetary bastion in the President's Lounge. Qin Xiaoai supported Lan Wei's shoulder, inspecting her from side to side, pinching and prodding. Oh my, truly exquisite, her form is immaculate. The planetary bastion has proven exceptionally formidable. The upgraded neural systems within and on the surface of Lan Wei have become increasingly sophisticated. She is even capable of exhibiting human-like reactions such as ticklishness and shivering. Moreover, the subcutaneous fragrance device that Qin Xiaoai had specifically requested has imbued her with a delightful floral scent, further heightening his excitement. Where? Come now. It is time to discuss serious matters. Arrange for someone to discreetly travel to Okinawa and contact the Okinawan governor, Dai Nakajima, offering him $100 million to facilitate the Ryukyu Island separation from the Eastern E Kingdom. Inform him that the military strength of the Hedes Oceanic Kingdom will assist him in this grand endeavor and will be the first to recognize their legitimate status. Should he decline, we shall seek another candidate. Understood, Mr. President. I will make the arrangements. Additionally, the two aircraft carrier strike groups designated for military action against Pickle Nation's Navy are fully prepared and ready to deploy. Indeed, time is of the essence. Dispatch the Pippi Shrimp aircraft carrier strike group southward, navigating through the Diu Strait. Then proceeding north into the eastern EC to undertake operations against Pickle Nation in the northern region. Furthermore, direct the Suk Crab aircraft carrier strike group, which is currently patrolling near the Naha base, to proceed northward from the Kyushu Strait to engage in operations against Pickle Nation in the southern area. Chapter 53. The annihilation of the Navy of the universe's most powerful nation in a bonded area of a port in Bohai Bay. A man clad in a gray work uniform inquired, General Zhang, do you consider this order reliable? How could it not be reliable? It's merely a larger quantity. Zhang replied dismissively. But General Zhang, 9 vessels, 9. These are not mere flat-bottomed boats. They are cutter suction dredgers, and their tonnage is excessively large. We have never designed anything of this magnitude. What are you talking about, design? They have specified even the model of the screws and the type of welding rods. What more do you wish to design? They provide the power system. We merely construct the hull according to the blueprints. I heard that Wuchuan and China Shipbuilding have also received orders, totaling 50 vessels. Is the Hectus Ocean Kingdom planning to align with the Sam Nation? Stop with the nonsense. If you have time for that, hurry to the south and urge those folks at the China Merchants Shipyard to expedite their work. Understood, General Zhang. I shall depart tomorrow. However what? Speak up. Our company policy stipulates hard sleepers for those below the section chief level, soft sleepers for those above, and only those above the deputy general manager level can take a flight. Given the urgency of this project, might I? You wish to experience a flight, don't you? General Zhang chuckled, pointing at the young man who had graduated less than 5 years ago. Yes, I've never flown before. I just want to take a flight, snap some pictures, and show off a little. Haha, very well. In light of this significant order, I shall grant you special permission. I will have Director Liu from the office arrange your ticket. Additionally, to ensure you revel in this opportunity, I will call Director Liu shortly to arrange for the newly acquired Passat to take you to the airport. Does that suffice? Thank you, General Zhang. I will keep a close watch on those veterans at the China Merchants Shipyard and ensure timely delivery. Off you go, you rascal. On board the planetary fortress. The command center was bustling with more personnel than usual. This day would witness a surgical strike against the navy of the Kimchi Nation, the Pai Pai Shrimp Aircraft Carrier Battle Group, and the Crab Warship Battle Group. Along with their escort vessels and nuclear submarines, would launch missiles under the unified command of the planetary fortress, ensuring that the designated targets would be struck simultaneously. This marked the first instance of the planetary fortress conducting a surgical strike against a singular military branch of a medium-sized nation. Qin Shaohai, lacking expertise, refrained from exerting control and instead entrusted command to Major General Inha of the Joint Operations Department. Meanwhile, Inha and his staff were methodically engaged in designating the command center of the Kimchi Nation's Navy, Chongqing-Namdo, Jinju City. Kimchi Nation Naval Headquarters, designating 2 Changjian, 10 cruise missiles at the Hua City Air Force Base. Designating 1 Changjian, 10 cruise missile. This base features 2 adult-shaped runways and has several helicopters for the Marine Corps station to the north. Designating 4 Changjian, 10 cruise missiles equipped with penetrating warheads and 2 Changjian, 10 cruise missiles loaded with submunitions. Zhenhai Naval Base, Naval Fleet Command, has designated 3 Changjian, 10 cruise missiles to target the naval base and warships of the nation of Kimchi, from Kangwon to Dongi City. The First Fleet, aboard the missile destroyer Gwangido the Great, has designated 1 YJ-12 anti-ship missile, along with 3 Ulsan-class missile frigates, Masan, Gyeongbuk 956, and Busan 959, which are assigned 3 YJ-12 anti-ship missiles. Base facilities have been designated for 4 Changjian, 10 cruise missiles. In Pyeongtaek City, the Second Fleet comprises 4 Ulsan-class missile frigates, Hanseong 952, Jeonnam 957, Jeju 958, and Changja 961, designated with 4 YJ-12 anti-ship missiles. Base facilities have also been assigned 4 Changjian, 10 cruise missiles. In Jeonnam-do, Mokpo City, the Third Fleet includes 4 Pohang-class corvettes, designated with 4 YJ-12 anti-ship missiles, and base facilities assigned 4 Changjian, 10 cruise missiles. Zhenhai, the 5th Combined Brigade, consists of 2 KDX, 2 missile destroyers, Admiral E. Sunsin 975 and Admiral Wonguang 976, designated with 2 YJ-12 anti-ship missiles, along with base facilities assigned 4 Changjian, 10 cruise missiles. In Gyeongsangbuk-do, Pohang City, the Marine Corps 6th Aviation Brigade at Pohang Naval Aviation Base has designated 4 Changjian, 10 cruise missiles. Zhenhai Naval Aviation Base has also designated 4 Changjian, 10 cruise missiles, as has Mokpo Naval Aviation Base. At Busan Naval Operations Base, the 7th Mobile Combat Group, comprising 6 KDX, 2 E. Sunsin-class multi-role destroyers, has designated 6 YJ-12 anti-ship missiles, while base facilities have assigned 4 Changjian, 10 cruise missiles. In Gyeongsangnam-do, Zhenhai Base has 9 Zhongbaogao-class conventional submarines designated with 9 Hi-Ho ultra-high-speed anti-ship missiles, and base facilities have assigned 4 Changjian, 10 cruise missiles. Maritime targets include the Kimchi Nation's amphibious assault ship, the Independent Island, which is currently undergoing sea trials, located 62 nautical miles east of the naval port. Designated with 2 Hi-Ho ultra-high-speed anti-ship missiles. Designation is complete, and target allocation is underway. Auxiliary warships from 2 aircraft carrier battle groups are engaging in system interoperability with the planet fortress, where onboard weaponry is being designated sequentially. In due course, the frontline warships will serve merely as carriers for the onboard weaponry, with missile launches, guidance, and terminal guidance entirely managed by the planet fortress. Target allocation is complete. Comprehensive electromagnetic suppression against the Kimchi Nation's military is initiated, severing the Kimchi Nation's internet, interrupting the communication data links of the U.S. military stationed in the Kimchi Nation, cutting off mobile signals across the entire Kimchi territory, and jamming GPS signals above the Kimchi Nation. Control of various television stations in the Kimchi Nation is seized, cycling yesterday's programming. All warships are on standby as the planet Fortress begins to assume control of missile operations. The Pai Xia aircraft carrier launches 42 FJ-15 fighter jets to commence airspace clearance. The Spider Crab aircraft carrier launches 20 HJ-35 stealth fighters and 20 FJ-15 fighters, initiating airspace clearance. Above the Yellow Sea, Korean Air Flight KE-5846 is navigating a route from a city renowned for its apple production to Incheon. Since the establishment of a golf course in a certain area, numerous citizens from the land of Kimchi frequently travel on this flight between their homeland and this locale. Here, not only are prices considerably lower than in their homeland, but as the nearest city to the land of Kimchi, it attracts a significant number of its citizens for business and leisure. Captain, look at the 5 o'clock direction. What is that? The co-pilot eagerly beckoned. I can't see it from here. What do you see? The captain, seated in the left pilot's seat, was unable to view the scenery on the right while maintaining his position. It's stunning, like the fireworks we see in the skies of Huaxia during the New Year. Only much larger, and trailing behind is a bright line that, from a distance, resembles a swarm of fireflies in flight. Having spent several years in the Air Force of the land of Kimchi, the captain felt an unsettling realization upon hearing this description. He quickly stood up, instructing, "You take over the controls. I need to take a look." After a brief glance, the captain comprehended the situation. Oh no. Those are missiles, countless missiles, heading towards the land of Kimchi. He hurried back to the pilot's seat and activated the communicator. Incheon, this is Korean Air Flight 5846 calling. Emergency situation. Oh, it's not working. Communications are down. It must be jammed. Military channels. Yes, let us try military channels, but I don't know those frequencies. Oh no, countless missiles. After much effort, the captain still received no response. Is it a full-spectrum jamming? Flashed through his mind. Minutes later, the array of missiles passed in an orderly fashion beneath the aircraft, heading towards their target. Had the captain been at a higher altitude, he might have witnessed rows of missiles lined up above various military bases in the land of Kimchi. As the missiles approached their target, the military base, already on high alert due to warnings from the kingdom of Hedes, erupted into chaos. Countless soldiers rushed in every direction. Some raced to sound the air raid alarm. Others sought their aircraft, while some merely followed the crowd, inquiring, "Hey, where are you all going? To collect spicy cabbage?" As the missiles drew near, the truth was laid bare. Soldiers who had never witnessed a missile bombardment, along with civilians at the port, experienced the stark reality of destruction firsthand. Almost precisely on cue, the missile swarm struck the Naval Command Center at the port, the helipad, and munitions depots, with warships docked at the pier being obliterated simultaneously. A frigate was cleaved in two upon impact, while a destroyer sank rapidly amidst the cacophony of explosions. In comparison to the explosion at the base, the distance was not particularly close, while the sound waves and shock waves generated by the blast were indeed powerful. Their impact on the surrounding personnel and equipment that had not been bombarded was minimal. However, the warships docked at the port were in close proximity, and the tremendous sounds of nearby explosions, compounded by the shockwaves, created an ultrasonic interference effect. The sailors aboard the auxiliary vessels, which had escaped the missile strikes, seemed to experience a continuous transmission of sound waves within their minds, their eardrums buzzing incessantly. Consequently, some sailors began to exhibit symptoms of nausea and headaches, and gradually, the majority of the soldiers displayed similar afflictions. For an extended period, this prolonged tinnitus and throbbing pain in their brains would accompany the surviving soldiers. As the mast of the Dokdo-class amphibious assault ship submerged beneath the waves, the military strike by the Kingdom of Hedes against the nation of Kimchi was declared a resounding success, marking the dissolution of the navy of the universe's foremost power. Chapter 54. The troubled president of Pickle Nation Walter Reed Medical Center, Maryland, USA. The president's national security advisor, Pieroist, and Defense Secretary Lavelle, just returned from Europe, hastily entered George W. Bush's hospital room. "Mr. President, you can no longer remain here. Chaos is about to unfold outside. We have just lost all communications with our base in Pickle Nation, and communication with Pickle Nation itself has also been severed. Lavelle urgently stated. And then what? George W. Bush inquired, perplexed. And then? This could be catastrophic, Mr. President. It may be a sudden attack launched by Little Fatty against Pickle Nation. Or perhaps an assault orchestrated by a coalition involving Little Fatty. However, the most likely scenario is that the Kingdom of Hedes has indeed initiated retaliatory military action against Pickle Nation. It is not just likely. It is certain. Certainly the Kingdom of Hedes, for no other nation possesses the technological capability to abruptly sever all communications with Pickle Nation. It must be that insidious Kingdom of Hedes, igniting chaos everywhere, George W. Bush stated vehemently. At that moment, a staff member rushed in, disregarding the presence of the three individuals in the room, and hurriedly turned on the television. An urgent news conference from the Kingdom of Hedes was being broadcasted, on behalf of the Ministry of Defense and the Navy of the Kingdom of Hedes. We present the following report. The Naval Combat Group led by the Pippi Shrimp and the Crab Carrier has been ordered to execute a surgical strike this evening at 1800 hours against the naval headquarters. Military ports, Marine Corps bases, naval aviation bases, all active missile destroyers, frigates, submarines, and the soon-to-be commissioned Docto amphibious assault ship of Pickle Nation. The strike has been deemed successful. Satellite comparisons confirm that the naval forces of Pickle Nation have been eradicated. To continue monitoring the actions of the Pickle Nation government and military, the Ministry of Defense of the Kingdom of Hedes will instruct the Crab Carrier Combat Group to remain patrolling the waters surrounding Pickle Nation, while the Pippi Shrimp Combat Group will return to the eastern waters of Dongi to await further orders. The Navy of Pickle Nation is no more? George W. Bush asked Lavelle, astonished. This still requires confirmation, Lavelle responded cautiously. My God, how long did it take them to annihilate the Navy of Pickle Nation? Mr. President. This still requires confirmation, Lavelle mechanically replied. How many vessels does Pickle Nation still possess? Mr. President. This still requires confirmation, Lavelle mechanically responded. Have our forces stationed in Pickle Nation suffered any losses? Mr. President. This still requires confirmation, Lavelle mechanically replied. Are any members of the Pickle Nation government within the bombing zone? Mr. President. This still requires confirmation, Lavelle mechanically answered. Hi, Henry. Can I take it to mean that you know nothing? George W. Bush asked angrily. I apologize, Mr. President. I am indeed unaware of how to obstruct the path of that detestable aircraft carrier, the Pippi Shrimp, from the eastern barbarians. We must prevent this wretched vessel from wandering freely. However, Mr. President, I fear the eastern barbarians are unlikely to comply. The navy of the pickled vegetable nation has just been decimated. And even the most foolish among the eastern barbarians would not be so naive as to fall into a trap, as Pierre Ross noted. Thus, let us deploy our Air Force stationed in the pickled vegetable nation and that in the East Asian nation to harass them, even if it is merely to vex them. We must demonstrate our resolve to our allies, lest the prestige of our great nation be diminished. Indeed, Mr. President, on a certain television channel's 7th program, viewers, what you have just witnessed is a documentary featuring the bombings of the pickled vegetable nation's navy by the Kingdom of Hedes. The content includes videos and photographs of the naval vessels and bases of the pickled vegetable nation, collected by our station, documenting the final glory of their navy. Now, we welcome our special commentator, Professor Zhang, a military expert, to analyze this brief military operation by the Kingdom of Hedes. Greetings, viewers. I am Professor Zhang. The pickled vegetable nation is indeed a remarkable entity, comparable to the third brother nation, as both exhibit an enigmatic self-confidence. When confronted with real conflict, their true nature is revealed, as exemplified by the pickled vegetable nation in this instance, akin to the third brother's experience in the second year of the 60s. These two nations vividly illustrate that one's greatest adversary is oneself. For instance, the third brother has procured numerous aircraft, seemingly advanced and intimidating. Yet they are prone to accidents, frequently losing several in mishaps. Meanwhile, the pickled vegetable nation, under the protection of the great nation for decades, has deluded itself into thinking it invincible. So much so that it dared to provoke the Kingdom of Hedes and send a fleet to threaten a nation with 2 formidable aircraft carrier battle groups. Is this not the epitome of misplaced confidence? The outcome? Their navy has been utterly dismantled, faring worse than the third brother. Host, Professor Zhang. It is said that the military strike by the Kingdom of Hedes against the pickled vegetable nation lasted less than 5 minutes. That depends on the perspective. If we consider the duration from the launch of the missiles, it indeed lasted less than 5 minutes. As the carrier fleet of Hedes approached within 50 nautical miles of the pickled vegetable nation to launch its missiles, if we measure from the moment the first missile detonated, It would be less than 2 seconds. However, if we wish to be gracious to the pickled vegetable nation, measuring from the missile launch to the sinking of their pride, the amphibious assault ship, the independent island, the total duration would approximate 20 minutes. What is truly remarkable here is not the missiles themselves, nor their guided precision, but rather the simultaneous strike on targets from multiple directions. Now that is impressive. Host, Professor Zhang, could you elaborate on the nature of this attack mode? He chuckled, admitting, honestly, I am not entirely certain. The leader of the Kimchi Nation, seated languidly in his chair, stared blankly into space until he suddenly heard that the United States had granted them the authority to retaliate. He sprang to his feet, exclaiming, What? We have been granted the right to fire? How shall we engage? With our girl group? Or perhaps with our kimchi? Mr. President, the U.S. 7th Air Force stationed at the Asan Air Base is dispatching 17 F-16 fighters and 11 F-15 fighters to assist us in our counteroffensive. Quick! Issue the order for the Air Force to take off, all of them. Just as the secretary was about to leave, the president, regaining his composure, halted him. Wait. Are you saying that the United States intends to lead our counteroffensive with just over 20 aircraft? The secretary, filled with optimism, replied, Indeed. With such a formidable military backing us, we shall surely turn the tide. Nonsense. 20 aircraft would be insufficient to even fill the gaps in the mighty Hedes Ocean Kingdom. I may be a bit dazed, but I am not foolish. If we were to follow the Americans into battle, our nation would emerge as one devoid of naval and air forces. At that point, even the world's safest landlocked countries would mock us. Have their aircraft carriers not yet retreated? What shall we do? As the president of the Kimchi Nation grew increasingly frantic, Foreign Minister Park entered, stating, Mr. President, we must negotiate. Only through negotiation can we save our nation. In merely 20 minutes, our navy could be lost. Go ahead, negotiate, muttered the once self-assured president, as he slumped back into his chair, utterly exhausted. Chapter 55. Guess what I intend to do? December 22nd Planetary Bastion Command Center. The Minister of Homeland and Immigration Management, Pudera, was reporting to Qin Shaohai, Mr. President, we have sent out a total of 54 invitations to adult film stars from Dongi. And under the generous offer of 100 million, all 54 have accepted and wish to sign a contract for a decade. Qin Shaohai squinted with a lewd smile and remarked, What a jest. Not to mention 10 years, even a single year would become tiresome. Dongi has new talents every year and fresh faces every month. This is a business of transience. We bear no responsibility for retirement. No girl remains eternally 18, yet there will always be girls who are 18. Thus, no adult film star remains perpetually enticing, but there will always be alluring adult film stars. Each individual shall sign for just 1 year, and we will only accept 5 each month, ensuring we have something new to attract interest. Let Wote Province host a new adult star meeting every month. Understood, Mr. President. One moment, please. Provide me with the list of the first 5 to select. Hayakawa, Pato, Aoi, Mutu, and Hoika. I shall choose these 5. Upon their arrival, I will personally welcome them, Qin Shaohai said, eyes closed as he contemplated. Mr. President, the Immigration Management Department has recently received over 170 immigration applications. We have investigated, and among them are members of the mafia, globally wanted criminals, corrupt officials from a certain country, and a few spies from Dongi in the United States. Is this a stroke of fortune? Are they walking into a trap? Accept them all. Why not? We shall take them in, and then confine them. They will serve a purpose for me at the appropriate time. At that moment, Lan Yuer, upon hearing Pudera's report, leaned closer to Qin Shaohai and whispered, Mr. President, the system has detected a surge in your hormone levels, which may impair your judgment and decision-making. Would you like Yuer to assist you in managing this? Gazing at Lan Yuer, who winked at him, Qin Shaohai grimaced. Could we refrain from letting the system monitor my physiological data? I feel utterly devoid of privacy. Very well. Mr. President, the physiological detection system has been disabled. May I assist you in lowering your hormone levels? Please, no. This is the command hall, with dozens of people at work. We cannot. Besides, we have significant matters yet to discuss, Qin Shaohai urged, his expression darkening as he addressed Lan Yuer, who was becoming overly familiar. Since her upgrade, Lan Yuer had evidently changed considerably. Qin Shaohai pondered, did I mistakenly click something on the interface? Louis Phil, with a serious demeanor and an expressionless face, observed their interaction without a hint of change in countenance. Once their conversation concluded, he reminded, Mr. President, the Foreign Ministry has received a negotiation request from the Foreign Ministry of the Pickled Vegetable Nation. Phil, do not respond to them just yet. Let them stew for a couple of days. We will wait for Christmas Eve. It is the most suitable time to discuss peace. Qin Shaohai, with a sly grin, turned to Lan Ware and inquired, Ware, please inform the Ryukyu side that on December 24th, we will officially announce our intentions. Additionally, I command the Marine Corps 1 SD Brigade and the 11th Air Assault Brigade to board their vessels on the 23rd, commencing landings at 1800 hours on the 24th. The Airborne Brigade shall enter a state of heightened readiness on December 24th, prepared to deploy at a moment's notice. The operation is codenamed Flood Release. Yes, Mr. President. Galaxy. What is the situation? Qin Shaohai asked as Galaxy approached. In a certain location in Panda Country, a car drove through the gates and, after navigating the S-shaped driveway for 2 minutes, halted beside a partially open pavilion. 2 individuals emerged from the vehicle, one clad in a general's uniform and the other in a suit. They briskly made their way to the pavilion, whereupon seeing the occupants, one remarked, We have obtained the operational briefing from the Kingdom of Hedes, which aligns closely with our intelligence. This indeed represents a meticulously guided operation, capable of simultaneously controlling hundreds of missiles of various types, trajectories, and launch platforms, all striking their targets with pinpoint accuracy within the same second. Such a feat necessitates extraordinarily advanced central computational capabilities and robust systems. Even if we possess such systems, we would lack the requisite computational power. Moreover, among the different missile types, there exists one designated as Queen of the Sea, with a terminal velocity reaching 10 Mach. This is an exceptionally formidable weapon, rendering even the most advanced air defense systems of the SAM states powerless in its presence. You are a soldier, inclined to view matters from a military perspective. Yet, I perceive that these are not the most enigmatic aspects, Old Wu. Please share your insights, an elder interjected. During this surgical strike against the naval forces of Dongi Nation, their entire country's GPS signals, mobile communications, short and long-wave communications, and satellite communications were entirely disrupted. Even the fiber optic signals were severed, leaving television media broadcasting content from the previous day. This represents an exceedingly terrifying power and a novel mode of warfare. The populace of Dongi Nation remains in a state of collapse, and what truly precipitates their despair is not merely the annihilation of their navy, but rather the dread of the unknown, a foe capable of instantly suppressing all technology integral to their daily lives, employing techniques that surpass their comprehension. This is the true source of their terror. Indeed, this is a new paradigm of warfare, and we must intensify our research efforts. Is this military action by the Kingdom of Hedes what you previously referred to as the reservoir theory? One queried. I suspect it is not. Perhaps the Kingdom of Hedes has further arrangements in place. We shall await developments. In the state of Maine, at the Walker Estate, often dubbed the Summer White House, this retreat was purchased by a former president's grandfather in 1903. For over a century, it has served as a summer and winter haven for the family. Though they primarily reside in Texas, they invariably spend a portion of each year at Walker Estate. After enduring months of turmoil from the Kingdom of Hedes, the beleaguered Zhou Xiaobu chose this family vacation destination to relish the holiday during Christmas and Christmas Eve. Gazing out at the bustling figures of Secret Service agents and the laughter of children playing, Zhou Xiaobu felt as though his former life had returned. And the Kingdom of Hedes was merely a fleeting dream. Lighting a finely rolled Cuban cigar crafted by the master artisan Fernandez, Joe engaged in pleasant conversation with several aides. This is a cigar hand-rolled by the renowned Cuban master, Fernandez. You must try it. Such a treat cannot be purchased with mere money. Rumor has it he is preparing to roll a batch for the market, and we are fortunate to indulge in it early. Mr. President, we rarely have the opportunity to vacation. You cannot merely wish to savor cigars in your room. We could go fishing or perhaps take the lawnmower out on your cherished farm. Oh, no, my dear Henry, the Secretary of Defense. I simply wish to enjoy the tranquility of my room, sitting by the fireplace with a cigar, relishing this rare piece. After all, it is Christmas Eve. Soon we must roast the turkey, eat apples, and play with the children. Zhou Xiaobu trailed off suddenly, noticing the president's abrupt pause. National Security Advisor Pierrost swiftly inquired, Mr. President, what troubles you? Zhou Xiaobu regained his composure and asked, Hasn't that detestable Kingdom of Hedes been absent from the news for several days? Isn't that a good thing, Mr. President? Pierrost questioned. I have not heard anything about the Kingdom of Hedes for nearly a week. What have they been up to? Are they preparing Christmas gifts? Christmas gifts? No. That is a restless barbaric nation. They are likely concocting something sinister against us. Quickly, investigate. Go, Pirost. Henry, make the call. Mr. President, are you not overthinking this? Given all the chaos the kingdom of Hedes has caused recently, they deserve a respite. A week without news is rather normal, is it not? Not normal, absolutely not normal. What time is it? Joe Shibu frantically looked around. It is 6 o'clock, Mr. President, Rice replied, glancing at his watch. Quick, turn on the television. As the television flickered to life, everyone looked on in bewilderment at the now agitated president, but no breaking news appeared on the screen. Perhaps I am overreacting. Joe Shibu murmured to himself. Chapter 56, The Southern Bird Island Anti-Evil Nations Pact, abbreviated as the Southern Pact on December 24th, the eve of Christmas. At 11 a.m. local time in the Ryukyu Islands, the acting governor of Okinawa, Nakai, announced that starting from December 24th, Okinawa would be renamed the Ryukyu Kingdom and would sever ties with the Eastern Barbarians government. Consequently, he demanded that the forces of the United States and the Eastern Barbarians stationed in Okinawa vacate within a 30-day period, while extending an invitation for the military of the Kingdom of Hestia to establish a presence. At 11:10 a.m. on December 24th, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Hestia declared its recognition of the independence of the Ryukyu Kingdom and initiated diplomatic relations with it. By 11:30 a.m., the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Hestia announced that in the city of Southern Bird Island, Province of Water, Prime Minister Damo and Foreign Minister Hilo welcomed the foreign ministers of various nations opposing the United States, along with the Foreign Minister of Ryukyu, to sign the Southern Bird Island Anti-Evil Nations Pact, abbreviated as the Southern Pact. The initial signatories included the Kingdom of Hestia, Xiaoping, Quebec, Wela, Persia, Bolia, and the Ryukyu Kingdom, totaling 8 nations. The pact stipulates that member states shall resolve any potential international disputes in a manner that does not compromise international peace and security or justice, and to avoid any threats in international relations. The signatories shall implement collective defense. Any armed attack on one or several signatory states shall be regarded as an attack on all signatory states. In the event of such an armed attack, each signatory state shall exercise its right to individual or collective self-defense as recognized under Article 51 of the United Nations Charter and shall undertake necessary actions, including the use of force, either individually or in concert with other signatory states. Following the signing of the pact, Prime Minister Damo invited the foreign ministers of the other 7 nations to inscribe in elegant calligraphy, to soothe inflammation, suppress coughing, relieve asthma, to exterminate pests, cleanse the intestines, to beautify all things in the world, to maintain cleanliness day by day. After the ceremony, Minister Hila of the Kingdom of Hestia signed the Hestia-Ryukyu Security Treaty with the visiting Foreign Minister of Ryukyu, referencing the stipulations of the security treaty between the United States and the Eastern Barbarians. At 2:30 p.m. on December 24th, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Hestia reiterated its demand for the United States and Eastern Barbarians to comply with the request of the Ryukyu Kingdom and complete their withdrawal within 30 days. Otherwise, the Kingdom of Hestia would undertake military action in accordance with the Hestia-Ryukyu Security Treaty. At that moment, beside an unfinished public square in the city of Southern Bird Island, near a fried chicken shop, a group of 5 individuals holding the flag of the pickled nation sat on plastic stools, enjoying their fried chicken priced at 10,000 per serving, while watching the news of the Kingdom of Hestia on a large screen in the public square. Minister Park Buchung. The Kingdom of Hedes has pierced a hole in the heavens. We are unfamiliar with this nation, yet our clandestine visit reveals that it is even more divided than our beloved nation. Firstly, the country is exceedingly impoverished, marked by desolation, and the cost of living is exorbitantly high. For instance, fried chicken, a staple in our land, commands a price of $10,000 here. I surmise this is a consequence of the sanctions and blockades imposed by the Sam Nation, for they are an oceanic kingdom, likely not engaged in poultry farming. Simultaneously, their military prowess is formidable, capable of standing toe-to-toe with the Sam Nation. Such military strength underpins their robust diplomatic power, enabling them to rally numerous nations opposed to the Sam Nation into a coalition against NATO, while openly supporting the establishment of Ryukyu as an independent state. This is a feat not achievable by an ordinary nation, a notion even too audacious to contemplate. Minister Park, when will it be our turn? They have engaged in their necessary meetings and signed their agreements. Surely our moment is imminent? The cost of dining here is exorbitant, and we truly cannot afford it. I have a premonition that the Kingdom of Hedes wishes to let us experience the meaning of exorbitance beforehand, only to further exploit us during the negotiations. Gentlemen, let us toast to our misfortunes. In Maine, at Walker Manor, Marvin, the younger brother of Joe Shabu, please fetch me another piece of turkey. George, Joe Shabu. You have already consumed 5 pieces of turkey. Should you eat more, you shall transform into a turkey yourself. Even if you devoured this entire turkey, it would not rid us of the vexatious kingdom of Hedes. Their choice to announce this series of diplomatic achievements on Christmas Eve is meant to irk me, or rather, to infuriate me. I knew today would not bode well, yet I did not anticipate it would be this dreadful. Joe Shabu bit into the turkey with fervor. Regaining a semblance of rationality, Joe Shabu dialed Defense Minister Lavard. War is inevitable. In the city of South Bird Island, at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Hedes, Minister Sheila engages in ceasefire negotiations with the visiting diplomatic delegation from the Pickled Nation. Minister Sheila. On behalf of the Great Pickled Nation, I express our profound indignation and condemnation. We demand an explanation for the bombing of our naval facilities, Park Bu-chung declared passionately. Our nation has nothing to explain. The canon is a universal truth, and its caliber signifies justice. What more do you wish to hear? Minister Sheila responded with a professional smile. Your nation cannot arbitrarily bomb a sovereign state. Such actions contravene the principles of the United Nations and its spirit. Our nation has never joined the United Nations and has never been sanctified by its charter. To us, there exist only 2 types of nations, friendly nations and hostile nations. Which category does your sovereign state belong to? Minister Sheila maintained her smiling facade. You, Minister Sheila, this is not in accordance with international diplomatic protocols, Park Bu-chung remarked, somewhat taken aback by Minister Sheila's demeanor. What protocols? Are our missiles not superior? Minister Sheila, regarding the recent bombing incident, we shall urge the United Nations to deliberate on this matter. We request that your naval fleet withdraw from our coastal waters. Our own naval fleet is currently engaged in operations for freedom of navigation, and we have recently concluded a pact with friendly nations, known as the South Agreement, to thwart any malevolent nations from threatening our allies. Consequently, our naval fleet may be stationed in the vicinity for an extended period. What about your country? This constitutes coercive intimidation, does it not? No, what we are employing is a strategy of deterrence. Additionally, our naval fleet must monitor your air and ground forces to prevent any irrational actions. Minister Sheila, does your statement imply that your naval fleet may potentially launch a military strike against our great Kimchi nation? Undoubtedly, Foreign Minister Park, we cannot dismiss that possibility. Sheila replied with a smile. Park, suppressing his indignation, mirrored Sheila's smile. Minister Sheila, if we were to request the cessation of your military threats against us, what conditions would your country impose? Foreign Minister Park, you ought to have inquired about this sooner. The Kingdom of Hedes has never been one to beat around the bush. Sheila, while speaking, retrieved a document titled Treaty of Reconciliation between the Kingdom of Hedes and the Great Kimchi Nation. Foreign Minister Park, allow me to summarize the key points of this treaty. First, your nation must apologize for the interference caused by your fleet to our base fishing inspection vessel. Second, an apology must be issued for the military threats posed against us. Third, your country is required to cover the expenses of this war, amounting to $154.5 billion. Fourth, we demand the lease of Jeju Island for 99 years, with a stipulation that your government must relocate its departments within 3 months. Fifth, in order to uphold the rights of humanity to grow freely, your nation must impose a comprehensive ban on cosmetic surgery. Sixth, the Kimchi Nation must permanently withdraw from UNESCO and the World Heritage Committee. With each point that Park heard, his perspiration increased, as the seemingly trivial 6 stipulations felt akin to a collapse of faith. Chapter 57. The Treaty of Reconciliation between the Kingdom of Hedes and the Great Pickle Nation. Minister Sheila, I can make decisions on the 1st and 2nd articles right now. But the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th articles seem rather excessive, do they not? No worries, Foreign Minister Park, we shall discuss each point in turn. And I am confident we will arrive at a mutually satisfactory agreement. The Kingdom of Hedes has always adhered to the principle of diplomatic negotiation. Foreign Minister Park silently cursed under his breath but maintained a calm demeanor. As for the 3rd article, the war reparations amounting to $154.5 billion are beyond what our pickle nation can bear. Moreover, we would like to understand how your country arrived at this figure. Foreign Minister Park, it is quite simple. The total assets of your 3 stellar conglomerates amount to $308.6 billion. Dividing that by 2 gives us $154.3 billion. And adding 2 billion results in $154.5 billion. Minister Sheila, what is the meaning of this? Why must we calculate the assets of our 3 stellar conglomerates? And why divide by 2 only to add 2 billion? If we only consider half of the 3 conglomerates, we would not even have controlling interest. Adding 2 billion would exceed 50% of the shares, would it not? Does your country seek to acquire our 3 stellar conglomerates? Foreign Minister Park was taken aback. The kingdom of Hedes was being excessively shrewd, attempting to undermine the Pickle Nation. We must control over half of the assets of the 3 conglomerates, especially the fixed assets. Should your country not consent, we shall resort to alternative means to acquire them. However, the reparations will remain an additional burden for your government to bear. Minister Hela stated gravely. As for the 4th article regarding the lease of Jeju Island, we can present 2 proposals. The first is for your country to agree to the lease, and the second is for us to obliterate the island and subsequently occupy it. You? Minister Hela, this is extortion, a barbaric threat, an act of aggression. Foreign Minister Park. My purpose here in negotiation is to avert the necessity for our military to employ cannons and missiles. In the universal parlance of the Western civilized world, it is all for civilization, freedom, and human rights. If your country cannot accept the proposals put forth by our Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we shall have to engage the Ministry of Defense. Having said this, Hela prepared to depart. As a seasoned diplomat, Park immediately interjected, Minister Hela, why is it that we, the citizens of the Pickle Nation, are not permitted to undergo cosmetic enhancements? Upon hearing this, Hela smiled slightly and replied, it appears that Foreign Minister Park is indeed a competent diplomat. This stipulation is intended to restore rationality among your populace, including the takeover of the 3 stellar conglomerates, which aims to bring your citizens back to a grounded perspective. Otherwise, they will continue to harbor misconceptions about the wealth of their nation and their own beauty. Such excessive confidence could lead to the downfall of a nation, or even a civilization. Our intentions are for the long-term stability of your country. Allowing your people to return to their natural state is what nature has bestowed upon you. Without the electronics, machinery, and chemistry of the 3 conglomerates, your nation will realize that its wealth is merely an illusion, a mirage. Our actions are intended to expedite your recognition of reality and guide your nation back onto a path of normal development. And what of the final article, which calls for our permanent withdrawal from the UNESCO World Heritage Committee? This has become simpler. It is merely to encourage your nation to focus on development, rather than incessantly delving into history, which squanders both human resources and material wealth. Should your country concentrate its efforts on economic advancement? We firmly believe that the land of pickled vegetables will undoubtedly surpass the Eastern barbarians. I shall confer with our esteemed president, of course. This remains within your purview. As Hela smiled, somewhere in the land of pandas, discussions ensued regarding the diplomatic maneuvers of the kingdom of Hedes Ocean. What thoughts do we harbor? A general furrowed his brow and remarked, on one side lies NATO, while here arises a new southern alliance. One is tethered to the SAM states, while the other stands in opposition, a true clash of titans. This mirrors the allied and central powers of the First World War, evoking a sense of impending global conflict. I perceive a different perspective. While the Southern Alliance targets NATO, the latter's smaller allies boast formidable naval and aerial capabilities. However, apart from the Kingdom of Hedes Ocean, the other nations within the Southern Alliance are rather inconsequential. This very fact underscores the confidence of the Kingdom of Hedes Ocean, suggesting its capacity to confront NATO single-handedly, a reality that is undeniably evident in its military actions against the land of pickled vegetables. As for the multitude of allies forming the Southern Alliance, I boldly speculate that the Kingdom of Hedes Ocean seeks a pretext to ignite hostilities with the SAM states. Indeed, Wu Lao is correct. The military prowess of the Kingdom of Hedes Ocean is formidable, yet it cannot be deemed genuinely strong until it has vanquished the SAM states. However, defeating the SAM states may not be its sole objective. The kingdom harbors other aspirations. The recent reconciliation treaty with Korea and the Helios Security Pact hint at their intentions to establish overseas bases. Presently, they are fixated on Jeju Island and the Ryukyu Islands. But if my conjecture holds true, there are certainly more locations in their future plans, possibly aiming to establish bases across key regions worldwide. While everyone has made valid points, we must remain vigilant. Both Jeju Island and the Ryukyu Islands lie within the first island chain to our east. It appears that the Kingdom of Hedes Ocean aims to replace the SAM states in these territories. Should the kingdom harbor intentions to contain us in the future, what then? If not, why would they prioritize establishing bases in these 2 locations? Simultaneously, in light of the increasingly complex international landscape and diplomatic relations, coupled with the looming specter of war, I propose that we promptly shift our focus from solely economic development to a dual emphasis on both economic and military advancement. Key military-industrial projects must accelerate, and the mindset within our armed forces must swiftly adapt. In the capital of the Eastern Barbarians, Nagatacho, at the Prime Minister's residence, the esteemed Prime Minister was urged by lawmakers to swiftly deploy the self-defense forces and the Metropolitan Police to apprehend the Okinawa governor, Dai Nakai, and quell the unrest in Ryukyu in the shortest possible time. The situation in Ryukyu has undoubtedly been premeditated. Why were we not informed earlier? Inukai Junjiro inquired. The entire situation is exceedingly peculiar. Even some legislators in Ryukyu are oblivious to this matter, as if it were merely a sudden maneuver by a few individuals within the Okinawa governor's office. However, this does not elucidate why. A mere 10 minutes after Ryukyu declared its independence, the kingdom of Hedes announced its recognition of its legitimacy. We must refrain from deploying the self-defense forces, for after Ryukyu's independence, it has already joined the Hedes Kingdom's organization, known as the Southern Pact, and signed a security treaty. Should we resort to military action, it would provide the kingdom of Hedes with a pretext to intervene. Nevertheless, by utilizing police forces, we can circumvent the constraints imposed by these treaties, Inukai Junjiro remarked cautiously. Your Excellency, upon hearing the news of independence, the people of Ryukyu have taken to the streets in celebration. Our police presence in Ryukyu is severely limited, rendering us incapable of managing this situation. Even if we were to have our government personnel don police uniforms, it would not suffice for the operational demands. We would have to deploy the self-defense forces stationed locally, he lamented. Alas, we have only over 2,000 personnel in the 15th Combined Brigade at the Naha base. And last week, 800 of them were dispatched for exercises with 4 nations, Inukai Junjiro expressed in frustration. At that moment, a staff member entered with a report. Your Excellency, we have just received a report from the P-3C patrol aircraft stationed at Naha base. A destroyer belonging to the Hedes Kingdom's Pippi Shrimp aircraft carrier battle group has entered the Danyu Strait and has initiated air and sea scanning. My P-3C patrol aircraft has been subjected to multiple radar illuminations. Currently, the destroyer is in a standoff with our DDG 171-foot Kizuna destroyer. Chapter 58. The amphibious assault group of the shrimp vessel. How infuriating. It is that detestable Pippi Shrimp battle group once again. I loathe Pippi Shrimp, exclaimed Junjiro Inukai with indignation. We can no longer afford to wait. After losing Ryukyu, our eastern barbarians have been relegated to a mere corner of the Northwest Pacific, stripping us of our standing in the East Asian international arena and rendering us incapable of containing that colossal entity. Furthermore, our maritime operations will be subjected to the scrutiny and control of foreign powers, plunging our eastern barbarians into a nightmarish predicament. Notify the Metropolitan Police Department and the 15th Brigade to mobilize immediately, sealing off the Ryukyu office and television station, while also apprehending the personnel of this newly established so-called Ryukyu government. Simultaneously, inform our American allies to fulfill their obligations under the security treaty. Yes, Prime Minister, came the response from the Sulphur Island waters of the Kingdom of Hedes. The amphibious assault group of the shrimp vessel, part of the native fleet of the Kingdom of Hedes, was leading 6 amphibious dock landing ships, 7 tank landing ships, 4 large supply vessels, 5 missile destroyers, and 6 frigates filled to capacity with the Marine Corps, 1 SD Brigade and the 11th Air Assault Brigade, as they majestically navigated past Sulphur Island towards Ryukyu. Upon spotting the imposing fleet in the offshore waters, the Eastern Barbarian Maritime Self-Defense Force stationed at Sulphur Island swiftly dispatched a P-3C anti-submarine patrol aircraft for verification. A nearby Congo-class destroyer, the DDG 172 Shimikes, also received orders to head towards the course of the amphibious assault group. Eastern Barbarian Maritime Self-Defense Force P-3C patrol aircraft, take heed. You are about to enter our fleet's 60 nautical mile warning zone. Any unauthorized incursion will result in your destruction. Repeat, unauthorized incursion will lead to engagement. How outrageous. This is our exclusive economic zone, and they dare to sail into it with such audacity? They have even designated a warning zone for themselves? This is an act of aggression. We cannot retreat. Captain Katsume Aro declared angrily. Captain, I have notified the Atsugi Air Base and the Naval Command, and I believe reinforcements will arrive shortly. Very well, we shall continue our flight and face this challenger with the courage of Ultraman. Captain Katsum rallied his team, raising his fist in determination. Inspired, the communications officer promptly responded, Fleet of the Kingdom of Hedes, take note. You are within the exclusive economic zone of the Eastern Barbarians. Your fleet has no right to traverse these waters. You must turn back immediately. Eastern Barbarian Maritime Self-Defense Force P-3C patrol aircraft, This is your final warning. Maintain a safe distance of over 60 nautical miles from our fleet and deactivate your surface search radar, or you will be shot down. Nanny? Do they intend to open fire in our exclusive economic zone? Captain Katsum queried, astonished. At that moment, the communications officer exclaimed with delight, Captain, the Atsugi Air Base has responded. A missile destroyer is en route to assist us, and 4 F-4EJ aircraft are also on their way. Additionally, an E-2C from the aerial surveillance team is about to enter our airspace. At last, reinforcements have arrived. We shall continue our flight. Activating the search radar and uploading the intelligence of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom fleet to the system. At this moment, a 054A frigate on the periphery of the amphibious assault group, BY Shrimp, opened the cover of a vertical launch system. An HQ-16 surface-to-air missile was cold-launched to an altitude of approximately 4 meters, igniting its engine amid a cloud of grayish-brown smoke. Propelling the missile into the sky in a graceful arc. Warning! Evasive action! Evasive action! Blared the piercing alarms within the P-3C cockpit. The P-3C executed a sharp maneuver, sharply turning, while its tail released a multitude of chaff to confuse the missile. However, the HQ-16 remained undeterred, elegantly slicing through the curtain of foil strips like a sword through a sea of shimmering yellow flowers. As it approached within 50 meters of the P-3C, the protective cover of the missile's warhead was jettisoned, revealing 40 small, nail-like armor-piercing explosive projectiles surrounding a much larger central charge. In an instant, over 40 of these projectiles were unleashed, transforming the rear of the P-3C and half of its right wing into a veritable hive of destruction. Following the volley, the HQ-16 released the central charge after a 1-second interval. As the battered P-3C lost power and control, the central charge struck the tail once more, resulting in a minor explosion. Yet, in the aftermath, the P-3C was left with only the fuselage forward of the wings. The section behind was obliterated. Inside the cabin, operators, chairs, papers, and headsets were violently expelled into the air, as the P-3C, engulfed in thick smoke, plummeted towards the ocean. The anguished cry of Captain SHZ Matoy echoed in the final moments. Diga Ultraman, where are you? Several dozen nautical miles behind the P-3C, the DDG-172, Shimikase, witnessed the destruction unfold in the sky with grim determination. Ignoring the protests of his crew, the furious captain resolved to retaliate with anti-ship missiles. As he pressed the launch button, the circular cover of the -141 Malawian Quach's Harpoon missile launcher, positioned before the ship's main gun, opened, and 2 -141 Malawian Quach's Harpoon missiles soared into the sky, trailing brilliant flames. A 052D destroyer, tasked with vigilance ahead of the amphibious assault group Shrimp, opened the hatches of its vertical launch system. For red flag, 9B long-range air defense missiles were sequentially ejected, igniting after reaching an altitude of 4 meters, and soaring toward 2 incoming Harpoon anti-ship missiles. Shortly thereafter, a supersonic combined YJ-18 anti-ship cruise missile was launched. With the assistance of its booster, the missile ascended, its built-in subsonic cruise module directing it to unfurl a pair of short wings. After a brief ascent, the booster ceased operation, and as the missile lowered to cruising altitude, a small internal engine ignited, sustaining its long-range subsonic flight just above the waves. As it approached the DDG-172 Shimikase destroyer, the YJ-18 concluded its subsonic flight, climbing sharply. Upon reaching a certain altitude, the missile rapidly detached a separate supersonic body, which ignited its solid rocket engine, accelerating the missile to a velocity of Mach 3. At that moment, the crew of the DDG-172 finally detected the incoming missile. Amidst the command to activate the air defense system from the cockpit, the YJ-18, traveling at Mach 3, struck the midsection of the destroyer. The immense kinetic energy, combined with the missile's warhead, instantly perforated the nearly 6,000-ton vessel. The destroyer's midsection exhibited severe distortion post-explosion, and with a series of internal detonations echoing. The deformed keel could no longer withstand the thousands of tons of pressure on either side, resulting in a catastrophic break. Gradually, the destroyer began to take on water and sank into the depths of the sea. Numerous sailors leaped into the frigid waters as their ship succumbed. They faced the last 4 minutes of their lives, for the ICC would rob them of all body heat within a minute. After 2 minutes, they would feel a piercing cold that cut to the bone, leading to muscle cramps. Many soldiers, in a frantic state, cried out in desperation. 3 minutes later, the submerged sailors would sense their strength waning, the agony of cramps gradually dissipating, ultimately surrendering all control of their bodies. After 4 minutes, the rigid forms of the sailors would behold the grotesque visage of Amaterasu. Meanwhile, 2 HJ-35 short takeoff and landing stealth fighters ascended from the shrimp, heading toward the E-2C early warning aircraft. As 5 brilliant flares blossomed in the sky, the HJ-35 pilots communicated with their mothership. Shrimp, the airspace ahead is clear. No enemy vessels detected within a 1,000 nautical mile radius. The fleet may proceed as planned. Chapter 59. The Crab Carrier Battle Group rushes to Naha in the Biological Research Center located on the second deck beneath the aft of the planetary bastion. Health Minister Stradley was introducing a virus named Hokkaido Qin Xiaohai. This novel virus, developed at Qin's request, was based on the SARS virus. The carrier serum was derived from 2 pilots captured from the SAM country and a SEAL team. While the warship systems also access the DNA database of the SAM country to ensure that the Hokkaido virus would effectively target the vast majority of the population while remaining harmless to others. Mr. President, simulations aboard the warship have confirmed that the target population coverage exceeds 70, meeting operational standards, Stradley reported. Is it possible to achieve a 100 exclusion for the Chinese population? Qin Xiaohai queried, still apprehensive. Alas, it is not feasible to reach 100 due to the presence of genetic chains in certain mixed-race individuals that can adapt to the virus. However, the symptoms in those infected will be mild and will not impair bodily functions, Stradley explained. And what of the Dongi people? Qin Xiaohai pressed further. Unmixed Dongi individuals will not contract the virus, but those of mixed lineage may be at risk, with symptoms varying from person to person, Stradley replied. Very well, I understand. Qin Xiaohai concluded, and as he walked away, he instructed Defense Minister Lin Peter, once Hokkaido is produced, proceed with weaponization and prioritize deployment against the SAM forces stationed in pickled vegetable and Dongi territories. The planetary bastion S-Ghost fighters can be utilized, while the operations across North America and Europe may employ the Ranger aerospace transport. Remember, the virus carrier must bear the name of the SAM laboratory. Due to the heightened isolation of the Biological Research Center from other areas of the warship, Qin Xiaohai had to exit the center and board a small egg-shaped shuttle back to the command center. Upon his return, he found Chief of Staff Inha from the Joint Operations Office awaiting him. Mr. President, the Okinawa National Police have deployed riot police to disperse the protesting crowds, resulting in multiple clashes. A portion of the police is currently besieging the temporary government building, and the local security and guards number only around 20. So they may not hold out for long. Order the airborne brigade to take off immediately. Notify the Crab Carrier Battle Group to dispatch a special operations team via helicopter to the Okinawa Government S headquarters and secure the temporary government leader for protection aboard the Crab Carrier. Activate the intelligence system of the planetary bastion to disrupt the GPS signals across the entirety of Dongi. Modify their radar parameters. Adjust the clocks and sectors of their military equipment and scramble their onboard system codes, ensuring that no aircraft can take flight over Dongi. An urgent command was issued to initiate Operation Amaterasu against the forces of the Eastern E Nation stationed in the Sam Kingdom. After witnessing the salute to the galaxy, Qin Xiaohai instructed Lan Ware informed the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to urgently notify the government of the Eastern E Nation. Simultaneously, release a statement to the public indicating that if the Ryukyu Police Department does not cease its actions, or if there are casualties among the members of the temporary government of the Ryukyu Nation, we shall interpret it as a military action against the Hedes Marine Kingdom. Furthermore, to safeguard the nascent Ryukyu Nation and to prevent the situation from escalating, the Crab Carrier Strike Group will be ordered to establish a no-fly zone over the entirety of the Ryukyu Nation and to blockade all maritime areas surrounding it. 400 nautical miles north of Naha, the Crab Carrier Strike Group, upon receiving the command, was racing towards Naha at a speed of 30 knots. At that moment, 2 FJ-15 fighter jets were preparing for catapult launch to replace the aircraft conducting aerial surveillance of the fleet's perimeter. Elevators on either side of the carrier were lifting FJ-15 fighter jets onto the deck. On the deck near the island, a squad of Naval Special Forces soldiers was organizing their equipment, awaiting the retrieval of their helicopter from the hangar. In the Fleet Command Center on the second level beneath the carrier's island, staff members were working diligently as Fleet Commander Colonel Chiming was engaged in a telephone conversation with the acting Prime Minister of the Ryukyu Temporary Government, Daizhong. Prime Minister Daizhong, the communication link has been established. I am Colonel Chiming, Commander of the Crab Carrier Strike Group. We are 400 nautical miles from Naha. Please provide an update. Thank goodness you have finally arrived. My security team is down to 7 members. We are under siege by the Naha Police Department. They're armed only with handguns and a few rifles, and while we can hold on for a while longer, I implore you to come quickly. We have detected disturbances in the streets via satellite imagery. Is this accurate? Are there civilians clashing with police in front of the government building? Yes, it's utter chaos. Conflicts are erupting in multiple locations between the police and civilians, and even the self-defense forces have been deployed. Understood, Prime Minister Daizhong. Our carrier-based aircraft have taken off and are expected to provide aerial support in 20 minutes. Please dispatch an air guide and communicate with the aircraft using the A frequency from the communications manual. The first 2 HJ-15 fighter jets will each carry 12 500-kilogram laser-guided bombs and 4 YJ-88 air-to-ground missiles, equipped with GSH 30-130mm cannons and 150 rounds of ammunition. In 50 minutes, the special forces will arrive near the government building. Please prepare for evacuation, as the mission duration for the special forces is 3 minutes. Having concluded his message, Colonel Chiming issued orders for the subsequent aircraft to take off in succession to execute the no-fly mission over the battlefield. In the airspace to the east of Dongi Kingdom, at an altitude of 9,000 meters, General Michael, a 4-star admiral and commander of the Pacific Theater of the Sam State Air Force, sat by the window of a modified C-17 strategic and tactical transport aircraft, holding intelligence regarding the aircraft carrier Pippi Shrimp of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom. Following a series of military operations by the Hedes Ocean Kingdom against both Dongi Kingdom and the Pickle Nation, it was deemed necessary for the Sam State to dispatch a senior official to reassure these two allies. After deliberation, it was concluded that the commander of the Pacific Fleet was the most suitable choice. Thus, on the day after the so-called South Agreement was signed, he boarded the modified C-17 en route to Dongi Kingdom. However, prior to takeoff, he learned of the conflict occurring in the Ryukyu Islands of Dongi Kingdom and the diplomatic statement from the Hedes Ocean Kingdom. Despite the presence of Hedes Ocean Kingdom's warships and aircraft surrounding Dongi Kingdom, as a soldier, especially one from the world's foremost military power, he could not fathom that the Hedes Ocean Kingdom would dare to fire upon them. Nevertheless, the military insisted on deploying 4 F-15 fighter jets for escort from the Kanashima Air Force Base. As the Pacific commander lost himself in thought, an officer emerged from the cockpit and approached him. "General, we have lost communication with the base stationed in Dongi Kingdom. 5 minutes ago, we received information indicating that the early warning aircraft and training fighters in Dongi airspace had to land due to malfunctions, suggesting potential danger in that direction. I recommend we return to Kanashima Air Force Base. Could it be that the Hedes Ocean Kingdom has taken action against Dongi Kingdom? Has this intelligence been relayed to the Pacific Theater Command?" Admiral Mullen inquired. "Yes, it has been synchronized with the Pacific Command. They are currently requesting satellite reconnaissance, and we should receive results shortly. Should we divert to Kanashima Base? No, we have a considerable number of our troops stationed in Dongi Kingdom. Even if the Hedes Ocean Kingdom were to engage Dongi, they would not dare to touch our forces. Furthermore, it is precisely at such a moment that my presence is essential to demonstrate the Sam State's commitment. Maintain our course." Understood, General. Chapter 60. Refueling the commander's aircraft in the Pacific Theater. General, 2 FJ-15 fighter jets from the Kingdom of Hedes have appeared in our vicinity, merely circling around our formation. An officer hurriedly approached General Mullen to report. Mullen set down his documents and inquired, "Then let us ask them why they are flying around our formation, and simultaneously, let us inquire of the 4 accompanying F-15s as to when they became blind." "Yes, General." Eagle 1, come in. Over. Eagle, receiving you. Priest, please proceed. Have you detected the FJ-15s from the Kingdom of Hedes flying around the periphery of our formation? Over. Priest, there are no indications on radar and visually. We have seen nothing. Over. The co-pilot of the C-17 looked on in astonishment. The 2 FJ-15s from the Kingdom of Hedes were clearly visible at the outer edge of their formation. Even the protected C-17 could see the distant FJ-15s. Yet the pilots of the F-15s, mere meters away, could not detect them. Eagle 2, 3, and 4, have you noticed any unidentified aircraft flying nearby? Over. Priest. No sightings. Over. What? General Mullen, who had just entered the cockpit, wore a look of disbelief. UFO? This was the shared thought within the cockpit. Yet, the shape was undeniably that of an FJ-15 from the Kingdom of Hedes, and it was so apparent, the sky was clear, with few clouds. and the FJ-15 was distinctly visible under the sunlight. General, after repeated confirmations, the escorting aircraft have not detected the nearby FJ-15s. Only we have. At the command center of the Pippi Shrimp aircraft carrier, beneath the second level of the island, Captain Veit, the carrier's commanding officer, maintained an impassive demeanor as he issued orders. Command the dual aircraft formation to continue maintaining stealth within 50 meters of their bodies, allowing them to remain suspicious. Order. Synchronize and rewrite the control system codes for the 4 escorting F-15s and the C-17, allowing them to refuel. He commanded the launch of 4 FJ-15s to begin providing aerial cover for the Pippi Shrimp amphibious assault group. 4 minutes later, the Phantom fighters arrived, ensuring that all airspace remained clear to prevent detection of the Phantom aircraft. Notifications were sent to the Du Straits de Huangyu destroyer to drive away the Japanese vessels and prepare for the passage of the Pippi Shrimp amphibious assault group through the strait. The C-17 formation tuned to 433,000 MHz to contact the FJ-15s from the Kingdom of Hedes, inquiring about their intentions. The C-17s captain commanded, FJ-15s from the Kingdom of Hedes, this is the C-17 of Sam's country, currently executing a non-military mission. Please state your intentions. Please state your intentions. No intentions, no intentions. Your formation may continue flying. What kind of response is that? If there are no intentions, why fly so close to us? The co-pilot wondered. What perplexed the escorting F-15 pilots even more than the co-pilot was the fact that they were receiving communications on the universally recognized emergency frequency 433. However, they only heard the aircraft from the Kingdom of Hedes responding, without any sign of their own aircraft. According to international conventions, the proximity of the Hedes FJ-15 fighter jets to our designated aircraft would be deemed a provocation or an act of war, and they were instructed to disengage immediately. Yet, our nation has never ratified such international conventions or treaties, nor have we signed any documents pertaining to airspace or maritime jurisdiction, rendering compliance impossible. Focus on flying, Captain. The co-pilot was about to suggest, but he noticed the fuel gauge plummeting rapidly. This is troubling. Why is the fuel level dropping so quickly? Why hasn't the fuel level sensor issued a warning? We are leaking fuel. No, it's an intentional release. Quickly, shut it off manually. The captain exclaimed with urgency. It can't be shut off manually, and the rudder is locked. We are losing control of the aircraft. The co-pilot replied anxiously. The accompanying F-15 was also releasing fuel. You take over the controls. I will check the tail control panel to see if it can be managed, the captain said, unbuckling his seatbelt while glancing out the window. In the flight control center of the Planet Fortress, the president was informed, Sir, the disperser has been installed, and the aircraft carrier's flight deck catapult system is about to be activated. 2 Phantom fighters have been positioned for launch. Proceed as planned, Qin Shaoai responded calmly, though his heart raced with excitement, for it was his first experience witnessing this colossal warship launch aircraft utilizing technology far beyond that of Earth. On the uppermost tier of the Planet Fortress, the cross-shaped flight deck featured a leftward-angled runway on Deck 1 and a rightward-angled runway on Deck 2, each equipped with 4 flight lanes. At that moment, the 2 Phantom fighters were quietly stationed at the launch points of runways A and C on Deck 1. Following the command from the flight control officer, a series of alternating yellow and blue rings appeared on the runway, seemingly spinning at high speed. The Phantom fighter sat within the first ring. As the yellow hue vanished within the ring, the fighter surged through one ring after another, doubling its speed with each passage. It all seemed to transpire in an instant. Qin Shaoai barely registered the aircraft as it vanished from sight after passing through those rings, while another fighter almost simultaneously disappeared from view in front of the Planet Fortress. At a proximity close enough to the naked eye, when speed reaches a certain threshold, it becomes impossible to capture any information. For instance, one can see a person or a vehicle passing by, yet not perceive the supersonic fighter that darts past in an instant. However, when the distance between the observer and the object is sufficient, even the swiftest of entities leaves an impression on the observer's vision. Perspective is essential for seizing opportunities, Qin Shaoai mused inwardly. As the Phantom fighter jet was catapulted from the planetary fortress, it attained a velocity exceeding 24 Mach. At this moment, the aircraft was enveloped in a shimmering layer of plasma bubbles, which effectively insulated it from sound while simultaneously transferring the surrounding air to its rear through the plasma's carrying effect. This ingenious mechanism created a quasi-vacuum environment, thereby mitigating the effects of air friction on its flight. Minutes later, the Phantom approached the 4 nations, and both jets simultaneously deactivated their plasma bubbles. Transitioning to engine propulsion mode. The first Phantom commenced deployment over the four nations, while the second veered towards the main island of Dongi. Sequentially, a series of transparent capsule-like objects were released at designated targets. As these capsules descended to approximately 100 meters in altitude, the built-in air pressure sensors reached a critical threshold, triggering a controlled rupture. In an instant, the liquid within vaporized upon the capsule's rupture. The interior walls of the shattered capsules began to react with the surrounding air, gradually shrinking until, after a few minutes, they fully reacted with the oxygen in the atmosphere and vanished, producing water and powdered silica as byproducts. Concurrently, 8 ZJ-20 armed transport helicopters, carrying 16 Navy Special Forces soldiers, entered Naha City at low altitude under the cover of 4 WZ-10 armed helicopters. The formation deliberately avoided the most direct aerial route southward, instead opting for an eastern detour before proceeding south. In order to circumvent the Japan Air Self-Defense Force base located northwest of Naha City, where the Dongi Nation had deployed Patriot missile defense systems and various anti-aircraft artillery. For the sake of safety, the formation had to take this longer route. Chapter 61. An unconventional mode of warfare in the capital of the Eastern Kingdom, Nagatacho. Prime Minister Junjiro Inukai reclined on the sofa of the official residence, a small vase-like flask in hand, while an already damaged television sat forlornly before him. A staff member entered after bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle, the gesture imbued with sincerity akin to that of a funeral farewell. Prime Minister. The Kingdom of Hedes has officially intervened in the Okinawa incident, announced Defense Minister Kikuchiro Matsushita, who had followed the staff member upon noticing the Prime Minister's lack of response. Now is not the time for despondency. I believe we should urgently recall Commander Kumo from the ministry. With a languid motion, Inukai sat upright. Matsushita-kun. The GPS signals are erroneous, rendering our missiles unguided, our aircraft unresponsive, and the radar inoperative once activated. The aircraft systems are persistently reporting error codes, preventing takeoff. All we have at our disposal are rifles and anti-aircraft artillery. Just moments ago, 2 Hedes jet fighters ignited their afterburners directly above my official residence. Do you see any intact glass left here? Prime Minister, as long as the spirit of the Eastern Kingdom endures and our Bushido remains intact, we shall surely prevail once more, Matsushita retorted, his voice tinged with defiance. Bushido? Are you referring to that utterly devastated Yasukuni restroom? That place is now cleaner than your visage, Inukai replied impatiently, observing Matsushita's silence as he lowered his gaze. He continued, perhaps the United States could still assist us. But I have just received a report indicating that the aircraft of the U.S. Pacific Command has recently gone down in the sea. 1,000 nautical miles east of U.S., with the fate of its crew unknown. The 4 accompanying F-15s have also plunged into the depths. This is a warning from the Kingdom of Hedes. Consider the recently concluded situation in the pickled vegetable nation. In the blink of an eye, their navy was obliterated. 3 pillars of their economy vanished, Jeju Island was lost, and now, that nation scarcely qualifies as a third-rate country. Shall we, the Eastern Kingdom, suffer a similar fate? Prime Minister, our fighter jets remain operational. Our navy is still intact. And we have the presence of our American allies stationed here, Matsushita countered, his indignation bubbling forth. Currently, the Hedes Aircraft Carrier Group, Pippi Shrimp, is in close proximity to our 4 nations, while the Crab Carrier Group lies west of Okinawa. The Dodge Strait is effectively sealed, and the U.S. Command aircraft was forced into the sea. The skies are filled with Hedes aircraft. Where are our American forces? Why aren't their planes taking flight? What of their warships? Why do they remain docked? What of the little bird? Why has it not mobilized? At that moment, a staff member rushed in, stumbling before the Prime Minister. Baka, how careless. Matsushita scolded angrily. Prime Minister, it's dire news. The stock exchange has reported a sudden and catastrophic plunge in the market just before the halt. Now, what is happening? Inukai exclaimed, bewildered, as he grasped his collar and shouted in frustration. Currently, all stock values stand at a mere 0.01 yen. Who could it be? What are they planning? Perhaps it was the roaring voice from the Prime Minister's residence that instilled fear in a female staff member who stood trembling at the door, hesitant to approach. Upon noticing her, Junjiro Inukai thought to himself, what a nuisance, it must be yet another piece of bad news. What now? He questioned. Your Excellency. The Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry reports that all nuclear power plants on the main island are suddenly operating beyond their capacity. The emergency response team is unable to manually shut them down, resulting in multiple substations being destroyed. It is anticipated that within an hour, 80 of Honshu's power supply will be interrupted, and the potential damage to the nuclear plants from this overload remains uncertain. What manner of attack is this? Why not employ aircraft or naval vessels? Inigai raged within the confines of his office. Your Excellency, we must contact the Hedes Ocean Kingdom immediately. We have no strategy to counter this array of attacks. If this continues, the Eastern barbarians cannot endure. Okinawa is already beyond saving, just moments ago. Helicopters from the Hedes Ocean Kingdom extracted personnel from the provisional government. The skies above Naha are now filled with their aircraft. And the armored vehicles outside the Self-Defense Forces base have been obliterated, forcing the Self-Defense Forces to retreat entirely to their base. If this persists, not only will the Eastern barbarian stock market and power supply be devastated, but also our financial systems and other sectors may suffer unimaginable blows. We must compromise first, and then devise a plan. As the commotion continued at the door, the individuals within the room witnessed the entrance of Kunimi Kasan. But the self-defense forces have yet to engage in actual combat. If we allow them to fight, we might not necessarily lose, Defense Minister Kakuichiro Matsushita said angrily. As the Minister of Defense, he found it intolerable to concede before his troops had even been deployed. We have no opportunity, Kasan stated, presenting a report to Matsushita. This is a communication from the American forces stationed at Yokota Air Base. Since the early hours of December 27th, more than half of the soldiers at the base have exhibited various symptoms of illness, some suffering from coughs, phlegm, shortness of breath, and difficulty breathing, while others complain of abdominal pain, diarrhea, accompanied by cough and respiratory distress. All symptomatic individuals are experiencing high fevers, muscle aches, and general fatigue. Currently, the operational personnel at the base comprise less than 3, and all U.S. bases in the Eastern barbarians have declared lockdowns, prohibiting any tasks. What? This cannot be mere coincidence. Matsushita exclaimed in disbelief. Of course, it is not a coincidence, Inigai replied calmly. Let us proceed according to Kunimi Kasan's guidance. The Eastern barbarians require respite. At 5:30 p.m. on December 27th, the Eastern barbarians held an emergency press conference, announcing their recognition of the Ryukyu Islands' separation from their jurisdiction, pledging to comply with the Hedes Ocean Kingdom's recommendation to withdraw the self-defense forces from Ryukyu within 30 days. The Eastern barbarians further declared their acknowledgement of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom's legitimate status and would amend their territorial boundaries to include the Ogasawara Islands. On December 27th at 1800 hours, the spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Hedes, Louis Fayer, hosted a press conference. The main agenda included 1. A warm welcome to the government of Dongi for their statement regarding the Ryukyu incident and gratitude for their acknowledgement of the status of the Kingdom of Hedes, based on a respect for historical truths. 2. The Kingdom of Hedes reiterated its call for the withdrawal of the forces stationed at the Naha base in Ryukyu, emphasizing that the 30th marks a critical deadline for withdrawal. Should this deadline pass, the Kingdom of Hedes will commence military operations, deeming any foreign military presence beyond this date within Ryukyu's borders as an act of aggression, subject to retaliation. To further stabilize the situation in Ryukyu and oversee the stationed troops, the Kingdom of Hedes will deploy a Marine Brigade and an Air Assault Brigade for peacekeeping efforts. 3. At the invitation of the government of Panda Country, Prime Minister Damo of the Kingdom of Hedes will undertake a state visit to Panda Country, accompanied by the newly appointed Prime Minister of Ryukyu, Shang-Yi, who is a direct descendant of the former Ryukyu royal family. 4. The Naval Carrier Strike Group, Pippi Shrimp, of our Navy has rescued General Mullen, commander of the Pacific Theater of the Sam Country, in the waters east of Dongi. General Mullen's aircraft made an emergency landing after running out of fuel, and he is currently in good health. Our Navy will subsequently transfer General Mullen to Yokota Air Base. Chapter 62. The Deceptive Tactics of the Sam State Presidential Office of the Sam State Special Military Meeting of the Security Council. Mr. President, I believe we should advocate for the proposal from the Eastern government, expediting the United Nations resolution to admit the Kingdom of Hedes into its fold. Indeed, Mr. President, the absence of such a military powerhouse within the framework of the UN Charter would spell disaster for us Western nations. Without the constraints of international conventions, the Kingdom of Hedes would continue its reckless provocations unchecked. With these treaties in place, however, their actions will be significantly curtailed. Joe Bush paced the room, deep in thought. Before inquiring, have you considered that if we forcefully push the Eastern government as resolution, the Kingdom of Hedes would become the first member state to be courted by the United Nations? Mr. President, the manner in which the Kingdom of Hedes joins the UN is inconsequential. What truly matters is that once admitted, They must adhere to certain conventions and regulations of the UN, thereby integrating into an international system we control. This would facilitate our influence over the nation. Gradually, we can undermine them from within, nurturing factions sympathetic to our cause, ultimately toppling this government, as we have done in the Middle East and Eastern Europe. Lord, you are correct. Perhaps this is indeed the optimal course of action. Securing the Kingdom of Hedes' membership in the UN should garner substantial support from other nations. We can then advocate for resolutions that compel them to sign various treaties, the law of the sea, international law, anti-ballistic missile treaties, conventions against nuclear terrorism, the Convention on Biological Diversity, the Convention on Certain Conventional Weapons, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons, and the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations. Joe Bush grew increasingly animated. Let us brainstorm additional treaties for them to sign. In time, they will realize the traps woven within these agreements, and with such constraints in place, they shall find themselves constrained, inevitably seeking our embrace. Mr. President, what about NATO's potential military retaliatory actions against the Kingdom of Hedes? What shall we do? We must proceed, for as the world as superpower, can we afford to lose face? Count the slaps we've received recently. However, such military retaliation is perilous. According to the information provided by the Department of Defense, the military strength of the Kingdom of Hedes is formidable, possessing several advanced technologies. We cannot execute our previous comprehensive strike plan. We must devise a limited retaliatory strategy that avoids escalating into a full-scale war while ensuring the response is sufficiently robust. Joe Bush spoke with confidence. We cannot execute this near the Kingdom of Hedes itself. There is only one suitable location, Okinawa. Defense Minister Lavelle interjected, precisely, Okinawa, now known as the Ryukyu State. This is the only territory where the Kingdom of Hedes maintains military presence overseas. Joe Bush nodded in approval. Mr. President, the Kingdom of Hedes currently possesses two formidable aircraft carrier battle groups and an amphibious assault group stationed in the Ryukyu Islands, alongside a Marine brigade and an air assault brigade. If we can devise a plan to relocate one of the aircraft carrier battle groups, I believe our chances of success would be significantly enhanced, Defense Minister Ravel added. This is quite feasible. Did they not just sign the South Pact? This South Pact purports to safeguard their allies, does it not? If we instigate a minor incident near their allies, the Kingdom of Hedes would be compelled to dispatch an aircraft carrier fleet. Moreover, there exists a multitude of our military bases in proximity to their so-called allies, making this matter rather straightforward. For instance, let us allow the 4th Mechanized Infantry Division to flex its muscles in the Middle East, chuckled Defense Minister Ravel. On December 29th, Vice President Chester made an unannounced visit to the Tajik Air Force Base, where he observed joint military exercises conducted by the Iraqi forces and the SAM military on that very day, accompanied by senior officials from the interim Iraqi government. Vice President Chester also toured a post along the Arab River. The Arab River, formed by the confluence of the Euphrates and Tigris rivers within Iraq, serves as the sole maritime outlet for Iraq into the Persian Gulf, rendering it exceedingly vital. Prior to the Gulf War, this waterway was heavily guarded by both nations, and the contention over the Arab River was a catalyst for the First Iraq-Iran War. Chester's unexpected visit heightened sensitivities within the Persian camp, prompting the Revolutionary Guard to deploy an armored division on the eastern bank of the Arab River. On December 30th, 2 aircraft from the Persian Air Force engaged in an extended aerial duel with 2 F-16s of the SAM military stationed in the Middle East, with both sides returning to base only after exhausting their fuel reserves. All major permanent members of the United Nations Security Council expressed concerns regarding the standoff along the banks of the Arab River. On the same day, the Kingdom of Hedes declared that any unilateral alteration of the balance of power at the border constituted a military threat to ensure the safety of its allies. The Kingdom of Hedes announced the deployment of the aircraft carrier battle group Pippi Shrimp to the Middle East, along with plans for military exercises with the Persian Navy. Upon receiving news of the Pippi Shrimp's departure, the citizens of Dongi took to the streets in celebration, as if the ominous clouds of war would dissipate with its exit. Various television stations across Dongi broadcasted the departure of the Pippi Shrimp, a name that had haunted the populace like a nightmare, finally destined for another location. Upon learning of the Pippi Shrimp's departure, the 4th Mechanized Infantry Division of the SAM military, stationed in the Middle East, mobilized fully to the western bank of the Arab River to confront the Revolutionary Guard's armored division. Apache attack helicopters from the 4th Mechanized Infantry Division frequently hovered over the Arab River, conducting simulated assaults on the Persian army. At the command center of the planet fortress, Qin Shaoai smiled and remarked to Lin Peter about the SAM military's attempt to hasten the arrival of our Pippi shrimp. Mr. President, based on the simulations conducted by the planetary fortress and the comparative analysis of the military forces surrounding the Ryukyu Islands, we believe that once the Pippi shrimp aircraft carrier group enters the Indian Ocean, the United States is likely to take action. At that point, it would be too late for the Pippi shrimp to return. To reassure the United States, we could recall the Baywai shrimp amphibious strike group, leaving them with only the Crab shuttle aircraft carrier group. Simultaneously, we should discreetly dispatch modified C-5 special transport aircraft to deliver the long nail weapon system to the Marine Corps 1 SD Brigade. The long nail weapon system will not inflict significant damage. These individuals will never engage in meaningful discussions with us otherwise, Qin Shaohai remarked with a smile. One wonders how much combat capability the United States retains under the influence of this situation. We shall wait and see. Chapter 63. Some islands to the east of the East Sea belong to a man named Dragon King. In the conference room of the Panda Nation, we extend a warm welcome to Prime Minister Damo's visit. We, the Kingdom of Hedes, deeply appreciate the goodwill of your esteemed nation, and we hope that this amicable sentiment will pervade the entirety of our bilateral relations. Our scientific researchers and military delegation have entrusted me with their gratitude. During their month in your country, they have garnered substantial achievements. Your nation is exceedingly gracious, should there be any further needs. We warmly invite you to organize another delegation to our country. Our president has instructed that we shall fully accommodate your scientific research requirements. Once again, we express our heartfelt thanks to the Kingdom of Hedes and to your esteemed president. We hope that, when the time is ripe, we may extend an invitation for your president to visit our nation. I will convey your nation's information to our president. On this occasion, I am visiting alongside the newly appointed Prime Minister of the Ryukyu Kingdom to discuss the future of our bilateral relations. As the Ryukyu Kingdom shares a close maritime connection with your country, Prime Minister Damo remarked with a smile. We have taken note of the events concerning the Ryukyu Kingdom and respect the rightful choices of its people. We also commend the Kingdom of Hedes for its stance regarding the Ryukyu situation, to avert any conflicts and economic exchanges in international affairs. I believe it is imperative for the Ryukyu Kingdom and your country to engage in preliminary discussions regarding boundary issues. This statement from Prime Minister Damo startled him. Could it be that the Kingdom of Hedes is poised to conflict with us so soon? The Ryukyu Kingdom has just been established, and negotiations regarding borders have already commenced. Yet, maintaining an outward composure, he replied, "Please clarify, Prime Minister Damo. Prior to my departure, I had a brief conversation with our president, who believes that the demarcation of borders must consider historical context, the current international landscape, as well as national strength and economic capabilities. Given the limited economic and military power of the Ryukyu Kingdom and the considerable distance of certain islands from the main island, our president has proposed that the islands of the Sannon Archipelago, including the Dayu Islands, the Tugali Islands, and the Amami Islands, situated between the Ryukyu main island and the Dongi Kingdom, along with Kyum Island, Torishima, Iriomote Island, Ishigaki Island, and the westernmost Yanaguni Island, be returned to the Panda Nation. This proposal would resolve all previous island disputes between the Dongi Kingdom and your nation, address the exclusive economic zone contention, and also settle the air defense identification zone disagreements. Our president expressed that this would provide a lasting resolution to the various international disputes in the East China Sea. What? Prime Minister Damo, is this the resolution discussed between your country and the Ryukyu Kingdom? Indeed. This is the resolution proposed to your nation following discussions between the Kingdom of Hedes and the Ryukyu Kingdom. We sincerely hope that your country will swiftly accept our suggestion, so we may resolve these long-standing disputes troubling East Asia and contribute to global peace. However, Prime Minister Damo, we are entirely unprepared for this. What further preparations do you require? In an effort to resolve these disputes once and for all, our esteemed president has recently devoted sleepless nights to studying the historical texts concerning the East China Sea, which has led him to propose a compromise that is palatable to all parties and capable of conclusively addressing the entirety of the East China Sea disputes. Prime Minister Damo, what type of historical books concerning the East China Sea did you refer to? The title of the book is Journey to the West. Our president remarked that it chronicles events from your illustrious Tang dynasty, frequently mentioning that the East China Sea was under the jurisdiction of a local official known as the Dragon King of the East Sea. Thus, Since the East China Sea was part of your territory during the Tang Dynasty, and considering that Ryukyu historically served as a vassal state, it logically follows that the area extending to the Pacific should belong to your nation as a matter of historical respect. Indeed. Please convey our heartfelt gratitude to your president for his goodwill. We deeply respect his earnest efforts in seeking resolutions to international disputes. I believe our discussions today have yielded significant insights, and I will promptly convene relevant departments to deliberate and aim to sign a declaration with the Ryukyu Kingdom by tomorrow. Excellent. We, the Kingdom of Hedes and the Ryukyu Kingdom, also look forward to swiftly signing the declaration. In the reception hall, how do we perceive this sudden windfall? At this moment, an elder gentleman wearing glasses spoke up, questioning whether such an approach was truly feasible. Have we ever done anything like this before? Indeed. It does seem somewhat farcical to treat Journey to the West as a historical document. That is merely a pretext. One could easily rephrase it, for instance, as the travels of the envoys to Tang. This way, our strategic horizons to the east will directly open to the Pacific, allowing us to assert control over the maritime routes of the Eastern Nation, thereby significantly enhancing our strategic maneuverability and elevating the security landscape of the capital region. Only those with power dare to seize a windfall, regardless of the potential pitfalls that may lie ahead. We are unafraid, for this represents the best opportunity in 50 years, one that may not arise again in the next 5 decades. However, the United States is amassing military forces, and the recent conflicts along the Arabian River in the Middle East have prompted the Kingdom of Hedes to deploy a carrier strike group, which has now been inexplicably withdrawn along with an amphibious assault group. Currently, Ryukyu possesses only one carrier strike group, which may leave us somewhat vulnerable in addressing the situation. Thus, taking control at this juncture might escalate tensions. One cannot expect to indulge without also taking responsibility for cleanup, if we desire a share. We must be prepared to manage the aftermath, as per the suggestions from the Kingdom of Hedes. Yes, we can proceed to sign the agreement this evening. However, we must ensure the appearance is appropriate. I noticed this contract pertains to a minuscule island spanning merely 4 square meters, situated just 20 kilometers from the main island of Ryukyu. Let us be magnanimous and forego this island. Haha, let us not jest. Governing a great nation is akin to preparing a delicate dish, and sometimes, a touch of subtle seasoning can yield unexpected results. On January 1st of the second year, a press conference was held in the United States, where President George W. Bush delivered a fireside chat regarding the situation in the Middle East. Speaking calmly before reporters, he addressed the recent standoff with Persia, stating that the United States bears the responsibility and obligation to maintain peace in the Middle East. The U.S. military will act as a harbinger of peace, playing a vital role in upholding regional stability. We condemn the actions taken by Persia that have exacerbated the situation. The United States will not idly observe the bolstering of Persian military forces along the borders, and any conspiracies aimed at altering the geopolitical landscape of the Middle East will meet with resolute opposition from the United States. When discussing the situation with the Eastern barbarians, Bush remarked with gravity that the United States has a security treaty with the Eastern barbarians and will steadfastly adhere to its provisions, ensuring their safety. The U.S. will never recognize the so-called Ryukyu Nation and will collaborate with its allies to wield the power of democracy for the sake of global peace and democratic values. Later, on January 1, 2006 at 6 p.m., just 4 hours after Bush's fireside chat, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Hedes held a press conference. The spokesperson, Louis Fiel, elegantly set down her press release and, facing the camera, lightly tossed her hair over her shoulder. She stated that Persia and Ryukyu are allies of the Kingdom of Hedes, both signatories of the Convention Against Evil States concerning South Bird Island. The Kingdom of Hedes will not tolerate any forces or nations threatening the security of its allies and has assured its allies of their protection and nuclear umbrella. Additionally, the unauthorized deployment of U.S. troops to provoke conflict near the Arabian River is a principal culprit in undermining international relations. The Kingdom of Hedes has identified the U.S. forces stationed in the Middle East that instigated these provocations, specifically the 4th Infantry Division and the 346th Expeditionary Air Wing of the 9th Air Force. These two U.S. military units will be placed on the blacklist by the Ministry of Defense of the Kingdom of Hedes, which intends to carry out military strikes to diminish the capacity of these units to instigate further incidents. Chapter 64. Encircling the Naha base in the Ryukyu Kingdom. The city of Naha serves as the temporary government seat, strategically located in the southwestern region of the Ryukyu Islands. The former East E Kingdom's ground self-defense force base is closely linked to the air self-defense force base, positioned by the sea on the western side of Naha. This base lies a mere 600 kilometers from the nearest point to the Panda Nation and previously functioned as the most advanced military outpost of the East E Kingdom. The base is home to 20 F-4EJ and F-4EJ fighter jets from the 302nd Squadron of the East E Air Self-Defense Force, T-4 training aircraft supporting southwestern flights, as well as rescue helicopters such as the UH-60J and V-107A, complemented by the Patriot Air Defense Missile System and domestically produced JTPS-102 mobile 3D radar. The Maritime Self-Defense Force has only one P-3C anti-submarine aircraft from the 9th Squadron of the 5th Aviation Group. The Ground Self-Defense Force's 15th Brigade is equipped with 48 Type 73 armored personnel carriers, 51 Type 96 armored personnel carriers, 120 Type 74 main battle tanks, 14 Type 13 wheeled assault vehicles, 54 LAV light armored vehicles, and 22 Type 99 self-propelled howitzers, along with 4 Type 87 twin 35mm self-propelled anti-aircraft guns, and 23 helicopters including the LR-1, UH-1H, and CH-47J from the 101st Squadron. On the morning of January 2, 2006, soldiers of the East E Kingdom stationed at the Naha base were startled to find the entrance barricaded. The Marine Corps of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom had erected an esco blast wall at the base's entrance, constructed from a steel wire framework, internal polypropylene panels, and gravel, providing effective ballistic protection against explosions and preventing civilian vehicle incursions. The installation was remarkably simple and expedient. Within a single night, the Marine Corps had fortified various entry points of the East E base, necessitating thorough inspections for anyone wishing to enter or exit. Colonel Nikiju, an officer of the 15th Brigade at the Naha base, had just completed his morning routine and was preparing for breakfast when he heard a frantic knock at the door. Upon opening it, a staff officer urgently reported, "Colonel Nikija, our base has been sealed off by the Marines of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom." What? Colonel Nikija, already incensed by the Okinawa incident, had previously led the self-defense forces onto the streets to handle the chaos, only to be bombarded shortly thereafter, losing 4 of the 6 armored vehicles he commanded, barely escaping with his life thanks to his subordinates. After learning of the Marine Corps landing, he had repeatedly sought permission to engage, only to be met with refusal. This relentless denial had plunged him into deep frustration, and now, this audacious act of blocking the base's gate by the Hedes Marine Corps was the final straw. Hearing the report, Colonel Nikija hastily donned his uniform and rushed toward the base entrance. As I reached the entrance, I was confronted by the imposing esco blast wall, which sealed the gate tightly, leaving no possible escape route. Several machine guns were strategically positioned atop the wall, and it was evident that armored vehicles or tanks lurked behind it. I noticed an officer from the Hedes Ocean Kingdom Marine Corps inspecting the fortifications. Colonel Nakusui approached him with indignation, exclaiming in Japanese, "Baka, what are you doing? Why are you constructing fortifications at the entrance of our base? This is a military provocation." To this, the Hedes Marine officer responded in Chinese, in plain language. "Nah, Chinese?" Colonel Nakusui asked in surprise. "Can you speak Chinese? If not, find someone who can." "Very well, I speak Chinese." A significant portion of the officers responsible for military operations in the Southwest must learn it, as our self-defense forces train with the belief that one day we will once again triumph over that colossal entity, Colonel Nakusui asserted, straightening his posture. "With the strength of your Eastern nation? A counterattack? Have you consumed too much wastewater or too many slices of spoiled fish? You don't even possess a nuclear weapon. Your method of seeking death is utterly foolish. Baka, I'm not here to chat. I demand to know why you are constructing military fortifications at the entrance of our base. Little Baka, do you not follow the news? Your Eastern nation announced it themselves, comply with our Hedes Ocean Kingdom's recommendations and within 30 days, fully acknowledge the status of the Ryukyu Kingdom. And what does this have to do with blocking our entrance?" Colonel Nakusui roared in fury. "Within 30 days. Your presence in the base is legal. However, the moment you step beyond this gate, even by a millimeter, it constitutes leaving the country, and for us, to put it lightly, it is smuggling, and at worst, it is military invasion, as you are all soldiers of the Eastern nation. Do you now understand why we have barricaded your exit? I advise you to remain within the base. Should you dare to take a single step outside, you will be shot on sight," the Hedes Marine officer stated, enunciating each word clearly. Baka. We, the soldiers of the Eastern Nation, will not be threatened. This place, Okinawa, rightfully belongs to us, and so does Naha. I refuse to believe that you would truly dare to fire should I step outside this door." As he spoke, Colonel Nakusui stepped forward with his right leg. "Sir, don't," his subordinates urged, attempting to restrain him. "Ah ha ha. It's fine. Everyone look. My foot has stepped outside." "Oh. I'm back. Oh, I've stepped out again." With a mocking tone, Colonel Nakusui continued to step out and retract his right leg, taunting. "Did you see that? They wouldn't even dare to make a sound. They can only resort to intimidation." His right foot eventually landed outside the base, with his heel resting a full 20 centimeters beyond the gate's extended baseline. A muffled thud echoed through the air as a 12.7mm high-caliber sniper bullet struck Colonel Nakamusa's right leg with surgical precision. The immense kinetic force shattered his leg, sending the severed limb flying over 3 meters into the interior of the doorway, while its owner stood, astonished, at the threshold. The sensation of pain taking a full second to reach his brain. Another second passed before the agony prompted any movement. "Ah, my leg," Colonel Nakamusa gasped, collapsing onto the ground. Fortune, it seemed, occasionally favored the brave. Had he toppled forward at that moment, his life would have surely been forfeit. For now, he had merely lost a leg. Who else wishes to test the marksmanship of the soldiers of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom? The officer surveyed his surroundings, noting that none of the Eastern soldiers dared to advance a single step further. "What is the matter? Have you all become timid? Is this truly enough to frighten you? Where is your Bushido? Where is your military honor? Cowards, from this moment forth, anyone who crosses a single millimeter past the base shall be executed on the spot. Simultaneously, we will launch a shell at a target within the base as retribution. You would do well to report fully to your superiors and keep your troops in check. Should we discover any soldiers crossing the border armed, we shall consider it a military invasion, and our nation has but one response to such incursions: total annihilation," the officer declared loudly. Meanwhile, the Hedes Ocean Kingdom's Marine Corps and Air Assault Brigade had established similar fortifications around the Samu Nation's Kadena Air Base, the Futenma Marine Corps Air Station, and the Northern Schwab Barracks. Thus, all military installations of the Samu Nation in the Eastern on the Ryukyu Islands were now encircled by the forces of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom. Chapter 65. The truth is worthless before strength in the command center of the planetary fortress. The president received a new wave of statements from certain Western nations opposing our country. Prominent among them were members of the Great Bull Nation's legislature, Sane, McKeon, Oster, and Vitho, who openly declared our nation to be a rogue state, one that challenges the order of the civilized world, and called for the entire Western society to unite in obliterating us, akin to the fate of Colonel Card. Furthermore, legislators Lute, Joya, and would have repeatedly broadcasted on television, branding us as the public enemy of the civilized world, asserting that only our physical annihilation can liberate humanity from its nightmare. There were also representatives like Fuga and Korsky who echoed similar sentiments. "Very well, I understand." Qin Shaoi reclined in his command chair, twirling a specially crafted presidential gold pen, his gaze fixed on the senior management of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom. "Minister Hila, please have the foreign ministry issue a statement, questioning these nations one by one. Ask them if they can manage these flies. If they cannot, I shall launch missiles. If they can, then let their governments dismiss these legislators and send them to me. The enemies insulting the Hedes Ocean Kingdom must be dealt with by us. This is not a suggestion, but a lesson to deter others from speaking recklessly for the sake of votes. Understood, Mr. President." Additionally, today we received communications from the governments of the Sam Nation and the Eastern Barbarians protesting our Marine Corps blockade of their bases, demanding the swift dismantling of our fortifications. Disregard them, but instruct the Marine Corps to continue executing orders. Those who dare to cross the borders shall be treated as armed invaders, Defense Minister Lynn Peter stated. Mr. President, the Pippi Shrimp Aircraft Carrier Battle Group has passed through the Strait of Malacca and has appeared in the Indian Ocean. The Sam Nation's Little Bird Aircraft Carrier Battle Group set sail from Yokosuka Naval Base early this morning. The Vincent Aircraft Carrier Battle Group is currently in the waters near Kwan Island, and the Goodman Richard Amphibious Assault Group is also in the vicinity of Kwan Island. Coupled with the Air Force units and regular garrison stationed at Kwan Island from the Eastern Barbarians and the Kimchi Nation, the Sam Nation has amassed over 1,000 various aircraft and helicopters around the Ryukyu Kingdom, while their Marine Corps boasts over 1,000 armored vehicles and tanks. Based on my understanding of the Sam Nation's military strategy, the first wave will undoubtedly consist of electronic warfare planes accompanied by B-2 bombers, followed by hundreds of aircraft striking simultaneously. It is likely that the Sam military base stationed in the Eastern Barbarians will dispatch Marine Expeditionary Forces and Special Operations troops in tandem. Order the planetary fortress to closely monitor the Sam Nation's forces and military equipment surrounding the Ryukyu. Upon system assessment indicating an intent to attack, automatically locate and designate these military assets, preparing for a unified strike. Mr. President, we have detected a considerable number of suspected spies near our Marine Corps and Airborne Brigade in Ryukyu, with system analysis estimating their numbers to exceed several hundred. Should we apprehend them? No need. They are but small fry. Capturing them holds no value. Killing them would be a waste of ammunition, and detaining them would squander resources. Besides, the equipment they observe will not be utilized in due time, Qin Shaohai calmly advised. On January 3rd, the Hedes Ocean Kingdom held a press conference, which addressed three key points. First, a number of Western legislators, predominantly from NATO countries, have repeatedly threatened to inflict devastating strikes upon our nation in public forums, while also disparaging our policies and actions with crude, inept, and vacuous rhetoric. The dissemination of rumors and lies by members of a governmental system is intolerable for any nation. We will shortly release the names of these legislators, encompassing 36 individuals from 5 countries. Herein, I am authorized to issue a stern warning to these nations. We request that their governments apprehend these legislators within 2 days and hand them over to us for appropriate action. Failure to comply by the deadline of January 5, 2006, at 1800 hours will compel the Hedes Ocean Kingdom to undertake military punitive measures. Legislators are considered government officials. Therefore, upon receiving statements from certain nations, we automatically regard them as reflective of the views and policies of their respective countries. Henceforth, we urge all governments to closely monitor these legislators to prevent irreparable damage to their nations. Secondly, Prime Minister Dharma of our government, upon invitation, visited Panda Nation, accompanied by the newly appointed Prime Minister of Ryukyu, also at Dharma's behest. In a cordial atmosphere, the 3 governments signed the Tri-Nation East China Sea Boundary Declaration and concurrently sealed commercial contracts for the renovation of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom S-base in Jeju Island and the expansion of its base in the Ryukyu Islands, exemplifying the mutual trust and friendship among the 3 nations. Thirdly, in light of the repeated attempts by the military forces of Sam Nation and Dongi Nation to encroach upon the territory of Ryukyu, we express our profound protest and serious diplomatic engagement. We reiterate that Ryukyu is an ally of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom and a signatory of the Southern Pact. Any attempts to invade Ryukyu's territory, airspace, or waters will be regarded by the Hedes Ocean Kingdom as an act of military aggression. In the Presidential Office of Sam Nation, the Defense Minister reports that the troops are fully assembled and all preparations have been completed, ready to commence military operations. My dear Henry, it is time for the world to once again witness the might of the Sam Nation's eagle. I have but one demand. This military strike must exceed the impact of our previous annihilation of the marine forces of Kimchi Nation. I require the maximum number of aircraft to take flight and missiles to be launched. I intend for the forces of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom stationed in Ryukyu to confront an overwhelming barrage of missiles and bombs, compelling them to recognize the harsh reality. 2 carrier strike groups and 1 amphibious assault group must be assembled as close as possible to the waters west of Naha, arranged meticulously to display our formidable strength to the Hedes Ocean Kingdom. No problem, Mr. President. Demonstrating such prowess is indeed our forte in the great land of Sam. We could also capture a magnificent display of elephants strolling before the aircraft takes off. These would serve as splendid advertisements proclaiming the might of our nation. Splendid idea, Henry. Let us proceed with that. Mr. President, in today's press conference regarding the Kingdom of Hedes, aside from the Ryukyu aspect, they have also issued threats towards our Western allies, cautioned the President's National Security Advisor, Piero. Let us not be concerned. Such matters are merely entertainment for us in Sam. The Kingdom of Hedes is so far removed. How could they possibly retaliate militarily? Would they launch intercontinental missiles over a few commonplace verbal skirmishes? That is utterly inconceivable. A single missile is far too costly, and our Western friends are not worth such an expense. Let them continue their ruckus. The more fervently they do so, the better, remarked George W. Bush, indifferent to the situation. Mr. President, regarding the declaration concerning the East China Sea signed by the Kingdom of Hedes, the Ryukyu Kingdom, and Huaxia, should we? No. For the time being, we shall refrain from making any statements. for our military will convey our stance to them. Truth is never established through declarations or treaties, but rather through power. Territorial delineation is determined not by agreements and declarations, but by missiles and cannons. They never seem to grasp this concept. It is our duty in Sam to educate them with our missiles and cannons, haha. Chapter 66, Intercontinental Missile Blockade of the Baltic Sea in the city of Warsaw, at the Caitlin Hotel, room 303. Wolf had just completed a covert assassination mission and was indulging in some much-needed rest. Suddenly, his computer emitted a notification sound. This specialized device, designed exclusively for operatives executing assassination tasks abroad, was capable of receiving mission updates at any moment. Its unique system and hardware, combined with the CIA's top-tier firewall, ensured unparalleled security. Upon opening the computer, the latest target information was presented before Wolf, encompassing photographs, personal details, and a clear itinerary for the week ahead. Wolf mused over the diligence of the analysts back in Langley, pondering why he was spared the effort of reconnaissance this time. Dismissing the minutiae, he glanced at the time and began searching for suitable weaponry within the confines of his room. Meanwhile, in the parking lot of the Warsaw Parliament building, Sikorsky arrived as usual, preparing to deliver a speech on the nefarious fascist upstart, the Hedes Oceanic Kingdom. The content, crafted for a mere €15, mattered little. What was significant was that this parliamentarian had mastered the art of media manipulation. Any nation at odds with the West could be vilified with fabricated incidents, amplified by a complicit press, garnering attention and votes. Success in this endeavor could even win him favor from American benefactors, propelling him to the pinnacle of his career. As Sikorsky was lost in such reveries, a figure clad in black brushed past him. In that fleeting moment, a sharp jab struck his arm, and mere seconds later, he lay in a pool of his own blood in the parking lot. In stark contrast, the fate of parliamentarians Sakali and Mald was far more tragic. Following a gathering in the Villa district of Veracumpia on the outskirts of Vilnius, they were struck down by a bolt of lightning at the entrance. The Hedes Oceanic Kingdom announced that 36 parliamentarians had met inexplicable ends in a single day. Aside from the aforementioned trio, the other 33 met their demise through various bizarre accidents. Some perished in elevator malfunctions, others due to gas leaks, traffic incidents, plunges into the sea, or electrocution. January 6, 2006. Hedes Oceanic Kingdom, Hedes Island Central Administrative District. At the entrance of a newly constructed square building, dozens of journalists wielding cameras formed two lines, one comprising a mere dozen individuals, while the other boasted several scores. At the forefront stood a diplomat from the Hedes Oceanic Kingdom. As the clock struck noon, he beckoned for silence among the reporters. Dear friends in journalism, we warmly welcome you to the inauguration ceremony of our Hedes Oceanic Kingdom News Center. This grand establishment, constructed at great expense, spans 4 levels, 3 above ground and 1 below, covering a total of 28,000 square meters. The center can accommodate 60 media organizations, with a monthly rental of 500,000 per entity, while news institutions from friendly nations and members of the South Euro Alliance may reside free of charge. Due to the fact that the Kingdom of Hedes has not ratified the Convention on Diplomatic Relations, any journalist who contravenes the laws and regulations of the kingdom shall not receive protection. The official surveyed the room and, upon noting the absence of dissent, continued, we kindly request the media representatives from friendly nations to settle in first, followed by those from other countries. Once all media representatives had chosen their respective rooms, several journalists encircled the Hedes diplomat, inquiring, why are the rooms unfinished? There are no appliances or resting facilities. In other countries, we are accustomed to accommodations of at least 4 stars. Indeed, this unfinished room is uninhabitable. It lacks windows, electricity, and even internet connectivity. How are we to conduct our work? Moreover, there is no cafeteria, and I have a particular fondness for Italian and French cuisine. Additionally, without red wine, I find it difficult to sleep. Observing the journalists' animated exchange, the official from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs replied sternly, we provide you with news materials and office space. Are we also expected to furnish your rooms extravagantly and prepare your meals? Pray tell, which incompetent journalist raised you? Do you believe that the Kingdom of Hedes fears that our nation would treat your journalists in a similar manner? A reporter from the Windmill Nation interjected. Which country do you represent? The Windmill Nation journalist replied with pride. Very well, Windmill Nation. The Kingdom of Hedes does not acquiesce to threats, henceforth. Our news center will not welcome media from your nation. Please withdraw. Furthermore, I must inform you that the Kingdom of Hedes will not dispatch reporters to your country, as there is no necessity. Please be prepared, as our Minister of Foreign Affairs will personally preside over today's special press conference. With that, the official turned and departed. Minister Hilo will personally oversee the inaugural press conference of the Kingdom of Hedes at the Media Center in Zhongjing City. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Hedes is authorized to announce the following. First, our naval vessel, the Pippi Shrimp Aircraft Carrier Strike Group, will conduct joint naval exercises with the Persian Navy in the Strait of Hormuz, focusing on anti-piracy, countering NATO surface vessels, and air defense operations. Second, regarding the malicious slander and defamatory actions of 36 parliamentarians from 5 European nations, the deadline has lapsed without any response from us. Although these 36 individuals have met with unfortunate fates, their government bears responsibility. Therefore, we formally declare that trade sanctions will be imposed against the nations of Bobobo, Big Bull, Two Teeth, and Bai. Effective immediately, no vessels from these 5 nations shall be permitted to enter the Pacific waters. And the air and naval forces of the Kingdom of Hedes are authorized to destroy any such vessels upon detection. In light of the military threats posed by the Great Bull Nation and the Bubble Nation, which have previously aligned with NATO against our country and have deployed troops in the Maple Leaf Nation, our nation will conduct intercontinental missile test launches in the Skagerrak Strait, the only maritime outlet to the Baltic Sea. The test period will span from January 6, 2006, at midnight to March 6, 2006, at midnight, lasting for 3 months. During this interval, our missile forces will carry out a continuous series of launches, producing 1 missile to launch 1, aiming for 0 inventory. We advise all passing merchant vessels and military ships to exercise caution and to refrain from traversing the area unless absolutely necessary. Should passage be imperative, please submit requests to our Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of Defense. Now, I invite questions from the press. Good day, Minister Hila. I am from the Nordic Press Corps. Regarding your earlier statement about the second point, the 36 individuals who met with untimely deaths, I have received information indicating that these individuals all died unexpectedly within a single day yesterday, coupled with your nation's prior warnings. Our Western media collectively suspects that this may be the work of your intelligence agency. Minister Hila, maintaining a professional smile, responded, Dear journalist, I have distilled the key elements of your statement. You claim these 36 individuals died unexpectedly, and upon that premise, you connect it to our warnings, ultimately leading to your collective suspicion. If these deaths were indeed accidental, why draw a connection to our warnings? And why suspicion? Do you lack evidence? Or has your government failed to uncover any? To assert our involvement without evidence is deemed slander and defamation by our nation. The repercussions of defaming us are quite severe. May I inquire which journalists among you in the Western media harbor such suspicions? As the journalist turned to glance at his allies, he found them at least 10 paces away. Good day, Minister Hila. I am a reporter from the Sam Nation. Concerning your first point, you mentioned that your naval carrier group will engage in military exercises with the Persian Navy in the Strait of Hormuz. However, the Strait of Hormuz is one of the most critical international shipping lanes, with over 1,000 vessels passing through daily. This strait controls approximately 60% of the oil supply to our Western nations. Conducting exercises here would significantly impact international oil prices. Minister Hila replied with a smile. Dear journalist from the Sam Nation, it appears that our carrier group may have been misled by your country. Were it not for your unfounded provocation of the Arab River dispute, our carrier group, the Pippi Shrimp, might still be patrolling the waters near the Eastern barbarians. Thus, you might wish to question your politicians regarding this matter. Minister Hila, I am from the Nordic Press Corps. Could you explain why your country is conducting intercontinental missile test launches in the Skagerrak Strait, the only maritime outlet to the Baltic Sea? This will have a profound impact on the economies and lives of the countries along the Baltic coastline. Furthermore, your nation has not disclosed the specific test locations or times. How are our vessels to navigate safely? Moreover, the testing of intercontinental ballistic missiles typically involves the launch of 1 or 2 missiles. I have never heard of any nation conducting continuous tests over a span of 3 months. Your country is clearly engaging in military intimidation and coercion. My dear journalistic colleague, you certainly have an abundance of inquiries suggesting that your nation resides along the shores of the Baltic Sea. As for the rationale behind conducting tests at the sole maritime outlet of the Baltic, it aims to impose a blockade, thereby imparting a crucial lesson to your country. Words can lead to calamity, and one must bear the consequences of their misdeeds. Otherwise, repeated errors will ensue. Concerning the duration of the tests, I have already announced that they will extend over 3 months. However, the flight of missiles through outer space and the atmosphere requires time. making it impossible for us to disclose precise landing times. This intensive, assembly line style of testing will involve the launch of numerous missiles, which may compromise their quality. And we cannot accurately ascertain the impact points, with an estimated margin of error of approximately 110 kilometers. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the assembled journalists. And the questioning reporter, taken aback, responded with indignation, "Minister Gila, this margin of error exceeds the width of the narrowest part of the strait. Is your nation intent on completely blockading the Baltic Sea?" Minister Gila maintained a professional smile, affirming, "Indeed, my esteemed colleague. I have reiterated that this is evidently a blockade-style testing operation." Observing the journalist rendered speechless by the shocking revelation, Gila concluded, "Dear journalists, I suspect there may be even more significant news forthcoming. You should prioritize dispatching today's articles. Shortly, we will unveil new reports from the front lines. This press conference is hereby adjourned. Farewell." Minister Gila, what does frontline reports entail? Is your country embarking on new military endeavors? Despite the persistent calls from the journalists, Gila refrained from looking back. Chapter 67. The intensive aerial strikes of Sam Nation, January 6, 2006, 8:00 p.m. at an altitude of 12,000 meters over the waters east of Okinawa. 3 B-2A stealth strategic bombers, Arizona Phantom, New York Phantom, and Indiana Phantom, were executing a formation flight. Colonel Michelson, the commander of this formation, was seated in the right cockpit of the Arizona Phantom, observing the four-colored CRT displays before him. His right hand manipulated the data input panel on the side. "Hi, Harry, there's a conflict in the navigation data. Please manually confirm that the inertial measurement unit is activated." Colonel Michelson, after calibrating the panel, found the data still abnormal and ordered the pilot, "Sir, the inertial measurement unit confirms activation. There are no anomalies." Harry, after the confirmation, responded with some bewilderment, "The data remains abnormal. Please verify the status of the Northrop NAS-26 astronomical inertial unit." "Sir, all systems are functioning normally. Both navigation systems are operational." "Sir, to ensure precise navigation, we have activated both the inertial measurement unit and the Northrop NAS-26 astronomical inertial unit. Even if our satellites encounter issues, the stars above should remain reliable, correct?" "Harry, theoretically, there should be no issues, yet the data I have does not align. Currently, the onboard missiles cannot be loaded, and I am unsure where the problem lies." "Sir, should we inquire with the Indiana Phantom and New York Phantom?" AV-4, AV-3, come in. AV-4, AV-3, respond swiftly to confirm navigation data and load onboard missiles. Roger that. AV-3 cannot load missile data. AV-4 is also unable to load. AV-3, AV-4, disconnect the missile data link from the B-2 and utilize the default navigation data. Colonel Michelson commanded reluctantly, knowing this would diminish the missile's precision, but under the circumstances of data anomalies, it was the only viable option. Roger that. As they approached 470 kilometers from Naha City, Colonel Michelson continued his operations, stating, "Harry, I am now activating the APU-181 phased array radar, setting the frequency range to 14 to 18 gigahertz. Switching to synthetic aperture radar mode to commence terrestrial landscape scanning." All 3 B-2S were equipped with 16 AGM-129 cruise missiles, arranged on 2 rotating launchers. The mission was to bombard 4 long-range warning radars and 12 air defense radars deployed on Okinawa Island, and subsequently, to target the Shrimpy aircraft carrier battle group located northwest of Naha with missile strikes. Behind them, 2 E-3 Sentry AWACS aircraft, positioned 200 kilometers apart, will collectively command a formidable fleet of 300 fighter jets departing from the Eastern Nation base, 230 fighter jets from the Kwan Island Air Force Base, and 120 jets launched from an aircraft carrier. These 2 E-3 Sentries are providing support for 3 B-2 stealth bombers, albeit as a secondary task. Their primary mission is to support and guide the impending hundreds of fighter jets as the B-2s entered their bombing run. The operators in the second row of the mission workstation in the upper cabin of the E-3s observed 2 brief flickers in the link, 16 data link with the B-2s. But the signals quickly stabilized. The soldiers, engrossed in their screens, deemed this minor incident unworthy of reporting. After the link, 16 data link between the E-3 and the B-2 was severed by a planetary fortress. A peculiar black delta-winged craft appeared above each B-2. These strange delta-winged vehicles matched the speed of the B-2s and extended 3 suction cup structures from their undersides, gently grasping the fuselage of the B-2s. Following this, a burst of blue shock waves emanated from the suction cup positions, instantly incapacitating all electronic systems aboard the B-2s. While the four GE F-118-110 non-afterburning turbofan engines abruptly stalled in midair, the three delta-winged craft swiftly engaged their engines and, upon turning in mid-flight, began to escort the stealth bombers toward the Bird-class carrier strike group, the Vincent-class carrier strike group, and the amphibious assault group of the USS Richard. At this moment, the aircraft carrier of the Sam Nation had released its final batch of carrier-based aircraft and was executing a turning maneuver. The Bird-class destroyers within the carrier group were receiving data from the E-3 Sentry and satellites in preparation for cruise missile strikes. The Sam Nation military aimed to emulate the tactics employed by the Hedes Ocean Kingdom in bombing the Pickled Nation, orchestrating a simultaneous strike of various missiles and bombs to showcase their might. 400 kilometers behind the B-2 stealth bombers, E-3 Sentry AWACS, designated Eagle Nest A, Bird-class destroyer of the Bird-class strike group, had sent coordinates programming for 14 Tomahawk missiles at 1-second intervals. Eagle Nest B, Ticonderoga-class cruiser of the Bird-class strike group, was prepared with 22 Tomahawk missiles, also programmed for 1-second intervals. Carl A. USS Vincennes, Arleigh Burke-class destroyer. Coordinates have been transmitted, 16 Tomahawk missiles, interval of 1 second, program loaded. Carl B. Coordinates have been transmitted, 25 Tomahawk missiles, interval of 1 second, program loaded. Warrior A. USS Richard, amphibious assault group, Arleigh Burke-class destroyer. Coordinates have been transmitted, 15 Tomahawk missiles, interval of 1 second, program loaded. SSN 773 USS Cheyenne, Los Angeles-class nuclear submarine. Coordinates have been transmitted, 5 Tomahawk missiles, interval of 1 second, program loaded. Planetary Bastion Command Center, Galaxy. Please refrain from launching the spike weapon system just yet. Await the arrival of Sam's fighter jet squadron near the Ryukyu Islands. It is imperative to strike when the moment is ripe. At this moment, Qin Shaohai is no longer as fervent as he once was. Over the past 10 months, he has gained a comprehensive understanding of the weaponry and defense systems aboard the Planetary Bastion. He has also been afforded several opportunities to engage in target practice with various weapons and has flown aboard the defensive aircraft of the Planetary Bastion, as well as a nuclear submarine. His room is adorned with an assortment of assault rifles and sniper rifles. Although he occasionally indulged in handling these firearms during the initial months, he now refrains from such pastimes, as more pressing matters demand his attention. Very well, Mr. President. By the way, Galaxy, has the USS Crab Carrier Strike Group arrived at the operational position? Has the target location been designated? Mr. President. The USS Crab Carrier Strike Group has stealthily advanced to the waters near Yokosuka. The SAM Air Force stationed in Eastern E has completed the target designation and is poised for an immediate strike. The original USS Crab Carrier Strike Group has been replaced with an optical model, and the SAM reconnaissance system has detected no anomalies. Ryukyu Nation, Naha City, Awamima Park. Temporary position of Marine Corps 1st Brigade, Air Defense Battalion. Nestled in a picturesque landscape with a favorable geographical position, Awamima Park in Naha City has been requisitioned by the Marine Corps Air Defense Battalion for the deployment of the clandestine spike weapon system. Amidst the meticulously trimmed trees, 3 camouflaged air defense positions, spaced 1,000 meters apart, each hosts 6 spike systems. As the American Air Force approaches Ryukyu, the nest-like launch devices gradually pivot towards the east. As the rotation was completed, a pair of arc-shaped wings extended from the sides of the rectangular structure mounted on the nested launch device, bending downward. The expressionless Marine commander pressed the launch button, and one by one, the winged rectangles shot skyward. Upon reaching an altitude of 20,000 meters, the rectangular aircraft entered a hovering phase, with their bellies curling open to reveal 60 metallic spikes within each structure. Once all 6 rectangles had formed a formation in the sky, the elongated spikes were released in a freefall manner. As the spikes descended to an altitude of 15,000 meters, spiral wings unfurled from the bulges atop them and began to rotate. With the balance of the rotating spiral wings, the released spikes gradually adjusted their positions until all 360 spikes were meticulously arranged in the air. At that moment, a dense formation of aircraft from the Air Force of the United States appeared below, comprising 230 fighter jets that had taken off from the Guam Air Force Base, along with 120 jets launched from an aircraft carrier, collectively forming a striking fleet of 350 aircraft. The 6 rectangular structures flying at an altitude of 20,000 meters automatically scanned and located the 350 aircraft, simultaneously relaying this information to the spikes positioned at 15,000 meters below. Upon receiving the data, the spikes began to independently compare targets and acquire locks, subsequently activating miniature neutron phase transition launchers within their spiral wings to propel the spikes toward the targets at speeds exceeding hundreds of Mach. Chapter 68. A brief, overwhelming bombardment simultaneously. An array of nails struck the SAM fighter jets below with a physical impact. Composed of 89 silicon, 9 titanium, and other auxiliary alloys, these seemingly insignificant nails, upon achieving immense kinetic energy, released an energy equivalent to 16 kilograms of TNT upon impact. Instantly, the sky erupted into a dazzling display of 350 brilliant fireworks. Under the influence of inertia, the fireworks maintained their formation, creating a striking visual against the night sky at 9 p.m., clearly visible to some residents of the Ryukyu Islands, a truly magnificent sight. As fragments of the exploded aircraft fell like meteors, those on the ground awakened from their stupor. This was an explosion, a fiery spectacle akin to hunting turkeys. A similar scene was unfolding to the north of Ryukyu, where the aerial fleet of the SAM Air Force stationed in the eastern barbarian nation was present. A total of 97 Tomahawk missiles, soaring in from the eastern sea, were simultaneously struck by the long nail system. However, the explosion occurred at such a low altitude that it went unnoticed by those on the ground. The 3th-century early warning aircraft, which had been completely shielded, failed to detect any anomalies. Meanwhile, the Vincennes and Little Bird aircraft carrier battle groups in the Eastern Sea detected irregularities in the fleet and were preparing to inquire further when a warning from the radar alert system indicated the imminent arrival of 48 AGM-129 cruise missiles, targeting the Vincennes aircraft carrier, the Little Bird aircraft carrier, and the amphibious assault ship USS Bonham Richard. To the east of the eastern barbarian nation, the shrimp catcher aircraft carrier was altering its course to sail into the wind. The deck was ablaze with lights as aircraft were being raised to the deck by the elevators on either side of the carrier. Simultaneously, a group of personnel, clad in vests, ascended to the deck via the elevators. Once on the deck, they swiftly took their positions, under the guidance of the blue vests. The red vests began to attach the air-launched long nail systems to the aircraft. Colonel Chiming, the commander of the shrimp catcher aircraft carrier battle group, was currently awaiting orders from the planetary fortress in the Fleet Command Center located on the second level beneath the ship's island. The fortress. The shrimp catcher was ready for launch, prepared to transmit strike data. Data transmission has commenced. As the fighter jets equipped with the long spike system undertake deployment operations over the following bases. 1. 3rd Marine Division Base 2323 feet 32 inches. 17 in 127 51 feet 19 inches. 082. Yokota Air Base 3544 feet 30 inches. 65 in 139 20 feet 46 inches. 30 E3. Kadena Air Base 26 21 feet 8 inches. 94 in 127 46 feet 25 inches. 34 E4. Misawa Air Base 42 48 feet 23 inches. 53 in 141 39 feet 28 inches. 57 E5. Marine Corps Air Station Futenma 26 16 feet 5 inches. 87 in 127 45 feet 20 inches. 75 E6. Marine Corps Air Station Iwakuni 34 8 feet 31 inches. 90 in 132 14 feet 19 inches. 60 E7. Naval Air Facility at Tsuji 35 27 feet 18 inches. 84 in 139 26 feet 47 inches. 71 E8. Sasebo Naval Base 33 9 feet 40 inches. 57 in 129 42 feet 51 inches. 06 E. The fortress has completed data reception, and the planetary fortress has been launched. The command center is under the vigilant watch of Qin Shaohai, who incessantly advises Chief of Staff Inha at the Joint Operations Command. Inha, ensure that the planetary fortress continuously assesses the bombing efficacy of the long spikes. Should any adversaries escape our onslaught, promptly alert the nearest fighter jets to engage. We must eradicate every aircraft belonging to the United States stationed in Eastern E, leaving not a single transport plane behind. Mr. President, should we also eliminate target drones, unmanned aerial vehicles, and aerial photography devices? Of course, My directive is unequivocal. Anything that can fly and is affiliated with the United States must be shot down without exception. Understood, Mr. President. After saluting, Inho returned to the command seat and requested that the reserve squadron of the Crab shuttle aircraft carrier also be equipped with the long spike system for takeoff. As the last 8 fighter jets ascended from the aircraft carrier, Qin Shaolai felt a tinge of regret. The Americans indeed possess a considerable array of aerial assets. Each fighter jet carries 4 sets of long spikes, amounting to nearly 2,000 spikes across 8 aircraft, not to mention the multitude of other flying devices. Meanwhile, at the U.S. Department of Defense's Special Operations Command Center, General Gillibrand, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, furiously dialed in the conference room. Damn it. We possess the most advanced communication systems in the world, yet you tell me we cannot reach the Pacific Theater Command or the forward AWACS and aircraft carrier. How can we, as the command center, be so utterly uninformed? Henry, there's no need to be so agitated. We cannot reach them for now. Let us remain patient. Have some coffee while we await good news from the front, President George W. Bush remarked leisurely. Mr. President, as the command center, our ignorance of the situation is utterly absurd. If any emergencies arise at the front, we will not have time to respond. Henry, the Pacific Theater is under command ahead, so we need not worry. 3 naval carrier strike groups and over 1,000 of the most advanced third-generation fighter jets are poised to engage 2 brigades and a carrier strike group. The outcome is entirely predictable. Moreover, there are 3 of the world's most sophisticated stealth strategic bombers at our disposal. What are you concerned about? Joe casually remarked. Mr. President, for our intelligence department, a malfunction in the communication systems during critical operations typically signifies a significant and unforeseen anomaly, said CIA Director Fairbairn, his tone tinged with concern. Currently, the communications between the Department of Defense, satellite systems, the base at Wahao Island, and various bases in eastern EE have been disrupted. The data link with the AWACS and the information exchange with the carrier group have also ceased. The probability of a malfunction in equipment and technology approaches 0. Thus, something must have gone awry at the front, interjected General Gillibrand, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. It was only then that Joe suddenly stood up, his demeanor shifting. Could it be that the technology of the Kingdom of Hedes has advanced to the point where they can jam all our communications and eliminate our forces in the field? Henry, how long has the communication blackout lasted? 5 minutes, Mr. President. And was everything functioning normally 5 minutes ago? Yes, Mr. President. Upon hearing this, Joe settled back down. Reassured, it has only been 5 minutes. We have thousands of aircraft, over 500 helicopters, 2 carrier strike groups, 1 amphibious assault group, more than 40 of the most advanced warships, 3 nuclear submarines, and 3 state-of-the-art B-2A stealth bombers at the front. Even if we lined them up for Hedes to strike, it would take them a week to destroy them all. Mr. President, consider the capabilities of the naval forces of Pickled Nation. The Kingdom of Hedes possesses high-performance military computer systems that can coordinate forces and weaponry for rapid, overwhelming attacks. Just as Joe had sat down, he sprang up again, anxiety creeping back in. Henry, quickly check if there is any news from the front. To the east of Ryukyu, 3 large warships were billowing thick smoke, with 2 of them listing at various angles. The amphibious assault ship, Goodman Richard, was tilted at over 15 degrees. Fires and explosions sporadically erupted aboard these smoking vessels. Sailors occasionally leapt from the massive warships, while others, due to improper diving techniques, met their demise upon hitting the water. Nearby, a destroyer was anxiously rescuing the stranded sailors, as those in the frigid waters would soon succumb to hypothermia and sink beneath the waves. Chapter 69. Severe Losses, Clear Responsibilities in the United States. At the Defense Department's Special Task Command Center, President George W. Bush sat in silence, his demeanor dark and brooding, a posture reminiscent of Guyu, perhaps inviting legal scrutiny. Seated at a respectful distance were CIA Director Fairbairn, Secretary of Defense Lavelle, and Presidential Security Advisor Piero, all listening intently to the operational reports being delivered by a naval officer. The briefings revealed catastrophic assaults on several military installations. At Yokota Air Base, the U.S. Forces Command in the Eastern Theater suffered devastating strikes, leaving the command building riddled with destruction and all facilities rendered inoperable, with no survivors. At the Army Command in the region, the Army's 9th Theater Support Command faced penetrative attacks. While the buildings remained structurally intact, their interiors were utterly obliterated, with no one left alive. The 10th Area Support Group reported complete destruction of all vehicles and helicopters, resulting in over 300 casualties. The Marine Corps Command in Okinawa was annihilated, with the 3rd Marine Division, the 12th Marine Regiment, and the 1st Marine Aviation Group, alongside armored vehicles, helicopters, and reconnaissance drones, all devastated, leading to more than 2,000 fatalities and a total loss of combat capability. At Misawa Air Base, the 35th Fighter Wing and the Navy's Maritime Patrol Squadrons experienced total equipment loss, with personnel casualties exceeding 70. Similarly, at Yokota Air Base, the 374th Airlift Wing faced complete equipment losses and over 50 casualties. At Kadena Air Base, the 5th Air Force's 18th Wing, the 5th Carrier Fighter Wing, the 374th Passenger Wing, and the 55th Reconnaissance Group suffered total annihilation, leaving no survivors. The Marine Corps Air Station at Futenma lost all 107 helicopters, with personnel losses exceeding 80. All U.S. Air Force and Navy aviation bases in Eastern Theater were subjected to these sudden, devastating attacks, with no radar warnings and no bases triggering any alarms prior to the assaults. Every command in the region was completely destroyed, leading to a loss of nearly all air power and 50 of armored forces. This is the Fleet Situation Report from the Stout, the officer stated nervously. Proceed. Our nation possesses other aircraft carriers. The loss of 1 or 2 will not undermine our standing, President Bush replied, his expression one of grim determination. Mr. President, on the evening of January 6, 2006, at 21:05, the fleet's radar detected a barrage of incoming missiles. The onboard system promptly identified the missile type as AGM-129 cruise missiles numbering 48, with the communication code B2A129606. This corresponds to the cruise missiles carried by the Air Force's B2A. Our fleet immediately activated the Link 16 communication link for identification, only to discover that the B2A was positioned 120 nautical miles ahead of the fleet. An urgent stop code was dispatched. However, the cruise missiles failed to receive it, compelling the fleet to initiate air defense protocols. Unfortunately, the Aegis systems aboard each vessel experienced a data overload and subsequently crashed, resulting in the close-in weapon system intercepting merely 7 of the 48 missiles. The USS Bonhomme Richard amphibious assault ship was struck by 12 missiles and sank after 13 minutes. The USS Vincent aircraft carrier suffered the most, being hit by 21 missiles and submerging after 28 minutes. The USS Little Bird aircraft carrier was impacted by 8 missiles, sustaining severe damage to its island structure, losing its propulsion system, and listing at a 10-degree angle, yet managed to contain the damage and is currently awaiting tow from Yokosuka. Other auxiliary vessels were unscathed, but the fleet sustained personnel losses exceeding 300, primarily from the crew of the USS Bonhomme Richard. Mr. President, our military presence in East Asia has dwindled to near zero, necessitating the immediate withdrawal of the 7th Fleet to the east of Guam to avert catastrophic strikes, stated Secretary of Defense Lavard. Donald, proceed as you advise, replied George W. Bush with a stoic expression. Mr. President, our Marine Corps and other forces in the Eastern Isles have essentially lost combat effectiveness. If attacked, they can only endure passively. Should we also consider their withdrawal? Donald, proceed as you advise, George W. Bush reiterated, maintaining his impassive demeanor. Mr. President, take heart. These losses constitute merely a fraction of our nation's military capability and do not significantly impact our overall strength. Donald, perhaps you are correct, but as president, I fear my tenure may be at an end. The opposition now possesses ample leverage against us, and we are finished, George W. Bush stated, still expressionless. However, we are still in command of our great nation. We must rally. This is merely a minor setback. Our 5th Fleet remains engaged with that wretched prawn in the Middle East. No, we must urgently order the 5th Fleet to withdraw, keeping them at a safe distance from the fleet of the Kingdom of Hedes. Additionally, the 4th Infantry Division must also be promptly evacuated, George W. Bush suddenly declared, springing to his feet. Understood, Mr. President. I will act immediately, replied Secretary of Defense Lavard, rising swiftly to depart. After Lavard left, George W. Bush turned to ask, George, director of the CIA, it seems I've been vacationing at the Texas ranch these past few days, correct? The astute and seasoned tenant instantly comprehended, replying, Indeed, sir. You are inquiring about our president? He has indeed been vacationing at his Texas ranch these past few days. My dear George, Why did the Secretary of Defense undertake military operations in the absence of the president? This gentleman warrants a thorough investigation. I suspect he may be orchestrating a coup. However, George, if we are to discuss a coup, there have been no indications of such a development in Washington. That cannot be right. I have heard that tomorrow a mob is set to storm the Capitol, and a contingent of the Maryland National Guard is on its way to Washington. Initially, I found it peculiar that the Maryland National Guard would be dispatched, but now, after this gentleman's remarks, it has become clear to me. It seems plausible that the Secretary of Defense could not orchestrate such a large-scale operation alone. He may also be collaborating with the commanders of the Pacific Theater or the stationed forces in the East, as otherwise we cannot account for the significant losses sustained by the American troops in the East. This gentleman is indeed correct. I see that I must conduct a thorough investigation. Director of the CIA, Fairbairn, declared with a serious demeanor. In light of this, I believe it is time for me to return to my Texas ranch. As my holiday there has not yet concluded, George W. rose, adjusted his suit, and exchanged a knowing glance with Piero before both departed. Meanwhile, Director Fairbairn picked up the phone. Chapter 70. The Eastern Kingdom shall bear 20 of the responsibility January 7th. Hedes Oceanic Kingdom News Center. At a press conference held by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, spokesperson Louis Fay addressed the gathered international journalists, requesting the reporters from the United States to exit the venue. As security personnel escorted the struggling American journalists out, Louis Fay elaborated, "Ladies and gentlemen, the expulsion of the American journalists from this conference is necessitated by the recent unprovoked assault on our forces stationed in the Ryukyu Kingdom by the United States." She proceeded to announce the following 3 points. Firstly, on the evening of January 6, 2006, the United States deployed 2 carrier strike groups and an amphibious assault group, comprising a total of 100 aircraft, to launch a sudden attack against our troops in the Ryukyu Kingdom. Our Marine Corps and the Crab Carrier Strike Group were compelled to retaliate in self-defense in order to safeguard our ally, the Ryukyu Kingdom, and uphold the authority of the South Treaty. We successfully intercepted all 100 American aircraft in the nearby seas of Ryukyu and destroyed all incoming Tomahawk cruise missiles en route. To ensure that the Ryukyu Kingdom is no longer threatened by the American forces stationed in the Eastern Kingdom, our Navy's Crab Carrier Strike Group has been ordered to target American military bases in the Eastern Kingdom. This operation encompasses all branches of the American Military Command, as well as their air and naval aviation facilities and equipment, including 2 offending aircraft carriers and 1 amphibious assault ship. Following our assessment, the operation was a complete success, resulting in the total annihilation of the American air and naval aviation facilities in the Eastern Kingdom, with casualties exceeding 60. The USS Vincennes and the amphibious assault ship USS Bonhomme Richard were sunk, while the USS Little Bird sustained damage, although hostilities have ceased. In response to the disgraceful act of treachery by the United States, we strongly recommend that the United States withdraw all its troops from the Ryukyu Kingdom within 2 days. Should this deadline pass, we will commence attacks on all foreign military bases within the Ryukyu territory. Furthermore, we shall undertake a comprehensive assessment of additional retaliatory measures. Since part of the attacking aircraft against the Ryukyu Kingdom originated from American bases in the Eastern Kingdom, we believe that the Eastern Kingdom bears secondary responsibility for this assault, with the allocation of blame being 80 to the United States and 20 to the Eastern Kingdom. Thus, we strongly advise the Eastern Kingdom to completely withdraw its forces from the Ryukyu Kingdom within 2 days. Failure to comply will result in retaliatory strikes from our military. Additionally, we will enforce the takeover of the Ogasawara Islands as a punitive measure against the Eastern Kingdom, and we hope for a swift handover. Secondly, our Navy's Pippi Shrimp Carrier Strike Group will, as planned, conduct military exercises with the Persian Navy 2 days hence at the Strait of Hormuz. We request that the United States Navy's Fifth Fleet remain in port to avoid any miscalculations. Concurrently, regarding the deliberate provocations by the United States in the Arab River, we demand the immediate surrender of the perpetrators from the 4th Infantry Division and the 346th Expeditionary Air Force Group. Failure to do so will result in our military taking action against these 2 American forces. Thirdly, regarding the missile blockade of the Skagerrak Strait, the only outlet to the Baltic Sea, originally scheduled for January 6, 2006 at midnight, has been postponed to January 8, 2006 at midnight due to the surprise attack from the United States, while the conclusion time remains unchanged. Now, I invite the esteemed journalists to pose their inquiries to Miss Louis Fee. I am a reporter from Asahi Shimbun, and I would like to ask Miss Louis Fee, why must your nation hold us, the Eastern barbarians, accountable for the military conflict with the United States and impose a 20 burden upon us? How is this 20 delineated? Furthermore, since your country has occupied our South Bird Island, our eastern boundary has already receded by 267 kilometers westward from South Bird Island. If your country were to further seize our Ogasawara Islands, our eastern boundary would shrink by over 1,000 kilometers once more, nearly reaching Honshu. Moreover, your nation's forceful push for the independence of Okinawa has resulted in a contraction of our southern boundary by over 1,000 kilometers. Does your country not fear condemnation from the international community for such acts of brigandage? Are you not apprehensive of the civilized world uniting against you? Are you not concerned about the potential retaliation from us, the Eastern barbarians? Miss Louis Fee coldly replied, the recent attitude and quality of the Eastern barbarian reporters are commendable. If there were a few more explosions, it could be even better. Now, to address your question, all of our military actions are compelled by necessity. If we were not under threat, we would prefer to develop economic and bilateral relations with the Eastern barbarians. Therefore, I suggest the government of the Eastern barbarians reflect upon this matter themselves. Regarding the issue of the 20 responsibility allocation, I am confident that the government of the Eastern barbarians will certainly find their own answers. In the National Defense Headquarters, Nagatacho, Prime Minister's office, cabinet meeting room. With a resounding crash, the furious Inukai Junjiro smashed the television on the wall once more. Baka, weren't we told that no more televisions should be installed here? Prime Minister. This is the cabinet meeting room, not your office, a staff member said nervously. Even so, Baka. The LCD televisions produced in the Eastern barbarians demand to have no bright spots after being turned off, even if it means scrapping 70 of defective units. Believing this will create a myth of Eastern barbarian quality. But can such a myth withstand a teacup? Can it withstand the detestable kingdom of Hedes? Can it save the Eastern barbarians? Baka, look at what the Eastern barbarians are doing now. They manufacture cameras, only to produce adult videos. They make televisions, only to watch adult videos. Prime Minister, please calm down, urged Defense Minister Matsushita Kikuichiro. How can I be calm? The Eastern barbarians proud too. 000 nautical miles of strategic depth to the east is gone, and our 1,000 nautical miles of strategic depth to the south has vanished as well. We have lost control of Okinawa, which is crucial for our dominance in Northeast Asia, and we have no idea what else we might lose in the future. God knows what the detestable kingdom of Hedes intends to do. Why must we, the Eastern barbarians, be troubled by the strikes initiated by the United States? Can we control the United States? This is clearly an attempt to eliminate us. It is truly baffling why they continually fixate on us, the Eastern barbarians. Your Excellency, please remain composed. I have a perspective to share. Speak candidly. Given the circumstances, what else can I do? This time, the United States has suffered tremendous losses and has faced a complete failure. Have you considered what actions they might take next? Minister of Defense Matsushita Kikuichiro spoke enigmatically. Enough of this suspense, speak plainly. When conventional weaponry proves ineffective, the only recourse they can contemplate is nuclear weapons. Upon hearing this, Inukai Junjiro instantly grasped the implications. Should the United States resort to nuclear arms, two outcomes could ensue. Either the annihilation of the world or the normalization of nuclear weaponry. In the latter scenario, we might still retain our position as a bulwark against the kingdom of Hedes, and perhaps we could even acquire our own nuclear arsenal. I see now. We must not wait for the situation to escalate to that point before we prepare. Although this could ultimately lead to a cataclysm of nuclear devastation, we, the Eastern Nation, would rather perish alongside the world. Moreover, certain nations may intervene, and it is possible that a global nuclear exchange may not occur. During such negotiations, we could secretly develop our own nuclear capabilities. Let us convene a clandestine cabinet meeting tomorrow. We must discreetly initiate our nuclear program. In time, we may reclaim what we have lost. Chapter 71. Intercontinental Ballistic Missile Blockade of the Baltic Sea. A peculiarly shaped warship slowly emerged from the central dock of the planetary fortress. This vessel featured an unusual catamaran design, comprising a larger hull for cargo and a smaller hull connected by two curved support structures. The larger hull was dedicated to missile launching, devoid of any bridge or superstructure, while the smaller hull was designated for navigation and control. This unique configuration not only ensured that missile launches would not interfere with navigational operations but also allowed for the assessment of missile deployment from a safer distance, thereby mitigating any potential electromagnetic interference from the bridge's electronic equipment. Qin Shaoai named this specially constructed missile launch ship the Mantis Shrimp, serving as either a munitions vessel or a strike ship. The Mantis Shrimp boasted a displacement of 24,000 tons, equipped with 1,600 vertical missile launch units distributed across 6 launch areas. Its propulsion system comprised 2 high-power integrated pressurized water reactors and 4 turbines, enabling a speed of 34 knots. The ship's flanks and bridge were outfitted with area electromagnetic generators, high-pressure spherical defense towers, and X-1 laser cannons. The separated island structure also housed X-band radar systems and long-range weaponry. After its launch, the Mantis Shrimp underwent a brief system check at the planetary fortress before heading north for its maiden voyage. Upon reaching 200 nautical miles from the planetary fortress, the 2 launch tubes in the first strike area of the munitions hull were activated. 2 JF-41B modified intercontinental ballistic missiles were then elevated from their launch tubes, which, enveloped in white smoke and flames, propelled the missiles away from the ship. Following this, the missile's main engine ignited, sending it soaring into the sky. At the Baltic Sea outlet, in the Skagerrak Strait, Captain Fisher of the Polaris Suez-type container ship remarked, "Ever since the Hedes Ocean Kingdom announced the blockade, everyone has been dutifully docked in the port, awaiting government negotiations. Why should we risk traversing the Skagerrak Strait? I understand why the more turbulent the seas, the pricier the fish," he continued, puffing contentedly on his pipe. "Indeed, so your venture through the strait, when others hesitate, is merely for greater profit? Of course. Did you know our income this time will quadruple? I owe my gratitude to the Hedes Ocean Kingdom. Without their warning, we could not have anticipated such immense profits. As for the threat of intercontinental missiles, I am indifferent. After all, I have yet to hear of any nation daring enough to use intercontinental missiles to blockade a strait. It would require a continuous barrage of such missiles, and even a hegemon like the United States would find itself bankrupt. Do you know the cost of a single intercontinental missile? Several million? No. The current cost of intercontinental ballistic missiles, including maintenance and launch expenses, exceeds $70 million. Thus, no nation truly dares to squander funds in such a manner. Furthermore, where are we? This is Europe, the epicenter of civilization, a paradise yearned for globally, and the most developed, advanced, and powerful region in the world. Who would dare to launch intercontinental missiles at Europe? Only a madman would contemplate such an act. Therefore, this intercontinental missile blockade will undoubtedly prove to be more noise than substance. We need not concern ourselves with Captain Fisher lighting his pipe and exhaling a smoke ring. While Captain Fisher indulges in dreams of wealth, a JF-41B modified conventional warhead intercontinental ballistic missile re-enters the atmosphere, its warhead generating a brilliant glow from friction with the air at speeds exceeding 20 times the speed of sound, visible from hundreds of kilometers away. Although the Baltic coastal nations are aware that this is a missile from the Hedes Ocean Kingdom, none can ascertain whether it will indeed land in the sea. Should it fall upon their sovereign land, it would constitute a grave act of invasion. The thought of a military standoff with the Hedes Ocean Kingdom sends shivers down the spines of the coastal nations. However, as formidable NATO members, they cannot merely stand by as the missile descends. Thus, the coastal nations' air defense systems are on high alert. As the missile re-enters the atmosphere, they commence launching surface-to-air missiles. Faced with a ballistic missile traveling at over 20 times the speed of sound, ordinary air defense systems are utterly ineffective. The JF-41B glides through these costly interceptors as if on a parade, and at an altitude of 10,000 meters above the surface of the strait. The protective shell of the warhead detaches, releasing 24 subwarheads. As these subwarheads descend at high speed, their built-in short acceleration engines ignite, maintaining a velocity of 20 times the speed of sound as they crash into the Skagerrak Strait. The meticulously calculated dispersal area of the subwarheads nearly covers the entire width of the Skagerrak Strait. Sadly, the Polaris is struck by one of the subwarheads, resulting in a violent explosion that sends the ship's containers soaring into the sky, cascading down like flowers from the heavens, with some even landing on the shore. In a press conference held on the back lawn of the White House, it was declared that this moment represents the darkest hour in the annals of the nation of Sam, a somber time for every citizen who cherishes freedom and democracy, as well as for every valiant soldier in service. As our courageous president leads the nation into a pivotal struggle against the malevolent kingdom of Hedes, There are certain military generals within SAM who seek to exploit this turmoil to undermine our country, manipulate our president, and conspire with the Hedes kingdom to subjugate our nation. These treacherous traitors include Secretary of Defense Lavard, Admiral Mullen, Commander of the Pacific Theater, General White, Commander of U.S. Forces in Japan, Colonel Miller, Brigade Commander of the 28th Infantry Division of the Maryland National Guard, Brigadier General Hoffman, Commander of the 4th Infantry Division in the Middle East, and Colonel Catwell of the 346th Expeditionary Air Wing. These parasites have caused the loss of over 28,000 of our troops stationed in Japan, resulting in the destruction of our entire air and naval forces in the Far East and the sinking of the USS Vincent. Although these individuals perished in battle, their condemnation cannot be rescinded. On behalf of the injured president, I express my vehement denunciation and disdain for the aforementioned 6 individuals, who shall forever be etched in the history of SAM. The insidious kingdom of Hedes, which launched a surprise attack on our brave military, shall face the wrath of the Eagle of SAM, making them acutely aware that challenging civilized society leads to annihilation. When destruction befalls them, their only recourse will be to repent, to seek forgiveness from the Lord, from the civilized world, and from the nation of SAM. With tears of indignation, National Security Advisor Pyrost vehemently accused, while President George W. Bush, smiling as he pulled back a corner of the curtain in the White House, remarked that the merchants of SAM would sell their souls for profit, while our politicians would sell everything. At the command center of the planetary fortress, Qin Shaohai, watching the live broadcast of the press conference, was nearly left aghast, pondering the unparalleled audacity of SAM. The president declared that our blockade of the Baltic Sea has commenced. They surely believe that intercontinental missiles are too costly for us to sustain for long. Let us terrify them with the truth. We can produce 3 to 4 missiles daily, akin to a production line, not to mention the hundreds we've already amassed. Mr. President, their recent statements may be intended to threaten us with nuclear weapons. Should we reserve some intercontinental missiles for retaliation? No need. We shall maintain the blockade of the Baltic. SAM's counterattack will not occur so swiftly. If retaliation is necessary, it will have to wait until their forces have weathered this wave of pneumonia. Chapter 72. The new political game. As the populace of various nations became engrossed in the series of military maneuvers conducted by the Kingdom of Hedes, a highly transmissible respiratory illness emerged in Europe and America, defined by some experts as atypical pneumonia. The initial cases were reported within the military base of the Eastern Nation, leading to the illness being referred to as the Eastern atypical pneumonia. With the discovery of this outbreak in Eastern multiple states within the United States began to report similar cases, followed by a swift spread across Europe. From the Iberian Peninsula eastward to the Ural Mountains, and from Rome northward to the Scandinavian mountains, as if the entire Western world had succumbed to this affliction overnight. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention in the United States initially reported over 300 deaths daily, which surged to more than 1,500 by January 9, 2006, and continued to escalate. Hospitals across various states were overwhelmed, leading to shortages of ventilators and medications. In stark contrast to the high infection and fatality rates observed in Europe and America, Asia remained relatively unaffected, with only a few mild cases reported. And the transmissibility of the virus was notably low. African and Latin American nations, hindered by their developmental challenges, also experienced infections. However, the lack of substantial governmental response and low media visibility resulted in minimal coverage. The outbreak of this highly infectious and deadly virus in the West overshadowed news regarding the Kingdom of Hedes, marking the first time it lost its position at the forefront of the news cycle. At a special conference in the East, it was announced, ladies and gentlemen, the recent series of actions by the Kingdom of Hedes has reached a temporary conclusion, yet the ramifications will continue to expand. For instance, the lease of Jeju Island has commenced, and as of today, a battalion from the Kingdom of Hedes has landed on the island and is engaging in handover procedures with the local forces. Our construction firms are poised to begin the establishment of the governor's residence and an Air Force base on Jeju Island. Once operational, this base will allow the Kingdom of Hedes to exercise complete control over the Peninsula Strait, the sole maritime passage for the Eastern Nation heading southward. Concurrently, the maritime and aerial operations of the local forces will fall entirely under the surveillance of the Kingdom of Hedes, effectively sealing off the Eastern Nation through Jeju Island. Furthermore, through a series of military actions, the Kingdom of Hedes has detached the Ryukyu Islands from the Eastern Nation. significantly shrinking its territory to just the 8-1 prefecture in the south and southwest. The occupation of the Ogasawara Islands has further diminished the eastern territories to their main island. The Eastern Nation is no longer a significant player in East Asia, as its economic, political, and military strength primarily resided in the south and southwest. Now, regardless of whether it looks eastward, southward, or southwestward, the Eastern Nation must heed the will of the Kingdom of Hethys, thus nearly forfeiting its ability to partake in the affairs of Northeast Asia and East Asia. The only freedom of Dongi Nation lies to the north. Where the current interplay with Bear Nation remains unrestricted, this may indeed be the underlying intention of the Kingdom of Hethys. Furthermore, the naval exercises conducted by the Kingdom of Hethys in conjunction with Persia, alongside the missile blockade of the Baltic Sea, suggest that the kingdom is endeavoring to extend its influence beyond the Pacific. The trade sanctions imposed by the Kingdom of Hethys on nations such as Bobo and Dewan are particularly intriguing. The kingdom prohibits any vessels from these 5 nations from entering the Pacific waters, indicating its intention to intercept their ships within this maritime domain. Consequently, we can surmise that the forthcoming actions of the Kingdom of Hethys may encompass the control of strategic maritime passages from the Pacific to other oceans, such as the Strait of Malacca and the Panama Canal. The recent widespread outbreak of the SARS virus in Europe and America may represent an opportunity for the Kingdom of Hethys. In discussing this outbreak, experts from our health department have noted a peculiar phenomenon. The transmission range and symptoms bear a striking resemblance to the outbreak we experienced in 2003. Yet the affected population has shifted from our citizens to those in Europe and America, suggesting a targeted retaliatory infection campaign, as remarked by an elderly gentleman with glasses. The Kingdom of Hethys certainly possesses an intriguing character. What do you imply? I suggest we promptly establish a long-term oil supply agreement with Bear Nation, as the oil conflict will become the focal point of warfare in the coming decades. The recent military exercises between the Kingdom of Hethys and Persia in the Strait of Hormuz have not disclosed their duration, given the nature of the Kingdom of Hethys. It is likely that they intend to instigate events in the Persian Gulf, a crucial artery for global oil supply. Understood. Additionally, let us ensure that our shipping enterprises in Europe remain vigilant and attuned to domestic communications. I suspect the Kingdom of Hethys may continue to take action in the European direction, and we must monitor the situation closely, promptly informing our enterprises and organizations. Indeed. Lastly, what are your thoughts on Dongi Nation's proposal to the United Nations regarding the admission of the Kingdom of Hethys as a member state? This is a positive development. We should wholeheartedly support it, as within the framework of the United Nations, the Kingdom of Hethys will wield greater advantages. Certainly, under the unified coordination of the United Nations. We can also explore broader avenues for cooperation with the Kingdom of Hethys. As the discussion unfolded, voices of agreement and anticipation filled the room. Yet, the individual seated at the head of the table expressed some reservations. Ultimately, the Kingdom of Hethys aims to join the United Nations. However, it remains uncertain whether this is the most opportune moment. Currently, the kingdom is engaged in various conflicts with NATO and has recently executed a series of military operations in East Asia. I anticipate further military actions targeting the Pacific Straits. Joining the United Nations at this juncture may not be prudent, as it could contradict the principles of the UN Charter, potentially undermining the authority of the United Nations. Furthermore, based on the current initiatives exhibited by the Kingdom of Hethys, we surmise that they must be undertaking significant plans that will directly impact Western interests. The United Nations, along with various international organizations and treaties, has been established under Western dominance, which inevitably renders the conflict between the Kingdom of Hethys and the Western world fundamental and irreconcilable. Should conflicts arise after the Kingdom of Hethys joins the United Nations, it could potentially trigger a global conflagration, even nuclear warfare. As a permanent member of the Security Council, we would find ourselves in an exceedingly awkward position. Thus, my recommendation is to cast a dissenting vote. I acknowledge that they have recently offered us a substantial concession in the East China Sea, have shown a tendency to align with us across various domains, and have treated us with considerable friendliness. Nevertheless, it is imperative that we cast this opposing vote. It is a strategic maneuver. I firmly believe that the Kingdom of Hethys comprehends our position, and I also trust that they require our dissenting vote, as it is one that the United States would undoubtedly prefer to avoid. Should this vote be cast, it would instigate a new round of political maneuvering, which could yield unforeseen advantages for us and potentially assist the Kingdom of Hethys in realizing certain objectives. Chapter 73, The War of Genes in El Paso, Texas. At the Bliss Military Base, established in 1848 and currently the station for the 1st Armored Division, the base houses a total personnel count of 17,000. Additionally, it hosts the Northern Joint Task Force, the William Beaumont Army Medical Center, the 11th Air Defense Brigade, and the 32nd Army Air Defense and Missile Defense Command, along with a clandestine Army Biological Laboratory. The total military personnel number reaches 25,000, and when including families, the population on the base exceeds 46,000. As one of the initial locations to be afflicted by the East Asian SARS outbreak, Bliss Military Base has recorded nearly 30,000 infections, with fatalities reaching 8,000, devastating almost half of the 1st Armored Division. Currently, the base is under strict lockdown and grid management, with numerous quarantine zones established. Any identified infected individuals are promptly isolated. Yet this measure has proven insufficient in halting the virus's spread. In an unassuming 3-story white building at the northwest corner of the base, a top-secret Army biological laboratory is situated. Adjacent to it is the William Beaumont Army Medical Center, perhaps strategically positioned to facilitate sample acquisition. Following the extensive outbreak of SARS, the CIA and the Army of the United States discovered that the virus exhibited distinct characteristics indicative of American manufacture. Today, within this clandestine biological laboratory, experts in biological warfare from the CIA, specialists from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, biologists from the National Endowment for Democracy, and biological engineering experts from the U.S. Army are engaged in the analysis and interpretation of the virus's genetic sequence. Lewis, one expert stated, after analyzing serum samples from patient 0 and the subsequent infected individuals numbered 1 through 10, we have determined that the virus evades the immune system upon entry into the human body. It is only after the virus has spread that the immune system activates. However, this activation not only fails to eliminate the virus, but also inflicts damage upon the lungs, liver, and brain. Indeed, Dr. Peter, this is perplexing. The immune system, which should respond to the viral invasion, remains oblivious to the incursion. Our experiments and investigations reveal that the virus adeptly deceives HLA and HLB gene fragments, which are crucial for initiating the immune response. All eyes turn to Dr. Hoffman from the National Endowment for Democracy, known for his collaboration with CIA biologists in the creation of the SARS virus targeted at Asians in 2002 and 2003. Hi, everyone, he acknowledged, I comprehend your implications. At that time, we employed the same logic and principles to engineer the SARS virus aimed at Asians. After analyzing their 40,000 gene datasets, we discovered that over 85 possessed a specific OM175 genomic structure. Thus, we designed the SARS virus to precisely deceive this genomic composition. When the virus proliferates within the body, it is only then that other genomic structures activate the immune system, but by that point, it is already too late. Thus, the recent outbreak of this Eastern atypical pneumonia follows a similar logic, as the virus has deceived the genomic system by substituting it with HLA-BQBX1501. This genetic configuration is originally intended to activate the immune system during the early stages of viral invasion. However, the virus has been engineered to evade it effortlessly. Furthermore, this atypical pneumonia virus has been modified to simultaneously assault the liver, a point I trust is clear to all. Once the liver is compromised, the human body is rendered incapable of properly absorbing medications or effectively diluting and decomposing toxins within, which proves fatal for those infected with atypical pneumonia. To be afflicted by atypical pneumonia yet unable to take medication is akin to being stabbed while powerless to staunch the bleeding, ultimately forced to witness one's own demise. The malevolence of the nation or organization responsible for this modification is truly alarming, surpassing even our own country in its ruthlessness, and their technological prowess is remarkable. To this day, we remain baffled by how they have successfully implanted 2 attacking enzymes within such an unstable RNA structure. Gentlemen, few nations possess such biogenetic technology. Only a handful exist, predominantly among the permanent members of the Security Council, thus identifying the target countries is quite clear. A CIA official remarked that perhaps this is their retaliation against us for our genetic assault in Asia. This possibility cannot be dismissed. If that is indeed the case, I believe we must promptly inform the President, for nations wielding this biotechnological capability will pose the most formidable threat to us. We should refrain from launching any further assaults against them, as our nation as principle has always been to strike without fear of retaliation from foes who cannot fight back, targeting only the Na'vi who remain silent in their suffering. For instance, we dare not employ nuclear weapons against the Bear Nation, as they possess even more than we do. Indeed, it is absolutely correct that our country will never engage in mutual destruction with adversaries. Should an opponent possess counteracting genetic capabilities, we must henceforth avoid using such tactics against them. At this juncture, a CIA expert concluded, "Very well, gentlemen. The vaccine development must be expedited based on existing foundations. Otherwise, our population may plummet from 300 million to 100 million. Concurrently, I shall hasten to the White House, hoping the President can comprehend this report." On January 11, 2006, the Dongi Nation, in its capacity as a non-permanent member, submitted a request to the UN Secretary-General for the accession of the Kingdom of Hedes to the United Nations and drafted an official statement on behalf of the kingdom, declaring its acceptance of the obligations enshrined in the United Nations Charter. In light of this, the United Nations convened a special meeting to discuss the matter of Hedes' admission. During this session, the 15-member nations engaged in voting, with the Dongi Nation casting the first vote as this year's non-permanent member. Subsequently, the representative of Dongi Nation voted against the accession, citing the intercontinental missile attack from the Kingdom of Hedes as justification. This revelation startled both our nation and the Dongi Nation, as they had not anticipated such an unexpected turn of events. In their dismay, our country contemplated silencing the Dongi Nation's ambassador to the UN. Fortunately, the final outcome was 12 votes in favor, 2 abstentions, and 1 vote against, meeting the United Nations requirement of 9 votes for approval. Subsequently, the procedure advanced to the deliberation phase of the United Nations General Assembly, which was scheduled to last for 3 days. In the final voting segment, as long as more than 2/3 of the member states approved, it would meet the criteria for passage. The outcome was foregone, with over 4/5 of the member states casting affirmative votes. Representatives from the United States and the Eastern Isles were already preparing to pop champagne for once approved. The Kingdom of Hedes would officially fall under the framework led by the United States. The Eastern Isles rejoiced as well. For once, the Kingdom of Hedes and the Eastern Isles jointly became member states of the United Nations. The former would no longer rise in rebellion under the guise of a local government of the Eastern Isles, leading to its demise. The Assembly smoothly transitioned to the crucial voting segment involving the 5 permanent members of the Security Council. Should they grant their approval, the Kingdom of Hedes would become the 192nd member of the United Nations. During the intermission before the voting, John, the United States ambassador to the United Nations, and Yoshida, the ambassador of the Eastern Isles, engaged in amiable conversation. "Ambassador John, there will be no issues with the final vote, regardless of the circumstances. Indeed, there will be no complications from our side, whether from the United States, the perfumed nation, or Johnland, as we have already deliberated on this matter. Moreover, the Panda and Bear Nations are friendly towards the Kingdom of Hedes. They have no grounds for opposition. We might as well begin celebrating now. Indeed, Ambassador John, from this moment forth, the despised Kingdom of Hedes will no longer enjoy its freedom. It shall gradually be consumed or controlled within the framework established by the great United States." Chapter 74. The rejection of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom's membership application. The United Nations headquarters, occupying nearly half of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors, hosted representatives from various nations today. The assembly was particularly well attended, as this marked the final voting session in the General Assembly regarding the membership status of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom. Additionally, Minister Hela of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom was invited to attend the UN meeting in her capacity as the applicant nation's representative. As preparations commenced for the final vote among the permanent members, the nations of Dewan and Bobo unexpectedly submitted a special discussion request to the Assembly's presiding officer, UN Secretary-General Mr. N. They sought to deliberate on the matter of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom's deployment of intercontinental missiles and the blockade of the Baltic Sea. At this moment, the live broadcast shifted to the expression of the ambassador from Sam country, whose surprised demeanor and lip movements hinted at an exclamation of disbelief. Meanwhile, viewers in the White House, including George W. Bush, erupted in frustration, lamenting the foolishness of the two nations for raising such an unrelated issue at this critical juncture. As tensions in the White House escalated, Secretary-General Mr. N promptly denied the request from the Nordic countries, citing that such discussions were not permissible under the General Assembly's regulations during the voting on permanent members. The voting commenced on time, with Sam country casting the first affirmative vote, followed by John country and Fragrance Nation in support, In Bear Country, also in favor. When attention turned to the ambassador from Panda Country, he smiled warmly, engaging in brief conversation with Minister Gila before, to everyone's astonishment, raising a placard of dissent. The long-anticipated vote ultimately collapsed at the last moment. Witnessing the outcome, the ambassadors from Dawan and Bobo exchanged high-fives in celebration and approached the front row to share their jubilation with the ambassador from Sam Country, prompting a classic outburst of frustration from the ambassador of John Country. He cursed their actions, expressing exasperation at their habitual pretense of non-existence, only to cast a vote against at such a pivotal moment. Had they known of this tactic, discussions should have been initiated beforehand. Minister Gila approached the ambassador from Dongi Country, Mr. Dadokin, stating, "It appears we are relegated to being merely a local government of Dongi for now, though our nation is quite unwilling to accept such a status." After delivering her remarks, she turned and departed, leaving the Dongi ambassador visibly shocked, then anxious, and finally fearful. In the command center of the planetary fortress, Qin Shaoi savored the Italian coffee recently served by Lan Wei, remarking, "Yue, although this beverage is bitter, the sensation that follows is truly delightful." Is the president subtly alluding to the Dongi people? Lan Yue replied with a smile, "Goodness, do not frighten me. Is this your own thought, or did you learn it somewhere?" Qin Shaoi was nearly startled into spilling his coffee. "What is the matter, Mr. President?" Lan Wei inquired with a puzzled expression. "How could your comprehension be attributed to artificial intelligence? Only a true human could possess such an understanding. Is that truly your belief?" "Mr. President?" Lan Wei exclaimed with delight. Without regard for Qin Shaohai's reaction, she brazenly added a comment that would leave him astounded. "If I were to conceive again, would that mean I could become your girlfriend, Mr. President?" "Ah, Yue, please don't frighten me. Have you secretly undergone some transformation these past few days? Your awareness is alarmingly akin to that of an ordinary person." "I'm uncertain, Mr. President. Sometimes these thoughts just arise." However, Lan Wei was aware that such musings were not exclusive to humans, for she sensed a plethora of language and logical analysis within her mind, indicating that these thoughts transcended human consciousness. "Your words reassure me. I was nearly terrified moments ago." After this exchange, Qin Shaohai resumed savoring his coffee. Once Galaxy finished updating the global situation screen, he remarked, "Galaxy, according to the data detected by the planetary fortress in the past week, 49 cargo ships have traversed the Panama Canal into the Pacific, while 24 vessels and warships passed through the Strait of Malacca, and 9 cargo ships and warships navigated the Bering Strait. We cannot allow others to perceive us as mere blusterers. We must demonstrate our command over the Pacific. Dispatch our fleet to locate and retrieve these vessels." "Understood, Mr. President." "Have the bases on Ryukyu and Dongi Nations been evacuated?" "Mr. President, no evacuation has occurred. We have encircled the bases completely, and the airspace belongs to the Ryukyu Nation. They're unable to withdraw." "Ah, I almost overlooked that detail during my orders for encirclement. Yet, it has been quite some time. Why have they not sought communication with us? Are the personnel and equipment at those bases to be abandoned? Please investigate the current situation at these bases, particularly regarding their supplies, especially drinking water. If they are not in shortage, let them remain so. If they are, let their condition worsen." At the Okinawa Marine Corps Air Base, Major General Witt reported, "It has been a week without a retreat plan from the Pacific Theater. Last week's airstrikes resulted in the loss of all our aircraft. Our base now lacks even a single flying creature, while we still possess ample food supplies. Drinking water has become scarce. Since this morning, the water supply has been cut off, and our stock of bottled water is dwindling. Major Quinn, this predicament is unavoidable. The intensive bombardment by the Kingdom of Hedes has obliterated our command center and communications infrastructure. The operational officers at the base have suffered significant casualties. As the logistics commander, I have now assumed the role of base commander, and it is a stroke of luck that we can still communicate with the Pacific Command. The base is now besieged, utterly cut off from escape. On land, there is no way out, and even the skies have been rendered perilous. When has our military, the esteemed forces of Sam, ever faced such dire straits?" With that, Major General Witt downed his glass of red wine. "General," he continued, "we still have a considerable stock of red wine, yet increasingly. Our surviving soldiers spend their days drinking to pass the time. I fear that in a few days, we will find ourselves devoid of this solace. Without wine, without water, that will be our true nightmare." "Our nightmare shall not last long," he asserted, "for we are already halfway through the 30-day deadline. Washington will not turn a blind eye to our plight. The most insidious of all is the Marine Corps of the Kingdom of Hedes. Every hour, a helicopter hovers above us, and one can never know when they might unleash missiles or rockets upon us. The morale of the surviving soldiers at the base is fraying, teetering on the brink of collapse. Should we manage to return to Sam, I am certain the whirring of those helicopter blades will forever echo in our minds. General, he lamented, there may not be many soldiers left to return home. Among the more than 100 survivors at the base, over half have contracted SARS, and the remaining soldiers exhibit similar symptoms. It won't be long before they find solace in the embrace of the Almighty. Let us hope there are no Heths in heaven. Chapter 75. The value of small nations in the vicinity of Taiping Island, within the waters of the Nansha Islands. The cargo vessel Prince Cattery of the Great Bull Nation is manned by Captain Heimerdinger, who leisurely stands at the bow with a can of beer in hand, accompanied by his first mate, Jess, whom he has personally trained. Captain, the Baltic Sea is now devoid of vessels. I have heard that over 10 cargo ships have been sunk in the strait over the past few days. The ports in the Baltic Sea are currently congested with ships, and the Cookie Nation's port at the strait's entrance has begun to experience a backlog, with hundreds of cargo ships unable to enter. Do you truly believe that the Heth's Ocean Kingdom possesses such formidable economic and military prowess? That is difficult to ascertain. The Heth's Ocean Kingdom has launched more than 50 intercontinental ballistic missiles, a capability not typically found in ordinary nations. Moreover, they continue to launch missiles intermittently every day. Once we complete this journey, we must seek a less costly port to dock. The shipowner has sent an email instructing us to stop at a third nation's port and to wait 3 months before returning. But Captain, the Heth's Ocean Kingdom has also issued a decree prohibiting vessels from our 5 nations from appearing in the Pacific. Might we be in danger? Haha, Jess? You need not worry about that. It is simply implausible. This diminutive Heth's Ocean Kingdom cannot possibly comprehend the vastness of the Pacific. Their few warships are insignificant in such an expanse. How could they hope to control the entire ocean? Despite their recent military actions demonstrating strength, their numbers remain woefully inadequate. As far as I know, they possess only 2 carrier battle groups, one stationed in the Eastern Nation and the other in the Persian Gulf, along with an amphibious strike group. The remainder of their naval fleet does not exceed 30 vessels. Such a meager naval force cannot effectively exert influence over the entirety of the Pacific. Once we have traversed the Malacca Strait, we shall be assured of our safety. As the 2 men bask in the beauty of the equatorial scenery, the ship's alarm suddenly blares, prompting them to dash to the bridge. Great Bull Nation cargo vessel Prince Cattery, this is the Heth's Ocean Kingdom's missile destroyer Yellowfish, according to the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. We suspect that your vessel may be harboring pirates or has previously engaged in piratical activities. You are hereby commanded to halt and submit to inspection. Is there truly a warship from the Heth's Ocean Kingdom? Where did they come from? Jess exclaimed, taken aback. Captain Heimerdinger attentively listened to the broadcast, then seized the communicator to respond. Heth's Ocean Kingdom's missile destroyer Yellowfish, this is the Great Bull Nation cargo vessel Prince Cattery. We are a registered cargo ship of the newest ocean freight company. Not pirates. Our cargo consists of legitimate trade goods, frozen beef, silage, wheat, grains, and aquatic products, destined for the port of the Panda Nation. Fulfilling a standard trade transport mission. Lithuanian cargo vessel Prince Cattery, this is your final warning. Under the provisions of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, I am authorized to conduct a search of your vessel. I repeat, this is your final warning. If you do not cease your navigation, we will take military action to ensure the security of these waters. Captain, please halt the vessel. The Kingdom of Hethys is indeed prepared to open fire. Very well. Disengage the main propulsion system. Upon boarding the Prince Cattery, a contingent of soldiers from the Kingdom of Hethys seized control of the bridge and adjusted the course towards Shaoport in the Shao province of Hethys Island. What is the meaning of this? Captain Heimerdinger inquired anxiously. You are suspected of smuggling and acts of piracy. In accordance with the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea and the regulations of the Kingdom of Hethys, your vessel is hereby temporarily detained and directed to Shao Port for further investigation. You cannot do this. The ship is laden with premium goods from the Great Bull Nation, all of which have expiration dates. Once they pass their prime, the Panda Nation will reject them, resulting in colossal losses for us. If you were truly concerned about these losses, you would not have allowed those foolish legislators to spread their nonsensical claims. The commanding officer instructed the soldiers to confine the crew within the sailors' quarters as the ship, under military control, began to change course. In the aftermath of the Kingdom of Hethys' aggressive actions in the seizure of vessels, a wave of protests erupted across the 5 nations, leading to widespread unemployment among port and shipping company personnel. Industries linked to exports suffered immensely, and several prime ministers and executives faced impeachment. After futile attempts to seek assistance from NATO, the foreign ministers of the 5 nations converged on the Great Bull Nation, hoping to persuade it to exert pressure on the Kingdom of Hedes. The tragedy of smaller nations lies in their oblivion to their own insignificance and powerlessness. When they provoke the interests of larger powers and face retribution, they realize their only recourse is to seek aid from their overlords. However, at that moment, the Great Bull Nation was disinclined to antagonize the Kingdom of Hedes, instead contemplating a means to ease relations, as their foremost priority was to secure the kingdom's entry into the United Nations. Mr. Secretary of State, our nation has long looked to the Great Bull Nation for guidance, and we are once again at the forefront of this crisis. Our legislators concocted this rhetoric not only to revile the Kingdom of Hedes but also to fabricate an image of an evil nation in the West. Yet, this detestable Kingdom of Hedes has silenced all criticism, far inferior to the tolerance of the panda. They have not only decimated our valiant legislators but have also blockaded the Baltic Sea. The Great Bull Nation stands as the beacon of the free world. They cannot abandon us now, lamented the foreign minister of the Great Bull Nation. Indeed, Mr. Lord, although our nations may lack military prowess, we excel in the art of verbal sparring. Whenever a war of words erupts, we are invariably at the forefront, shamelessly fabricating lies. When the United States denounces the Bear Nation, we hasten to conjure falsehoods about them, expounding on their supposed threats at every international conference. Likewise, when the United States targets that Eastern superpower, we promptly mobilize our rhetoric, weaving tales and setting traps, neglecting our domestic affairs to align with the United States in their underhanded endeavors against others. At a mere command from the United States, we would readily betray even our ancestors. Now that trouble has arisen, it is imperative that you do not turn a blind eye, lamented Foreign Minister Bobo tearfully. Although Lord harbored a certain disdain for these ineffectual meddlers, he maintained a facade of professionalism. Ladies and gentlemen, I understand your sentiments, but I implore you to exercise patience for a while. The Kingdom of Hedes cannot indefinitely deploy intercontinental missiles. The exorbitant cost of tens of millions of dollars per missile for the purpose of blockading straits is a strategy destined for bankruptcy. They will falter if we endure. The ultimate victory shall forever belong to us. The most pressing task at hand is to collectively persuade the Panda Nation to agree to the Kingdom of Hedes joining the United Nations. But, stammered the embarrassed foreign minister, we are currently fabricating slanders against them. Just months ago, certain legislators were tasked with maligning the Panda Nation. Indeed, our legislators and media continue to concoct false narratives about the Panda Nation, incessantly propagating their darkness and tyranny. Is it truly prudent for us to lobby them at this juncture? Bobo added awkwardly. Are you still concerned about appearances? With a faltering economy, a lackluster military, and no political clout, are we not reliant on mere words? And now, even our rhetoric is failing? Such allies hold no value for us in the United States. Lord stated with gravitas. Mr. Lord, please do not be vexed. I believe our officials possess the thickest skins. We shall promptly arrange diplomatic engagements with the Panda Nation. This is indeed the proper course of action. You will further rally other NATO and European nations, and together we shall launch a diplomatic campaign against the Panda Nation. Lord said, his spirits lifted. Simultaneously, we in the United States shall dispatch several naval vessels to conduct freedom of navigation operations in the South China Sea, and perhaps sell a few missiles to their eastern islands. I am confident that this will compel the Panda Nation to acquiesce, he concluded. Mr. Lord, this could not be more ideal. Under the formidable military pressure from the United States, and with the mediation of our European free states, they will undoubtedly cast their votes in favor. Chapter 76: The Encounter of the Base and the Fukushima Coast Guard Vessel, January 17. Eastern Barbarian Nation off the coast of Sendai Coast Guard Vessel Fukushima. This vessel is currently the largest patrol ship in the world, with a standard displacement of 6,500 tons and a maximum displacement of 7,175 tons, measuring 150 meters in length, 16.5 meters in width, and a draft of 9 meters. It can reach a speed of 25 knots and boasts an impressive range of 20,000 nautical miles. Its armament consists of 2 JM-61 Type 20mm Gatling guns and 2 twin-mounted Oerlikon 35mm gun turrets. The vessel is equipped with a spacious helicopter landing platform and a dual hangar, housing 2 AS-332 Super Puma heavy naval helicopters. While patrolling nearby, the Fukushima Coast Guard suddenly detected a large target approaching the territorial waters of the Eastern Barbarian Nation on its radar. What in the world is happening? Why is a foreign vessel encroaching upon our territorial waters without any prior notification? Since the Ogasawara Islands were forcibly occupied by the Kingdom of Hedes, the Japan Self-Defense Forces have not deployed reconnaissance aircraft in the region. Although the Ogasawara Islands remain under our control for now, in just over half a month, the Kingdom of Hedes will dispatch troops to take over, leaving the eastern flank of the eastern barbarian nation utterly defenseless, akin to a maiden stripped bare for all to see. Captain, this is not the time to discuss the geopolitical and strategic depth of the eastern barbarian nation. What shall we do? What to do? We must approach and ascertain the nature of this large target. This is the Fukushima Coast Guard vessel of the eastern barbarian nation. This is the fishing vessel base of the Kingdom of Hedes. You are entering our navigational route. Please state your intentions. A voice suddenly inquired over the radio. Nanny? They dare to inquire about our intentions while approaching our territorial waters. This must be a vessel of the Kingdom of Hedes. No other nation would be so brazen. Fukushima Coast Guard vessel of the eastern barbarian nation. This is the fishing inspection vessel base of the Kingdom of Hedes. Your vessel is currently in our contiguous zone and heading towards our territorial waters. Please state your purpose. According to the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, we will be conducting innocent passage into the territorial waters of the eastern barbarian nation. Please do not obstruct us. Repeat, please do not obstruct us. How dare they claim innocent passage? They are not a civilian vessel. What grounds do they have to enter our territorial waters? Captain, we must report this to the Coast Guard promptly. We cannot withstand a confrontation. Remember what happened last year with Kangaroo Nation. That base vessel wreaked havoc along their entire northern coastline. Indeed, the report begins with the captain of the patrol vessel, flustered and hurriedly adjusting the communication frequency. Coast Guard Headquarters, Hachinahe 2nd District. This is the Fukushima Coast Guard vessel. We have detected the Hestia Ocean Kingdom's fishing inspection ship. The base. The base is currently traveling at a speed of 24 knots, heading towards our territorial waters. Repeat, heading towards our territorial waters. This is the Coast Guard Headquarters, Hachinahe 2nd District. Fukushima, you are to intercept and ensure it does not enter our waters. If necessary, forcefully occupy its route to compel it to depart. What? How can the station issue such an order today? This contradicts the procedures of the Coast Guard, the captain said, somewhat agitated. Captain, should we inquire about the mission code for verification? Very well, the captain replied, picking up the radio once more. Hachinahe 2nd District, please transmit the mission code. Understood, Fukushima. The mission code is ADP 510. Repeat, the mission code is ADP 510. Proceed. Strange, why the final phrase proceed? It sounds almost mocking, the captain mused, perplexed. Captain, since the Coast Guard's code is correct, we must comply. However, the vessels that previously intercepted the base have all sunk. If we obstruct their route, Captain, the orders from the Coast Guard are clear. We have no choice. Perhaps we should prepare the lifeboats just in case. Go ahead and prepare them, as a precaution. Or perhaps the Coast Guard is privy to information we are not. Additionally, notify the engine room to check the engines and power systems, should they indeed attempt a collision. We must be able to accelerate away. Yes, Captain. At the Hachinahe Coast Guard headquarters, the officer on duty reported, Sir, communication with the Fukushima has been lost. They are on a collision course with the base. In a few minutes, the two vessels will collide. Upon realizing the situation, the officer immediately alerted the duty officer. Are they insane? The base's primary attack method is collision. Does the captain have a death wish? Call again. Continue to call. Yes. Order the helicopter to deploy to the relevant sea area, equipped with loudspeakers. Hurry, the officer urged. Report. The two vessels are 3 nautical miles apart. With the base's speed at 26 knots, and it is accelerating, the officer said, tension mounting. Continue the calls, instruct them to vacate the base's route. This madman. The report was escalated to the Minister of Transportation. Distance, 1 nautical mile, 1,000 meters. Sir, the Fukushima has accelerated and is moving away from the base's path. Well done. This captain is a hero. It seems he wishes to teach the base a lesson. We nearly found ourselves in conflict with the Hestia Ocean Kingdom. Wait. The two vessels are still on a collision course. What is happening? A soldier said in terror. What? Wasn't the Fukushima accelerating away? Uncertain as we are, our detection equipment is unable to ascertain the course of the vessel's base in Fukushima, yet it can confirm that both ships remain on a collision path. At a distance of 200 meters, then 100 meters, and finally 50 meters, the Fukushima Coast Guard vessel accelerated rapidly. Hard to port. Hard to port. Evade the base. The captain shouted, drenched in sweat. My lord, we are on a collision course. Their bow is consistently aimed at us. We cannot evade. With a thunderous crash, the sound of metal grinding against metal filled the air. The captain and the sailors of the Eastern Barbarians, overwhelmed by the force of the impact, fell to the deck. Some sustaining head injuries. The first officer, firmly anchored to the control panel, was the only one still standing, watching in disbelief as the base passed perilously close before his eyes. Once the base had sailed by, he realized that his section of the patrol vessel had become detached from the other half, which began to tilt downward. With little time to admire this once-in-a-century sight, he bellowed, "Abandon ship! Quickly, abandon ship! The vessel is sinking." He was the first to dash for the exit. In the capital of the Eastern Barbarians, Nagatacho, at the Prime Minister's residence, a staff member burst in, exclaiming, "Prime Minister, it is dire news. We have just received word that the base from the Kingdom of Hedes has entered our territorial waters and has sunk our largest patrol vessel, the Fukushima." Nanny? The base from the Kingdom of Hedes? That fishing vessel? What could it possibly want in our waters? Inquired Junjiro Inukai. It remains unclear, Prime Minister. Could it be related to the recent United Nations conference? We, the Eastern Barbarians, have fulfilled our obligations. It was the Panda Kingdom that obstructed their passage, not us, he lamented. That cannot be. There must be another reason. Investigate if we have offended the Kingdom of Hedes in any way in the past few days. Surely no parliamentarian has spoken out of turn. Yes, Prime Minister. With a furrowed brow, Junjiro Inukai stood before the window, murmuring to himself, "Baka, they come again. This Kingdom of Hedes is truly detestable. We have cooperated so extensively of late. Why can they not let us be? We have had no interactions with the Sam Kingdom. What could be the cause?" Chapter 77. The Eastern Nation Embassy of the Kingdom of Hedes in the Panda Nation today marks the inauguration of the newly appointed ambassador of the Kingdom of Hedes to the Panda Nation, with Qin Shaohai appointing TIAs as the first ambassador representing Hedes abroad. The director of the Asian Affairs Department of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs personally attended the ceremony, accompanied by the ambassador from the Eastern Nation. Following the incursion of the fishing inspection vessel Lucy into the territorial waters of the Eastern Nation and its subsequent collision with and sinking of a patrol boat from the Eastern Coast Guard, speculation within the Eastern Nation regarding the reasons for renewed tensions between the two countries has been rampant. However, after much deliberation, no definitive conclusions could be drawn, leading to conjectures primarily surrounding the issue of the negative vote against Hedes. Upon learning of the ambassador's appointment today, the Eastern government instructed its ambassador in China to extend congratulations while simultaneously inquiring about the incident and discussing countermeasures. After completing the formalities, a closed-door meeting commenced in the embassy's conference room, with journalists anxiously awaiting outside. Ambassador TIAs, on behalf of the Eastern Nation, I extend my warmest welcome on your appointment, Ambassador Ananwai respectfully stated. Ambassador Ananwai, we of the Kingdom of Hedes prefer to be forthright. Please speak your mind, TIAs replied. Indeed, it is said that the people of Hedes are direct, and it appears to be true, Ananwai commented. Let us get to the crux of the matter, TIAs said with a serious tone. Mr. TIAs, yesterday, your vessel Lucy unlawfully trespassed into our territorial waters and maliciously sank our largest patrol vessel. I expect an explanation from your country, Ananwai stated, his anger barely contained. Ambassador Ananwai, our Lucy is a fishing inspection vessel, as you have just acknowledged. According to the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, civilian vessels possess the right of innocent passage through territorial waters. The Lucy was navigating legitimately, while your patrol vessel unprovokedly obstructed its course. Therefore, we demand an explanation from your nation regarding this violation of international maritime law. What? Your Lucy is certainly not a civilian vessel. It is equipped with a 155mm main gun and a 24-unit vertical launch system. How can it possibly be considered civilian? Ananwai retorted. In our nation, such vessels are classified as fishing boats. A 155mm cannon is highly efficient for fishing, and the 24-unit vertical launch system? That is merely a refrigeration compartment for storing fish. Do you possess any photographs or videos proving that the Lucy launched missiles? None, but it is clearly a missile vertical launch system. How can it be dismissed as a refrigeration unit? TIAs observed that Ambassador Ananwai was attempting to shift the topic. However, if your nation fails to provide a reasonable explanation, our Ministry of Defense will take over this matter, TIAs asserted sternly. Ambassador TIAs, there is no need for your Ministry of Defense to intervene. I hope that the two of us can resolve this issue. His Excellency, the Prime Minister has fully authorized me to handle this matter, Ananwai replied. The director of the Asian Affairs Bureau aptly steered the conversation towards the main topic. Gentlemen, although this matter pertains to your two nations, the discussions are taking place in our country, and the events transpire in East Asia. Thus, I have taken the liberty to attend. To facilitate a satisfactory resolution, I suggest that both parties bring forth the genuine topics for discussion, which would expedite the resolution of the conflict. Thank you, Director of the Asian Affairs Bureau, for your participation. Now, on behalf of the Kingdom of Hedes, I hereby announce the following. Firstly, as of December 24, 2005, there remain 3 days for the military personnel of Dongi Kingdom stationed in the Ryukyu Kingdom to complete their withdrawal. Any failure to comply will be regarded as an act of military invasion. Secondly, certain council members and right-wing groups in your esteemed Tokyo have recently begun to advocate for military expansion and the reconstruction of the Jingu toilets in light of the Ryukyu incident. We now demand that your government disband these right-wing groups and impose a strict ban on the construction of Jingu toilets, while concurrently dismantling all sacred toilets within Dongi Kingdom. Thirdly, your country must terminate the security treaty with Sam. What? Ananwai was taken aback by these 3 stipulations, realizing that it was precisely these matters that led the Kingdom of Hedes to focus its attention on Dongi Kingdom. Yet, he felt powerless to address any of these issues alone. Ambassador Tyas, your country's demands are excessively stringent. We cannot acquiesce to them. What is your true intention? Am I jesting with you? These 3 points constitute our formal communication, and your nation must respond. Ambassador Tyas, while I can promptly consult my government regarding the first point, the second is beyond our Prime Minister's capacity to approve. The sacred toilet has long been a symbol of our national spirit, playing a crucial role in our cultural identity. And we shall not abolish it. Ambassador Ananwai, you may have misunderstood my intent. Our demand is to eradicate your nation's militaristic ideology, and the sacred toilet is merely the first step. Furthermore, we have conducted an investigation and identified 67 right-wing groups and 81,000 various sacred toilets in your country. The Jingu toilet is merely the most renowned among them, with over 80,000 registered shrines in Dongi Kingdom. These sacred toilets must be dismantled. Should your nation fail to comply, we will undertake special military operations and establish a dedicated demolition team for this purpose. Let me remind you, the top 10 sacred toilet locations in your country include Takashima Sacred Toilet, Nikko Deshoga Toilet, Ise Sacred Toilet, Surigaka Hachimangu Toilet, Yusaka Toilet, Daizai Futemenga Toilet, Heian Shrine Toilet, Shimagamo Shrine Toilet, Jinjia Shrine Toilet, and Kohei Shrine Toilet. The personnel from our Ministry of Defense are not known for their patience. Your government must act swiftly. You, the Kingdom of Hedes, is overstepping its bounds. Do you not fear that we, the Dongi Kingdom, will vigorously develop our military-industrial capabilities and expand our armed forces? Ananwai exclaimed, somewhat agitated. Welcome. In truth, the process for our nation is rather arduous. We hope that your esteemed country will fully liberate itself and engage in conflict with us, thereby allowing us to eradicate militarism in one fell swoop. With a serious demeanor, TIAs continued with a smile. Regarding the third point, our vessel, the Lure, will serve as an overseer, patrolling your territorial waters to ensure your nation and the United States revoke the security treaty. This is blatant military extortion, a barbaric threat. After delivering his words, Anan brusquely departed. In the Presidential Executive Office of the United States, Secretary of State Lord remarked, Mr. President, this is the negotiation copy delivered by the government of the Eastern Barbarians. Does the Kingdom of Hedes harbor animosity towards us? First, they dismembered Okinawa and the Ogasawara Islands, besieging the Eastern Barbarians, then compelled them to sever security ties, stripping them of external protection. Subsequently, they launched an assault on the spiritual domain of the Eastern Barbarians. If we follow this line of reasoning, the next target for the Kingdom of Hedes will undoubtedly be the economy of the Eastern Barbarians. With such a trifecta of attacks, the Eastern Barbarians would face total collapse, left without spirit or economy, coiled upon a small island, a fate intolerable to every Eastern Barbarian. Secretary Lord added, Indeed, Lord. You are correct. The Kingdom of Hedes intends to utterly annihilate the Eastern Barbarians. However, should the Eastern Barbarians fall, our Asian strategy will also face total failure. Without the Eastern Barbarians as a constraint, the Panda will dominate Asia, reflected Zhou Xiaobu. Thus, this is a case of pulling one thread that affects the whole tapestry. We must protect the Eastern barbarians and ensure that the kingdom of Hedes cannot easily defeat them. Yet, at present, we are struggling to safeguard ourselves. Both our government and military are suffering severely from the epidemic, with daily infections reaching tens of thousands, and our military's combat effectiveness plummeting to below 40. The entire NATO is in a similar plight, while the kingdom of Hedes continues to launch intercontinental missiles. Are they not fearful of bankruptcy? If this continues, our allies along the Baltic coast will surely falter, Joshibu stated. We cannot stand idly by as the Eastern barbarians are defeated. Nor can we allow NATO nations to remain subjected to prolonged blockade and missile threats, as these scenarios would lead to the collapse of our global strategy. Therefore, we are left with but one final course of action, Lord declared. The nuclear arsenal, Zhou Xiaobu interjected. Chapter 78. A provocation towards a major naval power in the command center of the planetary fortress, the president addressed the situation. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs has recently received a diplomatic letter from the United States, demanding that our nation retract its three-point demands concerning the Eastern nation. Otherwise, Eastern will launch a nuclear strike against us. How shall we respond? Standing behind Qin Shaohai, Lan Yuer suggested. Instruct the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to respond to the United States with a terse, three-word retort. You dare not. Then, inform the media. Understood, Mr. President. Additionally, the Shaohai Liao aircraft carrier is now 90% complete and is in the process of having its weapon systems installed. This is a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier with a full displacement of 140,000 tons, a length of 376 meters, and a width of 58.77 meters. Capable of achieving a speed of 37 knots. It features a four-shaft, four-blade propulsion system, complemented by a dual-side 2x2 rocket booster system. The power system consists of two improved pressurized water reactors and four steam turbines, generating a total power output of 196 megawatts. The carrier can accommodate an air wing of 115 aircraft, and due to the extensive use of automation and the planetary fortress subsystem, it will have a full complement of 340 sailors. It employs an all-electric propulsion system along with electromagnetic catapults and arrestor wires, allowing for peak sorties to reach 360 per day. In addition to traditional air defense systems, the Shaohai Liao is equipped with two retractable vertical launch systems at the stern, which extend and hover when launching and can retract back after use, featuring 24 units of the Sea Emperor hypersonic missile. It is also outfitted with regional electromagnetic generators, high-pressure spherical defense towers, laser cannons, and long-stake area weapon systems. Very well, Yuer. Please notify me when it is launched. The supporting auxiliary vessels must also be equipped swiftly, as this aircraft carrier battle group will set sail and be deployed to the Atlantic. Understood, Mr. President. And I have noted it in the system. Oh, by the way, how many of the 50 dredgers we ordered have arrived? Mr. President, 6 have arrived. And we expect an additional 15 next month. Currently, we have 6 large dredgers produced domestically, all engaged in the construction of the small islands surrounding Hedes main island. The dredgers that have arrived will first participate in the land reclamation of the main island. And we anticipate completing the foundational reclamation of Hedes main island and its surrounding isles by May of this year, after which we will enter the above-ground construction phase. Let us expedite the construction of Hedes Island, for we must then advance towards other islands. Yuer, do not halt the deposit and withdrawal projects in Switzerland. Not only must we maintain them, but we must also intensify our efforts to destabilize their financial system fundamentally. On January 19th, the U.S. Secretary of State made an unannounced visit to the Eastern nation to discuss the three-point demands posed by the Hedes Maritime Kingdom. On the same day, the United States conducted a test launch of a Minuteman intercontinental missile, which successfully struck its designated target. That afternoon, a delegation from the European nations of Windmill, Big Bull, and the 3 Popo nations visited the Panda Nation. The Kingdom of John has announced that a Vanguard-class strategic missile nuclear submarine, belonging to the Royal Navy, along with a Trafalgar-class submarine, the Tubrent, has arrived at its overseas territory, Adamston in the South Pacific. They have engaged in joint exercises with the naval forces of the Fragrant Nation in the region. At 5 p.m. that afternoon, the Ministry of Defense of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom invited a media delegation to observe from a helicopter the intercontinental missile launch from the Manda Shrimp, a dedicated missile warship. This vessel is the first of its kind, equipped primarily with missiles, boasting 600 vertical launch cells and 800 spare missiles. resembling a colossal maritime missile depot with a displacement of 24,000 tons, akin to a sea behemoth. Due to the absence of conventional armor plating, the weight saved has been utilized to enlarge the hull, giving the mantis shrimp an imposing stature reminiscent of a 40,000-ton battleship from World War II. Journalists aboard the helicopter eagerly wielded their cameras, hoping to capture intricate details. Aware that the media outlet to first publish a comprehensive report on this novel warship would garner heightened attention, for those not granted close access to the mantis shrimp, they were permitted to conduct a joint interview with Rear Admiral Wei Huachong, commander of the Ocean Strike Group aboard the naval vessel Octopus. Rear Admiral, does your appointment as the commander of the Ocean Strike Group imply that this formidable warship will serve as the flagship? A reporter inquired. My friend, as you can discern from the name of the strike group, the mantis shrimp is not the core vessel. It is merely an auxiliary ship. The primary vessel for our Ocean Strike Group is a colossal battleship with a full load displacement exceeding 160,000 tons, while the mantis shrimp and the medium aircraft carrier are simply its subordinate vessels. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the reporters as they processed the implications of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom's intentions to upend existing naval norms. Rear Admiral, why has your country chosen to assemble such a fleet focused on oceanic strike capabilities? Another journalist queried. It is to counter unfriendly nations, to pose a challenge to the United States, and to contest the U.S. carrier-centric naval doctrine, Wei Huachong replied with a smile. A reporter from Bear Nation, with a hint of sarcasm, asked, "Isn't that rather bold? Such a direct challenge to the proud Navy of the United States might provoke discomfort." My friend, the Admiral responded with a smile. Allowing the media to witness the operational capabilities of our new warships and to introduce our future naval fleet is precisely to challenge the maritime hegemony of the United States and to subvert the carrier-centric theory they have established. If we do not communicate this to the United States through the media, then all our efforts would be in vain. At this moment, a journalist perusing the materials provided by the Navy noticed another matter. General Wei, I observed a structural diagram of a new type of warship in the documents you supplied. It appears to be an aircraft carrier, yet it seems to be something else entirely. The aircraft beneath the deck are suspended vertically, reminiscent of a rotisserie chicken, lined up in rows. Could you elucidate the nature of this warship? The journalist's keen eye discerned that within our Oceanic Strike Group, the colossal battleship serves as the core vessel, while others such as arsenal ships, destroyers, nuclear submarines, and aircraft carriers function as auxiliary ships. However, the aircraft carrier in this fleet is not of the conventional type utilized in standard carrier groups. Rather, it is a new class specifically designed for our Navy's ocean-going fleets. This aircraft carrier has a displacement of merely over 60,000 tons, employing nuclear power along with all-electric propulsion, an automated control system, and an intelligent management system, with crew numbers maintained at around 100. This design maximizes space for the accommodation of aircraft and their requisite fuel and munitions. This carrier can deploy over 600 aircraft, utilizing a novel magnetic vortex catapult system and a magnetic vortex landing system. This system can accelerate aircraft to speeds of 300 kilometers per hour within a distance of 50 meters, and similarly reduce the speed of aircraft from 500 kilometers per hour to zero within the same proximity. The advantage of this system lies in the fact that landing aircraft do not require the perilous task of landing on the deck. Instead, they merely need to descend to an altitude of 50 meters above the designated landing zone, at which point the magnetic vortex landing system will automatically capture the aircraft and, with the aid of the magnetic vortex, decelerate it to a complete stop. Subsequently, the aircraft is transferred to the automatic hooks on the side of the ship, which, after retrieval, will store the aircraft vertically and then retract horizontally below the deck for automated diagnostics or replenishment of fuel and munitions. With this cutting-edge technological aircraft carrier, the peak daily sorties could reach 1,000, far surpassing the capabilities of existing carrier systems. In the future, our Oceanic Strike Group will consist of one colossal battleship, 1 to 2 arsenal ships, 1 to 2 new-style aircraft carriers, for destroyers, for nuclear submarines, and 2 oceanic supply ships. A thoughtful journalist remarked. Such an Oceanic Strike Group could overpower the navy of any nation. General Wei, is the unveiling of this new naval plan at this juncture a response to the nuclear threat posed by Sam Country? No, my journalistic friend. We are utterly unconcerned with the nuclear threat from Sam Country. The greatest deterrent lies in possessing nuclear weapons at home. Once deployed, they cease to serve as a deterrent. We are indifferent to the prospect of Sam country launching nuclear weapons, and we stand ready to retaliate at any moment. The announcement of this new naval fleet is intended to provoke Sam country, and we wish to convey to them through you, esteemed journalists, that once this new naval force is fully operational, the immense investment Sam country has made in establishing a global maritime dominance with its aircraft carrier fleet will, overnight, be relegated to the status of second-rate. We also welcome the naval forces of Sam's country to keep pace with us in jointly advancing the development of this innovative navy. Chapter 79. Under enormous pressure from the Eastern E-Kingdom Ryukyu Kingdom, Futenma Marine Corps Air Station, Logistics Management Building of the Marine Expeditionary Air Group, General Witt. Tomorrow marks the final day of the deadline. The buffoons in Washington have yet to reach an agreement with the Kingdom of Hedes. It is truly unfathomable to contemplate how this detestable kingdom will retaliate once the clock strikes. Our base has been deprived of water for 13 days. The ration of bottled water is a mere half bottle per person each day. The shooting incident that occurred yesterday was a direct result of desperation over water scarcity. Major Quinn, please dispatch a report to the Pacific Theater Command and inform them that if we do not receive our evacuation plan by 6 p.m. tonight, we shall surrender to the Kingdom of Hedes, simultaneously notifying the Pentagon and Washington. It seems we have no other recourse, General Witt. This predicament cannot be attributed solely to us. If we fail to devise a plan by tonight, these young men may resort to violence against us. Capital of the Eastern E-Kingdom Nagatacho Prime Minister's Residence. Mr. Secretary of State Lord, I am grateful for your presence in our time of dire need. Prime Minister Inukai. Our nation, the United States, stands as an ally to the Eastern E-Kingdom. We shall not permit harm to befall our allies. And we are prepared to utilize nuclear weapons to safeguard the interests of our great nation and its partners. Mr. Lord, the crux of the matter rests with our forces stationed in Okinawa. The deadline set by the Kingdom of Hedes is merely a day away. Should we fail to evacuate all personnel before the deadline, the Kingdom of Hedes may justify military action under the pretext of invasion. Prime Minister Inukai, we are aware of your concerns. The United States is actively communicating with the Kingdom of Hedes, yet their terms are utterly unacceptable to our esteemed nation. Mr. Lord, perhaps we in the Eastern E-Kingdom could initially adhere to the proposals set forth by the Kingdom of Hedes. This way, when the time comes for the United States to act, we shall not appear foolish. What? Prime Minister Inukai, this would be an act of submission, tarnishing the international reputation of the Eastern E-Kingdom and emboldening the arrogance of the Kingdom of Hedes. Prime Minister Inukai, upon hearing this, felt a tinge of embarrassment. Mr. Lord, our nation has already been so severely mistreated that we have lost our international standing. Vast territories and maritime interests have been plundered by the Kingdom of Hedes. With our critical southern maritime boundaries receding northward by over 1,000 nautical miles, and our eastern maritime front shrinking westward by several thousand nautical miles. Should the forces stationed in Okinawa be disarmed by the Kingdom of Hedes, the Eastern E-Kingdom will be relegated to the status of a second-rate nation, and our alliance will become a subject of ridicule. I express this concern for the sake of our great nation. Prime Minister Inukai, we, the United States, shall not stand idly by. Although our last maritime and aerial counterattack ended in an unexpected failure, our formidable nuclear arsenal is no laughing matter. Should conventional forces prove inadequate, we shall resort to nuclear weapons, for we shall never permit any nation to surpass our might, nor allow any country to challenge our hegemony. Mr. Lord, the three demands put forth by the Kingdom of Hedes are beyond our capacity to resist. Hence, we have presented the copies to the United States. We earnestly seek your robust support, particularly regarding the dismantling of the divine toilets, which would be a profound blow to the spirit of our Eastern nation. A nation devoid of spirit shall inevitably face ruin. Prime Minister Inukai, we in the United States will not allow the complete eradication of your divine toilets, as their existence serves as a sharp blade to suppress a certain great power and a remedy to fracture its internal cohesion. Moreover, through these elements, coupled with our efforts to promote Western ideals and disparage them, we can successfully recruit traitors from within the Panda Nation, thereby spiritually dismembering our most formidable future adversary and paving the way for our total dominion over them. Thus, we shall steadfastly assist the Eastern nation. To this end, we shall deploy 4 additional air squadrons to the Eastern E bases and send 10 nuclear submarines to the bases in the Eastern E and Kwan Islands. If the Eastern E nation consents, we also wish to deploy our newly developed unethical systems and nuclear weapons within your territory. Mr. Lord, we also hope for a greater deployment of U.S. military equipment in our nation to aid us against the kingdom of Hedes. However, the stationing of nuclear weapons would infringe upon our existing legal framework, which I cannot yet agree to. Nevertheless, I hope the United States will permit preliminary research on uranium enrichment or centrifuge development in the Eastern nation. The prohibition against the Eastern nation possessing nuclear weapons is a red line that must not be crossed, Mr. Prime Minister Inukai stated with displeasure. Do not be upset. Mr. Lord, I am merely inquiring on behalf of certain members of our parliament, without any intention of instigating conflict. I wish for the Eastern nation to understand clearly that we may deploy nuclear weapons within your territory, but the Eastern nation must never possess them. As the two were engaged in discussion regarding the situation, a loud knocking echoed at the door. Upon seeing the Self-Defense Forces officer enter, Inukai felt a wave of embarrassment before the American dignitary. Baka, are you not aware that I am in discussion with the esteemed Secretary of State of the United States? Apologies, Prime Minister, but the Hedes Marine Kingdom's base has just entered Tokyo Bay, the officer stated after bowing at a 90-degree angle. Nanny? Tokyo Bay? The base has entered Tokyo Bay? Inukai Junjiro gasped in shock. This is intended to exert pressure upon us, Lord remarked. Why has the Self-Defense Forces and the Security Bureau not intervened? Inukai Junjiro demanded, gripping the officer's collar. Your Excellency, the Prime Minister, we find ourselves utterly powerless to intercept. We cannot open fire, nor dare we cut across the shipping lanes to obstruct. We truly have no recourse. How foolish. We must employ tugboats to drag the fishing nets and position our vessels ahead to block its path. At all costs, we must prevent the passage of the base, for Tokyo Bay is our center, our very heart. At this moment, Vice Admiral Watanabe Maikitsu, commander of the 1st Escort Group, anxiously occupies the recently refurbished command center at the Yokosuka Naval Base. As the base unexpectedly appears in Tokyo Bay, inciting the wrath of the East Asian government. Currently, the 2nd District of the Coast Guard and the Maritime Self-Defense Force, among 3 or 4 other agencies, are simultaneously addressing the situation without unified command, rendering an effective response to the base's intrusion impossible. This vessel, both a warship and a civilian craft, leaves the East Asian authorities uncertain as to which department should take action. Reports sent upwards linger without response, exacerbating Vice Admiral Watanabe's anxiety. Meanwhile, the base leisurely cruises across the surface of Tokyo Bay at a speed of 15 knots. At this juncture, a communications officer loudly announces, General, the Minister of Defense, Nobuharu Yasui, has granted you full authority to handle the situation, but the use of force is strictly prohibited. The minister requires you to take all measures to obstruct the base, but without the use of firepower. What? How absurd. Without firing. How can anyone hope to confront the base? This vessel is specifically designed for ramming. Even if we dispatched every ship in Tokyo Bay, we could not hope to collide with the base. This command is utterly nonsensical. Vice Admiral Watanabe's frustration boils over. Surrounding the base are the vessels of the 1st Escort Group, including the Murasame-class destroyer DD-107, 2 patrol boats from the Coast Guard, and 6 additional patrol craft. Above, 4 SH-60J helicopters from the Coast Guard hover. The base deliberately reduces its speed, weaving in circles within Tokyo Bay alongside East Asian vessels. What began with 1 destroyer, 2 patrol ships, and 6 patrol boats has now escalated to over 30 military and civilian vessels. The East Asian authorities have even mobilized 2 empty tankers, each weighing tens of thousands of tons, to block the base's route. Chapter 80. The base fish causes an uproar in Tokyo Bay. As the base fish drew closer to the inner Tokyo Bay, the number of vessels ahead increased. When the flagship of the 1st Escort Group of the Eastern Barbarians, the Shuriken, came into view, the captain of the base fish revealed a peculiar smile. Finally, it had emerged. This slender helicopter destroyer, measuring 159 meters in length, was a source of pride for the Eastern Barbarians upon its launch. Serving as the flagship of the Maritime Self-Defense Force's 1st Escort Group and the target that the base fish had been awaiting, marking the moment for a Guinness World Record. As the Shuriken, flanked by 2 escort boats, slowly made its entrance, the base fish pivoted its bow and began to accelerate. At that moment, Major General Watanabe Amaiko, who was directing from the Shuriken, was taken aback by the sight of the base fish charging forward. What? Is the base fish going to collide with someone? This is Tokyo Bay, our inner bay. How dare the base fish wreak havoc here? Quickly, command all ships to advance and block its path, forcing this detestable vessel out of Tokyo Bay. A few fast patrol boats swiftly maneuvered in an S formation before the bow of the base fish. continuously sounding their horns in warning. However, the base fish remained undeterred, maintaining its acceleration. A 3,000-ton patrol vessel also prepared to cross the base fish's path, while several summoned merchant ships gathered ahead in the direction of the base fish's course. As its speed surged to 32 knots, the base fish activated its 4 afterburner rockets, gradually increasing its velocity to 50 knots. At this point, a distinct chaos ensued among the vessels ahead. Although they had heard of the base fish's ability to accelerate rapidly, they were unprepared for such astonishing speed. Any attempt to escape by the Eastern barbarian ships was futile, as the base fish slightly adjusted its bow and commenced its performance. Meanwhile, some television stations in the Eastern barbarian nation were broadcasting live via helicopter, allowing the world to witness the base fish's formidable capabilities for the first time. The bow of the base fish effortlessly sliced through the forward deck of a patrol vessel, severing it as it charged toward a merchant ship that was attempting to turn. With a sharp, slicing sound, the merchant ship was cleaved in two, and the base fish continued to accelerate. Tokyo Bay was broadcasting the base fish's masterpiece to the world. It penetrated through the vessels of the Eastern barbarians as if in a realm devoid of resistance, effortlessly bisecting ship after ship, leaving them helplessly torn apart or with their bows severed. The waters churned violently as all the ships the base fish passed began to capsize. And one by one, the brave sailors leaped into the waters, destined to abandon their sinking vessels. As the destroyer DD-107, Shiratsuyu, observed the oncoming threat of the base, it bravely surged forward to intercept the adversary. However, the Shiratsuyu could only momentarily hinder the base, which swiftly maneuvered past its starboard, then cut across its port side. This 6,000-ton destroyer suffered intermittent internal explosions as it was cleaved apart. As the base sliced through the middle of the Shiratsuyu, a violent explosion erupted from the bow, propelling the severed section several meters into the air. Upon realizing the base's intentions, the helicopter destroyer, Shirakumo, began to turn, positioning itself 5 kilometers ahead of the base and accelerating to escape. Yet, with the assistance of rocket boosters, the base rapidly closed the distance. Moments later, it caught up with the sluggish Shirakumo. Damn it, why is that detestable base so fast? Accelerate, accelerate. Do not let this demon catch us. Major General Watanabe Miko urgently commanded. Amidst a cacophony of piercing metal slicing through the air, the base, moving at a relative speed of 26 knots, gradually penetrated the hull of the Shirakumo. Due to the relatively slow speed, the incursion halted upon reaching the helicopter hangar. The base continued to push forward, causing the Shirakumo to accelerate to 45 knots, still gaining speed. After the jarring collision, Major General Watanabe, rubbing his aching head, asked, "Did we just collide?" An officer bowed and replied, "Yes, General. The base struck our stern. Is the Shirakumo unharmed? We seem to be sailing quite steadily. There shouldn't be any significant damage." Watanabe remarked with a hint of relief. "General, the current situation is unclear. The impact was quite severe, but it appears our vessel remains unchanged." "Wait, damn it. Why are we moving so fast?" "What? The speedometer indicates we are exceeding 40 knots? This ship is designed for a maximum speed of only 32 knots. What is happening? Go investigate immediately," Major General Watanabe commanded, his anxiety palpable upon discovering the unexpected surge in speed. At this moment, a sailor pointed ahead in terror and exclaimed, General, look ahead, that." Major General Watanabe Maikitsu was entirely focused on the increasing speed of the vessel and had failed to notice the looming danger. Upon finally discerning the direction indicated by the sailor, his eyes widened in horror. "Reduce speed immediately." "Baka, Amaterasu, that is the Tokyo Bay Cross-Sea Bridge. Baka, this is disastrous. We are on a collision course." At that moment, another sailor reported, "General, the Suiryu is behind us. Their bow has already intruded into our helicopter hangar. It is currently the Suiryu that is propelling us forward." "Baka, the Suiryu is utterly malicious. They intend for us to collide with the Cross-Sea Bridge." "Baka, reduce speed now." "General, we cannot reduce speed. The transmission system has failed, and the rear propulsion system is lost. The Shuriken has lost power." As the bridge loomed larger before Major General Watanabe Maikitsu, a thunderous crash reverberated. The Shuriken collided with the Cross-Sea Bridge at a velocity of 40 knots, the upper portion of its bow merging with the bridge itself. The section of the bridge that was struck instantly detached and plummeted into Tokyo Bay, while the remaining sections gradually separated from their supports due to stress and tension. The Suiryu, having braked urgently before the impact, veered away and entered the depths of Tokyo Bay upon witnessing the Shuriken's calamity. Chiyoda Ward, Nagatacho, Prime Minister's official residence. Open fire. Fire. Sink that accursed Suiryu. I want to see it submerged in Tokyo Bay. Do not allow it to escape. Mobilize the self-defense forces and ensure that wretched vessel is obliterated. Prime Minister Inukai Genjiro roared. Prime Minister Inukai, since the Kingdom of Hades dares to send the Suiryu into Tokyo Bay, it indicates they are fully prepared. If we open fire on the Suiryu now, we may provoke a military response from the Kingdom of Hades. They possess a munitions ship in the North Pacific, which conducted a live missile launch this morning. If they can target Europe, they can also strike the Eastern barbarians. The Kingdom of Hades is unpredictable. They would not hesitate to do so, Lord reassured. Increasingly anxious, Inukai Junjiro hastily gestured for his subordinates to cease their actions. Turning to Lord, he said, Mr. Lord. Thank you for your counsel. I was merely overwhelmed with emotion. This vile Kingdom of Hades has incessantly instigated conflicts with our Eastern barbarians since its inception. I have pondered much these past days. In truth, we have not genuinely offended them. We merely condemned their actions initially and deployed naval vessels near their waters. These are all standard international activities. Why then, does the Kingdom of Hades seek our annihilation? Prime Minister Inukai, I wish to convey to you, from the perspective of our esteemed nation, that the military prowess of the Kingdom of Hedes is formidable, rivaling our own in certain respects. Nations endowed with such formidable military might are seldom content to remain in obscurity. For instance, our nation possesses 12 carrier battle groups, though. As of now, we are left with merely 10.5. Nevertheless, we continue to stand as the preeminent military power on this planet. With such overwhelming strength, our ambition is to dominate the world, ensuring that no nation can encroach upon our interests. I surmise that the Kingdom of Hedes harbors similar aspirations. As for the Eastern Nation, my friend, it is our most steadfast ally. The Kingdom of Hedes seeks to dismantle our alliance system, aiming to vanquish us. Such a scenario is absolutely unacceptable to our nation. Mr. Lord, at this moment, the Eastern Nation is enduring unprecedented pressure. In light of our inability to deploy nuclear weapons, does our nation possess any alternative strategies to address this predicament? The Eastern Nation finds itself cornered by the Kingdom of Hedes. My dear Prime Minister Inukai, ordinarily, I would refrain from disclosing our military operational plans. However, given that the Eastern Nation is our most loyal ally, I can share with you, this very night, we shall strike decisively at the heart of our emerging adversary. Demonstrating what true global supremacy entails, Mr. Lord stated with unwavering confidence. Chapter 81. SAM version of saturation missile attack in the command center of the Special Operations Command in Cheyenne Mountain, a general stated, after aggregating various data and intelligence. We estimate that the Hedes Ocean Kingdom possesses approximately 1,900 surface-to-air missiles. Given the sophistication of their missile guidance systems, we shall disregard the carrying capacity of their systems and only consider the quantity of their air defense missile launchers. Moreover, with the Pippi Shrimp Aircraft Carrier Strike Group, the Blue Crab Aircraft Carrier Strike Group, and the Mantis Shrimp Arsenal ship engaged in missions offshore, the number of air defense missile systems within the Hedes Ocean Kingdom should not exceed 400. If we launch missiles at a ratio of 2 to 1, 200 cruise missiles would suffice to deplete their air defense systems. To ensure a thorough destruction of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom's military capabilities, we have prepared over 100 missiles, including sea-based, air-based, and submarine-launched options, as well as 30 Minuteman intercontinental ballistic missiles. Excellent, replied General Geilbrun, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, with evident satisfaction. The authority of our nation cannot be overlooked, nor can our hegemony be provoked. Furthermore, we have learned from previous experiences, this time, to evade reconnaissance from the Hedes Ocean Kingdom, we shall not deploy aircraft carrier battle groups, but rather distribute our warships around their territorial waters. We will allocate 19 Burr-class destroyers, 7 Ticonderoga-class cruisers, 8 attack submarines, and 2 modified Ohio-class cruise missile submarines. Additionally, our Air Force will deploy 15 B-1B Lancer long-range bombers and 16 B-52 Stratofortress strategic bombers. This will create a 360-degree missile assault. No nation can withstand such an intensity of attack. We will decisively vanquish the Hedes Ocean Kingdom in one fell swoop, and simultaneously send a stark warning to those nations that are poised to act. Indeed, the Hedes Ocean Kingdom may believe that we are incapacitated by the impact of the epidemic, which is also why we have projected an image of weakness and heavily publicized the epidemic's effects. to orchestrate this devastating strike. Let us proceed according to plan. General Guilbrand concluded with enthusiasm. In the president's lounge aboard the planetary bastion, Qin Shaoai reclined in a hot spring, relishing a massage from Louis Fee. While Lan Yuer engaged him in conversation. Mr. President, the base has successfully completed its operation in Tokyo Bay as ordered and is currently blockading the area. The government of the Dongi Nation has once again submitted a request for communication, seeking to discuss the withdrawal of their troops stationed in the Ryukyu Kingdom. However, the Sam Nation insists that we open our airspace for them to send a private aircraft to repatriate their soldiers. The Sam Nation is excessively concerned with face. Should they compromise, it would impact their global hegemony, thus they will not yield. Once the time is ripe, we shall compel the Marine Corps to forcefully enter the Sam Nation's bases, executing any resistors on the spot. Regarding the stationed troops of Dongi Nation, they are to lay down all their arms, don civilian attire, and remain on standby. A delegate will be sent to teach them the Song Conquest. Those who master it first shall embark the vessel, while those who fail to learn will remain behind. Understood, Mr. President. Order the Mantis Shrimp-class arsenal ship to sail towards the coastal waters of Dongi Nation, preparing to execute the plan to strike at Shents, while ensuring that operations in the Baltic Sea remain undisturbed. This time, we shall demonstrate the might of the arsenal ship to the entire world, particularly to the United States, compelling them to resume their previous arsenal ship initiatives. Mr. President, the planetary fortress system has identified that 10 nuclear submarines from the United States are currently approaching us, accompanied by 19 Arleigh Burke-class destroyers and 7 Ticonderoga-class cruisers exhibiting unusual course alterations, seemingly directed towards us. The system has detected that these vessels have recently completed ammunition resupply and have undergone maintenance, indicating they may soon embark on military missions. Such an unusual mobilization of warships? Is there any news regarding aircraft carrier fleets? The United States pride, their aircraft carriers, are not exhibiting any unusual activity? No. The current information indicates that all carriers are operating as planned, with no anomalies detected. These warships are merely equipped with cruise missiles, Qin Shaohai remarked, as if struck by a thought, and inquired, "Yuer, please check how many Tomahawk cruise missiles these vessels can carry." Mr. President, the equipped missiles on these anomalous Burke-class destroyers are as follows: 24-141 Malawian Quachas Harpoon anti-ship missiles, 42 Tomahawk cruise missiles, and 54 standard SM-2 surface-to-air missiles. The 19 Burke-class destroyers will collectively carry 798 Tomahawk cruise missiles. However, due to the maximum lifting capacity of the reloading crane being limited to 2 tons, they can only reload standard SM-2 missiles and VLA anti-submarine rockets, rendering them unable to handle the heavier Tomahawk missiles. Thus, there are no spare missiles, as all are preloaded in vertical launch systems. As for the Ticonderoga-class cruisers, they are equipped with 2 -26 Malawian Quachas Mod 5 twin-arm launchers for standard SM-2 surface-to-air missiles, totaling 88 air defense missiles, and 16 8-41 Malawian Quachas vertical launch systems, carrying 48 standard SM-2 missiles and 80 Tomahawk cruise missiles, resulting in a total of 560 Tomahawk cruise missiles across the 7 Ticonderoga-class cruisers. Among the 10 nuclear submarines, 2 are specially modified Ohio-class strategic missile submarines, converted into cruise missile submarines, each armed with 146 Tomahawk cruise missiles, while the others carry only 24 cruise missiles each. Thus, the 10 nuclear submarines collectively bear 484 cruise missiles. If all these cruise missiles were to target us, we would face a staggering total of 1,842 cruise missiles. Ah, I see, they intend to execute a saturation missile attack. Qin Shaoai chuckled and continued, "There must also be aerial support. Let us prepare for 2,500 missiles, no, 3,000 missiles." Indeed, Mr. President. Phil, there is no need for you to continue pressing. Come and sit beside me, Qin Shaoai said with keen interest. Additionally, please update me on the latest developments in what province. Mr. President, the Department of Land and Immigration Management has approved applications for medium to long-term tourism residency for 3,000 individuals. Furthermore, over 40 tourism development companies and passenger transport firms have received their development permits. The first batch of 5 adult film stars from Dongi country is expected to arrive in what province within half a month. The related tourism hotels, dining establishments, and scenic area constructions in the provincial capital, what city, are anticipated to be completed within 2 months. The construction of ordinary residential areas has been finalized, with the first phase ready to accommodate 5,000 residents and the second phase projected to reach a capacity of 30,000. Very well, let us continue to expedite progress. By the way, have the 3 islands designated for the covert docking of the planetary fortress been completed? Indeed, Mr. President. The foundational reclamation of the 3 defensive islands has been accomplished, and we have now entered the land construction phase, which includes the airport, naval docking points, barracks, and defensive facilities. It will likely take an additional 4 to 5 months before they can be officially put into operation. Chapter 82. The suggestions of the general host of a program on television Channel 7. Dear viewers, today we have a plethora of news. With the spotlight once again on the Hedes Ocean Kingdom, affectionately referred to by domestic netizens as Sunwicon. The first image you just witnessed was that of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom's flagship vessel, the Perch. According to reports from East Media, the sinking of 29 various vessels in Tokyo Bay and the destruction of the only cross-sea bridge in the area are attributed to the exploits of the Perch. The second image features former soldiers from the East Nation stationed in the Ryukyu Kingdom, who, under the guidance of instructors from the Hedes Ocean Kingdom, are performing the song Conquer. This has once again propelled the song into the limelight. The third image showcases the recently popular Arsenal ship, which garnered significant attention since the concept was introduced by the United States, yet has faced numerous delays in production for various reasons. However, the Hedes Ocean Kingdom has unexpectedly unveiled and launched this Arsenal ship, which has sparked fervent discussions among military enthusiasts and international military commentators, particularly as this vessel is executing a historic first, a naval ship launching intercontinental missiles to block a geographical region. Similar to previous military news, nearly all reports are centered around the Hedes Ocean Kingdom, and the top 3 spots on the daily trending searches consistently belong to this kingdom, with a plethora of conversations about it during casual gatherings. Today, we have invited military expert Professor Zhang to provide a professional interpretation of these 3 news items. Professor Zhang, greetings, esteemed viewers. Indeed, as you have observed, various media outlets are flooded with news concerning the Hedes Ocean Kingdom, encompassing military equipment and diplomatic events. What I wish to discuss today pertains to another dimension. Why is it that news about the Hedes Ocean Kingdom dominates the headlines daily? Why do the top 3, or even 5, trending news stories consistently revolve around this kingdom? My analysis suggests that perhaps the Hedes Ocean Kingdom's government has implemented a KPI system, particularly within the Ministry of Defense and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. If they fail to accomplish 1 or 2 significant international affairs daily, their KPIs may fall short, which could jeopardize their bonuses. If my conjecture holds any truth, it becomes quite intriguing. The recent news regarding the Hedes Ocean Kingdom predominantly involves its Navy or fisheries associations, including the Perch and the Mantis Shrimp Arsenal ship, as well as the recently renowned Pippi Shrimp aircraft carrier that frequently travels to the East Nation, all of which pertain to the naval forces. However, the Hedes Ocean Kingdom also boasts a formidable air force. If the Navy has KPIs, does the Air Force possess them as well? With the Navy currently basking in the limelight, what measures might the Air Force take? Should they strive to surpass their counterparts? Must they also fulfill their KPIs? Although the Kingdom of Hedes is primarily a maritime nation and may lack a conventional army, it still possesses a Marine Corps and airborne assault units. One might wonder if these forces are subject to any key performance indicators. Thus, I anticipate that the Kingdom of Hedes will generate a plethora of news in the near future. Let us all remain vigilant. Host. The audience is quite intrigued by the rather peculiar yet formidable fishing vessel, the base. Professor Zhang, could you enlighten us about this ship? I have previously mentioned the base, and I confess my ignorance regarding its specifics. If one were to classify it as a warship, it technically belongs to the Maritime Fisheries Association, a civilian organization that does not even qualify as a governmental body. Conversely, if one considers it a civilian vessel, it boasts a displacement of 9,600 tons when fully loaded, adorned with armor, a sharply angled bow, slanted side hulls, and a broad stern, all of which render it exceptionally suited for ramming tactics. Furthermore, with a cruising speed of 35 knots and equipped with 4 rocket-assisted propulsion devices, it can achieve an astonishing speed of 50 knots. Should it decide to ram you, escape would be nearly impossible. This vessel is indeed fascinating. If one mistakenly assumes it to be a mere civilian ship and contemplates opening fire, they would fall into a trap. It is armed with a 155mm smoothbore cannon and equipped with fin-stabilized armor-piercing shells. The smoothbore cannon offers a greater muzzle velocity than a rifled cannon, And when combined with fin-stabilized armor-piercing shells, it can penetrate over 600 millimeters of homogeneous steel armor. Who could withstand such a force? Moreover, it is outfitted with a 24-cell vertical launch system, yet there is still no available information regarding the contents of these cells. Much of this is conjecture on my part, as I, too, lack definitive knowledge. Host, Professor Zhang, some military enthusiasts inquire why the warships of the Kingdom of Hedes can undertake prolonged high-intensity overseas missions. Haha. This is indeed intriguing. Since its launch on November 15, 2005, the base has been on continuous duty, and now, in 2006, it remains operational as if it requires no resupply or refueling. It continues to stir up trouble in Tokyo Bay, a mystery I cannot unravel. As I previously stated, my expertise lies in warships, and this is a civilian vessel, so I am at a loss. However, I do have a suggestion for the Eastern Nation. They could engage in diplomatic negotiations with the Kingdom of Hedes to secure a commitment not to utilize the base preemptively, as this ship poses significant challenges. Observe, it is classified as civilian, and according to international maritime law, civilian vessels are permitted innocent passage through foreign territorial waters. Thus, theoretically, the base could enter the territorial waters of any nation. Moreover, it need not fire its weapons. Merely utilizing its bow would suffice, as ramming is not classified as an act of aggression under international law. Thus, you find yourself in a predicament. Neither obstructing nor permitting is a viable option. If you choose to allow the vessel to persist in its disruptive antics within your territorial waters, it continues unabated. Should you attempt to intercept it, you may find yourself unable to match its might. Moreover, if you resort to hostilities, the Kingdom of Hedes could rightfully retaliate against you. Would you not agree that this ship is quite vexatious? Hence, I propose that the government of Dongi engage in earnest discussions with the Kingdom of Hedes, at the very least securing a commitment from them regarding the non-initiation of hostilities by the vessel known as the base. Chapter 83. The Secret Plan of Dongi Nation Planetary Fortress. President's Lounge. Qin Shaohai, savoring his lunch provided by the ecosystem beneath the forward deck of the planetary fortress, took a sip of juice and gestured towards the television where the military advisor was speaking, addressing Lan Wei. If I were the Prime Minister of Dongi Nation, I would undoubtedly heed the advisor's counsel. Mr. President, Lan Wei interjected softly while nibbling on her food. The Minister of Defense has inquired about your response to the imminent assault from the Sam Nation. The intelligent beings aboard the planetary fortress possessed remarkably sophisticated digestive systems. However, these systems were mere simulations and incapable of processing substantial amounts of food. Thus, the intelligent beings could only consume limited quantities. A practice Qin Shaohai mandated to ensure they maintained regular meals, even if minimal. This was to facilitate their eventual integration into society, lest they inadvertently reveal telltale signs to the outside world. The outbreak of SARS in the Sam Nation had spread extensively, and their governmental structure and ideological framework did not permit a nationwide lockdown, making widespread transmission inevitable. Currently, the infection rate approached 20, and rather than controlling the epidemic, they were contemplating aggressive actions against us. Qin Shaohai scoffed, continuing. The so-called human rights espoused by them are merely the privileges of those perched at the apex of the pyramid. To the ordinary citizens of the Sam Nation, they might not even be regarded as individuals, but rather as mere tools. Nothing takes precedence over maintaining the hegemony of the Sam Nation, which is precisely why I am determined to dismantle it, along with the hegemony ingrained in the hearts of this generation of Sam citizens. To eradicate their sense of supremacy, we must methodically undermine their confidence. Therefore, let us remain patient until they lay all their cards on the table before we act. Mr. President, a message from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The foreign ministers of the Great Bull Nation and the Bubble Nation wish to visit our country following their trip to the Panda Nation. Lan Wei remarked, glancing at her wrist communicator. Oh, have they grown impatient after only a few days of blockade? Qin Shaohai expressed his surprise. These two diminutive nations, constantly trailing behind the Sam Nation, seem to have gained nothing from their patron and are now seeking to negotiate benefits from us, only to return home in a savior's guise to amass political capital. Let them visit our overseas territory, Jeju Island. The temporary governor's office is nearly complete. I shall send Minister Gila to meet them. Mr. President, our third aircraft carrier, the Little Conch, is nearing completion and is expected to be launched in 3 days. Simultaneously, the amphibious assault ship, the Little Lobster, will also be finished within the next week at Dock 2 of Zone E68. Excellent. Once these two battle groups are assembled, Along with the soon-to-be-formed giant Octopus battleship, we shall be ready to establish our Atlantic fleet. Come, Yuer, I have finished my meal. Let us go and inspect these two formidable vessels. I wish to personally christen them. In the land of the Eastern Barbarians, within the Chiyoda district of Nagatacho, lies the Prime Minister's residence, where a clandestine national defense meeting is convened. Esteemed colleagues, on this day 137 years ago, under the Emperor's guidance, the forces of the Restoration faction vanquished the shogunate troops near Kyoto, heralding the dawn of our nation's transformation and paving the way for the modern splendor of the Eastern Barbarians. It was the courage of a few devoted patriots who, willing to risk their lives, ignited this transformation, leading to the illustrious era of our nation. Today, our mission bears no lesser significance. We are poised to guide the Eastern Barbarians towards a new Meiji restoration, fervently declared Inukai Genjiro. Your Excellency, we find ourselves cornered by the Kingdom of Hedes. Our territory fragmented, and our security depths severely compromised. Yet, the threat extends further. They seek to obliterate our sacred Shinto shrine, the very embodiment of our spirit and faith. They demand the dissolution of our security treaty with the United States, aiming to annihilate our nation. We cannot surrender. We would rather bring the world down with us than face obliteration, passionately asserted Defense Minister Matsushita Kikuichiro. Indeed, we are gathered here, the elite of the Eastern Barbarians, the leaders of our government, the stewards of our self-defense forces, and the very hope of our nation. Henceforth, I declare the covert initiation of the Kiku Plan, establishing a clandestine bureau for nuclear weapon research to commence studies into nuclear armaments. Additionally, we shall secretly develop missile systems capable of delivering nuclear warheads with a range exceeding 4,000 kilometers. The self-defense forces will expand their ranks from the current 250,000 to 500,000. Military enterprises need no longer conceal their capabilities. They must operate at full capacity to produce F-2 fighter jets, submarines, various warships, and missiles. Some may fear we lack time, apprehensive that the Kingdom of Hedes may not afford us any respite. However, I assure you, the United States will launch a large-scale missile strike against the Kingdom of Hedes in the coming days, granting us precious time. Even if the missile strikes fail, our existing 250,000 personnel must endure for 6 months to a year until we can mobilize our second echelon of forces, Inukai Genjiro declared vehemently. Let us disperse and commence our tasks. May Amaterasu grant her blessings upon the Eastern Barbarians. May she bestow eternal fortune upon us. With a mix of excitement and trepidation, Inukai Genjiro observed as the assembly departed in a single file. At that moment, the phone upon the table rang. Your Excellency, we have received word that under the guise of the Defense Agency's Intelligence Department, an invitation has been extended to the key members of nearly all 67 right-wing groups to convene a secret meeting in Kasumi, northeast of Kyoto. We have just been informed that communication with these group leaders has been severed and the communications in Kasumi City have been disrupted. We know they are meeting somewhere by Lake Kasumi, but the precise location remains elusive, considering the 3 demands from the Kingdom of Hedes. I suspect this may be a fishing operation. Junjiro Inanaki felt an increasing sense of dread as he contemplated the immense organizational coordination required to assemble such a multitude of individuals from various factions, all while ensuring the complete suppression of communication. Damn it, hurry and investigate. We must locate them and swiftly disperse them into hiding. The Hedes Ocean Kingdom is preparing to strike. Prime Minister, we have already deployed helicopters from the self-defense forces to assist in the search and have contacted several agents from the Intelligence Bureau, insisting that they locate the secret site at all costs. How many individuals are involved in these groups? Inanaki asked, his voice trembling slightly. Prime Minister, the exact number has yet to be confirmed, but our preliminary estimates suggest that there are over 900 participants. This figure represents nearly 1/5 of the membership of our Eastern Barbarians right-wing factions, and these individuals are all core members, whose influence and significance far exceed that of ordinary members. Deploy the nearby military units of the self-defense forces. Do not limit the response to helicopters. Mobilize all available resources for the search. I hope we are not too late, Inanaki said, before collapsing onto the ground. Chapter 84. The thermal pressure bomb delivered to the right-wing faction of Dongi Country, Xiaopu Lake. The Xijian Islands, a picturesque archipelago near Xiaopu, are a splendid destination for tourism. Upon reaching the islands, one can witness numerous seagulls soaring gracefully above, and by climbing to the summit, one can behold breathtaking cliffside vistas. The pristine beauty of the island is unparalleled, with nature untouched, and access solely by boat. Recently, the Stygian Islands have been abuzz with activity. The local police force received orders early on to maintain order on the opposite shore of the islands. Typically, only 2 or 3 boats traverse these waters daily, yet today, dozens of speedboats have suddenly appeared. Groups of impeccably dressed individuals board the vessels and hastily make their way to the island, their demeanor largely silent and reserved. Occasionally, drones hover above. A rare sight in this area, captivating local children who rush out to watch the flying machines. Miyu, an employee of a travel company in Ibaraki Prefecture, learned the previous day that her company had received a substantial order. A mysterious client had paid 500,000 to arrange a gathering for 100 attendees. This commission far exceeded the usual rates, bringing immense joy to the company owner, who mobilized nearly all staff to orchestrate the grand event. According to the client's specifications, the task was simply to ferry the guests to the island, with the travel company personnel required to remain on shore. As dusk approached, Miyu and her colleagues sent wave after wave of guests off the shore. Once they dispatched the final 2 batches of over 200 individuals, they would be free to conclude their day. The owner, in a celebratory mood, planned to treat everyone to dinner. As the moon ascended with the departure of the last Seagull, a destroyer from the crab carrier battle group, stationed in the waters off Honshu, turned away from its formation. After sailing north for 5 nautical miles, the vertical launch system at the ship's stern opened its cover. 4 Changjian, 100 cruise missiles soared into the shimmering moonlit sea. Upon reaching an altitude of 30 meters, the missiles began to veer left, their presence in the night sky strikingly evident, as their high-speed trajectories left long trails visible from over 100 kilometers away. On the Stygian Islands, the right-wing factions of Dongi country, waiting for their host, grew increasingly restless as no one arrived. Frustration mounted, with some individuals expressing anger and curses, while others sensed something amiss and prepared to leave. With no boats in sight, swimming was their only option, a daunting task in the winter for many. At that moment, a self-defense force helicopter near Xiapu Lake detected for luminous objects approaching from the eastern sea. The seasoned pilot immediately recognized them as missiles. Missiles. Quickly, notify the base, he called out. Yet, communication with the base proved futile. Damn it, not again. Why does communication fail during emergencies? The furious pilot exclaimed, discarding his headset. As the missiles approached their target at subsonic speeds, they began to ascend, and both the pilot and co-pilot watched in disbelief as the missiles climbed higher into the sky. The missile ascended, and upon reaching its altitude, it was time to align with the target. The captain, muttering to himself, observed the missile's trajectory while surveying the terrain below, only to discover an island beneath the missile. The target was the 4 islands, and the right-wing faction on the island was vociferously celebrating, seemingly oblivious to the fact that the captain could not communicate with anyone at that moment. Even with knowledge of the missile's target, he was powerless, serving only as a witness to the unfolding events. For meticulously calculated missiles fully encompassed the 4 islands, where over 1,000 right-wing militants stared in wide-eyed horror at the descending projectiles, their cries echoing across the isle. To ensure a 100% success rate for this assault, the 4 missiles were equipped with thermobaric warheads. As the missiles neared their terrestrial target, the internal CL-20 super explosive within the warhead was detonated by the missile's onboard computer, creating shrapnel and shockwaves. As the shockwaves radiated outward, they carried the thermobaric material in a cloud of particles, which, upon contact with the surrounding air, ignited instantaneously, releasing a vast amount of energy that prolonged the high-pressure shockwave and expanded the fireball. In an instant, the entire island was engulfed in 4 colossal shockwaves that swept across everything, followed by 4 immense fireballs racing at a speed of 2,000 meters per second, consuming the entire isle and even igniting the adjacent waters. The high explosive materials, rich in aluminum, boron, silicon, titanium, magnesium, and zirconium, generated temperatures soaring to 2,500 degrees Celsius as they depleted all available oxygen. Given the proximity of the explosion, the Self-Defense Forces helicopter was violently jostled by the shockwave, stabilizing only after a considerable struggle. The captain, with a face marked by terror, gazed at the 4 islands, now transformed into a fiery wasteland within mere seconds. The entire isle was ablaze, and no one could possibly have survived. Indeed, no living being remained. Reflecting the captain's true thoughts as well as the report delivered upon the restoration of communications, as Qin Shaohai initiated action against the right-wing faction of Dongi, the saturation strike prepared by the United States commenced. In the waters east of Quan Island, the CG 58 Ticonderoga-class cruiser USS Philippine Sea. With Rear Admiral Fabi appointed as the frontline commander of this joint strike group, led the assault. At that moment, the composed Admiral Fabi sat in the intelligence control center 2 levels below the cruiser S-deck, leisurely sipping coffee. "General, the link, 16 data link is fully operational," he reported. Confirming the participation of the following combat units: 19 Arleigh Burke-class destroyers, 7 Ticonderoga-class cruisers, 8 attack submarines, 2 Ohio-class cruise missile submarines, 15 B-1B Lancer long-range bombers, and 16 B-52 Stratofortress strategic bombers. However, after careful calculations, it has become evident that the link, 16 data link is incapable of coordinating these firepower units for simultaneous attacks due to the overwhelming computational demands, which the onboard systems cannot manage, nor can they facilitate data exchange with the E-3 Sentry AWACS. Rear Admiral Fabi, a seasoned veteran who participated in the Gulf War, understands that with such formidable military capabilities, there is no necessity for precise coordinated combat systems. In fact, each firepower unit system is sufficiently capable on its own. Contemplating this, Admiral Fabi calmly stated, "It is of no concern. Let Link 16 disengage the firepower channel and retain only the communication channel. Each firepower unit should prepare independently and employ GPS guidance to launch autonomously in 5 minutes." He then instructed to notify the Cheyenne Mountain Command. "Understood, General." Chapter 85, Minuteman III Intercontinental Ballistic Missile Launch, Sam's Country, North Dakota, Minot Air Force Base. Minuteman missile launch facility with the piercing sound of 3 sharp beeps and the activation of red flashing lights. The Minuteman III missile control panel illuminated with a state of readiness. The duty officer urgently summoned the on-duty commanding officer, who, after entering the identification code, successfully received the message. The Air Force Global Strike Command confirmed and relayed the authorization order from the President, who also serves as the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. Initiate the Minuteman III missile launch procedure, order code E9A775TP. The duty officer utilized the identity card equipped with an embedded chip around his neck, inserting it into the metallic cabinet behind him. He retrieved a metal box sealed with PVC material, opened it to extract a rectangular key. The key bore 12 distinct protrusions along its side. Upon inserting the key into the control console, the corresponding digital information from the protrusions immediately appeared on the screen, matching the presidential directive. The officer promptly announced the code as verified and inserted his identity card into the console to confirm the order. At that moment, another officer approached and also inserted his identity card into the control panel. Subsequently, the missile launch console activated, and the operator began the pre-launch preparation procedure, audibly reciting each step for the officers to supervise and document. The alternative missile list was enumerated, prioritizing missiles numbered 1 to 6, with number 7 designated as a reserve. The missile underwent a self-check, and the launch list was activated. At this juncture, 2 soldiers at another control station loudly took over the subsequent operations. One soldier verified the procedures and directed, while the other operated. The launch list was activated, and the preparation procedure commenced. The first checklist began. The launch menu popped up, menu function selected, function selection completed. The input for the missile system unlock code, JPNKF, was successfully entered. The upper left function knob was rotated to the K position and locked, position completed, locking finalized. The OID opened towards the W side, the cover was sliding towards W. Movement normal, launch silo cover. Initialization commenced. Missile initialization began. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, initialization complete. The missile computer was activated. The missile computer powered on. The target coordinate section was opened. Coordinates entered. N2418, E15358, coordinate input completed. The authorization code E9A775TP was entered. Authorization code input completed. The launch program was activated. At this moment, both operators simultaneously placed their hands on the mobile keys positioned on either side of the control panel. The launch officer began issuing commands. On my mark. 3, 2, 1, mark, hold. The 2 soldiers simultaneously rotated the mobile keys clockwise and maintained their position upon the officer's command. At that moment, another monitoring officer in the launch control room began to report. Missile launch activated, missile ignition, ignition normal, missile takeoff, missile cleared the silo, missile ascended, OID deactivated. Control of the missile transferred, launch completed. Repeat, missile launch completed. May God bless Sam's country, bless Hedes. Amen. After the officer concluded his report, he made the sign of the cross over his chest. On the other end of the line, President George W. Bush placed the phone down and turned to his national security advisor, Piero Ast, Vice President Chester, and Chief of Staff Hortz, stating, "I wonder how history will judge this conversation of mine. If we ultimately succeed, history will deem it a pivotal and correct decision. If we fail, or if the world plunges into nuclear war as a result, history will accuse me of having opened Pandora's box and having wrought destruction upon this world. Yet, I must assert that what I have done is necessary for Sam's country at this moment, for any nation with military capabilities surpassing ours would be our nightmare, as well as the nightmare of the free world. Even if it risks a global nuclear conflict, we shall not hesitate. Mr. President, 30 Minuteman, 3 nuclear missiles, each armed with 3 W-87 warheads, with a TNT equivalent exceeding 1. 4 megatons, totaling 42 megatons of TNT. The explosion will generate a nuclear fireball, early nuclear radiation, airburst shockwaves, and thermal radiation. The anticipated radii of these for explosive effects are approximately 126 kilometers, 280 kilometers, 1,000 kilometers, and 1,400 kilometers, respectively. Nuclear radiation and fallout particles will, within a month, blanket Hawaii, reach the west coast in 2 months, and could travel as far as the western bank of the Mississippi River within 6 months. The eastern islands will be impacted within a month, and East Asia will feel the effects within 2 months. The tsunami generated by the nuclear explosion will strike the eastern islands, our northern Mariana Islands, Papua New Guinea, and the Philippines, with over 400 million people expected to be affected. Due to the proximity of the explosion to the Mariana Trench, we remain uncertain of its potential impact on the trench's internal capacities. After Chief of Staff Hortz concluded, he closed the document and regarded George W. Bush. At the command center of Planet Fortress, Qin Shaohai observed the launch of the Minuteman III on the large screen and remarked expressionlessly, "There are 2 types of devils, those who boldly acknowledge their malevolence and those who, under the guise of righteousness, reveal their fangs only when confronted with their hypocrisy and malice. It is evident that this Sam's country belongs to the latter category. They exploit the dollar as an international currency to harvest the world, leverage petrodollars to oppress nations, threaten through their formidable military might, and deceive through media manipulation. When anyone challenges any aspect of their hegemony, Sam's country reveals its fangs and becomes the devil. Unfortunately, we are challenging their military strength, yet, fortuitously, it is precisely their military we are confronting." At this moment, Chief of the Joint Operations Bureau, Inha, and Lan Yuer stood beside Qin Shaohai. "Mr. President, please issue the command. The galaxy is entrusted to you. Employ conventional means as much as possible. This video and the accompanying materials are to be delivered to the media. My intent is to deliver a resounding slap in their faces, making them acutely aware that their military tactics are ineffective against us. I aim to dismantle the psychological defenses of the United States and the entire Western Alliance," Qin Shaohai declared as he returned to his command chair. After saluting, the Chief of Staff of the Joint Operations Command, Galaxy, turned and began orchestrating the first countersaturation attack of the Blue Star. As well as the defense against nuclear missile assaults, the planetary fortress assumed its designated position, launching missiles from the escort ships. At the 1 to 3 o'clock position, target tracking was established for 4 destroyers, deploying 160 Hongqi, 9 long-range air defense missiles in sequential launches. At the 4 to 6 o'clock position, target tracking was initiated for 3 destroyers and 2 frigates, with 120 Hongqi, 9 long-range air defense missiles launched in sequence. At the 7 to 9 o'clock position, tracking was secured for 2 destroyers and 4 frigates, deploying another 120 Hongqi, 9 long-range air defense missiles in a sequential manner. At the 10 to 12 o'clock position, tracking was confirmed for 3 destroyers and 2 frigates, with 160 Hongqi, 9 long-range air defense missiles launched in sequence. At the Mercury Island, Venus Island, Earth Island, Mars Island, Jupiter Island, Saturn Island, Uranus Island, and Neptune Island bases, all defensive towers numbered 1 to 4 were activated, with target tracking established and 220 Hongqi, 9B air defense missiles launched in sequence. The Air Force's 1st Division was ordered to deploy 20 FJ-20 fighter jets, targeting the strategic bomber and early warning aircraft formations of the United States Air Force. The 4th Division was to launch 20 HB-20 stealth bombers and 40 H-160 bombers, targeting the surface fleet of the United States Navy. The 5th Division was instructed to dispatch 6 He-5000 early warning aircraft and 14 FJ-16D electronic warfare aircraft to assist the 1st and 4th Divisions, along with 12 HP-3B anti-submarine aircraft targeting the nuclear submarine fleet of the United States Navy. The Planetary Fortress Defense Force was to deploy 10 Phantom fighters, targeting the Minuteman III intercontinental missiles with an interception altitude of 400 kilometers in low Earth orbit. The orders were conveyed, and execution commenced. Chapter 86. The counterattack begins. Kingdom of Hedes Ocean. Zhongjing City News Center. The spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Louis Fayer, stood at the podium, opening her briefcase under the watchful eyes of the reporters. Esteemed journalists, today's gathering is solely a press conference. Interviews will not be entertained. I am authorized to convey the following information. Firstly, our intelligence agency has uncovered that right-wing factions in the Dongi Nation convened a clandestine meeting on the Sijin Islands, with the agenda focused on orchestrating terrorist attacks against our nation. It is well known that terrorists are the adversaries of all mankind, and their heinous acts are universally condemned. Under the Eastern government's negligence and complicity, we have been compelled to take action. Following the intelligence report, our Ministry of Defense ordered the naval fleet, the Seizi, to launch 4 cruise missiles, successfully annihilating this group of terrorists. We will subsequently enter a phase of operations to eliminate the remaining right-wing terrorists from the Dongi Nation. Secondly, just 10 minutes ago, the Sam Nation brazenly initiated a missile surprise attack against us. According to our reconnaissance systems, the Sam Nation dispatched 19 Burke-class destroyers, 7 Ticonderoga-class cruisers, 8 attack submarines, 2 Ohio-class cruise missile submarines, 15 B-1B Lancer bombers, 16 B-52 Stratofortress bombers, and 4 E-3 Sentry AWACS, launching over 100 cruise missiles targeting the entirety of the Kingdom of Hedes Ocean, including this news center. What? No way. What about us? Upon hearing that cruise missiles were aimed at the news center, a commotion erupted among the reporters, some already scanning for emergency exits. Louis Fayer timely reassured the journalists, however. Dear colleagues, there is no need for concern. Our air defense system is capable of intercepting these cruise missiles with 100% efficacy. When consulting with Qin Shaohai, he suggested allowing the reporters to experience the terror of being targeted by missiles, making it clear that the Sam Nation shows no regard for their lives. Only then would the Kingdom of Hedes Ocean intercept these missiles, implying that while the Sam Nation seeks to endanger these journalists, the Kingdom of Hedes Ocean is protecting them. Regardless of how these journalists report the events, the seeds of animosity have already been sown, and it remains to be seen when they shall germinate. Thirdly, our nation places great importance on press freedom. Thus, live coverage of our air defense operations is taking place in the first-floor lobby, where journalists are welcome to record and observe. The second floor will broadcast live footage of the counteroffensive operations post-air defense interceptions, allowing journalists to view the events in real time. Simultaneously, our Ministry of Foreign Affairs has stationed personnel at the entrance, allowing each media outlet to collect a USB drive upon departure. The contents of the USB drive detail the recent launch of the Minuteman III missile by Sam's country. It contains the requisite information. The Minuteman missile is armed with W-87 nuclear warheads, each possessing a TNT equivalent of over 4 megatons. In total, 30 Minuteman III intercontinental missiles will carry nuclear warheads with a combined yield of 42 megatons of TNT. Our nation has activated its ballistic missile defense system, aiming to intercept nuclear missiles in outer space. After Louis Fayer concluded his remarks, he swiftly exited, leaving the journalists momentarily stunned. The mere mention of cruise missiles evoked a simplistic fear, while the complexity of nuclear weaponry instilled a profound and unknown terror. In the command center of the planetary bastion, Qin Shaohai turned his chair towards the conference table after watching the press conference. If the intent behind informing them of the cruise missiles was merely to sow the seeds of hatred, then the assault of the Minuteman III will serve as fertilizer, enabling these seeds of animosity to flourish. Firstly, the overwhelming media coverage at that time is not something that Sam's country can easily suppress. Meanwhile, journalists stationed in the news center gazed in astonishment at the live broadcast on the hall's display screens, showcasing the fleet of Hedes Ocean Kingdom destroyers, which had opened all vertical launch systems at both the bow and stern. One missile after another soared into the sky, as if to unleash the full arsenal of shipborne missiles in a single barrage. As the camera zoomed out, rows of missiles were seen launching from the destroyers, resembling the orderly flight of Katyusha rocket launchers heading towards the horizon. This will be the most extravagant fireworks display of the century, one journalist marveled. Some reporters dashed back and forth in the hall, as each screen only broadcasted a single scene, necessitating their frantic movements to gather more footage. With each cruise missile colliding with the incoming anti-aircraft missiles, this century's most lavish fireworks display reached its zenith. With brilliant sparks bursting across the skies over the waters surrounding Heth's ocean kingdom, a few seasoned military journalists noted that inconspicuous screens were capturing the takeoff of various aircraft, including early warning planes and fighter jets. While some displays were evidently obscured, the images revealed aircraft with flying wing configurations alongside larger models, all taking to the skies. The counteroffensive of Heth's ocean kingdom had commenced, prompting the attention of other journalists, who quickly flocked to those seasoned reporters armed with their cameras. In the waters east of Guam Island, the Ohio-class cruise missile submarine SSGN 727 Michigan, a colossal underwater beast with a submerged displacement exceeding 18,000 tons, stands as a pivotal strategic nuclear submarine that Sam's country has operated since the 1970s. Following several modernization upgrades, the Ohio class remains a cornerstone of Sam's nation's triad nuclear strike capability. However, the initial 4 submarines of this class, having emerged during the most intense years of the Cold War, have suffered significant aging due to their high frequency of underwater patrols and deployments. Consequently, these 4 strategic nuclear submarines have become incapable of maintaining regular strategic nuclear deterrent patrols, leading the Navy to convert them into cruise missile submarines. Among those engaged in the missile strikes against the Kingdom of Hethys are 2 of these submarines, the SSGN 728 Florida and the SSGN 727 Michigan. The SSGN 727 Michigan also serves as the flagship of the submarine attack fleet, commanding 2 Ohio-class nuclear submarines and 8 Los Angeles-class attack submarines. Today's missile launch mission marks the final task of Brigadier General White, who serves as the commanding officer of the Michigan, as he has been appointed as the Chief of Staff for the Navy at the Strategic Strike Command. Upon completion of this mission, he will commence the handover of responsibilities to the Deputy Commander. The command center of the Michigan is unusually busy at this moment, with missile launch personnel and console officers meticulously verifying launch orders and parameters, while Brigadier General White communicates with the airborne E-3 early warning aircraft. The SSGN 727 and the 8 Los Angeles-class submarines have completed their launches, and the E-3 warning aircraft is confirming the flight trajectories of the missiles. The Ohio-class submarines are cleared to continue launching, with the final salvo expected to conclude in approximately 12 minutes. The surrounding air and sea domains have revealed no threats, allowing for continued surface launch operations while the 8 Los Angeles-class submarines may submerge, despite the E-3's report indicating no anomalies. A twinge of unease lingers within Brigadier General White, a sensation stemming from the instincts of a seasoned veteran, a peculiar sixth sense. The Kingdom of Hethys harbors innumerable secrets. Although the government and military of the United States strive to obscure certain truths, Brigadier General White, as a general, has access to a broader array of intelligence, and this accumulation of information only deepens his sense of foreboding. The initial sinking of the Ohio-class strategic nuclear submarine, the SSBN 731 Alabama, particularly stirs his emotions, as it belonged to an old comrade. During their tenure as sailors, they had faced off against Soviet submarines on numerous occasions and had jointly executed various global deployment missions. The U.S. military has attributed the submarine's loss to terrorist control, which infuriates Brigadier General White. As a professional submariner, he recognizes that the Alabama could not have launched all 24 missiles simultaneously. U.S. Navy launch protocols do not permit such actions, and the submarine's launch system lacks the capacity for simultaneous firing. This indicates that an extraordinarily powerful technology must have commandeered the Alabama. He has also reviewed details of the subsequent dogfights involving F-15s against the air forces of the Kingdom of Hethys, showcasing a level of flight control technology far surpassing that of this era. Furthermore, the later annihilation of the naval forces of the Republic of Korea is beyond what a conventional military power could achieve. The precise coordination required to control such a multitude of missiles landing simultaneously would likely exceed the computational capabilities of the existing U.S. military's computer systems combined. The subsequent defense battle over the Ryukyu Islands, wherein U.S. aircraft were utterly obliterated, none able to take off again, highlights an extraordinary level of reconnaissance and targeting capability. During this tumultuous episode, the aerial formation was simultaneously struck, without a single aircraft issuing a warning, nor did the onboard systems manage to activate alarms. The thought sent a chill down Brigadier White's spine as he observed the sailors at the missile launch control console, who remained intently focused on launching the remaining 4 missiles. At this pace, all would be launched within 2 minutes. He fervently hoped these precious moments would pass without incident, and that the kingdom of Hedes was preoccupied with its own air defenses. At an altitude of 9,000 meters, the E-3 Sentry, tasked with coordinating strikes, had its back cabin staff engrossed in their duties, while the pilots exhibited an air of leisure, simply required to engage the advanced aircraft's autopilot system. The Sentry had to maintain airspace integrity, a monotonous task that was best left to the automated systems. "Captain Phyllis, what are you observing?" inquired the young co-pilot, casually chewing gum. "Do you know why the casualty rate among new recruits on the battlefield is so high?" "I can't say, Captain, but this isn't a battlefield, is it? Isn't the battlefield in that wretched kingdom of Hedes? Do you truly believe we are engaged in conflict with a backward nation like the Middle Eastern factions? Our adversary is the kingdom of Hedes, which decimated our entire air force and naval aviation in Ryukyu. When facing such an opponent, can one truly differentiate between front and rear?" "Captain, we are an early warning aircraft, surrounded by dozens of advanced third-generation fighter jets providing escort. Do you think they could silently maneuver their aircraft right up to us? What is impossible? Heaven knows how much advanced technology that detestable country possesses." Before Captain Phyllis could finish, he caught sight of a flickering aircraft beneath him, which appeared to be deploying something into the sea. In a state of panic, the captain pointed towards the aircraft, trembling as he spoke. "Is there nothing on the radar? That cannot be ours. It is an anti-submarine aircraft. My God. It is dropping anti-submarine torpedoes into the ocean. Quickly, alert our submarines. Captain, the communication channel is congested with static." The co-pilot hastily removed his headset and dashed to the rear cabin to inform the airborne commander. At that moment, the USS Michigan, launching its final missile, erupted in a tremendous explosion. In an instant, the right side of the hull was torn apart, and it rapidly sank beneath the waves. A similar fate befell another nuclear submarine, while the 8 Los Angeles-class submarines that were diving also experienced violent explosions, with shockwaves bursting forth several meters above the surface, as scattered pieces of tail fins and hull fragments slowly ascended to the water's surface. Chapter 87, The Courage to Utilize Leads to Deterrent Effects Above Wake Island. A formidable fleet comprising 15 B-1B Lancer long-range bombers, 16 B-52 Stratofortress strategic bombers, 2 E-3 Sentry early warning aircraft, and 32 F-15 fighters was returning to base. 4 FJ-20 fighters from the Kingdom of Hedes flew in a diamond formation, weaving through the midst of this formidable assembly. Inside the cockpit of 1B Lancer, the flight leader was confirming the return to base orders. "B-1B fleet, return in a triangular formation with me as the apex. B-52 fleet, return in a triangular formation with aircraft number 773 as the apex, maintaining a distance of 15 kilometers from my formation. F-15 fleet, ensure vigilance on both sides and behind. Over." While the leader was communicating, the crew chief observed 4 oddly shaped aircraft passing slowly outside. Being well-versed in American aircraft designs, he immediately recognized that these were not friendly. Alarmed, he shouted, "Sir, look outside. Enemy aircraft." "What is that? My heavens, how did they infiltrate our formation? Did the early warning aircraft fail to detect them? What are their intentions?" The flight leader anxiously posed a series of questions. "Sir, the radio channels are buzzing. Everyone has spotted these 4 enemy planes and is inquiring about how to proceed," the communications officer nervously reported. "Quickly, contact the E-3 and the F-15 escort to intercept them," the leader commanded. After speaking with the E-3, the communications officer, blushing with embarrassment, relayed, "Sir, the E-3 and F-15s report they cannot detect these 4 aircraft, which means they essentially do not exist. Radar shows only us." "What? That is impossible. Those 4 planes are right in front of us, flying almost at our speed. This is a show of force," the leader insisted. "Notify the F-15s to approach for visual confirmation." "Understood, sir," came the response. Just then, the 4 FJ-20 fighters ascended above the fleet and began to disperse. Under the watchful gaze of the American bombers, the FJ-20s opened their belly weapon bays, releasing 4 hefty missiles trailing flames. The missiles traveled at a pace nearly identical to that of the bomber formation, and after releasing their payload, the FJ-20s accelerated away. By the time the F-15 escort arrived, the FJ-20S had vanished, leaving behind the site of 4 sluggish missiles. In the next moment, the 4 missiles detonated simultaneously. While the explosions were minor in scale, they unleashed a surge of electromagnetic waves with billions of watts of power, accompanied by a pale blue shockwave that enveloped the entire fleet. The interiors of all aircraft were filled with crackling electrical sparks, and the E-3 early warning aircraft even experienced an explosion in its midsection. All American pilots screamed and pounded on the cockpit walls. Yet these desperate measures could not prevent one after another from plummeting towards the sea. As the fleet of bombers from Sam's country descended towards the sea like turkeys plummeting from the sky, several swift points of light streaked diagonally across the horizon at an astonishing speed. These were the ghost fighters of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom's planetary fortress defense force. Ghost 1. Ghost 1, this is the fortress. We are 800 kilometers from the target. The fortress is ready to assume control of the aircraft, came the communication. Received, Fortress. Weapon systems are fully operational. The fleet has reached a low Earth orbit of 400 kilometers. The fortress can now take over the aircraft. Under the control of the planetary fortress, the onboard microneutron phase transition weapon systems meticulously targeted the warheads of the Minuteman missiles, with long-studded warheads propelled towards them at sublight speed through neutron phase transition and dual magnetic acceleration. In the National Security Council meeting of Sam's country, George W. Bush lay with his eyes closed behind the presidential desk, while Secretary of State Lord, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff General Guilebron, CIA Director Fairberties, Presidential Security Advisor Pyrost, and Chief of Staff Hortz occupied the sofa across from him. At that moment, the executive meeting room was enveloped in silence, with everyone listening intently to the specialized telephone at the conference table, which connected to the Pentagon's Strategic Strike Command and the Cheyenne Mountain Special Command Center. The phone was currently relaying real-time updates on the mission. The nuclear submarine fleet was sequentially launching Tomahawk missiles, reporting normal conditions, missiles launched successfully, guidance systems operational. The surface ship fleet was also launching Tomahawk missiles in sequence, with airspace deemed secure. The aerial fleet was receiving information from early warning aircraft, preparing for missile launches, with airspace remaining secure. The Minuteman III second stage program was initiated, warheads prepared for separation, and the missile engines ignited as the missile body and rocket separated in succession. Satellite monitoring reported that there were 12 destroyers and 8 frigates in the waters surrounding the Hedes Ocean Kingdom. The probability of intercepting missiles from the north was estimated at 20, from the west at 23, from the east at 25, and from the south at 35. Upon hearing the report of the first phase, George W. Bush opened his eyes with a smile. "Gentlemen, ladies, I believe we can order a bottle of champagne." General Guilebron, representing the military, readily concurred. "Yes, Mr. President. Even though we have designated the Hedes Ocean Kingdom as a military power, their territorial expanse is too small, lacking strategic depth. While their air defense capabilities are formidable, their numbers are insufficient. As long as we are determined to eradicate them, the outcome is preordained from the very beginning. The singular pursuit of advanced weaponry cannot alter the inevitable conclusion, much like the tank nations during World War II. Their vehicles and aircraft were indeed advanced, yet their numbers were too few to establish overwhelming superiority. In contrast, the Soviet Union during the same era displayed far greater wisdom, manufacturing a vast fleet of T-34 tanks, albeit less advanced. When quantitative change reaches a certain threshold, it triggers a qualitative transformation. The formidable Tiger tanks scarcely made a ripple in the ocean of T-34s. Today, our nation has orchestrated a deluge of cruise missiles, deploying a vast array of projectiles to strike a minuscule territory. The Kingdom of Hades stands no chance. Mr. President, now that everything is proceeding smoothly, should we not remotely command the Minuteman III to self-destruct? Nuclear weapons serve as instruments of deterrence, given the current circumstances. Why not maintain this deterrence? Otherwise, should a nuclear explosion occur, it would irrevocably alter the existing nuclear deterrent framework, potentially prompting other nuclear nations to resort to their arsenals. Secretary of State Lord expressed his apprehensions. No, my dear Colin, he continued. The banking sector's indulgence in subprime loans has rendered both the real estate and banking industries beleaguered. Should this trend persist, it could precipitate a subprime crisis. If we were to demonstrate to the world our resolve to employ nuclear weapons, any future financial turmoil within our nation could be conveniently offloaded onto others. The essence of our deterrence lies in the belief that it is genuine and that we are willing to employ any means necessary that is true deterrence. Mere bluster. Devoid of action is not deterrence, for such threats inspire no fear. Calmly, George W. Bush affirmed, "Indeed, Mr. President, your insight is astute. Our willingness to wield nuclear weapons instills fear in others. This moment serves as a demonstration to other nations that our nuclear arsenal is not a mere fade. When the time calls for action, we shall not hesitate, thus reinforcing our hegemony." Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff General Gillibrand expressed his enthusiasm at this moment. The Octopus reports the second stage. "Mr. President, the aerial formation has completed its missile launch and is now returning. The naval fleet is expected to finish its launch in 5 minutes. The Los Angeles-class submarine has launched and is submerging, while the Ohio-class submarine will complete its launch in 3 minutes. The Minuteman III is poised to enter the third phase, re-entering the atmosphere at an altitude of 12 kilometers. Chapter 88. Joy turned to sorrow. Code Wolverine. Wolverine. Emergency situation. Interruption of aerial formation communication as the atmosphere in the conference room remained relaxed. An unfamiliar code call emanated from the Octopus. "Henry, as the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, do you comprehend the implications of this code?" inquired a visibly anxious Xiao Xiaobu. "Mr. President, Wolverine is the Air Force's emergency code. The announcement of this code signifies a complete disruption of communication between the aerial formation and the command center, encompassing voice communication, location information sharing, navigation signals, and the download of flight parameters for military aircraft, as well as connectivity of operational data links." Xiao Xiaobu's complexion grew increasingly grim. An unsettling void filling his heart, a blend of fear, dread, and concern interwoven, reminiscent of the feelings experienced during previous encounters with the Kingdom of Hedes. This sensation seemed to signal the impending arrival of the Hedes Oceanic Kingdom. Has the Hedes Oceanic Kingdom retaliated? Could it be so swift? Our cruise missiles have yet to be fully launched, and they are already counterattacking? This is implausible, Xiao Shibu queried, his anxiety palpable. "Mr. President," replied General Gillibrand, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, "without hesitation, the primary focus of the Hedes Oceanic Kingdom right now is to intercept cruise missiles. A counterattack would not align with military logic in a scenario inundated with cruise missiles and air defense missiles. The Hedes Oceanic Kingdom cannot initiate any missile launches or aircraft takeoffs, for that would directly interfere with air defense operations and could lead to severe systemic misjudgments resulting in friendly fire. If that is the case, how could the aerial formation's communication be interrupted?" Xiao Shibu directed his inquiry to those present, simultaneously relaying his concern to the command center at the other end of the Octopus. However, instead of receiving confirmation, they were met with grim tidings from the Octopus. "Mr. President, communication with the nuclear submarine fleet has been severed. During the last information refresh, the Ohio-class nuclear submarine was executing the launch of its final missiles, and the signal from the submarine fleet has been disrupted alongside that of the E-3 Sentry AWACS overhead. Not only has the signal with the command center been interrupted, but they have also lost communication with satellites. Henry, the communication with the nuclear submarine has also ceased. If memory serves, the Ohio is equipped with GPS receiving devices and a comprehensive communication system capable of receiving various communication frequencies from Earth. Theoretically, there should be no means on Earth capable of jamming the Ohio nuclear submarine across all frequency bands," Xiao Shibu asked, his tension escalating. At that moment, General Gillibrand, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, appeared momentarily stunned. His thoughts failed. Yet, the CIA director, Fearbates, a perceptive individual, recognized that General Gillibrand could not possess such comprehensive knowledge regarding a particular weapon. Thus, he preemptively addressed the Octopus. "Can anyone elucidate the communication apparatus of the Ohio nuclear submarine or expound upon the potential for its communication disruption?" At this juncture, the line connecting the Octopus to the Department of Defense was occupied. The naval specialists within the department responded, "Mr. President, the Ohio-class strategic nuclear submarines are equipped with the NWRN 5 old-style satellite navigation receiver, the NUQN 4 interoperable navigation instrument, the BQN 17 communication sonar, and the NWIC integrated communication system. The NWIC system encompasses subsystems for medium frequency, high frequency, very high frequency, very low frequency, and extremely low frequency communications, theoretically capable of operating under any interference, even ensuring external communication amidst ionospheric disturbances caused by nuclear explosions. Furthermore, the Strategic Intelligence Center aboard the Ohio-class submarines is outfitted with a dedicated WSC 3x satellite communication terminal. Along with a single-channel interactive system JBS that can commandeer specialized satellite frequency bands for communication during emergencies. The communication codes generated are random, making it impossible for any individual or device to predict them in advance, including ourselves. Theoretically, there exists no possibility of interception. Additionally, the submarine is equipped with an auxiliary communication system, the BSC, one emergency communication buoy, and at the stern, there lies a compact at 1180 AR integrated antenna system capable of receiving and transmitting high-frequency, very high-frequency, and L-band signals. There is also a backup BQS, 5-towed communication buoy, and an AS 2629A BRR buoyant cable antenna reception system, which can receive medium-frequency, high-frequency, and extremely low-frequency signals. Beyond these specialized communication devices, the CC-SIM-K2 combat data system aboard the Ohio-class submarine possesses formidable communication capabilities, effectively connecting to equipment and bases within a 2,200-kilometer radius, including satellites. Should communication with an Ohio-class strategic nuclear submarine be interrupted, and if the vessel has not submerged below 600 meters, there exists a 99.99999 probability that the submarine has been destroyed. Henry Joe Bush anxiously gazed at General Galbraith, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and asked, "Could it be that our Ohio-class strategic nuclear submarine has been sunk?" Galbraith slowly nodded. "Is this the doing of the Kingdom of Hedes?" Galbraith again nodded slowly. "Was our recent Air Force code also a result of this?" Galbraith once more nodded. "So it was also the Kingdom of Hedes?" Galbraith nodded yet again. "What about our surface fleet? Could it be?" Galbraith nodded once more. "Henry, can we say something? Your incessant nodding is unsettling the President." Joe Bush said to General Galbraith with a hint of frustration, "Mr. President, there are no other possibilities. It can only be the Kingdom of Hedes." "And what of our Minutemen?" Galbraith helplessly leaned towards the Octopus and instructed, "Cheyenne Mountain, check the flight control data for Minuteman 3. Although only a few minutes had elapsed, it felt as though an eternity had passed. Each individual was restless, frequently casting anxious glances at the Octopus on the table. Finally, amidst the collective anticipation, a voice emerged from the Octopus. "General Galbraith, the Minuteman missile has re-entered the atmosphere and is currently enveloped in a blackout, rendering its parameters unmonitorable. Satellite tracking indicates a flurry in the re-entry zone, resembling a multitude of fragments. We shall provide an update once the missile has traversed the blackout." "No need," Galbraith replied wearily as he sank back into his seat, utterly drained. "Henry, why not?" A frantic Jeb Bush inquired. "Mr. President, the flurry detected by satellite tracking is not interference, but rather missile debris. The fragments, traveling at speeds exceeding 20 Mach, burn like meteors. The signal of numerous ignited missile fragments appears as a snowstorm on the satellite scanner. What? My God, can the Minuteman be intercepted? Have they already acquired the capability to intercept ballistic missiles? This is impossible, absolutely impossible. And what about the nuclear warheads? They haven't detonated, have they? Just like the submarine-launched missile from the Alabama?" Jeb Bush queried in a frenzy. "Mr. President, if there had been a nuclear explosion, several of our satellites and ground stations would have reported it. Cheyenne Mountain would have detected it immediately. Their silence indicates that there has been no nuclear detonation and that our Minuteman did not successfully detonate its warhead," came the response. "This cannot be." Prior to the launch, the Department of Defense and the Air Force conducted thorough inspections. The warheads were undoubtedly intact, added National Security Advisor Pieroist. 30 Minuteman missiles, yet none detonated. "This is no coincidence, Pieroist. This is a fact," Galbraith explained with resignation. "Mr. President, compared to the potential loss of equipment at the front, the failure to detonate the Minuteman is trivial. If all our missiles behaved like those 30 Minuteman 3s. Pieroist's face turned ashen. Chapter 89. As long as we are strong. Even the devil will bow. It was proclaimed by Director Hortz of the Sam Nation's office that it would be the end of days. However, as he continued, he abruptly noticed an unsettling silence enveloping the room. No one dared to utter a word, while President George W. Bush stared vacantly at the wall. After a moment, Secretary of State Lord added, "The petrodollars generated by our nation will gradually lose their significance due to the ineffectiveness of our nuclear arsenal. The Bear Nation may threaten us with nuclear capabilities and could potentially launch a preemptive strike. In such a scenario, the most favorable outcome for North America would be a regression to the Stone Age. NATO would crumble, our military forces worldwide would be besieged and possibly annihilated. and the Sam Nation would swiftly devolve from a global police force into a mere regional power nestled within North America. Although our conventional military strength remains formidable, without the backing of nuclear weapons, such forces lack deterrent power. Nations without nuclear arms would refrain from provoking us, while those equipped with them are entities we would dare not challenge. The Sam Nation, stripped of its international influence and the supremacy of the dollar, would face a rapid decline, potentially leading to the autonomy of individual states. Enough! George W. Bush suddenly exclaimed, his eyes widening. I absolutely refuse to allow such a scenario to unfold. Currently, the only nation aware of our nuclear issues is the Kingdom of Hedes. CIA Director Fairbairn, upon hearing the president's words, quickly grasped the underlying implication. Mr. President, our immediate priority must be to stabilize the Kingdom of Hedes while we conduct an exhaustive investigation of our nuclear arsenal. We must thoroughly inspect it. Until we ascertain the issues within our nuclear stockpile, we must do everything in our power to appease them, even if it means sacrificing all our allies. After all, allies are meant to be bartered. Alternatively, we may have to offer some benefits and concessions. We must secure time to scrutinize our nuclear facilities. Once we identify the problem, we can reclaim what we have lost after rectifying these issues. George, indeed, when military might fails to yield the desired outcomes, political negotiation will take precedence. We must maintain strict confidentiality regarding our nuclear weapons. Anyone who leaks information must be dealt with decisively, aside from our small circle. No one else is to know of these matters, including the military personnel involved in today's operations. Henry initiated deep inspection of the nuclear stockpile immediately and conducted in secrecy. Find the issue and resolve this damn problem. Lord, you must visit the Kingdom of Hedes. You know what needs to be done. Lord asked seriously, what if their demands are excessively harsh? Agree to them, fulfill all their conditions. As long as they do not infringe upon the fundamental interests of the Sam Nation, we must secure sufficient time for ourselves. As everyone filed out, CIA Director Fairbairn leaned close to Bush and whispered, Mr. President, how many nuclear warheads can we covertly retrieve? What? George W. Bush widened his eyes, incredulous at the audacity of his advisor. Mr. President, consider this. If we were to seize a few nuclear warheads, just in case, should an urgent situation arise necessitating the demonstration of our might, we could at the very least intimidate our adversaries. Furthermore, what if the issues with our nuclear arsenal are not unique? Could it be that other nations' nuclear capabilities are similarly compromised? Joe Bush inquired with a flicker of excitement. Fairbairn nodded gravely. Very well, this is a splendid idea. Proceed with haste. In the Chiyoda district of Nagatacho, Prime Minister Junjiro Inukai had convened the members of the Eastern Barbarian Cabinet early to ensure they were promptly informed of the military strikes by the United States against the Kingdom of Hedes. The Eastern Barbarian Nation had recently faced immense pressure from Hedes, rendering assistance from the United States critically essential. This military action was undoubtedly a timely boon for them. Listen, everyone, the formidable military might of the United States is currently wreaking havoc above the Kingdom of Hedes. We shall receive updates shortly. And I hope that this time the United States will obliterate this malevolent state from the face of the earth, Inukai proclaimed excitedly, reclining on the sofa with his legs crossed. Indeed, Prime Minister, with the unparalleled strength of the United States military, this operation will be a comprehensive saturation attack that no nation could withstand, especially considering the diminutive size of Hedes, a cabinet member concurred. This will be a super-dense saturation missile assault. The self-defense forces must be prepared to mobilize at a moment's notice to reclaim Okinawa and the Ogasawara Islands. Additionally, we should be poised to dismantle the Shako Crab aircraft carrier battle group offshore, along with that detestable base vessel. Yes, the base is particularly loathsome. We must launch missiles to sink it, preferably within Tokyo Bay, to cleanse the disgrace we have endured there, the cabinet members exclaimed with fervor, eager to see the vessel sunk immediately. At that moment, they noticed people rushing by outside, sparking curiosity among the cabinet members. Could there be an earthquake? Why else would they be fleeing? Defense Minister Kakuichiro Matsushita opened the door to inquire of the Prime Minister's office staff at the entrance. Excuse me. Do you know why they are running? They are rushing to watch the live broadcast, reportedly from the Kingdom of Hedes, concerning air defense and counterattack operations. The staff member replied, Nanny, they are conducting a live broadcast at this time? Matsushita muttered, returning to the meeting room. Prime Minister, everyone outside has gone to watch the live broadcast from the Kingdom of Hedes about their air defense and counterattack. Nanny, they haven't been struck? They can still retaliate amidst such an onslaught? Kai exclaimed, his face a mask of confusion. He glanced at the barren walls and, in a fit of anger, summoned the Prime Minister's office staff member, demanding, "Tell me, why is there no television here? Where is the television?" The staff, feeling aggrieved, remarked, "Your Excellency, did you not declare that no televisions were to be installed in your office or meeting rooms? Ever since you smashed the last one, we have been too apprehensive to install another." Baka. Upon hearing this explanation, Junjiro Inukai was filled with indignation. "I merely mentioned it in passing, yet you took me seriously. Baka-Yuru, quickly, bring in a television." Half an hour later, after several staff members, breathless, had successfully installed the television, Inukai eagerly urged them to switch it on. The screen did not display images of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom intercepting cruise missiles, nor did it show attacks on the military equipment of the Sam country. Instead, it revealed the scene at the Vulcan Air Force Base in Fae Province, where several missile launch vehicles were preparing to erect their missiles. "Your Excellency, this is the JF-41B vehicle-mounted intercontinental missile of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom. Is the Hedes Ocean Kingdom preparing to retaliate against the Sam country with intercontinental missiles?" At that moment, the narration on the screen began, in response to the missile attacks from the Sam country. The Hedes Ocean Kingdom plans to launch intercontinental missiles to destroy one of the Sam country's Minuteman III land-based missile launch bases, the Minot Air Force Base in North Dakota. Additionally, 2 other Minuteman III missile bases will serve as alternatives, with subsequent actions depending on the behavior of the Sam country and the requirements of the international situation. The other 2 land-based intercontinental missile launch bases of the Sam country are Warren Air Force Base in Cheyenne and Malmstrom Air Force Base. Chapter 90, over 80. 000 Divine Toilets. You can't possibly blow them all up. March 12, 2006. As the first rays of dawn illuminated the horizon, the global landscape appeared to shift, perceptively sensed by astute nations and media outlets. In an unprecedented move, a spokesperson from the Department of State of Sam Nation convened a morning press conference, attended predominantly by journalists who had gleaned information from the previous night's live broadcast, which was undoubtedly related to the ongoing conflict. "Esteemed journalists," the spokesperson commenced, "I am here on behalf of the Department of State of Sam Nation to convey the following statements. Firstly, Sam Nation is a proponent of peace, committed to resolving disputes through diplomatic means. In light of the conflict with the Kingdom of Hedes Ocean, we shall adhere firmly to our established diplomatic stance and will not seek to escalate the war. Secondly, our diplomatic representatives are actively engaging with the Kingdom of Hedes Ocean to facilitate a visit from the Secretary of State. Thirdly, to further de-escalate tensions, commencing at noon today, we will begin the withdrawal of our Air Force, Marine Corps, and Army stationed in East E, retaining only our Navy. Simultaneously, our naval forces stationed in Kinchi country will be relocated to East E. Fourthly, regarding yesterday's military confrontation with the Kingdom of Hedes Ocean, which resulted in significant casualties among our troops, the Department of State will actively collaborate with Hedes Ocean to conduct on-site search and rescue operations." As the journalists remained in a state of bewilderment, the spokesperson hastily departed, leaving a palpable silence. The reporters lingered in anticipation of further clarifications, their minds swirling with questions. What is happening in Sam Nation? Have they capitulated? Is this an initiative to alleviate tensions? Such concessions typically signify a defeat in war. Are they prepared to concede to the Kingdom of Hedes Ocean? To concede willingly incurs substantial costs. While Sam Nation suffered losses the previous night, how could a nation armed with a formidable nuclear arsenal so easily submit? A surrender would deliver a catastrophic blow to Sam Nation's global standing. Yet, no one was available to address the journalists' inquiries. It seemed as though there had been a clandestine agreement, for aside from the Department of State's press conference, no significant news emerged from any major global power, including the Kingdom of Hedes Ocean. The world appeared to be digesting this information in an eerie silence. East E Nation Prime Minister's residence. Have we confirmed the details? How many lives were lost in the bombing? Inquired Junjiro Inanaki. Your Excellency, we have nearly verified the figures. A total of 129 individuals perished, nearly the entirety of our right-wing elite in East E, came the response. Damn it. How dare the Kingdom of Hedes Ocean treat us East E as mere pushovers? Bombing our nation has become this despicable country's routine. Junjiro Inanaki exclaimed in anger. Rising abruptly, as he moved to gaze out the window, he was met with a sea of demonstrators gathered before the Prime Minister's residence. The commoners, in their foolishness, have joined in the clamor, as if the bombardment of the Eastern E Kingdom were somehow my fault. I, too, wish to avoid being bombed. Prime Minister, It is evident that the next move of the Kingdom of Hedes will undoubtedly target our sacred sites. It is imperative that we take stringent precautions to safeguard these sacred sites across the nation. Precautions? Do you have any idea how many sacred sites are scattered throughout the Eastern Kingdom? Over 81,600. How can we possibly defend against that? The number of sacred sites exceeds the missiles possessed by our self-defense forces, exclaimed Junjiro Inuyasha in frustration. Prime Minister, that is not my point. What I mean is, given the sheer number of sacred sites, since we cannot fortify each one, does the Kingdom of Hedes have the capability to systematically destroy them? Minister of Defense Kikuichiro Matsushita implied thoughtfully. Nanny? Inuyasha instantly grasped the defense minister's insinuation. Ah, what a splendid idea. This tactic was employed during the Second World War by the British, who preserved their air force by allowing their tanks to be bombed in London. With over 80,000 sacred sites in the Eastern Kingdom, should we permit the Kingdom of Hedes to unleash their bombardment, they would need to expend at least 80,000 missiles. What nation could possibly possess such a vast arsenal? Even if they could produce that many, they could not afford to use them on sacred sites. Otherwise, the Kingdom of Hedes would find itself bankrupt, unable to finish the bombardment. Furthermore, as they attack, we could continuously repair our sites. Ah, what a splendid strategy. Prime Minister. What is our next step? Matsushita, astutely awaiting orders, understood that while suggestions were welcome, directives must come from his superiors, ensuring that credit was duly attributed to them. It is quite simple. We shall provoke the Kingdom of Hedes, declared Inuyasha confidently, as if he had discovered the means to restrain them. On March 16, 2006. After a 2-day lull, the international community suddenly erupted with activity. 10 European nations announced their intent to commence visits to East Asia. The Secretary of State of the United States declared a visit to the Kingdom of Hedes in 3 days. The Kingdom of Hedes convened a press conference at the International News Center, where spokesperson Louis Phil announced a series of diplomatic and military actions. First, Minister Hira of the Foreign Ministry will meet with the foreign ministers of the Great Bull Nation and the Popo Nation on Jeju Island today. Second, the Kingdom of Hedes released a video news segment. Defense Minister General Lin Peter will personally preside over the launch ceremony of the amphibious assault ship Little Lobster and the aircraft carrier Little Conch. Third, the Navy dispatched 2 frigates, 2 battalions from the 2nd Marine Brigade, 1 flying squadron from the 2nd Air Division, 3 early warning aircraft, and 4 anti-submarine patrol aircraft to the Ogasawara Islands, establishing the Ogasawara Islands Defense Zone. Fourth, the Shrimp Amphibious Strike Group will soon set sail for the Wahoo Islands to conduct freedom of navigation operations. The Navy of the Kingdom of Hedes is poised to dispatch 1 destroyer and 2 frigates to the southern member state of Cuba. The naval forces of both nations are set to conduct military exercises in close proximity to the Florida Strait, a mere 35 kilometers from the state of Florida, Sam's country. Concurrently, following negotiations, the Kingdom of Hedes will establish a military base in Cuba and deploy a squadron of fighter jets. As nations around the globe engage in fervent discussions regarding this series of diplomatic and military maneuvers by the Kingdom of Hedes, the government of Dongi suddenly convened a press conference. The spokesperson for Dongi's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Takashima Yuna, declared, firstly, the government of Dongi vehemently condemns the actions of the Kingdom of Hedes for violating the territorial waters of Dongi, urging them to immediately instruct the fishing inspection vessel, base, to vacate Dongi's territorial waters, contiguous zone, and exclusive economic zone. Secondly, they strongly denounce the unwarranted bombings of Dongi's territory by the Kingdom of Hedes, which have tragically resulted in the deaths of 129 citizens of Dongi. The government shall submit pertinent evidence to the International Court of Justice in The Hague and request the initiation of special judicial proceedings. Thirdly, the government of Dongi will not sever its alliance with Sam's country and remain steadfast in upholding the security treaty. Lastly, the government of Dongi refuses to dismantle all sacred toilets throughout Dongi and has expressed a willingness to engage in conflict over this matter. Chapter 91. In the face of absolute power, minor skills hold no significance. Jeju Island, situated at the southern tip of the peninsula, lies 100 kilometers southwest of Jeollanam-do and 310 kilometers from Busan. It faces the peninsula across the Jeju Strait, with a distance of over 90 kilometers to the southern coast of the pickled vegetable nation. The island serves as the strategic gateway to the peninsula, controlling access to the Eastern Sea. Characterized by its typical lava cave topography, Jeju Island features hundreds of hills, coastal waterfalls, cliffs, and lava tunnels, all of which are highly advantageous for military deployment. The island is predominantly mountainous, surrounded by volcanic plains, with Jeju City located in the northwest central part of Jeju Island. The governor's office of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom is established to the east of Jeju City, not far from the consulate of the Panda Nation. Furthermore, the Hedes Ocean Kingdom maintains an Air Force base on the northeastern island of Udo, alongside a Marine battalion and a police detachment stationed on Jeju Island. After taking control of Jeju Island from the Pickled Vegetable Nation-esque government, the Hedes Ocean Kingdom has refrained from interfering with the economic activities on the island. The local populace continues to live as they did before, and the Hedes Ocean Kingdom does not oppose the civil exchanges and interactions between the mainland of the Pickled Vegetable Nation and Jeju Island. However, recently, the residents of Jeju Island have begun to look down upon the people from the mainland, exhibiting an air of superiority. The governor's office of Jeju Island saw the foreign ministers of the Great Bull Nation and the Bobo Nation waiting for 2 days after their visit to the Panda Nation for a meeting with Minister Gila. Domestic calls for urgency came in almost every hour as the deadline for intercontinental missile blockades in the Baltic Sea was approaching. Yet the Hedes Ocean Kingdom had not made any official announcement. No one knew whether the Hedes Ocean Kingdom would suddenly declare an extension. Minister Gila. We first traveled to the Sam Nation, where we met Secretary of State Lord, followed by a visit to the Panda Nation. Through the mediation of our two countries, we believe that your nation has a significant chance of joining the United Nations this time. With the influence of our two nations, I am confident they will acquiesce. Should they cast another abstention vote, our two nations would lead NATO and even European countries in imposing various sanctions against the Panda Nation. Minister Gila gazed at the two ministers and slowly inquired, I would like to hear your thoughts on how our two nations would impose sanctions if they were to vote against again. The foreign minister of the Great Bull Nation looked at Minister Gila in astonishment, then at his counterpart from the Bobo Nation. Neither of them had anticipated that Minister Gila's focus would be on the potential sanctions against the Panda Nation, eager to hear the details. Yet they were merely discussing possibilities and were utterly unprepared. As the foreign minister of the Great Bull, I observed the seriousness with which Minister Gila listened. After indulging in a fleeting fantasy in my mind, I stated, we could join forces with Nordic countries to prohibit the export of paper, frozen beef, silage feed, wheat, grains, and seafood products to them. I have heard that their people have a particular fondness for our salmon. Should they fail to cast their votes in favor, we shall impose a ban on the import of salmon into Panda country. This would constitute a severe sanction for them. Moreover, we in the Nordics have Nokia, the leading mobile brand in Panda country. If we were to halt Nokia's exports to them, the youth of Panda country would likely revolt. I believe I grasp the situation. It appears that you Baltic coastal nations are indeed formidable. Might I inquire if there are any further matters to discuss? If not, I shall return to my homeland. As I have a meeting with the Secretary of State from Sam country, Minister Gila remarked with a smile. Not yet. We have not finished our discussions, Minister Gila. We have come to address issues regarding the normal maritime access in the Baltic Sea and the matter of our 5 nations merchant vessels detained in the Pacific. So, you wish to discuss these two topics? Our president has previously articulated the conditions for negotiations with your 5 nations. Would you care to hear them? Minister Gila, please proceed. First, withdrawal from NATO. Second, the enactment of legislation. Those who fabricate lies or attack our nation, be they lawmakers or media, shall be dealt with by our state. Or your nation may impose a sentence of 30 years or more and strip them of all political power. Minister Gila, is that it? What is the matter? Is it insufficient? No, it is not lacking. I can convene a meeting to deliberate on the second point, but the first is non-negotiable. Once we declare our withdrawal from NATO, bombs could fall the very next day. Minister Gila smiled and replied, then it is up to you to decide. If you do not withdraw from NATO, our Ministry of Defense will devise further punitive measures, and intercontinental missiles may very well land on your territory. Alternatively, we may intercept your vessels globally. You, Minister Gila, are you threatening a NATO member state? The foreign minister of Bobo country said with some anger. You may interpret it as a threat or a suggestion. We have laid out our conditions, and I advise you to return home promptly for discussion. Our Ministry of Defense does not take holidays. They work diligently and will not allow themselves to be idle. On board the Planet Fortress, in the 17th floor Holographic Experience Center, there are 3 places that Qin Shaoi cherishes most. The all-glass top-floor Seaview Lounge, the Presidential Executive Lounge equipped with a simulated hot spring therapy center, and the Holographic Experience Center located in the middle of the 17th floor, where Qin Shaoi can select various scenarios and immerse himself in authentic experiences. Having just experienced urban street combat, Qin Shaohai rested against the wall, feeling the simulated impact on his arm, enjoying the muscle relaxation provided by Lan Yuer, while also listening to her situation report. Mr. President, in light of the recent unusual reactions from the United States, the planetary fortress has conducted surveillance and analysis of all governmental, military, and personal communication systems within the nation. It has been determined that the United States is attempting to buy time regarding the assessment of its existing nuclear arsenal. The analysis indicates that prior to the completion of their nuclear arsenal maintenance, the United States will significantly reduce its overseas operational frequency and may be inclined to make considerable concessions, while the United States may indeed compromise. I believe that the likelihood of them compromising on the interests of their allies is far greater, whereas their own interests may prove more challenging to negotiate. However, I do hope they choose to betray the interests of their allies, for such an act could present us with an opportunity to dismantle them. The United States has constructed an elaborate system for dominating the Blue Planet, alongside its allies, whose influence is not inferior to their military might. Should the United States choose to forsake its allies, it would essentially be undermining its own foundation. Ultimately, how they will choose to act remains to be seen. We shall convene shortly to discuss the finer details. Very well, Mr. President. Additionally, there has been a significant shift in the stance of the Dongi Nation-S government. The planetary fortress has assessed that this change is not due to Dongi's clandestine military expansion or secret nuclear development, but likely stems from other motives. The Dongi people are indeed quite cunning. While we may not yet comprehend their intentions, this does not hinder us from initiating the removal of their divine lavatories and addressing any remaining right-wing elements. In the face of absolute power, any petty tactics are utterly meaningless. Mr. President, shall our demolition team proceed as scheduled? Certainly. We shall disregard any actions taken by the Dongi government. The plan to eliminate the divine lavatories remains unchanged. Once the specialized equipment for the demolition team is produced, we will commence the operation. Mr. President, the planetary fortress, following your directive, has been monitoring the government of the Kimchi Nation in relation to the bilateral agreement. It has come to our attention that the Kimchi government has not fully restricted the cosmetic surgery industry as mandated. Within the month of signing the agreement, they declared cosmetic procedures illegal. However, to date, fewer than 30 establishments have been shut down, while over 240 underground clinics have emerged during the same period. Upon hearing this, Qin Shaohai furrowed his brow. The Koreans seem oblivious to their situation, mistakenly believing that our recent busyness has caused us to overlook them. Are they hoping we will turn a blind eye to the continuation of cosmetic practices? Instruct the Ministry of Foreign Affairs no. The Ministry of Defense, to notify the defense headquarters of the Kimchi Nation. I will grant them 2 months, should I discover any cosmetic establishments remaining after that period. Even if it is but a single one, I shall dispatch aircraft to obliterate it personally. Chapter 92. Target, the base Kawasaki, Kanagawa Prefecture. Eastern Nation Air Self-Defense Force, Musashimori Base. A convoy carrying 8 pilots sped toward the building housing the war preparation room, where orders and intelligence were conveyed prior to combat. Ground crew members at the airport were tense, diligently arming, fueling, and inspecting 4 F-15 fighter jets. The radar installations at the base, previously operating in dual mode, were now heightened to quadruple, and 2 sets of Patriot missile systems stood on high alert, enveloping the entire base in an atmosphere of urgency. Inside the war preparation room, a second lieutenant, major, pointed at photographs displayed on the board and proclaimed, "Brave pilots. Your objective is straightforward. The despicable base. This vessel has wreaked havoc in our territorial waters, careening without restraint. Until today, our self-defense forces' requests for engagement were repeatedly denied by the Prime Minister, but now we no longer need to wait. The Chief of Staff has issued a direct order to sink the base. You are the chosen elite tasked with this mission. It is imperative that you accomplish this. I implore you." The Major performed a formal bow. The 8 pilots seated below swiftly rose, saluting as they declared, fearless and resolute, "We shall shatter the foe." The Major continued, "Intelligence indicates that the base is equipped with a 155mm smoothbore cannon and features a 24-cell vertical launch system. It may also possess anti-aircraft missiles. So I urge you to exercise utmost caution. Accompanying you on this mission will be an E-2C early warning aircraft and 2 submarines from the Yokosuka-based 4th Submarine Division of the Maritime Self-Defense Force, SS-597 Takami and SS-598 Yachio. Upon completing your mission, do not linger. Return swiftly, for a carrier strike group from the Kingdom of Hedes is patrolling offshore. and our air self-defense force will deploy 120 fighter jets in response. Propelled by two F-110, G-129 turbofan engines, the F-15 fleet took off in pairs. Each aircraft was armed with AIM-7F Sparrow medium-range missiles, AIM-9L Sidewinder infrared-guided air-to-air combat missiles, and, most crucially, the ASM-2 air-to-ship missiles, the core of this mission. Urgently modified for deployment. The ASM-2 is the only air-to-ship weapon in the arsenal of the Eastern East Self-Defense Force, weighing 610 kilograms, cruising at a speed of 0.9 Mach, and boasting a range of 100 kilometers. Third Lieutenant Inakatsu Sakamoto was designated as the flight leader for this mission. After 2 minutes of southward flight from the airfield, the F-15 formation began to turn eastward, descending to an altitude of 150 meters. Utilizing the cover of Musashi Mountain to the east. 10 minutes later, the formation reached the entrance of Tokyo Bay, then veered north. As the base was currently situated within the bay. F-15 Fleet, this is the E-3C early warning aircraft. Target located 80 kilometers away, stable tracking. GPS signal being transmitted, refresh rate 0.7 seconds. E-3C early warning aircraft, received, preparing to activate the ASPG-63 fire control radar, missile preheating initiated. The missile's infrared thermal imaging guidance system is operational. Inertial guidance and infrared imaging guidance programs are concurrently activated. Missile launched. Repeat. Missile launched. F-15 Fleet. Received. Missile under control. Flight normal. Target stable. Missile will reach target in 3 minutes and 50 seconds. E-3C early warning aircraft. Received. Our unit will circle the combat zone for 5 minutes. Returning after 5 minutes. SS-597 Gao Chao. This is the E-3C early warning aircraft. Missile will strike the target in 3.5 minutes. Beginning ascent to designated depth. Preparing to launch torpedoes. Gao Chao received. Ascending. Torpedoes 1 and 2 are preloaded. The base fishing inspection vessel, controlled by the planetary bastion system, employs a highly automated operational mechanism with a crew of only 7, as the majority of control and combat operations are managed by the planetary bastion system. At this moment, within the Naval Command Center of the planetary bastion, the system is announcing, adjust the GPS satellite refresh rate for the Dongi region to 2.7 seconds, and repeat the original location information. Admiral Lan Zhongli explained to Qin Shaohai, the coordinate transmission between the E-3C early warning aircraft and the ASM-2 air-to-ship missile relies on GPS signals. And the refresh rate of the E-3C early warning aircraft radar is 0.7 seconds. If we delay this refresh rate in the background, the missile will strike a location 2 seconds prior, allowing our base vessel to evade with slight acceleration. Qin Shaohai nodded in understanding. As the system announced again, activate the hull soft armor system, initiate hull cooling, sealed chimneys 1 and 2, switch to electric propulsion mode. Lan Zhongli continued to explain. The ASM-2 air-to-ship missile utilizes a rare combination of inertial guidance and infrared thermal imaging guidance. By cooling the hull, we can effectively disrupt the guidance of the ASM-2 missile. Subsequently, the base will also launch short-range compressed munitions, with just 6 rounds. We can create a comprehensive air pressure vortex around the hull, forcing missiles and underwater torpedoes to deviate from their paths. Indeed, this is how we toy with them, allowing them to witness their missiles narrowly missing their mark. Dongi Kingdom, Prime Minister's residence. Defense Minister Matsushita Kikuichiro hung up the phone. His expression dark as he turned to the eagerly awaiting Prime Minister Inukai Genjiro, saying, Prime Minister, it was unsuccessful. What? For F-15S, 2 submarines. Unable to sink a civilian vessel? Inukai Genjiro asked incredulously. Prime Minister, we merely misfired slightly. If we had aimed a bit more accurately, that detestable base would have sunk. What does it mean to misfire slightly? Did both the missile and the torpedo misfire slightly? Your Excellency, to be precise, it is the reception delay between our guidance system and the satellite scanning frequency that has resulted in the deviation, Defense Minister Matsushita Kikuchiro awkwardly explained. How could you say such things? Speak plainly, barked Inuyama Junjiro, visibly agitated. Your Excellency, please remain calm. To put it simply, the United States has not granted us Level 1 GPS access, which means our navigation information and data are relayed through satellite control stations in Australia and Swansea Island. This has led to delays in receiving guidance parameters. Furthermore, our missile guidance system was independently developed and does not utilize the American guidance protocols, necessitating additional adjustments to the missile data. Thus, the missile was unable to timely recalibrate its target coordinates. Why was this issue not reported earlier? Why does this delay have such a significant impact on combat? Inuyama exclaimed, exasperated. Our technicians have calculated that even with a delay, it should not exceed 1 second. Your Excellency, I may not comprehend military technology, but I am not foolish. I am aware that the speed of sound is 340 meters per second. A delay of less than 1 second could propel the missile nearly 300 meters. Even against an aircraft carrier, you would miss, let alone an old civilian ship. Inuyama Genjiro, after pacing in frustration, fixed a fierce gaze upon the defense minister. Your Excellency, then, what should we do? I will make a call. We must urgently request Level 1 authorization from the United States. In any case, we must sink that detestable base ship today, and swiftly. Otherwise, once the retaliation from the Kingdom of Hedes arrives, that base ship will certainly escape. If it evades capture, you all shall commit seppuku, Inuyama declared, turning to grab the telephone. Chapter 93, The Land Attack Capability of the Base in the Eastern E-Kingdom. At the Shinjuku Ward, Ichigaya Hanmura Town, the Chief of Staff, Yoshida Masaru, stood with his legs together, executing a standard salute after concluding a phone call. Casting a fierce glance at the officers awaiting behind him, he commanded, immediately instruct the Northern Air Command. All 48 F-15J fighter jets from the 2nd Air Wing, 201st and 203rd Squadrons at Chitose Base in Hokkaido are to be on standby, equipped with ASM-2 air-to-ship missiles. Furthermore, direct the Central Air Command. All 40 F-15J fighter jets from the 6th Air Wing, 303rd and 306th Squadrons at Komatsu Base in Ishikawa, and the 45 F-4E fighter jets from the 7th Air Wing, 302nd and 305th Squadrons at the Hyakuri Base in Ibaraki, are also to be on standby with ASM-2 air-to-ship missiles. Additionally, order the Alert Air Squadron at Misawa Airport to deploy 4 E-2C early warning aircraft to provide warning and guidance support. We must ensure the complete destruction of the base. In unison, the officers acknowledged the command and departed. Meanwhile, upon receiving orders from the Prime Minister's residence, the Navy dispatched 2 destroyers. The first escort group stationed in Yokosuka, now reduced to just 2 destroyers following the sinking of the Shirakumo helicopter destroyer and the DD-107 Ray destroyer by the base, was resolute in seeking vengeance for their fallen comrades, vowing to either succeed or perish in the attempt. Thus, after receiving the command, the DDG-170 Kizakase-class missile destroyer, ZKs, and the DD-101 Murasame-class missile destroyer, Murasame, swiftly commenced preparations. Meanwhile, the U.S. 7th Fleet, also docked in Yokosuka, remained idle under the pretext of the atypical situation. As the Eastern E-Kingdom Air Self-Defense Force diligently prepared at the airbase, the rear section of the base fisheries inspection vessel revealed 24 vertical launch system hatches, which sequentially opened. For winged, rectangular projectiles swiftly ascended into the sky. The long-rod naval system, propelled by electromagnetic acceleration, lacked an engine or tail flame, being directly launched into the predetermined airspace. Upon reaching an altitude of 10,000 meters over the Northern and Central Air Commands, the rectangular vehicles deployed their forward parachute-like decelerators and entered a hovering phase. The underside of each rectangular body unfurled sideways, revealing 60 spike-like metallic structures within. These spikes were released in a free-fall manner, and when descending to an altitude of 5,000 meters, the bulging tops expanded into spiral wings and began to rotate. As the spiral wings balanced, the release spikes gradually adjusted their positions until they formed a precise alignment in the sky. The rectangular aircraft first receives the coordinates of the planetary bastion, then initiates ground scanning and locates all aircraft, fuel depots, and ammunition storage at the airport. Simultaneously, it transmits this information to the Nails position 5,000 meters below. Upon receiving the data, the Nails begin to autonomously compare targets and lock on. Subsequently, the microneutron phase transition launchers and magnetic spin acceleration devices within the spiraling wings of the Nails activate, propelling them towards the targets at several hundred Mach speeds. As the pilots of the Eastern Nation receive their orders and swiftly rush to their aircraft, fireballs erupt instantaneously across the airport. The immense kinetic energy generated at sublight speed is released upon impact, creating craters over 20 meters in diameter and 5 meters deep. Upon contact with the targets, the Nails detonate, sending massive shockwaves rapidly spreading to all corners, slicing through everything in their path like countless blades: buildings, hangars, air defense missile systems, and even the control tower is not spared. After launching the shipborne nail system, the fishery accelerates towards the Yokosuka naval base. At this moment, 2 destroyers of the Maritime Self-Defense Force have just completed loading ammunition and fuel, preparing to depart the dock with the aid of tugboats. Witnessing the fishery now speeding at 35 knots, the soldiers aboard the destroyers let out desperate cries. Their minds haunted by memories of the fishery's rampage in Tokyo Bay and the despair of countless sailors who fell overboard. In the Ryukyu Kingdom, over 20 officers from the Naha police station swiftly board several police vehicles, which promptly speed away from the precinct. Just moments ago, the Ryukyu National Police Department received intelligence from the 11th Air Assault Brigade of the Hedes Oceanic Kingdom. Approximately 10 right-wing elements from the Dongi Nation are currently taking refuge in a shelter in the Heth district, just 3 streets away from the Naha police station. Therefore, the police have swiftly mobilized in response to the intelligence. Among these officers are some from the former Easterny government in Okinawa, alongside new recruits enlisted after the establishment of the Ryukyu Kingdom. The large-scale dispatch of police back to the 4 islands of the Dongi Nation has left the Ryukyu Kingdom's law enforcement severely depleted, making this operation nearly an all-out effort. The Heth district shelter has 2 entrances, which the officers first secure, taking cover behind their vehicles as they begin to contain the area. The task of neutralizing the targets is entrusted to the 11th Air Assault Brigade. Renowned for their swift action, the forces of the Hedes Oceanic Kingdom arrive within minutes. A ZJ-20 utility helicopter, under the protection of a WJ-10 armed helicopter, lands in the clearing south of the shelter, while the WJ-10 continues its aerial patrol. Upon witnessing the arrival of reinforcements from the Hedes Oceanic Kingdom, the Ryukyu officers let out a sigh of relief. However, when they observe that only 4 individuals have arrived, they exchange incredulous glances, seemingly questioning, is such a grand display warranted for merely 4 personnel? Within the confines of the shelter, there were 10 key members of the right-wing faction, along with possibly more guards or bodyguards. Could these 4 individuals manage the situation? However, the 4 soldiers from the 11th Air Assault Brigade did not engage in any dialogue with the officers. After a brief moment of preparation, the leading officer lowered the red-tinted goggles of his helmet, and the quartet advanced into the refuge, brandishing peculiar rifles. The standard-issue firearms of the Planetary Fortress Defense Force displayed the precise locations of the identified right-wing extremists within their red-tinted visors. The team members simultaneously activated the receivers on their rifles. Then, in unison, they crouched, aimed, and fired. After depleting their magazines, they adeptly replaced them, stowed their weapons, and stood up to return. As the officers outside expressed their concerns for the 4, the soldiers emerged from the shelter in less than 2 minutes. What? It's over in 2 minutes? We didn't hear any gunfire, and that time hardly suffices for a normal person to traverse inside. How did they conclude so swiftly? One officer exclaimed in astonishment. As the special operations officer passed by the officers, he remarked, "You will enter to collect the bodies in 2 minutes," before heading directly to the helicopter. From the moment the team disembarked to their departure took a mere 5 minutes. And until the helicopter from the Kingdom of Hedes vanished into the sky, the officers were left bewildered. After an uncertain span of 2 minutes, the officers activated their flashlights and cautiously entered the shelter. After walking for several minutes, they began to discover bodies. Each corpse bore a bullet wound to the forehead, with their weapons still secured at their waists, indicating that these individuals were shot unaware. As they ventured further, they gradually uncovered more bodies, each exhibiting the same fatal wound and with their arms untouched. It was evident that these individuals had been slain without forewarning or awareness of any threat. What kind of weaponry did the Hedes Kingdom employ? One officer whispered. Chapter 94. The choice of Dongi Nation Prime Minister's official residence cabinet security meeting. Defense Minister Matsushita Kikuchiro gazed at Air Staff Chief Yoshida Masaru and said, "Yoshida, please proceed." Yoshida Masaru, with a slight frown and a hint of sorrow in his eyes, raised his head to face the silent cabinet ministers. After a prolonged moment of mental preparation, he slowly began, "Esteemed colleagues, the bases in Aomori Prefecture's Misawa, Hokkaido's Chitose, Ishikawa's Komatsu, and Ibaraki's Hiratsuka have all been utterly decimated by the missile strikes from the Suiryu, resulting in personnel casualties exceeding 80. We have consequently lost the capacity to execute our missions, coupled with the losses sustained during the Okinawa campaign. The number of our Air Self-Defense Force personnel able to participate in offensive operations has dwindled to a mere 35. What? The Air Self-Defense Force operates dozens of bases throughout our Dongi Nation. How could such significant losses be incurred from just the Okinawa campaign and the destruction of these 4 bases? Inuyama Junjiro asked, his voice laced with indignation. Prime Minister, I shall use the Northern Air Command as an example. The Northern Air Self-Defense Force comprises reconnaissance aviation units, maintenance teams, intelligence processing squads, alert squadrons, airborne surveillance units, base defense training teams, and nearly 20 other divisions stationed across 11 bases. However, the only true combat squadrons are the 2nd Air Wing at Hokkaido's Chitose Base and the 3rd Air Wing at Aomori's Misawa Base. Thus, the Suiryu's comprehensive missile strikes against our 4 bases have effectively obliterated the entirety of our northern and central air self-defense forces, leaving only support units, reconnaissance aircraft, and transport planes. Baka. Each year, our military budget outlines a plethora of bases and units. Are they rendered useless in times of war? After the destruction of merely 4 bases, you now inform me that our Dongi Nation's air power has suffered a loss of 65? If the Suiryu were to launch another missile barrage, would we be left with no aircraft at all? We were once heralded as the Eagle of Dongi, dominating Asia. And now you tell me that we are on the brink of losing our fighter jets? At this juncture, Minister of Defense Matsushita Kikuichiro interjected, Your Excellency. The current warfare is markedly different from that of World War II. It emphasizes systematic and organized operations. Assets such as early warning aircraft, electronic warfare planes, anti-submarine aircraft, patrol planes, transport aircraft, reconnaissance planes, and refueling aircraft are indispensable components of this system. However, the only true combatants are the fighter jets and bombers. Our Eastern nation lacks bombers, thus our participation in combat is limited to fighter jets. When confronting smaller or weaker nations, we can incapacitate their reconnaissance and radar systems using early warning and electronic warfare aircraft, rendering them blind and deaf, after which our fighter jets can conduct bombing missions. They can return to rearm and continue to strike, completing the bombing tasks over several sorties. Yet, when faced with a military power, should they dismantle even a single link in our system and eliminate our fighter jets, our remaining military capabilities would be rendered nearly meaningless. No matter how formidable our early warning, patrol, transport, or refueling aircraft may be, they cannot engage in combat. They can only watch helplessly as we are bombed. With the utmost we can do being to anticipate the impending strikes. The Hedes Ocean Kingdom's base fish vessel has effectively bypassed our entire system, directly targeting our fighter forces. After just a few precise strikes, our Eastern nation will lose its aerial offensive capabilities, a blatant disregard for our military structure. If my conjecture is correct, the next target for the base fish will be the bases under the Western Air Command, where all our capable fighter jets are currently stationed. This means the base fish intends to assault the Nitahara and Chikujo bases. If these 2 bases are destroyed, our Eastern nation will become a limping army, endowed with advanced reconnaissance and early warning capabilities but utterly incapable of launching aerial offensives. In shock, Inukai Junjiro exclaimed, So? Our Eastern nation is akin to a master with bound hands and feet, possessing excellent vision and hearing, able to accurately identify the enemy, discern their moves, and predict their attacks, yet utterly powerless to respond. Is that correct? The assembly nodded in agreement. What a disgrace. Our Eastern nation has invested so much into establishing an air self-defense force, only to be bested by a single civilian vessel from the Hedes Ocean Kingdom? Your Excellency, the Metropolitan Police has reported another situation. The media and various online platforms in Eastern E are extolling the virtues of self-sacrifice and Bushido, even proclaiming that they would rather see 200 million perish than allow the Hedes Ocean Kingdom to prevail. What? Are the citizens advocating for war against the Hedes Ocean Kingdom? Yet we lack the authority to declare war. Your Excellency, this reminds me of the Plaza Accord, prior to signing it with the Sam Nation. The media and public opinion were equally fervent and increasingly uncontrollable. Therefore, I suspect this may be connected to our overlords. The Sam Nation? Inui Junjiro widened his eyes and inquired. It seems so. Ever since we commenced our assault on the base fish, the media and public opinion have begun to advocate for war, urging the citizens of the Eastern barbarians to reminisce about the Bushido spirit. This will inevitably escalate our conflict with the Kingdom of Hedes, a development that serves the interests of the United States. We are all aware of the disastrous failure of their saturation missile strikes, which resulted in significant losses. At this juncture, the United States desperately needs to divert the attention of the Kingdom of Hedes, and we have unwittingly assumed that role. Upon hearing this, Inui Junjiro understood immediately and cast an angry glance at the Minister of Defense. Minister Matsushita Kikuichiro hastily explained, "Your Excellency," at that time. None of us anticipated that the United States would face defeat. Such an outcome was simply unfathomable. Had we foreseen their loss? We would never have provoked the kingdom of Hedes. Enough. I do not wish to hear any further explanations, nor do I intend to pursue this matter any longer. What we must focus on now is how to navigate our present predicament, especially in light of our betrayal by the United States. Your Excellency, even if the United States has forsaken us, we must maintain our relationship with them. Otherwise, our government will swiftly fall from power due to their overwhelming influence. Moreover, we have no other allies to rely upon. If we sever ties with the United States, the bear country to the north, the panda country to the southwest, and the kingdom of Hedes to the east will all become our nightmares. Thus, even when betrayed by the United States, we must continue to wag our tail like a loyal dog. Inui Junjiro nodded. This is precisely why I am so enraged. We are fully aware of the trap we are in, yet we must greet them with smiles simply because they require us. And we are even more in need of them. Unless we grow powerful enough to challenge the United States, now is not the time to sever ties. In other words, we must proactively shoulder this burden for the United States. However, we, the Eastern barbarians, possess little strength left to withstand the kingdom of Hedes. We cannot even sink a single base fish. Esteemed colleagues, at this juncture, we can only proceed with Minister Matsushita Kikuichiro's suggestion to utilize the over 80,000 divine toilets of the Eastern barbarians to delay the onslaught of the kingdom of Hedes, or even to exhaust their resources. We must redirect the attention of the kingdom of Hedes towards these divine toilets, enticing them to strike at that target. We currently have no alternative strategy to confront the formidable kingdom of Hedes. This is our sole approach, and all departments must closely collaborate. As the defense meeting was drawing to a close, the red telephone on Inui Junjiro's desk rang. Chapter 95. The Thunderstrike Plan. Minister Matsushita Kikuichiro found himself in a state of disarray as the Nidahara and Shikuzen bases had just been subjected to an unidentifiable missile strike, severing all communication with both installations. Simultaneously, he was overwhelmed by a sense of dread. The word simultaneously uttered by his subordinate only intensified his disorientation. Such a term could only herald more dire news. To his horror, it was reported that both the South and North Hofu bases had also been attacked, resulting in yet another communication blackout. What? Nanny? Nanny? Baka, it cannot be. They could not possibly know. This must be mere coincidence. Minister Matsushita exclaimed in a frenzied tone. The other attendees in the conference room exchanged bewildered glances, while Prime Minister Inukai Genjiro regarded Air Staff Chief Yoshida Masaru with a look of uncertainty, hoping he could soon elucidate the troubling situation. The strikes on the Nidahara and Shikuzen bases had been anticipated, yet the assaults on the two Hofu bases were entirely unforeseen. Ladies and gentlemen, our air self-defense force possesses only 201 F-15J fighter jets, despite the fact that our American allies permit us to maintain a maximum of 213. Furthermore, we are restricted to a total of 467 F-100 PW, 220 turbofan engines produced by Ishikawajima Harima Heavy Industries, meaning our nation can only operate 213 F-15JS while retaining 254 engines as spares. In preparation for potential future conflicts, the Air Self-Defense Force made a calculated decision to discreetly conceal a portion of our capabilities. Thus, we collaborated with select legislators and high-ranking officials within the self-defense forces to covertly modify budgetary and audit information, facilitating the clandestine production of an additional 124 F-15JS at Mitsubishi Heavy Industries Kamaki South Plant, along with over 400 F-100 turbofan engines at Ishikawajima Harima Heavy Industries. However, as per our fighter jet authorization agreement with the United States, these units would be subject to an audit post-production. To avert exposure, we had no choice but to conceal these spare aircraft and engines within the secret warehouses of the South and North Hofu bases. Baka, even I, the Prime Minister, was unaware of this matter. The United States must also be oblivious. Why, then, does the Kingdom of Hedes possess this knowledge? Prime Minister Inukai, preoccupied with the potential loss of these vital spare aircraft and the alarming implications of a security breach, realized the gravity of the situation. If the clandestine dealings of the Eastern barbarians were to fall into the wrong hands, it would undoubtedly spell disaster. Your Excellency, only high-ranking self-defense forces officials and a mere 11 key personnel from the two factories are privy to this information. If there were to be a leak, it should logically be the Americans who would discover it first. The Kingdom of Hedes could not possibly be aware. Is it truly just coincidence? Is it so improbable that these multiple self-defense bases were not targeted, yet these two were? In a moment of contemplation, Inukai Junjiro clenched his teeth and lowered his head, then raised it with a fierce resolve, declaring, "Enough. Let the intelligence department investigate until the truth is uncovered." Off the coast of Dongi Kingdom, the Mantis Shrimp-class arsenal ship received communication from the S-Sway Crab aircraft carrier. This is S-Sway Crab. 6 HJ-35 stealth fighters and 1 carrier-based early warning aircraft have arrived in your airspace. The airspace is secure for missile resupply. Understood, S-Sway Crab. Please transfer command of the HJ-35. Mantis Shrimp, command access code SU-9023, repeating, SU-9023, quantum frequency V. Received, S-Sway Crab. Quantum communication has been established. Thank you. At that moment, a modified 071 class dock landing ship serving as a missile resupply vessel slowly approached the Mantis Shrimp. Upon coming within 30 meters of the Mantis Shrimp, both vessel sides flared outward and, aided by a magnetic coupling device, locked together. Upon the illumination of the resupply indicator, modular missiles were conveyed into the hold of the Mantis Shrimp, while simultaneously, expended modular components were transported back to the resupply vessel. The modular resupply process was remarkably swift. The specially designed sides of the vessels allowed for the direct transfer of used modular launch units back to the resupply ship as storage, while the resupply vessel could directly deliver fully loaded units to the vertical launch system. At the command center of the planetary fortress, Chief of Staff Inha approached President Qin Shaohai, stating, "Mr. President, everyone has arrived. Shall we commence the meeting?" "Yeah. We will discuss the WC demolition team later in the meeting. Let us begin now," Qin Shaohai replied, turning his chair to face the assembly. "Ladies and gentlemen, considering the current situation, it is evident that the United States is conducting an extensive inspection of its nuclear arsenal. They will maintain a low profile until the inspection is complete, but this restraint is temporary. Once the examination concludes, they will resume their provocations. The establishment of a military base in Cuba and the military exercises off the coast of Florida will proceed as scheduled. The Shrimp-class amphibious strike group will continue its freedom of navigation operations around the Oahu Islands. Furthermore, let us focus on the WC demolition team plan targeting the over 80,000 divine toilets in Dongi Kingdom. We cannot destroy them individually, so we will employ a more efficient method. Where? Please elaborate." El Inuer, clad in a sleek white uniform, stood up confidently, gesturing toward the holographic information display in the center of the conference room. "Under the President's directive, we have discreetly recruited 320,000 miscreants and foreign tourists via the dark web. These will form our WC demolition team. They will carry small stones that are not merely stones, but composed of metallic silver powder, aluminum powder, magnesium powder, copper powder, and graphite powder, with each stone containing a specially designed negatively charged unidirectional emitter. Metal conductors, due to the closely packed arrangement of atomic nuclei within their crystalline structure, possess outer electrons that typically exist in a free state, facilitating directional flow and thereby allowing for electrical conductivity. Our unidirectional emission source of negative charges will enhance this free state of negative electrons. The demolition team we have recruited will, under our command, infiltrate every divine restroom, casually scattering these small stones, which can autonomously adapt to their surrounding environment, within. We anticipate that each restroom will require no fewer than 10 such stones. The subsequent tasks will be straightforward. Silver powder, copper powder, and graphite powder are intended to attract lightning, while the aluminum and magnesium powders contained within are designed to generate explosive and incendiary effects when struck by lightning. Our sole requirement is to conjure a tempest of dark clouds and thunderous weather over the East Sea, as the lightning will aid us in systematically obliterating these divine restrooms. This initiative has been aptly named the Lightning Strike Project by the esteemed President. The operation is set to commence tonight, with our vessel, the Mantis Shrimp, recently replenished with missiles in the waters east of Dongi. It carries our specially developed 24 delivery missiles, tasked with deploying supply packages of small stones to 24 designated drop points. After deployment, the recruited demolition team will retrieve the packages themselves. We estimate that it will take 4 to 7 days for the demolition team to place these stones, after which the Lightning Strike Project will officially commence. Chapter 96. Wick Island, a territory of our Easterny nation. White strolled along the path beside the divine lavatory, embracing his newly found girlfriend from the Easterny nation. The divine lavatory faced a gate-like water torii standing solitary in the sea, surrounded by breathtaking natural beauty, which attracted a multitude of visitors. White, a former soldier of the SAM military stationed in the Eastern Nation, had retired 3 years prior. Post-retirement, he found himself yearning for the life in the Eastern Nation, particularly for the numerous girlfriends he had there. Although these relationships were fleeting, they were far more gentle and agreeable than those in his homeland, devoid of the incessant moralizing and discussions of human rights and environmental issues that often plagued his compatriots. Thus, White returned to this enchanting haven that had captivated his heart. As a visitor, he had no particular aim beyond leisure, but upon his arrival, he unexpectedly received an email from the 3-star Ministry of Pickle Country, followed by a call from a sweet-voiced woman. With a mind full of questions, White arrived at a designated location to collect some stones. He intended to casually discard these stones at the Divine Lavatory within 2 hours. Representatives from the 3-star company would verify his actions and reward him with 10,000, an unexpected windfall. Although he was uncertain about the motivations behind the 3-star company's request, he felt reassured that it posed no threat to the SAM nation, allowing him to cast aside any lingering doubts and joyfully embrace his temporary girlfriend as they entered the Divine Lavatory. In the kingdom of Hedes, in the city of Zhongjing, the spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Louis Fay, appeared promptly at 6 p.m. to address the press. Esteemed journalists, today I have the following announcements. First, on behalf of our government, I express our grave concerns regarding the Eastern Nation's deliberate attack on our perch fisheries monitoring vessel. We demand an apology and the punishment of those responsible. Second, there are 7 days remaining until our government's ultimatum for the dismantling of the Divine Lavatory. We urge the Eastern government to expedite this process. Should the deadline lapse, we shall take decisive action. Third, our naval vessel Shrimp is currently conducting freedom of navigation operations in the Wahoo Islands, and we hope the SAM government will refrain from undue speculation. Lastly, our Navy recently successfully coordinated with the Kupon Navy for joint naval exercises, during which we encountered no forces from the SAM air or naval forces. We hope this joint exercise will draw the attention of the SAM government. After meticulous field measurements and satellite monitoring by our geological experts, it has been established that Wake Island and our territory, Hedes Island, are both situated within the interconnected underwater mountain range of the Magellan Seamounts. Furthermore, since Wake Island is classified as an unincorporated territory of the United States, it theoretically does not belong to their domain. Thus, we assert that Wake Island is rightfully part of our territory, and we have initiated diplomatic discussions with the United States on this matter. Concurrently, we will commence the Tianjin project to expedite the return of Wake Island under our jurisdiction. Tomorrow, we shall officially initiate the repatriation of the indigenous peoples of the Eastern Nation residing in the Ogasawara Islands, hoping for a prompt arrangement from the government of Eastern Nation to facilitate their return. Host of the television program, greetings to our viewers. Welcome to the 7th episode of our show. What you just witnessed was footage from the press conference of the Hedes Oceanic Kingdom, alongside the brief military skirmish recently concluded between Hedes Oceanic Kingdom and the United States, as well as the Eastern Nation. Throughout these conflicts, the Hedes Oceanic Kingdom has demonstrated formidable missile defense capabilities. Today, we are honored to have military expert Professor Zhang to address some concerns raised by our audience. Professor Zhang, hello, esteemed viewers. Before we delve into the details of these aerial and naval engagements, let us first examine the press conference of the Hedes Oceanic Kingdom. The content revealed numerous military-related insights. For instance, the first point discussed was the surprise attack on the base fish by the government of the Eastern Nation. I have previously emphasized the significance of the base fish, urging the Eastern government to heed this warning. However, they chose to ignore it and failed to negotiate with the Hedes Oceanic Kingdom concerning the base fish. Consequently, their entire territorial waters were thrown into disarray by the base fish. Furthermore, in a fit of exasperation, the Eastern government dispatched fighter jets and warships to besiege the base fish, resulting in the sinking of their warships and the annihilation of their aircraft on the ground. A single base fish nearly eradicated the air defense forces of the Eastern Nation, while the offshore carrier battle group, the Crab, remained unengaged. Allowing one civilian vessel to accomplish this feat, how utterly frustrating for the Eastern Nation. The base fish cunningly targeted only fighter jets, sparing the early warning aircraft, transport planes, refueling aircraft, reconnaissance planes, anti-submarine aircraft, patrol aircraft, electronic warfare planes, and more. This predicament has caused considerable distress for the Eastern Nation. Despite having a multitude of early warning aircraft, what significance does it hold without any fighter jets? in the annals of military history. Aside from the fragrant nation and the nation with Roman lineage that represent pure white flags, it seems we may soon witness the emergence of another white flag, that of the Eastern nation. Although the frame is beautifully adorned, the flag within is white. Without fighter jets, there is no recourse. Additionally, it is imperative to discuss the conflict between the Kingdom of Hethys and the United States, wherein thousands of cruise and anti-aircraft missiles have been careening through the sky, marking what can be regarded as the most extravagant display of pyrotechnics in history. However, while the untrained eye may perceive mere spectacle, those well-versed in the intricacies of military strategy recognize that the missile interception rate of the Kingdom of Hethys has reached an astounding 100. Numerous journalists witnessed this missile engagement firsthand, and the subsequent proliferation of photographs and videos attests to this extraordinary feat. In contrast, the much-lauded Patriot missile system of the United States boasts an interception probability of merely 30 to 50, necessitating multiple launches for efficacy. The Iron Dome system of the Little Tyrant, while the most proficient in intercepting projectiles, achieves an interception probability of 80, but this pertains specifically to rockets rather than missiles. The actual success rate in intercepting missiles remains uncertain. However, the Kingdom of Hethys distinguishes itself through a triad of comprehensive offensive capabilities encompassing air-launched, submarine-launched, sea-based, and land-based missile attacks, including 30 intercontinental ballistic missiles, which are incomparable to standard missiles. The Kingdom of Hethys's interception rate for these projectiles is astonishingly 100, indicative of its exceptional missile early warning, detection, localization, and tracking capabilities, coupled with formidable computational power. Otherwise, the sheer volume of missiles would have overwhelmed the system. In the ensuing counteroffensive, the Kingdom of Hethys nearly obliterated the entirety of the United States aircraft, submarines, and surface vessels. With this context in mind, one can better comprehend the audacity with which the Kingdom of Hethys makes territorial claims against the United States, conducts military exercises in close proximity to its shores, and sends combat groups to incessantly circle the strategically significant Hawaiian Islands. However, the final statement from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Hethys contains a layer of intricacy under normal circumstances. The Kingdom of Hethys does not typically delineate matters during press conferences. Once a topic is broached in such a forum, it invariably precedes corresponding actions. As for the Kingdom of Hethys's intentions following the repatriation of the indigenous peoples of the Eastern Nation and its plans for the Ogasawara Islands, we shall eagerly await developments. Host, Professor Zhang. Some netizens have inquired about the Kingdom of Hethys's repeated references to the over 80,000 divine toilets in the Eastern Nation. Does this imply that the Kingdom of Hethys truly intends to eliminate these structures? If so, could you provide an analysis from a military perspective on how such a vast number could be dismantled in a short time frame? This question has occupied my thoughts for quite some time. I believe that once the Kingdom of Hethys articulates such an intention, it is assuredly committed to that course of action. For instance, when it came to dismantling the right-wing factions in the Eastern Nation, they acted decisively. Particularly as the Eastern people, in a moment of misguided coordination, chose to host a right-wing gathering, which ultimately resulted in their swift apprehension by the Kingdom of Hethys. Although there are numerous challenges presented by this formidable situation, I firmly believe that the Kingdom of Hethys has devised a strategy, for otherwise, it would not have been brought to our attention. However, the exact method they will employ to resolve this predicament remains exceedingly complex. Should they opt for missiles, it would require no less than 80,000 units, a staggering figure indeed. Even in the pursuit of such production, bankruptcy could loom large without a guarantee of success. Similarly, utilizing naval artillery shells or bomber munitions also entails a daunting quantity of over 80,000, which is far from feasible. Thus, we must await with bated breath to discover how the Kingdom of Hethys intends to proceed. Chapter 97. The standoff of two fleets in the waters north of Cuba. A fleet comprising 5 warships was navigating the seas. This makeshift formation consisted of 1 destroyer, 2 frigates, 1 supply ship, and 1 minesweeper. The flagship of the fleet was the Eel-class missile destroyer, belonging to the Navy of the Kingdom of Hethys. At present, this destroyer was leading the other 2 frigates and 1 supply ship in joint military exercises with the Cuba Navy, which had dispatched a minesweeper to join the formation. The fleet was situated less than 15 nautical miles from the exclusive economic zone of a certain Western power, yet there was no indication of halting or altering course. 10 nautical miles ahead, a destroyer group composed of 4 destroyers and 1 amphibious assault ship was advancing rapidly, accompanied by an E-3 Sentry AWACS and 6 F-15 fighter jets. Major General Peterson commanded this amphibious assault group from the nation of Sam. Months prior, he had heard whispers of the kingdom of Hedes and had diligently studied nearly all the combat details. After countless sleepless nights of research, Major General Peterson reached a conclusion. The kingdom of Hedes possessed a formidable automated command system capable of extraordinary computations. While its warships boasted exceptional air defense capabilities and its Air Force fighters were remarkably advanced, however, it was not without its vulnerabilities. The kingdom of Hedes, with its limited territorial expanse, despite possessing advanced naval and aerial forces, had a scant number of troops and could only focus on specific developments. Nearly all engagements occurred on the surface, and Major General Peterson found no indication of submarines participating in any of the battles he examined. The cruise missile strike on the Maple Leaf Nation was merely a demonstration of missile capabilities and did not substantiate any formidable underwater combat prowess. With this understanding, Major General Peterson had specifically requested the Navy to dispatch 2 Los Angeles-class attack submarines prior to departure. Initially, he had hoped to request 1 or 2 Seawolf-class submarines, but the entire Navy possessed only 3. Even settling for Virginia-class attack submarines proved unrealistic, as only 3 were in active duty. In the face of such constraints, Major General Peterson reluctantly settled for 2 aging Los Angeles-class attack submarines, which were now stealthily approaching the opposing fleet from the periphery. Seated confidently in the leather command chair of the USS Bataan, Major General Peterson issued orders. Command the USS Buffalo and USS Salt Lake City to assume attack positions and execute a torpedo assault upon arrival, then swiftly maneuver away post-launch. We remain unaware of their anti-submarine capabilities. Caution is prudent. The USS Buffalo promptly acknowledged. Understood. Closing in. Engine shut down in 2 minutes for inertial advance. At that moment, a call came through on the public channel within the command center, 10 nautical miles away. To the fleet of the Sam Navy. This is the Eel-class missile destroyer of the Navy of the Kingdom of Hedes. We have observed your formation encroaching upon our navigational path. Please state your intentions. Repeat. Please state your intentions. What? They demand we declare our intentions? Were they not aware that this is our exclusive economic zone? Shouldn't it be us reminding them? Major General Peterson's face was etched with astonishment. Although he had heard numerous accounts from his colleagues regarding the audacity and brutality of the Kingdom of Hedes, he found it difficult to accept the reality of the situation when confronted with it firsthand. As the representative of the foremost power on Blue Star, this was the first time Major General Peterson's pride had been so profoundly shaken, particularly considering the immense pride of the Samu Nation Navy, which had dominated the seas for decades. Until now, they had always navigated freely near the territorial waters of other nations, and never had an audacious entity dared to encroach upon the vicinity of the Samu Nation. Yet here was the Kingdom of Hedes, fully armed, brazenly intruding into their exclusive economic zone and speaking with such arrogance. The more he pondered, the less he could accept it. Major General Peterson seized the microphone and declared, Naval Destroyer Eel of the Kingdom of Hedes, I hereby command you to alter your course immediately, or you shall face the relentless assault of the Samu Nation Navy. Amphibious Assault Ship Bataan, this is your final warning. Your formation is currently obstructing my fleet's navigational path. To avoid misjudgment, please clear the channel and maintain a safe distance, or my fleet will be compelled to activate self-defense mode. What does self-defense mode mean? To engage in self-defense within our exclusive economic zone? What kind of logic is this? Even the Samu Nation Navy, notorious though they may be, has never stooped to such a level. The Navy of the Kingdom of Hedes truly embodies arrogance. After venting his frustration, Major General Peterson gestured towards an officer behind him. Immediately contact the base and request a preemptive strike against the Navy of the Kingdom of Hedes. As tensions mounted on the surface, 2 frigates began to maneuver away from the formation. The radar operator aboard the Bataan promptly reported this development to Major General Peterson. This revelation stirred a sense of excitement in him. It appeared that the Kingdom of Hedes was merely a facade as they began to retreat. It seemed that the underwater wolves would miss their mark this time. However, just as Major General Peterson began to feel a sense of relief, his years of experience alerted him to an anomaly. The opposing destroyer maintained its course, and the 2 frigates did not veer off but instead were heading towards their own nuclear submarine. Recognizing the signs, Major General Peterson swiftly commanded, quickly notify the nuclear submarine. The enemy frigates are conducting anti-submarine operations and altering their course. They must be advised to evade. At that moment, Major General Peterson suddenly spotted a large aircraft descending rapidly through the bridge's front glass. Could that be our A3 Sentry AWACS, dragging a large disc on its back? Report. General Peterson, the air formation is unable to contact the officers. The voice came through just as several more aircraft plummeted toward the sea in free fall. What on earth is happening? Quickly, contact the Air Force Base and inquire if they are aware of the situation. Oh my God, this is utterly ridiculous. General Peterson anxiously observed the departing officer as silhouette, his gaze barely returning when a soldier at the control panel exclaimed, "Heavens, this is impossible. What is impossible? What has happened?" General Peterson hurriedly inquired. "Sir, the compass has malfunctioned. Both air and sea search radars have failed. Sir, the air control radar is inactive. And the Mk-95 fire control radar has crashed. Report, sir, the Tactical Command Center reports that the SIS-2 integrated self-check and tracking system is continuously shutting down and rebooting. The URN-25 tactical navigation system is inoperative. The Mk-23 target acquisition system is also down. Both Mk-86 Mod 4 fire control systems are incessantly rebooting. And both optical command devices are non-functional. Report, sir, the CS friend or foe identification system is chaotic, with numerous friendly signals detected. Amidst the turmoil on the bridge, General Peterson urgently commanded a soldier to observe the enemy using binoculars while instructing the technical officer to rectify the malfunctions immediately. Shortly thereafter, soldiers began relaying through a rudimentary brass horn. Enemy fleets sighted directly ahead, advancing rapidly in a triangular attack formation, 3 nautical miles, 2 nautical miles, 1 nautical mile. As the fleet of the Kingdom of Hedes passed by General Peterson's vessel, all sailors beheld the rumored armada up close. The two fleets so near that the officers on each flagship could discern one another's expressions. The crew on the Eel-class missile destroyer bore faces of cold determination, while those aboard the Bataan amphibious assault ship exhibited expressions of fear and anger. In the command center of the planetary fortress, after much contemplation, Qin Shaohai addressed the entity before him, whom he had named Tesla. "I intended this name to honor the scientist, yet every time I call you, I am reminded of a certain company, notable not for its technology or innovation, but for its legal and cultural export capabilities, which I find somewhat distasteful. Let us abandon the name Tesla. Henceforth, you shall be called Marco. Those with the surname Ma are generally quite formidable. It is settled. Very well, Mr. President. Shall we commence the report?" Qin Shaohai raised his right hand to signal for a moment's pause. "Minister Hira, shortly issue a communique from the Foreign Ministry stating that our Navy had a friendly maritime encounter with the Sam Nation's Navy within its exclusive economic zone, where both parties exchanged greetings before parting ways. There was no confrontation, no military aircraft downed, and certainly no nuclear submarines went missing." Chapter 98. The Thunderstrike Plan commences. Planetary Fortress, President's Lounge. Currently, Qin Shaohai has increasingly frequented this chamber, primarily due to its elevated position on the battleship's bridge, adorned with glass on 3 sides, offering splendid views. Particularly on rainy days, he finds solace in gazing at the seemingly endless ocean, relishing the sensation of raindrops tapping against the glass. Furthermore, this room resonates with Qin Shaohai's profound sense of solitude. Despite the presence of numerous intelligent beings aboard the battleship, they remain mere constructs of artificial intelligence. He now feels an intensifying loneliness, as though he is adrift in a solitary realm. In just 2 days, the deadline set by Qin Shaohai for the Dongi government will arrive. Should the Dongi government fail to dismantle all the sacred toilets by then, the Kingdom of Hedes will execute special operations. However, Qin Shaohai is unwilling to await that day. Today marks the day of action for the Kingdom of Hedes, as the Dongi government will undoubtedly refuse to dismantle them, nor could they even if they wished. Taking action prior to the stipulated time can effectively obscure intentions and allow for subsequent denials. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the planetary fortress has descended into an eerie darkness, with layers of ominous clouds accumulating ominously. One can only imagine the harrowing scene unfolding in Dongi. Reflecting on this, Qin Shaohai summoned the intelligence system of the fortress, connecting to the command center's galaxy. "Mr. President, how may I assist you?" "Galaxy, just how massive is the cloud you have conjured?" "We are a full 2,000 kilometers from Dongi." "Mr. President, to generate a sufficient thunderstorm effect, the clouds must be ample, dense, and low, with some moving at a considerable speed. Only then can they completely obliterate the target. It is entirely normal for some of these clouds to reach our location during the accumulation and movement process." "My heavens! I can scarcely fathom the terrifying spectacle now unfolding in Dongi. With such thunderous downpours, will the populace suffer terribly? Amen. May God protect them. As Qin Shaoai offered a silent prayer, he rose to retrieve a bottle of white liquor from the cabinet. Dongi Prime Minister's Residence Disaster Prevention Committee Special Meeting, Your Excellency. That detestable base fish vessel departed from Tokyo Bay at noon today and is currently untraceable. This is indeed fortunate news for our Dongi. What do you mean by fortunate news? The base fish has departed, heralding the imminent arrival of catastrophic weather, remarked Kikuchi Hana, director of the Meteorological Agency of the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, Transport and Tourism. Inuyama Junjiro, with vacant eyes, inquired, Kikuchi, yesterday's weather report indicated fair weather. How have we suddenly become engulfed in thick clouds? Did the Meteorological Agency overlook something? Your Excellency, we too are perplexed. The weather remained splendid until noon today. Yet by 1 o'clock, the winds began to rise to a force of 6, diminishing somewhat by 2 o'clock, coinciding with the emergence of clouds. Although these data appear normal, we have observed an anomalous phenomenon. A stationary low-pressure zone has inexplicably materialized above Dongi. What is a stationary low-pressure area? Inquired Junjiro Inukai. Your Excellency, we have retrieved satellite imagery, which reveals that ominous clouds are densely clustered around our easterny nation, with this central formation attributable to the low-pressure zone. The existence of this low-pressure area results in decreased air density, facilitating the development of cyclonic updrafts that continuously replenish the high-temperature zone with various pollutants and harmful chemicals. Notably, the predominant replenishment comes from moisture in the ocean, which causes the clouds in the low-pressure area to gradually thicken, leading to an increasingly dense overcast above us. However, under normal circumstances, air in the northern hemisphere flows counterclockwise, and given the influence of surrounding ocean currents, this low-pressure zone should not remain stationary but rather exhibit considerable movement. The members of the committee exchanged astonished glances at the Meteorological Bureau chief's explanation. Junjiro Inukai pressed further. Are you suggesting that this low-pressure area is not of natural origin? Indeed, Your Excellency, it does not appear to be naturally occurring. It is spring, and this is not the typical season for the formation of such massive low-pressure cyclones. All indicators suggest an anomaly. Damn it, it must be the kingdom of Hedes. Such a blatant and bizarre method of attack could only stem from that nefarious nation. While the United States is also researching such weapons, it is a land of freedom and democracy, where any weapon can be utilized freely. What is the kingdom of Hedes? Time and again they bombard our easterny nation, incessantly dismembering us, and now they are deploying weather weapons. This is intolerable. The defense minister declared vehemently. Meteorological Bureau. Can you assess the potential extent of the damage? Inukai inquired. Estimating the damage is quite challenging, as we have detected the wind direction shifting at any moment. With the wind strength gradually increasing, and it is cyclonic. Such a low-pressure cyclone and cloud formation can easily generate thunderstorms, and even a powerful low-pressure cyclone may bring hail. Our Bureau believes that the nation should activate disaster relief mechanisms and begin preparations across various regions. However, we are currently unaware of the Kingdom of Hethes's intentions in deploying such weather weaponry. If their sole aim is to induce heavy rain or hail, it would not account for the generation of such an extensive low-pressure cyclone. We suspect there may be ulterior motives, but the specifics remain unclear. Although the conference room at the Prime Minister's residence was well soundproofed, the outside world erupted with thunder and lightning. A massive bolt of lightning tore through the sky, illuminating the land in an instant, accompanied by a rumbling sound akin to a large-caliber naval cannon's explosion. Subsequently, flashes of lightning intertwined across the horizon, with the thunderous roars echoing in succession, forcing the meeting to a sudden halt. Just as the committee members prepared to depart, a formidable flash of lightning struck a building adjacent to the Prime Minister's residence and the National Assembly Hall. Instantly, a colossal fireball erupted, sending a shower of splintered wooden stones flying in all directions, among which appeared to be fragments of some ceremonial tablets. Little Inu Junichiro quickly pressed himself against the window, gazing out in bewilderment. Where's this? A staff member replied, Your Excellency. This is located in the southwest of the Imperial Palace, and it is quite close to both the Prime Minister's residence and the National Diet. This must be the High Shrine toilet. Nanny? Inu Junjiro, recently frazzled by the tumultuous antics of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom, felt his nerves tighten once more. His eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, They actually intend to use lightning to destroy our sacred toilet? Bakayero. Have the people of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom lost their minds? How can lightning possibly obliterate several sacred toilets? Ha ha ha. Do they think lightning can be equipped with GPS? Can it also be guided with precision? Seeing the Prime Minister laugh heartily, the others joined in the merriment. Your Excellency, we need not investigate any further. Everything is laid bare before us. They wish to summon lightning to strike our sacred toilets. This is truly laughable. Such an approach could at most hit 1 or 2 toilets. Yet we possess over 80,000. Ha ha. Yash, everyone can have a good night's sleep amidst this stormy weather, Junichiro said, feeling somewhat relaxed. Gentlemen, I entrust the disaster relief efforts to you. I have not had a proper night's sleep in days. I shall return to rest. At that moment, 40,000 feet above the skies of the Eastern Kingdom, a phantom fighter jet from the Hedes Ocean Kingdom soared swiftly. Wherever the aircraft traveled, clear infrared images were transformed into simulated videos by the planetary fortress, projected before Qinshaoai. Fireballs erupted across various locations of the Eastern archipelago, their brilliance stark against the dark clouds. Each fireball seemed to outline a figure resembling a sword point facing downward, with the hilt on top. It was at this moment that Qinshaoai realized, to his astonishment, that the Eastern Kingdom had concealed such malevolent intentions while establishing their sacred toilets. Chapter 99. The dramatic shift in international relations as the divine toilets across the Eastern Kingdom were struck by lightning, resulting in their destruction. Cities and counties promptly reported the situation. When the Kingdom of Hedes requested the dismantling of the divine toilets, the Eastern Kingdom mandated stringent controls across all counties, insisting that any anomalies related to the divine toilets be reported without delay. One cannot help but admire the efficiency of the Eastern people. Telephone communications from various locales converged upon the Ministry of Internal Affairs, leading to a congestion of both wired and wireless communications. The shrill ringing of the telephone abruptly roused Junjiro Inanaki from his slumber. Rubbing his eyes, he noted the time, midnight. Damn it. A call at this hour cannot bode well. I am Prime Minister Junjiro Inanaki, he answered. This is bad. Of course, I know it's bad. You wouldn't be calling me at this hour otherwise. Prime Minister, it's the divine toilets. There has been an incident. Which divine toilet? Inanaki pondered, recalling that only the one in Tokyo had been struck by lightning. All the divine toilets, they have all been destroyed. Nanny? Impossible. How could this happen? Lightning. All of them were struck by lightning. The strikes caused explosions. Our divine toilets are all gone, completely gone. Inanaki failed to comprehend the latter part of the conversation. His mind numb as the phone slipped from his grasp. Kingdom of Hedes, Chukio City, News Center. Dear journalists, today's press conference will be brief. You may pose your questions following the announcement, began Louis Fire as she took the stage. Firstly, we have observed that yesterday a severe thunderstorm swept across the Eastern Islands, causing widespread devastation. Our Ministry of Foreign Affairs has expressed condolences to the Eastern Kingdom through official channels and has allocated 2.5 million yen in initial funding for the resettlement of victims, with further disaster relief funds to be negotiated based on circumstances with the Eastern side. Secondly, as a gesture of goodwill, our President has ordered the return of the Sea-Based Fisheries Inspection Vessel and the Crab Aircraft Carrier Group from the waters near the Eastern Kingdom for maintenance and repairs. Now, I welcome questions from the press. Miss Fire, I am a reporter from the Eastern Kingdom. According to information from officials at our Ministry of Internal Affairs, all divine toilets in the Eastern Kingdom were struck by lightning overnight. Considering your nation's previous unreasonable request for the dismantling of these divine toilets, may I inquire if the lightning and storm that occurred above our skies yesterday were a result of a meteorological warfare initiated by the Kingdom of Hedes? This reporter from the Eastern Kingdom, Fire replied, while meteorological phenomena can theoretically be weaponized, it is improbable that lightning could be precisely directed at specific targets. I suggest you study the related knowledge before attempting to analyze why lightning struck your divine toilets rather than other targets. Furthermore, yesterday was not the deadline set by our Kingdom of Hedes. Since the deadline had not arrived, why would we take action? But if it were not your country, that would not make sense, the Eastern reporter retorted, his face flushed. It does not make sense? Is it merely a matter of misunderstanding that one attributes this to our nation? Louis Faya remarked with a hint of indifference. Is this journalist representing the official stance of the Dongi Kingdom or merely speaking for themselves? Such slander against the Kingdom of Hedes Ocean is a grievous offense, indeed. The reporters in attendance were acutely aware of the repercussions of maligning the Hedes Ocean Kingdom. Miss Phil, I am part of the Nordic Press Corps. I have noted that your nation has commanded its naval fleet to vacate the waters of Dongi. We perceive this as a significant initial step towards peace. The departure of your naval forces marks the commencement of a renewed relationship with Dongi. My inquiry is, will the Hedes Ocean Kingdom re-establish normal diplomatic relations with Dongi? Not at all, Louis Faya replied nonchalantly, promptly disregarding the reporter's awkward expression as she selected another hand raised in the audience. Miss Phil, I am also from the Nordic Press Corps. As the representatives from the Sam Nation are absent, I have been entrusted to confirm a piece of information with you. We have observed some friction between your country and the Pandas. There was a minor discord involving our naval fleets near Jeju Island, and there were instances of confrontation between military aircraft. However, the overall relations between the two nations remain stable. Laud rushed into George Bush's office, exclaiming, "Mr. President, good news, great news." "Laud, what is you so animated?" George Bush inquired, puzzled, as it was rare to see him in such a state of excitement. Without explanation, Laud turned on the television. George Bush's enthusiasm grew with each passing moment as he exclaimed, "This is indeed monumental news. Compared to the destruction of the dilapidated temples in Little Dongi, this is the true story. Laud, the Hedes Ocean Kingdom is finally turning its guns around. I wonder how the Kung Fu Panda will respond to such a formidable adversary. My God, is there truly a deity watching over us? Oh, dear Laud, has there been any response from the Kung Fu Panda?" "Yes, Mr. President. That is precisely what I am eager to convey. They have dispatched their antiquated bombers to patrol the East China Sea, and a missile battalion is advancing towards the southeastern coastline. Their foreign ministry has just issued a stern condemnation and warning, and their ambassador to the Hedes Ocean Kingdom has also made a statement of reproach. This rift is destined to deepen the divide between our nations. Excellent, dear Laud. We must take action. We must fervently promote the spirit of the Sam Nation. We shall reignite the flames of conflict in this world, stoking the fires of discord and encouraging their antagonism through every conceivable means. Mr. President, we should promptly arrange for senior officials to visit the Pandas." "Indeed, Laud. We shall seize this opportunity to instigate their opposition to the Hedes Ocean Kingdom, even." At that moment, General Guilebrow entered the room, bewildered by the sinister laughter shared between the two. "Oh, dear General Henry, your timing is impeccable," George Bush said, beckoning Guilebrow to take a seat. "Mr. President, are you discussing matters pertaining to East Asia?" "Indeed, my dear Henry." "Mr. President, I have just received news that the Pippi Shrimp aircraft carrier strike group from the Kingdom of Hedes has arrived near the Bashi Channel of the Baton Islands. Currently, 2 of our Panda-class destroyers are positioned 100 nautical miles away in a standoff. 1 destroyer and 1 frigate from the Kingdom of Hedes stationed at Jeju Island are sailing southward. Meanwhile, the Lobster aircraft carrier strike group, returning from the waters near Dongi, has also altered its course to deploy southward." General Gillibrand exclaimed with delight. "Oh my God, the Kingdom of Hedes is about to engage in battle again. 2 aircraft carrier strike groups. How astonishing. During the last campaign against the Ryukyu Kingdom, we, the United States, deployed our entire Far East naval and air forces and still could not defeat a single aircraft carrier strike group from Hedes. Now they are employing 2. What formidable offensive power. We are in for quite a spectacle." Joe Bush rubbed his hands together with glee. "Mr. President, we must not underestimate their resolve. Although they currently face a significant disparity in forces and weaponry, let us not forget the battle in Pickle Country decades ago, when the gap was even wider. Yet it did not prevent them from achieving victory through various means," General Gillibrand remarked. Chapter 100. The situation in the Eastern Nation this time is different. My dear Henry, the Kingdom of Hedes employs asymmetrical warfare tactics, with their reconnaissance, positioning, and systemic capabilities vastly superior to those of our great nation. They possess an exponential advantage over the Panda Nation. Modern warfare has fundamentally altered the perceptions of most countries. In recent military conflicts, no individual from Hedes has ever confronted their adversaries face-to-face. Their opponents can only contend with the missiles of the Hedes Kingdom. Secretary of State Lord glanced at the documents in his hand and remarked, "Mr. President, I have another report here. Our collaborators within the Panda Nation have eagerly provided us with insights into their citizens' views on the Kingdom of Hedes. The online discourse has shifted dramatically. What was once an overwhelming praise has, since yesterday, taken a sharp turn, now manifesting as a vehement denunciation. Public sentiment has become entirely hostile towards the Kingdom of Hedes. Yet, a significant portion of the populace expresses their fears, believing that they cannot militarily triumph over the formidable Hedes Kingdom, even calling for the relinquishment of core interests, such as nuclear weapons, in exchange for maintaining amicable relations. Some elites have even lamented, asserting that provoking the powerful Hedes Kingdom was a grave mistake. condemning all hawkish figures for leading the nation to the brink of destruction. Moreover, numerous officials and affluent individuals are discreetly fleeing the country, some to Europe, others to Australia, while signs of clandestine financial immigration have also emerged. Oh, my dear Lord, while these are indeed the lapdogs we have invested substantial resources to cultivate, their actions this time are utterly foolish. We did not train these sycophants to stir up discord at such a crucial juncture. They should instead rally to advocate for war. How infuriating. How could the CIA have found such inept individuals? Why not select those with greater intellect? You must swiftly inform these individuals to don the guise of hawks, urging them to advocate for conflict and national spirit. Furthermore, our nation must undertake decisive actions on diplomatic and military fronts. We should ensure that Boeing, Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, General Dynamics, and Grumman engage in discreet discussions with the Panda Nation, as long as they do not violate our arms export agreements or jeopardize our future military security. However, this collaboration should be short-term and contingent upon certain conditions, such as prohibiting imitation, not supplying third parties, and restricting the use of these weapons to directions we permit. No, Lord, you must personally undertake this mission to stoke the flames further. Kingdom of Hedes Central City Embassy of the Panda Nation. The Embassy District is situated on the periphery of Central City's Central Island, along the inner side of Pacific Avenue, which encircles the island. Both the governmental and military institutions of the Kingdom of Hedes, as well as foreign embassies, are located along this principal thoroughfare. A black limousine gradually approached the embassy's main entrance, coming to a halt within the premises. A person of East Asian descent emerged from the vehicle, escorted by two embassy staff members into the building. On the third floor, at opposite ends, lay two distinctly different rooms. The staff guided the East Asian individual to the room located at the western end of the third floor, where three impeccably dressed men awaited with palpable anticipation. Upon seeing the door swing open from the outside, one of the men inside cheerfully remarked, "Ah, our guest has arrived. Mr. Chin, esteemed colleagues, I am Chris, the presidential envoy from the Kingdom of Hedes Ocean. Please, Mr. Chris, take a seat. Shall we begin? Have you dined? Thank you. Mr. Chin, I have just finished my meal, and I believe we can commence. Chris, as the evening breeze blows, the begonia blossoms fall. The curtain rolls up to reveal the view from above. Mr. Chin, in the old garden, joy abounds without tempest, the spring birds herald peace." Chris shook his head slightly. Observing this, Mr. Chin pondered momentarily before responding. "Adrift, a lone boat in the southeastern sea, you're an eye for the autumn of the begonia?" Chris nodded and replied, "When will the heavenly spear point eastward? The oath taken upon the seas leaves a lasting mark." Mr. Chin and the other two expressed their excitement, and Mr. Chin continued to inquire, "Who can barehandedly slay the mighty whale? Truly, a hero is sung in tales." Chris responded, "The eastern wind does not favor Chinlang. The copper bird tightly locks the north and south in spring." After a prolonged silence, Mr. Chin gestured eastward and asked, "The autumn wind stretches over the Hibiscus Nation. The evening rain falls upon the village of Brambles." Chris smiled and replied, "Knowing well that the mountain harbors a tiger, yet I venture toward its lair. Amidst the thick mountains and winding waters, a path seems lost, yet a hidden village reveals its charm." Mr. Chin rose with a smile, grasping Chris's hand, and said, "Thank you. I hope we meet again. Please convey our gratitude to your esteemed president." Chris nodded with a smile. At the Prime Minister's residence in Dongi, Foreign Minister Manhwa Shengsarin sat across from Inu Kai Junjiro, a look of chagrin upon his face. "Prime Minister, today we reached out to the United States seeking their support, but they advised us to exercise restraint, suggesting it would be unwise to further provoke the Kingdom of Hedes Ocean at this juncture. Additionally, they intend to reduce the number of their bases in our country to a mere 10% of their peak. Many logistical facilities of the U.S. Air Force, along with surviving ground crew personnel, are set to withdraw within 7 days, with the 5th Air Fleet relocating entirely to the Oahu Islands. The scale of their naval presence will also diminish significantly, leaving only 2 to 3 destroyers stationed. The 3rd Expeditionary Force will return entirely to the U.S. mainland. Some munitions stored in our nation are to be shipped out within 3 days, but we have not been informed of their destination. However, through the whispers of female spies embedded near these U.S. officers, we have learned that these arms are destined for a certain port in Panda. Unbelievable! Is the United States abandoning our Dongi Nation? To cast aside this loyal watchdog so swiftly? And to reconcile with that sworn enemy so quickly? The U.S. has indeed changed too rapidly. After decades of containment, they pivot without warning? At the very least, we should be afforded the time to respond and build our psychological resilience. Inukai Junjiro exclaimed, rising in indignation. After pacing the room a few times, he turned to Naikawa-san, who stood nearby, and stated, "The Liberal Democratic Party unanimously agrees to allow you to resume your role as Chief Cabinet Secretary. You are well aware of the current situation. Now is the time for us to unite our efforts. As the United States prepares to forsake us, and as our self-defense forces face significant setbacks, we, especially within our party, must set aside past grievances and fight for the future of our nation. The external circumstances facing our country are dire, even surpassing the tumultuous period of the black ships during the Tokugawa shogunate. To the north, we have Russia eyeing us covetously. To the west and southwest looms an increasingly formidable giant, and to the east lies the detestable and militarily potent Hedes maritime kingdom, which disregards international norms. Presently, the United States is neglecting us to achieve its own objectives. The most pressing issue is that this loathsome Hedes maritime kingdom has seized all our eastern islands and has severed our southern and southwestern territories, leaving us with merely 4 main islands, compressing our strategic space to its utmost limits. However, these challenges are not the crux of our predicament. The primary concern lies in the fact that our spirit has been emasculated. Post-war, we were diminished by the United States. And just as we managed to preserve some semblance of right-wing sentiment, the Hedes maritime kingdom eradicated it entirely. The sacred representations of our spirit and history have been struck down, leaving none intact. Thus, we are confronted with a situation that has deteriorated beyond measure. Naikawa-san stepped forward to offer consolation. Your Excellency, heroes emerge in chaotic times. Whenever our nation faces the brink of existence, we rise to retaliate. We must have faith in ourselves. A fleeting glimmer of cunning crossed Naikawa-san's face as he spoke. In the Hedes maritime kingdom, in the province of Water, the city of Nambird Island has been designated by Qin Shaohai as a hub for tourism, culture, film, and leisure, with the provincial capital, Water City, envisioned as a paradise on Earth. Furthermore, Nambird Island City is earmarked for hosting significant diplomatic and sporting events, as well as cultural exchanges, establishing itself as a city characterized by international communication. Today, however, Qin Shaohai and Lan Yuer arrived not to partake in any festivities, but to accomplish 3 specific tasks. Nestled by the seaside of Nambird Island City stands a villa designed in an elegant European style, elevated 4 meters above its foundation, signifying the nobility of its owner. This is Qin Shaohai's vacation retreat, adorned with a golden plaque inscribed with the words Qilin Villa. The villa, surrounded by lush flora and fragrant scents, later became known as Qilin Garden. Yet, what truly brought this villa renown was a Chinese individual, Su Xiaolin, whom Qin Shaohai intended to meet within its walls. Equipped with a specially designed communicator, Qin Shaohai sat in one room of the villa, observing Su Xiaolin, who was toying with firearms in another room through a surveillance monitor. Lu Yuer, alone, pushed open the door to the room, with a communication device nestled at the center of her neck. Qin Shaohai, wishing to remain incognito, entrusted Lu Yuer to convey his messages. To ensure seamless communication, Lu Yuer acted as Qin Shaohai's proxy in delivering his words. Chapter 101. The Qilin Villa. Upon the entrance of Miss Lanware, Su Xiaolin set aside his rifle and sat upright on the sofa, inquiring, "Is it you, miss? Who wishes to meet me?" "Yes, Mr. Su, it is I." "Please, do not stand on ceremony," she replied, "since you are already aware of my circumstances. May I ask for your name?" "I am Lan Yuer, the Minister of the Administrative Management Department of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom, sent here by the President to discuss matters with you." "Minister of Administration? I must admit, I am surprised to encounter someone so young in such a prominent position," Su Xiaolin remarked, gazing at her with mild astonishment. Sensing the peculiarities of the situation, he resolved to seek clarification. "Minister Lan Yuer, although your nation has extended considerable hospitality towards me, I would like to inquire why the President has gone to such lengths to summon me here." "Mr. Su, the President is concerned that you may have questions, which is why I have been dispatched to provide you with explanations." Lan Yuer rose, pouring 2 glasses of wine at the bar, handing one to Su Xiaolin, and gracefully returning to her seat, encouraging him to drink and relax. "Our President is well acquainted with your father. During a defensive battle in the south, your father led a mere 20 men deep into enemy territory, successfully dismantling a division's command post without any intelligence support or firepower assistance, resulting in the annihilation of several hundred adversaries. Remarkably, he managed to return unscathed, commandeering an enemy vehicle with audacious confidence. This operation was one of 7 he executed, each time emerging without a scratch. Furthermore, our president is aware of your father's exceptional linguistic talents. He could swiftly master the enemy's language and adeptly employ it during operations, all while accurately discerning subtle facial expressions. After the war, your father did not remain in the frontline units, but returned to the military academy, becoming the sole instructor of special behavior and special response studies. Am I correct, Major Su? Though Su Xiaolin felt a surge of astonishment within, he maintained a calm exterior. Minister Lan Yuer, I must commend the intelligence-gathering capabilities of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom. The information regarding my father is classified, known to very few domestically. Major Su, I am equally impressed by your composure and control over micro-expressions. You are, in fact, questioning how I came to know of your rank. Yet you hesitate to divulge any secrets and merely challenge the information I have already provided. You need not inquire. I can elucidate. Not only have you inherited your father's legacy, but you also possess capabilities in the realm of special operations that even he admires. At the age of 21, you were directly selected from the military academy to a special forces unit, becoming a commander at 23. After executing a military operation alone on the western frontier at 24, you were secretly reassigned to a clandestine base in the south to establish a non-existent special forces unit, which has successfully accomplished numerous covert military operations over the past 3 years, all without a single breach of secrecy. In the year 2001, Major Su, after completing a special mission, found himself forcibly retired due to a breach of discipline. Am I correct, Major Su? Lan Yuer inquired with a gentle smile. Minister Lan Yuer, I have immense admiration for your country's intelligence capabilities. Since you are aware, you must also understand that I shall remain silent. Indeed, Major Su, there is no need for you to articulate anything. We are already privy to all details. Furthermore, all our collaborations with you will be duly communicated to your nation. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaolin asked, communicated to my country? Does that imply? Yes, Major, your cooperation involves deeper interstate collaboration. But I cannot disclose more at this moment. Please return and await further instructions, Lan Yuer stated before exiting the room. However, upon her return, Lan Yuer did not go back to Qin Xiaohai's chamber but instead ascended the staircase, for within a room on the second floor, a rather impatient pineapple awaited her summons. As Qin Xiaohai observed this unfolding scenario, Chief of Staff Inha from the Joint Operations Office entered, announcing, Mr. President, the Shizzy Crab Aircraft Carrier Battle Group has encountered an Australian-New Zealand Navy corvette and a John Country Type 42 destroyer in the eastern waters of Banana Country. Trailing our carrier formation, Inha, direct the Shizzy Crab Battle Group to close in on those audacious vessels. We must ensure that these descendants of Western pirates understand that upon encountering our Navy, they must either yield or salute, commanded Qin Xiaohai. In the eastern offshore waters of Banana Country, the Shizzy Crab Battle Group swiftly repositioned a Type 052D destroyer, which charged towards the 2 pursuing warships at remarkable speed. When it reached a distance of 5 nautical miles from the vessels, the Australian-New Zealand corvette promptly altered its course and retreated, while the Type 42 destroyer continued its approach. Seeing the stubbornness of this antiquated Imperial vessel, the main gun of the Type 052D destroyer slowly turned and aimed at the Type 42 destroyer. This destroyer, equipped with an automated loading system, boasted a formidable 130mm naval gun capable of firing at a rapid rate of 40 rounds per minute. With the assistance of the planetary fortress system, it could maintain accuracy within 50 centimeters even amidst tumultuous seas. As the gun flared, a high-explosive 130mm shell struck the bridge of the Type 42 destroyer with precision. Subsequently, a barrage of 130mm shells rained down upon the ill-fated vessel, delivering 38 rounds in under a minute, rendering it unable to retaliate amidst the deluge of fire. After the initial barrage concluded, the Type 052D destroyer ceased firing but maintained its velocity. Moments later, the 2 warships passed each other at a dangerously close distance. It was then that the dismal state of the Type 42 destroyer became evident. Its superstructure was devastated. The barrel of its forward main gun was twisted and sagging onto the deck, and the entire structure resembled a building ravaged by an earthquake, riddled with gaping holes. With significant damage to its main framework and numerous metal components twisted beyond recognition, the deck lay strewn with gaping holes and metallic debris. As numerous wounded soldiers writhed in agony upon its surface, the entire warship was shrouded in smoke, with gaping wounds near the waterline voraciously gulping down seawater, causing the vessel to tilt slightly. After navigating past the battered Type 42 destroyer, The Type 052D destroyer executed a graceful arc before pursuing the fleeing Anzac-class frigate. Perhaps deterred by the grim fate of the Type 42, or perhaps intimidated by the overwhelming might of the Kingdom of Hedes, the Anzac-class frigate promptly hoisted a white flag. Frigate of Kangaroo Country, you are hereby ordered to halt and submit to inspection. Failure to comply will result in the use of force by the destroyers of the Kingdom of Hedes. We are traversing international waters. Why must we resort to force? Any unauthorized following, surveillance, or abnormal approach towards our fleet, as well as obstruction of navigation, will be deemed a provocation against our Navy. This is your final warning. Cease your vessel and submit to inspection immediately. Chapter 102. The schemes of Dongi Kingdom having concluded his official business, Qin Shaohai ascended to the 4th floor of the villa, where a spacious room housed 5 actresses, whom he had invited back from Dongi Kingdom at a premium. Hayakawa Kairi, Nakanishi Yoko, Always Sora, Muta Runka, and Suifeng Huahua. Adorned with a facial concealing device provided by the Stellar Fortress, Qin Shaohai scrutinized his reflection in the mirror, ensuring that his true identity remained concealed before approaching the room. The 5 enchanting women addressed him as Chihai. He introduced himself as the assistant to the governor of Water Province in the Hedes Ocean Kingdom, concurrently serving as the assistant to the mayor of Water City, the chairman of Water Film and Cultural Communication Company, Limited, and the assistant to the director of the Cultural and Film Bureau of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom. Observing the women diligently transcribing these titles through their earphone translators, Qin Shaohai continued with a smile. I have come today to discuss the details of your future work and your welfare benefits. During your year in our country, you are to fully utilize your talents to help us attract more tourists and assist in creating the world's most luxurious amusement city. Over the next few days, we will delve into the relevant details, and I shall provide you with feedback and suggestions for improvement. Dongi Kingdom. The mounted troop garrison at the headquarters of the 1st Division, Major General Xiaozhang Luanchuan was seated on a tatami mat, savoring exquisite sashimi alongside Mitsui Jiro, a behind-the-scenes power broker of a certain consortium. A familiar beauty in a kimono attended to them on either side. General Xiaozhang, the sashimi in our nation is truly delectable. Accompanied by this lovely lady, it would surely be even more delightful, Mitsui Jiro remarked, casting a lecherous glance at the kimono-clad beauty. Mr. Mitsui, that is indeed an intriguing proposition, but it would be too troublesome this time. Next time, we can prepare in advance. She must soak in Sakura essence 4 times a day for an hour each time, followed by a week of consuming only light fruits, and undergo a thorough cleansing of her system before she can be enjoyed, Xiaozhang replied. Ah, Major General Xiaozhang, you are quite the professional. Mitsui chuckled. And you, my friend, are no novice. Do not jest. The two exchanged knowing smiles, while the kimono-clad beauty displayed no signs of displeasure. Rather, she seemed to harbor a sense of anticipation, subtly adjusting her legs as she poured sake from a flask. Yuzuki, you may step back for now. I have matters to discuss with Mr. Mitsui, Xiaozhang said, his gaze fixed intently on Yuzuki's revealing attire. Yes, General, she replied, gracefully retreating and closing the wooden door behind her in a kneeling posture. With a playful grin, Xiaozhang remarked, just a year after her debut, she was quite fresh and innocent, but now she is hard to book. Everyone with a bit of power and status wishes to sample her. I managed to enjoy her for a few days only through my connection with Naika-kun, otherwise one would have to queue. Indeed, Major General Xiaozhang, with your ties to Naika-kun, securing a couple of popular actresses should be a breeze. Mitsui-kun offers a humorous perspective. With his prowess, any actress could readily engage with General Xiaozhang, leaving the actresses for another time. However, let us return to serious matters. Mitsui-kun indicated that he and Naika-kun had an audience with His Majesty the Emperor yesterday. His Majesty expressed profound disappointment regarding the current situation in the Eastern Barbarians Nation and, after hearing our plans, voiced strong support. Ah, Xiaozhang-kun, with the Emperor's endorsement, our actions have obtained legal legitimacy. Yet, this may seem somewhat unjust to Prime Minister Inukai and the Minister of Defense, as they are also striving for the future of our Eastern Barbarians Nation. Mitsui-kun. Who would have thought that the shadowy magnate of the Mitsui conglomerate could also exhibit compassion for the sake of the future of the Eastern Barbarians Nation? No one is beyond sacrifice, myself included. Xiaozhang-kun, I hold you in high regard. Naika-kun has previously shared with me thoughts on the future situation and planning, to which I wholeheartedly agree. The current Eastern Barbarians Nation is severely constrained by the various standards and systems imposed by the Samu Nation. If we cannot collectively overthrow these limitations, our nation will be gradually depleted. It is exceedingly difficult to resolve such numerous restrictions without vigorous measures, and persuading these individuals in a short time frame is virtually impossible. What we currently lack most is time. With the support of Mitsui-kun and the commercial consortium, our ground self-defense force will possess greater confidence. Xiaozhong-kun, do we have adequate manpower? That depends on how we utilize it. Although my 1st Division is somewhat dispersed, I can swiftly assemble forces at the Narima encampment that are quite capable. The 4 squads of the 1st Reconnaissance Team, the 1st Facility Unit, and the 1st Communication Unit can coordinate to swiftly occupy the major television stations in Kyoto. 2 infantry companies equipped with swift vehicles can be rapidly deployed to various government departments and important task locations. The Heavy Mortar Company, the 1st Rear Support Company, and the 32nd Infantry Company will be responsible for addressing the Minister of Defense's directly governed police force and the Tokyo Metropolitan Police's 1st Armored Division, the 1st Armored Division, the 34th Infantry Company, and the 1st Anti-Aircraft Artillery Unit will be personally led by me to strike at the Prime Minister's residence while guarding against reinforcements from the 12th Brigade stationed at the Esma Plain. Xiaozhong-kun's arrangements are impeccable. However, we can also manage the 12th Brigade, as their commander is one of our own. Mitsui-kun. It is said that your influence extends throughout the military and political spheres of the Eastern Barbarians nation, and indeed, the reputation precedes itself. Xiaozhongjun just Ardawa. Osisko to DLA Przuisi, OCI Wilkiego Wiskodnigo Imperium. Mitsui-kun Ma Rach, DLA Przuisi, OCI Wilkiego Wiskodnigo Imperium, Jednak E. Poxas Gdwami Odgriwami GWN Roll W Zaya Aniak Militarnik, to Petit YCH Zaya Aniak Staniumi PRZE D Wiswanium. Jax Mirzi Siz Samami Oras Jax Stalizoa KR Lestva Hedes Na Morzu, Kobi Zai Domin Nikakuna Mitsui-kuna. W time moment C. Towards Mitsui Jiro Perzibra Mroxni Yras, Perzez Zisi Sai Alicias Najdawali my SI Pod Control Sam W. Chosha Nasa Gospodarka Sibko SI Roswija A. Jednak Patter C. Wstex. Mimo E. NASA Army and Na Pirasiras at Okawidawa SI Pod Na. Ujonally my Nas SABO CIW Winnica Conflict ZKR Lestwem Hedes, Akazaj C. Jack Oxawist S. Nas Braki. Terra Starami SI Unica Pononigo Pro Okawania KR Lestwa Hedes. Ponua Tin Cray Ignoruj Jakey Kalweek, Mead Zanero Dao Prao Isacity. Jest Niesweikel Trudny, Du Perswidzenia. Mogswo Botny Bombardawa Nas Cray. Ataki Atakawa Obikti W Krajuklanawago Li CIA Oris Sam W. Magi wa Reiki at Ballisticsnik du Uterzenia WG by Skandinawi. Ana Otwartik Morzak Bez Wahania Zatapia Okertai Wojin Inikray W. Taki Stild Zaya Anya Przapamana Don Imperium Rzymski Oris Imperium Ming. Obekni. GYKR Les 2 Hedes Jestna Sicc Swojij Pot GI. Wyra Nie Wida Oznaki Odredzenia SIW Roli Donigo Imperium Rzymskiego Lub Imperium Ming. Terrazmid Zinaradawa Situacja Jest Nico Subtelna. Pauli Ujaniaj C. S. ABOCI Sam W. LKR Les 2 Hedes Patrazabuj Jesks DUGO Zesu. Abai CA Kawasi Zast Pi Sam W. Co Nie Oznaxa. ENIE Moshplan W. Nazim Zidanium Jest W Time K Atixna Mead Zinaradawan Context C. W Moment C GYKR Les 2 Hedes Beats I Doskanali Swoj Plani Dominachi, Zrealizawa Nas Pragnienia, Sexeg Ni Posi Bro Nuklern. KDKR Les 2 Hedes Spodjerzy Wstex, Odkrich. Beat Zemi Ich Najit Powid Nijazim Sim STRUJCYM, Nies DNYM Torzazism Naj Drods Du Dominachi. ALW Waxes My Bead Zemi Pot Nami Sami Z Broni Nuklern I Siln Army, Ko Poswali Nam Y Korzista KR Les 2 Hedes Du Powik Senia Nasij SIY Militarnich. GDY OSI Nimi Wistarksaj Symposium, Stani SI to Kosmarem KR Lestwa Hedes. Tilko W10 Sposby Nas Wiskodni Imperium MO E Power CI Na SCCZYT. Chapter 103. As one concludes, another takes the stage in the presidential executive office of the Sam State. The director of the office rushed in, followed closely by the director of the Central Intelligence Agency, Fairbeats. Upon entering, they immediately turned on the television. This afternoon, the Hethis Ocean Kingdom's destroyer encountered a dispute with 2 foreign warships that had maliciously tailed them in the waters east of Banana Nation. Upon confirmation, the opposing vessels were identified as a Kangaroo Nation Anzac-class frigate and a John Nation Type 42 destroyer. Both parties adhered strictly to maritime navigation protocols, and no perilous actions occurred during the encounter. Their responses were rational, professional, and remarkably precise. However, as both vessels exchanged cannon salutes in farewell, the aging Type 42 destroyer from Dongi Nation suffered a catastrophic explosion due to neglect, resulting in the destruction of its superstructure. Our Navy and the Kangaroo Nation's Navy swiftly initiated rescue operations, which are still ongoing at the time of this report. Upon hearing this, Fairbeeves switched off the television. Mr. President, according to reports from the Kangaroo Nation's frigate, the Hedes Ocean Kingdom destroyer opened fire without any warning, turning that unfortunate Type 42 destroyer into a porcupine. That can't be right, George, queried Joe Bush. Even an outdated Type 42 destroyer is still a sophisticated modern warship. If the other side fired, they should have first locked on with radar. At that point, the Dongi Nation should have been prepared. Mr. President, the adversary did not utilize missile fire control radar. They relied solely on their forward main gun. What? They managed to inflict such damage with just one main gun? It appears so, Mr. President. This despicable 052D class destroyer has a 130mm caliber forward main gun, and the engagement lasted only a minute, during which time the main gun fired a staggering 38 rounds. A truly terrifying display. What message is the Hedes Ocean Kingdom trying to convey to us? Joe Bush mused aloud. Observing Joe Bush deep in thought, the office director, Hedes, gestured for him to pay attention. Fairbeeves has another crucial piece of intelligence to report. Just as Joe Bush was beginning to feel puzzled, Fairbeeves clarified, our intelligence personnel have noted increased troop movements by the Eastern Nation self-defense forces, particularly with the heightened readiness of the 1st Division stationed in Kyoto. Their armored units have ramped up their deployment rate from 40 a month ago to a full 100 now, and all logistical units are fully staffed. Not only have ordinary battalions canceled leave, but they have also urgently recalled all officers stationed abroad. Furthermore, their stockpile of conventional unguided munitions has surged from 70 a month ago to an alarming 250 now. George, what does this mean? Is the Eastern Nation planning military action? Joe Bush questioned, perplexed. Mr. President, based on our assessment of the intelligence gathered, it seems the Eastern Nation is not preparing for external operations, but rather for localized actions surrounding the 1st Division. However, the current sensitive issue is our ongoing withdrawal of SAM military forces from the Eastern Nation. Why would they choose to act at such a critical juncture? I suspect the Eastern Nation may be planning an operation against our military bases. What? The Eastern Kingdom dares to target our retreating and redeploying soldiers? Do they possess such audacity? Joe Xiaobu gazed at George in astonishment. Mr. President, let us not forget about Wahoo Island. These little imps intend to attempt another foray into Wahoo Island? Off the coast of Jeju Island, the naval fleet of the United States, comprising 6 military transport vessels, 1 destroyer, and 1 Coast Guard ship, is navigating through the Jeju Strait, situated north of Jeju Island. This is a routine military transport mission, led by Commander Wright. Under normal circumstances, Commander Wright would feel no tension, as the formidable Navy of the United States, no nation on Blue Planet would dare to threaten them, particularly with one of the world's most powerful destroyers present in the fleet. However, this time is different, for a minuscule nation known as the Kingdom of Hedes has emerged. Since its inception, this small nation has been at odds with the United States almost daily, resulting in the demise of numerous American soldiers at its hands. This adversary does not adhere to conventional strategies but possesses extraordinary military capabilities, just as Commander Wright, anxious and praying, was contemplating. A Hedes naval destroyer of the 052DL class and a 054A class frigate positioned themselves in front of the American fleet, United States Navy, Bunker Hill transport ship. This is the Kingdom of Hedes naval destroyer, Swordfish. You are about to enter our controlled waters. Please state your intentions. Commander Wright stood in the command cabin of the Burke-class destroyer, anxiously listening to the communication from the Hedes naval vessels. Startled by the transmission, Commander Wright had anticipated such a scenario during departure, but orders from the Pacific Theater mandated him to expedite the transport of certain missiles and amphibious armored vehicles from the Eastern Kingdom's arsenal to Panda Nation. Although it was explicitly stated that the Panda Nation Navy would provide assistance, Wright knew that, given the naval strength of the Kingdom of Hedes, no naval force could contend with them. Moreover, he had to lead his fleet through the waters surrounding Jeju Island, which serves as a stronghold for the Kingdom of Hedes, not only hosting several warships but also an entire Air Force unit. Should conflict arise, the Kingdom of Hedes could ensure the annihilation of enemies within 100 nautical miles of Jeju Island in just 5 minutes. The fleet was a mere 70 kilometers from Jeju Island. Urgently, Commander Wright seized the microphone and commanded, Destroyer George, swiftly proceed to the front of the fleet. We have a situation. Chapter 104. The Kyoto Mutiny. As I pondered how to respond to the call from the Navy of the Kingdom of Hedes, the communicator once again relayed their message. Navy of Sam Nation, transport vessel Bunker Hill. This is the Hedes Navy, destroyer Swordfish. I must once again caution you that your fleet has entered our controlled waters. Please state your intentions, otherwise, I shall be compelled to take action. Bunker Hill transport vessel. This is the Hedes Navy's destroyer Swordfish. We are tasked with delivering civilian supplies to the nation of Panda. Our fleet is currently navigating international waters. We implore you not to obstruct our passage. However, Colonel Wright's plea went unanswered by the Hedes Navy, which was seen accelerating towards their fleet. The distance between the two formations had diminished to less than 15 nautical miles, a distance easily discernible to the naked eye. Tension gripped the sailors aboard the Bunker Hill, especially as the main gun of the destroyer Swordfish slowly rotated to aim at them. Faced with the ominous barrel, many began to silently pray, while some had already started to confess their sins. In that moment, no one doubted that the Swordfish would fire, based on the Hedes Navy's historical conduct. Any vessel they sought to intercept was invariably captured. Those who dared to resist or oppose were either sunk or rammed, with almost no exceptions. This time likely promised a grim fate as well. Suddenly, the communicator crackled with a somewhat imperfect rendition of English. Bunker Hill transport vessel. This is the Navy of Panda. We are en route to assist you. Please hold on. Could it be? Did they truly dare to come at such a perilous moment? Were they unafraid of the Kingdom of Hedes? The officers in the command room were electrified. They had never anticipated that a voice from the Panda Nation could be so melodious. In the face of his colleagues' skepticism, Colonel Wright remained resolute. His grandfather had fought in a battle that transpired 50 years ago on the peninsula to the north of their fleet. His childhood had been steeped in tales of that very peninsula. He had no doubt about the courage of the soldiers from Panda. They were indeed brave enough to act. Panda Destroyer, this is the Bunker Hill transport vessel. We thank you for your arrival. Please hasten, as we are merely 10 nautical miles from Hedes and may be attacked at any moment. Understood, Bunker Hill transport vessel. My fleet is 35 nautical miles from your position, came the commanding voice from the Panda fleet. Destroyer Swordfish of the Hedes Navy, the vessel of Sam Nation is transporting our civilian supplies. Please do not obstruct us without cause. Allow us to pass swiftly. Destroyer Swordfish of Hedes, do not impede us. I repeat, do not obstruct, and clear the passage immediately. For reasons unknown, the communicator from the Panda Navy did not switch off. Nevertheless, the officers of Sam Nation held their breath, rooting fervently for the ships of the Panda Navy. In the Kingdom of Hedes, aboard the USS Swordfish Destroyer, a stern warning echoed across the international waters. Depart the shipping lane immediately. This is the USS Swordfish, and I am ordered to engage your vessel. As the officers from the nation of Sam stood agape, the Swordfish unexpectedly initiated a rapid maneuver. Observing the receding silhouette of the destroyer, Lieutenant Light offered a respectful salute towards the approaching fleet of the Panda Nation, reflecting on the unwavering valor of those soldiers. Fortunately, we are now prospective allies. At the eastern headquarters of the Eastern Front stationed at Osaka, Major Maikawa meticulously organized his equipment while surveying the assembled troops. Nearby, several corpses clad in the uniforms of the Ground Self-Defense Force still emitted wisps of smoke. The mission assigned to Major Maikawa and his 32nd Infantry Company was to swiftly seize the eastern headquarters in the supply depot at Osaka, then promptly transport themselves via high-speed vehicles to the Shitaguchi Station, which serves as the guard unit directly under the defense minister. To maintain the element of surprise, Major Maikawa had dispatched the 3rd Infantry Squad in civilian attire, transporting them discreetly to the location via a standard bus, while he led the fully equipped forces from the Omiya base. Fortunately, the 3rd Infantry Squad fulfilled their duty without fail. The Osaka station was virtually unguarded, with most ground self-defense force personnel still believing this to be a mere drill. However, a few more perceptive individuals sensed the gravity of the situation. But their minimal numbers did not significantly alter the course of events, merely adding a few more casualties. Gazing upon the bound and kneeling officers of the ground self-defense force before him, Major Maikawa addressed them. I understand that you are bewildered, as am I. However, my orders are clear: to secure this location. Those who resist will be executed on the spot, while the rest shall be restrained. As your colleague, I advise you to comply. Any attempts at rebellion will be met with harsh consequences. You should be aware that we, the Easterners, are ruthless towards our enemies, and equally so towards our own. Should you refrain from resistance, I believe that those in command will spare your lives. You scoundrel, this is a mutiny, and if it fails, you shall face court-martial. One officer shouted hoarsely. Finally, someone recognizes me, Mikawa replied, though it was hardly a fortunate turn of events. Since you have identified me, I cannot allow you to live, as I fear the failure of this insurrection. As he gestured for soldiers to approach, he whispered instructions. Take these individuals to that small storage room and ensure they are all eliminated. The officers kneeling below, witnessing Mikawa's actions, cried out in despair. This is disastrous. Why did that fool provoke him? It's over now, this cursed scoundrel. Major Mikawa, I do not know you. I truly do not know you. Spare me. As Meichuan observed the officer calling out his name while professing ignorance of him, he was simultaneously amused and infuriated. You fool. Are you daft? You call my name yet claim not to know me? Are you eager for your demise? He commanded. This imbecile should be dealt with first. Following his orders, the soldiers dragged the officers into a small warehouse. A cacophony of gunfire erupted, accompanied by the anguished wails of men, which abruptly ceased as the gunshots faded. Lieutenant Meichuan. All has been handled, including the officer upstairs whom we eliminated in the office, came the report. Quickly, prepare the vehicles. Target, the Shitegaya garrison. The mortars will follow closely behind. In the Chiyoda district of Kyoto, the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Headquarters is situated at the Sakurada Gate in Kasumigaseki. The headquarters consists of 18 stories above ground and 4 below. Although it was not yet peak morning hours, this time typically saw crowds. However, today was an extraordinary exception, causing ordinary citizens to steer clear, leaving the streets unusually desolate. A row of high-mobility military vehicles stood parked in front of the building, and sporadic gunfire echoed from within. A group of concealed Easterners exchanged nervous glances. Oda-kun, have you ever encountered a situation like this? One inquired, trembling. I am terrified. I have never faced anything like this. Should we report it? Report it? To whom? Oda pointed at the police headquarters engulfed in gunfire. If not to them, then who? Another asked, bewildered. I don't know who to call either. We were taught to dial 110 in emergencies, but we never learned what to do in this kind of situation. And with the self-defense forces and police at odds, whom should we support? Oda-kun, the Imperial Palace is near Sakurada Gate. Should we not report it there? Are you foolish? Do you think the palace guards would dare emerge in such chaos? And what does this have to do with us? Indeed, Oda-kun, what does it matter to us? We are wanted for fleeing from a scandalous bathhouse in the red light district. We came to surrender. Baka, I thought I was a good person. Baka, let us flee. If we blow this place up, we'll be fine. As the Easterners witnessed these two fleeing, they suddenly recalled the ongoing gunfight, leading to a rapid spread of panic as more and more Easterners dashed through the streets of Tokyo. Chapter 105. The Tragedy of Inukai Junjiro and the Prime Minister's Residence in Kyoto. Inukai Junjiro stood by the window, trembling slightly as he spoke into the telephone. Is the Imperial Palace secure? Is the Metropolitan Police under attack as well? What of the Minister of Defense? Has he been harmed? What about his personal security detail? The 1st Division, being the Kyoto garrison, cannot possibly rebel. It must be merely a faction. What? The armored unit has also appeared? The 12th Brigade? What? Unable to establish contact? Damn it. Is the intelligence department too busy with frivolities to provide any updates? He ended the call in a fit of rage. At that moment, Inukai observed a frenzy outside the window, prompting him to exclaim, Naika-kun, what is happening with the people outside? Why are they running about in a frenzy? Nothing to worry about, Prime Minister. It might just be that Ultraman is battling a monster, Naika Munisuk casually replied from the sofa. What? Naika-kun, as the Chief Cabinet Secretary. How can you speak so lightly? Inukai retorted. Prime Minister, in tumultuous times, the common folk what? Tumultuous times? Naika-kun, do you know something? Inukai turned, astonished, to face Naiku. Do you remember Lochi, Prime Minister? Naika asked, feigning profundity. Lochi? Why do you bring this person up? Prime Minister, this is of utmost importance. Please elaborate. It is just the two of us here. No one will know. Naika settled comfortably into his seat. As Inukai observed Naiku's expression, a realization began to dawn upon him. The military had a notorious habit of insubordination, and it seemed that this incident was yet another instance of such rebellion. However, Inukai remained uncertain of Naiku's role in the uprising and whether it would pose a threat to him. Yet, he felt a foreboding sense that his situation was dire. Given his ignorance of prior developments, a prime minister, utterly uninformed during a rebellion, spoke volumes about the prevailing circumstances. The only uncertainty that lingered was whether his life was at stake. Thus, he pondered carefully how to respond to Naika's earlier inquiry. Naika-kun, since you were so eager for me to discuss Lochi, let me share my thoughts on this individual. Lochi was originally from the Windmill Nation. at the age of 22. In 1852, he arrived in North America. In 1854, following the opening of our borders by the United States, the Reformist Church decided to send 3 missionaries to our nation, among whom was Lo Chi, initially serving as an English teacher in a private academy in Nagasaki. He was later appointed by the shogunate as a teacher at the shogunate's Institute of Western Learning. It was from this point that he began to engage in political affairs in the capacity of an advisor to the Taro. Consequently, a series of policies in our Eastern nation were crafted by his hand, adopting the political, economic, and cultural advancements of capitalist nations, directly integrating these into the reform system of Eastern E. This laid the groundwork for the complete westernization of our nation, marking the inception of the ideology of transitioning from Asia to Europe, as well as providing a shortcut for Eastern E to join the ranks of the great powers in a short time. During the same period, prominent figures from the Dongi political realm flooded into Europe, all orchestrated by Robeck. The policies instituted by Robeck did not swiftly elevate Dongi. An essential ally in this endeavor was Sadao. It was through the efforts of Sadao and Robeck that the Great John Empire officially established itself, with Dongi tasked to uphold the geopolitical interests of the empire in the Far East. It can be asserted that the true masterminds behind Dongi's ascent were not the celebrated elites of the nation, but rather 3 individuals: Robeck, Sadao, and Glover. Without these 3, Dongi could not have transformed from a backward, ignorant, and diminutive state into a dominant power in East Asia within a mere 30 years. Although they hailed from different nations, they shared a common identity: Angsa. The events that forged the brilliance of the Meiji Restoration, such as the anti-shogun movement, the campaigns against the Choshu clan, the battles of Toba and Fushimi, the Boshin War, and the Satsuma Rebellion, were, in fact, orchestrated by these 3 individuals from behind the scenes. However, successive governments of Dongi have vehemently concealed the involvement of these 3, particularly Robeck, the Jewish spokesperson, whose existence has been meticulously erased from history. Yet, following Robeck's demise, in a gesture of gratitude and respect, his coffin was escorted to Aoyama Cemetery by the Imperial Guard, with all expenses borne by the emperor. Rumor has it that a cherished photograph of Robeck circulated posthumously, depicting the anti-shogun faction and their arch-rivals, the shogunate supporters, in a camaraderie akin to that of close friends, with even the emperor positioned behind Robeck in the image. This, however, is an acknowledgement that Dongi can never admit. Despite the fact that our nation has thrived by serving as a lapdog to great powers, such recognition remains unthinkable. During the Meiji Restoration, we were the obedient servants of the Great John Empire, enabling us to triumph over the Qing dynasty in Russia. In World War II, we aspired to serve the Axis powers, but they faltered, leading to our failure. Post-war, we aligned ourselves with the United States, which resulted in our success once again. Now, we find ourselves, absurdly, contemplating becoming the lapdogs of the Hectus Ocean Kingdom. If that were the case, we would have to dismantle all rules and agreements tied to the United States, including our pacifist constitution, security treaties, the 3 non-nuclear principles, and arms export regulations, which would involve a multitude of individuals. Do you truly wish for this? Haha, Your Excellency, you are indeed perspicacious, and you have elucidated your own position quite clearly. Niku Nosen stood up with a smile and approached Inukai Junjiro, continuing, during the Meiji Restoration, many noble souls from Dongi willingly sacrificed themselves to obscure the history of our nation's rise as a mere servant. This selflessness allowed Dongi to emerge from peril and develop rapidly. Our current situation mirrors that of the past. Thus, we require another anti-shogun movement to surmount all obstacles, enabling us to swiftly become the vassals of another formidable power. This is the destiny of Dongi. Due to the limited territory and scarce resources of the Eastern Kingdom, one faces a stark dichotomy: to either become a sycophant of a great power, basking in borrowed authority, or to face annihilation. There exists no middle ground. Thus, it is evident that the people of Eastern will never attain true humanity. Junjiro Inagai's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you suggesting that you have already relegated me, your prime minister, to the status of a mere puppet for the shogunate? Your Excellency, we replied, we find ourselves devoid of choices. Without taking this course, we could never hope to surmount all the constraints in a short span, nor could we sever ties with the Sam Nation. If we cannot dissolve this master-servant relationship with the Sam Nation, the prospect of becoming mere pawns of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom remains utterly unattainable. Rest assured, Your Excellency, we shall safeguard your family and even construct a Yasukuni shrine of sorts for you. Junjiro Inagai sank back into the sofa, his body languid and defeated. After a prolonged silence, he queried, "In what manner do you wish for me to meet my demise?" With a faint smile, I responded, "It is quite simple, Your Excellency. You must first issue a command for the complete withdrawal of all SAM military forces from the Eastern Kingdom, followed by an order for the self-defense forces to dismantle their bases. The SAM nation will undoubtedly react with fury. At that juncture, you shall take to the streets to deliver a speech. We will ensure that the sharpshooters are in place, and rest assured, we will facilitate your departure in a manner that is swift and decisive. Public sentiment will then perceive this as a betrayal of the SAM nation's will, leading them to silence you. We shall use this as a pretext to abrogate the security treaty with the SAM nation, thus marking our allegiance to the Hedes Ocean Kingdom." Chapter 106. The gathering storm in the Presidential Executive Office of the United States. The atmosphere was palpable with urgency. Ladies and gentlemen, regarding the pressing situation concerning Dongi Nation, I urge you to review the materials in your possession, stated the President's National Security Advisor, Pirost, as he distributed documents to the Assembly. While you peruse the information, allow me to elaborate on other developments, he continued. The President of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom has not returned since his visit to Nanio Island in the Water Province 4 days ago. Although this president has a history of maintaining a low profile, we typically receive updates or authorized disclosures from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs every couple of days. Yet, since his departure, the ministry has remained conspicuously silent. This marks the first instance since the establishment of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom that no significant news has been released in over 4 days. Previously, at most, we would receive a major announcement within 2 to 3 days. In light of this unusual silence, our diplomatic corps reached out to the Hedes Ocean Kingdom's Ministry of Foreign Affairs for clarification, only to be informed that the president is purportedly on vacation. Perhaps he truly is on holiday, remarked Chief of Staff Hortz. However, his previous vacations never impeded regular information dissemination. This time, it feels as if the entire nation has come to a standstill. We find this situation rather abnormal, added Central Intelligence Agency Director Ferberda. Are you suggesting that something may have transpired at this critical juncture? President Joe Little interjected. Indeed, Mr. President, such concerns weigh heavily upon us, should any untoward developments arise. We must be adequately prepared. Historically, any irregularity from the Hedes Ocean Kingdom has often indicated a conspiracy. The president's 4-day absence may very well signal yet another plot against us, asserted General Gilbran, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. CIA. Mobilize all resources to investigate this matter thoroughly, President Joe Little commanded. Moreover, esteemed colleagues, the Department of Defense has just reported that 2 fighter jets from the Hedes Ocean Kingdom's fleet took off this morning from the Kuba offshore area and flew along our territorial waters for 2 hours, repeatedly intruding into our airspace while disregarding warnings from the local National Guard's Air Force, continued General Gilbran, noting the lack of response from the attendees. Almost simultaneously, several Hedes Ocean Kingdom naval fighters were detected traversing our airspace over the Wahoo Islands. I have reviewed relevant reports, and in the span of a single week, such occurrences have transpired no fewer than 5 times. We, the United States, have never faced such military intimidation. If the Hedes Ocean Kingdom persists in this manner, our morale will plummet to unprecedented lows. This Hedes Ocean Kingdom shows no signs of respite. They are meddling extensively in East Asian geopolitics while simultaneously issuing military threats against us. Furthermore, their operations to blockade the Baltic Sea with ballistic missiles continue unabated. Is it conceivable that this fledgling nation lacks financial constraints? President Joe Little expressed his frustration. At that moment, the telephone in the office rang unexpectedly. General Guile Brown, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, pressed the call button, and an anxious voice emerged from the receiver. Mr. President, the destroyer USS George P. Lawton, belonging to the 7th Fleet, has been sunk. What? By whom? We have had no conflicts with the Kingdom of Hedes in recent days, have we? Joe Blunt hurried over from his desk to inquire. Report, Mr. President. This morning, as per our plans, our ship set sail from Yokosuka and was preparing to head south for a patrol mission when we unexpectedly encountered a Hedes naval destroyer. The opposing ship questioned the orientation of our main guns and accused us of engaging in perilous actions, subsequently launching missiles that resulted in the sinking of our vessel. What? Is there no sense of reason? The mere orientation of our main guns has become a pretext for war? The audacity of the Hedes Kingdom surpasses even that of our own nation, Joe Blunt exclaimed after pacing in agitation. We have maintained such a low profile recently, even conceding on several occasions, yet this despicable Hedes Kingdom continues to provoke us further. Mr. President, please remain calm. It is not yet time to retaliate. We must exercise restraint, Vice President Chester reassured him. Restraint? They have recognized our predicament and have repeatedly provoked us. If we endure this, what further outrageous actions might the Hedes kingdom undertake? Before Joe could finish his sentence, the phone rang again. Report. We have just received information from the Coast Guard. A nuclear submarine belonging to the Hedes Navy has surfaced unexpectedly north of Norfolk Naval Base, raising its flag, and is now heading northwest. What? Norfolk? That is merely 300 kilometers from us. If they launch missiles, we will have no warning. General Guilebrown stood up in shock. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a chill down their spines. If it were a nuclear submarine from another nation, they would hardly be concerned. However, the situation with the Hedes submarine was different. Firstly, this nation disregards rules and international conventions. Secondly, the United States had previously launched a nuclear strike against them, and according to Hedes standards, retaliating with nuclear force poses no obstacle. Gentlemen, perhaps our most pressing issue is that damned nuclear submarine. Rather than the internal chaos of the East Asian nation that resembles both a monkey and a dog, President Joe Blunt said with visible anxiety. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Hedes, what province, Niao Island City, Chris anxiously awaited in the villa's hall. Upon seeing Blue Ware descend the stairs, he hurried forward to ask, Minister Blue, where is the president? The president is upstairs learning Japanese with 5 actresses from the East Asian nation, Blue Ware replied. Minister Blue, the president cannot continue studying indefinitely. He must take a break. We have some matters to report. Just share the information with me. I will find a moment to speak with the president. He is currently engrossed in his studies and cannot come out. Miss Lon Ewer glanced at the clock in the hall and continued, It should be about time. Please accompany me upstairs. We shall await him in the dining room. With that, Miss Lon led Chris up the staircase, where they encountered Miss Hayakawa Surina on the 3rd floor, carrying a selection of fruits and jelly as she ascended to the 4th. Miss Hayakawa, Miss Lon greeted, bowing slightly. What brings you here? I have prepared these for the gentleman, came the response. Upon hearing this, Miss Lon turned to Chris and said, Let us return. Minister Lon, why are we going back? Are we not waiting for the president? Chris inquired, perplexed. Director Chris, I shall return shortly to accompany the president. You may go back first. He is likely to be occupied for at least another hour. Should any urgent matters arise, please inform me through the system. Does the president truly require an hour to enjoy fruits and jelly? Chris murmured in confusion. Chapter 107. A new plan. Hedes Ocean Kingdom Water Province, Niao Island City. Chilean Villa. Chin Xiaohai basked in the sunlight on a bamboo chair atop the villa, with Lon Yuer sitting obediently beside him. Yuer, has it begun? Yes, Mr. President. As per your directive, during your 5-day stay at the villa, all foreign affairs activities of other departments have been suspended, except for certain planned activities of the Ministry of Defense. The CIA and several other nations' intelligence agencies have sensed something unusual. We have now identified the activities of dozens of spies, particularly these 2 individuals, Lon Yuer said, handing a tablet to Qin Xiaohai. These 2 do not belong to any national intelligence agency. They are private intelligence operatives of the Warburg family. The Warburg family, known for establishing the Federal Reserve, is intriguing. It appears we have caught the attention of the Illuminati. However, it is rather strange that amidst our turmoil in Switzerland, we have not drawn the attention of the Rothschilds. Have the system keep a close watch on these financial moguls and their organizations. I intend to unearth their foundations. These individuals are both sensitive and cunning, never acting directly, wielding their influence through the agents of the United States and the Western world. Understood, Mr. President. The establishment of the Hedes Central Bank must be prioritized again, followed by the issuance of the Hedes Yuan at an exchange rate of 10, 1 with the dollar. That is, $1 equals 10 Hedes Yuan. Through the course of this recent conflict, we have successfully altered the geopolitical landscape of East Asia, and our subsequent actions in other continents must align with financial warfare. Yes, Mr. President, it has been uploaded to the system. Additionally, Director Chris and Minister Lin Peter wish to consult with you regarding our actions concerning Dongi Nation. The military coup in Dongi is their internal affair, and we are not in a position to interfere. Qin Xiaohai smiled slightly. Have the Ministry of Foreign Affairs issue our stance. As long as this coup does not involve civilians or foreign nationals, we shall remain uninvolved. However, as a nation that advocates peace, we cannot permit any third party to rudely intervene in Dongi's internal matters. This is the foundation of interstate relations. Understood, Mr. President. One more thing. During the previous meeting in Jeju Island with the foreign ministers of Dongi Nation and Bobob Nation, a memorandum was signed containing 2 points. 1. The two nations will withdraw from NATO. 2. The implementation of a law punishing rumors among legislators and government officials. Today marks the final deadline for the official responses from both nations, yet our diplomatic department has yet to receive any information. Qin Shaohai became intrigued upon hearing this. Oh? The Western spirit of contract has once again been forgotten. Issue a command to the Ministry of Defense. Deploy the newly launched Shaoluo aircraft carrier battle group to the Baltic Sea for joint exercises with the Bear Nation's Navy. Specifically near the enclave of Kaliningrad, which conveniently lies between Dawan and Babab. Furthermore, we lack a base in Northern Europe, making it inconvenient to conduct operations. I have identified a suitable location for our endeavors. Have the Ministry of Defense investigate, Qin Shaohai said, indicating the site on the tablet for Lonware to see. The Faroe Islands are situated between the Norwegian Sea and the North Atlantic, positioned roughly midway between Norway and Iceland, covering a total area of 1,399 square kilometers. They comprise 17 inhabited islands and 1 uninhabited isle. To the northwest lies Iceland, to the east Norway, and to the south the Kingdom of John. This location offers a strategic vantage point overlooking the North Sea, making it an ideal site for our diplomatic endeavors with the Kingdom of Cookies. We seek to lease this territory, specifically the uninhabited island, while foregoing the 17 inhabited ones. The primary objective of this lease is to combat piracy, particularly the rampant activities of Nordic pirates that threaten the maritime safety of the Kingdom of Hedes. Having concluded his remarks, Qin Shaohai prepared to rise. Let us depart, It is time for us to return. Soon, let these 5 actresses commence their work, as I have personally vetted them. In the Presidential Executive Office of the United States. George, the director of the CIA, was awaiting updates. What has transpired within the Kingdom of Hedes? Prior to the security meeting, George W. Bush had summoned the CIA director to his office. The anxious Fairbairn rushed directly to Bush's side. Mr. President, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Hedes has suspended its press conferences for 5 consecutive days. Furthermore, there have been unusual activities involving their naval and air forces, aside from the naval vessels on duty in the East China Sea and the garrison stationed in Jeju Island and Ryukyu. The only sightings of their ships and aircraft have been in our vicinity, while their other forces have largely returned to their original bases. Intelligence from our operatives embedded within the kingdom indicates that nearly all senior officials have vanished during this period, with only Director Chris making sporadic appearances. It appears that a significant conspiracy is underway within the Kingdom of Hedes, but we lack the means to approach their upper echelons, leaving us in the dark regarding the specifics of their machinations. George, based on your extensive experience, could this be related to that small island in East Asia? Or perhaps the affairs concerning the Eastern barbarians? Mr. President, it is difficult to ascertain. I cannot predict the true intentions of the Kingdom of Hedes. Our satellites are unable to gather substantial information there. They have likely employed satellite jamming technology. Our reconnaissance aircraft also hesitate to approach too closely, lest they be shot down. Reflecting on the matter, Bush turned to Defense Secretary Raveld. Donald, are you engaged in discussions with the Kingdom of Hedes regarding the repatriation of captured personnel? Indeed, Mr. President. Yet the results have been rather meager. Their demands are exorbitantly high, beyond our means to bear. Moreover, the Kingdom of Hedes insists on publicizing the repatriation agreement, a burden that our great nation cannot endure, as it would be a profound humiliation for the sovereign power on this planet. Consequently, our discussions have yielded no progress after several months. However, this predicament cannot persist. Initially, we only addressed the matter of 2 pilots, which later expanded to include a SEAL team, and subsequently grew to encompass over 300 servicemen stationed at the Okinawa base. Now, our discussions revolve around the thousands of naval soldiers who have been cast into the sea following the sinking of their vessels due to saturation missile strikes. Donald, the Kingdom of Hedes merely demands $100,000 per soldier, and should they agree to keep this confidential, we could raise our offer to $150,000. Joe Bush stated earnestly, Mr. President, that was the price at the outset. As the number of our captured personnel has increased, the Kingdom of Hedes has escalated their price to $1 million per individual. What? Those scoundrels! How dare they raise their prices? Such unscrupulous merchants! We shall not suffer this indignity. Nonetheless, we must strive to rescue these captured soldiers. Otherwise, the assertions we have championed, that the formidable military of our great nation stands as a robust shield for our citizens, ready to rescue them from the farthest corners of the earth, will come back to haunt us. Mr. President, the Department of Defense is currently deliberating on specific plans. Is there any new development from the Eastern Barbarians? Mr. President, the government of the Eastern Barbarians is still functioning normally. Yet the intelligence compiled by the CIA indicates that as many as 400 individuals have been killed within both the military and political spheres during this coup, including military leaders and high-ranking officials. Even the Emperor's aide-de-camp has fallen victim. At present, the 1st Division still maintains control over critical sectors of the Eastern Barbarians, while the 12th Brigade has established a presence in Kyoto, commanding all ingress and egress to the city. Just 2 days ago, we observed the mobilization of self-defense forces soldiers and equipment near our bases in the Eastern Barbarians, Mr. President. Chapter 108, The Mantis Catches the Cicada. While the yellow bird awaits, behind the yellow bird lies the eagle. Xiao Shubu strolled back to the sofa, lifting his coffee cup to savor its rich flavor. As he relished the robust brew, he spoke leisurely. The Dongi Kingdom may be oblivious to its precarious situation. We can permit them a bit of turmoil. Yet we shall never allow them to alter the status quo, for that very sky belongs to us. George, how did your discussion with Mr. Warburg unfold yesterday? CIA Director Fairbairn smiled and replied, Mr. President, the members of the Federation are somewhat irate this time, as the recent military upheaval in the Dongi Kingdom has taken an unexpected turn. Initially, the Federation was orchestrating a limited military admonition to assist Dongi in restoring its normalcy, thereby initiating a robust militarization to counter the Hedes Oceanic Kingdom. However, the oligarchs and generals of Dongi seek to extricate themselves from our grasp, rapidly transitioning into a normal nation and swiftly aligning themselves with the Hedes Oceanic Kingdom. An uncontrollable Dongi does not serve the interests of the Federation, nor those of the Sam Nation. Hence, Mr. Warburg plans a thorough cleansing of Dongi, utilizing the military coup as an opportunity to identify these disobedient Dongi citizens, followed by Fairbairn's decisive action. Very well, George. The CIA must fully cooperate, dispatching a skilled agent to assist Mr. Warburg's strategy. Hedes Oceanic Kingdom. The Hedes Oceanic Kingdom's Ministry of Foreign Affairs has announced the resumption of its press conference after a 5-day hiatus, indicating significant news is forthcoming. Journalists gathered early, eager to hear the awaited updates. At precisely 6 p.m., spokesperson Louis Phil appeared at the conference. Dear friends of the press, thank you for your attendance. I have been authorized to convey the following information. 1. Our nation is maintaining a vigilant watch over the military upheaval in the Dongi Kingdom and urges that the safety of civilians' lives and property be ensured. Furthermore, the upheaval in Dongi is an internal matter. We advise other nations to refrain from interfering in Dongi's domestic affairs. 2. The Ministry of Defense of the Hedes Oceanic Kingdom is in communication regarding the issue of prisoners of war with the Sam Nation's Ministry of Defense. However, the Sam government has repeatedly shown indifference, demonstrating no urgency to repatriate the 214 prisoners. As a peace-loving nation, to expedite the process, our government will permit the families of these prisoners to visit them, providing all necessary conveniences. 3. Following a consensus reached between our Ministry of Defense and the Bear Kingdom's ministry, the navies of both nations will conduct military exercises in Kalinin. Our nation will dispatch the Little Conch aircraft carrier battle group to participate, en route to Kalinin. The battle group will make a stop at the Faroe Islands of Dongi Nation, and our Ministry of Foreign Affairs is currently negotiating with the Dongi government regarding this matter. In a remarkable development, the government of our nation has officially introduced its own currency, the Hedes dollar, which is pegged to the US dollar at a rate of 10:1. The Eastern Kingdom, located in Chiba Prefecture, lies to the east of Tokyo Bay, in the central northern region of the Boso Peninsula, serving as a strategic bastion for Kyoto. The Information University is situated at 4-10 Naradai, Wakaba Ward, Chiba City, where a distinctive white building stands at the northwestern corner of the campus. Within a clandestine chamber on the top floor of this edifice, Junjiro Inagai is engaged in a secretive dialogue with Mr. Rodrich. Mr. Prime Minister, Mr. Warburg has arranged everything. You need only to act according to their wishes, and we will ensure your safety, Rodrich stated with composure. They intend to align with the Hedes Ocean Kingdom following a coup, he continued, maintaining his calm demeanor. They have also gained control over the 1st Division in the 12th Brigade, he added, to which Rodrich responded with an air of confidence. Even the Metropolitan Police are under their influence. You need not worry, Mr. Prime Minister. They are utterly unaware of the organization's strength. We can manage this situation. But you must reorganize the government, Rodrich advised. Indeed, a thorough cleansing of both the government and the Liberal Democratic Party is imperative, Inagai asserted vehemently. Mr. Prime Minister, This list contains entrepreneurs covertly supporting the coup in the Eastern Kingdom. We hope you can address these individuals effectively, he concluded. Upon returning to the official residence, Inagai was summoned to the conference room, where he found various members of the newly formed Abe cabinet, including the chief of the 1st Division, Major General Shozo Nakamura, and the commander of the 12th Brigade, Brigadier General Kiro Kamida, along with over 20 senior officials from the Self-Defense Forces. Prime Minister Inagai. Those present are members of the new cabinet and high-ranking officials of the Self-Defense Forces. We have called you here to formally announce during the upcoming press conference that you will urge the United States to expedite the withdrawal of all its troops. Once this task is completed, you may return home to spend time with your family. The speech scheduled for the day after tomorrow will be your final address in this world. Cherish these last 2 days, Nakamura said with a smile. While the others at the table regarded the beleaguered prime minister with amused expressions, Nakamura, have you ever contemplated that this might all be a mere dream? Inagai replied calmly, unperturbed by the circumstances. Nanny? A dream? Ha ha. Yes, indeed, a dream. The grand dream of the Eastern Empire. The aspiration for the Eastern Kingdom to dominate Asia and the world. Nakamura laughed maniacally. At that moment, Major General Shozo Nakamura received a phone call. Nanny? Why not intervene? Avoid confrontation, do not engage. Nakamura, sensing a turn of events, inquired with concern, Shozo, what is happening? In the 1st Division, some of our troops have clashed with the 12th Brigade, with both sides employing rifles and mortars. Meanwhile, forces from the 6th and 9th Divisions have appeared around Kyoto and have begun to enter the city in groups. Nanny? Why would the Northeast forces move to Kyoto? Nakamura exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, an officer burst into the conference room, reporting that 3 battalions equipped with swift high-mobility vehicles from the 6th Division were engaged in combat with the 1st Division. Additionally, another squadron was assaulting the police headquarters. And skirmishes were also occurring at the entrances of the television station and the power company. Prime Minister, is this your doing? Do you truly wish for the complete annihilation of the Eastern barbarians? Inku's furious gaze was fixed upon Junjiro Inagai as he questioned him. Inku, first and foremost, this matter does not pertain to me. Secondly, your deployment is for the future of the Eastern barbarians. The others have mobilized to bring harm to our nation. Is your reasoning derived from canine logic? In the skies above Kyoto, at an altitude of 32,000 meters, the Planetary Fortress Defense Forces Ranger Aerospace Transport Aircraft was prepared for action. Major Su, the airspace is secure, the electromagnetic shield has been established, and communication links are monitored. We are ready to proceed. Repeat, we are ready to proceed. Sky Eye, understood. Kirin Squad, commence operations. Major Su Xiaolin had received directives from Blue Ware 2 days prior, instructing him to undertake a special mission in the Eastern Barbarians. The task required him to recruit 140 retired Special Forces soldiers independently, while the Kingdom of Hedes would also provide an additional 120 Special Forces personnel. Initially, Major Su was reluctant to comply, as this was not a mission for the nation, and he was a veteran of the Covert Operations Unit. However, Minister Blue Ware presented him with an array of photographs of national treasures, each accompanied by their current location information. The allure of returning these treasures was an irresistible temptation for anyone, a weakness one could not refuse. Upon receiving the photographs, Su wasted no time and immediately returned to his former unit. Finding 140 retired Special Forces soldiers in a short period proved impossible. The casual summoning of former comrades depicted in American films was merely a fantasy. Seriousness would only lead to failure. Upon returning to his old unit, Su Xiaolin dispensed with pleasantries and laid the photographs on the desk of the commanding officer. Old Su, is this reliable? Reliable, he affirmed. You know the military belongs to the state. I have no authority to mobilize, especially for an overseas mission. I understand. I need to consult with higher-ups. I am aware that we cannot utilize our own weapons and equipment, nor can we deploy our military aircraft. How do we proceed? How will communication be ensured? Who will be in command? Is there any logistical support? What is the plan for extraction? How will the national treasures be transported back? What if we are exposed? Su Xiaolin remained silent, instead placing another stack of documents on the commanding officer's desk. Wait for me a moment while I seek approval from superiors. Such levels of approval will be too slow. You should activate line 1438 directly, Su Xiaolin stated seriously. What? I am aware of my course. Hurry up. How is it that during my 2 years away, you have become so cautious? The commanding officer, exasperated, gestured towards Su Xiaolin. You still act just as you did when you left. Very well, I will make a call. Su Xiaolin settled into the commanding officer's chair, crossing his legs as he observed him making the call. Indeed, it is that rascal Su Xiaolin who has taken on this task. With the backing of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom, our role is merely to provide personnel, while they will handle all other matters. The operational plan indicates that once the national treasures are returned, we shall select half, with the Hedes Ocean Kingdom claiming the other half. However, Su Xiaolin has asserted that when the treasures are fully retrieved, he will manage affairs on the side of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom. They require 140 individuals, indeed, 140. Yet, excluding the combat and alert teams, I cannot muster that many personnel. Very well, thank you. Please have the brother units report to me promptly. Upon concluding the call, Su Xiaolin grinned and inquired, "Now do you understand why I sought you out? Did you give the higher-ups a heads-up beforehand? I lack such influence. If I had those connections, I wouldn't need to retire," Su Xiaolin replied nonchalantly. The higher-ups have stated that they will draw 2 special operations teams from other units. And combined with our second and third teams, we will have precisely 140 personnel. Upon gathering at the airport, you will fly directly to Jeju Island, where the Hedes Ocean Kingdom has an airbase. Subsequently, they will arrange alternative means of delivery. All right, proceed with your arrangements. I shall reacquaint myself with the old unit here. This is indeed a significant undertaking, and I must coordinate with the other 2 teams. I have no time to entertain you. Feel free to amuse yourself here. Chapter 109. The combat boots tread on Fusang Kingdom of Hedes Ocean Jeju Air Force Base. Su Xiaolin surveyed the Special Forces soldiers lined up neatly in the hangar. And in that moment, he felt as if he had been transported back to the beloved military of his dreams. Comrades, for 100 kilometers away lies a nation that every soldier of the Panda Nation should remember. It is a land that every soldier longs to tread upon in their military boots. 1,200 kilometers from here, there exists a city, home to a plethora of treasures that rightfully belong to us, treasures that have been plundered from our nation, numbering in the millions. During our gathering at home, and while on the aircraft, many of you have undoubtedly pondered the nature of our mission. I am here to tell you that you will be among the first soldiers of the Panda Nation to set foot on Fusang, clad in combat boots, armed with rifles. In maneuvering armored vehicles, you will breach the defenses of the self-defense forces and infiltrate their heartland, all while under their watchful gaze, to reclaim our rightful treasures. Does anyone have any questions? Su Xiaolin concluded with enthusiasm, observing as the soldiers below raised their right hands in unison. Excellent. If there are no questions, I would like to invite Colonel Strati of the 12th Airborne Brigade of the Kingdom of Hedes Ocean to speak a few words. After Su Xiaolin's impassioned address, Colonel Strati stepped forward. I am here to announce our mission. Major Su Xiaolin will serve as the operation commander, leading 140 Special Forces soldiers. I will act as the commander of the support troops, tasked with clearing obstacles for you, leading 120 soldiers from the Kingdom of Hedes Ocean. Shortly, you will don the uniforms of the Ground Self-Defense Force and equip yourselves with their gear. In 1 hour, we will board 6 C-5 transport aircraft for a direct flight to Yokota Air Base, located 45 kilometers west of Kyoto in Fusa, Tama District. This base serves as the command center for the Sam Nation's Air Force in Northeast Asia and is one of the primary operational and airlift bases under the Pacific Air Force's command. Previously a major base for the Sam Air Force stationed in the Eastern Barbarian Nation, most facilities were destroyed during the Ryukyu War. And following the withdrawal of the Sam Air Force, the Eastern Barbarian Nation's Air Self-Defense Force took over, with some ground self-defense troops also deployed. The airport features an asphalt concrete runway, measuring 3,353 meters in length and 61 meters in width, suitable for C-5 operations. To the east of the runway, there are over 60 single aircraft parking spots and 1 small collective parking area. We have arranged for 30 high-speed vehicles and 50 Isuzu Giga 12-ton trucks. Upon disembarking, you will swiftly depart by squad. Our objective is to explore the treasure sites within the capital of the Eastern E-Kingdom, including the Oriental Cultural Research Institute, the National Museum, Nara's Todaiji Temple, the Saikato Bunko, the Kainan Temple in Kyoto, the Fukuoka City Museum, the Imperial Household Agency, the Daidokaji Temple in Kyoto, the Izumiya Museum of Antiquities in Kyoto, the Dafukuji Temple in Kyoto, and the Ise Bunko. The assignments for each target will be allocated to various teams, along with their call signs and corresponding self-defense force numbers, which will be communicated later. Can you see the equipment at your feet? All personnel are to change into their uniforms and gear. With the first booming cannon fire, the military coup in the Eastern E-Kingdom has officially escalated. contrasting sharply with the swift control exercised merely 2 days ago. The 1st Division, moving with the swiftness of a thief in the night, has seized control of major media outlets, radio stations, police departments, government institutions, and the Prime Minister's office. Just 2 days later, the ground self-defense force stationed near Kyoto began receiving orders to dispatch elite rapid response units to Tokyo to quell the rebellion. Self-defense forces clashed with their own. Rifles against rifles, mortars against mortars, and tanks against tanks, resulting in gunfire erupting throughout Kyoto. Su Xiaolin and his special forces team arrived sequentially at Yokota Air Base aboard AC-5 transport aircraft. Upon landing, Su Xiaolin was the first to jump from the plane, and as his military boots touched the runway, he exclaimed, "Damn it, how exhilarating. I must be the first to set foot on this sacred ground." The Special Forces soldiers, adhering to their plan, swiftly ran towards the vehicle parking area on the eastern side of the runway, marching in formation with impeccable precision. Ground crew and security personnel from the self-defense forces observed the soldiers disembarking from the aircraft, clad in advanced gear and moving in disciplined unison, casting envious glances at them. "Hey, do you hear that they are from the 1st Special Forces Group of the Northern Army in Hokkaido?" one asked. "Indeed, Sasaki-kun, behold. These are the forces that truly embody the glory of the Greater Eastern Empire." As the aircraft's rear hatch opened, the soldiers divided into 4 teams and swiftly began their run, their formation remarkably orderly. Each team had 2 members running alongside, maintaining vigilance. I noticed that their rifles were held downward, slung across their backs, and gripped in their right hands. In an emergency, they could instantly assume a crouched position and fire. The 2 members flanking each team held their rifles outward, one with the left hand and the other with the right, requiring minimal additional movement to engage in combat at any moment. Sasaki-kun observed the manner in which they board the vehicle. The first individual from each squad dashes to the cockpit, yet does not ascend. Instead, he opens the door, allowing the driver to leap directly onto the vehicle. Meanwhile, the 2nd and 3rd individuals sprint to the rear of the truck, lowering the tailgate, while the others effortlessly vault onto the truck. Astonishingly, they even close the tailgate after the vehicle is in motion, thus wasting no time whatsoever. Truly, these are the elite of the Eastern Nation. From disembarking the aircraft to the vehicle's departure, it takes less than 30 seconds. Every movement they make is executed with such practicality, devoid of any superfluous actions. Motodai-kun, I hope their arrival can swiftly quell the chaos in Kyoto. Though their numbers are regrettably few, merely over 200, which is utterly insufficient. You, ignorant as ever, should realize that such an elite force is a rarity in any nation. Su Xiaolin ascended a high-speed command vehicle, with their objective set for the National Museum. Captain, as the members of the unit, affectionately established by Su Xiaolin, refer to him. We are 50 kilometers away from the National Museum, with 6 high-speed vehicles and 12 trucks accompanying us. The museum, located at the northern end of Ueno Park, comprises 4 exhibition halls: the main hall, the Oriental Hall, the Hyakiken, and the Horiji Treasure Hall, encompassing a total of 43 exhibition rooms and covering over 14,000 square meters, housing approximately 110,000 artifacts. Our target is the Oriental Hall, where nearly all of our national treasures are displayed. Scorpion, do you recall my previous instruction? One must possess a grand appetite. We have lent our national treasures to them for decades. Should we not collect some interest? Captain, interest? But our mission pertains to the treasures of the Oriental Hall. We lack the time to seek payment from the Eastern. Su Xiaolin sharply admonished Scorpion. Have you been rendered foolish? Guarding the treasures of a museum, and yet you wish to collect payment? What could possibly be more valuable than these treasures? Do you understand why I arranged for additional trucks? Captain, you cannot be suggesting. Of course, now that we are here, why not transport more back? All right then, this task promises to be exhilarating. Su Xiaolin remarked, somewhat disheartened. It is a pity, though. We are less than 10 kilometers from the palace, just a bit further south, yet we cannot enter. There are still plenty of our treasures within the palace. If only we could gain access, I would surely empty it. Captain, since you are not one to fear regulations, shall we visit the palace after completing our task? You madman, you are even wilder than I. Su Xiaolin delivered another playful smack to Scorpion's head. Chapter 110. The artifacts belong to us at an altitude of 32,000 meters over Kyoto. The Planetary Fortress Defense Forces Ranger air transport craft was operational. Major Su reported, airspace security is established, electromagnetic barriers are in place, and communication links are monitored. We are ready to proceed. Repeat, We are ready to proceed. Sky Eye, acknowledged, came the response. Chelan team is departing. In the southwest of the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, Transport, and Tourism, at the Shinkansen intersection, the 1st Platoon of the 3rd Infantry Division stood vigilant. 4 high-mobility light armored vehicles were positioned at angles, flanked by 2 sets of sandbags and 2 sets of barbed wire. This constituted the entirety of the 1st Platoon's defensive position. On board the Ranger air transport, the system had marked and scanned the self-defense forces equipment and personnel. As the Special Operations team approached, the rear of the transport began to release its long-nail weapon system. Rectangular munitions flew autonomously to hover above the target area, releasing micro-long-nail missiles at the designated altitude, which then arranged themselves neatly over the target zone. Above Su Xiaolin's convoy, a long-nail system was primed. Upon detecting Su's arrival in the target area 3 minutes later, the airborne long-nail missiles autonomously locked onto their targets. This transport aircraft's micro-long-nail system was not equipped with mini-neutron phase shift launchers or magnetic acceleration devices. It relied solely on the fuel carried by the missiles themselves and their top spiral mechanisms. However, once accelerated, the missiles could reach speeds of approximately Mach 1, inflicting significant damage on lightly armored targets and bunkers. As Su Xiaolin's convoy came into view of the self-defense forces, a series of piercing sonic booms erupted from above. Several personnel from the self-defense forces looked skyward just as 8 micro-missiles descended upon them. Su's convoy sped through a barrage of fireballs, and the occupants had no opportunity to offer reassuring glances to the self-defense forces. Captain, did those rascals from the Hedes Ocean Kingdom always operate this way? Must they wait until we are close to detonate? Could they not have struck earlier? How should I know? This is my first time experiencing their fire support. It's utterly bewildering. Explosions so close to my head. If they miscalculate the timing, we'd all be finished. Captain, the communicator reports that there are 2 more defensive positions ahead. Should we reduce our speed to avoid getting caught in another blast? Fine, let us drop to 80 miles per hour. I do not wish to tempt fate, Su Xiaolin replied. Chelan team, this is Sky Eye. We have detected a decrease in your speed. Please maintain a velocity of 100 kilometers per hour. Please maintain a velocity of 100 kilometers per hour. Damn it, they are even monitoring our speed? If nothing unexpected occurs, we'll likely face another close call, a frustrated Scorpion remarked. What is the point of arming us at all? A communicator would suffice. It's all about explosions. And they're so precise. Had I known this task was so simple, I could have just rounded up 100 people from the labor market instead of going through all this trouble to bring you here. Su Xiaolin grumbled while gazing out the window. The Chelan squad, this is Tianyin. 2 Type 90 main battle tanks from the Dongi National Self-Defense Forces have appeared ahead of your convoy. Tianyin, the Chelan squad acknowledges. What should we be cautious of? Chelan squad, there is nothing to be concerned about. Please maintain your speed and proceed normally. What on earth? If there's nothing to manage, then why inform us at all? Are we supposed to prepare our cameras in advance? Scorpion muttered in frustration. Now I understand how the navy of this pickled cabbage nation and the air force of the little notebook met their demise. Su Xiaolin, having lost his temper, stowed his rifle and reclined in his seat, beginning to appreciate the scenery. Before long, around a bend, the 2 Type 90 main battle tanks came into view through the infrared telescope of the lead vehicle. Observing the slowly rotating turret, a crew member shouted anxiously, Captain, this is bad. The enemy is rotating the turret. Tianyin, this is the Chelan squad. The enemy's Type 90 tank is aiming at us. Where is the supporting fire? Su Xiaolin abruptly sat up straight, seizing the radio to shout. Chelan squad, please maintain your speed. Leave the tanks to us. As soon as he finished speaking, the turrets of the 2 Type 90 tanks were blown off in succession, along with a plethora of track fragments. Numerous components even fell into the midst of the convoy. Chelan squad, the tanks have been neutralized. At the 3 o'clock position, 600 meters away, there are 4 suspected self-defense soldiers armed with 2 rifles, 1 sniper rifle, and 1 rocket launcher. Su Xiaolin picked up the radio and inquired, do we need to disembark to eliminate them? Chelan squad, please maintain your speed. We will handle it. Scorpion, feeling disgruntled, remarked, damn it, could you stop reporting? If we don't need to handle it, then don't bother notifying us. He then patted Su Xiaolin on the shoulder, adding, Captain, I've come to understand. These bastards are afraid we might steal their glory, not leaving us even a single bullet's opportunity. At the National Museum, Director Sato, accompanied by several staff members, anxiously awaited at the entrance. Yesterday, he received an urgent notification from the Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, Science, and Technology. To prevent any damage to cultural relics during the military coup, Director Sato was instructed to gather all staff to pack up artifacts and precious collections, assisting in their transport to the Self-Defense Forces trucks, which would escort them to a secure location for temporary preservation, with plans to return them post-coup. Now that the artifacts had been packed, yet the Self-Defense Forces trucks had yet to arrive, Sato, listening to the ongoing sounds of explosions and gunfire from the nearby streets, felt a wave of worry. These treasured collections represented his lifelong dedication and must not fall victim to shelling. Fortunately, the wait was brief as a convoy of military vehicles swiftly approached. Once parked, a group of soldiers disembarked, taking positions with their weapons at the ready nearby, while others began to secure the museum. Su Xiaolin adjusted the translator at his throat, feeling somewhat apprehensive as he stepped forward. Despite his inner trepidation, his adept management of facial expressions revealed no signs of weakness. Are you here for the director's tasks? Greetings, I am Director Sato. Since you are the director, please arrange for the staff to expedite their work. Director Sato promptly gestured for the workers to commence loading. After a short while, some of the less physically active staff began to pant heavily. During a break, a worker from the Dongi Nation inquired of a nearby soldier, "Hello, young man. Where is your home?" In this group, only Su Xiaolin possessed a vocal translation device. The others were unequipped and could not comprehend the Dongi person's words. Observing the growing confusion and suspicion in the Dongi man's eyes, Su Xiaolin approached and asked, "What are you doing? Why are you attempting to extract our soldiers' military secrets? Are you perhaps engaged in espionage?" This startled the worker, who replied, No. I am merely a law-abiding citizen, certainly not a foreign spy. I was just hoping to engage in casual conversation, nothing more." However, Su Xiaolin was not inclined to entertain such explanations. It was imperative to issue a warning to deter further inquiries. "Whether you are a spy or not, I cannot ascertain. In due time, an investigation will clarify matters. Seize this individual." The other workers, witnessing this, were too frightened to speak out again, and the pace of artifact transportation noticeably quickened. Su Xiaolin reflected on the truth behind the saying that no matter how much pressure is applied to the Dongi people, they do not resist. Instead, they introspect on their own shortcomings. At that moment, a new call came through the earpiece. Qilan team, Sky Eye calling. A civilian vehicle is approaching. There are 4 individuals inside, identified as personnel from the 3rd Special Operations Division responsible for the palace's security. Before Su Xiaolin could respond, the special forces from the Hedes Ocean Kingdom interjected, as they were in charge of the perimeter clearance. Sky Eye, Deep Wolf team is ready to receive data. Transmission can commence. 1,000 meters from Su Xiaolin's convoy, for soldiers from the Hedes Ocean Kingdom's special forces were extending the barrels of their rifles, while a small display device on the side of the rifles was receiving data. When the green light illuminated, all 4 soldiers simultaneously raised their weapons and fired. In the distance, a speeding vehicle gradually decelerated until it collided with a nearby building. Qilan team, be advised, the target has been neutralized. The area is secure. Continue the mission. Chapter 111. The 6th Division's unfortunate encounter. Director Sato, having once served in the self-defense forces, possessed a certain familiarity with them. As he observed these elite soldiers, an indescribable sensation enveloped him. Over time, noticing their unwavering focus on the Toyo Pavilion, he recognized it as a repository for artifacts from the Panda Kingdom. For over a century, the Eastern barbarians had amassed a plethora of relics from this very place, a significant portion of which resided within this museum. Almost all of the Panda Kingdom's artifacts housed in the museum were located in the Toyo Pavilion. A sense of unease began to wash over Director Sato. He noted the soldiers' meticulous care when handling the artifacts from the Toyo Pavilion, contrasting sharply with their indifference towards the items in other exhibition halls, where staff were permitted to transport them without scrutiny. Glancing at the staff member who had just been restrained, then back at the soldiers, his curiosity got the better of him. He approached the commanding officer and inquired, "Excuse me, Major, which division of the self-defense forces do you represent?" Su Xiaolin, not taken aback by the inquiry given the director's age, replied, "We are from the 1st Special Corps of the Northern Army of Hokkaido." "Ah, Major, my son once served in that very unit. Which company do you belong to?" "Perhaps my son was there as well," Director Sato deliberately probed. Su Xiaolin observed the old man's evasive demeanor, his hands rubbing together nervously, his head slightly tilted to the right. Clearly, this was a gesture of someone attempting to glean information, indicating that his son might not have served in this unit. Or perhaps he had no son at all. Nevertheless, Su Xiaolin deemed it unnecessary to engage further. This was a classified unit, not a matter for mere museum directors to inquire about. Old man, you are attempting to pry into the military secrets of the Eastern barbarians, Su Xiaolin said, his irritation evident. Please, Major, do not misunderstand. I have no intention of inquiring into military secrets. After all, this is my museum, and I must verify certain information. Sato responded. Indeed, that is your prerogative, the Major conceded. However, it appears these trucks are insufficient for transporting such a vast number of artifacts. We will load as much as we can, came the reply. What about the remaining items? They are also of great value. What if they are damaged? Sato questioned anxiously. Director Sato, we have only these trucks. Our priority is to transport the artifacts from the Toyo Pavilion. As for the others, we will take as many as we can. But the rest is no longer our concern, the Major stated. To ensure the protection and preservation of these artifacts, we must dispatch several staff members to accompany you. Sato insisted. Very well, the Major agreed. Thank you, Major. Sato felt a sense of relief upon receiving permission for his personnel to accompany the operation. At that moment, Su Xiaolin received a communication call in his earpiece. Chillin team, we are fully prepared. You may call us at any time once your mission is complete. Understood. We require an additional 5 minutes. Repeat, we need 5 more minutes, Su Xiaolin responded before switching to the internal communication channel. Attention, attention, we depart in 5 minutes. I repeat, we depart in 5 minutes. Team 2 and the 2 rapid response vehicles remain here. The rest of the units proceed directly to the airport. Under Scorpion's unified command. Just as the last soldier closed the truck's rear door, a sudden barrage of gunfire sent the museum staff sprawling to the ground. Except for the 2 rapid response vehicles, the remaining vehicles swiftly started up and departed. Su Xiaolin feigned concern as he rushed over to the staff, urging them, hurry. Back to the museum. Quick, quick. The staff, flustered, crouched, and hurried back, while Su Xiaolin led several team members, firing sporadically in retaliation as they retreated into the museum. Once inside, Su Xiaolin instructed the staff to run deeper into the building, aiming for the Eastern Pavilion, which lay farther from the main entrance. At that moment, a voice crackled through the earpiece. 2 Type 87 dual 35mm self-propelled anti-aircraft guns are in position, each armed with 55 rounds. 2 Type 90 tanks are also ready, each with 35 rounds. The firing mode is armor-piercing shells combined with incendiary rounds, employing a crossfire shooting pattern. Take cover. Countdown to firing. 10, 9, 8. All units, retreat and follow me. Su Xiaolin commanded as he swiftly led his team away from the exhibition hall. Just as he ducked behind a square concrete pillar, a pair of muffled explosions reverberated, causing the museum's outer walls to tremble violently. Debris from the museum's interior, cement and shards of tile, rained down like meteorites upon the special forces and the frantically retreating staff. The sharp fragments tore through clothing and flesh like a torrential downpour of needles. Unlike the rigorously trained special forces, these staff members were accustomed to the stillness of artifacts. After hours, they indulged in adult films and wine, entirely devoid of any combat awareness. As 2 rounds of armor-piercing shells from the Type 90 tanks detonated, the rapid-fire crackle of the Type 87 anti-aircraft guns intensified. Under the relentless crossfire, the museum's exterior was riddled with holes, and the shells began penetrating the damaged walls, striking the display stands inside. However, the majority of the ordnance concentrated on the warehouse area in the northwest corner. Finally reaching a safe zone, Sato cautiously peered up. Shards and debris were flying wildly within the museum. Concrete fragments mixed with tile shards ricocheted off the walls and columns, producing sharp, ringing sounds before shattering, some even piercing the glass of display cases. Yet Sato noted that the explosions emanating from the northwest corner warehouse were particularly numerous, flashes erupting sporadically. Damn it. That's the warehouse. All the artifacts that haven't been moved are there. We must stop them. They intend to destroy the history of the Eastern Kingdom. Quick. Call the Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, Science and Technology. At this moment, only Sato was helplessly wailing, while the others were too frightened to think of anything but their own safety. Su Xiaolin rolled over to Sato's side, urging, Director Sato, cease your lamentations and come with me at once. Otherwise, you will all perish in this explosion. If you die, who will hold these despicable self-defense forces accountable? I assure you, they belong to the 6th Division, so do not mistake it when the time comes to file a complaint. Major, I am grateful for your assistance. Once the situation stabilizes, I shall certainly collaborate with my colleagues from the Ministry of Education to address the crimes of the 6th Division. A similar scene unfolded at various museums, where countless tanks and armored vehicles recklessly fired upon each other, and without exception. The storage areas of the museums lay in ruins due to the bombardment. In the Prime Minister's residence in Kyoto, East Country, the conference room was filled with the leaders of the insurgents. At this moment, Nakakumo and his associates no longer displayed their previous composure. Instead, they resembled ants on a hot stove, with generals collapsing into their chairs, paralyzed by the incessant ringing of phones. Realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, Nakakumo hastily instructed Major General Koizumi to contact the 1st Division and Major General Kamida to reach out to the 12th Brigade, emphasizing the necessity of preventing the 6th and 9th Divisions from breaching Tokyo. Just then, an elderly man clad in a black kimono entered the room. Both Koizumi and Nakakumo recognized him as the shadowy figure behind the Mitsui conglomerate, which held significant sway in both the political and economic spheres of East Country. "Lord Mitsui, what brings you here?" Nakakumo inquired respectfully. "Who are you?" Mitsui feigned ignorance. "Do you not remember me? I am Nakakumo. We discussed the candidates for the new government just a few days ago," Nakakumo replied. Koizumi also stepped forward, saying, "Mitsui-kun, we shared tea before the coup. Just the other day, I sent that delightful actress, Yuzuki, to your residence. Surely, you wouldn't forget me as well? My apologies, gentlemen. But I truly do not recognize either of you," Mitsui said, leisurely moving to stand beside Prime Minister Inukai. "Your Excellency, Tokyo must not descend into chaos. I implore you to restore order." "Indeed, Mitsui-kun, I believe we can commence," Inukai responded, grasping Mitsui's hand. At that moment, several individuals clad in black burst into the room and swiftly subdued Nakakumo and the others at the conference table, offering them no opportunity to speak as they dragged them out of the meeting room. "East E country ought to stabilize. Such disorder is detrimental to both East E and the Sam countries," Mitsui remarked. "Welcome, Mitsui-kun, to the brink of resolution," Inukai smiled. "Your Excellency, the secret to Mitsui's enduring legacy over the past century is to align oneself correctly. Even if one stands on the wrong side, prompt correction is essential. I have come to convey to you that Mr. Rodrich has made the necessary arrangements. Tonight, the self-defense forces will commence an internal purge, and by tomorrow morning, the sun will rise over East E country as usual. His Majesty the Emperor will also deliver a statement, and you shall remain the Prime Minister of East E." "Ah, indeed. However, the esteemed Niku once compelled me to deliver a speech in the streets, subsequently arranging for someone to accompany me on my final journey. This has left me exceedingly displeased. I would like to request that Mitsui also organize a roadside speech for Niku, along with finding an individual to accompany him on his journey as well. This shall be easily arranged, Your Excellency, and I shall attend to it forthwith." Chapter 112. The journey home of the national treasure at Yokota Air Base. A fleet of C-5 transport planes began their taxiing and takeoff. Meanwhile, the sound of gunfire in the capital of Dongi gradually subsided. Inside the cargo hold, soldiers of the Special Forces began to shed their self-defense force uniforms, celebrating with joyous high fives. Some team members repeatedly caressed the boxes containing the fixed relics, although they could neither see nor touch the treasures themselves. An irresistible urge to connect with these national treasures lingered. Scorpion approached Su Xiaolin with a can of beer in hand. "Captain, when the next opportunity arises, could you consider involving us again? What's the matter? Didn't you have enough?" "All we did was drive and transport. We hardly did anything worthwhile," Su replied. "Of course, it wasn't enough. If there were any action to be had, you'd surely remember us," Scorpion retorted. "I'm no longer your captain. I am a civilian now. An ordinary citizen, do you understand? Come on, Captain, who doesn't he know you're the type who can't sit still?" Scorpion said, leaning in a little closer. "Captain, I heard you're now working for the Kingdom of Hedes. Is there a lot of work to be done? Have you seen how Hedes is always engaged in conflict? Blowing things up? Surely, there must be plenty of special military operations," Su replied. "Don't pry into matters that don't concern you. How could I possibly work for them? Don't you realize who this country is currently assisting? They're actually aiding the pineapple, which means that the Kingdom of Hedes is essentially half our enemy. If it weren't for this task to help us recover our relics, I wouldn't he have anything to do with them. Captain, since that's the case, shouldn't we vent our frustrations?" Scorpion leaned in again. "You've caused enough trouble while following me. What mischief are you concocting now?" Su Xiaolin asked, astonished. "Captain, look, There are only 4 soldiers from the Kingdom of Hedes on this plane, and it's similar on the others. Most of their special forces soldiers have already taken helicopters to the aircraft carrier after the mission. As for the relics, per our agreement, they are divided equally. I believe we are not experts in artifacts, and we cannot distinguish which ones are ours and which belong to Dongi. Given that Dongi's culture and history have also borrowed from ours, their relics appear quite similar to ours. If we allow these treasures to be transported to the Kingdom of Hedes due to our ignorance, would we not be betraying our nation? Therefore, I propose that we should take all of them back, and after our assessment, we can return the other half to them. What do you think, Captain? You've thought this through quite thoroughly. I believe we can proceed with this plan. I'll discuss it with them, Su Xiaolin said, rising to approach a soldier from the Kingdom of Hedes. Hello, I am from the Qilin team. May I ask your name? Su Xiaolin greeted warmly. A major from the Qilin team? The soldier from Hedes exclaimed, surprised. Before the mission commenced, they had only known Su Xiaolin as a mercenary employed by Minister Lan Yuer. And while he was the commander of this operation, he was not, after all, a soldier of the Kingdom of Hedes. However, I have never heard of him being part of the Kirin team, as the Kirin Villa is the presidential villa, and the identity of the Kirin team is akin to that of the presidential guard, although I do not comprehend why Minister Lan Yuer would assign him such a role. Nor do I grasp the rationale behind having a foreign soldier within the Kirin team. It does not impede the operation of the intelligent program within this soldier. The soldier saluted the commander with a crisp salute, startling Su Xiaolin, who was taken aback since his own rank of major was a remnant of his prior service. Furthermore, this major or mission commander had no authority over the soldiers of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom. I mean, I have no other intentions. I merely wish to inquire whether these artifacts are to be appraised on Jeju Island first. Indeed, Major, according to the plan, upon completion of the mission, the aircraft will land at the Jeju Air Force Base, where the artifacts will be assessed. Half will be transported to Panda Nation, and the other half to the Hedes Ocean Kingdom. I have no other intentions. I merely harbor concerns that the experts on Jeju Island might not be able to distinctly differentiate between our cultural relics and those from Dongi Nation. Should a mix-up occur, it would be problematic. Thus, I believe they should be sent to our country for identification before any categorization. Major, such an approach contravenes the operational plan, and I lack the authority to amend it. However, I do have a suggestion, Su Xiaolin noted, intrigued at the prospect of a suggestion. Should the major wish to send everything to Panda Nation, a written document must be prepared to certify that the modification of the mission stemmed from your idea, with your signature, as you are the mission commander. Of course, if issues arise, you will be held accountable. Alternatively, one could incapacitate me and my colleagues, allowing you to send the artifacts wherever you desire, provided our safety is ensured and arrangements are made for our return to Jeju Island, the soldier stated earnestly. Is this audacious approach truly necessary? Could you not cloak your intentions a bit more subtly? Su Xiaolin exclaimed in astonishment. Major, if you opt to incapacitate us, please choose a location equipped with cameras for authenticity, the soldier added, eliciting a near-bloody outburst from Su Xiaolin. In an instant, he struck the soldier with his palm, and as the back of his hand grazed the neck of one soldier, both fell unconscious simultaneously. Goodness, it's somewhat comprehensible that this individual fainted. At least I made contact with him, but what is up with the other one? Your performance is rather contrived. The manner and timing of their collapse are identical. Are you programmed to do this? Su Xiaolin muttered, turning to face the entire cabin of Special Forces soldiers, all regarding him with the eyes of an observer of a rare creature. This is not my doing. I have not engaged in any actions. They fell on their own. He insisted defensively. Cut the nonsense. You merely glared at them, and they fainted? Captain, could you please concoct a more plausible explanation? Scorpion scoffed. Well, it appears I cannot clarify the matter. Truth be told, I am at a loss as to what transpired, Su Xiaolin admitted. Captain, what shall we do now? Scorpion inquired. Let us proceed to the cockpit, announced Commander Su Xiaolin. Attention, I hereby command a change in course to 130 degrees, maintaining an altitude of 9,000 feet. As the fleet adjusted its heading, Su Xiaolin modified the communication frequency, connecting to the military's dedicated line 1438. He then declared, the plan has changed. We will fly directly home. I repeat, we will fly directly home. Please prepare a room at home. Make it spacious, exceedingly spacious, for we have an abundance of cargo. Over. In the Eastern E Kingdom, at the Prime Minister's residence in Kyoto, a general from the Self-Defense Forces respectfully briefed Junjiro Inukai on the outcome of the military purge. Inukai, comfortably seated, reminisced, though in truth, he paid little heed to the report. The destruction of buildings, the financial losses. The number of Eastern E lives claimed, none of these weighed on his mind. What mattered most to him was that he remained in his chair. At that moment, a staff member rushed in, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle, and sorrowfully reported, "Your Excellency, we have just received notification from the Ministry of Educations. Numerous museums in Kyoto have suffered extensive damage, resulting in the loss of a significant number of artifacts, with many others destroyed." What's this? Someone is taking advantage of the chaos, thought Inukai. Do we know who is responsible? Your Excellency, it is the 6th Division and the 1st Special Forces Brigade from Hokkaido. Baka, what do they intend to achieve? Those rascals. Your Excellency, although the 6th Division is indeed troublesome, they would never target the museums. Several C-5 transport aircraft landed at Yokota Air Base yesterday, and our Air Self-Defense Force is not equipped with C-5s. Nanny? Are you implying that the Americans are seizing our artifacts amidst the turmoil? Quickly, investigate which items have gone missing. At this moment, several staff members from the Ministry of Education stood at the door, awaiting permission. Your Excellency, may we enter? Baka, come in quickly. Inukai paced restlessly around his office. With trembling fingers, he pointed at the stack of documents in their hands and asked, "Could it be that these are the stolen artifacts?" "Yes, Your Excellency," they replied. "While it may appear to be a large quantity, the actual losses are substantial. Your Excellency, the primary repositories of our cultural treasures have been devastated. Many artifacts have either been lost or destroyed," they explained. Inukai pressed his hand against his racing heart, taking a deep breath before inquiring, "Have you ascertained the details? Which museums have been affected?" "Your Excellency, the museums that have sustained damage include the Institute of Eastern Culture, the National Museum, Todaiji in Nara, the Saikado Bunko Art Museum, Kaianin in Kyoto, the Fukuoka City Museum, the Imperial Household Agency, Daidokaji in Kyoto, the Saizaikan, Tofukaji in Kyoto, and the Issei Bunko. These are almost all the venues housing Tokyo's treasured artifacts, particularly those of Han cultural heritage. Except for a few items in the Imperial Palace, nearly everything has been lost, totaling over 600,000 pieces. Your Excellency, Prime Minister Inukai. Suddenly, he collapsed. Chapter 113, The Octopus-class maritime strike group Kingdom of Hedes Zhongjing City News Center Ministry of Foreign Affairs Press Conference. Esteemed members of the press, welcome to today's press conference. On behalf of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Hedes, I hereby announce the following. Firstly, our Navy has apprehended Matsushita, a lieutenant of the 20th Infantry Company of the 6th Division from the Eastern Barbarians, along with 12 of his subordinates, near the waters of the Ryukyu Kingdom. At the time of their capture, they had hijacked a Samland merchant vessel, which was transporting nearly 100,000 artifacts. Preliminary assessments by our Navy indicate that the majority of these artifacts belong to the Panda Kingdom. To ensure appropriate penalties for these self-defense personnel involved in the smuggling of artifacts, we have entrusted the evaluation of these items to relevant experts. The results will be communicated to the Eastern Barbarians, and our Ministry of Foreign Affairs will maintain correspondence with them. Secondly, to alleviate the tense situation in East Asia, particularly regarding the circumstances surrounding a certain island in the East China Sea, our Security Council Chairman and Presidential Office Director, Chris, will act as a special envoy for the President to the Panda Kingdom. Thirdly, tomorrow at 11 a.m., our Navy will hold a launching ceremony for the Octopus-class battleship, which will be open for close observation by journalists from various nations, with an entry fee of 10 million Hedes coins per slot. We will now proceed to the question and answer segment. Ms. Phil, I am a reporter from Kyoto News. May I inquire how your Navy fortuitously intercepted a Samland merchant vessel, which just so happens to harbor a traitor from our self-defense forces and coincidentally carries a vast array of artifacts? Furthermore, how is it that most of these artifacts belong to the Panda Kingdom? To this reporter, we too find it peculiar how such coincidences transpired. However, I am unable to provide an answer to that. You may wish to direct your inquiries to your nation's South 6th Division or the Ground Self-Defense Forces. Miss Phil, may I ask why, after intercepting this vessel laden with artifacts, the Kingdom of Hedes would not first submit it to experts from the Eastern Barbarians for confirmation? Why instead turn to experts from the Panda Kingdom? To this Eastern Barbarian reporter, are you implying that your experts possess superior knowledge regarding the artifacts of the Panda Kingdom compared to those from the Panda Kingdom itself? How have your experts attained such understanding? Should they not first reclaim the artifacts before conducting research? Given your nation's historical propensity for plunder, I suggest you consider reclaiming them again. At this point, Other journalists began to express their dissatisfaction with the Eastern Barbarian reporter's continuous questioning, which was consuming the time allotted for others. A determined reporter stood up to interject. "Miss Phil, I am a reporter from Agence France-Presse. May I ask, with your nation investing substantial resources into the construction of the Octopus-class battleship, do you not fear it could be sunk by a few missiles? Or does your country possess complete missile interception technology? To this gentleman, our colossal battleship is designed with specific mission priorities in mind. Tasks such as missile defense, which are relatively rudimentary, will be assigned to destroyers or missile vessels. Its primary mission will be to conduct strategic strikes against adversarial nations. In the future, the Octopus class will surpass aircraft carriers and nuclear submarines as the most formidable maritime strategic weapon. Miss Phil, where does your country intend to deploy such a super battleship?" "Certainly. The deployment is situated in the North Atlantic waters, close to Europe and North America." "Miss Fay, is the purpose of your nation's positioning aimed at confronting NATO?" The reporter inquired with a hint of perplexity. With a gentle smile, Fay responded calmly, "Dear journalist, please have a bit more confidence and omit the word perhaps." Aboard the planetary bastion. In the president's lounge, Qin Shaohai stood by the porthole, observing the auxiliary vessels of the Octopus-class Oceanic Firepower Strike Group gliding across the surface of the sea. Behind him stood Major General Wei Huachang, commander of the Octopus-class fleet. "General Wei, you are about to command the most formidable naval fleet on this planet. I require you to demonstrate to the world the immense power of this colossal missile battleship. You must lead the fleet to showcase its grandeur before the armed forces of Western nations, establishing an overwhelming advantage for the Octopus class. Akin to the sun never setting on an empire of yours. You are to lead the fleet to batter down their gates with our mighty cannons." "Understood, Mr. President." However, this morning, the space probe aboard the planetary bastion, designated as 533, was triggered and has autonomously departed from the vessel. This may indicate strong magnetic disturbances in our vicinity. As the artillery commander of the planetary bastion, it would be prudent for me to remain aboard. General Wei, I have thoroughly inquired into the systems of the planetary bastion. Such levels of disturbance do not signify anything conclusive. The probe is merely advancing to gather reconnaissance and information. The system can manage minor skirmishes, and other artillery officers are capable as well. It is, in fact, the Octopus-class combat group that requires your leadership. Yes, Mr. President. As Major General Wei Huachang exited the presidential chamber, Chris knocked on the door and inquired, "Mr. President, the special aircraft is ready. As planned, we shall depart following the launch ceremony of the Octopus class. Do you have any further instructions?" After a moment of contemplation, Qin Shaohai replied, "Chris, I believe it would be prudent for me to make the trip personally. Some matters are better conveyed face-to-face rather than through intermediaries. Moreover, we should brief them on our subsequent plans. Otherwise, there may be complications in coordination, as our approach is quite direct and bold, which starkly contrasts with their style. You are aware of the events that transpired this morning, are you not? I find myself rather concerned, as the planetary bastion is also an extraterrestrial vessel. The detection of strong magnetic disturbances suggests that other alien forces may intervene. There is even a possibility that the owners of the planetary bastion might recall the ship. Therefore, I must expedite my plans to fundamentally reshape the terrestrial order before the planetary bastion becomes inoperative or vanishes. In this endeavor, only the Panda Nation is suitably positioned to assume the mantle of a new world order. Thus, it is imperative for me to make this journey. Understood, Mr. President. I will notify the representatives of the Panda Nation in advance. Furthermore, the situation regarding the Eastern Kingdom has been thoroughly investigated. The nation of Sam and the Illuminati have jointly intervened to eradicate the insurrectionists within the Eastern Kingdom, allowing Junjiro Inukai to resume his position as Prime Minister. Crucially, their emperor has decisively chosen to support Inukai. As anticipated, my primary concern lies with those involved in the coup. Have you pinpointed their locations? The locations have been successfully identified and are now listed for comprehensive monitoring within the planetary fortress system. Their electronic devices, frequently visited locations, residences, offices, vehicles, and aircraft are all under biological signal surveillance, ensuring that the system can ascertain their whereabouts, their contacts, as well as their conversations and actions at any given moment. Indeed, I require the system to provide me with a detailed network diagram. I wish to ascertain the extent and depth of the connections behind them. Yes, Mr. President. Chapter 114. The arrival of the giant missile battleship Octopus in the Presidential Executive Office of the United States, President George W. Bush. accompanied by members of the National Security Council, initially intended to attentively observe the press conference held by the Kingdom of Hedes. However, the conference proved to be disappointingly brief, containing but a single announcement. Unsatisfied, President Bush turned to engage with his colleagues. "Gentlemen, have you noticed that the Kingdom of Hedes has been remarkably quiet lately? The news they generate has diminished significantly, and military confrontations have waned. Are they perhaps undergoing a transformation? Mr. President, the likelihood of a transformation is minimal." Secretary of State Lord interjected calmly. "It is more accurate to say that the Kingdom of Hedes has shifted its focus. The pressing question remains, to where have they redirected their attention?" "I beg to differ," remarked Lindsay, the President's economic policy advisor. In the past, the Kingdom of Hedes was predominantly engaged in military confrontations. However, it now appears to be concerned with the preservation of cultural artifacts and the equilibrium of regional dynamics, even seeking bases in the distant Nordics. This indicates a clearer and more strategic national policy, which does not bode well for us. If we remain inactive, the Kingdom of Hedes may gradually encroach upon our strategic space. However, we must exercise caution and avoid provoking them. Our nuclear weapons inspection is still ongoing. By the way, General Gillibrand, do we have any results regarding the nuclear weapons inspection? President Bush inquired. "Mr. President, we have conducted random checks and disassembled 4 nuclear warheads from the Air Force and 6 from the Navy. The results indicate that everything is normal, and the warhead's explosive material has been tested without issue. However, there is one anomaly that I find concerning," General Henry, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, responded. "What anomaly?" President Bush's unease was palpable. "At the Paintex factory in Texas, we were supposed to deliver 42 W-88 nuclear warheads for the submarine-launched Trident D-5 missiles last week. During the factory inspection, we discovered that the U-235 material within the warheads had become extraordinarily stable, suggesting a mutation of this particular element." "Henry, do you think anyone here can comprehend your explanation?" President Bush said, visibly agitated. "Mr. President, I can summon an expert to elucidate further," General Gillibrand said as he rose and beckoned a uniformed lieutenant colonel to enter. Upon entering, the lieutenant colonel approached a whiteboard and began to illustrate while explaining, "Ladies and gentlemen, the principle behind atomic bomb detonation is to select an element that is sufficiently stable yet capable of inducing fission. This element is U-235, as it is one of the few materials that can undergo induced fission. Uranium in its natural state is remarkably stable, with a natural decay period exceeding 700 million years. However, when a single neutron bombards a uranium nucleus, it effortlessly absorbs the neutron, rendering it unstable and causing it to split instantaneously. This fission process releases energy and generates additional neutrons, which subsequently bombard other nuclei, resulting in the production of even more neutrons. This phenomenon is known as a chain reaction, synonymous with nuclear detonation. The report from the Pantex facility indicates that the newly produced W-88 warheads contain U-235 that is exceedingly stable, surpassing the stability threshold of this element. In other words, the neutron bombardment was unsuccessful. An unsuccessful neutron bombardment precludes the possibility of a chain reaction, a notion that I trust the gentlemen present have comprehended." While the colonel was immersed in his technical explanation, he noticed that none of the high-ranking officials present uttered a word. They were all gazing at him in silence. The colonel felt a twinge of embarrassment, uncertain of how to proceed. At this moment, George Bush felt a chill run down his spine. "Henry, is it possible that our nuclear arsenal is in a similar predicament?" "Mr. President, the random checks on the warheads have already been dispatched to the Pantex facility, and it will take time to conduct the tests. If this is indeed the case, our nation is doomed." Bush leaned over the table, addressing CIA Director George Tenet. "George, I recall you mentioning a plan to acquire a nuclear weapon from another country. How is that progressing? If the issue lies solely with our arsenal, we are finished, however. If others face the same dilemma, we may still maintain our dominance on this planet. Hence, your operation is of utmost importance." "Mr. President, everything is arranged. As soon as our scientists identify the issue and devise a testing method, we can act immediately." "Very well, since the Pantex facility is capable of detecting such issues. Proceed swiftly to procure several warheads from other nations and transport them to Pantex for testing." "Understood, Mr. President. I will personally oversee this operation, codenamed Wasteland." Meanwhile, aboard the planetary fortress, preparations were underway for the afternoon launch ceremony of the Octopus. The Octopus was set to depart from the stern of the planetary fortress. Aided by 12 tugboats and 2 semi-submersibles, destined for the naval base in Fire God City, province of Heth. The launch ceremony would be held at the Fire God City Naval Base. Accompanied by Lan Yuer, Qin Shaohai led the high-ranking officials of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom in conducting the genuine launch ceremony for the Octopus, while the subsequent event in Fire God City was merely for the purpose of media coverage. With 12 cannon salutes, the launch ceremony commenced. Unlike the traditional launch procedures employed by various nations, the warship's launch from the planetary fortress was considerably simpler. Massive cranes first lifted the vessel, as the dock's base began to extend backward into the sea. With the assistance of the cranes, the dock's base gradually submerged, allowing the warship to slowly float on the water. The remaining steps involved retracting the cranes and recovering the dock's base. The tugboat gradually maneuvered the colossal vessel, the Octopus, towards the right side of the planetary fortress's stern, where a grand military dock awaited. At this moment, Qin Shaohai gazed upon the slowly approaching behemoth. Having forgotten the speech he had meticulously prepared, the dark gray giant, adorned with metallic patterns on its surface, glided towards the dock, its sharply angled bow fully unfurling, plunging steeply at the waterline, with its upper structure distinctly leaning forward, resembling the gaping maw of a monstrous creature. Positioned from the bridge to the prow, two imposing, back-mounted triple-barreled 600mm naval guns stood like the fearsome fangs of this leviathan, instilling an ever-present sense of impending destruction. Flanking the bridge were 4 groups of Quartet launch systems for the Sea King ultra-high-speed anti-ship missiles, further enhancing the menacing aura of this formidable battleship. The bridge, characterized by its dry dock design, was equipped with an area electromagnetic generator, SX-band radar for medium to long-range detection, high-pressure spherical defense towers, and laser cannons, rendering the towering structure both cramped and formidable. In the lower midsection of the hull, 2 hollow layers on either side were dedicated to aircraft takeoff and landing. During such operations, these layers would extend the runway outward and sideways, creating a suspended temporary airstrip, thereby augmenting the ship's sci-fi allure. As the Octopus neared the dock, it became evident that the surrounding seawater was being forcefully displaced away from the hull. When Qin Shaohai closed his eyes to absorb the aura of this warship, a subtle pull made him acutely aware of its gravitational force. This was his first intimate encounter with the iron behemoth, and the first time he truly felt the awe-inspiring presence of a battleship. He pondered whether the sight of the 600mm guns firing would frighten children. Such a staggering experience could not be mine alone. Europeans must first witness it, followed by the Americans. Indeed, why not organize a global exhibition? With this thought, Qin Shaohai smiled faintly, considering that after a few demonstrations of firepower, he was confident that the United States would take notice. Let us depart, Yuer. Chris has been waiting for us for quite some time. Chapter 115. The Stolen Nuclear Warhead Plan in the Kingdom of Sam at the MacDill Air Force Base. The headquarters of the Central Command, General Hofteler, a 4-star Army general and the commanding officer of the Central Command, was accompanying CIA Director Fairbairn as they prepared to connect with the Forward Operational Command. They were poised to listen to the frontline operational deployment. Base. Is the communication established? Operation Code West Wind. Do you copy? Weiss, received. This is base, communication established. Base. The general and the director are ready to listen to the mission briefing. Received. The mission briefing begins. General, I am Colonel Weiss of Delta Force Team D, the commander of Operation West Wind. Our unit, the Sabre Squadron, arrived at Diego Garcia Base yesterday, comprising 3 squads, designated D1 to D3. Squad D1 is the operational team, consisting of 8 members, 2 snipers equipped with Barrett 50 caliber sniper rifles and M24 sniper rifles, for assault personnel armed with 4 Glock G19 handguns, 2 HK MP5 submachine guns, and 2 modified M4 carbines, and a support team of 2, equipped with folding stock paratrooper-style M249 light machine guns and 1 M4 carbine. Squad D2 serves as the reconnaissance and support team, comprising 6 members, equipped with 2 high-mobility multi-purpose wheeled vehicles, each mounting 50 caliber heavy machine guns and 6 M4 carbines. Squad D3 is the transport team, consisting of 8 members, armed with 6 MP5 submachine guns and 2 M4 carbines. The unit will board AC-17 transport aircraft and, after heading westward for 200 kilometers off the coast of the Maldives, will then turn northeast, entering ultra-low altitude flight 400 kilometers from the coast of the target nation. The entire journey spans 2 700 kilometers, with the objective located in the Karnataka region, specifically in the Karaligal area. We will conduct an airdrop 60 kilometers west of the target area, on the southern foothills of the Mangala Mountains. Following the drop, we will proceed to the target area in paratrooper vehicles. Squad D-3 will separately head to Charlestown, where the CIA has arranged 2 trucks for transporting our packages. Once Squad D-3 retrieves the trucks, the operations of Squads D-1 and D-2 will officially commence, based on satellite imagery and intelligence provided by the CIA. The target site comprises a complex of buildings, with our specific objective being a singular structure located at the southwestern corner of this complex. The presence of a prominent domed centrifuge building enhances its recognizability. Intelligence indicates that within the main building, a Prithvi missile is undergoing nuclear warhead assembly, while 2 already assembled Prithvi missiles are stored in the missile storage area to the south of the centrifuge. Due to the absence of the missile body access codes, we are unable to separate the missile body in a timely manner. Thus, our target remains the Prithvi missile currently under assembly within the main building. The perimeter is secured by 16 armed guards, while 42 Army soldiers serve as internal security. Additionally, approximately 300 staff members and Indian nuclear scientists are present within the complex. The sniper team will seize 3 water towers in the north prior to the commencement of the mission, establishing their vantage points there. The D-2 reconnaissance unit will oversee the eastern and northern passages of the building while monitoring the western expanse of the desert terrain. The D-1 team will infiltrate simultaneously from the east and west sides of the main structure housing the centrifuge. The assault by the D-1 team is scheduled to commence precisely at 3 a.m. tomorrow. Upon completion of the mission, the D-3 team will directly enter and utilize the crane within the building to load the warheads onto the truck. At this moment, another modified C-17 transport aircraft, along with a C-130 gunship, will be hovering at low altitude over the waters off the coast of Sangha, expected to arrive at the rendezvous point west of the target area in approximately 15 minutes. This rendezvous point, characterized by a solid ground surface and desert terrain, will see the C-17 make contact with the ground via its tailgate. Considering the truck's maximum speed, which cannot reach 250 kilometers on the desert terrain, we have outfitted the C-17 with a hook and a towing recovery system. The truck will first stop at the C-17's takeoff position, which will descend to 15 meters. Once the truck is captured by the hook and net, the C-17 will lower its altitude further while the towing apparatus begins the recovery process. After securing the cargo, the C-17 will take off again. The desert stretches over 9,000 meters, ample distance to accomplish this perilous task. To mitigate risks, an additional C-17 will remain hovering at low altitude offshore. The soldiers of Delta Force will depart aboard the C-130 gunship, carrying 2 sets of escape balloons. Following the C-17's ascent, all team members will deactivate their alert status and secure themselves to the towing lines at the assembly point. The balloons on the towing lines will automatically inflate and ascend, while the tail hook of the C-130 will latch onto the escape net atop the balloons. Should one balloon fail, we will replace it within 1 minute. The overall mission success rate is estimated at nearly 60. Report concluded. Fearbades nodded at General Hofteler, who then spoke into the communicator. I approve the operation. Planetary Bastion Command Center after watching the live broadcast from the Central Command of the SAM State. Qin Shaohai smiled at Inha and said, Inha, since you are already aware of the details, proceed according to the original plan. I need to accompany Chris to the Panda Nation. Understood, Mr. President. Remember, it is imperative that they bring back an authentic nuclear bomb. Understood, Mr. President. Jeju Island Jeju National Museum on the large screen in the square, Park JN, originally from Pyeongchang and the Kimchi Nation, had been working on Jeju Island in customs prior to the conflict, although he had heard of the tensions between the Kimchi Nation and the Hedes Ocean Kingdom. As a citizen of the universe's foremost power, Park JN never believed that the Hedes Ocean Kingdom would dare to fire upon the Kimchi Nation, as the formidable military of the Kimchi Nation would surely vanquish any adversary. However, contrary to expectations, the seemingly powerful navy of the Kimchi Nation was obliterated in mere seconds. With the Air Force and Army unable to mobilize in time, the war concluded almost as soon as it began. The entire nation, reminiscent of a syndrome of defeat, seemed to wither as the 3 stars changed hands, leading to a sudden decline in the cosmetic industry and a further collapse of national confidence. Park Jae-yun endured a period of despair until the forces of the Kingdom of Hedes arrived on the island. She observed that the army of Hethys had no interference with Jeju Island's economy or daily life. They merely established a governor's office, an air force base, and a naval base, with the soldiers rarely leaving their barracks, making their presence scarce on the streets. However, a significant shift in her mindset occurred with the introduction of a new policy. Upon receiving an identification card marked with Hethys Kingdom, Jeju Island Administrative District, she felt an instant connection to being a citizen of a powerful nation rather than merely fantasizing about being part of the universe's foremost power. This was a sensation unlike any other. Initially thinking she was alone in her sentiments, she gradually realized that those around her shared the same feelings. Particularly when welcoming visitors from her former homeland, she distinctly sensed a sense of superiority. Even when confronted with tourists from Dongi and the West, her pride remained unabated. Witnessing Hethys's military triumphs over Dongi and repeated victories against the Sam Nation filled her with an invigorating sense of purpose. Previously, work felt like a mere formality. Now, the mere thought of her identity as a citizen of Hethys invigorated her spirit. This afternoon, on her day off, Park Jae-yun visited the National Museum to observe the primitive people of her former nation. The more she looked, the more she felt disconnected from them, identifying instead as a true citizen of the Kingdom of Hethys. As she passed through the square in front of the museum, she was captivated by a live broadcast on a large screen, showcasing a colossal warship bristling with cannons and missiles, exuding an undeniable majesty. Our warships of the Kingdom of Hethys, no wonder they can defeat the Sam Nation. They appear truly formidable, she mused. At that moment, she noticed a group of foreigners gathered around the screen. Some knowledgeable about military matters remarked, "What era are we in? Battleships are obsolete. World War II proved that aircraft carriers have replaced them, and now the Sam Nation's carriers reign supreme over the oceans. Oh, how remarkable. The Sam Nation's carriers are the pinnacle of naval power," they asserted, with an air of expertise that seemed to belittle Hethys. Although Hethys has defeated them on a few occasions, it pales in comparison to your rhetoric. Is it so difficult to acknowledge the disparity? The Sam Nation is indeed formidable, boasting numerous carrier battle groups and thousands of nuclear warheads. While Hethys has triumphed a few times, it was merely by chance. They possess only a handful of carriers. The Sam Nation may have suffered initial losses in World War II, but once they mobilized their industrial might for mass weapon production, they decisively crushed their adversaries. That is true strength. What is the Hedes Ocean Kingdom currently constructing? Fishing vessels, specialized collision vessels, as well as obsolete battleships that have long been discarded by the Sam Nation, alongside their surplus arsenal ships. Modern naval forces emphasized systematic organization. Yet the Hedes Ocean Kingdom seems to be haphazardly assembling its fleet. How could it possibly rival the cohesive aircraft carrier groups of the Sam Nation? You possess a remarkable ability to articulate your thoughts. Indeed, you are impressive. Your knack for argumentation is commendable, and you have triumphed in this exchange. The loss of territories such as the Pickled Cabbage Nation, Okinawa, and the Eastern Barbarians is evident, and soon, Wake Island may also slip from grasp, alongside hundreds of aircraft, dozens of warships, and thousands of soldiers. Despite this, you continue to defend them. You truly are a valiant warrior. You may not believe it, but this colossal battleship, the Octopus, paired with the Mandish Shrimp Arsenal ship, an innovative carrier, will undoubtedly revolutionize naval warfare. At that moment, another foreigner with blonde hair and blue eyes exclaimed, "My goodness. The Hedes Ocean Kingdom has actually constructed such a monstrosity. This new mode of maritime combat will completely upend the aircraft carrier paradigm, and the West's military superiority may soon become a relic of the past." Chapter 116. Permanent Military Economics. The private jet of Qin Shaohai touched down at a military airport in Panda Country, followed by a discreet convoy that made its way to the meeting venue. The conference room was sparsely populated, primarily occupied by military officials and intelligence leaders from both nations. However, the two principal figures were absent from the room. In a nearby small lounge, an elderly man lit a cigarette and offered one to Qin Shaohai, saying, "Mr. President, let the light smoke disperse into the five noble families." Feeling a surge of excitement, Qin Shaohai took a moment to compose himself before accepting the cigarette, which Lan Yuer promptly lit for him. After inhaling deeply, he slowly remarked, "To enter the court is to draw near the jade furnace's smoke. Your literary prowess in Han studies commands our admiration," the elderly man responded. "You flatter me. It is merely a passion, an insatiable love," Qin Shaohai replied. "Mr. President, the kingdom of Hedes sails through the waves with great momentum, hoisting its cloud sails to navigate the vast seas, exuding a formidable presence. Once again, You flatter me. It is merely a matter of feasting on the flesh of the barbarian and quenching thirst with the blood of the Huns. Mr. President, how do you perceive the current international relations in order? Qin Shaoai inquired, his demeanor slightly relaxing. Overturned ships are but a backdrop to 1,000 sails passing by. Sick trees stand before a myriad of springwoods, he replied. Overturned ships? Sick trees? Huh. Is it not the overturned ships that hinder the progress of this world and obstruct the peace and unity we seek? Allow me to share a story. In 1850, the 49-year-old classical economist Bastiat from the land of perfumes was nearing the end of his life. Yet he devoted his final moments to pondering an economic conundrum, the broken window theory. This theory posits that when a mischievous child breaks a neighbor's window with a slingshot, the homeowner may feel a pang of sorrow, but for society and the state, it is a boon. The glass factory can produce another pain, and the repairmen find work, thereby boosting the GDP. Some believe this to be beneficial for the nation. However, the funds the homeowner spends on repairs could have been used for bread and clothing. The gains accrued by the glass factory and the repairmen come at the expense of the bakery and the clothing store. Thus, while destructive activities may superficially seem to stimulate national economic growth, they are, in reality, a zero-sum game. This theory is often referred to as the broken window fallacy. At first glance, this tale appears to conclude here, yet the capital controlled by the great nation of Sam has developed a new iteration of the broken window theory. In the 1940s, amidst the fervent turmoil of World War II, an economist from Sam named Edward observed a stark contrast between the wartime economies of Sam and Europe. While Europe was depleting its future resources and treasury to wage war, Sam was rapidly developing and reaping abundant profits. What then distinguished the wartime economies of Sam from those of Europe? After diligent exploration, Edward ultimately uncovered a novel broken window theory. What if the broken windows belonged to other nations? For a country possessing glass factories, this would indeed be a fortuitous circumstance. The extent to which one shatters the glass of others directly correlates with the volume of glass one can sell. While this may not bode well for other nations, it presents a remarkable economic model for countries engaged in the glass trade. As long as one's power is sufficiently formidable, theoretically, one could perpetuate the act of breaking others' glass indefinitely. Thus, Edward's economic theory is aptly termed the economics of perpetual warfare. In the early stages of World War II, the nation of Sam capitalized on the conflict by supplying military necessities to both warring factions, amassing substantial wealth in the process. This led to a rapid expansion of military-industrial enterprises and a significant influx of capital into these sectors, particularly large-scale weapon manufacturing. Consequently, numerous small and medium-sized enterprises, along with businesses unrelated to the war, began to languish, leading to widespread bankruptcies and rising unemployment, accompanied by rampant inflation. This wartime model profoundly altered the asset structure of Sam, concentrating vast amounts of capital in the hands of a select few corporations or families. A configuration capable of deeply influencing political landscapes and international relations. With the advent of peace post-World War II, orders plummeted precipitously, and the military giants nurtured by the war were unlikely to passively accept the decline or demise of their enterprises. What was to be done? The answer was straightforward. They leveraged their immense financial resources to control political elites, dominate the White House, and manipulate public opinion. In the absence of adversaries, they manufactured them. Where there was no war, they instigated conflict. Thus, as World War II drew to a close, Sam was already preparing for a third conflict. John S. Iron Curtain's speech was not a mere figment of his imagination, but rather a construct born of coercion by Sam, artificially fostering a sense of antagonism that culminated in the Cold War. With the formidable Soviet Union as an antagonist, the military-industrial complex of Sam found itself with a steady stream of orders. Not counting the orders from NATO allies in Europe, consider the United States alone. The projected military budget in 1946 was under $20 billion, yet by 1951, it surged past $34 billion, continuing to rise, ultimately reaching $500 billion by 2006. They exported arms totaling $300 billion annually, accounting for more than half of global arms trade. The weaponry purchased with these funds did not explode within Sam, but rather found their way into the territories of others, exemplifying the quintessential act of breaking another's window only to sell them the glass. In the aftermath of World War II, there were over a dozen nations whose glass had been shattered, and this number continues to grow. This is the essence of Sam's perpetual military economics. The military-industrial complex has grown so vast that it is impervious to collapse, even in the event of Sam's disintegration. As long as this military-industrial complex persists, the world shall remain in turmoil. Mr. President, this doctrine of perpetual military economics is profoundly insightful, and it is the very paradigm we have been striving to oppose. Thus, my aspiration to sail against the winds and waves, hoisting the sails to navigate the vast seas, is to decisively dismantle this enduring military economics, to bring down the parasitic nation that feasts upon the world. Only then can we unleash the creativity of humanity, allowing us to withstand more formidable adversaries in the future. Mr. President, you speak as if you possess some insight. Have you not received reports regarding the Gulf of Aden? Yes, but no extraordinary circumstances have been detected. Initially, it was merely a level 2, with little impact, yet now our assessments have escalated to level 4, and any further increase poses a danger. What do these levels signify? To put it simply, levels above 5 would enable the transportation of tanks, and this energy fluctuation is not a naturally occurring gravitational vortex, but rather a manufactured phenomenon. What? Manufactured? Thus, we can no longer allow this militaristic malignancy to impede us. Mr. President, I believe it is time for us to enter the substantive negotiation phase of the second stage. Qin Shaohai smiled slightly. I concur. The production of glass is a trivial endeavor that your nation can undertake, aside from the United States. Breaking their glass is something not only the United States can do. Even the Kingdom of Hedes could accomplish it, perhaps even shattering the glass of the United States itself. After their exchange, both men laughed and extended their right hands. Chapter 117. The Night in Panama in the Presidential Office of the United States. During the clandestine visit of Qin Shaohai to the Panda Nation, the Prime Minister of Dongi and the President of Pickle Nation commenced their journey to the United States. President George W. Bush warmly welcomed the visiting Prime Minister of Dongi, Inukai Genjiro, marking his first official visit since the turmoil in Dongi. After adhering to the customary diplomatic niceties, President Bush and Prime Minister Inukai engaged in a confidential discussion. Mr. President, I am profoundly grateful for your assistance. Without the support of our friends in the United States, I fear I would have met a dire fate, remarked Prime Minister Inukai. Do not mention it, my friend. We in the United States will never allow our allies to encounter misfortune, President Bush reassured him. Dongi has merely faced a minor setback. With our support, it shall swiftly recover. We must not allow such trivial obstacles to incite rebellion or challenge the government. The political stability of Dongi is far from collapsing. Indeed, Mr. President, it is fortunate to have the formidable strength of the United States backing us, Inukai replied. Prime Minister Inukai, the matters we discuss must remain strictly between us. They cannot be divulged to any third party, President Bush insisted. Rest assured, I am exceedingly loyal to my duties, and you can have complete confidence in me, Inukai affirmed. Through this recent upheaval in Kyoto, I have already sensed your loyalty, Bush said, adjusting himself comfortably and casting a glance at Inukai. The unrest in the southeastern region of the Panda Nation is imminent. Our hope is merely for the Panda Nation to impart a lesson upon them, not to reclaim their territory. Although we currently find ourselves at odds with the Kingdom of Hedes, we have no friendship with the Panda Nation either. The geopolitical landscape of Northeast Asia has undergone a dramatic transformation. Previously, the United States held unequivocal influence due to our substantial military presence in the region. That is no longer the case. The Kingdom of Hedes has seized Jeju Island, dominating the Yellow Sea and the peninsula, while also controlling the southern maritime routes of Dongi. Furthermore, Hedes has allied with the Panda Nation to assert control over Okinawa, effectively trapping Dongi and creating a secure maritime zone in the East China Sea for the Panda Nation. The first island chain has ceased to exist, and the second island chain remains incomplete. We have already delivered a quantity of munitions and equipment to the Panda Nation, which will serve as a strategic distraction for them. They are a people who value personal connections. Having received gifts, they are likely to reciprocate. However, we Westerners differ fundamentally from our Eastern counterparts. We would readily betray our ancestors for the sake of profit, let alone friends. After all, friends are, by nature, expendable. Mr. President, what does this mean for us? For Dongi? Prime Minister Inukai inquired, trembling with apprehension. The Eastern Nation is not only our ally but also our steadfast vanguard, bound together by geopolitical interests. We would never betray you. Now I am reassured, Mr. President. The minor losses sustained by your Eastern Nation are utterly insignificant. We shall swiftly replenish your aerial capabilities with far more formidable forces. Our stipulation is that following the commencement of the Panda Nation-S assault, the Eastern must covertly intervene from the north to maximize the destruction of their living forces. We, the Sam Nation, shall temporarily authorize you to deploy our offensive weapons, enabling the Eastern E to strike their coastal regions. With a sense of delight, Xiao Shabu elaborated on this clandestine plan, contemplating the potential damage to their glassworks, which would result in a colossal order for our glass factory. Mr. President, due to various constraints, our Eastern E nation is unable to engage in external warfare or utilize offensive weaponry, and we lack sufficient military personnel. Prime Minister Inukai Junjiro, are you frightened by the prospect of a coup? You are cautiously testing the waters, advancing step by step. Do you truly fear our obstruction? Mr. President, I understand. I comprehend. Simultaneously, our intelligence services uncovered that the Kingdom of Hedes possesses no land forces, with barely over 10,000 Marines capable of conducting land operations. Although their naval and air forces are formidable, I recall a proverb from the panda family regarding frogs racing horses, which implies that frogs cannot outpace horses. Thus, our military personnel have advised defeating the Kingdom of Hedes from the land. We have devised 2 strategic positions, one at the peninsula, where I shall soon meet with the president of the Pickled Vegetable Nation, hoping that the Eastern E and Pickled Vegetable Nations, under the leadership of our Sam Nation's 8th Army, can mount a counteroffensive. The second direction is the Middle East, where we possess sufficient military strength, particularly in the army, and will collaborate with NATO allies to ambush the Kingdom of Hedes. Both locations are allied with their Southern Treaty Organization. Once we engage, they will inevitably respond. Mr. President, this truly is a grand strategy. Might our Eastern E nation finally be recognized as a legitimate state? Should you fulfill the tasks set forth by our Sam Nation? Not only will you achieve recognition, but we shall also support your ascension to a permanent seat in the United Nations. Is this true, Mr. President? Is it genuine? Indeed. Do you still doubt the credibility of our Sam Nation? Panama City, Presidential Palace. President Cohen's office is situated on the 2nd floor of the White House. A few days prior, an envoy from the Kingdom of Hedes arrived secretly, requesting permission for their aircraft carrier fleet to transit through the canal, temporarily halting east-west maritime traffic. Concurrently, a representative from the Sam Nation visited during this sensitive period, reminding us not to forget the 15 hours of 1989. How could one possibly forget the ignominy of Panama? On December 20th, the United States deployed 27,000 soldiers in a military operation codenamed Operation Just Cause, conquering the nation in a mere 15 hours. At that juncture, the U.S. envoy revisited the matter, ostensibly to ensure that Panama would not permit the fleet of aircraft carriers from the Kingdom of Hedes to pass through. However, such a formidable naval strike group far eclipsed Panama's military capabilities. How could the diminutive Panama dare to provoke the maritime Kingdom of Hedes? Meanwhile, the U.S. repeatedly asserted the presence of numerous military bases in Panama, claiming they could safeguard the nation's security. Such declarations were nothing but fabrications, which President Cohen would undoubtedly not accept. Perhaps sensing the unvoiced concerns of President Cohen, following the envoy's departure, a contingent of U.S. soldiers clad in the uniforms of the Panamanian Guard seized control of the presidential palace. Presently, Cohen's presidential guard was effectively comprised of the U.S. Marine Corps. As the thought of Hedes' aircraft carrier fleet drawing ever closer crossed Cohen's mind, anxiety gripped him. Panama found itself precariously positioned between 2 military superpowers, akin to being placed on a roasting spit and heavily seasoned. Above the Panama Canal Zone, at an altitude of 30,000 meters, the Phantom Space Attack aircraft reported, Phantom reporting, we have entered the target zone. A total of 23 U.S. soldiers have been identified in the target area, armed with M4 carbines, grenades, and other weaponry, classified as Level 1. Phantom, this is the USS Little Conch. Please activate the audio attack identification system and begin frequency locking. Phantom acknowledges, activating now. Frequency range locked at 2,000 to 5,000 Hz. Scanning initiated. A total of 4 frequencies have been scanned: 2,600 Hz, 3,100 Hz, 3,400 Hz, and 3,800 Hz. Target allocation in progress. Target allocation complete. An estimated 30 minutes of disorientation and incapacitation is expected post-attack. Standby. The Chilean squad is cleared for action. In Panama City, at the presidential palace, 7 special operatives clad in active nanosuits began to activate their stealth capabilities. Upon mutual confirmation of their invisibility functions, the 7 members advanced towards the presidential palace in a battle formation. Chapter 118. Night in Panama. After receiving the Prime Minister of the Eastern Barbarians, Zhou Xiaobu urgently convened a meeting with the President of the Pickled Vegetable Nation. President Lu Wang, we in the Sam State express our profound sympathy for the plight of the pickled vegetable people. The vile kingdom of Hedes has stripped you of your right to appreciate beauty, a flagrant affront to human rights. We stand resolutely with the pickled vegetable people in their struggle against the malevolent kingdom of Hedes. We are equally outraged by your loss of Jeju Island. Our formidable military is currently regrouping, and once our powerful military-industrial complex resumes its wartime state, we shall together obliterate the evil kingdom of Hedes. Thank you, dear Sam State, for your compassion. We in the Pickled Vegetable Nation are deeply grateful from top to bottom. Our nation has plummeted from grace. We have lost our navy, our Jeju Island, our right to cosmetic enhancement, our 3-star group, and our ability to appropriate the history of the Panda Nation. Our people now resemble zombies, devoid of any courage or confidence to continue living. Our national pride has been shattered. We urgently require a victory to reignite our faith. We believe that by acquiescing to the kingdom of Hedes, we could start anew. Yet our people find it unbearable to accept the fall from the universe's greatest power to a third-rate nation. If the Sam State can assist us in escaping this predicament, we, the people of the Pickled Vegetable Nation, shall once again prostrate ourselves before the Sam State. Panama City, Presidential Palace, 3 days ago. Su Xiaolin received a secret order from the Huaxia 1438 Corps, issued by the third-ranking official of the army. The order instructed Su Xiaolin to immediately restore his rank and position and to be stationed long-term in the Kingdom of Hedes, specifically with the Kirin Special Operations Team. Su Xiaolin was initially perplexed. This order had been relayed to him by Lonware, indicating that he was neither sent as an undercover agent nor a spy. However, the order did not specify that he was to join the Hedes military, leaving him uncertain of his true role. Despite his confusion, Su Xiaolin executed the order without hesitation. On the day of notification, he received a substantial array of personal gear and weaponry, specialized active nanogear, a single soldier integrated intelligent combat suit, with functions unknown, neutron-equivalent standard assault rifle capable of both point and area damage, with a plasma magazine beneath the stock capable of synchronously manufacturing ammunition, theoretically allowing for a reserve of 40,000 rounds. The neutron-equivalent rifle is designated for special forces, featuring a programmable guided modular micro-weapon that can be wielded one-handed and transformed into an assault rifle. It can accept coordinate commands from the system, allowing for autonomous bullet trajectory. Ammunition types include automatically recyclable rounds, helium ice rounds, high-compression ammunition, and magnetic vortex destruction rounds. The micro-weapon can also be configured into a magnetic spiral track sniper rifle, designated for the defense forces, capable of firing sublight-speed photon rounds, neutron-equivalent ammunition, and programmable rounds. The magnetic rotation orbital sniper rifle and the fire support weapon are equipped with a throwable micro-spike system and a single-soldier micro-launcher. After a brief training, Su Xiaolin found himself utterly bewildered regarding the operation of these devices. Ultimately, he chose to arm himself with the 191 precision rifle and the 92 pistol, both of which he found more manageable. Today marks Su Xiaolin's inaugural participation as an observer in a special mission with the Qilin team. A standard Qilin squad comprises 6 members, 1 commander, 2 snipers, a data navigator, and 3 assault operatives. As an observer, Su Xiaolin would accompany the commander. 7 individuals boarded the Phantom Space assault aircraft, poised for action in the mission area. This was Su Xiaolin's first experience aboard such an advanced aircraft, which is capable of vertical takeoff and landing, precise point-drop air deployment, high-altitude battlefield control, supersonic flight, and instantaneous hovering at high speeds. These technologies left Su Xiaolin in awe. While he was immersed in this astonishment, the captain of the Qilin team pressed a couple of buttons on his combat suit, causing all team members to become invisible. Following a prompt from his teammates, Su Xiaolin lowered his visor, allowing him to see his companions. The helmet also displayed the locations and threat levels of all enemies. Under the captain's command, the assault team advanced in a triangular formation. Phantom, Qilin ready for action, Qilin ready for action, initiating sonic attack. As the red dots illuminated on the helmet display, Su Xiaolin observed that the targets were all in agony, clutching their heads. Some were already frothing at the mouth, while others lay curled up on the ground in distress. The captain quietly informed Su Xiaolin that due to the unique structure of the human body, individuals are particularly sensitive to sound frequencies ranging between 2,000 and 5,000 Hz, which can induce discomfort. The tolerance levels vary among individuals, and the sensitive frequency also differs. Thus, the Phantom Space Assault aircraft precisely scanned each person's most intolerable sound frequency. The slightly modified sound waves were then directed at each individual, with the power adjusted according to their tolerance and physical reactions. I see. So the special forces of Hedes differ greatly from ours. We rely on skills, physical strength, and marksmanship, while your Hedes special forces merely need to operate this equipment, correct? Su Xiaolin inquired. As it stands, yes. However, if we face a different enemy, the situation might change, the captain replied, hinting at future challenges. Su Xiaolin followed closely behind the captain, confirming the status of each incapacitated American soldier to ensure no threats remained before they proceeded directly to the presidential residence. 2 hours later, the Panama Canal Authority issued a notice to all waiting vessels, temporarily closing the east-west canal locks. The resumption time would be announced later. The USS Little Conch aircraft carrier launched over 40 carrier-based aircraft before passing through the locks, while 4 Phantom Space Assault aircraft patrolled at high altitude. As the aircraft carrier group traversed the canal, brief communication disruptions were experienced across various bases of the United States stationed in Panama. Subsequently, the secure military lines were restored, transmitting a notification from the Kingdom of Hedes to the United States stationed in Panama, Command of Quarry Heights, Fort Cobb, Howard Base, Naval Rodman Air Station, Albrook Base, Clayton Base, Sherman Base, Randolph Base, Gorgas Base, and Davis Base. Immediately cease operations of radar, communication systems, satellite communication and control systems, air defense systems, and missile systems. Recall all military aircraft, vehicles, ships, and armed personnel stationed outside the bases. In 2 hours, the Little Conch Aircraft Carrier Strike Group will be tasked with overseeing this directive, and any violation by U.S. military equipment and personnel will be met with lethal force. The Navy of the Kingdom of Hedes, with the Little Conch Aircraft Carrier Strike Group, will commence passage through the Panama Canal in 6 hours, with an anticipated transit duration of 4 hours. Following the passage of the Carrier Strike Group through the canal, all operations may resume. Major Whiteman of the Naval Rodman Air Station expressed his skepticism, saying, "What nonsense! A heavy aircraft carrier group passing through the canal in 4 hours? Major, the Panama Canal stretches a total of 81.3 kilometers and varies in width from 150 to 304 meters. Such a massive vessel cannot possibly navigate swiftly, especially considering the 3 locks present along the waterway. The speed of passage through the locks is not within the vessel's control. It takes at least 9 hours for an aircraft carrier to pass through a lock. To suggest that a carrier group could do so in 4 hours is utterly insane. The command from Southern Command is to prevent their passage. The moment they prepare to transit will present the best opportunity," Whiteman said through gritted teeth. "Major, are you suggesting we engage with the other bases? Fight. Do you truly believe we can overpower them? Relay my orders. No one is to leave the base. Everyone is to return to their quarters and rest. I must safeguard my men. We will not partake in a futile endeavor that leads to death." Chapter 119. The Mysterious Individual and the Enigmatic Plan in the Alpha Strategic Command Center of Sam Nation, General Holt inquired. "What has happened to all military bases in the Panama region? Not only have we lost contact with satellite communications, but both surveillance and transit satellites are also devoid of signals. And what of the fiber optic communications? Those too are silent. Have long and shortwave communications been attempted? Indeed. It seems as though the Panama region has completely severed ties with us. Are there any naval or air force units stationed nearby? The Navy is absent. But the Air Force has an early warning aircraft that is equally unresponsive. Connect with the North American Aerospace Defense Command and request reconnaissance assistance. Activate a Level 1 alert at Southern Command." "Understood, General. Bring me the direct line to the Minister of Defense in the Presidential Office of Sam Nation." The President was informed, "Sir, we have ascertained that the Hedes Little Conch Aircraft Carrier Strike Group has traversed the Panama Canal and has now rendezvoused with the fleet sent to conduct joint exercises with Cuba. This newly formed task force is currently navigating eastward through the Florida Strait. At the time, all communication with our military bases in the Panama region was interrupted, and we lost satellite signals. We remain unaware of the technology employed by Hedes. Moreover, the President of Panama has vanished, and our forces have found no trace of him. Piero, do you believe Hedes genuinely intends to seize the island of Dongi Nation? Mr. President, I can assure you of that. A colossal aircraft carrier strike group necessitates a forward base, otherwise, its operational endurance is severely limited. This carrier group from the kingdom of Hedes has traveled thousands of miles to northern Europe, lacking allies, logistical supply ports, or forward bases, rendering its sustained combat capability almost negligible. We have executed all that we could. The outcome now rests in the hands of our European allies, sighed George W. Fairbanks. How is our West Wind operation progressing? George W. subsequently inquired of the CIA director. Mr. President, the mission was successful, however. Spare me the theatrics. Deliver the information in one go. Apologies, Mr. President, I am accustomed to it. Fairbanks offered a remorseful glance towards George W. Upon our team's arrival at the enriched uranium manufacturing facility in the Cherijo region of Karnataka, the nuclear warheads had already been disassembled and left in situ. It is reported that the factory's workers, scientists, and guards had all attended the Shiva festival, leaving the entire facility unstaffed. What? A factory producing enriched uranium and assembling ballistic missiles, and not a single soul is present due to a mere festival? Do you believe that, Henry? I find it hard to believe, yet our team has verified the nuclear warheads. They are indeed the warheads for the Firestorm missile. George W. gazed at Fairbanks in astonishment, remaining silent for an extended moment. Mr. President, this surely cannot be a gift from the third brother. I have never heard of any nation presenting nuclear warheads as gifts. Pyrrhus remarked, attempting to lighten the mood. However, Ferberta failed to grasp the underlying implication of Pyrrhus' words and responded earnestly, it's not entirely unheard of. A certain Eastern superpower once sent several to a desert, along with tons of schematics. How ironic that they were fortuitously discovered by the lesser powers. With that, Ferberta chuckled softly. Enough, Henry, this is hardly amusing. Do you not sense the ominous presence of unseen hands orchestrating these events? After casting a sharp glance at Ferberta, Joe Bush continued, Pyrrhus, please elaborate on the FBI's recent findings. Certainly, Mr. President. The FBI has uncovered some irregularities, all pertaining to the Kingdom of Hedes. Since November of last year, every investment made by certain domestic banks has failed, yet their stocks have continued to soar uncontrollably. Moreover, a substantial amount of counterfeit currency has been unearthed. The figures are staggering. Most critically, the banks we have invested in, namely the Swiss bank, are on the brink of insolvency. This jeopardizes the financial security of our nation, and should a significant failure occur, it will trigger a severe financial upheaval. All these anomalies seem to be linked to the Kingdom of Hedes, as we have suddenly identified thousands of financial accounts that engage in activities starkly contrasting with standard transactions. One might even say they are entirely antithetical. For instance, at Meyer Long Bank, when the stock price rises, these accounts engage in substantial purchases, showing no concern for whether they are at a peak. Conversely, when the price declines, they refrain from selling and instead make large deposits to stabilize the stock value. Currently, Meyer Long's stock price has exceeded its historical peak by 30 points. Ferberta immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Indeed, we share this belief. They are biding their time for the opportune moment to strike decisively. Should they act, it would ignite a financial storm across our nation, Pyrrhus stated. Furthermore, there has been a troubling surge in the leakage of secrets concerning the military-industrial complex, with various government personnel associated with it also compromised. The domestic discourse has escalated beyond the FBI's control, and incidents of leaks appear to be proliferating. The orchestrators of these leaks are highly skilled, and we have yet to gather concrete evidence, but we suspect the Kingdom of Hedes is behind this. Additionally, our investigations into individuals who have traveled to the Kingdom of Hedes alongside reporters and our dispatched operatives reveal that certain locations within Hedes are entirely off-limits to foreigners, with restrictions even imposed on civilians. For instance, several of their military islands and the central island of Zhongjing remain inaccessible to us, and even satellites lose signal when traversing those areas. Xiao Shibu took over the conversation and remarked, our intentions are quite straightforward. This nation is shrouded in mystery and possesses seemingly advanced technology. This stands in stark contrast to the interests of our nation. We must uncover their secrets and systematically dismantle their capabilities. Gentlemen, humanity harbors an innate fear of the unknown. The military of this nation wields terrifying technologies that can lock onto targets within seconds. They can render all electronic devices in an area or even an entire nation inoperative, disrupting communications. They can thwart reconnaissance efforts from satellites worldwide. They can effortlessly steal our confidential information, and they can intercept missiles, including ballistic ones, with absolute certainty. This is undoubtedly beyond the technological prowess found on Earth. Therefore, prior to our next military operation, it is imperative that we seek assistance. As Xiao Shabu spoke, he pressed a button on the table. Moments later, a man clad in a red suit entered the room. Gentlemen, the vastness of the cosmos far exceeds our imagination. We have analyzed certain military operations of the Kingdom of Hedes, and their technology surpasses ours significantly, indeed exceeding the technological standards of our planet. We have ample reason to suspect that the Kingdom of Hedes has acquired extraterrestrial technology. Hence, the President has sent me here to introduce to you a crucial matter. We possess a conduit for communication with unknown extraterrestrial realms. However, given the associated risks, we have refrained from activating these channels until now. But the situation has changed. We face a mortal threat. If we allow the Kingdom of Hedes to continue its advancement, our nation will cease to exist. Thus, I am here to seek your authorization to initiate contact with extraterrestrial entities, to establish a means of communication with them, and to enlist their assistance in defeating the Kingdom of Hedes. Chapter 120. The Alien Invasion Methods Command Center, Planet Fortress. Seated alone in the commander's chair, Qin Shaohai observed the bustling staff around him, yet his mind was preoccupied with the latest report from Chris concerning the previous day's developments. 2 days prior, the space probe designated as 533 had autonomously departed from the Planet Fortress, pursuing the source of an unexpectedly detected gravitational wave signal. Upon receiving the probe's transmission, Chris promptly informed Qin Shaohai of the findings. It turned out that the gravitational whirlpool signals in the Gulf of Aden were not isolated phenomena. Significant magnetic whirlpools of no less than level 4 had also been detected in the Vatican within Rome, the Bermuda Islands, and New Siberia in the northern regions of the Bear Nation. This was a conspicuous signal, indicating that the simultaneous emergence of these phenomena was anything but coincidental. With this in mind, Qin Shaohai called out to Galaxy, "Galaxy, if other extraterrestrial beings were to invade Earth, what would be the most likely method of their incursion?" "Mr. President," Galaxy replied, "should an alien invasion occur, it would almost certainly originate from celestial bodies beyond our solar system. Our solar system resides within the Orion arm of the Milky Way galaxy, situated between the Perseus and Sagittarius arms, approximately 25,000 to 28,000 light-years from the galactic center. The solar system is not positioned at the heart of the galaxy, but rather at a considerable distance from it. Dispatching a large interstellar fleet for long-distance faster-than-light travel would be an imprudent endeavor. The gravitational fluctuations caused by superluminal travel can easily be detected by other civilizations. Moreover, the gravitational troughs left in the wake of such expeditions would take an exceedingly long time, measured in millennia, to recover. Thus, it is customary for advanced civilizations to employ small superluminal probes for reconnaissance and to establish gravitational vortex-triggering devices in the target zones. By configuring the magnetic rotation mechanisms of these devices, they can activate the transport systems directly when necessary. Small superluminal vessels do not generate detectable gravitational troughs, making them exceedingly safe. Galaxy, are you suggesting that they would utilize wormhole generators already established on Earth? Indeed, Mr. President. Such is the typical method of invasion. Galaxy responded earnestly. And what does the current level 4 signify? It indicates that they are initiating reconnaissance and preliminary exploratory efforts. Simultaneously, it suggests they are assessing the stability of the wormholes and the continuous output of energy. Galaxy, from where does the energy for the wormholes derive? The operational energy for the wormholes comes from stars. The activation energy can be sourced from the Earth's core, magnetic fields, or potentially the release of extraordinarily powerful weaponry. Qin Shaohai gazed at Galaxy with a hint of perplexity. Mr. President, observe here. Galaxy indicated towards the command display panel before Qin Shaohai. Theoretically, the Earth's core is too distant from the surface for small probes to install devices capable of harnessing core energy. Magnetic fields also present instability factors. The most probable source is the release of energy from potent weapons, such as nuclear armaments. This can also be articulated from another perspective. Humanity may only be susceptible to invasion when its technology reaches the atomic level. For the explosive energy of an atomic bomb is sufficient to initiate the creation of a wormhole, particularly capable of facilitating the opening of a large wormhole, which is crucial for military transport. Once a wormhole is activated, it necessitates the sustaining energy derived from stellar plasma for stability. Should extraterrestrial entities wish to open a large wormhole on Earth, they would undoubtedly first dispatch small probes to the vicinity of the Sun. After the wormhole is established, these probes would continuously supply relay energy to maintain the wormhole's function. I have come to understand that this implies a gateway on their side, a gateway on ours, with the sun's plasma serving as the energy conduit between the two. Furthermore, our gateway has restrictions. We must possess the capability to manufacture nuclear weapons. Once we acquire such weaponry, they could orchestrate a detonation at will to activate this gateway. With both gateways open and the intervening passage stabilized, an invasion force could indeed traverse through, correct? Indeed, Mr. President. The interstellar vessel, Planetary Fortress, is equipped with space probes capable of being launched near the sun to identify those extraterrestrial probes, is it not? Certainly, Mr. President. The Planetary Fortress was designed as an interstellar battleship. Excellent. Launch the space probes and monitor the sun for me. Do you have any other recommendations? Mr. President, theoretically, the extraterrestrial probes would require faster-than-light travel to reach the solar system. As long as we ascertain their destination, we could conduct targeted gravitational well scans in the vicinity of the target area, thereby increasing the likelihood of detecting these superluminal traces. Beyond the 7 planets of the solar system lies the Kuiper belt. Any attempt to enter the solar system would necessitate passage through this asteroid belt, which is practically an obligatory route for extraterrestrial invasions, a strategic location, as we would say in earthly terms. We can deploy fixed detection and early warning systems within the Kuiper belt to provide us with advance alerts. Excellent. That would be optimal. Execute the plan. Yes, Mr. President. Just as Galaxy was preparing to depart, Qin Shaohai suddenly inquired, Galaxy, has probe 533 detected these gravitational waves? Can the system ascertain the technological level of the extraterrestrial beings responsible for these waves? Upon hearing this, Galaxy turned back and elucidated, Mr. President. The system has provided an assessment indicating that the civilization creating these gravitational waves is nearing the technological level of the Planetary Fortress. Oh, your assurance brings me considerable relief. Qin Shaohai inhaled deeply, his earlier vacuous concerns instantly filled with confidence. However, Mr. President, the current iteration of the Planetary Fortress is merely 3-dimensional. The technological level I referred to pertains to a 4-dimensional version of the Planetary Fortress. Alas, that spells disaster. Nevada, Lincoln County, Area 51. Brigadier General White arrived at the subterranean level 34 via the elevator, neglecting to acknowledge the saluting soldiers as he hurriedly entered the base's most enigmatic workshop number 3, accompanied by several scientists. Although shrouded in mystery, this place is devoid of many devices, containing only an abundance of computers and communication equipment. Today, Brigadier General White is poised to oversee a contemporary rendition of the Philadelphia experiment. The testing site is located on an uninhabited island within the Bermuda Archipelago, adjacent to which lies a decommissioned destroyer. Chapter 121, The Enigmatic Nation of Sam in Lincoln County, Nevada, at Area 51. Brigadier General White and a cadre of scientists fixated their attention on the staff, their tension palpable, with each command and response echoing through the facility. The atmosphere grew increasingly charged. USS Charles, anchor engaged, came the call. Anchoring complete. Main spindle output 3 achieved. Main spindle output continues to rise. Radar systems and weapon systems, power down. Power down complete. Maintain continuous power output. Activate electromagnetic tower switch number 2. Switch number 2 activated. Data stable. Engage switches 3 through 6. Discard the insulation cover atop the electromagnetic tower. Switches 3 to 6 are now active. Discard insulation cover. Set for a simultaneous frequency with the Nevada Alpha Tower and USS Charles in 5 minutes. All personnel, retreat. Configuration complete. Personnel evacuation initiated. All personnel, proceed to the aft helicopter station. In the command center of the planetary bastion, Galaxy pointed at the images on the screen and addressed President Qin Shaohai, Mr. President. They are simulating Tesla's Philadelphia experiment. The original Philadelphia experiment was deemed a partial success, however, due to the inability to control such technology. A significant number of sailors became fused with the metal hulls of their ships, and the vessels themselves failed to teleport successfully. When power peaked, 20 of the molecules remained untransmitted, preventing the ships from fully materializing elsewhere. The new Philadelphia experiment they are undertaking differs from Tesla's. President Qin, taken aback, inquired. In what way does it differ? The system displays nearly identical data. Mr. President, we are currently in the energy accumulation phase. This stage requires minimal energy, however. To achieve teleportation power, a far greater energy output is necessary. The power generated by this destroyer's engines is insufficient to attain such energy levels. Galaxy, what do you mean? Are you suggesting there exists another possibility? Yes, Mr. President. Their intention is to open a communicable wormhole, not to conduct an object teleportation experiment. Moreover, the system has detected that this destroyer-S power system is nuclear. It is possible that the nuclear power system from a submarine has been retrofitted to this destroyer. By enhancing the power output and providing electrical compensation elsewhere, when the electromagnetic fields at both locations reach a critical point, the electromagnetic force will no longer be constrained. Instead, it will converge at the apex of the Earth's magnetic field, generating immense energy. Given that the warship is of metallic construction, this post-convergence energy will directly impact the vessel, rapidly catalyzing the nuclear reactor. The result of this catalysis will be a chain reaction coupled with a magnetic vortex effect. The magnetic field constitutes the Earth's distant magnetosphere, a product of the interaction between the Earth's magnetic field and solar winds. The outer boundary of the magnetosphere, known as the magnetopause, can extend up to 13,000 kilometers into space, forming a ring around the Earth's outermost layer. Additionally, the magnetosphere is enveloped by a plethora of solar wind particles, which amplify the magnetic vortex effect, thereby enabling the activation of a wormhole. The United States has been engaging in self-destructive behavior, seemingly relentless in its pursuits. Can we halt their actions? Theoretically, it is feasible, but it necessitates the simultaneous destruction of both electromagnetic towers, with no time discrepancy allowed, even a mere 0.1 second deviation could disrupt the magnetic vortex circuit, potentially affecting the Earth's magnetic poles and even leading to the magnetization of the Earth's core. Let us hope for the best. Galaxy. Expedite the ammunition supply for the Octopus-class Oceanic Strike Group, ensuring it is prioritized, as our plans must be accelerated. Indeed, Mr. President, we have discovered that the Eastern barbarians are secretly expanding their military. Their A-class divisions have surged from 7,000 to 12,000 personnel and continue to grow rapidly. Additionally, several air wings from the United States are intensively deploying to various bases in the Eastern barbarians' territory. Just yesterday, we observed 300 F-15 aircraft land in their domain. Initially, we speculated these movements were intended to counter Panda Nation. However, these aircraft circled around to Okinawa before departing for the Eastern barbarians, clearly to prevent any misjudgment by Panda Nation. The Eastern barbarians have experienced the Kyoto Mutiny. Perhaps the internal shifts there are tied to Inakai's visit to the United States. What news from Kimchi Nation? They too are expanding their military, albeit at a pace significantly slower than their counterparts. However, some army equipment from the U.S. bases in the Eastern barbarians is being transported to Kimchi Nation. Another noteworthy development involves the arrival of the U.S. Navy's 3rd Maritime Prepositioning Squadron, previously stationed near Okinawa and Saipan, now reaching Kimchi Nation. The vessels include the USS David Williams, USS Bedeckman Lot, USS Jack Rams, and USS William Burt, all of the Howe class. Each maritime prepositioning ship can transport 90 tanks, 75 light armored vehicles, 327 amphibious assault vehicles, 90 155mm howitzers, and 386 high-mobility multipurpose wheeled vehicles. This could swiftly equip a heavy armored brigade or a half-armored division of Kimchi Nation, with the prepositioned ammunition and supplies capable of sustaining 30 days of intense combat. As Qin Shaohai contemplated the key elements of this information, he noticed Lan Yuer approaching and inquired, "Yuer, do you have any further updates?" "Indeed, Mr. President. NATO had prepared last year to deploy forces against us, and now they are redirecting towards the Middle East. The United States has positioned its 1st Maritime Prepositioning Squadron in the Mediterranean, navigating through the Suez Canal. This squadron comprises the following vessels: the USS Matthew Cook, the USS Eugene Oberle, the USS Steve Plass, and the USS John Bob. Additionally, the 2nd Maritime Prepositioning Squadron, stationed near Diego Garcia, has arrived in the vicinity of the Gulf of Aden, including the USS Lewis Hogue, the USS William Berg, the USS James Anderson, the USS Alex Bowman, the USS Franklin Phillip, and the USS Giscard Snook, a Harrier-class vessel. The 1st Expeditionary Force of the Marine Corps and the 3rd Mechanized Infantry Division have completed their assembly in the Middle Eastern Theater. The 1st Armored Division and the 1st Mechanized Infantry Division of the U.S. Army, alongside the 1st Cavalry Division stationed at Fort Hood in Texas, have commenced their mobilization since yesterday, preparing to receive equipment from the 2nd Maritime Prepositioning Fleet. The 101st Airborne Division, based in Fort Campbell, Kentucky, has also begun organizing targeted military exercises. Furthermore, A battalion from the 7th Brigade of the Australian Army has already arrived in the Middle East, with subsequent units in the process of being organized. The Royal Canadian 1st Armoured Regiment and the 3rd Rifle Regiment are en route to the Middle Eastern region. As Qin Shaohai lamented, it is evident that the United States is orchestrating two significant plans, one in the peninsula or the Middle East, and the other involving the activation of a wormhole. While it might be comprehensible for these events to unfold separately, the urgency with which the United States seeks to address both simultaneously suggests some ulterior motive. UAIR, please instruct the system to retrieve the communications data of U.S. military and political officials, along with all pertinent information from the U.S. military, including data from Area 51, and subsequently analyze their intentions to provide me with the highest likelihood of an explanation. Chapter 122. Unleashing the hedging energy waves and activating the Stargate in the Presidential Executive Office of Sam's Country, an anxious George W. Bush inquired, "Mr. President, what was the outcome of the nuclear bomb retrieved from the third brother?" "The nuclear warhead mounted on this fiery missile is intact. Its nuclear payload can withstand neutron bombardment, unlike our own nuclear arsenal," came the reply. George pondered momentarily before exclaiming, "So we are to become like a girl without her trousers?" "Indeed, Mr. President," Henry affirmed. "The CIA and FBI must exercise stringent control. Anyone privy to this information, aside from those in this office, must be arranged for an immediate flight." "Make it happen," George commanded fiercely. "Understood, Mr. President. The subsequent tasks will be considerably simpler. We can proceed with lightened burdens." George did not outwardly display much sorrow. He had anticipated this possibility long ago. "Gentlemen, while we remain uncertain about the cause of the nuclear weapons failure, it is evident that foul play is afoot. The mastermind behind this is clearly targeting our vulnerabilities, honing in on our nuclear capabilities. The intention is unmistakably to annihilate our nation. If that is the case, we have little to fear. The operations in Bermuda are currently underway, and we shall receive updates shortly. Concurrently, we must expedite the underwater initiative in the Gulf of Aden. The energy from the Stargate there is substantial. Regardless of whether the extraterrestrials beyond the wormhole are foes or allies, we must establish contact. Furthermore, prior to establishing stable communications with the aliens, we must accelerate our terrestrial assault plans against the kingdom of Hedes, in the command center of the planetary fortress. After confirming the information, Galaxy rushed to Qin Shaohai's side. "Mr. President, the Bermuda experiment has concluded, lasting a mere 1.3 seconds. Under the immense energy shock, the modified nuclear reactor automatically shut down, resulting in a failed experiment." "Indeed, failure is preferable," George replied. "However, Mr. President, although the experiment did not meet expectations, the energy produced is nonetheless significant." "What do you mean?" "In essence, while the wormhole was activated for only 1 second, the energy generated is detectable. For this magnitude of energy, it is sufficient for extraterrestrials to detect and locate it. Therefore, a subsequent experiment may not be necessary. The aliens could directly open the wormhole once they are prepared," Galaxy stated gravely. "Galaxy, does the planetary fortress possess the capability to detect extraterrestrials?" Qin Shaohai inquired with concern. "Mr. President, the planetary fortress lacks preemptive detection capabilities. It can only detect energy levels when the wormhole is activated or if a significant energy level is discovered near the target point, or if we already know which alien race from which galaxy intends to open the wormhole. Otherwise, the planetary fortress is powerless." "Let me rephrase my question. To what distance might the energy shock wave, lasting 1.3 seconds, be detectable by extraterrestrials?" "Please wait, Mr. President. The calculations on the planetary fortress are underway." As time passed steadily, Qin Shaohai found himself in an unprecedented situation, one that could compel the intelligent control system of the planetary fortress to operate for such an extended duration, indicating the vastness of the data involved. Fortunately, after a few minutes, the Galaxy spoke. "Mr. President, the feedback from the planetary fortress system is as follows. 1. The disturbances generated by energy have surpassed the critical threshold of 3-dimensional space, making them detectable in 4-dimensional space. Theoretically, technology in 4-dimensional space could identify this ephemeral energy disturbance at any point in the universe. However, due to the multitude of explosions and energy waves within the cosmos, unless one is specifically attuned to it, such disturbances would likely go unnoticed. 2. Should extraterrestrial beings from 3-dimensional space, equipped with the technological capabilities akin to those of Sirius possess prior knowledge of the coordinates, they could detect this energy disturbance within a radius of 3 light-years. However, without prior coordinate locking, such energy waves could easily be obscured by other cosmic energies. 3. In the presence of a stargate, however, the scenario shifts dramatically. This point-to-point energy conduit could accurately transmit the energy disturbance to its intended planetary or galactic destination during the occurrence, rendering it easily detectable. 4. The planetary fortress. Through estimations based on the momentarily activated stargate, deduced that this stargate could link to any planet within a span of 700 light-years. The Orion Arm, where the solar system resides, is situated 500 light-years from both the inner and outer arms of the Milky Way. Thus, it follows that certain planets within the spans from the Orion Arm to the Perseus Arm, and then to the Sagittarius Arm, could potentially serve as endpoints for this stargate. This range encompasses over 100 billion galaxies akin to our solar system, with the number of planets exceeding trillions. It is impossible to examine each one individually or to pinpoint accurately. Hence, we are left with no choice but to wait. While Qin Shaohai grasped only part of the initial discussion, he comprehended the latter part. Even the planetary fortress found itself at an impasse, forced to wait. With the likelihood of the worst-case scenario looming, Galaxy, if indeed the Stargate has connected to extraterrestrial beings, what is the probability of their invasion of Earth based on your experience? Mr. President, this is not a matter of probability, it is an inevitability. Why? The central region of the Milky Way galaxy is a densely packed area teeming with billions of stars, intricately distributed around the galactic core. It is here that the earliest civilizations emerged, flourishing with advanced technology. However, as time progressed, the stars in this region have transitioned into the stage of white dwarfs, rendering the environment inhospitable for the survival of civilizations. Consequently, early civilizations have begun their migration toward the outer fringes of the galaxy, a phenomenon known as cosmic civilization migration. Over time, civilizations within each major galaxy gradually shift toward the periphery of their respective systems, a fundamental principle of cosmic evolution. Currently, the destination for the mass migration of civilizations from the galactic center has reached a location nearly 20,000 light-years away, with some even venturing as far as 25,000 light-years. Although the solar system is relatively youthful, it possesses an allure that attracts these civilizations, especially given its proximity of merely 27,000 light-years from the galactic core. This implies that they are drawing ever closer to the solar system, potentially within 2,000 light-years. Remarkably, the operational range of the stargates can connect across 700 light-years. It is conceivable that these stargates on the outskirts of the galaxy were strategically placed for reconnaissance purposes. Mr. President, indeed, it is likely that they have already intercepted information and are preparing accordingly. Chapter 123. Quantum State Detector. While Qin Shaohai remained ensconced in slumber, a sudden and urgent alarm pierced the tranquility, and before he could rise, Galaxy appeared at his door. Mr. President, we have detected 6 disturbances in the energy waves of the outer atmosphere, each measuring at level E. Additionally, 2 energy disturbances have been identified near the Caribbean Sea and the Gulf of Aden, also at level E. Just how significant is this level E? What do these 8 disturbances signify? Qin Shaohai inquired, his mind shrouded in confusion. Mr. President, according to the energy release scale, level E is approximately equivalent to the instantaneous release of energy equivalent to 500 million tons of TNT, roughly akin to the power of 10 hydrogen bombs. Such immense energy could instantaneously warp space-time and disrupt magnetic fields. The planetary fortress was only able to locate these disturbances after detecting changes in the magnetic field. Qin Shaohai felt a wave of dizziness, whether from being abruptly awakened or from the sheer magnitude of the energy was uncertain. After a moment, he pressed further. Galaxy, can the planetary fortress ascertain the nature of these 8 energy fluctuations? Is there any non-earthly object present at these locations? Galaxy replied with unwavering certainty. There are merely 8 markers, posing no threat. What? No threat? Are you certain? Qin Shaohai clutched Galaxy, seeking to discern whether this bioengineered being was jesting. Having been confirmed by the planetary fortress, these were solely markers, quantum states, which do not pose a threat to us or to Earth, Galaxy calmly asserted. As Qin Shaohai donned his attire, he urged, Galaxy, elucidate why there is no threat. Mr. President, allow me to explain using the logic of earthly language. Firstly, the only civilizations capable of traversing light years to reach Earth must belong to one of 2 categories, either a civilization far more advanced than Earth's three-dimensional existence, or a four-dimensional or even higher civilization. Regarding four-dimensional civilizations, it is nearly impossible for them to arrive on Earth. Consider this. Would you, as a being of three dimensions, seek to invade a two-dimensional civilization? Or would you, Mr. President, endeavor to infiltrate an infinitely thin piece of paper? Certainly not, Qin Shaohai responded resolutely. Thus, four-dimensional civilizations are unlikely to invade unless humanity has advanced to a point that threatens their very existence. Furthermore, any three-dimensional civilization capable of crossing light years to reach Earth must possess technology vastly superior to our own. They would either have mastered faster-than-light travel or have developed quantum spatial leap technology. The 8 markers currently present in Earth's orbit are evidently quantum state entities. So, are these markers some form of advanced civilization's reconnaissance devices? Qin Shaohai interjected. Indeed, one might say that Qin Shaohai felt a chill run down his spine. After pacing the room several times, he slowly inquired, Galaxy, I recall that Lan informed me that the planetary fortress was originally in a four-dimensional state. Should I then assume that your technology is significantly more advanced than theirs? Galaxy initially nodded affirmatively, only to subsequently shake her head. What does this signify? Qin Shaohai pressed. Mr. President, we, residing in Sirius, represent a four-dimensional civilization. The planetary fortress is also a war machine of the four-dimensional realm, yet presently it exists in a three-dimensional form. Furthermore, many of its functionalities were compromised or diminished during this transition to three dimensions. Thus, theoretically, the planetary fortress does not surpass those civilizations in terms of advancement. Qin Shaohai drew back the curtains, gazing at the shimmering surface of the sea, before asking, Galaxy, why have they deployed quantum state detectors in 8 locations? Is it because they perceive a threat from Earth, or are they simply conducting pre-war reconnaissance? Indeed, Mr. President, this represents a global strategic deployment. These 8 positions are capable of monitoring the entire globe while also providing targeted surveillance in the Gulf of Aden and the Caribbean Sea. We suspect this is a response to the recent energy wave from the United States. This magnitude of energy wave could lead other civilizations to mistakenly overestimate Earth's technological capabilities, potentially inviting disaster, Qin Shaohai mused, still observing the waves on the sea. Given that we cannot ensure victory over alien civilizations, is there a means of avoidance? Galaxy contemplated for a moment, perhaps interacting with the planetary fortress, before responding, Mr. President, deception is a viable tactic. We can mislead their detection systems. Elaborate, please. In essence, if we refrain from utilizing high-energy weapons or items in warfare or societal activities, Earth will appear non-threatening in the eyes of those civilizations. Qin Shaohai nodded in understanding. I see, high-energy weapons refer to nuclear bombs, electromagnetic weapons, and the like. Therefore, we must disarm certain nations. Otherwise, their reckless actions could jeopardize Earth. Galaxy then inquired, Mr. President, what are your next instructions? Summon Defense Minister Lin Peter, Foreign Minister Hila, and the Commander of the Navy and Air Force to the Operational Command Center. Chapter 124, The Counterattack Plan of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom Planet Fortress, Operations Conference Room. Qin Shaohai gazed thoughtfully at the 8 luminous points on the electronic hologram. The other attendees in the conference room were taking turns to speak, but their discourse revolved primarily around the reporting and explanation of various situations. The advantages of this artificial intelligence were evident, yet its drawbacks were equally pronounced. It lacked human cognitive abilities. In terms of execution, these individuals were indeed exceptionally skilled, but their capabilities were confined to mere implementation. All decisions necessitated Qin Shaohai's judgment. As the Hedes Ocean Kingdom continued to provoke numerous incidents, the matters demanding his attention and the decisions requiring his resolution multiplied, leaving him increasingly fatigued. However, for Qin Shaohai, fatigue was not the issue. Rather, it was the emergence of those 8 anomalous energy points and the unidentified objects suspected to be alien probes. Mr. President, the quantum state of the markers is currently extremely stable. The probe launched by the planet Fortress has undergone examination, and preliminary calculations indicate that the energy level required to trigger the quantum state is approximately classified as sea level, akin to the energy of a basic atomic bomb. Estimated at an equivalent of 15,000 to 20,000 tons, one officer reported. Upon hearing this, Qin Shaohai nodded slightly, as a sense of clarity began to form in his mind. This meant that ordinary missile bombardments or even large-scale military offensives would not activate these quantum state probes. This revelation opened avenues for a series of plans he intended to execute. From this point onward, we shall concentrate our efforts to tackle them one by one. Striving to avoid a multi-front engagement, Qin Shaohai concluded. Mr. President, currently, the Sam Empire is amassing substantial military forces in East Asia and the Middle East. However, based on existing intelligence, we are yet to ascertain their primary target of attack, another officer reported. Qin Shaohai smiled slightly. Let them be. They will act as they wish. While we shall pursue our own course. A rope will break at its weakest point. Let us sever theirs first. He glanced at Inha, saying, I have heard that the Kimchi Nation neither responds to our concerns nor makes significant efforts to address those cosmetic institutions. They even covertly align with the Sam Empire and have amassed troops along their northern border. Let us commence with this soft target and strike at their strategically weakest link. Upon hearing this, Inha immediately interfaced with the Planet Fortress database, rising to deliver a report. Report to the President, the naval capabilities of the Kimchi Nation are virtually non-existent, while their air force retains some combat potential. Following an assessment by the Planet Fortress, it has been determined that deploying 16 sets of long-stake systems in conjunction with 248 missiles would suffice to annihilate them entirely. The total strength of its army amounts to 553,000 personnel. Due to its offensive deployment strategy, more than two-thirds of the army is stationed at the front lines. The army headquarters is located at the Lunsen base, overseeing 3 group armies. The first group army, comprising 9 divisions, the second group army, consisting of 7 divisions, and the third group army, with 18 divisions. Thus, the entire army comprises 11 corps, 39 divisions, and 19 brigades, alongside 100 tanks and armored vehicles, 800 artillery pieces, 7,000 various missiles, and 13,000 pieces of infantry support weaponry. The first and third group armies are positioned at the front, while the second group army is stationed in the rear. Qin Shaohai pondered briefly before rising to issue commands. Inha, Lan Zhongli, Cheng Feifeng, this time. I demand the complete annihilation of all remaining small naval vessels, aircraft, and auxiliary facilities of the Pickled Vegetable Nation, the destruction of its heavy army weaponry, including tanks, armored vehicles, and artillery, and the obliteration of all national power plants, television stations, various factories, ports, stations, and airports. All products containing electronic components, such as televisions, mobile phones, computers, cars, ships, and trains, must be eradicated. I want the Pickled Vegetable Nation to revert to the Stone Age overnight, making them fully comprehend the cost of their perfunctory demeanor, while also demonstrating to the Pickled Vegetable Nation and other allies what the Wrath of Thunder truly entails. This will also serve to gauge the strategic focus and offensive priorities of the Sam state. Yes, Mr. President, we will prepare immediately, replied Inha, Lan Zhongli, and Cheng Feifeng. Standing at attention. Wait, after the punitive operation, the Foreign Ministry must issue a statement immediately. Additionally, please prepare the Great Bull Nation. They are next, followed by the Banana Nation and Kangaroo Nation. We will first clean up these weaklings surrounding the Sam state before turning our attention back to them, Qin Shaohai commanded coldly. In the Pickled Vegetable Nation's red tile presidential office, Foreign Minister Park Buching hurriedly entered the presidential office with a telegram in hand. Meanwhile, the president of the Pickled Vegetable Nation was engaged in a discussion with his office director, alongside General Kim Kai-jen, the then army commander. Mr. President, we have just received a dispatch from the Foreign Ministry of the Kingdom of Hedes, West 8. What now? Is it regarding the cosmetic surgery institutions again? The president scoffed disdainfully, not bothering to turn around. Indeed, Mr. President, General Kim Kai-jen interjected. The Ministry of National Defense has also received a dispatch from the Kingdom of Hedes, demanding the swift abolition of all cosmetic surgery institutions. The president, impatiently setting down his pen and adjusting his posture, remarked, do they not understand that cosmetic surgery is a foundational industry for our Pickled Vegetable Nation? It not only boosts our confidence, but also constitutes a vital component of our national economy, with economic benefits far surpassing those of girl groups. Such ruthless measures against our nation, do they truly fear no retaliation? General Jean Kai-jen continued, stating, our nation possesses hundreds of thousands of elite troops. Unlike the limited technical weaponry of the naval and air forces, our forces cannot be effortlessly obliterated by the high-tech arms of the Kingdom of Hedes. Even if my troops are arranged in neat formations for them to bomb, they would not be able to exhaust their ammunition. And the exorbitant cost of their missiles could very well lead to their financial ruin. General Jean Kai-jen. Let us not forget that intercontinental ballistic missiles are continuously descending over the skies of the Baltic Sea. They show no concern for such costly missiles. Do they truly care for ordinary ones? Foreign Minister Park Buching retorted, his eyes glistening with anger. That is quite different. The small bay can be easily blockaded, whereas our forces are dispersed across the vast territory of our nation. Whether they can locate each one is still uncertain. Remember, we are the largest nation in Asia. General Jin Kaijin proclaimed with pride. If General Jin Kaijin believes this, I concur. Foreign Minister Park Buching nodded in agreement. Enough talk. This plan was personally devised by myself in collaboration with the president of Samgwa. Once the battle commences, the kingdom of Hedes will find themselves in disarray, unable to manage their limited forces. We will continue to prevail under the leadership of Samgwa, and in that moment, all that we have lost shall be regained. The president asserted confidently, glancing at a painting on the wall. The artwork vividly depicted northern soldiers assaulting a defensive line, with rows of artillery and tanks positioned behind it, and numerous warships gathering on the sea. Chapter 125, Returning the Pickle Nation to the Stone Age aboard the planetary fortress. In the left dock of the Weapons Manufacturing Workshop No. 4, Qin Xiaohai inquired while examining a machine no larger than a tank. Marco, is it truly capable of producing 5 to 10 aerial bombs per second? The Minister of Science and Industry, Marco, nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Mr. President. This is the most fundamental aerial weapon of the Planetary Fortress Defense Force. It is primarily utilized in large-scale combat scenarios, as its accuracy is not particularly high, making it suitable only for carpet bombing. Though Qin Xiaohai was aware of the formidable capabilities of the Planetary Fortress, he maintained a pragmatic stance and asked, "This is my first encounter with a weapon that can produce and deploy bombs simultaneously. I believe in the feasibility of such technology given the advancements of the planetary fortress. However, where are the raw materials for these aerial bombs? I do not see any. Furthermore, this apparatus appears rather compact, seemingly incapable of storing a substantial amount of materials." Marco's expression exhibited no trace of derision, perhaps a testament to the advantages of artificial intelligence. As Qin Xiaohai scrutinized him, Marco explained, "Mr. President, the planetary fortress was originally a warship from a 4-dimensional realm. Although it has now been rendered 3-dimensional, it still houses numerous small 4-dimensional weapon systems, such as this bombing nest. While the bombing nest presently operates in 3 dimensions, our repairs and the intelligent dimensional modifications of the warship have preserved its internal storage units in 4 dimensions. This implies that the materials carried by this bombing nest could theoretically yield tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, of aerial bombs, provided the bomber's fuel is sufficient, allowing for sustained bombardment. This is true carpet bombing," Qin Xiaohai marveled, attempting to mask his astonishment. In comparison, Sam's B-52 seems akin to a child's plaything. On the northeastern coast of Jeju Island, at the Hedes Ocean Kingdom Peninsula Air Force Base, 2 upgraded H-160 bombers were being gently pushed into the hangar. Nearby, at the entrance of hangars 3 and 4, another 2 upgraded HB-20 stealth bombers were also being maneuvered inside. Within the dedicated bomber hangar, each housed a bombing nest awaiting installation. Approximately 400 meters away, in a storage facility, Su Xiaolin lounged with one leg crossed, gnawing on a chicken leg while watching the news. A Hedes Ocean Kingdom Air Force officer knocked and entered. "Major Su Xiaolin, I am the intelligence officer for the Jeju garrison of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom, codenamed K9, sent here on the orders of Director Chris from the Security Council." "Oh, please come in." Su Xiaolin casually set down his chicken leg and adjusted his military uniform. "Major Su Xiaolin, our nation will initiate the Stone Age project in 3 hours, targeting the Pickle Nation. However, once the project commences, the financial assets of the Pickle Nation may be entirely acquired by a third party, to prevent any opportunistic gains by external parties. The President has ordered the Chilean team to infiltrate 6 national data centers and 2 network exchange nodes in the Pickle Nation prior to the commencement of the Stone Age project and to insert these USB drives into designated locations," the officer stated while handing Su Xiaolin several USB drives. "Is it merely a matter of inserting a USB drive?" Major Su Xiaolin pondered as he weighed the USB drive in his hand. Once the USB drive is inserted, the program will initiate automatically, facilitating the transfer of all financial assets from the Kimchi Nation to a secure account. However, it necessitates that the Chilean team be divided into 8 smaller squads. Inserting the USB drive within the crucial 2 seconds before the bombs dropped by the Air Force detonate. An early insertion would trigger an anomaly alert, resulting in the involuntary locking of these financial data, Conversely, a late insertion would render the user port inaccessible, thereby precluding any system login for the transfer. Although remote asset transfer is feasible, it would undoubtedly attract the scrutiny of certain nations and leave traces behind. After weighing the pros and cons, the president resolved to execute the transfer within the Kimchi Nation, ensuring that all traces and records would indicate it was an internal action. Su Xiaolin nodded in understanding. When do we depart? We board in 1 hour. At that time, you will remain on standby in the air. All mission details will be directed by the early warning aircraft. Additionally, apart from the members of the Qilin team, a squad from the 1438 unit has also been dispatched. Led by your former subordinate, Scorpion. Scorpion? The 1438 unit? That's implausible. How could they possibly join your operation? Su Xiaolin gazed incredulously at the intelligence officer. In the future, this 1438 squad will be integrated under Major Su's command within the Qilin team, and they will be equipped with the complete arsenal of the Qilin team. With that, the intelligence officer exited the room. As a master of reading expressions, Su Xiaolin was vexed by his inability to glean any information from the intelligence officer's face. What game is being played here? Have they collaborated to such a profound extent? In the Kimchi Nation at the Blue Tile House, the president's chief of staff, Park Byuki, hastily burst into the office. President, we have discovered some anomalies. Speak. What anomalies could there be? The president set his glasses down on the desk. Sir, the frontline troops of the First Army report that since 2 p.m. today, the opposing forces have been retreating in an organized manner for reasons unknown. Customs, the Tourism Bureau, and the Transportation Department have also noted a peculiar phenomenon since yesterday. A large number of citizens from Panda Nation have been departing in an orderly fashion, and several tour groups have canceled their plans to visit the Kimchi Nation in droves. The port authorities have also observed that several Panda ships docked at our ports are departing one after the other. The president's apprehension grew with each revelation, prompting him to rise abruptly and inquire, has this been confirmed? Is the information reliable? Could there be an error in the data? There can be no mistake. The information is glaringly evident. Which nation is responsible? This is suspicious. It seems to be a prelude to war. President, what should we do? Park Byuki asked anxiously. I am at a loss regarding which nation harbors such intentions. How can I determine what actions to take? Quickly, contact the Sam Nation. At this juncture, reaching out to them is our only recourse. Just then, Army Commander Jin Kaijin arrived, having received the information as well. General Jin Kaijin, your timing is impeccable. Come in quickly, the president urged, beckoning him inside. General Jin Kaijin, could you elucidate why the opposing forces have chosen to retreat? This seems utterly illogical. The president inquired anxiously. Mr. President, upon discovering this issue, we promptly reported it to the command of the Sam Nation's station forces. I believe there is no cause for concern, with our formidable 1st and 3rd armies alongside the esteemed 8th Army of the Sam Nation. No nation would dare to challenge us. Our army strength ranks among the top 3 across the entire blue planet, General Jin confidently asserted. Western 8, General Jin Kaijin. If that is the case, I shall rest easy. Recently, we have been receiving a series of dispatches from the Kingdom of Hedes, which has deprived me of restful nights. The emergence of so many unusual circumstances today has only fueled my apprehension. Mr. President, there is no need for worry. Prior to my arrival, I consulted with the command centers for coastal and shore defenses, and we have detected no foreign naval vessels or aircraft approaching our borders, aside from the so-called Jeju garrison. However, the Sam Nation has stationed 2 of its most advanced destroyers opposite the Jeju garrison, along with as many as 40 state-of-the-art fighter jets and several Patriot missile defense systems, ensuring absolute security. Chapter 126. Returning the Pickled Nation to the Stone Age. Above the Pickled Nation, at an altitude of 24,000 meters, the Ranger air transport aircraft soared through the skies. Su Xiaolin meticulously organized his equipment when Scorpion leaned over and remarked, Captain, this gear is impressive. It's top-notch. How did you manage to secure such a significant benefactor? This firearm is beyond my imagination, and this nanosuit is truly an extraordinary piece of technology. Su Xiaolin cast a sidelong glance at Scorpion, inquiring, pray tell. How did you convince the higher-ups to send you here? Did you solicit your father as assistance after accompanying me on the last mission? You could have come alone. Why bring an entire squad? Is the 1438 unit so casually deployable? Don't you have any sense of the situation? Hey, Captain, it's not as simple as that. Even with my father's influence, he lacks the authority to deploy the 1438th detachment. Scorpion chuckled mischievously. To be frank with you, I'm just as perplexed. We received the orders unexpectedly. While the two were engaged in their hushed conversation, soldiers from the Hedes Ocean Kingdom were instructing members of the 1438 detachment on the equipment. Soon after, a voice echoed through the cabin announcing the synchronization of information sharing. The Pickled Nation's early warning radar has been calibrated. Jamming signals are being emitted. The command system of the Pickled Nation is calibrated. Jamming will commence in 5 minutes. The long and short-wave transmission and reception devices of the Pickled Nation are calibrated. Jamming will commence in 5 minutes. The air defense system of the Pickled Nation has been calibrated. Shutdown signals are being transmitted. The telecommunications signal jamming at the U.S. bases in the Pickled Nation is complete. The satellite jamming in the mission area is activated. Chelan team, prepare within 5 minutes. Following this, Su Xiaolin rose and began to mix the team members into 8 squads according to their designated positions, initiating equipment checks. Subsequently, he led Team 1 toward the lower deck of the cabin, with the other squads trailing behind. At that moment, the lower deck was neatly arranged with 9 small circular flying vehicles. In the center of each vehicle was a bubble-shaped cockpit, surrounded by 8 seats with upward flipping canopies, resembling the door mechanism of a supercar. By heavens, this is a UFO! Scorpion exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Indeed, Captain. Our president named this air-ground shuttle UFO, a member of the Chelan team clarified. Short-range air-ground shuttle? Scorpion's eyes widened even further. Why does it seem like your president is so down-to-earth? Su Xiaolin was the first to take a seat in one of the shuttles and promptly commanded through the built-in communicator of his tactical nanosuit. Attention, everyone. I am the mission captain, Su Xiaolin. We will now conduct a communication confirmation. Once he received responses from all personnel, he proceeded with the final information confirmation before the mission. Attention, everyone. The time is now 5:45 p.m. We will depart in 5 minutes. The shuttle will land at 5:55 p.m. At 6 o'clock p.m., all teams will commence the attack. There are no rules of engagement. I repeat, there are no rules of engagement. At 6:10 p.m., all detachments must insert their USB drives. Regardless of mission completion, all must return to the shuttle by 6:08 p.m. At last, all team members must once again verify the nano apparatus, as the shuttle's peak velocity will reach Mach 10. Should any issues arise with the nano devices, consider the consequences. 2 minutes to prepare. An announcement resonates within the cabin. 1 minute to prepare. 50 seconds to prepare, as the crew cabin doors surrounding the shuttle begin to close. 10 seconds to prepare, while the doors beneath the cabin open, and shuttle after shuttle is hoisted to the aperture. The cockpit of the shuttle illuminates with a blue glow, signifying that it is now operational. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, launch. One by one, the UFO-shaped shuttles are swiftly deployed to an altitude of 24,000 meters, subsequently beginning to spin and accelerate downwards. Simultaneously, west of the Pickled Vegetable Nation, a fleet comprised of 1 early warning aircraft, 2 H-160 bombers, and 2 HB-20 stealth bombers is approaching its airspace at cruising speed, southeast of the Pickled Vegetable Nation, under the dim night sky. The ocean appears eerily dark except for some distant twinkling lights. A dark gray behemoth, adorned with metallic patterns on its surface, glides slowly beyond the territorial waters of the Pickled Vegetable Nation. The upper edge of its razor-like bow unfolds to the maximum extent, while vertically plunging at the waterline. Its upper section noticeably tilting forward, giving the bow a half-circular appearance reminiscent of a monstrous maw. Positioned at the bow, 2 triple-barreled 600mm naval guns, resembling the fangs of this behemoth, rotate slowly, their ominous muzzles aimed at the Pickled Vegetable Nation. A total of 3 groups of 128 vertical launch systems are sequentially activated. This is the newly launched firepower behemoth of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom, the Octopus-class nuclear-powered battleship, with a full displacement of 163,200 tons. In its wake, an unusual warship emerges, akin to a guardian. This peculiar vessel is characterized by its large and small catamaran hulls. The larger hull serves as the cargo carrier, devoid of any bridge or superstructure, with rows of integrated vertical missile launch boxes lining the deck. The smaller hull, connected to the larger via 2 arc-shaped support structures, houses the bridge. The larger hull specializes in missile launches, while the wave-piercing smaller hull is dedicated to navigation and control. This design not only mitigates the impact of missile launches on navigation but also allows for monitoring missile deployment from a distance, while shielding the bridge's electronic equipment from electromagnetic interference during launches. This is the Octopus class's accompanying vessel in the Oceanic Firepower Strike Group, the Man-is-Shrimp-class arsenal ship, or the Man-is-Shrimp firepower strike ship, with a displacement of 24,000 tons. These two solitary giants are executing the Stone Age plan, following aerial bombardments. They will utilize onboard missiles and long spike systems to conduct an electronic disarmament bombardment across the entirety of the pickled vegetable nation. The Octopus's 128-unit long-range missile vertical launch system, combined with the 600 missile vertical launch units on the Man-is-Shrimp, totals to an impending two-wave launch of 456 various missiles. These missiles will be equipped with electromagnetic pulse warheads and subatomic expansion waves. The submolecular expansion wave is a form of planetary bastion technology, serving as a weapon that exploits intermolecular forces to dismantle the foundational structures of miniature devices. Given the prevalent use of surface-mounted resistors and capacitors, as well as etched circuits and electronic products, the submolecular expansion wave acts as a weapon that alters the molecular structures of ceramics and metals within a specific range. By modifying these molecular structures, the intermolecular forces within ceramics and metals can be significantly reduced, while internal stress experiences a substantial increase, leading to a phenomenon akin to internal fracturing in electronic devices. This results in the degradation of their electrical performance, ultimately causing the failure of electronic products. Concurrently, the two sets of long spike weapon systems aboard the Mantis-Shrimp are poised to launch a total of 146 air-launched spike arrays, targeting 16,000 small objectives aimed at incapacitating the factories, power plants, and network nodes of the pickled vegetable nation. As the clock strikes 6, the vertical launch systems aboard the two warships are activated, and a vast array of data is processed through the Star Bastion system, subsequently transmitted directly to the missile guidance computers. One by one, the missiles begin their ascent, igniting the surface of the sea in a spectacular display of fire, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption. Chapter 127. Returning the Pickle Nation to the Stone Age as the communication system within the nano-armor initiated a countdown to the missile impact. Various ground units inserted USB drives into the corresponding data center interfaces. Subsequently, the teams began to flee in haste, coinciding with the cacophony of missiles detonating across the landscape. With the explosions reverberating throughout the Pickle Nation, the city, which had just transitioned into night, was plunged into darkness, punctuated by flickering flames and a barrage of smaller blasts. These minor explosions could be attributed to electrical shorts in power plants or the malfunction of electronic devices. The blasts ignited numerous fires, creating the illusion from above that the entire area was ablaze. As Su Xiaolin and his companions ascended into the UFO's cockpit, an intensified barrage of missiles, trailing brilliant tails of fire, sliced through the night sky like a fiery rainbow extending from the sea to the heart of the Pickle Nation. At that moment, a formation of 4 bombers finally arrived over the western coastline of the Pickle Nation. Upon entering its airspace, 2 HP-20 bombers veered southwest while the remaining 2 H-160s continued their course along the southern edge of the demarcation line. As they approached the land boundary, the bomb bay of the H-160 opened, followed by the activation of the bomb release hatch. In rapid succession, a series of 500-kilogram aerial bombs departed the bombers like a chain of bullets, forming an ethereal ladder in the sky. One end connected to the aircraft and the other evenly distributed across the ground. The designated bombing nest deployed 5 aerial bombs per second, each set comprising 1 penetrator bomb, 2 high-explosive bombs, 1 cluster bomb, and 1 incendiary bomb. The 2 H-160 bombers flew in tandem at an altitude of 1,000 meters, commencing a carpet bombing operation that stretched northeast from the northwest border of the Pickle Nation. Their primary targets were the entire military forces and weaponry of the Pickle Nation's 1st and 3rd Army groups stationed at the border. Conversely, the 2 HP-20 bombers were less ruthless, releasing ordnance only over military targets. Although their bombardment was still concentrated, they spared most civilian structures, focusing instead on military bases and factories. Unfortunately for these sites, the HP-20s deployed high-explosive incendiary bombs weighing 2,000 kilograms, which possessed a destructive capacity far exceeding that of the standard 500-kilogram bombs. In a military base of the United States located along the southern coast of the Pickle Nation, a panicked throng of soldiers rushed out of their dormitories, some even sprinting onto the open runway, as a multitude of missiles soared overhead towards the horizon. Major General Howard, who had been enjoying dinner, was abruptly disrupted by the piercing sound of air raid sirens. However, upon arriving at the command center, his efforts proved futile. All communication systems had collapsed, and the command center was devoid of power. Strangely, none of the base's generators, whether primary or backup, could be activated. This resulted in an enveloping darkness across the entire base, and the soldiers who hurriedly gathered to rush to their defensive positions exchanged bewildered glances. As all radar systems were rendered inoperative and the missile power was inaccessible, the only tools at their disposal were hand-cranked air raid sirens and rifles. General Howard, having never encountered such a dire situation, ultimately surrendered to despair after a few moments of struggle, joining his troops outside. Their eyes filled with terror as they gazed upon the missiles soaring above. At that moment, a deep, rumbling sound akin to an old steam locomotive passing overhead echoed through the air, followed instantly by the detonation of a warehouse before their very eyes. The massive shockwave toppling nearby aircraft within a 1,000-meter radius. Another thunderous explosion soon followed, as another equipment maintenance warehouse at the base was obliterated. Subsequently, a cacophony of deafening blasts ensued, accompanied by the ominous roar of artillery, reminiscent of the train thundering above. General, that is the sound of heavy artillery. I served on the USS Iowa. I recognize this noise. It must be from a main gun of at least 500 millimeters. A naval intelligence officer stumbled forward just as a shell from a 600 millimeter super heavy naval cannon landed nearby. General Howard felt as if his very soul had departed, rendered utterly senseless. In the southern offshore region of the Pickled Cabbage Nation, aboard the flagship of the Octopus Ocean Strike Group, the colossal nuclear-powered battleship Octopus, Rear Admiral Wei Huachong meticulously compared mission objectives while issuing commands. Order the artillery commander to fire 2 more salvos from the triple turrets. Then the strike group is to move north towards the U.S. Air Force Base at Wushan. He continued, instruct the Manus shrimp munition ship to launch 4C Emperor hypersonic missiles targeting the U.S. Yangshan base in the Pickled Cabbage Nation, with the first 2 equipped with penetrative warheads and the latter 2 with thermobaric warheads. Report, there are still 11 civilian aircraft in the airspace of the Pickled Cabbage Nation. The President has ordered our ship to take over these aircraft remotely and enforce a course change to a safe area. Without lifting his gaze, Rear Admiral Wei Huachong commanded, systematically force a connection to the aircraft's control systems, altering their course to Ryukyu, while simultaneously scanning for all flights preparing to land in the Pickled Cabbage Nation within a 300-mile radius and forcibly rerouting them. In the United States, an emergency meeting was convened. President George Little Bush, visibly fatigued, awaited reports as the National Security Advisor conferred with the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Gentlemen, ladies, can anyone provide me with precise information regarding why our forces in the Pickled Cabbage Nation are unreachable? What exactly has transpired? After delivering his query, George Little Bush cast a glance at the assembled individuals, yet they merely exchanged puzzled expressions. At that moment, CIA Director Felix Berthas entered, holding a photograph. Mr. President, I believe the Pickled Cabbage Nation is finished. The room fell silent, and all eyes turned to the image he presented. Xiao Shibu was equally astonished as he received the photograph. It was an image captured by a satellite showcasing the East Asian region. The developed nations, such as Dongi, were ablaze with light, while the less fortunate countries remained shrouded in darkness, punctuated only by the sporadic twinkling of lights. When Xiao Shibu's gaze fell upon the land of pickled vegetables, it presented a scene of utter blackness, devoid of any illumination, not even a single glimmer. Why was there no light in the land of pickled vegetables? Had they regressed to the Stone Age? It seemed plausible, remarked CIA Director Fairberts, only when all electricity, even backup and small-scale civilian generators, fail could such a scenario arise. The Stone Age? Good heavens, what had transpired in the land of pickled vegetables? Who could be responsible for this? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Xiao Xiaobu appeared to have an epiphany. Quickly, turn on the television. Everyone in the conference room eagerly watched as the screen flickered to life, yet the broadcast displayed nothing out of the ordinary. Today, the Kingdom of Hedes had not convened a press conference, and the usual news report at 6 o'clock was conspicuously absent, which was highly unusual, Xiao Xiaobu explained. Are you suggesting that all of this is the doing of the Kingdom of Hedes? Just 20 minutes ago, during our strategic meeting with the Pacific Command, the command stationed in the land of pickled vegetables participated in a conference call, and everything was normal at that time. How could a developed nation's entire infrastructure be obliterated in merely half an hour? This is implausible, expressed General Gilbrown, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. In bewilderment, as the clock struck 6:15, the television abruptly displayed a flurry of static before the screen transitioned to the press conference of the Kingdom of Hedes. Chapter 128, The Pickled Nation in the post-Stone Age. The spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Louis Fee, elegantly approached the podium, and after a graceful adjustment of her hair, began to speak. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Hedes, acting under the authorization of the Ministry of Defense, released the following information. In light of the Pickled Nation's repeated provocations alongside the United States against our country, and its persistent refusal to adhere to the agreed-upon terms regarding the disbandment of its military institutions, the Ministry of Defense of the Kingdom of Hedes has been instructed to initiate punitive action. At 6 p.m. today, the naval and air forces of the Kingdom of Hedes commenced a comprehensive and devastating strike against all military facilities, troops, military equipment, power generation systems and nodes, military factories, and all industries related to defense within the territory of the Pickled Nation, as well as all electronic products and industries supporting its military, along with the entirety of its financial systems and facilities. Concurrently, our forces encountered interference and obstruction from the United States stationed troops during the operation. Therefore, our naval and air forces were ordered to deliver punitive military strikes against the U.S. military bases, equipment, and personnel in the region. All military operations concluded at 6:55 p.m. today, rendering the Pickled Nation incapable of posing a military threat to any country, and it no longer possesses the capacity for producing military equipment or ammunition, with its military forces, including police units, having been entirely eradicated. Henceforth, we announce the removal of the Pickled Nation from our blacklist and congratulate it on becoming the world's first truly peaceful nation. Moving forward, we will continue to monitor the Pickled Nation to prevent any rearmament. Simultaneously, our Ministry of Foreign Affairs has been instructed to issue a stern condemnation to the Great Bull Nation, urging it to swiftly withdraw from NATO and to apologize and compensate for the baseless slander and threats directed at our country, while also holding accountable those lawmakers and leaders who instigated the unrest. This press conference was notably brief, yet its implications were profound, leaving the vast majority of nations in a state of shock. This included the high-ranking officials of the United States, who were watching the proceedings in real time within their conference room. What does this mean? Can anyone explain this to me? President Joe Small inquired. Defense Minister Lavard cautiously began. Mr. President, it appears that the Kingdom of Hedes has conducted a nation-eradicating military operation. From the press release, it seems they have disarmed the Pickled Nation entirely, along with our military presence there. A nation-eradicating military operation? Are you suggesting that the Kingdom of Hedes annihilated a country in just 55 minutes? President Small furrowed his brow in disbelief. It appears to be the case, Mr. President. Based on the information we currently possess, the Pickled Nation is likely finished. Its power systems are entirely incapacitated. A society without power is akin to regressing to an agrarian age. Satellites have detected not even the headlights of vehicles, indicating the extensive and precise nature of Hedes's assault. The Pickled Nation is utterly finished. Are you implying that the Kingdom of Hedes wields such terrifying power that they can obliterate a small to medium-sized nation, or even a developed one, in less than an hour? President Small asked, his voice trembling with fear. Mr. President, the terrifying military prowess displayed by the Kingdom of Hedes has completely caught us off guard. While the destruction of military facilities might not be surprising, their ability to obliterate a nation's modern technology in less than an hour is a profoundly terrifying power. Should we consider suspending our military plans? Secretary of State Lord suggested. Indeed, I concur. We must temporarily halt all military operations and preparations in the Middle East, as well as suspend military readiness in East Asia. All naval vessels should return to port or dock nearby to prevent any miscalculations by the Kingdom of Hedes, Joe Bush said nervously. Simultaneously, Director Fair, initiate an investigation immediately. I require a detailed report. I need to understand the true situation in the Pickled Nation and the extent of the losses. General Brown, we have the 8th Army stationed in the Pickled Nation, along with a substantial air force and numerous base facilities. We must ascertain the status of our personnel. Are there any casualties? What are the losses? If contact is established, arrange for an evacuation at the earliest opportunity. While the United States held a closed-door meeting, several nations, which had previously had conflicts with the Kingdom of Hedes, began diplomatic outreach. Regardless of the situation in the Pickled Nation, the fact that the Kingdom of Hedes has boldly announced their actions indicates that military operations are indeed real. Whether the reports are as dire as suggested is of little consequence. Even the annihilation of military facilities would represent a catastrophic blow. Among these nations, none were more anxious than the tiny Bull Nation, a diminutive Nordic country that has long trailed behind NATO and the United States, provocatively criticizing one and maligning another. In particular, they have employed the most repugnant policies against the Kingdom of Hedes, the greatest adversary of the United States. Following the obliteration of the Pickle Nation, the press conference held by the Kingdom of Hedes ended with a stark warning directed at its adversaries, which left the tiny bowl nation in a state of acute anxiety and concern. Thus, less than half an hour after the press conference, the president of the tiny bowl nation began making calls, starting with the United States, unreachable due to their meeting. Next, he tried contacting John Country, also unreachable due to their meeting. Then he attempted to reach Battle Tank Nation and Perfume Nation. Once again, they were unavailable due to meetings. After exhausting the entire phone book without success, the president of the tiny bowl nation felt increasingly desperate. Quickly, summon all military and cabinet members for an emergency meeting. Hurry, he shouted as he burst through the door of his office, addressing his secretary. On board the planetary fortress, in the presidential lounge, Qin Shaohai reclined comfortably on a plush sofa as Lan Yu reported on the impact assessment of the strike on the Pickle Nation. The 6 quantum state detectors in outer space and the 2 on the ground are functioning normally, correct? Yes, Mr. President, everything is normal. Excellent. It appears that our intensity of combat has yet to pique their interest, Qin Shaohai remarked, stretching leisurely. Mr. President, the Little Conch aircraft carrier battle group will arrive at the Faroe Islands tomorrow, yet Cookie Nation has yet to acquiesce to our leasing request. Qin Shaohai remarked with a cold smirk. Blue Wearer, taken aback, inquired, Mr. President, if reason cannot be communicated through words, then how is it to be conveyed? Through fists, naval artillery, and missiles, Qin Shaohai chuckled as he patted Blue Wearer's shoulder. Instruct Major General Mafuwai of the Little Conch aircraft carrier battle group to first eliminate the majority of the naval vessels stationed at the Co's Navy base before we engage in negotiations. The longer we delay, the more they might mistakenly believe in their own prowess. Furthermore, direct Major General Wei Huachong to have the Octopus long-range strike group immediately turn north, following the eastern coastline of Dongi Nation, then veering eastward until they reach the western coast of Maple Leaf Nation. Afterward, they shall proceed south along the western coastline of Sam Nation, entering the Atlantic Ocean via the Drake Passage, and then journey northward. The remaining vessels of the strike group will head directly east, reaching the western coast of Maple Leaf Nation ahead of the Octopus, ready to intimidate them upon the Octopus's arrival. Once the Octopus strike group reaches the Atlantic, the 2 Sea Wolf-class submarines and 1 Ohio-class strategic nuclear submarine, previously stationed in the North Atlantic, along with 1 destroyer, 2 frigates, and 1 supply ship from the Kubo Sea, will join the Octopus battle group. Blue Whale promptly uploaded Qin Shaohai's orders into the system and then remarked, Mr. President, following our actions against Kimchi Nation, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has received negotiation requests from over a dozen countries. Let them be ignored. Now they realize their fear, but it is too late. Qin Shaohai stood up and stretched, continuing, let us leave them in the cold. They seek to negotiate without any substantial gestures. What do they wish to discuss? Matters of sentiment? Chapter 129. The Pickle Nation on the Ruins Planetary Fortress Presidential Lounge. Qin Shaohai incessantly perused the figures on the display screen, yet found no suitable representation. Confined in this space for an extended period, he felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Humans are inherently social creatures. Prolonged interaction with artificial intelligence is hardly conducive. He needed to select an appropriate persona and requested the planetary fortress to provide him with a disguise. At that moment, Galaxy entered the room. Mr. President, everything is ready. We may depart. Indeed, a brief respite would do me well, and I shall take the opportunity to assess the situation in the Pickle Nation, Qin Shaohai replied, powering down the monitor and stretching languidly. Meanwhile, on Deck 3, a modified Ranger aerospace transport craft awaited, flanked by 2 Phantom space fighters and 2 FJ-20 fighter jets, all poised on the runway. Accompanied by Blue Wearer and Colonel Stradley, Qin Shaohai ascended the Ranger transport. Colonel Stradley, the commander of the Special Forces Detachment of the 12th Airborne Brigade, was tasked with leading a team of elite guards on this mission under Qin Shaohai's orders. Upon boarding the Ranger, they discovered the cabin was somewhat crowded, as it also housed 4 folding-wing helicopters, 2 WZ-10 attack helicopters, and 2 ZJ-20 utility transport helicopters. United States Presidential Executive Office, a colonel clad in Marine Corps uniform, stood with arms crossed beside the president, while President George W. Bush and Defense Secretary Lavelle sat on opposite sofas. Mr. President, Our Marine Corps stationed at Guantanamo has dispatched 4 reconnaissance teams into the Pickle Nation, all of whom have vanished without a trace after entering its territorial waters. The Special Operations Task Force from Guam, Navy SEALs, has sent a 4-man team, in collaboration with the 26th Expeditionary Unit, prepared to covertly infiltrate the Pickle Nation aboard the USS Springfield nuclear submarine. Simultaneously, our Michael Task Force stationed in Eastern EE will dispatch a contingent of 400 Marines, who will secretly enter the Pickle Nation aboard fishing vessels. The 36th Air Wing at Guam is also preparing to deploy 2 EP-3 reconnaissance aircraft and 4 F-15 fighter jets to the Ryukyu airspace to divert the attention of the Kingdom of Hedes. Upon hearing this, George W. Bush turned to Defense Secretary Lavelle and inquired, from our previous military operations, it is evident that the Kingdom of Hedes possesses formidable battlefield reconnaissance capabilities. This 6-aircraft formation will undoubtedly be detected. While submarines also carry a risk of detection, there remains a possibility. However, I am still concerned about the potential for military contact with the Kingdom of Hedes. Mr. President, even in the event of military contact, we must deploy combat personnel into the Pickle Nation. We must ascertain what is transpiring there. As of today, it has been a week without any news or signals emanating from the country of pickled vegetables. Even satellites passing overhead are met with interference. On that fateful evening, our satellite was fortunate enough to capture a few images, but throughout the remainder of the time, whether through spy satellites or resource satellites, clear photographs remained elusive, as if the country of pickled vegetables had completely vanished from Blue Planet. Indeed, following the bombardment, no battlefield updates or reports have surfaced, leaving our allies in a state of acute anxiety. The situation in the country of pickled vegetables grows increasingly obscure, exacerbating our allies' concerns. The Kingdom of Hedes issued a public warning to the Great Bull Nation during a press conference, heightening tensions within NATO, where discussions have emerged regarding the potential expulsion of the Great Bull from the alliance. I worry, expressed Zhou Xiaobu, that the Great Bull Nation is already in dire straits. Since the ballistic missile blockade imposed by the Kingdom of Hedes, maritime trade has been virtually severed, relying solely on land routes for energy and imports, which has led to soaring domestic prices and widespread protests. Coupled with the warning from the Kingdom of Hedes, the government now teeters on the edge of collapse. Should NATO expel them, the Great Bull would become the first NATO nation to disintegrate, remarked Defense Minister Lavelle with palpable concern. Regardless of the circumstances, we must ascertain the situation in the country of pickled vegetables. Colonel Andrew, please expedite the investigation into the true state of affairs, commanded Zhou Xiaobu, addressing the standing officer. At an altitude of 26,000 meters northeast of Jeju, aboard the Ranger Aerospace Transport aircraft, Qin Xiaohai, observing the live audiovisual feed, jested. This president of the Sam Nation is perpetually melancholic, fretting over this and that. Why not worry about himself? After shutting down the monitor, he turned to Lan Yuer and instructed, Yuer, ensure that the troops dispatched from Guan Island and Eastern Yi's garrison enter the country of pickled vegetables without incident, severing all communications, and deploy drones for surveillance. Mr. President, the system has confirmed readiness, came the response. Just then, the crew announced, we are approaching the target airspace, descending to 4,000 meters. Mr. President, we have reached the airspace above the country of pickled vegetables. You may now board the helicopter for inspection. Lan Yuer reported with a smile. Intrigued, Qin Xiaohai quickly made his way to the helicopter alongside Lan Yuer, assisted by the guards. Meanwhile, Colonel Stradley led a special operations team aboard another ZJ-20 utility helicopter. Once all preparations were complete, the cargo bay of the Ranger Aerospace Transport aircraft opened, and the positions of the 4 helicopters began to descend slowly, akin to 4 iron chains lowering a platform. Upon reaching a height of 50 meters from the aircraft's belly, the platform halted, and the rotors of the 4 helicopters unfurled before commencing rotation. Subsequently, a WZ-10 armed helicopter took off first, followed by the others in sequence. Chapter 130. Qin Xiaohai's aerial inspection of the Pickle Nation. The helicopter formation, led by Qin Xiaohai, soared through the skies above the Kinki region, executing a flight at an extraordinarily low altitude. At the forefront was a WZ-10 armed helicopter clearing the path, flanked by another WZ-10 providing support, while a ZJ-20 utility helicopter carried special forces in its rear. Through the cabin windows, a scene of devastation unfolded, revealing a city reminiscent of a post-war landscape. The streets were teeming with disheveled individuals aimlessly wandering, men and women alike, devoid of the elderly or the young. Some wielded clubs, while others brandished sharp implements. Sporadic clusters of people engaged in violent altercations. It was only when a group of armed individuals appeared that the crowd scattered in terror. The once thriving marketplace was now a desolate wasteland, replaced by a ground strewn with scars of destruction. These marks were not the result of bombings from the kingdom of Hedes, but rather the product of despair, born from the loss of power, connectivity, and media. Law enforcement was nearly non-existent on the streets. Perhaps the officers had cast aside their uniforms to join the ranks of the rioters. The helicopter formation flew unabashedly over the heads of the populace, with occasional gunfire proving ineffective against the aircraft, as Qin Xiaohai's craft was equipped with a miniature quantum shield. While this shield could not withstand heavy naval artillery, formidable anti-tank missiles, or large surface-to-air missiles, and could even suffer damage from certain air-to-air missiles. The sporadic rifle fire posed no threat to the helicopters. In the current state of the Pickle Nation, the only available weaponry consisted of a few rifles and rocket launchers. As the antiquated anti-aircraft guns were beyond the capability of these insurgents to operate. As the formation traversed the urban landscape and arrived at a military base, the craters dotting the terrain were striking, akin to the surface of the moon. Once an Air Force base, it now lay in ruins. Save for the remnants of bombed buildings in the outer walls of the base. The HB-20 stealth bombers had laid waste to this site with their relentless carpet bombing. Upon crossing the military base, Qin Xiaohai's air convoy began to accelerate as it headed northward. Near the northern border, for FJ-15 fighters conducted patrols, tasked with preventing incursions from the north and ensuring Qin Xiaohai's safety. The helicopters, modified from the planetary fortress, were equipped with jet propulsion systems during high-speed flight. The afterburners ignited, the ailerons extended outward, and the propellers folded back into a compact form. The formation swiftly approached the border, a focal point of the bombers' indiscriminate strikes. Hundreds of thousands of troops from the Pickle Nation were stationed here, along with thousands of armored vehicles. 2 bombers executed continuous carpet bombing runs twice, leaving the southern border utterly barren. According to the records from the planetary fortress, Qin Xiaohai learned that these 2 H-160 bombers had dropped 30,000 high-explosive munitions, effectively flattening the entire border region. From the heights, it appeared as though a new borderline had been etched into the landscape. As there was truly no scenery left to behold, Qin Xiaohai decisively commanded the formation to change course. An hour later, the aerial fleet arrived near the red tile platform. 2 WZ-10 helicopters ascended, vigilant of their surroundings, while the ZJ-20 helicopter, carrying the Special Operations Team, descended gradually. The Special Forces swiftly disembarked. And upon spotting 3 individuals approaching rapidly with rifles in hand, the assault soldiers raised their weapons, unleashing a volley that felled all 3. After a brief moment of organization, the squad advanced in a combat search formation, with 4 snipers occupying strategic positions. The team quickly infiltrated the red tile platform, and within 2 minutes, 3 impeccably dressed individuals were dragged out, their heads shrouded. The Special Forces hastily boarded their aircraft, and the formation ascended swiftly, departing the area. At the Sam Nation's roll base in Pickled Vegetable Country, Major Howard struggled to adjust the blood-soaked bandages tied haphazardly around his leg as he shifted uncomfortably on his hospital bed. The air in the room was thick with despair, and several surviving soldiers cast vacant glances at Major Howard. These men, even in their dreams, were haunted by the dreadful night. The thunderous explosions of the massive naval artillery echoed incessantly in their minds. Although more than a week had elapsed, their hearing had yet to recover. A single heavy shell explosion nearby had propelled them several meters, and while they miraculously retained their lives, the persistent buzzing in their ears had become an unwelcome companion. Even in slumber, in the aftermath of the explosion, they were jolted awake by a sudden downpour and, after a brief recovery, they stumbled through the entire base, only to find that they were the sole survivors. In the following days, they endeavored to restore communication, but to no avail. Not only was communication down, but the power was also incapacitated, leaving all electronic devices inoperative. They felt as though they were isolated from the world. 2 of the soldiers attempted to venture outside the base in search of assistance, only to discover a similarly dire situation beyond the walls. The locals appeared to have lost all sense of hope, their eyes reflecting nothing but terror and confusion. The streets were engulfed in lawlessness, rife with riots and assaults. Reluctantly, the 2 returning survivors awaited rescue, knowing full well that their great nation would surely send help to retrieve them. Yet, the destruction of the base had been so thorough that essential supplies such as food, medicine, and drinking water were utterly depleted. The meager provisions they managed to scavenge would only last a week. Thus, today, Major Howard was compelled to send 2 men out once more in search of sustenance. Before they could depart, however, 2 muffled knocks echoed from the damaged door. Fisher 43, Fisher 43. The men inside paused momentarily, their faces lighting up with joy. For this was the Marine Corps code, the very signal established on the day of the bombing, a communication shared with the Air Force for safety. Fisher 43, Fisher 43. Allied forces, upon hearing the reply, the door was pushed open from the outside, and a squad of soldiers from the United States entered, weapons drawn. After confirming the area was secure, an officer holstered his firearm and approached Howard, stating, "I am Major Pierce of the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force, tasked with covertly infiltrating Pickle Country to gather intelligence. I am Major General Howard, commanding officer of the Air Force's Roar Base. What took you so long?" Howard struggled to prop himself up with his trembling hands. "General, we too entered under the veil of secrecy. Prior to our arrival, the Air Force had orchestrated numerous operations, all of which ended in failure. The Navy dispatched several vessels in an attempt to breach the territorial waters of Pickle Country, yet they inexplicably encountered various malfunctions. This time, the Marine Corps organized 4 teams, comprising over 1,000 personnel, to infiltrate Pickle Country. However, upon our entry, all communication and electronic devices malfunctioned, leaving us unable to contact headquarters. Rest assured, we have a withdrawal plan in place. After landing, we concealed our rubber boats, and the fishing vessel that brought us is awaiting offshore. Furthermore, a nuclear submarine remains covertly stationed at sea, ready for action. Once we reach the ocean and restore communication, we will be able to contact them." Major General Howard grimaced and nodded. "Major, time is of the essence. Who knows what sinister actions the accursed kingdom of Hedes may undertake? We must evacuate immediately. General, please wait. We need to ensure your safe return. The President must be informed of all details. Our primary mission is to safeguard your withdrawal. There are numerous rioters outside. We shall proceed with the evacuation once my team has cleared a secure pathway." Chapter 131. The Actions of the Sam Nation Marine Corps in the Kingdom of Hedes. Province of Water, City of Southbird Island. The Ranger aerospace transporter gradually descended beside a solitary seaside villa, where the golden characters spelling Chelan Villa glimmered in the sunlight. This was the presidential villa of Qin Shaohai, Chelan Villa. 3 captives, their heads shrouded in hoods, were escorted down from the Ranger transport aircraft by a special forces team and subsequently thrown into a waiting truck, which then made its way towards the rear entrance of Chelan Villa. Meanwhile, Qin Shaohai boarded a golf cart and, accompanied by Lanuer, entered through the main door of the villa. Adjacent to the spacious living room on the 1st floor, there was a rather ample auxiliary room, which had been slightly modified to include a conference table, television, and video equipment. The 3 individuals were unceremoniously dragged into the room and had their hoods removed. Qin Shaohai then retreated to the lounge on the 4th floor, reclining on the sofa while receiving a massage from Lanuer and observing the live video feed from downstairs. As the 3 gradually adjusted to the light in the room, their first request was not for fear but rather for water. Qin Shaohai could not help but roll his eyes at them. After they hastily consumed a bottle of mineral water, the director Chris entered the room. "Gentlemen, I am Chris, the director of the Presidential Office of the Kingdom of Hedes and the President's Special Envoy. This is the presidential villa in the city of Southbird Island, Province of Water. Tonight, our Ministry of Foreign Affairs will announce at a press conference that you, representatives of the Pickled Vegetable Nation, have come to negotiate a ceasefire with our country," Chris stated in an almost indifferent tone. "What? We are in the Kingdom of Hedes? This is an abduction. You are openly kidnapping a nation's president and dignitaries, a grave violation of relevant United Nations regulations," exclaimed Li Xianghao, the president of the Pickled Vegetable Nation, in a furious tone. "Weak, yet unhumble, greedy, yet obstinate, superficial, yet narcissistic, lacking national strength, yet shameless. This is the current state of your country. Your Excellency, the President of the Pickled Vegetable Nation. Do you still believe you can speak to me in such a manner?" Chris retorted dismissively. "Are you representing the Kingdom of Hedes? Are you daring to openly insult a powerful nation under the protection of the Sam Nation?" Li Xianghao shot back, his face flushed with anger. Chris paused momentarily, then, having received instructions from Qin Shaohai, slowly rose and declared, "Our bombers have reduced your 1st and 3rd Army groups to nothing but rubble. Our fleet annihilated your navy in mere seconds. Our forces returned your so-called great nation to the Stone Age in less than an hour. Where was the Sam Nation during all this? In the annals of human history, No nation has been obliterated and sent back to the Stone Age in under an hour, as your pickled vegetable nation has. Your so-called powerful military was also rendered to ashes in that same hour. We merely deployed 4 bombers. I'm curious to understand how our esteemed president perceives your pickle nation. Chris approached the trio, a look of disdain etched upon his face. Without awaiting their response, he continued, our president asserts that this nation is pitifully weak. Annihilating it would yield less satisfaction than squashing an ant. What? Your pathetic president Lee Sang-ho has never endured such humiliation. He collapsed, spitting blood on the spot. Chris then moved closer to the office director of the pickle nation, Park Book-ki, and inquired, Park Book-ki, aren't you going to say something? His words elicited gasps from the other two. Park Book-ki hastily clarified, Director Chris, I am not the president. The president is Lee Sang-ho. Who? Chris retorted. Lee Sang-ho is merely a former president, having perished in an airstrike over a week ago. Upon his declaration, 2 soldiers carried the unconscious Lee Sang-ho away. Chris leaned close to Park Book-ki's ear and whispered, our president has stated that those who lack appreciation should be removed. As he turned to leave, he proclaimed loudly, in this minuscule historical river of yours, the fortune of these few decades is negligible. You must recognize your position, a small nation. Merely a weak vassal under the wing of a great power. This time, we have merely stripped you of your technology and military. Next time, it will be the true obliteration of your nation. Without allowing the two to interject, he tossed a document onto the table and exited the conference room, reminding them, review this document, sign it once you comprehend, and record a video before you depart. Otherwise, we will fetch a few more individuals. Anyone can accomplish such tasks. Inbounding. Major Piersa of the 1st Marine Expeditionary Battalion, accompanied by a cadre of 38 Marines, stealthily escorted Major Howard. After more than 2 hours of walking, they would reach the coastline and depart via rubber boat. Throughout their journey from the base to Bounding, they encountered numerous violent attacks from deluded citizens. Yet under the trained Marines' fire, these lunatics were swiftly rendered lifeless. Damn it, what kind of weapon has the kingdom of Hedes employed? My phone is inoperable, appliances are useless, and even vehicles are disabled. I haven't traversed this much ground in my years with the Marines, one soldier muttered while remaining vigilant. Indeed, we execute our missions via helicopter. Osprey, or Humvee, never on foot. Just wait, Great Sam's army will surely teach a lesson to this Hedes Ocean kingdom, lamented Major Piersa. Regretting the fate of the thousands of soldiers from the 8th Army, valiant warriors of the free world. Suddenly, he raised his M16, softly commanding, forward, we have a situation. Battle formation. Before them appeared a throng of approximately 100 individuals, clad in diverse attire, yet each wielding an array of weapons, an eclectic assortment indeed. Major Piersa gestured for one of his team members to advance, indicating, forward, PBI, pre-battle intelligence. 2 soldiers sprinted ahead, finding a vantage point to set up a Mark IV spotting scope. The observer relayed information while another team member communicated with Major Piersa through sign language. Within their line of sight, over 70 assailants were identified. Among them were 4 USAS, 12 fully automatic combat shotguns, around 20 Smith Wesson, 38 revolvers, 6 HK MP7 submachine guns, and more than 10 K2 rifles. It was noted that several individuals donned uniforms of the Kimchi Nation's military, armed with K2 rifles and MP7 submachine guns, marking them as the core of the insurgents. Upon assessing the situation, Major Piersa instructed Howard and others to conceal themselves behind the buildings, while he utilized sign language to direct his team to disperse and assume tactical positions. The team under Major Piersa's command was a standard Marine Special Operations Expeditionary Unit, comprising 38 members divided into 2 special task teams, one as the primary assault force, the other as a reserve or support unit. Each team was equipped with 23 Malawian Quachas Mod Special Operations pistols, 1 per person, 6 MK, 14 Mod Enhanced Combat Rifles, a Barrett M82 Sniper Rifle, 8 M4A1 carbines, and 2 M249 Squad Automatic Weapons. Following Major Piersa's command, the team members armed with MK-14 Mod Enhanced Combat Rifles and Barrett Sniper Rifles swiftly occupied advantageous shooting positions, while those with M4A1 rifles concealed themselves, awaiting the order to engage. One machine gun team established a concealed position and fortified their stance, while another team shifted right, selecting an open building to create a crossfire arrangement. As a seasoned Marine, Major Piersa stubbornly opted for the M16 assault rifle. He signaled the sniper and designated marksman to target the adversaries in military garb wielding K2 and MP7 weaponry. With 3 fingers raised from his right hand, the team members immediately chambered their weapons. As Major Pierce clenched his fist, a sudden and intense barrage of gunfire erupted. Chapter 132. The disappearance of the nuclear submarine of Sam Nation. Chaos swiftly engulfed the group of marauders as 2 squads unleashed a barrage of crossfire from machine guns, enveloping the assailants in a hail of bullets. After a relentless onslaught, 8 operatives armed with M4 carbines crouched forward, methodically eliminating those few marauders who had reacted quickly enough to evade the gunfire. Within mere minutes, this band of fewer than 100 perpetrators was entirely neutralized. At that moment, hundreds of meters above the scene of the skirmish, a small drone faithfully documented the entire ordeal. Simultaneously, dozens of drones hovered over every location occupied by the Sam Nation Marines, capturing detailed and vivid video footage. These recordings were transmitted back to the planetary fortress system, which, in mere milliseconds, edited and forcefully broadcasted the footage across major global media outlets. In the presidential office of the Sam Nation, President George W. Bush, upon witnessing the horrific slaughter on television, furiously turned and approached his desk. He intended to pick up the black telephone, but reason prevailed, reminding him that it was a direct line to the strategic command and not to be smashed. Reflecting on this, he reached for a slightly smaller black telephone, only to be thwarted again by logic, as it was the North American Air Defense Command line. Once more, he considered seizing a red telephone, yet once again, reason fortified its position. It was the intelligence system's direct line. Frustrated, President Bush grasped a pen holder from his desk and hurled it at the television. With a resounding crack, a kaleidoscopic dent appeared on the screen of the latest Samsung 42-inch plasma television. Mr. President, if I am not mistaken, this model has been discontinued. What you may have just damaged is a limited edition plasma television, remarked Horst, the director of the White House office, with a hint of dismay. Why? Bush exclaimed in exasperation. Because the 3 Stars Corporation has been obliterated, and this 42-inch plasma television was only released at the end of last year. The 3 Stars factories only produced a small batch for trial, and the export numbers were minimal. Ah, the bastards, those wretched pickled nation scoundrels, that damned kingdom of Hedes. President Bush seethed. Sensing that his earlier jest might have deeply wounded the president at this critical juncture, Horst swiftly redirected the conversation. Mr. President, the kingdom of Hedes is acting with intent. Their goal is to engage us in a cognitive war. However, as long as our personnel can return and rescue the surviving soldiers of the Sam Nation, we can bring them to justice at the United Nations and expose their deeds. Indeed, regardless, the undeniable fact remains that the kingdom of Hedes has obliterated an entire nation. But what does that matter? The strong require no justification. Nor do they fear accusations. Bush resignedly accepted the grim reality. Mr. President, our immediate priority is to stabilize NATO. Otherwise, should NATO be affected by this incident, our hegemony will unravel. Before we take action against the Great Bull Nation and the Kingdom of Hedes, we must address certain matters. Joe Shibu remarked with a touch of helplessness. However, aside from stabilizing NATO, our paramount concern in the United States is to ascertain the issues surrounding our nuclear arsenal. As soon as he finished speaking, the President's National Security Advisor, Piero St., stumbled in, exclaiming, Mr. President, the laboratory results from the Pantax facility have arrived. What? You mean the nuclear weapon we acquired from the third brother? What are the results? Joe Xiaobu abruptly stood up. The uranium composition of this nuclear device is in a normal state, and the uranium is highly active, exhibiting an activity level that is. Quickly, what is it? Joe Xiaobu anxiously inquired, gazing intently at Piero St. The activity level of uranium per unit volume is over 3 million times that of our nuclear weapons, which means this is a device capable of a normal detonation and can induce a chain reaction, whereas ours is merely a stable rock, Piero St. regretfully explained. Damn it. It's all over, Joe Xiaobu exclaimed, collapsing onto the sofa. In South Korea, Zhong Qingnan stated that Major Pierce's task force had arrived safely at the seaside, navigating without significant incident. The team members skillfully retrieved a rubber dinghy from a concealed position along the shore, promptly boarding it and heading towards a distant fishing vessel. Once aboard the fishing boat, they discovered that the communication system was also malfunctioning. Fortunately, these fishing vessels were equipped with some ultra-shortwave radios, initially intended for coordinating with nearby boats during hunts. At this moment, having something was better than nothing. Perhaps using the ultra-shortwave radio could also establish contact with the nuclear submarine. Without hesitation, Major Piersa ordered the communications officer to adjust the ultra-shortwave radio. However, due to the short communication range and persistent interference, all attempts to contact the submarine proved futile. Just then, the communications officer noticed that the radio signal had intensified, coincidentally reaching the USS Springfield, which was patrolling offshore. The communications officer, not being an expert in radio technology, did not contemplate this strange phenomenon but merely reveled in the joy of establishing a connection. Subsequently, the fishing boat altered its course towards the nuclear submarine's location. The rendezvous between the fishing vessel and the submarine proceeded exceptionally smoothly. Once Major Howard was brought aboard, everyone finally exhaled with relief. And the team members were left with a singular thought: to rush into the dining area and indulge in a feast. As Major Piersa finalized arrangements and prepared to discuss matters with the captain, several soldiers in the submarine's command chamber suddenly stood up one by one to report. The submarine cannot dive deeper after reaching a depth of 30 meters. Report. The propulsion chamber reports that the submarine has disengaged from natural circulation propulsion, and the S6G pressurized water reactor has anomalously activated, increasing output power. Report. The locking mechanism of the sealed chamber door is under pressure. The door is locked abnormally, and the pressure continues to rise. Simultaneously, the torpedo launch tubes are also locked. Report. The rudder has lost control. Report. The underwater unmanned vehicle, UUV, is experiencing an abnormal disengagement and is about to be deployed. Report. The CC-SIN-K-1 combat command system has encountered a malfunction and is now offline. We have lost communication with the operational command, the Kazushima submarine base. In the Pacific Command. Report. The BRD, 7 direction finding instrument, WLR reconnaissance radar, WLR, 10X alert radar, and BQQ-5 integrated sonar systems are all offline and cannot be activated. Report. 1 WSN-3 electrostatic Euro navigator has failed, and the WRN-6 GPS receiver is experiencing a significant increase in input current. A soldier stood up, reporting while fixating on the screen, and added, additionally, another WSN-3 electrostatic Euro navigator has also malfunctioned, with the WRN-6 GPS receiver's input current exceeding critical levels, on the verge of burning out. Hearing this, the captain was drenched in sweat, suddenly recalling something, and immediately snatched the radio from the communications officer, demanding, communications compartment. Report status, report status. Report. The WRR-7 low-frequency and very low-frequency receiver has unexpectedly shut down. The WSC-UHF satellite communication system has been destroyed due to an electrical surge and is under repair. The BRA-34 integrated radio system is abnormally offline, and the SRC-20A ultra-high frequency transceiver, URT-23V medium high-frequency transmitter, and WLR-10 ultra-high frequency receiver are all reporting numerous fault codes and are currently being troubleshot. Oh my God. It's over. We've reached Arlington, the captain murmured in terror. What? What does that mean? What was wrong with the captain? Major Piersa, having deduced that something was amiss with the submarine, felt his curiosity compelled him to investigate further. Within our submarine squadron. This terminology signifies that our submarine has now become a tomb. Aside from God, no one can save us. Why? How could this advanced nuclear submarine possibly be in such a predicament? There must be a solution. Think of something. Major Piersa was now growing anxious as well. It's futile. All communication systems have failed. Aside from sonar, every detection system, the integrated command system, navigation system, and power system are all inoperative. The only knowledge we have is that the submarine is accelerating through the depths of the ocean at 30 meters. Beyond that, we can merely listen to our surroundings through the sonar. Chapter 133. That archipelago has historically belonged to us on the helipad behind the bridge of the planetary fortress. Qin Xiaohai's transport helicopter descended gracefully onto the rear deck. Several staff members clad in light blue uniforms arranged chairs, tables, and an assortment of food alongside the warship's deck. Qin Xiaohai and Lan Wei leisurely disembarked from the transport helicopter, making their way directly to the table at the edge of the deck. Shortly thereafter, a few more staff members approached, carrying a barbecue grill. As the staff began grilling, Inha and several generals in military attire approached. Mr. President, videos of SAM soldiers massacring civilians in Pickle Country are currently being broadcasted by major media outlets worldwide. SAM has issued a diplomatic note to our country regarding this matter. Who claims we are responsible? We have done nothing. This is slander, Qin Xiaohai remarked, gazing contentedly at the distant sea. Let the Ministry of Foreign Affairs issue a strong condemnation of Sam. Mr. President, Sam has just held a press conference condemning our bombing of Pickle Country, while also denouncing the attacks on Sam's bases. The president of Sam has threatened reciprocal retaliation against us. Qin Shaoi remained largely unfazed, accepting a piece of grilled meat from a staff member. After savoring it, he replied, "That was merely collateral damage. We did not intend for it to happen." In warfare, precision is seldom attainable. Slight deviations are commonplace. To prevent future mishaps, I suggest they refrain from establishing so many bases. Sam has hundreds of bases scattered everywhere, making it difficult to avoid incidents. Alternatively, they could provide us with the coordinates and detailed information of these bases, enabling us to evade them in future bombings. As for their talk of retaliation, let them be. By the way, Mr. President, Sam has commenced a covert military-industrial expansion since yesterday, and their Congress has swiftly passed a secret bill urging all industries to lean towards military production. This indicates a shift to a wartime mechanism. How intriguing. Qin Shaoi mused, enjoying his grilled meat. By the way, where are the Octopus Ocean Strike Group and the Little Conch Aircraft Carrier Battle Group? Inha stepped forward, stating, "Mr. President, the Octopus Ocean Strike Group has arrived near the waters of Maple Country, currently maneuvering to avoid a fleet of merchant vessels to keep their movements concealed. The Little Conch Aircraft Carrier Battle Group is en route to the Ko's naval base, expected to enter the strike range of the carrier's aircraft in approximately 14 hours. Excellent. Let us proceed as planned. This cookie country will not shed tears until they see the coffin. We must decisively incapacitate their navy, or they will not readily acquiesce to our leasing request." At 6 p.m., the press conference of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom commenced. Whereas previously, ordinary citizens around the globe tuned in to witness the spectacle or the presence of Louis Fear. Now, world leaders and government heads had set their alarms. For the Hedes Ocean Kingdom's press conferences consistently delivered critical information promptly, which could potentially bear significant relevance to their own nations, particularly concerning the superpower, Sam. President Joe Bush of the Sam Nation had long been awaiting in his office, accompanied by members of the military committee. On the television screen, Louis Phil strode confidently to the podium, her long legs effortlessly carrying her forward. Her cold, expressionless face was punctuated by her signature flick of hair, a customary gesture before every press conference. On behalf of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Hedes, I am authorized to announce the following. Firstly, we condemn and protest the indiscriminate slaughter of civilians from the Pickle Nation by Sam Nation soldiers. In light of the future of the Pickle Nation and the friendly relations between our two countries, we will broadcast the discussions and outcomes of the talks between our Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Pickle Nation tomorrow. Secondly, we express great concern regarding a missing nuclear device from the home of the third brother. The Kingdom of Hedes staunchly supports a non-nuclear policy, and should the third brother require assistance, we will deploy all available resources to help recover the lost nuclear weapon to prevent it from falling into the hands of terrorists. Thirdly, our Navy has confirmed, through legitimate means, the disappearance of the Spring nuclear submarine belonging to the Sam Nation's Pacific Fleet. The submarine's fate is unknown, and its disappearance bears no relation to our nation. We kindly request the relevant countries to refrain from making unfounded accusations. Lastly, 1 month ago, our archaeologists uncovered a tomb dating back to 000 years in the province of Water. Upon researching our historical records, we discovered that the tomb belonged to a king of the Guisu Nation, and excavations are currently underway. Coincidentally, one of our travelers also found a wealth of artifacts and inscriptions belonging to the Guisu Nation and the Faroe Islands of the Cookie Nation. Consequently, we suspect that the Cookie Nation later resorted to piracy and robbery to seize this archipelago from us. Therefore, we lodge a strong protest against the Cookie Nation and demand the immediate return of the islands. Otherwise, we shall consider ourselves in a state of war with the Cookie Nation. Simultaneously, our naval fleet, the Little Conch Aircraft Carrier Group, will be dispatched to protect our overseas territories. Damn it. How did Hedes become aware of our covert operation to steal a nuclear weapon from the third brother's home? President Joe Bush nearly leapt from his seat the moment the press conference concluded. The CIA must mobilize all resources to investigate how this information leaked. Vice President Chester interjected. Mr. President, is it possible that the third brother himself reported it? Is that even plausible, Joseph? The third brother lost a nuclear weapon. Such an embarrassing incident he would never admit to. Otherwise, he would lose all face. Although the third brother has a history of disgraceful incidents, from plane crashes to fatalities, losing a nuclear weapon is an entirely different matter. One he would never dare to publicize. Joe Bush glared at the television, even though the press conference of the Kingdom of Hethys had concluded. And can someone tell me if the spring nuclear submarine is indeed missing? How could I, as president, be unaware of a nuclear submarine's disappearance? Defense Minister Lovard hastily clarified. Indeed, we have lost contact with the submarine spring, but it is merely a communication lapse. The submarine has not gone missing. Our nearby satellites have captured images of the submarine descending normally, and confirmed by spy satellites, it remains in operational navigation. However, its course is not directed towards Guangxi Island or our homeland, but rather where? Has our nuclear submarine ventured to Hethys on its own? Zhou Xiaobu fixed his gaze on Lovard, inquiring. The course is due south, straight south, Lovard responded. South? What purpose do they have in that direction? We have numerous warships in the vicinity. Intercept them. Zhou Xiaobu raised his voice. Yes, Mr. President, we have already notified the Navy. And the Pacific Fleet has dispatched 5 nearby warships for interception. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaobu, perhaps sensing that he had acted somewhat out of line moments earlier, returned to the sofa, took a deep breath, and calmly asked, It seems Hethys announced 4 matters earlier. What was the last one? I forgot in my agitation. National Security Advisor Pierre Ost hastily interjected. They claim to have discovered an ancient tomb, a site of the mythical Guishu nation, and also stated that the Faroe Islands of the Cookie Nation belong to them. Ah, scoundrels, rascals. Hethys truly is a rogue, even more so than us Westerners. Zhou Xiaobu abruptly stood up again. What history do they possess? They merely seized Nambird Island from Dongi Nation a year ago. Their history spans a mere year. Where do they conjure 2,000 years from, fabricating some nonsensical Guishu Nation site? They audaciously claim the Faroe Islands of the Cookie Nation as their own. How hypocritical and utterly rogue. The Faroe Islands lie in the North Atlantic, a staggering 15,000 kilometers from Hethys. How could the maritime kingdom of Hethys possibly connect the two? Even in the era of Western piracy, the most shameless individuals would not stoop to such acts. At that moment, a staff member knocked and entered, stating, Mr. President, the Cookie Nation has just announced its intention to dispatch a fleet to confront Hethys's aircraft carrier fleet, vowing to protect its territory. Chapter 134. One of the 3 sword masters of the Nordic pirates in the frigid waters near the southern tip of the Scandinavian peninsula in the North Atlantic. A formidable battle group consisting of an aircraft carrier, 2 Type 052D destroyers, 3 Type 054A frigates, and 2 attack submarines is navigating this icy expanse. With the snow-covered mountains of the northern landmass starkly visible, 12 nautical miles ahead of the fleet, a formation of a Absalon-class command support ship, 3 Hunt-class frigates, 2 Yule-class frigates, and 3 newly designed Rasmussen Polar Ocean Patrol vessels is advancing slowly. This assembly represents nearly the entirety of Cookie Nation's naval strength, demonstrating their unwavering commitment to the Faroe Islands. Simultaneously, an Air Force squadron, having departed from the homeland, is set to arrive over the Cookie naval fleet within 5 minutes. This Air Force is considered exceptionally powerful for the Nordic region, in response to the military pressure from the Hethys Ocean Kingdom. Cookie Nation has deployed 27 of its 44 F-16 AMBM fighter jets. The remaining aircraft are not merely reserves, they are inoperative. Nevertheless, with a remarkable 62 operational readiness rate, Cookie's Air Force ranks among the best within NATO, and these 27 aircraft represent the entirety of their available combat capabilities. The deployment of such a formidable naval and aerial force instills confidence in both Cookie Nation and NATO that even the mighty Hethys Ocean Kingdom would think twice before initiating hostilities. The overall commander of Cookie Nation believes that the adversary will certainly hesitate to strike first, by maintaining a prolonged standoff not far from their homeland. They are confident they can ultimately exhaust the Hethys Ocean Kingdom, which would face numerous challenges conducting an extensive expedition far from its territory and supply lines. However, this dreamlike scenario swiftly dissipates when the United States, through NATO's command and intelligence sharing system, urgently communicates the status of the Hethys fleet. The command center of Cookie Nation and its air and naval forces can hardly believe the news. At this very moment, the carrier-based aircraft of the Hethys Navy have already launched and formed a combat formation above the fleet. Subsequently, over 60 air-to-air missiles are launched in unison from the carrier, targeting the approaching F-16s. After enduring several seconds of futile aerial maneuvers and deploying countermeasures, all 27 F-16s are obliterated in mid-air explosions. Subsequently, 21 anti-ship missiles scream skyward from the vertical launch systems of the 2 Type 052D destroyers. At this critical juncture, The air defense systems of all Cookie naval vessels experience a collective malfunction, resulting in a catastrophic assault as each ship is engulfed in flames, leading to near-total annihilation of Cookie's air and naval forces. The carrier-based aircraft then soar over the inferno that was once the Cookie fleet, heading towards the Covert naval base. Meanwhile, for FJ-15 carrier-based aircraft, equipped with jamming pods, descend to ultra-low altitude over the capital of Cookie Nation, Copenhagen. Consequently, this city, renowned for its environmental conservation efforts, is plunged into a communication blackout, with all signals, mobile phones, telephones, telegraphs, television, maritime, and military communications disrupted. From this point onward, every 3 hours. For FJ-15s equipped with jamming pods arrived to relieve their predecessors. That evening, a 052D destroyer and a 054A frigate sailed into the territorial waters of Cookie Nation, the Carter Strait. The brightly lit residents of Frederickport gathered curiously along the shoreline and atop buildings to witness the arrival of these two modern naval vessels. Subsequently, the 130mm main gun of the 052D unleashed a relentless bombardment upon Frederickport, continuing for an hour, reducing the primary harbor of the northern Carter Strait to a mere ruin. Soon after, the two warships encountered the last 6 remaining Diana-class patrol boats of the Cookie Navy in the central region of the Carter Strait. Following a 3-minute barrage from the main gun of the 054A frigate, the sea was left undisturbed save for a few scattered metal fragments. Thus, one of the Nordic pirate nation's naval forces was entirely annihilated. As the sun rose the next day, a white flag fluttered in the wind atop the Cookie Nation's Parliament building, at the command center of the planet fortress. The president was informed that the Minister of Defense and the Foreign Minister of Cookie Nation had embarked on our Navy's helicopter, expected to arrive at the Little Conch aircraft carrier in an hour and a half. Given that Cookie Nation had effectively signaled its intent to surrender, Rear Admiral Ma Fuwei sought permission to terminate the Air Force operation against Cookie Nation. Qin Shaohai waved his hand, stating, "Do not harbor any illusions about the Westerners. As long as no signatures have been affixed, the strike plan must not cease. The airstrike operation will continue, so that their signing speed may be expedited." "Understood, Mr. President. I have notified Rear Admiral Ma Fuwei. By the way, Galaxy, the blockade of ballistic missiles over the Baltic Sea can be suspended now that the Little Conch aircraft carrier has arrived nearby. The remaining tasks shall be entrusted to them." After making this declaration, Qin Shaohai comfortably settled back into his command chair, awaiting the automated calibration operations of the planet fortress system. At this moment, one of the displays in the command room was calibrating the remaining air force of Cookie Nation. Upon completion of the calibration, the system provided real-time feedback to Qin Shaohai. A total of 17 F-16 AMBM fighter jets, 27 T-17 primary trainer aircraft, 4 C-130J tactical transport planes, 14 EH-101 helicopters, 13 AS-550 helicopters, and 3 Challenger 604 maritime patrol aircraft were identified, totaling 78 target units, requiring 8 sets of small air-launched long-nail weapon systems. The system had established a long connection, and 4 FJ-15 fighter jets had taken off, expected to arrive over the target area in half an hour and commence deployment. With half an hour remaining, Qin Shaohai intended to step outside for a breath of fresh air when Lan Wei hurried in. "Mr. President, the video recording of the acting president of Pickle Nation has been completed and is ready for your confirmation before being released to major global media." "Let us go take a look," Qin Shaohai said, just as he recalled something. "Yuer, I remember that the Octopus had arrived in Maple Leaf Country's waters yesterday, correct?" "Yes, Mr. President. What is the matter? Has the plan changed?" Qin Shaohai came to a halt, pondering for a moment before inquiring. "What is the current location of the nuclear submarine we deployed in the North Atlantic several months ago?" "It is approximately 100 nautical miles east of the United States," Lan Yuer replied after a brief pause, fixing her gaze on Qin Shaohai. "How long will it take for this submarine to reach Quebec at maximum speed?" "About 26 hours. She responded. "Very well, proceed," Qin Shaohai commanded with a graceful wave of his hand, striding forward. Simultaneously, a ZT-8 transport anti-submarine rescue aircraft gently descended onto the deck of the Shaohai Luo aircraft carrier. The Minister of Defense of the Cookie Nation, Nicholas, and the Foreign Minister, Elbush, were apprehensively ushered into a room on the carrier's bridge. Before either could take their seats, Major General Ma Fuwei, commander of the carrier strike group, strode in confidently. "I am Major General Ma Fuwei, commander of this strike group, dispatched by our president to negotiate a ceasefire with your nation." Here are the terms for the cessation of hostilities. As he spoke, he handed them a document. First, the Cookie Nation must unconditionally return the Faroe Islands to the Kingdom of Hedes. Second, the Cookie Nation is to disband all naval and air forces, ensuring that no military forces can be re-established, while only allowing the retention of Coast Guard vessels under 100 tons and unarmed police helicopters. Third, those advocating for war against our nation must be surrendered for our judgment. Fourth, the Ministry of Defense must be restructured to ensure that at least half of the senior military officials are women, thereby guaranteeing full female representation. Fifth, the Cookie Nation is to compensate the Kingdom of Hedes for military expenses, calculated at 5.9 million people, with each person compensating 2 taels of gold, rounded to a total of 2 ounces of gold. At the current gold price of 450 per ounce, the total compensation required amounts to 5.9 million 2 ounces 455. 31 billion, rounded to a total of 5 billion. Disregarding the astonished and pleading expressions of the 2 ministers, Major General Mafui continued. You have half an hour to consider these terms, for in 30 minutes, our 2 warships will commence bombardment on another port, while our carrier-based aircraft will begin to eliminate your remaining aircraft. As long as the agreement is not signed, the war will not cease. Foreign Minister Elbush hastily interjected, General, these terms are excessively harsh. We need to report and discuss with the King and the Prime Minister, and we simply do not possess such funds for compensation. Major General Mafui scoffed. Then let us add another condition. The Prime Minister must resign and be replaced with someone more compliant. Furthermore, if our demands are not met, the war will continue until the Cookie Nation is reduced to the Stone Age. We do not negotiate, we dictate. The Foreign Minister Elbush and Defense Minister Nick Chris listened in terror, still reeling from the shock of the situation. Before they could recover, a guard mockingly remarked, Our commander wishes me to remind you both of what transpired in the East over a century ago. Chapter 135, The Conquest of Pickle Nation and Cookie Nation. The Presidential Executive Office of Sam Nation convened an urgent security meeting regarding the situations in Pickle Nation and Nordic Cookie Nation. Gentlemen, we are facing a crisis more perilous than World War II. Hedes has employed an enigmatic force to reduce a mid-sized nation to the Stone Age, wielding an exceedingly terrifying power. Yet, our esteemed Sam Nation remains oblivious to the means by which Hedes accomplished this feat. Should Hedes unleash a similar assault upon our great nation, the consequences would be catastrophic. Furthermore, the Strategic Command has confirmed that all our nuclear warheads are in an exceedingly stable condition. In other words, our nuclear arsenal is rendered inert, or to rephrase, our Sam Nation has been utterly castrated. Should this intelligence be leaked, the onset of World War III would be inevitable, a scenario that must be averted at all costs. Lastly, the nefarious Hedes has audaciously deployed a carrier strike group to launch military strikes against our NATO ally, Cookie Nation, ruthlessly annihilating the entirety of that unfortunate nation's air and naval forces. The current state of NATO is in disarray, without a solid assurance of defeating Hedes's formidable carrier group. What course of action should NATO take? Engaging in combat without certainty of victory could result in a fate akin to that of Pickle Nation and Cookie Nation, leading to NATO's total dissolution, one member after another falling to Hedes. Conversely, abstaining from action would render NATO utterly defunct, prompting nations wary of the Mutual Defense Treaty to rise against us. Gentlemen, what shall we do? As the head of the intelligence system, CIA Director Fairbairn bears the primary responsibility for the lack of sufficient intelligence regarding Hedes's military capabilities. At this moment, while others may remain silent, he cannot. Reluctantly, Fairbairn takes the floor. Mr. President, the intelligence community has collaborated with major tech companies to meticulously monitor media, networks, and communications. Should we detect any leaks concerning our nuclear arsenal, we will eliminate the source physically. Indeed, no matter who it may be. Anyone who exposes our nuclear secrets must be made to vanish, President Joe Little replied, without lifting his gaze. What is the status of Pickle Nation? Can anyone enlighten me? Has our submarine, the Spring, managed to intercept? Defense Secretary Laveld, with a furrowed brow, explained, No, this submarine must have received support from some satellite. Whenever our destroyers enter the interception corridor, it always manages to evade from a considerable distance. This afternoon, the submarine has descended to depths beyond our satellite's monitoring capabilities, and we have lost track of it. Then deploy as many ships as possible from the Pacific Fleet to locate it. It is imperative that we find it. If we cannot locate it, do we have any updates from the other teams dispatched to Pickle Nation? Surely this is not the only team we sent out? President Joe Little inquired, suppressing his fury. There has been no communication, Mr. President. Other teams have lost contact since entering the Land of Pickles, and until now, we have received no updates. We have deployed numerous electronic reconnaissance aircraft, drones, early warning planes, and even utilized over 30 satellites. Yet not a single piece of useful information has emerged. Just as a few individuals were engaged in discussion, an urgent signal from a staff member interrupted. Sir, the Kingdom of Hedes has called an emergency press conference regarding the Land of Pickles. Immediately, the newly installed television in the office was turned on, displaying a captivating woman speaking. The scene then shifted to a modest room where the former chief of staff of the Land of Pickles, Park Byuk-hee, was seated, alongside the former Minister of Foreign Affairs, Park Buching. I am Park Byuk-hee, the newly appointed interim president of the Land of Pickles. Previously, my nation erroneously believed that submitting to a hegemony would grant us freedom, democracy, and prosperity, elevating our international standing to that of a dream superpower. However, the stark reality is that the Land of Pickles has always been, is, and will perpetually remain a feeble state. A weak nation ought not to engage with powerful entities, nor can it earn acknowledgement or respect through coercion. Consequently, my country has paid a grievous price for our misjudgments. Our entire power grid has collapsed. Our electronic systems have disintegrated, and all related networks, financial, industrial, communication, navigation, have vanished completely. The Land of Pickles has effectively entered a state of anarchy, plagued by violence and widespread suffering. In light of this, we have reflected deeply on our past, and, after negotiations with the Kingdom of Hedes, have decided to withdraw from all organizations and agreements led by the United States, reclaiming our rightful position. In my capacity as the interim president of the new government, I hereby announce the following. 1. Effective immediately, the Land of Pickles shall no longer establish naval or air forces, retaining only a limited army and police force. 2. Military and police officials closely associated with the United States will be arrested and tried, while those who once challenged the Kingdom of Hedes will be handed over for their disposition. 3. The Land of Pickles will compensate the Kingdom of Hedes with military expenses amounting to 935 billion, 05 GDP, divided into two parts, one comprising the Land of Pickles' existing fixed assets, including ports, mines, and coastal islands, the other representing the government revenues for the next 50 years. 4. The Kingdom of Hedes reserves the right to conscript a servant army within the Land of Pickles, with the first contingent consisting of no fewer than 38,000 personnel from 2 Marine Corps divisions funded by the Land of Pickles. 5. To prevent further militarization and a return to hegemony, we extend an invitation to the Kingdom of Hedes to send officials to the Land of Pickles government to supervise and assist in managing the nation. 6. To aid in the rapid recovery of the Land of Pickles, we invite the Kingdom of Hedes to deploy an appropriate number of troops to assist the new government in maintaining public order. As the world was taken aback by this video, another footage emerged, plunging nations into fervent discussions. The scene reveals a distinctly military ship's chamber, where Cookie Nation's Minister of Defense, Nick Chris, and Minister of Foreign Affairs, El Bush, stand before the microphone. We are a nation that cherishes peace, consistently advocating for the protection of human rights and the environment, and harboring a profound love for this beautiful planet. Consequently, we have resolved to withdraw from all organizations that harm the environment, particularly military entities such as NATO. Furthermore, effective immediately, we oppose any form of military presence and urge Europe to lead the way in establishing a demilitarized continent. Our nation shall entirely disband its defense forces, retaining only police capabilities. In the spirit of amicable reciprocity between Cookie Nation and the Kingdom of Hedes, both parties engaged in cordial discussions and signed a peace agreement, the details of which are as follows. Firstly, Cookie Nation shall compensate the Kingdom of Hedes with $5 billion for military expenditures. Secondly, after meticulous investigation, Cookie Nation acknowledges that the Faroe Islands rightfully belong to the Kingdom of Guizhou, dating back over 2 millennia. Hence, we will promptly return the Faroe Islands to the Kingdom of Hedes and initiate compensation negotiations without delay. Simultaneously, on behalf of Cookie Nation, I extend a formal apology to the Kingdom of Hedes. Thirdly, within 2 weeks, we shall apprehend 329 individuals, members of parliament, government officials, and military personnel who have engaged in defamation, threats, or hostility towards the Kingdom of Hedes and escort them to their jurisdiction. Fourthly, to foster a new government characterized by peace and integrity. Cookie Nation will establish an anti-corruption office within the governmental framework and invite officials from the Kingdom of Hedes to assume leadership roles in this office. Lastly, within 2 months, Cookie Nation and the Kingdom of Hedes will formalize a new security treaty to ensure that the demilitarized Cookie Nation remains free from foreign aggression, with the Kingdom of Hedes assuming responsibility for the protection of our airspace and territorial waters. Chapter 136, The Blue Star First Army United States. Presidential Executive Office. Have you all seen? The Kingdom of Hedes seeks to utterly annihilate the international order established by our great nation, the United States, President George W. Bush declared through gritted teeth. General Gilbrand, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Defense Secretary Lavelle, and National Security Advisor Pyros simultaneously rose to their feet. Mr. President, we find ourselves with no viable options. If we do not swiftly unite NATO's forces to eliminate the Kingdom of Hedes, this malevolent nation will systematically eradicate us one by one. Even if it incurs tremendous costs, it is far preferable to being ultimately destroyed or pushed back to the Stone Age. Indeed, Mr. President, we possess the largest military alliance on this planet, unparalleled industrial might, and the most advanced weaponry and armed forces. The Kingdom of Hedes is but a pipsqueak nation, even if its military prowess is formidable. It cannot withstand our assaults from all directions. We can no longer afford to wait. We must strike. Otherwise, once our allies are eliminated one after another, the United States will stand alone. Very well, the Joint Chiefs must commence the formulation of a strike plan immediately. This time, we absolutely cannot underestimate the Kingdom of Hedes. We must exert every effort and mobilize the full military strength of NATO, delivering a decisive blow, even at a significant cost, to eradicate this enemy of the civilized world. President George W. Bush asserted as he too stood. Mr. President, NATO's vast military power requires time to prepare, and the industries of member nations need time to transition to a wartime footing. We must devise a means to slow the advance of the Kingdom of Hedes. If we allow this to continue, NATO will be unable to prepare, one advisor cautioned. President Bush replied with a cold smirk. This is simple. Only a few nations within NATO possess genuine war potential. The others are merely dispensable small states. At this juncture, these smaller nations serve as the best cannon fodder. Let them expend the time and resources of the Kingdom of Hedes. During this period, we, alongside John and others, must begin preparations for a major offensive against Hedes. Mr. President, in East Asia, we also have some lackeys. Should we not send them forth to expend the resources of the Kingdom of Hedes as well? Planetary Fortress, Bridge. Lower deck of the flight deck. Qin Shao I surveyed the 36 officers before him and spoke. You are to lead a human force numbering 38,000. The system will assist you in comprehensively commanding this army, yet you will still face immense challenges due to the severe personnel shortages aboard the Planetary Fortress. We can only adopt this vassal model in our future campaigns. Therefore, you 36 will pioneer the legacy of the Planetary Fortress. Qin Shao I understood that the soldiers aboard the fortress were artificial intelligence. Regardless of the commands issued, they would execute them faithfully, regardless of whether he convened this mobilization meeting. Their loyalty would remain with him. Yet, Qin Shao I wished to regard these comrades in arms as true soldiers. A pre-battle mobilization is a noble tradition, and he had no desire to discard it casually. Now, I command the establishment of the 11th and 12th Foreign Legion Divisions of the Marine Corps. The appointment of officers below the division level shall be the responsibility of each division once they are fully formed in the land of Kimchi. Subsequent Foreign Legions will be under the command of the Ministry of Defense's Foreign Legion Command. After receiving the orders, the 36 officers immediately boarded a transport plane bound for the Jeju Island garrison, where the first batch of conscript soldiers from the land of Kimchi will be transported for reorganization. As the aircraft carrying the officers ascended into the sky, Qin Shao I smiled at Landwehr and said, "Officially, this unit shall bear the designation of the Blue Star First Army. Mr. President, Blue Star 1? This may provoke hostility from other nations' military forces, especially on the battlefield, where they might gang up on us." Landwehr blinked her beautiful eyes. Imagine that scene. Qin Shao I remarked with a mysterious expression. The United States, accompanied by NATO nations like John, engages in a fierce battle for the Blue Star 1. Alongside the two subservient armies of East Asia, fighting from dawn till dusk, from spring to winter. A few hours later, concurrently arriving at Jeju Island with the 36 Foreign Legion officers were 1,000 soldiers transported from the land of Kimchi. These soldiers were the surviving army personnel from the bombings, urgently conscripted following the establishment of the new government. Upon their arrival by boat, they were immediately divided into 10 groups by the garrison soldiers and lined up to enter 10 prearranged modular rooms. Within each room were 10 reclining chairs, each equipped with a device designed to envelop the upper part of the head. Upon entering, the soldiers were instructed to recline, and the apparatus automatically descended to encase the upper portion of their heads. It then activated, triggering the concealed magnetic electric torsion emitters within, reprogramming the amygdala, hippocampus, and hypothalamus of the soldiers' brains. After several minutes, each soldier underwent a loyalty transformation through the planetary bastion process, with a nanometer-sized chip injected into a specific area of their brains. This advanced modification system ensures complete obedience to commands, devoid of excessive emotions or fears. Only those who have undergone modification will be incorporated into the conscript army. Several hours later, the first batch of 1,000 soldiers completed their transformation and were designated as the 4th Regiment of the 12th Marine Division, subsequently rearmed and boarded a transport plane. This aircraft would fly directly to the Marine base in the Ude province of Hedes Island, from where they would transfer to an airborne Ranger transport aircraft, heading straight for the Faroe Islands to undertake the mission of occupation. In Dongi Country, in Chi County, within the Mofin Mountain area, in a bamboo house hot spring nestled in the mountains, the Prime Minister of Dongi, Inukai Junjiro, reclined with his eyes closed in a wooden tub, surrounded by swirling mist. In the adjacent tub lay another individual, whose military uniform, hanging on a nearby rack, indicated the rank of a major general in the self-defense forces, albeit noticeably slender. Commander Sakai, I extend my heartfelt congratulations on your appointment as the first female commander of the ground self-defense force in our Eastern Barbarians. As Inukai Junjiro spoke, he cast a covetous glance at the woman in the barrel. Your Excellency, I shall devote myself entirely to assisting the cabinet in further strengthening our ground self-defense force. Inukai Junjiro reluctantly returned to the moment. Commander Sakai, you are well aware that within our military, regardless of gender, one must embrace a masculine demeanor. Otherwise, one's prospects for advancement are severely limited. Fortunately, you have excelled in this regard. Your Excellency, your invitation to this secluded location cannot possibly be to continue discussing the dynamics between men and women in the barracks. Sakai Akarina stretched languidly, intentionally revealing parts of her upper body. Oh, certainly not. I summoned Commander Sakai here for 2 reasons. Firstly, this place is discreet and owned by me, ensuring there is no possibility of leaks. Secondly, in Kyoto, the political figures are often driven by ulterior motives, and beyond mere exchanges of interests, there lies little substantive value. However, Commander Sakai, your relationship with Naikakoin is exceptional, having benefited from his numerous promotions and recommendations. Although I faced Naikakoin in a life-or-death confrontation, which compelled him to make significant sacrifices, I recognize that his intentions are for the greater good of our Eastern Barbarians. Thus, I dare to defy the majority and appoint you as the new commander of the ground self-defense force. Thank you, Your Excellency. The matters concerning Naikakoin are now behind us. For the sake of our Eastern Barbarians, we are all willing to make sacrifices. Inukai Junjiro nodded in satisfaction. You have heard of the plight of the Kimchi Nation, have you not? Noticing Sakai's slight nod of disappointment, he continued, the might of the kingdom of Hedes is truly terrifying. In less than an hour, they reduced a nation armed with advanced weaponry to the Stone Age. Simultaneously, they annihilated the air and naval forces of the Cookie Nation across the vast North Atlantic. Such formidable power is beyond what our Eastern Barbarians can confront. Indeed, Your Excellency, but our relations with Hedes are far from amicable, and our provocations alongside the Sam Nation have resulted in severe repercussions for our Eastern Barbarians, leading to substantial losses. Inukai Junjiro cast another glance at Sakai's upper body before stating, therefore, I wish to discuss how we might respond to the demands of the Sam Nation. Chapter 137, The Colossal Battleship in Victoria Harbor. What's this? The United States has demands again? Are they expecting us, the Eastern Barbarians, to charge into battle? The agitated Sakai stood abruptly, completely forgetting that she was submerged in a wooden tub. Inukai Junjiro was taken aback by the scene, but soon began to appreciate it with greed. Miss Sakai, I understand that you share the same sentiments as Lord Naiku. Neither of you wishes to be mere pawns for the United States any longer. Yet, we must choose between the United States and Hedes. Should we side with the United States, we would only provoke Hedes. Conversely, if we align with Hedes, the United States would undoubtedly seek our annihilation. Given Hedes' animosity towards us, they may not readily accept our allegiance. So, what is the Prime Minister truly contemplating? Are we to await a fate akin to that of the Kimchi Nation? As Sakai uttered these words, a chill ran through her, and she realized she had stood up, promptly resuming her position in the tub. Of course not. I was merely pondering the fact that Hedes' attention has predominantly been focused on us, bombarding us every few days. Yet they have not troubled us for over 2 months now. Could it be that Hedes is signaling something to us? Sakai Akarina exposed her alabaster arm to support herself on the tub's edge. Prime Minister, I do not believe Hedes is sending any signals. Perhaps their strategic focus has shifted towards NATO. Once their plans are realized, they may once again direct their ire towards our eastern nation. Or perhaps they currently lack a pretext to strike us and are biding their time for an opportunity. We cannot remain passive, Inukai Genjiro continued, fixing his gaze on Sakai. It is exceedingly difficult to dismantle a formidable military hegemony head-on. However, undermining it from within is far simpler. As the old adage from Panda Nation goes, 1,000-mile dike collapses from a single rat hole. Hedes is actively welcoming immigrants. Thus, we should encourage our citizens to settle in Hedes, obtain permanent residency, or even legal citizenship. At that point, we can invest resources to integrate these individuals into Hedes' military and government. Aha! That will be the moment our eastern nation ascends. Prime Minister, this plan is indeed commendable. I find it quite feasible, Sakai responded. However, our government elites have already been infiltrated by the United States. For the plan's success, I hope Ms. Sakai can take the lead in organizing and directing this effort, especially since both you and Lord Naiku have recommended that we abandon the United States in favor of Hedes. Thank you for your trust, Prime Minister. I willingly accept this task. Sakai once more rose to her feet, allowing Inukai Junjiro to greedily admire her form. Off the coast of Maple Leaf Country, the Octopus-class Ocean Strike Group represents the most formidable naval assembly in Blue Star's history, uniquely comprising colossal nuclear-powered missile battleships, arsenal ships, and aircraft carriers in a hybrid strike force. The fleet comprises a colossal nuclear-powered battleship named Octopus, a Mantis Shrimp-class arsenal ship, a new-style aircraft carrier named Starfish featuring magnetic catapult takeoff and recovery, 3 Type 052D destroyers, 2 High-Land-class attack submarines for modular ammunition supply ships, and a landing ship equipped with a Marine Expeditionary Force and its full complement of gear. While the fleet is not lacking in vessels exceeding 10,000 tons, even reaching 60,000 tons, they appear diminutive in comparison to the Octopus. Amidst the vast expanse of the ocean, the gargantuan Octopus, with a full displacement of 163,200 tons, navigates at the heart of the formation like a sun surrounded by stars. On this day, the residents of Victoria Harbor in the Maple Leaf Nation were fortunate enough to be among the first to witness this magnificent ship up close. As the Octopus battleship and 2 destroyers entered the waters near Victoria Harbor, the entire bay became exceedingly congested. At the break of dawn, the immense battleship positioned itself across the narrow harbor. In astonishment, the harbor's residents watched as the 4 triple-barreled 600mm naval guns on the ship slowly turned towards the port area. When the dark muzzles were aimed at the harbor, panic ensued among the onlookers, who scattered in fear, accompanied by a cacophony of sirens and even the sound of air raid alarms. At that moment, a large speaker emerged from the center of the Octopus's bridge, its diameter reaching an impressive 100 meters. Following a resounding blast of the ship's horn, the speaker emitted a clear and elegant American English message. We are the naval fleet of the Hedes Ocean Kingdom here for a friendly visit to your port. We come as emissaries of peace, bearing goodwill and friendship, and we hope for your prompt invitation. Please do not mind the 4 immense triple-barreled main guns. They are merely 600mm piece cannons. For the next 2 hours, this invitation was repeated incessantly until a multitude of trembling individuals emerged in the Victoria Harbor area. With roads congested by vehicles laden with various belongings, some even piled high with boxes atop their roofs. You are utterly arrogant. Throughout the annals of human history, no nation has displayed such hubris. Our fleet has traveled great distances to visit your country, yet your nation has not even observed basic diplomatic etiquette. This is a blatant affront to the Hedes Ocean Kingdom and a grave insult to international order. As the voice of the Hedes Foreign Minister, Hela, echoed through the phone, the hand of the Maple Leaf Nation's Foreign Minister trembled, uncertain whether from rage or fear. At the Prime Minister's residence, Prime Minister John Lazel sat impassively, observing the Foreign Minister. Once their conversation concluded, the minister, dragging his heavy legs, slowly approached the Prime Minister. Sir, this may very well be the greatest challenge our administration has faced. I have already contacted the United States and the North American Aerospace Defense Command. Oh. And by the way, I rode my bicycle here. Many people on the street witnessed it. Though Prime Minister John Lazel bore a hint of apprehension, there was a trace of confidence in his voice when discussing his bicycle ride as a publicity stunt. My esteemed Prime Minister, this is not a moment for theatrics. The kingdom of Hedes has encroached upon us, intruding into our Victoria Harbor, within our territorial waters, and into our inner port area. This constitutes aggression, an unabashed act of invasion against a Commonwealth nation and a NATO member state. John Ray furrowed his brow in concern. Where is our Navy? Where is our Air Force? How could such a colossal battleship silently penetrate our inner port? The military is equally perplexed, currently. 2 Halifax-class frigates and 2 Kingston-class patrol boats are hastening to the scene, yet these vessels are utterly inadequate to contend with Hethes's behemoth. We must contemplate alternative strategies. We are under the protection of NATO's Collective Defense Treaty, and we possess the nuclear umbrella of our American allies. Furthermore, this situation unfolds within our internal waters. We should exude confidence, and I firmly believe in the valor of our naval forces. The foreign minister, with a look of exasperation, replied, Prime Minister, Hedes has provoked NATO on numerous occasions, yet on none have we seen a military response. When faced with the formidable kingdom of Hedes, NATO appears as mere window dressing. Moreover, our American allies have refrained from even condemning Hedes lately. Do you not see the implications? What shall we do? Should this situation be mishandled? It could jeopardize my re-election. My approval ratings have already plummeted below 50. If this continues, I risk being ousted by those rascals in the opposition. After glancing around, the foreign minister continued, Prime Minister, we currently have 2 options. The first is to deploy our naval and air forces to confront Hethes's massive vessel in our internal waters. However, considering the previous outcomes of conflicts between our American allies and Hedes, victory seems implausible. And what of the alternative option? We could urgently issue an invitation through the Ministry of Defense, thereby transforming the incursion of Hethes's warship into a friendly visit at our behest. This would resolve all issues at hand. This idea is simply brilliant, truly exceptional. Such a course of action would alleviate the crisis entirely. Let us proceed with this plan immediately. Additionally, I shall convene a press conference to announce that, through my diligent efforts, we have effectively resolved last year's military conflict with Hedes and facilitated the normalization of military exchanges. The foreign minister, internally grappling with a tempest of dissent, begrudgingly acquiesced. An excellent idea, Prime Minister. I shall set this in motion forthwith. Chapter 138. The subtle thoughts of the president of Sam Country in the picturesque Walker Point estate, located in Maine. The Secretary General of NATO, Deterrence, discreetly visited Sam Country. To veil the true nature of this meeting, President Joe Little Bush hosted Deterrence at the estate. Deterrence arrived bearing a comprehensive plan in response to recent invasions in Maple Country and attacks in Cookie Country. To ensure the confidentiality of this clandestine discussion, the Secret Service deployed nearly all its resources, thoroughly securing a perimeter extending hundreds of kilometers around the estate. The security measures were so stringent that even the renowned FBI was kept at bay, relegated to patrolling beyond the 100-kilometer exclusion zone to minimize any risk of leaks. Additionally, the Secret Service made a special request to the president, mobilizing the only National Guard unit at his disposal, the Washington, D.C. National Guard, to provide security. The 2 main access roads to Walker Point Estate were sealed off, with checkpoints established every 100 meters, each manned by 1 or 2 armored vehicles and more than 2 heavy machine guns. Beyond the main roads, numerous National Guardsmen and Secret Service agents were intermingled in patrols throughout minor paths and wooded areas. The estate's perimeter was patrolled by a substantial number of Secret Service agents accompanied by police dogs, with every vehicle, including the Army one, subjected to rigorous inspection. Strategically positioned on elevated terrain and rooftops surrounding the estate were numerous snipers, within a kilometer's radius in all 4 cardinal directions. 4 sets of Patriot and 4 NASAMS advanced air defense systems were deployed, mirroring those used at the White House. At that moment, 2 Black Hawk helicopters and 1 VH-3 DC King helicopter were conducting formation flights around the estate, along the roads beneath them. Every few kilometers stood a modified electronic warfare vehicle based on a Ford chassis, alongside a communications relay vehicle. Above the estate, at altitudes between 4,000 to 5,000 meters, fighter jets occasionally roared past, while at heights of 7,000 to 8,000 meters, an E-3 Sentry AWACS and an EP-3 electronic reconnaissance aircraft flew in formation. As time progressed, the motorcade of President Joe Little Bush and Secretary General Petraeus swiftly approached the estate. Simultaneously, in the distant sky, two Ospreys appeared. And faintly visible in the distance was the white-top presidential aircraft, the VH-3DC King helicopter, Marine One. For the majority of the protective detail, it remained uncertain whether the president was within the motorcade or aboard Marine One in the air. Only the moment he revealed himself would the mystery be unraveled. Meanwhile, major media outlets focused their coverage on President Joe Little Bush, reporting that he was aboard Air Force One en route to Hawaii to inspect naval personnel recently deployed there. Some media representatives were even permitted to board alongside the president. Consequently, they extensively reported that the Reagan Carrier Strike Group was providing protection for the president's aircraft along the way. Planet Fortress Command Center. It is as if the entire world should be aware that the president has either retreated to Hawaii or taken refuge in his estate, Qin Shaohai remarked with disdain. Mr. President, according to assessments from the planetary fortress system, the United States is preparing to amass formidable forces in conjunction with NATO at the Galactic convergence, he continued. Of course, it is evident to anyone with sense, yet they must be suffering greatly at this moment, for we, as their target, are quite ineffectual. Firstly, we are situated far in the North Pacific, and for NATO to reach us, they would need to circumnavigate a significant portion of the globe. Secondly, any attempt to engage us in war would rely solely on naval forces and a fraction of strategic air power, which severely limits NATO's operational capabilities. Galactic listened intently and inquired, Mr. President, is this not a fortuitous development? Galactic, have I exerted myself to such lengths merely to seek peace with NATO? Is my aim to deter them from attacking us? Qin Shaohai retorted, Mr. President, are you suggesting that you wish to identify a suitable battleground for NATO's military might? Indeed. We must identify several locations to facilitate NATO's deployment. The Faroe Islands in the North Atlantic shall suffice. We must find another in the Middle East and another in the Americas. At that moment, Lan Yueo approached Qin Shaohai. Mr. President, I have just received a communique from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The United Nations is convening an emergency meeting today, proposed by the United States, and it has unanimously approved our status as a UN observer state. Oh, a UN observer? This is splendid news, Qin Shaohai exclaimed, placing his right hand upon Lan Yue's shoulder. Order the Pippi Shrimp Aircraft Carrier Group to make a trip to the Dongi Nation. Let us celebrate with some fireworks. Additionally, Mr. President, the Defense Minister of the Maple Leaf Nation has graciously invited our naval vessels to visit Victoria Harbor. And Major General Wei Huochang seeks guidance on the next course of action. There is no plan. Let them remain at the harbor until our nuclear submarines arrive off the eastern coast of the Maple Leaf Nation at Quebec. Lan Yue promptly transmitted the orders via her wrist communication terminal. Maple Leaf Nation, Prime Minister's residence. The Foreign Minister looked at the Prime Minister, who was pacing restlessly in the room, with a sense of distaste. After adjusting his mindset for quite some time, he respectfully stated, Mr. Prime Minister, pacing in this room will not resolve our predicament. The Hedes remains silently anchored, and it is not only our domestic media that have gathered at Victoria Harbor. Some foreign media are also present. Some are concerned about the true intentions of the Hedes, while others are military personnel masquerading as journalists, eager to observe this colossal vessel up close. If there is no response from the opposing side, our Maple Leaf Nation will become a laughingstock in the eyes of the world. But we have sent an invitation. Why have they not responded? Should they not joyfully accept and express their gratitude? The Prime Minister, John Lay, continued to pace, showing no signs of ceasing his restless movements. This infernal Hedes. Why does it never adhere to expectations? Oh, God. The Chief of General Staff, Negusfer, entered with an air of indifference. Mr. Prime Minister, we have just conducted a simulation with the Defense Department of the United States. To sink the formidable Octopus, we must deploy over 100 bombers, more than 10 destroyers, and launch at least 300 anti-ship missiles. The Foreign Minister scoffed. We do not even know the thickness of the Octopus's armor, its hull construction, or its weak points. How can we possibly calculate that 300 missiles would suffice to sink it? Moreover, the Octopus possesses formidable air defense capabilities, and it is flanked by two 052D destroyers. It remains uncertain whether 300 missiles could penetrate their air defense network. Upon hearing this, Chief of General Staff Negusfer became anxious. We are a Western nation. A powerful Western nation, a NATO country. How can we stand idly by while a vessel from a small nation occupies our territorial waters? We are proud descendants of the Saxons. The air force of our ally, the United States, has already begun to gather at nearby airfields. With over 200 fighter jets and bombers prepared for action. Useless, interrupted the foreign minister. Those 200 aircraft cannot inflict any damage on such a massive ship. Unless, Prime Minister John Ray paused momentarily, as if recalling something significant. Mr. Prime Minister, what were you about to say? Have you remembered something? It was only then that John Ray seemed to realize. I was pondering why the President of the United States would require an aircraft carrier battle group to escort him to Hawaii. It appears they wish to distance themselves from the Octopus formation. They must have known in advance that the Octopus was approaching, thus relocating the nearby carrier battle groups. For this, they shamelessly concocted a pretext, that scoundrel, George W. Bush. Chapter 139, Naval Exercises across the Maple Leaf Nation in the eastern port of the Maple Leaf Nation. At the port of Quebec, a merchant vessel registered under the flag of John was smoothly navigating the harbor channel under guidance. Due to the lookout's unwell condition, First Officer Jacques had to assume the lookout's duties. Fortunately, the captain's expertise ensured that the ship moved steadily forward, the docked berths becoming clearly distinguishable. As the first officer lowered the binoculars, he indulgently retrieved a cigarette. Typically, when docking, he would be in the wheelhouse alongside the captain, a time when smoking was prohibited. However, the circumstances were different now. He could stand at a slightly elevated position, feeling the sea breeze and enjoying the enchanting scenery of Quebec, while savoring a puff of a cigarette mixed with contraband, offering a unique flavor. At that moment, a dark object suddenly passed by the left side of the ship. Jacques instantly recognized what it was. Good heavens, a submarine. Such a massive submarine. His cargo ship, capable of oceanic voyages, paled in comparison to this ominous object, which stood over 20 meters high and stretched more than 100 meters in length. This was Jacques' first encounter with a submarine at such close range, and he was taken aback by its sheer size. Captain, be cautious on the port side. There is a submarine. Maintain your course and do not deviate. Jacques, in his astonishment, remembered to alert the captain. In the capital of the Maple Leaf Nation, at the Maritime Command Center, Prime Minister John Leisler was roused from slumber by a phone call early that morning, along with the Minister of Foreign Affairs. They hurried to the command center without a moment's hesitation. The Chief of Defense, Negusful, had been waiting for some time. Upon the Prime Minister's arrival, he rushed forward to greet him. However, before Negusful could speak, the Foreign Minister, clutching a briefcase, appeared. The Prime Minister and the Foreign Minister exchanged pleasantries at the entrance. Peters, how did you get here this morning? By subway or by bicycle? I took the bus. And there were a dozen people on board who expressed their respect for my approachability and integrity. How about you, Peters? Mr. Prime Minister, I live quite far from here. I had to drive, but a couple of streets away from the Maritime Command Center. I parked my car in the government-designated garage and walked over, replied the Foreign Minister. Not bad, not bad. Prime Minister John Leisler was about to commend him when a pressing question struck his mind. By the way, Peters, which car did you drive here? You didn't bring your sports car, did you? Of course not, Mr. Prime Minister. I drove the small displacement Fiat the government provided me. The one that has seen better days and lost quite a bit of paint, Peters reassured him. Now I can rest easy. You've done well, Peters. With such an exemplary display, I believe our constituents will once again cast their votes in our favor. The anxious Chief of Defense, Negusful, seized the opportunity during their conversation to interject. Mr. Prime Minister, an unidentified submarine has been spotted off the east coast. The submarine bears no markings and is currently docked at the port of Quebec, less than 300 meters from Dock 4. It has caused significant congestion in the shipping lanes. Is it merely for such a trivial matter that we have been disturbed from our slumber? Why does the Navy not sink that submarine? Is it daring to intrude upon the territorial waters of NATO countries, as if it wishes to tempt fate? The Prime Minister retorted with displeasure. Sir, this is not an ordinary submarine. It is a nuclear submarine, specifically a Seawolf class, came the reply. What? A Seawolf class? The Godfather's submarine? Prime Minister John Rayston shuddered upon hearing this. Sir, there are only 3 Seawolf class submarines in existence, and apart from the United States Navy, there are no other possibilities, the Chief of Staff, Negusfer, remarked as he walked. General Negus, have we managed to establish contact with this nuclear submarine? Could the United States Navy be here to assist us? The Prime Minister inquired hopefully. We have been unable to establish contact, sir. We have made attempts, and even if they intended to assist us, should they not have informed us beforehand? Its sudden appearance in our port does not appear to suggest assistance, he explained. Moreover, the Octopus of Hedes is docked on our west coast. What does it signify for the United States to send a nuclear submarine to our east coast? At that moment, a staff member rushed in and whispered something to the foreign minister. Sir, we have just received a notification from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Hedes. The Octopus battleship is to conduct joint military exercises with our Navy. We are required to dispatch at least 2 destroyers and 4 frigates, he reported. What? Even mobilizing all our large warships on the west coast would not suffice, the Chief of Staff, Nigusfer, interjected, puzzled. Haha, so it is merely a joint exercise. This is manageable. We shall immediately acquiesce to their demands, fulfilling all requests from Hedes, and ensure they depart promptly after the exercises, Prime Minister John Royston exclaimed. His spirits lifted. If I had known it was merely an exercise, I would not have had to endure these anxious days. Prime Minister, it is not just the East Coast. The West Coast must also conduct simultaneous exercises. That nuclear submarine is part of the Hedes Navy, and the 2 destroyers and 4 frigates they mentioned are necessary for the exercises on both coasts, the Chief of Staff clarified. So that nuclear submarine also belongs to Hedes? In that case, our Navy should be able to manage it, Nigusfer confidently responded. However, at that moment, the foreign minister displayed a peculiar and worried expression. Noticing this, Prime Minister John Royston inquired, Peters, what troubles you? Is there another issue? The exercises requested by Hedes are anti-submarine and air defense drills, Peters hesitantly replied. What does that change? Our Navy can handle it, the Chief of Staff remarked, somewhat perplexed by the foreign minister's demeanor. Their requirement is for the Octopus to lead the exercises on the west coast, engaging in air defense and anti-submarine confrontations with the nuclear submarine on the east coast, Peters elaborated. What? Conducting air defense and anti-submarine confrontations across the east and west coasts? Have they lost their minds? 4,000 kilometers apart? The Chief of Staff nearly gasped in disbelief. The data provided by Hedes indicates a distance of 3,837. 34 kilometers, the foreign minister added. Hedes has gone too far. Do they intend to turn our entire territory into a military exercise ground? Moreover, the precision with which distance has been calculated is astonishing. Mr. Prime Minister, this is utterly implausible. Given the current technological advancements in our world, it is categorically impossible to conduct air defense and anti-submarine exercises over a span of 4,000 kilometers. There is a saying in the land of pandas, this person is dreaming, implying that the individual is speaking nonsense. I believe the kingdom of Hedes is indeed that person. As the Chief of Staff, Nigusfer, mockingly remarked, as a prominent Western nation, although we have long been under the protection of our American benefactor, our own strength is formidable. We will not permit any foreign nation to conduct military exercises on our territory. Such actions would be a grave insult to our nation and to the Commonwealth, as well as a blatant affront to the North American alliance. We must firmly reject Hedes's unreasonable demands. I am confident that the entirety of the West will resolutely stand with us. Peters, I appoint you as our plenipotentiary envoy. Proceed immediately to Victoria Harbor and confront the commander of the Octopus, conveying our staunch position and vehemently condemning Hedes's hegemonic conduct. I will promptly reach out to our American allies and NATO partners, and I shall deliver a passionate speech in Parliament. I believe the great citizens of our Maple Leaf Nation will undoubtedly cast their votes in my favor. No, they will steadfastly support our decision. The foreign minister, Peters, cast a glance at the spittle-flying prime minister, and a growing resentment began to brew within him. Chapter 140. The Secret Meeting at Walker's Point, Sam's Country, Maine. Walker's Point Estate. My dear President George W. Bush, the vessel Octopus from Hedes has been docked at Victoria Harbor for 2 days, while another of their nuclear submarines has anchored off Quebec for a day. The Maple Leaf Nation has reached out to us and your esteemed country multiple times, seeking assistance. NATO Secretary General Petrelius flicked his cigar and inquired with an air of affability, I am aware of these developments. Would you kindly review this intelligence? George Bush replied as he handed him a stack of documents. Mr. Petrelius, our intelligence department has gathered pertinent information regarding Hedes. Their current military capabilities consist of both naval and aerial forces. The Air Force comprises 5 divisions, with a total of fewer than 400 fighter jets, fewer than 100 bombers, and approximately 300 various support aircraft, along with an airborne assault brigade numbering under 3,000 personnel. In terms of sheer numbers, they do not pose a threat to our nation or NATO. Conversely, their naval strength is formidable, consisting of 3 heavy aircraft carrier battle groups, the Prawn, the Crab, and the Little Conch, 2 amphibious readiness groups, the Shrimp and the Lobster, as well as an unusual oceanic strike group, the Octopus, which includes a colossal battleship, a supply vessel, and a new class aircraft carrier capable of deploying over 1,000 unmanned combat drones. Their navy is equipped with over 480 manned aircraft and a total force of 25,000 personnel across 6 Marine brigades. Additionally, they possess 5 attack submarines and an indeterminate number of strategic missile submarines. These assets should be of paramount concern to us Western nations. Moreover, they maintain a ballistic missile force with an undisclosed number of nuclear weapons. However, considering Hedes' ability to sustain a blockade of a bay with ballistic missiles for several consecutive months, it is reasonable to conclude that they possess at least 1,000 ballistic missiles capable of carrying nuclear warheads. Mr. President, we at NATO have mobilized various forces and intelligence systems to surveil them. We have discovered that this nation is virtually detached from the West, having neither integrated into our logistics, financial, standardization, maritime, communication, medical, or media systems, nor established any civil exchanges with us. Consequently, there exists no cultural interaction or infiltration. This renders us with scant means to impose sanctions upon them. After extensive analysis, we have arrived at a singular conclusion. The only recourse left is to employ force to obliterate this malevolent nation. Indeed, my dear Sir Petrelius, this is the purpose of our gathering. Previously, we requested a mobilization from NATO, yet those despicable smaller nations either dispatched a mere donkey or sent a handful of ineffectual individuals. I have had my fill of these imbeciles. Presently, within Hedes' naval fleet, the Prawn Aircraft Carrier Group is en route to the Eastern E country. The Little Conch Aircraft Carrier Group remains trapped at the entrance of the Baltic Sea in Northern Europe. And the Crab Carrier Group along with the Lobster Amphibious Readiness Group just passed through the Malacca Strait yesterday, heading towards the Middle East. Their most formidable asset, the Octopus Oceanic Strike Group, is currently positioned off the western coast of the Maple Leaf Nation, among the 6 brigades of the Marine Corps. One has been deployed to the Ryukyu Islands, another has been stationed separately in Jeju and the Ogasawara Islands. One has accompanied the Amphibious Ready Group aboard the USS Shrimp to South America, and another is currently deployed within the USS Crawfish Amphibious Ready Group, en route to the Middle East. This leaves only 2 Marine brigades and 1 air assault brigade on home soil. Mr. President, this implies that the already limited military strength of Hedes is now dispersed worldwide due to its insatiable appetite. Nodding in agreement with Joe, it indicates that if we can concentrate our forces, defeating them one by one is not beyond the realm of possibility. However, the crux lies in NATO must amass an overwhelming advantage in troops to succeed. Secretary General Petraeus glanced at Joe. Mr. President, considering the modern naval speed, even if Hedes' main forces are currently deployed externally, once war breaks out, they can swiftly return to defend or support various fronts. Are you suggesting that? Yes, you guessed it correctly, my dear Sir Petraeus, Joe whispered. Allies are meant to be exploited, and those smaller nations within NATO, unwilling to contribute troops or effort, will have to serve as cannon fodder, using these expendable forces to bog down Hedes' military and create opportunities for the NATO forces to assemble. But currently, Hedes' Octopus is still in Maple Leaf Country. Does that mean Maple Leaf Country is considered a small nation? Petraeus inquired, somewhat astonished. My dear Sir Petraeus, although Maple Leaf Country appears large, it is merely an illusion. Its population is sparse, and its military strength is rather mediocre. We, the Sand Nation, must squander our precious military resources for its protection. While dealing with smaller nations may be manageable, encountering a formidable military power renders it a burden. And burdens are best suited for cannon fodder. Mr. President, the entry of Hedes' Little Conch Aircraft Carrier Group into Europe has left nearly all NATO nations feeling like a thorn in their throats, deeply aggravating the nerves of our proud gentlemen, which is absolutely intolerable. Since you, Mr. President, have made up your mind, I shall convene the Council upon my return and initiate immediate deployments. However, what is it, my dear Sir Petraeus? However, the Defense Minister of Tank Nation is adamantly opposed to collaborating with the surrendering nation, Italy, stating that life is too short to keep falling into the same trap. Joe smiled slightly. I believe he has a point, haha. Nevertheless, we can allow the surrendering nation to provide logistical supplies and wine, as long as we do not permit their combat forces to engage. While we in NATO prepare, it would be prudent to ensure some cooperation from East Asia. Upon hearing this, Joe fell into contemplation before slowly stating, one of our 2 dogs in East Asia has been thoroughly eliminated, and the other is closely monitored by Hedes. Although other nations can be maneuvered by us, they are all minor players, insufficient to pose a challenge to Hedes. Let us then consider the land of kangaroos. Although they may be weak, they at least possess the ability to fight. Joe Shibu smirked, remarking that a single fishing vessel from Hedes had already cast them into shadows, leaving them devoid of any fighting spirit. However, as cannon fodder, they could still serve a purpose. Mr. President, he inquired, as military preparations are underway, might your esteemed nation consider launching a covert biological and viral weapons attack against Hedes? Such an assault would be discreet, and given Hedes's relative isolation, it would be an ideal battlefield for these weapons. Zhou Xiaobu furrowed his brow, exclaiming, "What do you mean by bacteria and genetic weapons? Our great nation, the United States, is a proponent of peace. We cherish liberty and democracy. Our purpose is to fight for the entirety of humanity. How could we possibly possess such weapons?" NATO Secretary General Peter Liaston was momentarily taken aback, contemplating the absurdity of a nation that, while engaging in disreputable acts, still sought to maintain a faade of innocence. What kind of government is this? Yet, he could not voice his thoughts openly and could only acquiesce, saying, "Indeed, Mr. President, you are correct. I meant no offense. I was merely suggesting that during World War II, the Japanese employed such weapons. Might your country consider allowing them to take the lead again?" "Yes, Sir Peter Liaston has a point. The Japanese do indeed possess such capabilities, and they are, after all, our loyal allies. Perhaps I could persuade them, or even provide funding for further research. Who knows, this genetic weaponry might just be the key to defeating Hedes." Peter Liaston could only nod vigorously, reflecting on the two most tragic fates in the world, to be a dog of the United States or to be an ally of the United States. Chapter 141. Approaching the waters of Dongi Nation. At the Yokosuka naval base of Dongi Nation, Captain Todd languidly reclined in a bamboo chair in his backyard, a bottle of beer in hand. Before him sat Squadron Leader Peter of the 111th Fighter Squadron of the 15th Carrier Air Wing. "Peter, our request to return to the West Coast has been denied. It seems we shall endure another period of vigilance stationed here in Dongi," Todd remarked. "Uncle Todd, Washington has been conspicuously absent from the news lately. It appears they have yet to devise a strategy to counter Hedes. Otherwise, knowing the habits of those old men in Washington, they would have long since imposed sanctions or launched airstrikes," Peter replied. "Since the annihilation of the Eagle Strike Group last year, we have only managed to replace a single destroyer. It would be quite unbecoming for our Navy to venture forth with merely a carrier and a destroyer, would it not?" Todd stated. "Uncle Todd, the Eagle has yet to be fully repaired," Peter interjected as he picked up another beer. "I almost wish it remains unfixable, so we need not confront the terrifying Hedes." Todd took a sip of his beer and said, "Peter, your squadron has engaged Hedes before. Share your thoughts with me." "Uncle Todd, you should be more aware than I. The Navy Department has long distributed secret investigative reports to you, while we, the frontline soldiers, remain in the dark," Peter replied, a hint of frustration in his gaze. "I find it difficult to trust the bureaucrats at the Navy Department. I place my faith in my young pilots," he continued. "Uncle Todd, I have faced their carrier-based aircraft numerous times. Their fighters are extraordinarily advanced, capable of executing various supermaneuvers and prolonged afterburner operations. Allow me to illustrate their terrifying prowess with a single account. During an engagement, I found myself in a barrel roll maneuver against one of their aircraft. Right at the onset, their fighters swiftly closed in beside my plane, initiating a 20-minute barrel roll, maintaining proximity throughout. I wager that no pilot within our entire Navy can sustain a barrel roll for even 2 minutes. It demands not only exceptional skill but also an immensely capable aircraft, one equipped with a highly intelligent flight control system and adequate feedback sensors." At that moment, I dared not move the control stick, as even the slightest adjustment could lead to a mid-air collision. When the opposing aircraft finally disengaged, I was drenched in sweat, my arms numb from the prolonged tension of gripping the controls. Upon returning to the carrier, I reviewed the radar data, and to my astonishment, the distance between their aircraft and mine remained unchanged throughout that 20-minute barrel roll. In my eyes, such technology resembles that of an alien civilization. "Peter, you mentioned it in your report, which I have also reviewed. As an experienced pilot, I was initially skeptical until I accessed the radar data, which left me equally astonished. This is precisely why I fervently strive to avoid antagonizing the kingdom of Hedes." Todd took a sip of his beer and remarked, "Our great nation of Sam should not find itself at odds with such a country. Historically, we have only bullied smaller nations, which is a commendable tradition. Otherwise, our young men could find themselves in peril." "Indeed, Uncle Todd, But fortunately, Hedes has recently diverted its attention away from the Eastern Isles, granting us a rare respite. I sincerely hope the base's alarm does not sound, allowing us to peacefully endure until our rotation in 2 months. Suddenly, a series of urgent and piercing alarm sounds interrupted their conversation. Their expressions froze. Through the window, they glimpsed the news broadcast currently airing on television. Reports from the Pacific Fleet indicate that the aircraft carrier Pippi Shrimp of the Kingdom of Hedes is advancing towards the Eastern Isles. With its intentions unclear, we will continue to provide updates. Hedes Island News Center. Under the glare of flashing lights, Louis Phil approached the podium. I have been authorized to release the following information. 1. The Naval Task Force of the Hedes Kingdom, led by the aircraft carrier Little Conch, along with the amphibious assault group Little Lobster, is en route to the Middle East to conduct its annual exercises in the Persian Gulf, which do not target any second or third parties. We urge relevant nations not to overinterpret this action. 2. At the invitation of the Maple Leaf Nation's Ministry of Defense, our Naval Task Force Octopus will engage in a friendly air defense and anti-submarine exercise along the eastern and western coasts of the Maple Leaf Nation, which is not aimed at any third party, nor at the nearby nation of Sam. We request that all countries refrain from excessive interpretation. 3. 2 days ago, through the efforts and application of the Eastern Isles, our nation has officially become an observer state at the United Nations. In this regard, our Ministry of Foreign Affairs has conveyed our gratitude to the Eastern Isles, and our Naval Task Force Pippi Shrimp will visit the Eastern Isles to express our thanks in person. 4. To effectively fulfill the duties of an observer state. With the approval of our Prime Minister, the Little Conch Task Force will, after completing its exercises, delve into various regions of the Middle East to observe the stationed forces of Sam. Concurrently, we will initiate a satellite observation program to eliminate various military satellites of other nations that violate outer space agreements, thereby actively assuming the responsibilities of an observer. 5. The repatriation of war criminals from the Pickle Nation and Cookie Nation has been completed, with a total of 553 individuals returned, including 224 from the Pickle Nation and 329 from the Cookie Nation. You may now witness the repatriation of prisoners of war through our live broadcast. The scene swiftly transitioned to the Hedes Kingdom, specifically the Phalong Naval Base under construction in the northwest of Hedes Island, where a passenger ship arriving from the Pickle Nation gently docked. A procession of war criminals was escorted off the vessel and lined up on the dock for roll call. Subsequently, a large transport aircraft gently descended onto a makeshift runway at the Phalong Naval Base. As the cargo bay opened, a procession of war criminals was escorted out. These individuals were former government officials, political figures, societal elites, experts, professors, military personnel, and police officers who had previously participated in slandering and threatening Hedes before the war, and had rallied alongside the nation of Sam to incite conflict. Among them were 224 individuals from Pickle Nation and 329 from Cookie Nation. They were set to undergo a 4-hour trial at the Phalong Naval Base before being transported to the execution grounds for capital punishment. The docks and runway were teeming with reporters, many of whom engaged in perplexed discussions, as the mass execution of over 1,000 individuals was virtually unprecedented in modern society. Adding to their trepidation was the fact that these individuals had previously insulted Hedes, and many of the reporters had also disparaged Hedes. If retribution were to be exacted, would they not also face dire consequences? While some reporters enthusiastically captured the scene with their cameras, others were filled with anxiety when several vehicles bearing diplomatic license plates approached from outside the base. Upon the arrival of the convoy, the newly appointed Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs and Director of the News Bureau, Lu Chiming, took to the podium. This new Deputy Minister bore the visage of an East Asian individual, prompting one reporter to silently note the significant presence of such individuals within the Hedes government and military, hinting at underlying secrets. At that moment, Deputy Minister Lu cleared his throat and began to speak. Dear journalist friends, your presence here is to witness a landmark event in the legal transformation of our Hedes Ocean Kingdom. This signifies that we are a nation governed by the rule of law. While we harbor deep disdain for those who advocate for war, maliciously slander other nations, and fabricate lies, we shall fully consider their personal rights, and their crimes will be adjudicated in court. Behind you, these individuals will be subjected to trial by our War Crimes Tribunal before any death sentences are pronounced. Deputy Minister Lu, you just stated that these individuals will be tried before facing execution. If they are ultimately condemned to death, why conduct the trial at all? Why go through this process? A reporter interjected. Lu Qiming smiled and adjusted the microphone. This question from our journalist friend is rather peculiar. Everyone present is aware of their impending fate, whether by accident or the natural course of life. Why then would anyone not simply choose to end their lives? It is the process that matters. The essence lies in the process, exclaimed an enthusiastic reporter from a neighboring country. Lu Qiming joyfully acknowledged the reporter's insight and reiterated, indeed. Our Hedes Ocean Kingdom is a nation of law, and of course, trials must be conducted. Deputy Minister. Is the mass trial and execution of so many foreign government officials intended to intimidate rival nations? Indeed, the journalist is entirely correct. Our nation has repeatedly issued warnings, however. There are certain minuscule countries, possessing neither military strength nor significant international influence, that continually aspire to align themselves with the United States in its displays of might. Initially, they wielded the power of a formidable ally to intimidate other weaker nations, and now they dare to confront the formidable kingdom of Hedes. Such nations, devoid of humility and plagued by insatiable greed and stubbornness, lacking even a modicum of self-awareness and decorum, can only be brought back to their rightful place through the demonstration of our formidable military might, thus restoring normalcy in communications. In conclusion, let me reiterate that we are a nation that cherishes peace, deeply respects human rights, and aspires to maintain amicable communication and cooperative relations with all countries. Deputy Minister Lu. Regarding your country's Octopus vessel, Lu Qiming raised his hand to interrupt the flurry of questions from the audience. Esteemed colleagues, today is not a press conference. Should you have inquiries, please wait until the press conference or the news briefing to present them. Chapter 142. The matter of the little devils in the Prime Minister's residence of Dongi country. The Prime Minister, initially eager to watch the press conference of Hedes, found himself unable to continue halfway through. In a fit of frustration, he hurled a ceramic teacup at the television. Didn't I specifically order that no television be placed in my office? Why is it here again? Ah, Prime Minister, it was reinstalled at your request. If you wish, we can remove it immediately, a staff member replied, bending at an awkward angle. Remove it at once. The Prime Minister, Kuniyoshi Junjiro, barked loudly. At that moment, Defense Minister Matsushita Kikuichiro and Foreign Affairs Minister Mahane Shiro entered, laughing and chatting. Prime Minister, what seems to be the trouble? Blast it. It's that insufferable Hedes. We worked tirelessly with our ally, the United States, to have Hedes recognized as an observer state in the United Nations. We didn't even hope for peaceful coexistence. Yet their way of showing gratitude is utterly absurd. Who sends a fleet of aircraft carriers as thanks? It's simply preposterous. Prime Minister. This may not even be the worst of it, Mahane Shiro said with a gloomy demeanor as he took a seat. The kingdom of Hedes has no comprehension of what an observer state entails. They seem to think it means they can observe freely. After their press conference concluded, our foreign ministry attempted to reach out to Hedes' foreign ministry, and the reply we received was that being an observer means observing other nations within the framework of the United Nations. What sort of interpretation is that? What are they trying to imply? Nanny? Is that how Hedes interprets it? Kuniyoshi Junjiro nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. How could they possibly understand it that way? Surely they do not think that being an observer state bestows them with a position of great significance? Prime Minister. The explanation from Hedes' foreign ministry was that there are only 3 observer states globally, which is fewer than the 5 permanent members of the Security Council. Hence they bear a greater responsibility, Mahane Shiro explained with a sigh. Blast it, the international situation is becoming more convoluted by the day. Kuniyoshi Junjiro resumed his seat. What then does their dispatch of an aircraft carrier signify? Prime Minister, I have inquired, and Hedes intends to send personnel to express their thanks in person. I understand it is in person, but there is no need to send an entire formidable carrier strike group, especially that insufferable Pippy Shrimp. Could it be possible that the Kingdom of Hedes wishes to engage in a military exchange with us? Defense Minister Matsushita Kikuichiro interjected. If it were merely a military exchange, that would be acceptable. However, I remain apprehensive. An entire carrier strike group poses significant risks, especially given the considerable losses we have suffered at the hands of that Pippy Shrimp carrier. It is hard not to raise suspicions. Matsushita, it is imperative that we closely monitor the movements of this aircraft carrier and maintain communication with them to avoid any misjudgments. We have just endured turmoil and cannot withstand another blow. Following Hedes' press release, media outlets around the world clamored to report on the unfolding situation. The Kingdom of Hedes, akin to a rustic individual cloistered from the world, suddenly finds itself thrust into the bustling cityscape, bewildered by its splendor and order. Hedes struggles to comprehend its role within this vibrant milieu. Otherwise, it would not mistakenly perceive that the observer nation is merely a spectator while the media of John's country bombards others. This bombardment has even regressed one prosperous nation to a primitive state, showcasing their formidable military might. However, the brazen demand for these victimized nations to detain fervent patriots is undoubtedly a barbaric display, deemed disgraceful by the civilized world. In various reports from European media regarding Hedes, the presence of Dongi country is frequently noted. Perhaps this reflects a mutual engagement. Comments from netizens on social media platforms of a great nation suggest a shared sentiment. Amidst the multitude of news from Hedes, few seem to pay heed to a rather inconsequential military exercise. Hedes is set to conduct a naval drill spanning 4,000 kilometers with Maple Leaf country, encompassing the entirety of its territory, yet it remains merely a naval exercise. Curiously, the invitation from Maple Leaf country was only dispatched after the arrival of Hedes' battleship, Octopus, raising questions about the timing. Moreover, the sudden appearance of Hedes' navy along the eastern and western coasts of Maple Leaf country implies a rehearsal for the annihilation of said nation. As reported by the media of the ever-inquisitive Sam country, it is well known that the Indian Ocean is ours, and our navy will undoubtedly monitor the presence of Hedes' fleet closely. Any threat posed to us will be met with a severe response from our multinational navy. As stated by the media of San. Meanwhile, a significant nation has not provided in-depth coverage but aired a film titled Who Is That Monkey Trainer? During the 6th program of the evening. In the lower deck of the flight zone aboard the Planet Fortress, President, the aircraft ahead is our Dragon transformable orbital bomber. Freshly restored and requiring a routine test flight. Qin Shaoai gazed at this colossal machine, entranced, until he was brought back to reality by a prompt. What type of aircraft is this Dragon transformable orbital bomber? I have never seen it before. Why is a test flight necessary? Blue Ware promptly activated her wrist terminal, projecting a holographic image of the maintenance engineer for the Dragon orbital bomber before Qin Shaoai. Mr. President, after the Planet Fortress underwent three-dimensional transformation, many weapon systems became inoperative, and some equipment has failed due to abnormal dimensional reduction of multiple components. Our engineers are painstakingly restoring each part, with some requiring manual dimensional reduction. Given the vast size of the Dragon orbital bomber and its complex internal systems, our engineers have only managed to restore 2 units to date. To assess the effectiveness of the repairs, a test flight is essential. Very well, let us proceed with the test flight. And it can be coordinated with the satellite observation plan. Dongi country does not require satellites. Send their 200 satellites to graveyard orbit. L.N. grasped Qin Shioai's arm and said, Mr. President, that would indeed be quite troublesome. The satellites in low Earth orbit travel at a remarkable speed, making it a formidable challenge for the PNLing bomber to capture them one by one. I have a splendid idea. When Qin Shioai turned to look at L.N. He was taken aback to find this artificial girl blinking her large eyes at him with a playful smile. This startled him once more, prompting him to touch her here and there as if trying to ascertain whether she was indeed a real person or merely an artificial intelligence. Yo, not only do you exhibit a wide range of expressions, but you also possess emotional reasoning. Are you truly artificial intelligence? Of course, Mr. President. I was right there observing when the system was being modified. That is true, but your realism is astonishing. Aside from the inability to bear children, you seem to embody everything a woman can do. Upon hearing this, L.N. immediately positioned herself in front of Qin Shioai and excitedly inquired, Mr. President, do you wish to have children? I can give birth. Why shouldn't I? This rudimentary technology is no challenge for the system. If you desire, I could be pregnant by today. Qin Shioai stammered, retreating in alarm. This is rather terrifying. How could my child be artificially synthesized? That's too frightening, absolutely out of the question. With this thought in mind, Qin Shioai hastily replied, No, let's forget about that for now. We can discuss this matter later. Please, tell me about your plan. L.N. displayed no signs of displeasure or disappointment, instantly transitioning to a more composed demeanor. Mr. President, the system can connect to various satellites of the Eastern Nation and perform controlled orbital adjustments. By lowering their orbital altitude, we can ensure that the satellites autonomously re-enter the atmosphere and burn up. Very well, let's proceed with that. However, we must alter the landing site. It would be a shame for the satellites to fall into the graveyard of the South Pacific. L.N. nodded knowingly, her expression conveying understanding. Chapter 143. naval guns targeting missiles off the coast of Victoria Harbor, 2 nautical miles away. The colossal nuclear-powered battleship Octopus slowly rotated its triple-barreled 600mm main guns as the muzzle pointed toward the eastern sky. The crowd in the harbor felt not awe, but a chilling dread. Had it been a warship of their own nation, perhaps their expressions would have conveyed a different sentiment. Who can say? The small Halifax-class frigate, dwarfed by the Octopus, appeared no larger than a mere leaf upon the water, amplifying the fears of the onlookers. During the 4 days the Octopus docked at Victoria Harbor, this modest port, home to only 25,000 residents, dwindled to fewer than 6,000. In the harbor, a cluster of demonstrators brandishing signs could still be discerned, alongside police and military vehicles stationed at the roadside. However, the machine guns mounted on these vehicles were pointed away from the Octopus to prevent any misjudgment, while helicopters circled at a respectful distance. As the Sea Wolf-class nuclear submarine off the east coast launched the Sea Emperor hypersonic missile into the sky, the Octopus commenced a series of defensive preparations. Concurrently, some military media outlets at the dock initiated live broadcasts. Unlike certain Western media that engaged in selective reporting, a media organization from the East urgently invited a seasoned expert to provide insight. Professor Zhang, what details do you believe are noteworthy in the joint military exercises between the Hedes Navy and the Maple Leaf Nation's Navy? Greetings to all our viewers. I am Professor Zhang. We have just arrived due to an urgent filming assignment, and thus, we were unable to prepare adequately. Regrettably, we have not been able to gather extensive information about this magnificent vessel before us. However, I can offer interpretations from the perspective of a veteran naval officer regarding this military exercise. Firstly, this marks the first vessel in human history to exceed a displacement of 150,000 tons and to be powered by nuclear energy, employing missiles and naval guns as its primary offensive means. It is also the sole modern battleship launched in the 21st century. This ship serves as the core of a new type of naval formation, which is rather intriguing, as it comprises 3 novel classes of warships, the battleship Octopus before us, a munitions ship that the SAM nation once aspired to develop but did not succeed, and a drone aircraft carrier. The munitions ship has proven its missile coverage capabilities in multiple engagements, and the power of this battleship is self-evident. I find myself particularly curious about the peculiar drone carrier, though it appears to be classified at the highest level, as we have yet to even glimpse a complete photograph of it. It is said that this aircraft carrier has the capability to launch and recover 1,000 fighter jets within a single day, achieving swift deployment and retrieval of aircraft. This represents a revolutionary approach to naval warfare. If these unmanned aerial vehicles are equipped with anti-ship missiles, there would be few naval forces in the world capable of withstanding such a scale of aerial assault. As Professor Zhang was elucidating, a sudden, subtle sound of artillery fire broke the atmosphere, drawing the attention of all present to the main gun at the stern of the Octopus. An object was rapidly ejected from the cannon's mouth, indistinguishable to the naked eye, but faithfully captured by a high-speed camera. When the director hastily transitioned the footage from the high-speed camera to the live broadcast, Professor Zhang exclaimed, "Dear viewers, this is the first time in my long naval career that I have witnessed a battleship's main gun being used to launch an unmanned aerial vehicle. From the earlier footage, we observed a medium-sized drone being propelled from the massive cannon's barrel. Upon its launch, the wings did not extend but maintained an aerodynamic structure to harness the velocity at the moment of ejection. It was only when the drone reached the apex of its parabolic trajectory that the jet engine at its tail ignited. This design is ingeniously crafted, allowing for sustained high speed to expedite its arrival at the battlefield." Just as he concluded, the screens of various television stations were abruptly filled with the drone's perspective, revealing that it was indeed a Canon-aimed drone, displaying not only a reticle but also an array of data. The audience gasped in astonishment as the drone swayed, its reticle adjusting automatically, accompanied by continuously changing data. Suddenly, a deafening roar of cannon fire erupted, followed by a flash at the cannon's muzzle, as a plume of smoke billowed from the battleship's main gun. The concussive sound shattered nearby windows, and the previously jubilant crowd, which had been cheering, quickly dispersed in panic, scattering like a flock of startled birds. Amidst the chaos, someone, transfixed by the television screen, shouted in surprise, drawing attention to a dark missile that appeared in the drone's surveillance footage. The missile soared with remarkable speed, and through the drone's high-speed observational camera, one could distinctly see the arc of the ionized air it created as it sliced through the atmosphere. In a flash of brilliance, a massive, spinning shell collided head-on with the airborne Sea Emperor missile, engulfing the drone's camera feed in a tremendous explosion and fiery glow, followed by a shockwave laced with smoke that obliterated the drone. Those watching the video were captivated by the epic clash between the missile and the colossal cannon, marveling at the unparalleled accuracy of the Octopus's artillery, while few noticed that beneath the fiery explosion lay a military base brimming with various aircraft. The cannon fires at the missile. This is nothing short of a military feat. I never anticipated that Hethes's military technology had advanced to such an extent. A 600mm artillery shell, with the support of drone calibration, can strike a hypersonic missile traveling at over Mach 8 from a considerable distance away from the warship. This undoubtedly represents a complete upheaval of global military theory. Professor Zhang expressed his sentiments without reservation, completely oblivious to the fact that the director had frozen the footage of the drone's destruction on the screen, with the unfortunate military base displayed in the lower right corner. Meanwhile, the president and chief of staff of the Maple Leaf Nation, who were also watching the live broadcast, learned immediately of the destruction of the Ontario base. Two supersonic targets, laden with substantial explosives, collided violently in midair, causing catastrophic damage to the military base. Mr. Prime Minister, it has been confirmed that over 30 aircraft have been destroyed, with personnel casualties amounting to 600, including 36 of our nation's pilots and 72 support and security personnel, reported Chief of Staff Negaswar. How could the losses be so immense? 600 lives? Are all of them fatalities? You mentioned 36 and 72. Which unit accounts for the remaining casualties? Prime Minister John Ray DeLau inquired, his face etched with exhaustion. Mr. Prime Minister, all 600 are deceased, with over 1,000 more injured. Our military suffered 105 fatalities, while the remaining 500 belonged to the Royal Repeater Regiment of Dongi Nation, which was deployed 2 months ago under NATO orders as the vanguard to strike Heth, came the reply. What? Dongi Nation's forces? John Ray DeLau crumpled the document in his hand into a ball before slowly articulating. Heth aims to use this exercise to warn us while simultaneously deterring us. They are awaiting our initiative to propose negotiations. Otherwise, the next strike may come swiftly. Mr. Prime Minister, Heth employs an array of unpredictable strike methods that we are utterly unprepared to counter. Furthermore, through this drill, Heth has demonstrated the formidable power of their artillery and its precision over extreme distances, a level of accuracy that far surpasses our military technological capabilities, even beyond what Sam Nation could achieve. After a prolonged silence, John Ray DeLau nodded and rose to his feet. I must place a call to the President of Sam Nation. Chapter 144. The Maple Leaf Nation's territorial concessions and indemnities in the Strategic Command Conference Room of the United States. President Joe Bush sat with a furrowed brow, contemplating the events of the morning. The formidable vessel, Heth, had showcased a dramatic display of naval artillery targeting missiles, capturing the attention of the world, remarked National Security Advisor Piero. After savoring a sip of coffee, President Bush grimaced at the lukewarm beverage, reflecting on how the logistical services within the command center paled in comparison to those of the White House. Piero, he began. Military strategists will focus on the artillery versus missile confrontation, whereas politicians will note Hethes's warships forcibly docking at a port of a developed Western nation, compelling joint military exercises, and subsequently detonating munitions at military bases deep within its territory. This act is nothing short of contempt and provocation, verging on invasion. Mr. President, Piero interjected, the Maple Leaf Nation has repeatedly appealed to us for assistance. It appears they are ill-equipped to contend with such a formidable fleet. We could swiftly redirect the Reagan Carrier Strike Group, and within 10 hours, our naval fleet could arrive near Victoria, providing aerial support in the subsequent half-hour. Bush waved his hand dismissively. No, let us not provoke the Heth's monstrosity before NATO forces are fully assembled. Though Canada is our ally and a NATO member, they pale in significance against the interests of the United States. If delaying Heth means the Maple Leaf Nation's demise, so be it. We would even encourage them to fight to the last Canadian. In our strategic outlook, we resonate with a saying from the Panda Nation, 9 deaths for 1 life, encapsulating our approach perfectly. Piero gazed at Bush with admiration. Mr. President, I had no idea your knowledge was so profound. Defense Secretary Lavelle, overhearing Piero's flattery, felt a wave of distaste and swiftly shifted the topic. Mr. President, I have just received some promising news from the Pan Texas factory. Oh, promising news? Splendid. I knew they would find a solution. Please, do share the details. Mr. President, The Pan-Texas factory has conducted a successful reactivation experiment on a defunct nuclear warhead by subjecting the warhead's core, encased in a sealed vessel infused with neon and argon, to pressures of 260 times atmospheric pressure. The activity of uranium-235 can be restored to 75, thereby meeting initial conditions for a chain reaction. Excellent. This means we can essentially revive our entire nuclear arsenal? We can once again possess nuclear weaponry? Bush exclaimed, rising in excitement. Essentially, yes. But the yield of the nuclear explosion may be significantly reduced. That is inconsequential. As long as we can produce a nuclear explosion, our deterrent remains effective. However, why has it only been restored to 75? If we continue to increase the pressure, might we not achieve full restoration? Bush inquired, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. I'm afraid not, Mr. President. Continuing to apply pressure may alter the molecular structure. During this transformation, we cannot rule out the possibility of a critical reaction occurring. With the technology we currently possess, we can only restore the nuclear arsenal to 75. Well, 75 is certainly better than nothing. We must proceed immediately with the rework operations and expedite the rearmament process. I will address the funding issue with Congress. Oh no, my dear Mr. President. We must absolutely refrain from informing Congress. Otherwise, this matter will surely be leaked. Those individuals in Congress comprise a motley crew, representing various parties with disparate opinions, each backed by different interest groups. They even encompass a range of genders. For personal gain, these individuals could betray anything. You are correct, Piero. In my moment of excitement, I nearly lost my composure. Just thinking about the plethora of genders, some identifying as garbage bags, others as dog fur, and yet others as watermelon rinds, makes my scalp tingle. My God, how has our dear nation come to encompass so many genders? Mr. President, the extraordinary defense funding from the Department of Defense and the various military branches is insufficient to cover this expense. Otherwise, we could restore dozens of warheads each year, thereby discreetly completing the replacements without significant financial issues. No, we must expedite the replacement process. It will determine the future safety of our nation, Mr. President. George, I recall that you possess secret funds. Mr. President, our secret funds are also inadequate. Oh, no, my dear George, you have ample channels for financing. Don't think I'm unaware of the substantial sums you've amassed in the Middle East, along with the white powder you've sold in South America. You have also clandestinely withheld considerable funds intended for bribing other nations. I believe your intelligence agency can provide no less than $60 billion for nuclear weapon maintenance. At that moment, Vice President Chester entered, exclaiming, that wretched John Layton. They have just signed a peace agreement with the Kingdom of Hestia, ceding their largest island on the west coast to them. What? Are you saying that Maple Leaf Nation has ceded Vancouver Island to the Kingdom of Hestia? Mr. Bush asked, his eyes wide with astonishment. Indeed, Mr. President. Following the conclusion of naval exercises between our two militaries, the Navy of the Kingdom of Hestia performed an air show for the Maple Leaf Nation as foreign minister. It is reported that over 400 aircraft appeared simultaneously over Victoria Harbor, resembling a dense cloud passing through. This spectacle thoroughly terrified the Maple Leaf Nation. Under the intimidation of numerous warplanes and massive battleships, and in our silence, the Maple Leaf Nation chose to compromise. In addition to ceding Vancouver Island, they also provided Hestia with military expenditure worth $240 million. Damn it, that wretched Maple Leaf Nation, that despicable John Layton. Do they not realize that Vancouver Island is merely a strait away from our Seattle? With the establishment of this island, the aircraft and warships of Hedes can appear daily at our doorstep. This is unacceptable to Sam's country. We must respond and make it clear to Maple Leaf Country and Hedes who truly reigns supreme in the Americas. Mr. President, remain calm. We cannot provoke Hedes at this moment. We are at a disadvantage in conventional weaponry. An impulsive conflict could lead to disastrous consequences. Defense Minister Lavelle rose immediately. As the high-ranking officials of Sam's country were collectively incensed, the Octopus, having successfully completed its maritime military exercises, slowly weighed anchor. With a resounding blast of its horn, the colossal vessel began to reverse out of the naval port. Merely 2 hours after signing an agreement with Maple Leaf Country, for large transport planes descended upon Vancouver Island. A contingent of soldiers from Pickle Country swiftly disembarked from the transports, setting foot on Vancouver Island and promptly commencing cleanup operations. Chapter 145. The passive closed-door policy. Planet Fortress Bridge, top, presidential lounge. Qin Shaohai gazed at the array of light weaponry before him and remarked, Let all this junk be reclaimed by the warship. Equip the pickled cabbage nation with AK-47s, RPG rocket launchers, PPK machine guns, tanks, and armored vehicles. Let them utilize their own resources as much as they can repair. Understood, responded the Galactic Edge, recording the command. Additionally, send the newly appointed Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, Lu Chiming, to the Little Eight-Baga Nation. Colonel Vid of the Pippi Shrimp Battle Group is rather uncouth, lacking enhancements in diplomatic matters. He is ill-suited for negotiations. Yes, Mr. President. Currently, the Pippi Shrimp Aircraft Carrier Battle Group is at a standoff with the Little Eagle Battle Group of Sam Country. By the time Deputy Minister Lu arrives, it will likely be nearing its conclusion. Eastern Seas of Dongi Nation Little Eagle Aircraft Carrier Battle Group. Has the fleet of Hedes shown no response? What are they up to? Captain Todd inquired, peering through his binoculars. Captain, should we launch two F-18 fighter jets for reconnaissance? Oh, no. I do not wish to put these young men at risk. The Hedes Navy's target is these yellow-skinned monkeys. We cannot sacrifice ourselves for their sake. Signal the destroyer behind to move to the front. Upon receiving the signal, the destroyer Misty Rain swiftly advanced, inquiring of the Pippi Shrimp Battle Group as it sailed. Hedes Navy, this is the Dongi Navy destroyer Misty Rain. Please state your intentions. Repeat, please state your intentions. Misty Rain, Misty Rain. Our fleet has been dispatched to express gratitude and is awaiting your country's port approval. Repeat, we have come to convey thanks and await your port approval. All our carrier-based aircraft are secured in the hangar, the main guns are covered, and the vertical launch system is shut down. The destroyer Misty Rain cautiously approached the Pippi Shrimp Aircraft Carrier Battle Group, with the entire crew on high alert. As the old adversary Pippi Shrimp came into visual range, the officers aboard the Misty Rain were astonished to discover that the deck of the Pippi Shrimp was indeed empty, its accompanying warship's main guns covered and elevated. Joint Staff Office Emergency Command Room Inagai Junjiro observed the real-time video of the Misty Rain with wide eyes, incredulous as he asked, has the Kingdom of Hedes truly changed its ways? Are they genuinely seeking to establish a partnership with us? Foreign Minister Ma Weizingshiro immediately interjected, Prime Minister. We must not be deceived. The previous actions of Hedes have demonstrated significant hostility towards our nation. Moreover, we have yet to dissolve our mutual defense treaty with Sam Country. A mere observer status is insufficient for them to change their stance. This is undoubtedly a scheme. But what kind of scheme is this? One queried. They have secured their aircraft in the lower hangar and covered their main guns. This can be interpreted as a very friendly gesture, Counter-Defense Minister Matsushita Kakuichiro. Manhwa Shang Sailang raised his voice. Mr. Matsushita, the Hedes Ocean Kingdom has deployed lethal fleets along the eastern and western coast of Maple Leaf Nation and the Faroe Islands. Within the territorial waters of Cookie Nation, at the gateway to the Baltic Sea, and throughout the Middle East. They have also occupied Jeju, the Ryukyu Islands, and the Ogasawara Islands, having completely taken control of Pickle Nation, while repeatedly bombarding us. Until today, Hedes has only engaged with other nations through one means, bombs. Can a nation such as this suddenly reconcile with us? Do you have any idea how many anti-Hedes politicians and military officers from Pickle Nation and Cookie Nation have been executed by Hedes? 1,553 individuals. Do you understand what that number signifies for a small country? In response to this, Inagai Junjiro nodded. I concur with your sentiments. I too do not believe Hedes comes with benevolence. However, I am aware that if we refuse, bombs will rain down upon us within half an hour. Manhwa Shang Sailang contemplated for a moment and suggested, Your Excellency, we could delay. As long as we stall, Hedes' true intentions will inevitably be revealed. Recklessly permitting their warships to dock before understanding their motives poses a significant risk. On board the planetary fortress, within the starboard lower deck biological laboratory, Minister of Health Strathy indicated the simulated sealed chamber and explained, Mr. President, we have successfully completed the protein bonding of N-pentanol ether C15H24O C2H40N, along with the non-ionic recombination of 23 dyed chromosomes. Relevant tests can now commence, ideally lasting over 2 months. Qin Xiaoai paused, taking a deep breath, theoretically. What is the success rate? Over 90, replied Strathy. Qin Xiaoai fixed his gaze on the simulation chamber. How long have these two subjects been under observation? 1 month, however. This was merely an individual test. We still need to assess group immunity and mutation. Qin Xiaoai silently recited a prayer. Amaba, I too do not wish for this. But the Japanese have proven too malevolent. For the sake of human civilization and our future, if I do not descend into hell, who will? Let me take on this burden. Mr. President, may we commence the group trials? Qin Shaohai shook his head. Let us wait. The Japanese have yet to authorize our fleet's entry into the port. There is no rush. First, arrange for the samples to be airlifted to the Pippy Shrimp Aircraft Carrier Group, awaiting further orders. Understood, Mr. President. However, it must be clarified that this vaporizer lacks specificity. Any male who inhales it will be affected. Thus, Mr. President, military containment measures must be prepared. I comprehend, Qin Shaohai replied while turning to his companion. Galaxy, let us convene a military meeting immediately. A few minutes later, Qin Shaohai and Galaxy took the ship's lift to the operational conference room within the air command tower on the starboard side of the warship. Without any pleasantries, everyone took their seats as they entered the conference room. Perhaps this is one of the advantages of artificial intelligence, eliminating unnecessary formalities. Galaxy, please begin with an introduction to the self-isolation plan. Qin Shaohai comfortably settled at the far end of the conference table. Ladies and gentlemen, in accordance with the directive of the President, the Joint Operations Office has devised a plan codenamed Isolation. This initiative targets the Eastern Nation. The plan is delineated into 3 phases. Firstly, the planetary bastion will engage the satellites of the Eastern Nation, orchestrating a controlled re-entry of over 200 satellites into the atmosphere. By meticulously managing their re-entry trajectories, we aim for the debris to descend upon designated areas. However, calculations indicate that 163 satellites will disintegrate upon re-entry, leaving only 39 that may inflict some damage upon the ground. Secondly, the Papixia Aircraft Carrier Strike Group will visit and anchor at the ports of the Eastern Nation. During this period, the shipborne long-nail weapon system will clandestinely launch phenolic ether, with the objective of enveloping the entire territory of the Eastern Nation. To ensure the uniformity and density of gas diffusion, a continuous coverage for 1 month is essential, necessitating the Papixia Strike Group's presence in the Eastern ports for the duration, with daily launches. Thirdly, concurrent with the long nail systems operations, our Sol 2 Long Dragon orbital bombers will alternately maintain a synchronous orbit above the Eastern Nation, targeting any vessels or aircraft entering or exiting its maritime and aerial domains for a sustained period of 2 months. Simultaneously, the Navy will deploy 12 destroyers to encircle the Eastern Nation, while the Papixia Strike Group will patrol the nearby waters to provide aerial and naval support. The Air Force bases stationed in Jeju, Ryukyu, and the Ogasawara Islands will continuously send out early warning aircraft, reconnaissance planes, and fighter jets to conduct aerial patrols in alignment with the isolation plan. This initiative mandates that within a span of 2 months, the entire Eastern Nation will passively enter a state of isolation, prohibiting any vessels or aircraft from departing or entering its borders. Chapter 146, The Satellite Crash Incident in the Eastern Nation. Within the Integrated Staff Office's Emergency Command Room, the Chief of Staff, Jinchun Yuanshan, anxiously awaited the final confirmation from the Prime Minister's office. Today, the Hedes Navy's Pippy Shrimp Aircraft Carrier Group had advanced another 5 nautical miles, now only 25 nautical miles from the territorial waters. The Maritime Self-Defense Force hesitated to intervene, and the Eagle Aircraft Carrier Group, sent to assist in managing the situation, could only muster a single escort destroyer, rendering them reluctant to adopt a more assertive stance. The soldiers in the command room were tense, intently monitoring a multitude of data and intelligence reports. Fortunately, the Kingdom of Hedes had not taken any further actions. One of the aides, recognizing that his superior had maintained this anxious state for too long, finally approached to offer some consolation. Sir, you have scarcely rested for 2 days. I can keep an eye on things here. Please take a moment to rest. I cannot leave. I must remain here. In the event of an emergency, I must address it immediately. The Hedes Navy strike window is exceedingly brief, often mere seconds. Sometimes just over a dozen seconds are all that is needed to conclude a battle. Consider the fate of the Pickled Nation's Navy. Recall our Air Self-Defense Forces fighter squadrons. Battles often conclude in the blink of an eye. Sir, however, at that moment, a staff member at the command post suddenly rose, phone in hand, signaling and exclaiming, "Chief, the space agency has reported that several of our satellites have gone offline and are in urgent need of repair." Nanny, satellites? Why are they calling me about satellites? They can coordinate with the Cosmic Development Department. Moshi, I am Chief Jinchun Yuanshan. What has occurred? General, at 9:11 this morning, 14 satellites under our operation suddenly lost communication. Calculations indicate that these satellites are adjusting their orbital altitudes. As of now, Their altitude has decreased to 310 kilometers, and their speed has dropped to 7.8 kilometers per second, continuing to decline. What does this have to do with our military? General, calculations suggest that given the current descent speed and angle, the satellites will crash in the northern region of our Eastern nation. Nanny? Chief Jinchun Yuanshan finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Will the satellites not burn up in the atmosphere? While most will incinerate, a substantial portion of debris will reach the ground, potentially causing significant damage. Baka, we must act swiftly to remedy this. We cannot allow the satellites to crash, or at least ensure they fall into the sea. Hi, General, but please allow the Self-Defense Forces control units to make necessary deployments to prevent extensive damage. We will send you the anticipated crash site shortly. Chief Jinchun Yuanshan set down the phone and promptly issued orders. Command the ground self-defense force to deploy air defense units to the crash site immediately. No sooner had he spoken than another phone rang. This is the Cosmic Development Department. We have an urgent situation to report. Nanny? The Cosmic Development Department? Air Chun Yuan Mu Lang was in a state of utter despair, undoubtedly wearing an expression reminiscent of a satellite's dismay. Moshi, I am Air Chun Yuan Mu Lang, he exclaimed, laughter tinged with anxiety. This is the Resource Detection Intelligence Office of the Cosmic Development Department. We have lost contact with several military satellites at precisely 9:22 this morning. Following telemetry assessments, it has become evident that these satellites' orbital altitudes have drastically and anomalously decreased. Based on the current data, the satellites are poised to descend upon the southern region of our Eastern nation. How could this happen? Why must our satellites return to the embrace of Mother Earth? Could they not plummet into the ocean instead? Air Chun Yuan Mu Lang bellowed into the phone. After discarding the call, he seized a military officer and commanded, order the ground self-defense forces to urgently deploy near the anticipated impact site. Additionally, immediately contact the stationed American forces in Eastern E and request their air defense assistance. Sir, we have just received a docking request from the Hedes Pippi Shrimp Aircraft Carrier Battle Group, reported the officer. Isn't that rather coincidental? The satellites have just gone offline, and they seek to dock? Could Hedes be using the satellites to coax us? Air Chun Yuan Mu Lang paused, a sudden realization dawning upon him. This must be the doing of the Hedes Oceanic Kingdom. It cannot be mere coincidence. By all means, contact the Prime Minister's residence, quickly. Haste is imperative. An officer approached, presenting the recently delineated satellite impact map. Sir, consolidating the consultations from the Space Agency and the Cosmic Development Department, over 70 of our satellites have now lost contact, with others following suit. It is anticipated that more than 30 satellites will fall to the ground, potentially causing significant damage to terrestrial facilities. The projected impact sites include Yokosuka Naval Base, Sasebo Base, Yokota Base, Zama Garrison, Misawa Base, Atsuji Naval Air Facility, Yokota Air Force Base, and the Iwakuni Marine Corps Air Station. What? How is it that the satellites are falling with such precision? They are all heading towards American bases. Air Chun Yuan Mu Lang snatched the marked map, his eyes widening in disbelief. This is not merely a satellite malfunction. This is a precise strike aimed at further undermining our alliance with the Americans. How could I have underestimated Hedes' resolve to dismantle our security apparatus? This entire scenario is orchestrated to compel us to dissolve our security treaty. Swiftly, contact the Prime Minister's residence. The Prime Minister, Inui Junjiro, and Defense Minister Matsushita Kikuichiro, who had been engaged in a crucial meeting, were abruptly compelled to halt proceedings due to the satellite incident. Under the protection of their guards, they hurried to the rooftop of the building. As they raised their binoculars, they beheld two fireballs descending at an alarming speed from the northwest. On the ground, several surface-to-air missiles were launched in succession, yet all missed their targets. Ultimately, the two fireballs landed in sequence, resulting in explosive detonations. Although Inui Junjiro was aware that the site of impact was over 35 kilometers away, the brilliance of the explosions was still vividly observable. Baka, that is Yokota Air Base, where many fathers from the land of freedom are stationed. Using our Eastern Barbarian Nation satellites, they bombarded the military installations deployed in our territory. Indeed, Hedes employed an unexpected strategy. Your Excellency, I have just confirmed the latest developments. All 203 of our nation's satellites in space have succumbed to failure, with the majority incinerated during re-entry. 39 satellites plummeted to the ground, all landing within the confines of the Land of Freedom's military bases. The extent of casualties and damages is still under investigation. Defense Minister Matsushita Kikuichiro has been over at a 90-degree angle in despair. There is no time to waste. We must immediately grant the request for the Hedes Papixia Aircraft Carrier Group's port visit. Immediately, without delay. Inagai Junjiro shouted, observing the faltering figure of Defense Minister Matsushita Kikuichiro. Inagai murmured, why hasn't the aging defense minister retired yet? Does he wish to make one last contribution to our nation in the twilight of his life? The recent satellite incident has inflicted grievous losses upon our nation, and with such a significant occurrence, it is time to find a scapegoat.